The game has transcended into reality, subverting the world's rules, and humanity has entered an era of universal job transitions. Monstrous creatures rampage. Numerous secret realms, dungeons, and abysses abound. Terror coexists with treasures. Dangers walk hand in hand with opportunities. Only by becoming a job changer, by leveling up and growing stronger, can one ascend to the pinnacle of the world. On the day of his job transition, Su Ao becomes universally acknowledged as the weakest profession, the Beastmaster. Apologies. I have awakened the pet infinite synthesis system directly. Mysterious golden serpent, 8 demon, serpent heads, 9-headed serpent Xiangliu. Mecha warrior mechanical, heart mechanical empress. Holy angel flame, sword divine kingswing, 18-winged angel pope. Various stunningly beautiful pets are nurtured by Su Ao into invincible divine companions. From henceforth, deities bow in submission, and myriad races revere him. Su Ao becomes the supreme and unparalleled sovereign of all celestial beings. With endless years of longevity, how long life can be, until one day, after Su Ao accidentally synthesizes a small orange cat, it transforms into a cat-eared, cat-tailed, JK uniform-clad, plaid skirt-wearing, white-stocking beast-eared girl. He suddenly opens the door to a new world. Chapter 1. Parents. The time to come clean. We are the big shots. Su Ao job transition successful. Profession, Beastmaster. Gazing at the flickering inscriptions on the detection stone tablet, Su Ao let out a faint sigh. In half a month, the martial arts examination will be held. Students with exceptional strength can enter top-tier universities, thereby becoming superior beings. Students at the bottom of the strength spectrum can only descend to the societal underclass, reduced to mere tools for reproduction. Yet, the Beastmaster he has awakened is universally deemed a lackluster profession. The reason being, the growth cycle of pet beasts is excessively prolonged, and their evolution is painfully slow. For a pet beast to evolve to the level of an ancient ferocious beast, it requires at least 500 years, not to mention whether he can even survive for 500 years. However, after the martial arts examination in half a month, I'm certain I'll be left out in the cold. Su Ao gazed at the diminutive golden serpent in his hand, no longer than his thumb. He felt no inkling that it could rival any competent professional. Su Ao descended from the testing platform, surrounded by a cacophony of chatter. Haha, I have awakened a chef class. Becoming a Michelin-starred chef will be a breeze. I'm not to be outdone. I have awakened the fighter profession, a class renowned for its ferocity in hand-to-hand combat. Who can match my prowess? I have awakened the archer class. I shall be the primary conqueror of secret realms. The profession transition is an experience every senior high school student must undergo. Some awaken remarkable classes, soaring to great heights, while others awaken meager professions, relegated to menial factory work. Numerous familiar classmates approached Su Ao to inquire about his newly acquired profession. Upon learning that he had transitioned into the feeble Beastmaster class, they all departed with sympathetic glances. Just then, a striking young woman ascended the testing platform, and as her chosen profession was revealed, it instantly provoked gasps of astonishment throughout the school. Heavens! The campus belle, Xiangliu, has transitioned into an elementalist. Elementalist is an exceedingly rare mage profession, brimming with potential. The future achievements of every elementalist are destined to exceed the 5th tier. It is well known that Xiangliu and Su Ao are a couple. After this transition, the disparity in their future accomplishments is bound to be astronomical. Just wait. Xiangliu will surely break up with Su Ao, as they say, first severing ties with the one she loves. It is only natural for Xiangliu to end her relationship. After all, they will be from entirely different worlds. At this moment, the gaze of thousands of students in the school converged upon Xiangliu. Indeed, as anticipated, after stepping down from the platform, Xiangliu made her way directly towards Su Ao. Su Ao's gaze was also fixed on Xiangliu. He understood perfectly well why she sought him out at this moment. Each year, the day of profession transitions for seniors is notoriously known as Breakup Day. It was entirely expected that Xiangliu would choose this time to part ways. Should Xiangliu initiate the breakup, he would make no effort to retain her. For Su Ao was acutely aware that they were destined to inhabit entirely different realms henceforth. Xiangliu approached Su Ao, retrieving a glimmering crystal from her pocket and extending it toward him. Su Ao chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, "Is this your parting gift? How generous of you. I shall accept it." Xiangliu momentarily froze, then a smile graced her lips. "You wishful thinker. Who said anything about breaking up? You promised you would marry me one day. How could a mere profession transition tear us apart?" As Xiangliu spoke, the entire school was momentarily dumbfounded. My goodness, Xiangliu has no intention of breaking up with Su Ao. How could this be possible? The Beastmaster class is so abysmal. How could he ever be worthy of the noble and powerful elementalist? It's over for me. I had planned to confess my feelings to Xiangliu, but now it seems she has chosen unwavering loyalty. Even the school's administration was profoundly shocked by Xiangliu's words. Director Shun of the academic office, her uncle, rushed over, urgently trying to persuade her. "Lingxue, I know you have always been headstrong, but you must heed my advice. I have already informed your parents about your transition into an elementalist, and they are extremely excited. In the future, our Shun family will undoubtedly invest all resources to nurture you. Your future achievements are incalculable. Please do not waste your talents on Su Ao. Take a moment to reconsider." Xiangliu smiled, her eyes sparkling with determination as she replied earnestly, "I apologize. If my family insists on interfering in my love life, I would rather renounce my profession. While everyone believes Su Ao has hit rock bottom, I shall stand by him and help him soar." Without hesitation, Xiangliu approached Su Ao, embracing him and planting a passionate kiss upon his lips. This kiss symbolized Xiangliu's unwavering commitment to accompany Su Ao through thick and thin. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Zhao Shihao clenched his fists tightly, his gaze icy as he fixated on Su Ao. "Su Ao, I have pursued Xiangliu for 3 long years, and yet she has chosen you. However, no matter how deep her feelings for you run, your fate is sealed. In 15 days, Xiangliu and I are destined to enroll in the same prestigious university. She is bound to be with me. As for you, relegated to the Beastmaster class, you are fated to fail at entrance exams and await your breakup with Xiangliu." Until the testing ceremony concluded, Xiangliu remained by Su Ao's side. It was only when all the faculty and students dispersed that she reluctantly bid farewell to Su Ao, escorted away by her uncle. Su Ao felt a stirring within, yet he was acutely aware of the vast chasm separating them. Could Xiangliu truly persuade her parents and entire family to accept their union? If only I had a system. Su Ao let out a soft sigh, pondering inwardly. Just then, a voice resonated within his mind. Host has awakened the Beastmaster profession, successfully activating the system. This system is named Super Pet Synthesizer, capable of assisting the host in synthesizing pets that surpass divine beings. Due to the host's inaugural awakening of the system, an extraordinary reward in the form of a novice gift package has been bestowed, which can be unwrapped the following day. Su Ao, a time traveler from Earth and a fervent enthusiast of online novels in his previous life, is acutely aware of the nature of such systems. The sudden appearance of the system immediately dispelled the shadows that loomed over his heart. While the pets themselves possess formidable strength, their Achilles' heel lies in their sluggish growth rate, which renders the beast tamer profession rather feeble. However, this system astonishingly enables his pets to undergo rapid evolution through the synthesis of materials. With this capability, would not this beast tamer soar to unprecedented heights? Filled with excitement, Su Ao was just about to prepare for his return home. Upon raising his gaze, he was pleasantly surprised to see his father, Su Weimin, and his mother, Li Xia, approaching him with expressions of delight. His father patted Su Ao's shoulder and remarked, "Son, your mother and I have been here all along during your class transition. Our predictions were accurate. You have indeed transitioned into the profession of a beast tamer." Su Ao was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "You could guess that I became a beast tamer?" A radiant smile spread across his father's face as he replied, "Of course. Let me share a secret with you. Both your mother and I are top-tier beast tamers. Given your transition and awakening, it was a foregone conclusion that you too would be a beast tamer. While outsiders may perceive beast tamers as weak, in reality, this profession is extraordinarily powerful, far beyond anyone's imagination." Chapter 2. After concealing the truth for so long, it's time to unveil the reality. "Dad, is it true that Beastmasters are as formidable as you say?" Su Ao asked, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. His father, Su Weimin, wore a mysterious smile as he turned to Su Ao and replied, "My son, I have concealed this from you for far too long. It is time to lay all cards on the table. Your mother and I actually hail from the battlefield of the 10,000 races. I am the young master of the Su family from that realm. And your mother is the eldest daughter of the Li family. Both the Su and Li families are illustrious clans within the human faction, possessing the power to influence the destiny and survival of humanity. However, in recent decades, numerous spies from foreign races have infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom. Your mother and I have been tasked with masquerading as an ordinary couple to eradicate those insidious infiltrators." Su Ao, still skeptical, retorted, "Dad, you're not just drunk on cheap liquor, are you?" His father, slightly exasperated, responded, "I knew you wouldn't believe me. Come, allow me to show you the true might of a Beastmaster." Before Su Ao could process his words, his father seized his arm and rushed him to the balcony atop their residence. With a mere snap of his fingers, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Thunder roared as dark clouds gathered ominously. A colossal dragon, adorned with shimmering golden scales, descended from the heavens, soaring towards Su Weimin. The sheer majesty of the golden dragon sent shockwaves through the city of Linhai, plunging its inhabitants into a state of pandemonium. Even the city's security systems went into high alert. Good heavens, what manner of beast is that in the sky? It's terrifying. Such a powerful dragon could obliterate half our city with a single swipe of its claw. Indeed, it's a golden dragon. Such an enormous creature must possess at least 7th-tier strength, far beyond the capabilities of our city's defenses. Fear gripped the entire city as they gazed at the majestic beast tearing through the sky. Su Ao's eyes widened in astonishment. "See, I'm not deceiving you. Now, let us go. I'll take you to awaken your pet's abilities." With that, Su Weimin leapt onto the back of the golden dragon, pulling Su Ao along. With a low roar, the dragon ascended, soaring towards the heart of the city. After what felt like an eternity, Su Ao began to regain his composure. Sitting atop the dragon's back, he could effortlessly reach out to touch the fluffy clouds, gazing down at the sprawling cityscape below, filled with countless skyscrapers and bustling streets. Approximately 10 minutes later, the golden dragon landed gracefully at the entrance of the transmutation temple in the city center. Its massive frame, over 30 meters long and glistening with golden scales, became the center of attention. As they entered the temple, the high priest and his entourage greeted them with fervent enthusiasm. "Young Master Su, your presence brings great honor to our transmutation temple. Please come in." The high priest, fully aware of Su Weimin's formidable reputation, displayed utmost deference. Su Weimin waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "No need for formality. Prepare a premium training chamber for my son, and bring forth 10,000 energy crystals." Upon his command, the high priest respectfully led Su Weimin and Su Ao into the most luxurious premium training room, crafted from hundreds of spiritual or veins. The cost of this room alone was astronomical. In all of Linhai, this was the sole premium training chamber of its kind. Upon entering, Su Ao felt his experience points surge dramatically. "You have absorbed the spiritual energy of the premium training chamber. Experience points increased by 10. You have absorbed the spiritual energy of the premium training chamber. Experience points increased by 10. You have absorbed the spiritual energy of the premium training chamber. Experience points increased by 10. The exhilarating speed at which his experience points escalated felt akin to bathing in a refreshing spring on a sweltering summer day. As he reveled in the influx of energy, Su Ao's level visibly ascended. "Your experience points are full. You have leveled up to level 2. Your experience points are full. You have leveled up to level 3. Your experience points are full. You have leveled up to level 4. Your experience points are full. You have leveled up to level 10. Notice, level cap reached. You must undergo a second transmutation to continue leveling up." In a remarkable display, 9 radiant beams of light erupted from Su Ao, elevating him from level 1 to level 10. Such an extraordinary rate of advancement would surely astonish the majority of individuals if word spread. Typically, a novice would require at least 3 months of relentless grinding to progress from level 1 to level 10, but within this premium training chamber, Su Ao achieved what would normally take months in just 10 minutes. "Dad, how much does it cost to use this premium training chamber?" Su Ao inquired, fully aware that this kind of advancement was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. A smile graced Su Weimin's lips as he replied, "Using this premium training chamber is akin to burning through the wealth of an entire house. But fret not, it's merely family funds. Now, let us proceed to your second transmutation." Su Weimin led Su Ao out of the training room and to the transmutation desk. The receptionist, having been briefed by the high priest, greeted them with utmost care, eager to fulfill their every request. Upon learning that Su Ao was ready for his second transmutation, the receptionist beamed. "To become a summoner requires 10 monster cores, which the high priest has prepared for you. Furthermore, Our temple has a hidden transmutation reward slot, which the High Priest has graciously allocated to you. At that moment, an information panel appeared before Sueo. Do you accept the second transmutation to become a Beastmaster? Without hesitation, Sueo responded, accept. Success. Transmutation complete. Congratulations. You have successfully transmuted into a Beastmaster. Intelligence permanently increased by 5. Vitality permanently increased by 5. Agility permanently increased by 5. Strength permanently increased by 5. Note: due to your use of the hidden transmutation reward slot, your second transmutation has elevated you from Beastmaster to the unique hidden class Beast Sovereign. Intelligence additionally permanently increased by 30. Vitality additionally permanently increased by 30. Agility additionally permanently increased by 30. Strength additionally permanently increased by 30. Additional pet space increased by 1. Chapter 3. A Gift from Father. Following his successful second transmutation, Sueo could distinctly feel his attributes escalating. His core attributes, strength, vitality, agility, and intelligence, had all received significant boosts. Most importantly, he now possessed the ability to have an additional pet. Ecstatic, Su Weiman returned home with Sueo after the transmutation. He produced 2 skill books and handed them to Sueo. First, learn these 2 skills. One is Lightning Breath, and the other is Beast Affinity. Breath of Thunder, a skill available to dragon-type pets, capable of inflicting area of effect lightning damage on a small radius of enemies. Beast Integration, a skill that can be learned by Beast Masters, allowing them to merge with their pets and gain all of their attributes and abilities. The pet can be separated at any time. The allure of these 2 skill tomes was immense for Sueo. Without hesitation, he seized both tomes and began to study them diligently. Ding. Congratulations, you have mastered the skill of Beast Integration. Ding. Congratulations, your pet, the Xiangliu Serpent, has mastered the skill of Breath of Thunder. With the mastery of the Breath of Thunder skill, the Xiangliu Serpent's skill list was finally no longer barren. Given that his father was a concealed powerhouse, the skill tomes gifted to him could only be remarkable. Sueo felt a surge of anticipation to test the capabilities of the Xiangliu Serpent now that it had mastered the Breath of Thunder skill. At that moment, his mother, Xia, unexpectedly spoke up. Son, your father and I should have returned to the battlefield of myriad races long ago, but we have always been concerned about you. Now that you have reached adulthood and successfully awakened your profession as a Beastmaster, it is time for us to return to the battlefield. She continued. You must remember never to underestimate the profession of a Beastmaster. It may seem weak at first glance, but once it grows, it becomes the nightmare of all other races. Sueo nodded slightly, fully aware of the brutality of the battlefield of myriad races. Even 5th-tier professionals could only act as cannon fodder there. Until he became sufficiently powerful, his parents would never allow him to accompany them to the battlefield. Xia removed a necklace from around her neck and placed it around Sueo's, speaking earnestly. Son, this necklace contains 3 powerful attacks, sufficient to help you overcome 3 calamities. The rest of your journey must be walked by you alone. I believe you will carve out a realm of your own. But she emphasized, you must remember, before becoming a 7th-tier professional, never come to the battlefield of myriad races to find us. Remember. She then produced a golden divine gem radiating a sacred light, saying, Son, this is the supreme divine gem of the Radiant Angel, a treasured inheritance of our Leaf family. Although your pet cannot utilize this supreme divine gem just yet, be sure to never reveal it to outsiders, lest they harbor covetous thoughts. Once your pet matures, you can integrate this supreme divine gem into it. If you nurture your pet well, it may one day transcend divinity and establish dominance over all races. Remember, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Humanity is under constant invasion by foreign races, and countless heroic ancestors willingly charged into battle, falling on the front lines against these invaders. To me, you are the dawn of humanity's resurgence, the future Saint Emperor of humanity, the future sovereign of Earth. The pet divine gem has the potential to liberate pets from the shackles of divinity, granting them the possibility of transcending to greatness. Xia's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she enveloped Sueo in a deep embrace. Sueo nodded earnestly. Dad, Mom, do not worry. I will take good care of myself. You must look after yourselves too. Their son had grown up and matured. Su Weiman and Xia exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by joyful smiles, though overshadowed by a deeper sense of reluctance. They understood that no true powerhouse had ever grown under the protection of others. Only by allowing their son to forge his own path could he truly thrive. Ultimately, Su Weiman and Xia departed on their golden dragon. Watching their figures fade into the distance, Sueo felt an emptiness within. A sudden surge of intense desire and urgency to grow stronger coursed through him. Only by hastening his growth could he seek them out on the battlefield of myriad races. His mother had admonished him to refrain from venturing to the battlefield until he became a 7th-tier professional. Thus, he resolved to break through to that level as swiftly as possible. With the support of the system, Su Ao was confident that achieving 7th-tier status was merely a matter of time. In the afternoon, Su Ao returned to school, where he found his classmates, who had just completed their job transitions, eagerly collecting secret realm missions at the administration office. However, most opted to team up for the tasks. The advantage of teaming was enhanced safety, as different professions could synergize to yield greater results. Yet, the drawback lay in the division of experience and rewards. The more individuals in a team, the lesser the share for each. It was the perfect opportunity to test the combat prowess of the Xiangliu Serpent. Su Ao's eyes lit up, and he decisively made his way to the administration office. Upon his arrival, countless classmates turned their attention to him. Su Ao has transitioned to a Beastmaster, and he dares to take on missions? Failing a secret realm challenge wouldn't result in death, but it would lead to a loss of attributes. A significant loss could jeopardize future job transitions. I suspect Su Ao is attempting to team up for experience, but I doubt any group would want a Beastmaster. At that moment, many students scrutinized Su Ao, whispering among themselves, unfazed by their disdain. Su Ao thought to himself that once the Xiangliu Serpent displayed its true strength, he would thoroughly slap their faces with his success. He nonchalantly approached the administration desk and claimed the highest difficulty secret realm task available, Mighty Bull Tribe. Without hesitation, he chose to enter the secret realm. Under the watchful gazes of his peers, Su Ao's figure vanished into the realm. Could it be that he is truly attempting to solo the secret realm? They speculated. He must be tackling the easiest task, the Piglet Cave, which offers minimal rewards but at least carries no risk of failure. Nonetheless, I admire Su Ao's courage. If I had transitioned to a Beastmaster, I would have long since given up. How about we make a bet? If Su Ao can clear the secret realm in 3 hours, I'll run around the dormitory naked 3 times. I want to bet too. If Su Ao can clear it in 2 hours, I'll eat 3 pounds of dung while standing on my head. You all lack guts. If Su Ao clears it in 1 hour, I'll lick our school's restroom spotless. Goodness, you all are ruthless. I've already recorded it. You won't get a chance to back out. Chapter 4, Boss Brawl. Secretly playing the underhanded game. When Su Ao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate plain. Resources were exceedingly scarce here, and only the mightiest of bull warriors could survive in such an environment. In the distance, several bull warriors wielding battle axes patrolled vigilantly, ever alert to intruders. Su Ao decided to test the waters with these outer bull warriors to gauge the capabilities of the Xiangliu Serpent. He summoned the Xiangliu Serpent, and under Su Ao's command, it opened its mouth and unleashed a breath of lightning, imbued with a purple-white radiance, toward the nearest bull warrior. Boom. The lightning breath struck the bull warrior with tremendous force, dealing catastrophic explosive damage. Astonishingly, the lightning breath was an area of effect attack. Even the surrounding bull warriors suffered significant splash damage. Moo, moo, moo. The anguished cries of the bull warriors echoed as they fell, oblivious to the identity of their attacker. Their bodies reduced to mere mangled remains. You have slain the bull warrior, earning 10 experience points. Due to the bonus for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 15 experience points. You have slain the bull warrior, earning 10 experience points. Due to the bonus for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 15 experience points. You have slain the bull warrior, earning 10 experience points. Due to the bonus for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 15 experience points. With but a single breath of lightning, all these towering bull warriors were vanquished. Su Ao sensed the extraordinary prowess of his mystical golden serpent familiar, yet he had never anticipated its strength to be so formidable. Undoubtedly, a significant portion of this success was attributable to the powerful lightning breath skill book gifted to him by his father. Su Ao's level successfully ascended to 12. Name: Su Ao. Class: Beast Emperor, Unique. Level: 12, 286. Intelligence: 58. Strength: 53. Agility: 53. Constitution: 53. Familiar: Mystical Golden Serpent, Level 3. Skill: Beast Possession. As his level increased, so too did his attributes. Although beast tamers relied on their familiars in combat, their own attributes remained profoundly significant. The stronger one's attributes, the greater the enhancement bestowed upon their familiar. After dispatching several bull warriors, Su Ao ventured deeper into the bull tribe. As he delved further, he encountered a cadre of elite bull warriors, their forms gleaming white. These elite bull warriors were not only larger than their ordinary counterparts, but also possessed a more robust physique. Their crimson eyes surveyed the surroundings, ever prepared to rend apart any intruding foes. At Su Ao's command, the mystical golden serpent struck once more. A blast of lightning breath surged forth, aimed at the most densely clustered elite bull warriors. Boom! Countless elite bull warriors were abruptly sent flying, evidently grievously injured by the impact. However, these elite bull warriors boasted a superior physical constitution. While the lightning breath inflicted tremendous damage upon them, it was insufficient to obliterate them instantly. The wounded elite bull warriors swiftly became aware of the mystical golden serpent's presence, their eyes ablaze with fury as they raised their immense iron axes and charged forth. Unfazed by this formidable assault, the mystical golden serpent unleashed another torrent of lightning breath. Boom! The tremendous explosion resonated through the air. In an instant, the enraged elite bull warriors were annihilated. You have slain an elite bull warrior, earning 15 experience points. Due to the bonus for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 225 experience points. You have slain an elite bull warrior, earning 15 experience points. Due to the bonus for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 225 experience points. You have slain an elite bull warrior, earning 15 experience points. Due to the bonus for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 225 experience points. After eliminating this group of elite bull warriors, Su Ao's level ascended to 15, while the mystical golden serpent reached level 8. The astonishing speed at which Su Ao leveled up would undoubtedly shatter the perceptions of his classmates outside. However, Su Ao's ambition was not merely to surpass his peers. It was to swiftly advance to the 7th tier and journey to the battlefield of myriad races to locate his parents. Furthermore, if he were to cultivate sufficient strength, the pressure he faced when asserting his determination to be with Xiangliu before his family would lessen considerably. Regardless, he needed to elevate his power expeditiously. With this thought, a fervent desire to grow stronger surged within Su Ao, compelling him to delve deeper into the heart of the bull warrior tribe. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the cacophony of a fierce battle seized Su Ao's attention. He narrowed his gaze towards the source of the tumult. There, he beheld a bull chieftain clad in a cloak of blazing flames, wielding a golden battle axe, engaged in a fierce struggle with a silver-scaled Serpent King. Most astonishingly, these two formidable bosses were capable of human speech. The Silver Serpent King tightened its grip around the bull chieftain's neck, its eyes cold. "You wretched bull! How dare you steal my serpent eggs to make soup? I shall rend your body to pieces and avenge my offspring." The bull chieftain, straining against the Silver Serpent King's grasp, taunted back. "Ha! Your child's flesh is quite delectable. I have yet to satiate my appetite. It would be perfect to stew you into serpent soup, a true feast." The two bosses clashed fiercely, neither yielding to the other, locked in a deadly struggle. Su Ao concealed himself behind a hill, biding his time as a cunning opportunist, preparing to strike. At that moment, a quest prompt materialized before him. Ding! The Bull Chieftain and Silver Serpent King are locked in combat. Please make your choice. Option 1. Aid the Bull Chieftain in defeating the Silver Serpent King. Quest completion 50. Option 2. Uphold justice by assisting the Silver Serpent King in vanquishing the Bull Chieftain. Quest completion 90. Option 3. Seize the opportunity to eliminate both the Bull Chieftain and the Silver Serpent King. Quest completion 120, triggering an additional hidden reward. Chapter 5. Synthesize Familiars. Conquer the Secret Realm. To be a fool is to possess nothing. To be cunning is to have it all. He decisively chose the third option. Su Ao remained concealed in the shadows, observing the battle between the two bosses. The Bull Chieftain and Silver Serpent King were embroiled in a fierce struggle, utterly oblivious to the lurking opportunist waiting to reap the rewards. As the combat continued, both bosses sustained increasingly severe injuries. If this relentless battle persisted, the slightly advantageous Bull Chieftain would likely emerge victorious, slaying the Silver Serpent King. Silver Serpent King, you are reckless. Not only will you fail to avenge your offspring, but you may very well be slain by the Bull Chieftain. However, fortune favored you, for you have encountered me. Su Ao, watching the beleaguered Silver Serpent King continue its desperate resistance, felt a pang of sympathy and called out, "Brother Serpent, be cautious. I am here to assist you." At Su Ao's command, the mystical golden serpent, hidden behind the hill, revealed its glistening head, opening its mouth to unleash a blast of lightning breath. The purplish-white lightning breath, imbued with formidable pressure, struck the Bull Chieftain's skull with great force. The already gravely injured Bull Chieftain was utterly unprepared for such a covert attack. The terrifying surge of lightning energy obliterated the Bull Chieftain's head, sending its headless body crashing to the ground. You have slain the Bull Chieftain, earning 50 experience points. Due to the bonus for defeating an enemy of a higher level, You receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 100 experience points. How effortlessly one can dispatch a boss. The thrill of being an opportunist is truly exhilarating. This solidified Su Ao's resolve to steadfastly pursue the path of cunning. The defeat of the Bull Chieftain elevated Su Ao's level from 15, 287 experience, to 18, 314 experience. What a delightful triumph. The fortunate Silver Serpent King, having survived, soon became aware of Su Ao's presence, its piercing emerald-slit pupils fixated upon him as it spoke with a voice tinged with malice. Human, I extend my gratitude for aiding my vengeance. As a token of my appreciation, I shall send you along with it. A glimmer of chilling ferocity flashed in the Silver Serpent King's gaze, and it surged forth with violent intent, tearing the ground beneath into a profound chasm as it advanced. This Silver Serpent King was indeed repaying kindness with enmity. Fortunately, Su Ao had no intention of letting it escape unscathed. At that moment, the Silver Serpent King was wholly concentrated on attacking Su Ao, utterly oblivious to the juvenile serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to launch a surprise assault. The Xiangliu serpent suddenly unleashed another blast of lightning breath, striking fiercely at the Silver Serpent King's vulnerable spot. Being of the same serpentine lineage, the Xiangliu serpent was keenly aware of the Silver Serpent King's weakness, situated precisely at its 7th inch. The thunderous breath struck the Silver Serpent King with devastating force, cleaving it in twain, ensuring its demise. You have slain the Silver Serpent King, gaining 50 experience points. An additional 100 bonus experience for defeating an enemy of higher level has been granted, totaling 100 experience points. Another surge of experience points flooded in. Su Ao's experience skyrocketed, propelling him directly to level 21, 129 experience. The Xiangliu serpent also advanced to level 12. As a Beastmaster, any experience gained had to be shared with the pet. Thus, while Su Ao received 100 experience points, he effectively only gained 50. Had it not been for this division, his ascent would have been even swifter. Nonetheless, his current level and prowess were sufficient to overshadow his classmates. He was likely the sole individual in the entire class to have completed a second job transfer. The second transfer required level 10, the third transfer level 30, the fourth level 60, and the fifth level 100, and so forth. Presently, Su Ao was merely 9 levels away from achieving his third transfer. Following the demise of both the Minotaur Chief and the Silver Serpent King, a portal materialized in the void. Entering this portal would lead him out of the secret realm and back to school. As Su Ao prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed a glimmer emanating from the corpse of the Silver Serpent King. His gaze sharpened, and instinctively, he approached the lifeless form. Silver Serpent King's head, a rare material, potentially possessing extraordinary uses. Su Ao decisively picked up the head of the Silver Serpent King. At that moment, a system notification resonated within his mind. Ding! The Silver Serpent King's head is a rare material that can be utilized for pet synthesis. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis to enhance your pet? Su Ao recalled that his Awakens system ability was indeed this super pet synthesizer. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the unexpectedly acquired head of the Silver Serpent King was perfect for pet synthesis. The Xiangliu serpent and the Silver Serpent King, both being serpentine, made for highly compatible synthesis materials. Ding! Prototype pet and 1 material confirmed. Synthesis formula. Xiangliu serpent, juvenile, Silver Serpent King's head. This synthesis requires 100 wealth points. However, your current wealth points are insufficient. Note, for every 100 yuan earned, you gain an additional wealth point. Utilizing wealth points will not diminish your cash reserves. Alas, his wealth points were insufficient. Su Ao possessed 5,000 yuan, yet his wealth points were precisely 50. This indicated that he needed to find a way to earn another 5,000 yuan to initiate the pet synthesis. Fortunately, while wealth points were linked to his cash amount, synthesizing a pet would not deplete his cash reserves. Su Ao was filled with anticipation, eager to discover how the Xiangliu serpent would transform after synthesis. For now, he needed to devise a plan to earn that 5,000 yuan. Su Ao stepped into the portal, and as the scenery shifted before his eyes, he successfully returned to the campus. The moment Su Ao's figure emerged on campus, it immediately drew the attention of countless classmates. Heavens, did Su Ao really clear the instance? It was utterly inconceivable. Even we, who belonged to combat professions, dared not venture into medium-level secret realms without a team. Yet this Beastmaster had managed to solo his way out. They speculated that he must have chosen a beginner-level secret realm. However, even then, for a Beastmaster to solo, it was no small feat. What they did not realize was that Su Ao had not traversed a beginner-level secret realm, but rather a high-level secret realm, which countless classmates regarded as a nightmare. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Su Ao strode directly towards the administrative office. At that moment, most students were still within the secret realm, leaving the office rather quiet. A female teacher on duty noticed Su Ao's entrance and habitually inquired, "You must be here to challenge a secret realm, right? I advise forming a team." Su Ao shook his head and replied, "No, I am here to submit a quest." With that, he displayed his quest badge. High-level secret realm, Minotaur tribe, quest completed. Upon seeing the badge in Su Ao's hand, the female teacher's eyes widened in astonishment. Her face a portrait of shock, her mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg whole. Chapter 6. Reward Harvest. The teacher's astonishment. You, a high school senior who has just completed your first job transfer, managed to solo a secret realm? The expression of disbelief was evident on the teacher's face. However, upon noticing the difficulty rating of the Minotaur tribe's secret realm, she regarded Su Ao as if he were a monster. You ventured into a high-level secret realm? Are you even human? Although the notion of a high school senior soloing a high-level secret realm was utterly astounding, the female teacher maintained her professional demeanor and prepared to issue Su Ao his reward. Ding! You have received one high-level secret realm treasure chest. Due to your exceptional completion of the secret realm quest, you have been awarded an additional high-level secret realm treasure chest. 2 high-level secret realm treasure chests appeared before Su Ao. He collected both treasure chests and turned to exit the administrative office. Meanwhile, the female teacher gazed after Su Ao's departing figure, silently committing his name to memory. To think that our school, Linhai No. 1 High, has produced a genius named Su Ao. Just as the teacher was lost in thought, Director Shun, the uncle of Xiangliu, unexpectedly walked in. "What are you daydreaming about?" Director Shun noticed the teacher's rapt attention on a departing student and inquired. The teacher promptly recounted the recent events to Director Shun. Director Shun's expression shifted dramatically. "Is it true that someone just completed their first transfer and conquered a high-level secret realm? Our Linhai No. 1 High has consistently ranked last in the 8th City Joint Examination. I never anticipated that this year would yield such a prodigious talent. With the joint examination looming just days away, this extraordinary student will surely soar to greatness on exam day, astonishing everyone. This is a point of pride for our school. I am eagerly anticipating this genius's performance in the 8th City Joint Examination. This matter is of utmost importance. I must report this to the principal promptly. By the way, what is the name of this student?" "His name is Su Ao." The teacher had just noted down Su Ao's name. Director Shun was taken aback, a look of profound disbelief overtaking his features as he exclaimed, "What? You just said that the student who soloed the high-level secret realm is actually Su Ao? How is that even possible?" Upon mentioning Su Ao, Director Shin immediately recalled how he once intervened to prevent his niece, Xiangliu, from being with him. Now, it feels like he is mercilessly slapping his own face. Such an extraordinary genius. What family wouldn't he clamor to forge a marital alliance with him? They all desire to merge their lineage with that of a prodigy, hoping to produce even more exceptional offspring. Goodness, if Xiangliu's parents were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly come knocking with knives drawn. This is a disaster. Xiangliu's father has always had a penchant for thrashing me. I surely won't escape another beating this time. Director Shin couldn't help but shiver at the thought. In a secluded spot, Su Ao, with a sense of anticipation, retrieved 2 high-level secret realm treasure chests. "Would you like to open the high-level secret realm treasure chest?" "Open. Congratulations, you have obtained black iron grade boots, leather boots. Leather boots. Movement speed increased by 20, resale value 2,000 yuan. Not bad." After trying them on, Su Ao discovered they were exceptionally comfortable, far surpassing the sneakers he had previously purchased from Warrior and Anta. Most importantly, these boots were black iron equipment that enhanced his attributes. After donning them, Su Ao felt a noticeable increase in his walking speed, as if he were gliding effortlessly. He had one more high-level secret realm treasure chest to open. Continuing, he did so. High-level secret realm treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have drawn a rare reward. You have obtained a bronze pet grade item, Emerald Crown. Emerald Crown increases pet spell damage by 10, resale value 4,000 yuan. What a splendid item. But why does it look so green? And it's a hat. Although the attributes are enticing, it's still a rather ridiculous green hat. The leather boots are worth 2,000 yuan, while the Emerald Crown is valued at 4,000 yuan. If he sold both, he would have enough money for a synthesis evolution of the Xinjin snake. Yet, Su Ao still felt somewhat at a loss. He was certain he wouldn't be able to acquire such fine equipment for merely 6,000 yuan if he were to buy them outright. Just as Su Ao was pondering whether to sell these 2 pieces of equipment for cash, he suddenly caught sight of a graceful figure approaching him. "Su Ao, what are you doing here?" It was none other than Xiangliu, her face adorned with a bright smile, showing no trace of the conflict she had earlier with her parents. Su Ao paused for a moment, then lifted his head to say, "Lingshu, could you lend me 5,000 yuan? I'm in urgent need." If he could borrow this amount from Xiangliu, he wouldn't have to consider selling the 2 black iron items. Those pieces provided him with considerable benefits, making their sale unwise. Xiangliu was momentarily taken aback. Then, without hesitation, she pulled out a bank card from her pocket, saying, "This card contains 20,000 yuan, a reward from my father this noon. Feel free to use it. There's no need to return it." For a high school senior, 20,000 yuan was no small sum. Su Ao had merely intended to borrow 5,000, yet Xiangliu offered him 20,000 without a second thought. "Aren't you going to ask what I need the money for?" Su Ao was surprised by Xiangliu's generous offer. She beamed at him, sweetly replying, 20,000 isn't much, just take it. Most importantly, you must stay motivated. I believe that even as a Beastmaster, you can shine brilliantly." After a tender exchange with Xiangliu, they reluctantly bid each other farewell. Once she departed, Su Ao eagerly opened the super pet synthesizer. Sure enough, his wealth value had transformed into 250. Ugh, that number feels ominously unlucky. But he had enough wealth, so he decisively proceeded with the synthesis. Ding! Prototype pet, and 1 material confirmed. Synthesis formula, Xianjin snake, juvenile, silver snake king S-head. This synthesis requires 100 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Synthesize. Without hesitation, Su Ao confirmed. Immediately, the silver snake king S-head radiated a brilliant light, rapidly merging into the Xianjin snake under the influence of divine energy. Chapter 7. Work necessities, old ox chasing young grass. Ding. Synthesis successful. Your black iron grade pet, Xianjin snake, has successfully evolved into a bronze grade pet, the 2-headed gold-silver snake. Following the evolution, the Thunder Breath skill has undergone an extraordinary transformation, upgraded to Thunder Strike. Thunder Strike. The 2-headed gold-silver snake simultaneously unleashes a thunder attack from both heads, dealing damage equivalent to Thunder Breath, but releasing 2 thunder attacks with 1 skill. Su Ao gazed at the 2-headed gold-silver snake before him. Indeed, it had 2 heads. What's more, it could unleash 2 thunder breaths at once. This effectively doubled its damage output. He never anticipated that this synthesis would elevate his primary pet by an entire tier. Its power had undoubtedly surged, and there were no adverse effects. Most importantly, with the super pet synthesizer at his disposal, the 2-headed gold-silver snake could undergo limitless synthesis evolution. It was destined to transform into an inconceivably formidable being. Su Ao noticed that after evolving into the 2-headed gold-silver snake, not only had it grown an additional head, but its body had also increased in size. What was once merely the length of his thumb had now elongated to the length of his ring finger. Its body displayed 2 distinct colors, one half of brilliant gold, while the other half was a muted silver. It appeared remarkably extraordinary. 2-headed gold-silver snake. Level 12. Intelligence 102. Strength 78. Constitution 85. Agility 96. Skill Thunderstrike. As a Beastmaster, one's greatest reliance indeed lies in their pets. The attributes of the 2-headed gold-silver snake far surpassed those of Su Ao himself, especially its intelligence, which had exceeded 100. It was clear that this little snake was undoubtedly destined to be a mage. Snake, be strong and wear this. Su Ao decisively adorned the emerald crown upon the 2-headed gold-silver snake. To his astonishment, he discovered that the 2-headed gold-silver snake possessed 2 equipment slots for helmets. This meant that it could equip 1 more item than other pets, granting it a significant advantage. Su Ao felt immensely satisfied. Glancing at his watch, he realized that the first class of the afternoon was about to commence. He returned to the classroom, which was now filled with students. A tall woman entered, surveying the class as she spoke. Your academic courses concluded yesterday. My name is Zhao Shuang, and I have been hired as a special education teacher by Linghai No. 1 high school. I will be responsible for your intensive training over the next 2 weeks. After this period, there will be a joint martial arts examination among 8 cities in the province. This is an opportunity for all newly transitioned senior students to leap into greatness. The top 10 rankings in the 8-city joint examination grant entry to the nation's 4 prestigious universities. Students who rank in the top 30 of the entire school can gain admission to ordinary vocational colleges. Those who fall within the bottom 70 will forfeit their chances of entering vocational institutions and will have no choice but to pursue mundane jobs in society. The special education teacher, Zhao Shuang, uttered these words, causing an uproar among the class. Gaining admission to a vocational college ensures that one's future salary will be at least 10 times higher than that of an average individual. Admission to the 4 elite universities guarantees a place among the upper echelons of society. Those wielding military and political power, the ultimate champions standing at the pinnacle of humanity, and even the founders of grand financial empires. All top talents emerge from these 4 institutions. The prestige of these 4 universities is unparalleled. Su Ao felt a surge of fervor within, resolving to set a modest goal for himself. In half a month, he would strive to break into the top 10 of the 8-city joint examination. Gaining entry into the 4 prestigious universities would surely earn him recognition from Xiangliu's family. Moreover, admission to these esteemed institutions would expedite his advancement to the 7th transition, allowing him to venture into the battlefield of myriad races in search of his parents. After classes concluded, Su Ao departed from the school. The secret realms provided by the institution were merely for students to practice real combat, presenting little challenge for him and offering scant rewards. The realms that his classmates clamored to enter held little potential for his growth. With only half a month remaining until the 8-city joint examination, it was imperative for him to enhance his strength swiftly. As a Beastmaster, the most expedient way to grow stronger was to utilize the Super Pet Synthesizer. However, to access the synthesizer, 2 conditions must be met. First, precious synthesis materials. Second, a substantial amount of wealth. If he were affluent, he could simply purchase the synthesis materials. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the need to earn money. What could he do to earn money quickly? Su Ao contemplated a method, assisting the police with their investigations. The police station frequently offers high-value bounties, and by aiding them in solving cases, one could receive generous rewards. Su Ao resolved to give it a try. It would not only hone his skills, but also allow him to earn money. What could be more advantageous? With that thought, he strode decisively towards the police station. Inside the police station, the atmosphere was bustling. It seemed a new case had just been announced, drawing in a crowd. Su Ao's eyes brightened as he joined the throng, entering the precinct. He filled out his personal information on a resume and submitted it to an officer on duty. The officer glanced at Su Ao's resume and remarked, "A 2nd transition Beastmaster? You perfectly fit the criteria for assistance. During the investigation, strict adherence to orders is required, and the remuneration is 20,000 yuan. If you achieve significant contributions during the case, additional rewards may be granted at our discretion. If there are no objections, please sign here." Su Ao was quite satisfied with the remuneration and raised no objections, promptly signing the contract. Just then, an irate voice erupted from behind him. "How can a mere 2nd transition Beastmaster assist in an investigation while I, a 3rd transition swordsman, am sidelined? I seriously suspect there's foul play involved. This is unjust." The officer on duty cast a cold glance at the disgruntled man and replied, "While a Beastmaster may lack substantial combat prowess, their pets facilitate reconnaissance efforts. Furthermore, a 2nd transition practitioner is less likely to attract the attention of criminals, making them more suitable for assisting in investigations. I've explained myself. Remove this troublemaker." The disgruntled swordsman was promptly escorted out. Su Ao was led to an internal office where a multitude of police officers, all skilled professionals, were gathered. Clearly, this was a significant case, as evidenced by the 20,000 yuan bounty for assistance. Alongside Su Ao stood a dozen young men and women, all there to aid in the investigation. They appeared slightly older than Su Ao, likely university students. Upon seeing Su Ao enter, they all paused momentarily, surprised that a high school student was also present to assist with the case. He picked up the case file and began reviewing the details. The case involves the kidnapping of Xia Wanxing, the daughter of the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, by a member of the Soul clan who has infiltrated the city. The entire city has been sealed off. He cannot escape and must be hiding somewhere in Linhai City. Members of the Soul clan closely resemble humans but are not human. Their defining feature is their eyes, which possess extraordinary abilities. The file displayed the appearance of the Soul clan member, a young male with an aquiline nose, narrow eyes, and a sinister demeanor. After reviewing the file, Su Ao heard the serious voice of the lead middle-aged officer. This Soul clan member is quite powerful, equivalent to a 4th transition practitioner. During our initial attempt to apprehend him, 3 of our officers sustained severe injuries, and he ultimately escaped. However, he is also gravely injured. You 1T need to engage in direct combat with the Soul clan member. Your responsibility will be to search designated areas. If you discover any leads regarding his whereabouts, notify us immediately. Obey orders." Su Ao responded without hesitation. "We will follow orders." The other university students echoed in agreement. The middle-aged officer nodded and continued, "Excellent. I will now proceed with the group assignments. Li Chao will pose as a tech-savvy homebody, searching around the tech district. Zhou Lanlan Maru and Lin Yuer will pose as nurses, each responsible for searching a different hospital. Finally, Su Ao and a female officer will play the role of a young couple in love, searching several large supermarkets near the police station. The operation commenced swiftly. The female officer, named Li Qingzhu, 24 years old, was slightly less attractive than Xin Xiaohua, but possessed an incredibly alluring figure, with a slim waist and ample curves. Li Qingzhu tossed a red sweater to Su Ao and donned a matching outfit herself. her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Little brother, I do have a fondness for young pups like you. In response to Li Qingzhu's teasing, Sueo did not shy away. As long as Sister Li doesn't worry about being devoured by me, I have no objections. How intriguing. Initially, Li Qingzhu merely intended to lighten the mood, but she found herself intrigued by the maturity of this high school student, who showed no signs of naivety. Once they donned their couple's attire, Li Qingzhu even took out her exquisite handbag and requested Sueo to carry it. Their appearance was so well coordinated that anyone who saw them would undoubtedly perceive them as a couple on a date. Hand in hand, Li Qingzhu led Sueo into a large supermarket, where they indulged in snacks and leisurely browsed. Throughout, Li Qingzhu playfully teased Sueo, yet each time, he deftly countered her advances, leaving her feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Nevertheless, their teamwork was remarkably harmonious, and within just 2 hours, they had thoroughly searched every corner of the nearby supermarkets. As expected, they found no leads, and after inquiring around, discovered that no clues had emerged from other areas either. A hint of frustration crossed Li Qingzhu's fair face. The bustling supermarkets, hospitals, residential buildings, and hotels had all been thoroughly searched. Yet there was no trace of the Soul Clan members. Is it possible that he has escaped to a location that no officer would ever anticipate? Sueo suddenly proposed. What do you mean? Li Qingzhu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Sueo ventured a bold hypothesis. With all the police dispersed in search of the Soul Clan's whereabouts, the police station is quite deserted. Could it be that he is hiding within the police station itself? How could that be? Li Qingzhu gasped in shock. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Sueo. Sueo himself was not entirely certain of this conjecture. However, given that the entire city had been sealed off and all possible locations had been scoured, could it truly be that this Soul Clan member has vanished into thin air? Let us take a look back. We won't report to our superiors just yet to avoid raising false alarms, Sueo suggested, seeking her agreement. Fine. Although Li Qingzhu found Sueo's theory unlikely. After all, no fugitive would dare to enter a police station. As her experience as an officer dictated, there was nothing else to do at the moment. Since they were closest to the police station, they decided to investigate. Inside the police station's office, a gaunt young man with a hawk-like nose lounged on the sofa, his legs crossed. At his feet lay a bound young girl, her eyes brimming with terror. This girl was Xiao Wanqing, who had been abducted by the Soul Clan. Please, let me go. My family is wealthy. My father is the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. No matter the ransom, my father will surely pay it for my release, Xiao Wanqing pleaded desperately. The hawk-nosed youth responded by delivering a kick to her abdomen. As she curled up in pain, a sadistic smile crept across his face, relishing the torment he inflicted upon her. You think I'm a fool enough to let your family pay for your release? The moment I release that information, the police will pinpoint my location, and I wouldn't be able to escape with the money. I just saw the case files here. They have my physical description and are currently locking down the entire city to apprehend me. The moment I step out of this police station, they will track me down. Xiao Wanqing was paralyzed with fear. She had witnessed the hawk-nosed youth brutally murder several people as he stormed into the police station. Given his merciless nature, it was unlikely he would spare her. As the hawk-nosed youth suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed ominously upon her, Xiao Wanqing trembled, a surge of dread washing over her. What? What are you going to do? She stammered, her voice quaking. A sinister grin spread across the youth's face, his eyes swirling with a dreadful black aura. As he greedily declared, I will reveal a secret to you. My innate ability is possession. This body I inhabit is one I have taken. The reason I haven't harmed you until now is that my possession ability was still in cooldown. But now it has finally recharged. Soon, everything that is you will belong to me. Ha ha. Save me. Save me. Xiao Wanqing, enduring excruciating pain, struggled desperately for help. The hawk-nosed youth scoffed, tightening his grip around Xiao Wanqing's neck, the dark aura of his possession ability surging violently toward her. Xiao Wanqing's eyes began to glaze over, her strength waning as she ceased to resist. The hawk-nosed youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. This moment was what he had been scheming for all along. Once he possessed Xiao Wanqing, he could seamlessly infiltrate this city, fulfilling his master's orders. Suddenly, a two-headed golden-silver snake burst through the window. Its jaws agape as two electric orbs struck the hawk-nosed youth squarely in the eyes. The youth howled in agony. The process of possession abruptly interrupted. My eyes. What have you done? You're seeking death. The hawk-nosed youth's expression shifted to one of alarm, and his eyes erupted with a terrifying magical spike, hurtling toward the two-headed golden-silver snake. This was the furious strike of a fourth-tier practitioner, immensely powerful. If the spike connected, the snake would be annihilated in an instant. However, what transpired next was beyond the hawk-nosed youth's comprehension. Just as the magical spike was about to strike, the two-headed golden-silver snake vanished from sight. The hawk-nosed youth's face fell in shock, unable to grasp the situation. Bang! The office door was suddenly kicked open. Su Ao and Li Qingzhu burst in. You think you can apprehend me with just the two of you? The hawk-nosed youth exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before a cruel smile crept onto his face. Your position has been compromised. All the police will be here shortly, and I will relish watching you try to escape. Su Ao's gaze remained eerily calm as he stared at the hawk-nosed youth. You're finished. Damn it. The hawk-nosed youth cursed, leaping toward the window without hesitation. The sudden disappearance of the two-headed gold-and-silver snake was due to Su Ao utilizing the Beast Bond skill at a critical moment. Now, Su Ao had fused with the snake. His body was adorned with radiant golden scales, each shimmering with a chilling gleam that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Most terrifying of all were the two menacing snake heads that sprouted from his spine. With their mouths agape, they unleashed two orbs of purple-white lightning, smashing toward the fleeing hawk-nosed youth. Bang! Bang! The orb struck the youth's head with pinpoint accuracy. The hawk-nosed youth's head exploded. His face twisted in disbelief as he collapsed into a pool of blood, greenish blood spilling onto the floor. Chapter 9. The Synthesis of the Mysterious Eye. A pet's transformation? Witnessing the scene of the Soul Clan fugitive being single-handedly dispatched by Su Ao, Li Qingzhu was left in a state of disbelief. Her chest heaved, reflecting the turmoil within her that was difficult to quell. Having served as an officer for 3 years, this was the first time she felt such a profound sense of unreality. Even though she had witnessed it firsthand, how could a 4th-tier Soul Clan powerhouse be killed by a mere high school student? Although the Soul Clan member was in a severely weakened state, he still possessed the capability to instantly eliminate a 3rd-tier practitioner. The process through which Su Ao vanquished the Soul Clan member appeared seamless, yet it was fraught with peril. First, he utilized the snake's stealth to ascertain the position of the Soul Clan member before launching a surprise attack. When the Soul Clan member countered, he swiftly recalled the snake, causing the attack to miss. Yet, the Soul Clan member still had the strength to obliterate both of them. Su Ao, however, remained remarkably composed, asserting that all the police would soon arrive, which thoroughly intimidated the Soul Clan member. The fugitive dared not gamble with his life and chose to flee. Seizing the moment, Su Ao shot down the escaping Soul Clan member from a distance. As Li Qingzhu analyzed the recent events, her perception of this high school student deepened. Finding him to be shrouded in mystery, almost unfathomable, he was astonishingly calm and decisively resolute. In truth, she had not alerted the other officers. She had merely accompanied Su Ao to investigate out of skepticism. However, given the urgency of the situation, had it not been for Su Ao's sudden intervention, which managed to intimidate the formidable Soul Clan warrior, it is likely that not only would the little girl have perished, but they too would have met their demise. Li Qingzhu's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth as she gazed at Su Ao, her expression imbued with a hint of admiration. You are truly destined for a career in law enforcement. You should consider applying here after graduation. I look forward to working alongside you. Yet, Su Ao's aspirations did not lie in becoming a mere precinct officer. Instead, he yearned to become a 7th-tier powerhouse, embarking on a quest to the battleground of myriad races in search of his parents. Although he had no intention of pursuing that path, Su Ao felt no need to dismiss Li Qingzhu's compliment, replying with a smile. Being a police officer sounds quite appealing. I shall give it some thought. Li Qingzhu immediately discerned that Su Ao was merely humoring her and rolled her eyes in response. I can't believe you. Someone of your caliber would hardly settle for being a precinct officer after graduation. She continued, I will report the events that just transpired to my superiors. If all goes well, you will not only receive a reward of 20,000 yuan, but also an additional substantial merit bonus. Without delay, Li Qingzhu dialed the number of her commanding officer. Captain Chen, we have located the Soul Clan fugitive and the kidnapped hostage. Where is the fugitive? Ensure you keep a watchful eye from a distance, but do not let him notice you, or your lives will be at stake. Captain Chen's urgent voice resonated from the other end of the line. The fugitive is within the precinct and has already been vanquished by Su Ao. The hostage is safe. So please rest assured. Li Qingzhu responded. What? How is that possible? Captain Chen exclaimed, astonished, almost doubting his own hearing. However, adhering to the strict discipline of the precinct, Li Qingzhu would not fabricate a report. He quickly added, stay at the precinct. We will be there shortly. Soon, Captain Chen arrived with a contingent of officers. Hurrying into the office. Upon entering, he noticed the unconscious hostage, Xiao Wanqing. What happened? Captain Chen inquired, frowning at the sight of the fainted Xiao Wanqing, whose father was the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, a figure of considerable influence. Any misfortune befalling his daughter would lead to significant repercussions. Li Qingzhu promptly explained. Xiao Wanqing was just conscious. I checked her vitals, and everything seems normal. She is likely just in a state of shock. Captain Chen also assessed her condition and, upon confirming her safety, he finally relaxed. What about the Soul Clan fugitive? He asked again. Xiangliu pointed toward the lifeless body of the Soul Clan warrior lying in a pool of blood outside the window. Captain Qin stared at the gruesome sight of the fugitive's corpse, astonished. Are you certain that this Soul Clan fugitive was killed by Su Ao, a mere second-tier beast tamer? I witnessed it myself. I can vouch for him. Xiangliu recounted the entire sequence of events, detailing how Su Ao had calmly dispatched the fugitive. Captain Qin took a while to recover from his shock, his expression turning to one of admiration as he regarded Su Ao. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I shall personally award you a bonus. In addition to the 20,000 yuan assistance bonus, due to your extraordinary merit, you will receive an additional 100,000 yuan. Captain Qin retrieved 12,000 yuan and handed it to Su Ao. Thank you, Captain Qin. Su Ao accepted the cash. You're welcome. You have rightfully earned it. Furthermore, I have reported your accomplishments to my superiors, who are quite pleased with your performance and wish to bestow upon you a merit badge. From now on, you shall be recognized as a first-tier citizen. Captain Qin stated solemnly. A first-tier citizen? Su Ao's eyes widened in surprise, a joyful expression illuminating his face. The Merit Star is a prestigious award conferred by the state to individuals who have made exceptional contributions to humanity. Becoming a first-tier citizen affords numerous advantages. During college entrance examinations, the 4 premier institutions prioritize the admission of students with first-tier citizen status, as their fundamental mission is to cultivate outstanding talents for the nation. Ultimately, the goal is to nurture individuals of noble character and patriotic spirit. The status of a first-tier citizen is invaluable, unattainable through monetary means. It can only be earned through contributions to the country, society, and its people. Moreover, various endeavors such as public service, military enlistment, acquiring state resources, and establishing enterprises all grant first-tier citizens priority. Captain Qin, with a grave demeanor, affixed the first-tier merit badge to Su Ao's chest and then rendered a military salute. Su Ao reciprocated with a salute of his own. At that moment, the university students who had participated in the auxiliary police work gazed at Su Ao with envy. The status of a first-tier citizen not only signifies numerous hidden benefits and privileges, but also serves as a symbol of honor. Even spending a fortune would not yield the status of a first-tier citizen, a distinction far more valuable than the 2,000 yuan they had received. Once the throng of university students dispersed, Su Ao remained behind, reluctant to leave. Captain Qin turned to him and inquired, "Young man, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Su Ao pointed to the corpse of the hawk-nosed youth outside and said, "Could I possibly obtain the eye materials from the Soul Clan fugitive? Those eyes would greatly enhance the strength of my pet." The distinction between the Soul Clan and humanity lies in those extraordinary, enigmatic eyes. As a 4th-tier practitioner, the hawk-nosed youth possessed formidable power. It was only due to his severe injuries and panic that Su Ao had found the opportunity to strike successfully. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Su Ao's mind. What transformation might occur if he were to synthesize those extraordinarily peculiar eyes onto his 2-headed gold-and-silver snake using a super synthesizer? Chapter 10. Nuclear Fusion AI Mecha Egg. Super Brain Beauty Pet. You desire the eyes of the Soul Clan fugitive? If it is merely the eyes you seek, I can certainly accommodate you. The corpse, even without its eyes, will not hinder our mission submission. In truth, submitting a corpse missing its eyes may complicate matters with higher-ups. If anyone else were to make such a request, Captain Qin would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. However, given that Su Ao has been awarded the first-tier citizen badge personally by him, Captain Qin deemed it worthwhile to explain the situation to his superiors in exchange for the opportunity to foster a connection with a first-tier citizen like Su Ao. With a smile, Captain Qin said, "You may go ahead and retrieve the eyes, but be sure to preserve the integrity of the corpse." Su Ao's face brightened with joy as he stepped forward, swiftly grasping the 2 eerie, emerald green eyes. After bidding farewell to Captain Qin, Su Ao excitedly returned home. Upon arriving, his first order of business was to engage in pet synthesis. With the 12,000 yuan bonus, his wealth value had increased by 1,200 points, rising from 150 to 1,350 points. Su Ao decisively activated the Super Pet Synthesizer. Ding! The 2-headed gold and silver snake has been confirmed as the prototype pet. Please select the synthesis material. A pair of Soul Clan eyes. Su Ao placed the prepared Soul Clan eyes into the synthesizer. A prototype pet and a material have been confirmed. Synthesis formula: 2-headed gold and silver snake, juvenile, a pair of Soul Clan eyes. This synthesis will require 300 wealth points. Do you wish to proceed with the synthesis? Synthesize. Anticipation gleamed in Su Ao's eyes. As the synthesizer activated, those eerie and alluring emerald green eyes swiftly melded into the vertical pupils of the 2-headed gold and silver serpent. The serpent's vertical pupils erupted with a sinister and terrifying dark green radiance. That dark green slit emanated an awe-inspiring glow that instilled a sense of dread in all who dared to gaze upon it. Ding! Synthesis successful. Your bronze-tier pet, the two-headed golden-silver serpent, has successfully transformed into a silver-tier beast, the evil eye two-headed serpent, through synthesis. Congratulations! Your pet, the evil eye two-headed serpent, has comprehended the essence of the Soul Clan's evil eye during its evolution. Please select one of the following 3 evil eye abilities as the evolution skill for the evil eye two-headed serpent. Option 1, Possession Eye. The evil eye two-headed serpent can unleash its eye power, permanently possessing the body of a target whose attributes are all lower than its own. Cooldown, 3 years. Option 2, Soul-Piercing Eye. The evil eye two-headed serpent attacks enemies using its eye power, inflicting a certain amount of damage. Option 3, Control Eye. The evil eye two-headed serpent can control enemies with its eye power, commanding the controlled foes to perform any action. The duration of control is determined by the target's mental resistance. The weaker the enemy, the longer the control time. The first option, Possession Eye, seemed rather superfluous for Sueo. He had no need to possess a beast weaker than the evil eye two-headed serpent itself to make it his pet. He decisively dismissed it. The second option, Soul-Piercing Eye, was a damaging skill, yet its damage was inferior to the Thunderstrike combo, rendering it somewhat mediocre. The third option, Control Eye, was a formidable control skill. Once the enemy was ensnared by the evil arts, Sueo could manipulate them at will for a brief period. This skill was indeed practical. For instance, when facing a formidable beast, he could compel it to exhaust all its powerful abilities before striking it down, making the encounter significantly easier. Alternatively, if ambushed, he could immobilize the assailant and retaliate with a lethal counterattack. The potential applications of this skill were virtually limitless. Seemingly an ordinary skill, it was, in reality, a true masterpiece. Without hesitation, Sueo proclaimed, "I choose the third skill, Control Eye." Upon making his choice, an extraordinarily sinister light burst forth from the serpent's vertical pupils, instilling a chilling sense of terror. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet, the evil eye two-headed serpent, has mastered the Control Eye skill. After evolving into a silver-tier beast, the intellect of the evil eye two-headed serpent soared from 102 to 152. Its attributes of constitution, agility, and strength all surpassed the 100 mark. This was undoubtedly a remarkable enhancement. Following 2 evolutions, the evil eye two-headed serpent had grown to the length of a middle finger. Observing the serpent's continuous growth through its evolutions filled Sueo with profound satisfaction. On the following morning, Sueo received notification that there would be no classes in the morning, but all students would undergo a strength assessment in the afternoon. Those demonstrating exceptional prowess would be rewarded by the school. Suddenly, he recalled that he still had an unopened beginner's gift pack. This gift pack could only be opened the next day, and now was precisely the time to unveil it. Sueo accessed the system space and decisively retrieved the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Open. Sueo replied without hesitation. Congratulations! Please select one of the following 3 pet eggs as your beginner's reward. Option 1, Rare Avian Pet Egg. Upon hatching, it will randomly yield a flying beast as your pet. Hatching time, 3 days. Option 2, Rare Aquatic Beast Egg. Upon hatching, it will randomly yield a marine beast as your pet. Hatching time, 3 days. Option 3, Unique Hidden Nuclear Fusion AI Mecha Egg. Upon hatching, it will yield an intelligent AI beauty with mastery over futuristic technological powers as your pet. Hatching time, 14 days. Chapter 11, Rewards for Exploring the Secret Realm. Noble Treatment. The first and second options were quite ordinary. Most avian and marine beasts could be found in the real world. Choosing either of these would be a complete waste of the beginner's gift pack. Only the third option stirred Sueo's profound interest. In his previous life on Earth, a technological explosion was underway, with artificial intelligence akin to ChatGPT emerging abruptly. Consequently, human technology began to advance at an astonishing pace. Breakthroughs in nuclear fusion, superintelligent brains, and immortality technologies followed in quick succession. He had anticipated enjoying the benefits of this era, only to find himself inexplicably transported to this world of universal job transitions. Sueo was eager to discover the formidable and mysterious futuristic technological abilities possessed by the intelligent AI beauty emerging from the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg. Would she successfully develop a potion for immortality? His curiosity regarding this egg, infused with an air of enigma, was palpable. With a hatching time of 14 days, it coincided perfectly with the remaining 14 days until the city-wide examination. A gleam of intense anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he resolutely declared, I look forward to the extraordinary powers my nuclear fusion AI mecha eggs hatching will reveal during the city-wide examination. I choose the third option, the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg. After making his selection, a futuristic nuclear fusion AI mecha egg appeared within the system space. It would hatch on its own after 14 days. With the class strength assessment scheduled for the afternoon, Su Ao decided to seize the morning to venture once more into the secret realm. However, this time, the secret realm he intended to explore was not the simplistic variety found within high school grounds, but rather a perilous wilderness realm that posed a genuine life and death challenge. The reason it was deemed life-threatening was that death at the hands of monsters in the wilderness realm was a stark reality. Each year, thousands of job transitioners perished in these treacherous outdoor environments. Despite the inherent dangers, the lucrative rewards for conquering wilderness realms drew countless brave transitioners, unafraid of death, seeking fortune. Simultaneously, it served as a means to hone and enhance their abilities. A journey into the wilderness realm would serve as a trial of his strength. Su Ao possessed a life-saving amulet gifted by his mother, ensuring that should he encounter insurmountable danger, he could utilize the amulet's formidable attack to easily resolve any peril. Nevertheless, he intended to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, to refine and elevate his own prowess, and secondly, the amulet could only unleash 3 powerful attacks. Each use diminished its availability, necessitating careful conservation. Su Ao made his way directly to the Job Transition Temple. At this time, the secret realm was experiencing a peak refresh season, and the temple was bustling with transitioners. These individuals had all come to seek riches by delving into the secret realms. The queue to receive secret realm missions had formed a long line. Should Su Ao decide to join the line now, he would likely have to wait until at least 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and even then, it was uncertain if he would secure the opportunity to accept the secret realm mission. Just as Su Ao found himself in a quandary, a strikingly beautiful female staff member from the temple approached him with a radiant smile. "Mr. Su, may I inquire if you have any matters that require attention? With your esteemed status, there is no need to queue. I can escort you directly to the VIP window for your needs," she inquired respectfully, her smile sweet and inviting. Su Ao was taken aback, suddenly recalling that this charming temple employee was the same one who had facilitated his transition to the unique hidden class of Beast King during his last visit. It appeared she had recognized him. This certainly made things easier. "I wish to venture into a secret realm, preferably one that yields exceptional materials from formidable boss creatures," Su Ao declared, for he possessed a wealth of resources but lacked only the necessary synthesis materials. If he could procure suitable materials for the Evil Eye Hydra, it could once again undergo synthesis and evolution. Although he had acquired the mysterious and potent nuclear fusion AI mecha egg on the day of the 8th City Joint examination, the Evil Eye Hydra remained his most stable assurance for securing a place among the 4 top-tier academies. Regardless of what pet the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg might hatch, Su Ao was determined to cultivate the Evil Eye Hydra into an unparalleled companion. Upon learning of Su Ao's intent, the temple employee's face brightened with an enchanting smile as she replied, "Mr. Su, I comprehend your request. Please, follow me." She then guided Su Ao to the VIP window, a sight that undoubtedly elicited envy and astonishment from the many individuals waiting at the ordinary counters. "Look, someone is being attended to at the VIP window. Who is that young man? What a handsome lad. He must belong to a prominent family. If only my boyfriend could be this dashing. Only someone of such distinguished status could access the VIP window. How could we even dare to approach? Lower your voices. Such a noble figure is not someone we should speculate about. If he overhears our idle chatter and takes offense, we might face dire consequences." Though filled with envy, the crowd dared not utter disparaging remarks, nor could they bring themselves to meet Su Ao's gaze. In their eyes, the deference shown to him by the temple employees signified his remarkable status as ordinary job changers, who among them would dare to offend such a significant figure. At that moment, the temple employee presented 3 secret realm options for Su Ao to consider. 1. The Lost Leviathan, 4-star difficulty, a colossal ship submerged in the depths of the ocean, now occupied by swarms of marine life. Realm restriction, accessible only to those within 4 job transitions. 2. The Weeping Forest, 3-star difficulty, a forest inhabited by numerous malevolent spirits corrupted by dark energy. Brave warriors are called to investigate the source of this corruption. Realm restriction, accessible only to those within 3 job transitions. 3. The Lava Caverns, 3-star difficulty, a dormant volcano where magma has birthed numerous fiery beings. Warriors are tasked with retrieving 100 pieces of lava or from the depths. Realm restriction, accessible only to those within 3 job transitions. After revealing these 3 secret realm projects, the temple employee donned a professional smile and remarked, "Mr. Su, Boss materials are exceedingly precious, and the drop rates in dungeons are typically low, often below 1. Only unexplored realms guarantee a 100 drop of exceptional materials from boss creatures upon their first conquest. These 3 realms have recently refreshed and remain untouched by adventurers. The Lost Leviathan, rated at 4-star difficulty, presents the highest challenge, yet also the most valuable boss materials. The other 2 dungeons, while slightly easier, yield materials of lesser quality. Upon hearing the temple employee's description, Su Ao had already made up his mind. If he was to embark on an adventure, he would choose the most challenging realm to acquire the most coveted boss materials. The more precious the synthesis materials used for pet evolution, the mightier the resulting creature would become. I choose the Lost Leviathan, Su Ao proclaimed without hesitation. The temple employee promptly secured the Lost Leviathan realm for Su Ao, cheerfully announcing, "Very well, Mr. Su. The Lost Leviathan realm has been locked for you. Additionally, I have activated a special privilege. Until you exit the Lost Leviathan realm, the entrance will be sealed to other job changers, ensuring that no one competes with you for the rewards of this endeavor. I want to enter this realm now," Su Ao declared decisively. The temple employee respectfully bowed to Su Ao and presented him with the teleportation scroll for the Lost Leviathan realm. As Su Ao grasped the scroll, preparing to tear it and embark on his journey into the secret realm, a sudden, urgent voice called out from behind him. "Big shot, wait. Please. I'm begging you." Turning around, Su Ao found a girl in a black dress hurrying towards him. However, he did not recognize this girl. "Is there something you need?" Su Ao inquired coolly. The girl in the black dress hastily replied, "Big shot. My hidden quest requires me to conquer the Lost Leviathan realm. Would you take me along?" "Not interested," Su Ao coldly retorted, turning back to shatter the teleportation scroll. He was no saint, and there was no obligation to assist a stranger. Even if she were a strikingly beautiful girl, he had no desire to meddle in her affairs. Bringing an additional person into the realm would only divide the experience gained. Seeing Su Ao's rejection, the girl's expression shifted to one of urgency as she quickly asserted, "Big shot. I understand that bringing me along would split your experience in half, but I promise to repay you." The moment she uttered the word repay, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards her. What could such a young and stunning girl offer in return? The implications were clear. It could only be a matter of physical recompense. How shameful for a girl to offer herself for assistance with a hidden quest. Some murmured. Yet she is undeniably beautiful. If she asked me, I would certainly agree. You're dreaming. Only someone as distinguished as Su Ao would have girls willing to make such sacrifices. Hearing the hushed whispers around her, the girl in the black dress turned crimson, her ears ablaze. She quickly clarified, "Big shot, you misunderstand me. My profession is astrologer. I can predict additional hidden rewards within the realm. If you allow me to accompany you, I will help you secure the extra rewards from the Lost Leviathan, ensuring a lucrative venture for you." "What do you say? Astrologer?" Su Ao paused, momentarily taken aback. He had heard of this profession, like his Beast King class. It was also a unique hidden class, albeit more suited for support rather than combat. Establishing a connection with an astrologer could prove advantageous in the future. It seemed a decision that promised no losses. With this thought in mind, Su Ao nodded. "Then come along with me." "Thank you, big shot." The girl in the black dress displayed a glimmer of delight on her delicate face as she obediently followed Su Ao's side. Soon, the two formed a party, preparing to venture into the secret realm. Ding. You have formed a party with astrologer Luoma, level 20. You have been appointed as the captain. Are you certain you wish to enter the Lost Giant Ship secret realm? All party members are within the 4th class transition, meeting the entry requirements. Confirming their entry, Su Ao decisively shattered the secret realm teleportation scroll. As a burst of white light enveloped them, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness surged within their hearts. When Su Ao opened his eyes again, he found himself aboard a dilapidated, decaying giant ship. The entire vessel was shrouded in darkness, suffused with a nauseating toxic gas. Ding. A lethal poison permeates the surroundings. You will lose 1 health point per second. The moment he stepped into the lost giant ship, Su Ao felt his vitality plummet. 1. Although losing a single point per second seemed trivial, it was, in fact, perilously fatal. With a health value of 360 points, he could endure here for a maximum of 6 minutes, provided he was not attacked by other monsters. Fortunately, the health value of the evil two-headed serpent was 520 points. Upon activating the pet embodiment, Su Ao would gain the full health benefit from the serpent, raising his vitality to an impressive 880 points. Luoma, however, fared worse. As a super fragile astrologer, her health value was a mere 180 points. Even without being attacked by monsters, she could only withstand 3 minutes at most. At this moment, Luoma's face turned ashen. This was a wild secret realm, once dead. It truly meant death. I come from a wealthy family. I have yet to find a boyfriend, I have never experienced a romantic life. I do not wish to perish. Woe is me. Luoma's delicate body trembled faintly. Su Ao paid her no heed and strode directly into the depths of the ship. Pet embodiment. Activate. Su Ao murmured, suddenly merging the power of the evil two-headed serpent into his being. Two sinister serpent heads emerged from either side of his spine, their vertical pupils shimmering with an eerie green light. Su Ao walked ahead, while Luoma cautiously followed behind, releasing a dazzling star power to bolster Su Ao. Ding! You have received the blessing of the astrologer. Skill cooldown times will be reduced by 20. Drip, drip. As Su Ao traversed the ship's corridor, he could hear a viscous black liquid dripping from the ceiling. With heightened vigilance, he looked up to discover massive octopuses clinging to the ship's ceiling, continuously releasing toxic black gas. So it is you who are poisoning the air. Su Ao sneered, immediately commanding the two serpent heads to unleash a chain lightning attack. After evolving into the evil two-headed serpent, his intelligence surged, greatly enhancing the power of the lightning strike. Bang! Bang! Two violet-hued lightning orbs struck the octopuses with tremendous force, instantly obliterating them into fragments. You have slain a toxic octopus, gaining 25 experience points. As this is an overlevel kill, you receive an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 375 experience points. You have slain a toxic octopus, gaining 25 experience points. As this is an overlevel kill, you receive an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 375 experience points. Witnessing Su Ao dispatch two toxic octopuses in the blink of an eye, Luoma's face registered shock as she exclaimed, "How can your damage be so terrifying? You instantly annihilated two level 30 toxic octopuses." Seeing Su Ao's overwhelming power, Luoma felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Her fear diminished, replaced by trust and admiration for him. Su Ao ignored her, continuing to launch lightning orbs to eliminate the remaining toxic octopuses. These octopuses were scattered in various locations. Otherwise, a single skill could have wiped them all out. However, with the astrologer's blessing buff, Su Ao's skills cooled down rapidly, allowing him to unleash lightning strikes more frequently. Clearing these dispersed toxic octopuses was accomplished swiftly. You have slain a toxic octopus, gaining 25 experience points. As this is an overlevel kill, you receive an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 375 experience points. You have slain a toxic octopus, gaining 25 experience points. As this is an overlevel kill, you receive an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 375 experience points. Chapter 13, Unexpected Gains. Treasures hidden on the roof. In less than 10 seconds, Su Ao had dispatched all the toxic octopuses. His level rose to 24, 285 experience points, bringing him one step closer to the third-class transition. Yet, the toxic gas pervading the giant ship had yet to dissipate. They had to complete the secret realm within the remaining 2 minutes, or Luoma would surely perish. Su Ao pressed further into the depths of the ship. Along the way, they encountered various vicious sea beasts, all of which Su Ao dispatched with ease. His experience surged, drawing appreciative glances from Luoma. After about 2 minutes, Su Ao and Luoma reached the boss room of the giant ship. There stood a thorn dragon turtle, its body covered in black spikes. Its ferocious crimson eyes, powerful limbs, and impenetrable shell exuded an aura of menace. The thorn dragon turtle's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty intent as it growled, "Another foolish human has come to deliver themselves. It is your honor to become my slave." Just like them. With the thorn dragon turtle's savage roar, countless humans surged into the room like a horde. These intruders had blood-red eyes, their bodies grotesquely decayed. Even their eye sockets were hollow. They gasped for breath, resembling mindless beasts. No, to be precise, they were a group of former class changers who had perished here. Those who failed to traverse the secret realm before their health was depleted were doomed to become mindless zombies, eternally trapped in this place. Most of these zombies were third-class professionals, numbering over 30. Gazing upon these grotesque-faced zombies, Luoma trembled in fear. It's over. It's over. I have less than 60 health left. I fear I will truly die here. Su Ao's gaze turned icy. Slaying these zombies and the boss was not a daunting task for him. However, annihilating all the monsters, including the boss, within a minute posed a significant challenge. Wait, I still have the Eye of Control skill. What I cannot accomplish does not imply the Thorn Dragon Turtle boss cannot achieve it. Su Ao activated the Eye of Control skill, his pupils transforming into a dark green hue, radiating a terrifying magical aura. Mental manipulation. Su Ao's eyes erupted with an exceptionally sinister psychic power, akin to an ethereal spear that pierced the Thorn Dragon Turtle's consciousness. The once arrogant Thorn Dragon Turtle shuddered, its massive form suddenly trembling, its eyes turning vacant and devoid of life. You have successfully manipulated the Thorn Dragon Turtle. However, due to its strong mental resistance, you can only control it for 10 seconds. Thorn Dragon Turtle. Strength, 529. Intelligence, 488. Constitution, 625. Agility, 335. Skills, Ocean's Might. Devour flesh and blood, group taunt, triple counterattack, defense overload. 10 seconds was sufficient. A satisfied smile graced Su Ao's face as he decisively activated the group taunt skill of the Thorn Dragon Tortoise. Countless zombies surged forth in a frenzy, attacking the Thorn Dragon Tortoise. Instantly, its health plummeted. It subconsciously yearned to resist, yet was firmly suppressed by Su Ao's mental control, forced into a passive state of enduring the assault. Witnessing this incredible scene, Luo Mo was utterly astounded. They were actually beginning to turn on each other. This trick of yours is simply astounding. As Luo Mo gazed at Su Ao, her eyes sparkled with adoration. She suddenly began to fantasize about what it would be like if Su Ao employed this tactic on her. Surely, she would be unable to withstand it. She might very well surrender her body willingly. Luo Mo abruptly felt that her thoughts were a bit excessive. As long as Su Ao could take notice of her, there would be no need for mental manipulation. She would eagerly embrace the chance to revel in the pleasures of intimacy with the man she idolized. Meanwhile, the Thorn Dragon Tortoise, besieged by the multitude of zombies, found its health dwindling to less than 5. Time was of the essence. Su Ao swiftly pulled Luo Mo towards the exit. Luo Mo was taken aback. Though somewhat perplexed, she instinctively obeyed Su Ao. In the next moment, the Thorn Dragon Tortoise's ultimate skill, Ocean's Wrath, was unleashed. A terrifying tide surged forth, engulfing the entire boss room. All the zombies were consumed by the tidal wave, transforming into clouds of crimson mist under the immense pressure of the sea. You have slain a poisonous zombie, gaining 30 experience points. As a reward for slaying above your level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 45 experience points. You have slain a poisonous zombie, gaining 30 experience points. As a reward for slaying above your level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 45 experience points. You have slain a poisonous zombie, gaining 30 experience points. As a reward for slaying above your level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 45 experience points. Under the onslaught of the Thorn Dragon Tortoise's ultimate move, the zombie horde was utterly annihilated. In an instant, Su Ao's experience surged dramatically. Once the tide receded, Su Ao rushed into the room. At this moment, the Thorn Dragon Tortoise's eyes had regained clarity. Surveying the devastation within the room, where all its zombie minions lay defeated, it was filled with rage. Particularly as it found itself gravely injured, its fury escalated. Damn humans! I shall feast upon your flesh, gnaw on your bones, and rend your body to pieces to alleviate my hatred. The Thorn Dragon Tortoise lunged at Su Ao in a frenzied assault. Even in a near-death state, it dared to be so audacious? I shall send you on your way. Su Ao scoffed coldly. The two serpentine heads behind him opened their jaws wide, unleashing a barrage of lightning strikes. Two orbs of terrifying purple flame tore through the void, crashing down upon the most vulnerable scales of the Thorn Dragon Tortoise. Boom, boom. Struck at its weakest point, the Thorn Dragon Tortoise's vitality evaporated in an instant, and with a face full of unwillingness, it collapsed into a pool of blood. You have defeated the Thorn Dragon Tortoise boss, gaining 100 experience points. As a reward for defeating a boss above your level, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 200 experience points. After the demise of the Thorn Dragon Tortoise, its massive body shimmered with glimmering scales. These scales, sharp as blades, glinted with a dark golden hue, appearing quite fearsome. They were the materials dropped by the Thorn Dragon Tortoise. A flicker of joy crossed Su Ao's gaze as he gathered all the materials dropped by the Thorn Dragon Tortoise. Simultaneously, Luo Mo retrieved an astrology card from her pocket and tossed it into the sky, where it floated and radiated a dazzling starlight. Ultimately, the astrology card gently descended onto the ceiling. A smile graced Luo Mo's face as she pointed to the ceiling. There lies a treasure. Chapter 14, Pet Synthesis. An incredible choice. Following the direction of Luo Mo's finger, Su Ao beheld a damaged crystal chandelier suspended from the towering ceiling. The height was immense, reaching over 10 meters, a testament to the ship's grandeur. According to the astrological card's divination, the treasure was concealed within the crystal chandelier. However, given such a height, retrieving the treasure seemed implausible. Luo Mo remarked, "It's too high." Su Ao's eyes brightened as he declared, "I have a plan." Su Ao decisively dismissed his pet's embodiment, and the two-headed serpent with evil eyes emerged from within him, materializing in his palm. "Your pet is truly remarkable," Luo Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Under Su Ao's guidance, The two-headed serpent flew along the wall and ascended to the chandelier, where it astonishingly retrieved a grotesque serpent demon's head. It was indeed a material for a serpent head. How splendid! Su Ao's eyes gleamed with delight. The more top-tier materials, the better. The greater the quality of materials, the stronger the two-headed serpent with evil eyes would become. It must be said that Luo Mo's astrology was indeed formidable. Had Su Ao attempted to conquer this secret realm solo, he would never have anticipated that a serpent head material would be hidden within the chandelier. At this moment, Su Ao's level had already surpassed 30. Due to the lack of a third-class advancement, he couldn't accumulate experience points after reaching level 30. This meant that even if Su Ao soloed the secret realm, he could only attain a maximum level of 30. Regardless, with experience points capped, there was no concern about Luo Mo siphoning off his experience. Choosing to bring Luo Mo along was an unequivocal boon. With the synthesis materials secured, Su Ao left the secret realm, thoroughly satisfied, alongside Luo Mo. A brilliant radiance enveloped the two, and when they opened their eyes again, they had returned to the job change temple. Su Ao, could I possibly have your phone number? Luo Mo inquired, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Meanwhile, the individuals still queuing within the temple took note of Su Ao and Luo Mo. Heavens. It has been less than 3 minutes, and they have already completed the secret realm? I saw it with my own eyes. Su Ao selected a 4-star difficulty dungeon. How could he clear a dungeon that so many others have struggled to conquer so effortlessly? In an instant, everyone turned their astonished gazes towards Su Ao, their whispers filled with awe and admiration. Clearing the job change temple dungeon also granted additional rewards. However, the rewards were in the form of temple points, which could be exchanged for various goods and treasures within the temple. Clearing a 4-star secret realm would yield 100 temple points, but as it was Su Ao's first clear, he received triple point rewards, totaling 300 points. Su Ao surveyed all the treasures available for exchange with the temple points. An array of exquisite goods was on display. The most expensive item was a ruled divine fragment. This fragment had but one purpose: to enable a job changer to transcend the shackles of the heavenly path, to ascend to divinity. Priced at a staggering 999 temple points. The cost was absurdly exorbitant, beyond comprehension. However, this reminded Su Ao of the supreme divine fragment that his mother had bequeathed to him. A fragment capable of enabling a pet to transcend the realm of the Master God. The value of an ordinary divine fragment is already staggering. Thus, the one left for him could scarcely be described as anything less than a priceless treasure, a true artifact of inestimable worth. With the super pet synthesizer at his disposal, he could swiftly elevate his pet S rank. It was imperative to enhance the pet S tier as soon as possible, allowing it to absorb the Master Divine Fragment and transform into a supreme beast, one that would overshadow all deities and dominate myriad races across the heavens. A fervent gleam flickered in Su Ao's eyes. Subsequently, another extraordinary item that could enhance a pet's bloodline captured his attention. This was a Pet Ancestral Revival Pill. Pet Ancestral Revival Pill grants the pet a pure ancestral bloodline, with a certain probability of triggering an astonishing metamorphosis. Price: 2,000 points. Currently, Su Ao possessed merely 300 points in the temple. He resolved to accumulate enough points to purchase this Pet Ancestral Revival Pill. After exchanging contact information with Luo Mo, Su Ao departed from the job change temple under the watchful gazes of the crowd. Upon returning home, the first task Su Ao undertook was to tally the rewards he had garnered from the secret realm. He had obtained 2 items, the Thorn Scale Armor and the Serpent Demon Head. Serpent Demon Head, a rare material. This Serpent Demon Head has remained incorrupt for a millennium, possibly harboring unknown secrets. Thorn Scale Armor, a rare material. The armor itself is remarkably sturdy and possesses formidable counter-damage effects. Both of these synthesis materials were exceedingly compatible with the Evil Eye Hydra. This Thorn Scale Armor should significantly enhance the Evil Eye Hydra's defense. As for the Serpent Demon Head, it might bestow unexpected benefits upon the Evil Eye Hydra. Su Ao mused inwardly, feeling that everything was unfolding perfectly. He retrieved the Super Pet Synthesizer. Ding! The silver-grade Evil Eye Hydra has been confirmed as the prototype pet. Please select Synthesis Materials. Serpent Demon Head. Thorn Scale Armor. Su Ao placed the pre-prepared Serpent Demon Head and Thorn Scale Armor into the synthesizer. 1 prototype pet and 2 materials have been confirmed. The synthesis formula is silver-grade Evil Eye Hydra, juvenile, rare material Thorn Scale Armor, rare material Serpent Demon Head. This synthesis requires a consumption of 600 wealth points. Do you confirm proceeding with the synthesis? Indeed. The higher the synthesis grade, the greater the wealth points required. Su Ao currently had 1050 wealth points remaining. After spending 600 points, he would be left with only 450. The consumption of wealth points was alarmingly swift. Thankfully, it was wealth points being spent, not actual currency. Otherwise, Su Ao would be restless with anguish. This synthesis required 600 wealth points, and the next would undoubtedly demand even more. He needed to find ways to earn money. Otherwise, the remaining 450 wealth points would certainly be insufficient for the next synthesis. Synthesis. Though expensive, it was still necessary to proceed. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Golden Grade Magic Scale, Three-Headed Serpent. Please choose 2 out of the following 3 rewards to enhance the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent's evolution. Option 1. Upgrade Lightning Strike to Lightning Triple Slash, enabling the release of 3 lightning orbs at once, with a shorter cooldown. Option 2. Extend the control time of Eye of Control by 10. Option 3. Increase the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent's defense by an additional 30, and gain a new skill, Defense Overload. Defense Overload. When activated, the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent will convert all damage received into shield value for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the shield will explode. The greater the damage received in the first 10 seconds, the higher the explosion damage. Choose 2 out of 3. Chapter 15. The Affection of the Wealthy Sister. Golden Grade Equipment given freely. For the first choice, I will upgrade Lightning Strike to Lightning Triple Slash. This will dramatically enhance the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent's burst damage. It is its core damage skill and must be acquired. The second option, extending the control time of Eye of Control by 10, seems somewhat superfluous. More of a decorative enhancement. The third option, increasing the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent's defense by 30 and acquiring the Defense Overload skill, perfectly compensates for the lack of defense skills in the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent. Eliminating the second superfluous option, selecting the first and third is the optimal solution. I choose the first and third options. Su Ao decisively made his choice. Immediately, a dazzling radiance enveloped the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent. Ding! Your pet Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent has acquired the Lightning Triple Slash skill. Ding! Your pet Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent's defense has increased by 30. Ding! Your pet Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent has gained the Defense Overload skill. As the evolution's brilliance subsided, the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent revealed its evolved form. Its previously smooth serpent body was now adorned with hard black scales, each glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. It evoked a sense of dread. Even the original two-headed serpent, once golden and silver, had transformed into 3 heads, now colored gold, silver, and black. Golden Grade Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent. Level 28. Intelligence 209. Strength 182. Vitality 195. Agility 173. Skills: Lightning Triple Slash, Eye of Control, Defense Overload. Equipment: Bronze Verdant Crown. Su Ao was exceedingly pleased with the current attributes of the Magic Scale Three-Headed Serpent. He noted that, following this evolution, the serpent's size had grown to the length of a sausage. Glancing at the time on his phone, he realized it was already 12:28 p.m. Su Ao decided to have lunch, for he needed to return to school in the afternoon to participate in the class's strength assessment. Essentially, it was an evaluation of combat potential, wherein the special education teacher would identify students with significant promise for focused training and resource allocation. Time to eat. With over 100,000 in his pocket, Su Ao was not short on funds. He promptly chose a high-end hot pot restaurant for a lavish indulgence. This restaurant, Xiao Fei Yang, had an excellent reputation. Run by the owner for decades, renowned for its delectable flavors and numerous returning customers. Upon entering the restaurant, Su Ao selected a table by the window. He had to admit, the ambience was quite exquisite. Soothing music flowed from the bar, allowing his tense spirit to relax after a long time. "Hello, sir. Here is the menu." A female server respectfully presented the menu to Su Ao. As he prepared to place his order, a voice filled with surprise emerged from behind him. "Little brother, what a coincidence to find you here dining. How delightful." The speaker was none other than the policewoman Li Xiangliu, who had previously assisted Su Ao in capturing the fugitive from the Soul Clan. At this moment, Li Xiangliu was not clad in her police uniform. Instead, she adorned herself in a delicate, apricot-hued floral dress. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a refined visage, with a porcelain-like swan neck that accentuated her classical beauty and graceful aura. Particularly striking were her prominent, alluring curves, which beautifully outlined her exquisite figure. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Xiangliu perched herself beside Su Ao, displaying a camaraderie that was both refreshing and unpretentious. "It's a rare occasion. Allow me to treat you today. Feel free to indulge," she declared with a charming confidence. Li Xiangliu exuded an air of elegance, yet her personality was undeniably spirited, embodying the unique charm of a strong woman from northeast China. Are you truly this generous? If I were to indulge, I fear you might struggle to settle the bill. Leaving the boss to keep you here washing dishes, Sueo jested. It must be said, the company of a woman with such a vibrant character as Li Qingzhu was undeniably pleasant. Go ahead and enjoy yourself, even if it means I must wash dishes. I am more than willing, for I have much to thank you for. Her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Oh, pray tell, Sueo inquired with curiosity. Your composure when confronting the fugitive from the Soul Clan yesterday was remarkable. Though the credit was yours, I too partook in the victory. The police station recently acknowledged my contributions and promoted me to the position of squad leader. Li Qingzhu's almond eyes sparkled with genuine gratitude. That's splendid news. Congratulations. Sueo responded with a beaming smile. Li Qingzhu then retrieved an exquisite watch from her handbag and presented it to Sueo. I intended to call you, but fortuitously encountered you here. This watch is a token of my appreciation. As Sueo accepted the watch, surprise illuminated his face. Time Master Watch, Golden Tier. All skill cooldowns reduced by 5. Time suspension. Upon activation, you will be immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Additionally, it automatically dispels poison, burns, dizziness, and all negative effects. Cooldown, 24 hours. With capabilities to reduce cooldowns, grant invulnerability, and dispel control effects, the watch's attributes were astonishing. This is far too precious. Sueo exclaimed, having expected nothing more than an ordinary timepiece. He was utterly astonished to discover it was a golden tier artifact. The base price of golden equipment begins at 50,000 yuan, and as a rare accessory, the watch's value far exceeded that of typical golden gear. Especially considering the Time Master Watch's attributes were quite extraordinary. Conservatively estimating, its worth would surely exceed 300,000 yuan. To receive such a valuable item as a gift was a clear indication of the benefactor's affluence. At that moment, Sueo perceived that relying on the benevolence of a wealthy woman might indeed be the swiftest path to empowerment. After a delightful meal of lamb hot pot, Li Qingzhu promptly settled the bill. Before departing, she revealed a significant piece of information to Sueo. The little girl, Xiangliu, whom we rescued yesterday, has awakened but is suffering from amnesia. Her affluent father has sought numerous renowned physicians, yet none have been able to restore her memories. It is said that to rekindle her memories, one must find the person who left the most profound impression on her. I suggest you give it a try. If you can assist, her father will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Sueo discreetly committed this matter to memory, resolving to visit Xiangliu when time permitted. His motivation was simple, the pursuit of wealth. With sufficient resources, he could continue to synthesize and evolve his companion beasts. The prospect of receiving a substantial reward from Xiangliu's father was too enticing to ignore, as he was in dire need of wealth. Chapter 16. Class Ranking Battle. A dominating victory. Effortless overwhelm. Sueo fastened the Time Master Watch onto his wrist. This watch not only provided unexpected advantages during battles, but also served the practical purpose of telling time. Glancing at the watch, he noted the time, 1:32 p.m. It was time to return to school for the class performance assessment. Without hesitation, he set off for the school. He was in class 3 of the senior year. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with the hushed whispers of his classmates. I've just reached level 8. Leveling up is so challenging. Stop boasting. I formed a party yesterday and completed 3 dungeons, and I'm still only at level 6. Have you heard? Our class leader and vice class leader both achieved their 2nd advancement this morning. They are truly exceptional. During academic classes, they excelled, and now, in practical exercises, they remained at the top tier. Our vice class leader, Li Yutong, has always been overshadowed by our class leader, Xiangliu, in academics. They've always been rivals. Li Yutong is determined to claim the top spot in this assessment to prove herself. Achieving first place not only conferred honor, but also brought rewards and resources from the school. The competition for first place was fierce, with both girls having already surpassed level 10 and completed their 2nd advancement. For those of them at levels 5 and 6, the situation felt akin to being mere cannon fodder. Listening to the lively chatter around him, Sueo took his seat. At that moment, Xiangliu approached him quietly, playfully shaking her tiny fist and encouraging him. Go for it. I believe you can do it. Let us give it our all. Sueo smiled in response. Meanwhile, Li Yutong, with a haughty demeanor, scoffed at Xiangliu. Humph. You're still the same love-struck fool. What do you have to compete with me for first place? Unwilling to back down in the face of Li Yutong's taunts, Xiangliu shot her a cheeky face and retorted, with that icy demeanor. It's no wonder no one wants you. You're destined to be alone. Li Yutong was left momentarily speechless by Xiangliu's cutting remark. Unable to contain herself, she stood up, ready to teach Xiangliu a lesson. Just then, their special instructor, Zhao Shuang, entered the classroom. All students, follow me to the virtual duel arena. Under Zhao Shuang's guidance, the The entire class boarded a school bus, swiftly arriving at the city's largest virtual duel arena. This venue, located in Haicheng, could accommodate up to 10,000 combatants simultaneously and boasted 1 million spectator seats. The duel rules dictated that all students wear virtual helmets, which would record all pertinent information such as skills, pets, and equipment into the main network. This meant that a participant's real-world capabilities would directly translate to their performance in the virtual arena. The virtual duel arena imposed no restrictions on participants' abilities. Its sole purpose was to ensure the safety of the students. All the students donned their virtual helmets, fully prepared for the impending duel. The class strength assessment examination is about to commence, with the voice of the special education teacher, Zhao Shuang, echoing through the room. The large screen began to randomly match the duel roster. First match, Su Ao versus Zhao Shihao. The announcement of the first duel sent shockwaves through the classroom. Good heavens, such an explosive matchup for the opening bout. Zhao Shihao had harbored a secret crush on Xiangliu for 3 long years, yet she had never acknowledged him. How utterly melodramatic. As Su Ao found himself colliding with Zhao Shihao, there was no way Zhao would let this slide. This was a duel between the likes of the sheepish and the boisterous. The stakes were incredibly high for Zhao Shihao. Indeed, should Zhao emerge victorious, he would have the opportunity to strut before the flower of Shun, proving his worth. However, if he were to lose, he would find it even harder to hold his head high in her presence. Rumor had it that Zhao Shihao was already a level 9 archer, boasting formidable prowess. Yet, Su Ao could not afford to lose this match either. Xiangliu was a fierce contender for the top spot in the class. Should Su Ao lose the first match, he would plummet to the very bottom. Imagine the scandal of a top student dating one from the bottom ranks. Amidst the cacophony of discussion among the students, the first duel commenced. Random duel scene, primal forest. The two figures materialized within a lush, ancient forest. Zhao Shihao knocked an arrow, poised to strike at a moment's notice. The instant he caught sight of Su Ao, he would unleash his arrow without hesitation. Xiangliu, I shall demonstrate my worth through my strength. You have erred in your choice. I, Zhao Shihao, am the man you should rely upon. Yet, before his fantasies could culminate, a thunderous punch connected with Zhao Shihao's face. Before he could comprehend the situation, his vigor was utterly depleted. The virtual helmet forcibly severed the connection. Instant kill. This was the epitome of a decisive defeat. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left in stunned silence. What? The match hasn't even begun. And yet it's already over? I anticipated a thrilling clash of titans, not this brief and feeble encounter. Good grief. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the battle before Zhao Shihao was annihilated. The match barely lasted a second. Zhao was whisked away without a moment's notice. This is utterly absurd. I couldn't even discern how Su Ao achieved victory. Not only were all the students left dumbfounded, but teacher Zhao Shuang was equally astonished. After 3 decades of teaching, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. This had undoubtedly shattered the record for the shortest match time. At that moment, a student suddenly stood up, revealing himself to be Zhao Shihao. He approached teacher Zhao Shuang, his face a mask of indignation. I refuse to accept this. My defeat was utterly unjust. This forest setting is extremely disadvantageous for an archer like me. Had it been on an open plain, I would have not given Su Ao a chance to approach. A single arrow would have claimed his life. I demand a rematch. Chapter 17. You mustn't confess to me. I fear Su Ao might misunderstand. In response to Zhao Shihao's evident dissatisfaction, teacher Zhao Shuang shook his head. Regardless of whether your luck was unfortunate or your skills inadequate, a loss is a loss. When you battle ferocious beasts in the wild, can you request a change of scenery? If you feel wronged by your defeat, prove yourself during the upcoming city-wide examination. Zhao Shihao's expression remained defiant, his fists clenched tightly. He gripped so forcefully that his nails dug painfully into his palms. Producing a sharp knife, he approached Su Ao. The entire class turned tense, their faces filled with anxiety for Su Ao. Teacher Zhao Shuang's expression shifted to one of alarm, urgently exclaiming, Zhao Shihao, you must remain calm. If you dare to harm Su Ao, I will report this to the Education Bureau and revoke your college admission. Zhao Shihao disregarded teacher Zhao Shuang's threats, glaring at Su Ao. The teacher is correct. If this were a life or death duel, I would already be dead at your hands. I shall forever bear the shame of this defeat. With that, he swung the knife, slicing deeply into his own wrist. Splat! Blood gushed forth. The blood from his wrist sprayed violently. Do you know? The agony of unrequited love surpasses physical pain 1,000-fold. One day, I shall return with a vengeance, determined to defeat you in front of Shun, the goddess. Only by overcoming you can I reclaim my dignity as a man. Zhao Shihao laughed, tears streaming down his face. He paid no mind to the blood flowing from his wrist. Approaching Xiangliu, he declared, Goddess Shun, when the day of the city-wide examination arrives, I will surely defeat Su Ao and confess my feelings for you before the entire school. Xiangliu, looking exasperated, replied, You mustn't confess to me. I fear Su Ao might misunderstand. Zhao Shihao, as if struck by lightning, widened his eyes in disbelief, shouting in rage, No. Lingxue. Ah! Boom. Overwhelmed by an avalanche of emotional turmoil, Zhao Shihao collapsed to the ground, fainting on the spot. Call an ambulance. Zhao Shihao has lost too much blood and has fainted. As the ambulance arrived and carried the unconscious Zhao Shihao away on a stretcher, he became the first student in history to faint during a virtual duel. After Zhao Shihao was taken away, the class strength assessment continued. With each round completed, half of the defeated students were eliminated. Second round, Su Ao versus Xiao Heba. Su Ao delivered a single punch, securing an effortless victory. Third round, Su Ao versus Ji Bamo. Once more, Su Ao landed a single punch, achieving another victory. Fourth round, Su Ao versus Ziguang Chushua. Su Ao struck again, winning with a single punch. For consecutive rounds concluded, no opponent stood a chance against Su Ao. Each duel ended with a single punch, each a decisive kill. All the students stared in awe, jaws dropped, utterly dumbfounded. You call this a Beastmaster? This is clearly a one-punch hero. Good heavens, is this truly the correct way to embody a Beastmaster? This hardly resembles a Beastmaster. The fists of a fighter are nowhere near as fierce. As we approach the finals, I haven't even seen what Su Ao's pet looks like. I suspect he might not even have a pet at all. A profound doubt arose within the hearts of all the students. What on earth is Su Ao's deal? Could it be that the profession of Beastmaster is so futile that he chose to strengthen himself through sheer physical prowess? Everyone questioned Su Ao. Only Xiangliu gazed on with a mix of astonishment and delight. Su Ao, he has truly discovered his own path. He is simply exceptional. Even the special education teacher, Zhao Shuang, was utterly astonished by Su Ao's performance. It was an absolute display of dominance in terms of attributes. When a priest possesses sufficient power, they can indeed vanquish a shield warrior with a single blow. It truly defies imagination. Why is Su Ao's strength so formidable? At this very moment, the eyes of teacher Zhao Shuang and all the students were fixated on Su Ao. After all, Su Ao's fighting style was simply outrageous. The class's strength assessment was still fervently underway. After the conclusion of the fourth round, four individuals maintained an unblemished record: Su Ao, Li Yutong, Xiangliu, and Zhou Lili. Apart from Su Ao, the other three were all female. It was now time to determine the finalists. The contestants for the first round of the semifinals have been announced. Su Ao versus Li Yutong. The moment this result was revealed, the class erupted in an uproar. Oh my! Su Ao is facing Li Yutong. Li Yutong and Xiangliu are sworn enemies, while Su Ao and Xiangliu are a couple. This match is highly anticipated. However, one must admit that whenever Su Ao is involved, the competition becomes exceedingly straightforward and brutal. I wonder if his one-punch approach will be effective against Li Yutong? It seems unlikely. Su Ao's previous opponents had yet to complete their second job transfer, whereas Li Yutong is a genuine second-job professional, a shadow assassin. Let us not forget, although Su Ao has been on a winning streak, so has the campus beauty, Li Yutong. The opponents she has triumphed over are formidable. Clearly, the quality of her victories surpasses that of Su Ao, right? I too feel that Li Yutong is destined to win this match. In an instant, the entire class was abuzz with conversation. The overwhelming majority of students unanimously believed that Li Yutong would emerge victorious. Amidst the eager gazes of all, the match officially commenced. The battle map is Death Desert. The figures of Su Ao and Li Yutong appeared simultaneously in a desolate desert. The skies were filled with swirling sands, and the ground was engulfed by yellow dust. In such an extreme environment, every step taken would exact a strenuous toll. Mobility would be severely hampered. Li Yutong's profession is that of a shadow assassin. Her professional specialties are stealth and assassination. She can enter a state of invisibility and stealth at any moment, gaining accelerated movement speed unimpeded by any terrain. While others struggle to make headway in the swirling sands, Li Yutong can navigate effortlessly. The moment the match transitioned to the Death Desert, Li Yutong knew she was destined to win. Surrender now, lest you suffer too greatly, and Xiangliu comes after me. Li Yutong raised her chin haughtily, her wine-red hair cascading like a waterfall, both beautiful and formidable. She smiled with confidence and abandon. You are not worthy of my surrender. Su Ao shook his head, his gaze indifferent. If you refuse to concede, then I shall compel you to do so. A cold smile graced Li Yutong's delicate face. Her figure suddenly vanished from sight. Stealth. Invisibility. In the blink of an eye, Li Yutong silently appeared behind Su Ao. At that moment, her smile turned cruel. Yet before she could raise her dagger to strike, Su Ao abruptly spun around, delivering a punch. Boom. Li Yutong's body was sent flying. A single punch knockout. The match concluded. This scene was witnessed by all. Not only were the students left dumbfounded and utterly shocked, but even teacher Zhao Shuang wore an expression of incredulity. Chapter 18, 1 versus class. 1 against 100. The entire class shocked. Hiss. Even Li Yutong was defeated with a single punch by Su Ao. Li Yutong is a second-job shadow assassin. How could she possibly lose to Su Ao, a Beastmaster who cannot even summon a pet? The campus beauty, with such formidable strength, cannot even make it to the finals? In that moment, countless students began to chatter among themselves. Every face was etched with disbelief. The special education teacher, Zhao Shuang, who had witnessed this unfold, was equally taken aback. Not even a second-job fighter could achieve a one-punch knockout against Li Yutong, the second-job shadow assassin. Su Ao only transitioned into a Beastmaster yesterday morning. His strength is simply outrageous. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Su Ao. Many even failed to notice that the other semifinal match had concluded. Xiangliu had effortlessly crushed Zhou Lili, securing her place in the finals. The finals of Class 3 of senior year at Linhai High. Su Ao versus Xiangliu. When the finalists were announced, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness! I never imagined that Su Ao and Xiangliu, this couple, would face off in the finals. Li Yutong likely never dreamed that she would be eliminated without even a chance to compete against Xiangliu. Her defeat was utterly frustrating. She had been holding her breath, hoping to defeat Xiangliu and claim the championship today. If she can't even win in the semifinals, how could she aspire to be the champion? At that moment, the atmosphere was filled with a cacophony of voices. On Li Yutong's cool, delicate face, a trace of unwillingness and pain surfaced. She had waited long for this moment, enduring much. She believed that in terms of both appearance and academic performance, she had consistently been at the top of her class from elementary through middle school. She was the darling of her parents and teachers. Yet since entering high school, she had constantly been overshadowed by Xiangliu's brilliance. Even as class monitor, she could only play a secondary role. When people mentioned the campus beauty of Linhai High, the first name that came to mind was Xiangliu. But Li Yutong, too, is one of the campus beauties of Linhai High. Deep down, Li Yutong had been harboring a grudge. She wished to utterly defeat Xiangliu in this assessment, claim the top spot in class, and finally bask in her own glory. Yet, she never expected to be eliminated by Su Ao before even reaching the finals. How could she accept this? Meanwhile, all eyes were now on Su Ao and Xiangliu. As the final showdown was about to commence, many were filled with immense anticipation. Would Su Ao's one-punch fighting style continue to dominate? Or would Xiangliu ultimately triumph over Su Ao and seize the title of class champion? Just as everyone was buzzing with speculation, two voices rang out in unison. I concede. I concede. All heads turned towards the source of the voices, only to find that the two conceding were none other than Su Ao and Xiangliu. My goodness, this was for the title of class champion. They both surrendered simultaneously? Did they not realize that being class champion would garner them the school's substantial support and resources? Is this the power of love? They both wished to grant the title to the other. It truly makes me envious. In an instant, even the virtual referee malfunctioned. The virtual duel arena has been established for over 3 centuries. Yet, the occurrence of both parties simultaneously conceding defeat is a phenomenon unprecedented in history. Someone suddenly inquired, "What should we do in this situation?" The special education teacher, Zhao Shuang, appeared utterly helpless as she replied, "This scenario has never arisen before. I will report it to the school and await their decision." At that moment, the class's performance assessment had concluded, yet everyone bore expressions of lingering dissatisfaction. The match had ended far too swiftly. The grand finals had not even taken place. It had concluded directly. Just as teacher Zhao Shuang was preparing to escort the students out, Li Yutong suddenly stood up and declared, "I protest. I vehemently demand a rematch." The class performance assessment is designed to select outstanding candidates for vocational training, enabling them to aspire to the nation's 4 premier academic institutions. Su Ao, as a Beastmaster, has refrained from summoning his beast and instead relied solely on his fists to win the match. The 4 elite academies seek to recruit skilled vocational candidates, not a mere brute who can only wield his fists. Li Yutong's words instantly ignited a stir among the crowd. Undoubtedly, she had thrust Su Ao into the spotlight. Indeed, I believe Li Yutong has a point. Regardless of Su Ao's strength, it does not stem from his vocational abilities. He may triumph momentarily with his fists, but he cannot secure lasting victory. As our levels continue to rise, our vocational skills will grow increasingly formidable. Yet, Su Ao, relying solely on his fists for damage, will forever remain stagnant, left in our wake. I concur. If the school invests resources in Su Ao, it would be a complete waste. We stand united with Li Yutong. We strongly demand a rematch for Su Ao. Yes, As a Beastmaster, if he does not summon his beast in battle, the outcome cannot be deemed valid. If a Beastmaster dares not call upon their beast, they will surely achieve nothing in the future. In an instant, spurred on by Li Yutong, the entire class erupted in unified protest. Observing the fervor of her classmates, a triumphant smile blossomed on Li Yutong's face. Su Ao, if you truly believe yourself to be strong, summon your beast and defeat me honorably, rather than acting like a brute who can only swing his fists. Li Yutong spoke with unwavering confidence. After all, Beastmasters were universally acknowledged as the weakest profession. If Su Ao were to rely solely on his beast in combat, what chance would he have against her? In stark contrast to Li Yutong's aggressive demeanor, Su Ao remained remarkably composed. He suddenly smiled, a radiant grin illuminating his face. You are far too naive. Naive to the point of foolishness. You genuinely believe that I do not summon my beast due to its weakness? You are mistaken. The reason I refrain from summoning my beast is that I fear it would be too easy for me to defeat you. Upon hearing Su Ao's words, Li Yutong found them utterly amusing. You fear it would be too easy to defeat me? Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to bully me. Come, summon your beast and defeat me honorably. Do you dare? A smirk graced Su Ao's lips, his smile growing more pronounced. Since you insist on seeking punishment, I shall grant you this chance. And all of you who oppose me, join in. Bring as many as you wish. I shall take on each and every one of you. At this proclamation, the entire class fell into stunned silence. Su Ao was audacious enough to challenge the entire class. Chapter 19. A grand gamble. Victory assured. Such arrogance. It was truly beyond belief. Upon hearing Su Ao's challenge to take on the dissenters in the class, every student was left in shock. A portion of the students displayed their anger openly, shouting, Su Ao, you are far too arrogant. Even if you secured first place in the class, it does not entitle you to challenge all of us. Beastmasters are forever the weakest profession. You shall soon be faced with the harsh reality of your hubris. Li Yutong was equally incensed by Su Ao's declaration. She glared at him coldly. Her voice icy as she said, Su Ao, you have gone too far. Are you implying that you look down upon me? Su Ao shook his head, smiling as he replied, you are overthinking it. I am not targeting you specifically. Li Yutong's expression faltered as she queried, then what do you mean? Su Ao abruptly turned to Xun Lingxue and said, Lingxue, please stand up for a moment. Xun Lingxue hesitated for a moment, but obediently stood. Su Ao surveyed his classmates, a laugh escaping him. His laughter was audacious. What I mean is, all of you present are nothing but trash. Su Ao's statement was not unfounded. Having all transitioned to their vocational paths on the same day, he had already reached level 30, while the others lingered around level 10. If they were not trash, then what were they? If their ineptitude were merely a matter of skill, Su Ao would not have felt compelled to ridicule them. However, these individuals not only lacked skill, but also dared to disparage him, a quintessential display of both incompetence and arrogance. This was something Su Ao could not tolerate. If he did not take the time to educate them, it would be an affront to his principles. Li Yutong was forced to stifle a laugh at Su Ao's words. She gazed at him with a cold smile, retorting, do you have any idea how many people opposed your victory? A full 99. If we do not teach you a profound lesson, how can we allow you to continue in this arrogance? Those classmates whom Su Ao had branded as trash were equally incensed, fervently shouting, bring it on. The 99 of us can drown you with a single spit each. Are we to fear you? If you lose, you must voluntarily annul your exam results. Because the Beastmaster profession is utterly unworthy of the school's resources and rewards. And if I win? Su Ao countered. Li Yutong sneered. If you win, I shall hand over my share of the school's reward to you. In this performance assessment, the top 10 from each class would receive a share of the school's bounty and other rewards. It was rumored that these rewards were quite generous. Just then, several other classmates chimed in unison. If you can single-handedly defeat the 99 of us, I will also give you my share of the reward. Me too. I will do the same. In an instant, 7 more individuals joined the wager. They were not dismissive of the reward. Rather, they simply did not believe Su Ao could prevail. Su Ao's gaze swept over the 7 individuals who had accepted the wager. They were the other 7 top performers aside from himself, Xun Lingxue, and Li Yutong. This meant that if he triumphed in this 1v99 battle, he would secure a staggering 9 shares of the competition's rewards. Teacher, is this permissible by the school? Su Ao inquired, looking to Teacher Zhao Shuang. Teacher Zhao Shuang nodded, responding, the rewards bestowed by the school are yours to handle as you see fit. I can make an exception and serve as a witness for you. Upon hearing the special education teacher Zhao Shuang's words, Su Ao felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. A broad smile spread across his face. All right, I agree. Soon, all the students chose to don their helmets. Only Xun Lingxue, somewhat apprehensive, walked over to Su Ao and tightly embraced him, whispering in his ear, Su Ao, I have faith in your formidable strength, but do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. If you happen to lose, it's of no consequence. I shall share my reward with you." Feeling the warmth of Xiangliu's concern, Su Ao's heart swelled with gratitude. He gently patted her back and reassured her, "Rest assured, defeating this group of novices will be a mere trifle." Upon sensing Su Ao's confidence and determination, a sweet smile finally graced Xiangliu's face. "Yes, I believe in you too." At that moment, Li Yutong and the rest of the students had completed their preparations for the duel. Su Ao decisively placed the virtual helmet upon his head. Su Ao versus 99 participants. Map selection, Beast Arena. The Beast Arena was an expansive and level terrain, devoid of any ostentatious obstacles or cover. It was a pure test of raw strength and skill. In an instant, the scenery transformed before everyone's eyes, revealing the vast and open coliseum. The arena had been randomly chosen. Su Ao was doomed. Once we capture Su Ao, let us not be hasty in delivering the final blow. Let us savor torturing him first. Indeed, he must learn that arrogance comes at a steep price. Many rejoiced, even imagining how they would humiliate Su Ao. Even Li Yutong wore a confident smile, convinced of their impending victory. 3, 2, 1. The match commenced. Su Dahui, Zhou Mingyu, and Lin Daping, wearing malicious grins, charged forward. All three were fighters, excelling in close combat. Behind them, support classes such as Ma Feifei, Liu Xiao, and Zhao Yuer unleashed various buffs upon them. Strengthening spells, blessings of speed, and power enhancements were all cast upon the three leading fighters. "Let us go. Buffs at maximum. Your combat prowess will double." In that moment, Su Dahui, Zhou Mingyu, and Lin Daping shimmered with a kaleidoscope of buff effects. Their strength, agility, and vitality surged exponentially. Their physiques even expanded considerably. As the three fighters drew near, Su Ao wore a chilling smile. "Come forth, magic-scaled Hydra." Suddenly, a three-headed serpent, shimmering with intertwined hues of gold, silver, and black, materialized. The bizarre creature astonished the three fighters, who had never encountered such an extraordinary beast. Yet, despite its fearsome appearance, the serpent was rather diminutive. What power could such a small creature possibly possess? How laughable. "So this is your pet? I've slain serpents 10 times its size. To summon such a pathetic creature is quite audacious." The three fighters displayed wicked grins, their spiked gauntlets poised to strike Su Ao. As they closed in, barely half a step away, Su Ao remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and resolute. At that moment, the magic-scaled Hydra opened its jaws and unleashed 3 spheres of crackling lightning. The spheres tore through the air, hurtling toward the three fighters. Thunderous Triad Strike. Chapter 20, A Stunning Counterattack. Li Yushuan's composure shattered. The 3 bolts of lightning streaked through the sky, transforming the atmosphere into a surreal purple and white hue. Su Dahui, Zhou Mingyu, and Lin Daping watched in horror as the spheres drew closer, an inexplicable dread gripping their hearts. "Quick dodge!" Su Dahui shouted urgently, but their bodies could not react as swiftly as the lightning spheres. Before they could even move, the 3 spheres struck them with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies were instantly reduced to ashes. The look of disbelief and despair etched on their faces as the virtual helmets severed their connection. Witnessing Su Ao's instantaneous annihilation of 3 participants left the remaining students in shock. The damage dealt by that 3-headed serpent was utterly terrifying. Hiss. Who just claimed that Su Ao's pet lacked combat prowess? My word, I can smell the scent of charred flesh from this distance. How ruthless. So, it turns out Beastmasters can be this formidable. Huh. No matter how strong his pet is, we have over 90 participants. Let us crush him. Even with a tactic of sheer numbers, we will overwhelm him. While his skills are still on cooldown. Mages, attack. Though the students were initially startled by Su Ao's overwhelming damage, they quickly regained their composure and strategized their next offensive. Qian Min'er, Sun Tiantian, Liu Eshuang, and 7 other mages combined their spellcasting skills. Water balls, wind blades, earth spikes. 9 spells simultaneously rained down upon Su Ao. Faced with an onslaught of spells, Su Ao stood unfazed, a smile still gracing his lips, dismissing these trivial incantations entirely. How arrogant. Is he underestimating our magic? Qian Min'er clenched her teeth, a flush of anger coloring her cheeks. Even the other mage girls glared at Su Ao, their expressions brimming with fury. The next moment, 9 spells collided with Su Ao. Miss. Damage immunity. Miss. Damage immunity. Miss. Damage immunity. 8 spells struck, yet none could breach Su Ao's defenses. He remained unscathed, a smile still adorning his face. As a class changer, each level gained bestowed him with immense attribute boosts. As a level 30 combatant, his vitality far surpassed that of these level 8 or 9 mages. How could they possibly penetrate his defenses, let alone inflict damage? In disbelief, the mage girl stared, stunned. How could this be? My wind blade can slice through a turtle's shell. How could it fail to breach his defenses? He is even tougher than a sea turtle. Su Ao's damage output was fierce, his defenses insurmountable. How absurd. By what right does a Beastmaster possess such high defenses? Could he be a hidden class of the Beastmaster branch? Despair settled over the mages. If their spells couldn't breach Su Ao's defenses, then no matter how many they cast, they would be rendered utterly ineffective. This meant they posed no threat to Su Ao, becoming nothing more than ornamental figures. Do not panic. Li Yuxuan had prepared a contingency plan. Look, suddenly, someone pointed out, and the students turned to see Li Yuxuan leading a dozen assassins who had stealthily positioned themselves behind Su Ao. As assassins, their damage output far exceeds that of mages of the same level. However, assassins must close the distance to their enemies to unleash their devastating single-target critical strikes. In that moment, a dozen assassins surged forth. Some leaped high above Su Ao's head, plunging down with ferocity. Others erupted from the ground, viciously stabbing at Su Ao's underbelly. Even more stealthy assassins had silently thrust poison daggers toward the nape of Su Ao's neck. Witnessing her meticulously orchestrated ambush come to fruition, Li Yutan's almond-shaped eyes glinted with a cold light. She fixed her gaze on Su Ao, declaring, "The critical damage from assassins in the early game exceeds 3 times that of mages. You may withstand a mage's assault, but you will undoubtedly crumble beneath the onslaught of an assassin's critical strike. Let us see how you evade this." At that moment, however, a calm smile curled at the corners of Su Ao's mouth as he softly uttered, "Pet embodiment. Defense overload activated. Defense overload. Upon activation, all damage taken within the next 10 seconds will be converted into shield value. After 10 seconds, the shield will explode. The higher the damage sustained during the first 10 seconds, the greater the explosion damage." Suddenly, a faint white light enveloped Su Ao, seemingly isolating him from the outside world. Countless poison daggers surged toward him from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The immense damage from the poison daggers striking Su Ao was absorbed entirely by the luminous shield. The multitude of critical hits merely created ripples upon the shield's surface, which then seamlessly repaired itself. Encased within the protective barrier, Su Ao wore a tranquil expression, utterly unscathed. Seeing this, Li Yutong was utterly stunned. What kind of skill is this? It can even negate the critical damage of assassins? Yet, she quickly regained her composure, a cold smirk spreading across her face. What does it matter that you can endure a wave of damage from assassins? They do not require cooldowns. They will inevitably shatter your protective shell. Continue the assault. With her command, the assassins lunged once more, their poison daggers pelting the shield like a torrential storm. Their attack speed escalated. The damage absorbed by Su Ao's shield increased exponentially. As the shield's absorption values soared, its radiance grew ever more resplendent. Still, the assassins persisted in their relentless onslaught, continuously providing energy to the shield. A broader smile graced Su Ao's face, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. 3, 2, 1. Detonate. Boom. The luminous shield surrounding Su Ao suddenly exploded. The 18 assassins were caught completely off guard. They had no inkling that their fervent attacks had merely dug their own graves. The catastrophic explosion from the shield obliterated the 18 assassins into ashes. In an instant, they were annihilated. 18 assassins, faces marred by confusion, were abruptly disconnected from their virtual helmets. From a distance, many students who witnessed this spectacle were engulfed in disbelief and shock. Even Li Yutong, who had been lurking in the shadows, was rendered utterly horrified. Her body trembling as if engulfed by a tumultuous storm within, her heart tumultuous and unsettled. Chapter 21. Competing for a man? The competitive spirit of school beauty Li. At this moment, the over 70 students still standing on the field bore expressions of profound astonishment. No one had anticipated that Su Ao's strength had escalated to such terrifying heights. It is essential to note that he was merely a Beastmaster, a profession widely regarded as the most lackluster and ineffective. Truly alarming. Su Ao is indeed a formidable individual. In this instant, the gazes directed at Su Ao transformed from disdain and mockery to deep-seated dread. Xiangliu had been closely monitoring the match. Initially, she felt a sense of worry for Su Ao when he first entered the arena. However, upon witnessing him swiftly eliminate 3 martial artists, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief, astonished by the sudden eruption of his formidable prowess. Subsequently, as she watched Su Ao stand with poise, effortlessly retaliating against 18 assassins, her heart surged with elation and excitement. In that moment, she became more convinced of her inner conviction. I, Xiangliu, will never misjudge a person. Su Ao has always excelled. He is remarkable today and will undoubtedly continue to shine brighter in the future. Meanwhile, The competition raged on. Although Su Ao had already dispatched 21 participants, there were still 78 contenders present. They were unwilling to concede. After all, this was a collective assault of 99 against 1. Should they lose, it would be a monumental embarrassment, especially for those who had already secured positions in the top 10. If they were to lose, they would have to relinquish the rewards of the top 10 to Su Ao, a fate they were resolutely unwilling to accept. Even if Su Ao possessed immense strength, he too would eventually exhaust his mana. There are 78 of us. If we can deplete his mana entirely, we can secure our victory. A student ranked in the top 10 suddenly proclaimed. This declaration reinvigorated the morale of the group, rekindling their hope for success. They began organizing for the next wave of assault. Casters unleashed their various curses. Ranged fighters prepared their shots. Swordsmen charged forth towards Su Ao. Faced with this formidable onslaught, Su Ao maintained an air of nonchalance. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he coldly remarked, "What does it matter how many of you there are? You are merely a disorganized rabble." Control of the mind. Suddenly, Su Ao's eyes transformed into an eerie shade of dark green. A silent mental assault erupted from his gaze, swiftly penetrating Li Yutong's mind with lightning speed. Ding! You have successfully controlled the shadow assassin Li Yutong. Due to her low mental resistance, you may control her for 30 minutes. 30 minutes of control. Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. He could only control the Thorn Dragon Tortoise for 10 seconds. Yet he could dominate Li Yutong for a full 30 minutes. That was ample time for her to accomplish anything. Go forth, Li Yutong. The task is yours. A smile crept across Su Ao's face as he decisively commanded Li Yutong to charge at the others. Before the 9 swordsmen could reach Su Ao, a sudden sound of daggers slicing through the air echoed. The throats of the 9 were silently torn apart. Blood sprayed forth. Heads fell to the ground. The 9 swordsmen, faces etched with disbelief and resentment, collapsed into the pool of blood. They were utterly unprepared for Li Yutong's sudden assault and had never imagined she would strike down without hesitation. And this was merely the beginning. The massacre orchestrated by Li Yutong has only just begun. He pivoted and charged once more into the throng of adversaries. In an instant, chaos and fury erupted among the ranks of the crowd. Li Yutong, have you lost your mind? Why have you betrayed us? Damn it! Let us first eliminate this traitor, Li Yutong. Faced with Li Yutong's unexpected betrayal, the collective ire of the onlookers surged like a tempest unleashed upon her. A relentless barrage of attacks descended upon her, akin to a torrential downpour. Observing that Li Yutong was outmatched, Su Ao remained unfazed. Once again, he wielded his mental control ability, seizing command of 10 archer players. Hint: controlling multiple targets simultaneously will significantly reduce control duration, now limited to 1 minute. Time is ample. The gazes of these 10 players instantly turned vacant as they unhesitatingly retreated to a distance. They drew their bows, unleashing a frenzied rain of arrows upon the crowd. In less than a minute's time, the panicked multitude was mercilessly mowed down by the deluge of arrows. Ultimately, only Li Yutong and the 10 archers remained, all of whom were subsequently obliterated by the devastating threefold lightning strike of the monstrous Hydra. At that moment, the electronic screen displayed the final outcome of the competition. All 99 participants have been eliminated. Su Ao emerges victorious. The recently ousted individuals stared in disbelief at the glaring letters on the electronic screen. Damn it! Why did you archers betray us? I did not betray anyone. I felt a haze envelop my consciousness, and then I simply blacked out. Yes, when I regained consciousness, I found myself eliminated. You must be lying. You archers conspired to slay us while claiming to have lost consciousness. In the face of the crowd's vehement accusations, the archers protested their innocence. Li Yutong let out a soft sigh and suddenly declared, "Enough of this bickering. They were indeed under mental control, just as I was. This method is exceedingly sinister and terrifying. It is utterly indefensible." As Li Yutong recalled the moment she was entranced by Su Ao's mental command, she felt a tremor run through her delicate form. The potency of his abilities was truly daunting. Once under his control, she was compelled to act in accordance with his wishes. Fortunately, this was within the confines of the competition. Su Ao would hesitate to engage in any extreme actions. Were this in the wild, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait, Li Yutong suddenly perceived an anomaly. Why was she afraid of being controlled by him? The one who ought to be fearful should be Xiangliu. Why should such an outstanding man as Su Ao belong solely to her? Li Yutong's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as she seemed to uncover a strategy to outmaneuver Xiangliu. How could I have not realized before that Su Ao is so exceptional? Such a remarkable man should not be the sole possession of Xiangliu. If she can pursue him, then so can I, Li Yutong. If I manage to win Su Ao's affections, not only will I gain an extraordinarily talented partner, but I will also drive Xiangliu to the brink of madness. It is truly a win-win situation. The more Li Yutong contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Her fervent desire for victory rendered her resolve unshakable. Chapter 22. The prize is secured. Selecting pet evolution materials. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Yutong's almond-shaped eyes as she approached Su Ao, her smile sweet and charming. A wager's a wager. My share of the reward is yours. Her sudden display of tenderness left Su Ao momentarily taken aback. Feeling somewhat disoriented, he inquired, "Are you unwell? Have you taken some strange medication?" Li Yutong rolled her eyes and pouted, retorting, "Humph, you're the one who must have taken the wrong medicine. What is wrong with me being nice to you? Should it only be Xiangliu who treats you well?" At her words, everyone present was struck dumb. After all, Li Yutong had always harbored the deepest animosity towards Su Ao. Xiangliu had always been her sworn rival, and Su Ao was Xiangliu's boyfriend. What could have prompted such a dramatic shift in Li Yutong's attitude? Could it be that Li Yutong had developed feelings for Su Ao? At that moment, everyone could sense the peculiar change in Li Yutong's demeanor toward him. Xiangliu, being Su Ao's legitimate girlfriend, was particularly attuned to such nuances. Frowning slightly, she shot Li Yutong a glare and coldly warned, "Li Yutong, I advise you to know your place. There are some things you ought not to touch." In response to Xiangliu's threat and warning, Li Yutong feigned innocence, saying, "I don't understand what you're talking about at all. I simply honored my wager and am fulfilling my promise to Su Ao. You are such a dull woman. I'm leaving." Li Yutong shot Xiangliu a disdainful glance before turning on her heel and departing. "Humph, what a catty little vixen." Xiangliu's cheeks puffed in indignation, her adorableness only amplifying her vexation. At that moment, the special instructor Zhao Shuang approached, casting a deep glance at Su Ao. "I never expected your prowess to be so unfathomable. The prize for the top 10 contestants is 30,000 yuan each. In addition to 30,000 yuan worth of cultivation resources, the cash prizes can be dispersed immediately. Each of the top 10 will receive 30,000 yuan. Along with 30,000 yuan worth of cultivation resources, Su Ao will receive the combined rewards of 9 individuals, totaling a staggering 270,000 yuan plus 2,700,000 yuan in cultivation resources." Su Ao could scarcely believe that the school would bestow such bountiful rewards upon him alone. The special instructor Zhao Shuang seemed to perceive Su Ao's incredulity and offered a gentle smile, directly transferring the 30,000 yuan prize into Su Ao's student account. As the funds arrived, his wealth soared by 2,700 points. Previously, he had merely 450 points, but now, it had surged to 3,150 points. The rewards for the first-place winner, along with the cultivation resources, would be personally distributed by the principal within 3 days. You should report the cultivation resources you require to the school. They will make arrangements to gather them for you. Su Ao contemplated briefly. What he needed most at that moment were the evolution materials for the Hydra. "I require the carcass materials of fierce beasts. Ideally, those related to serpents. The higher the quality, the better." After the event concluded, Xiangliu and Su Ao exchanged reluctant farewells, their parting accompanied by a passionate kiss. Given the trajectory of their relationship, it seemed only a matter of time before he would win Xiangliu over completely. After Xiangliu departed, Su Ao took stock of his finances. He had an initial deposit of 5,000 yuan, borrowed 20,000 from Xiangliu, received 120,000 as a reward for rescuing hostages from the police, and just recently acquired an additional 270,000 yuan. When he tallied his assets, he was astonished to discover he had amassed over 400,000 yuan. With such a substantial sum, he could certainly procure some high-quality fierce beast materials. The Star Sea Trading Company is not only the largest treasure trading market in Linhai City, but also the foremost center for the trade of beast materials. Su Ao decided to first explore the Star Sea Trading Company to see if they possessed any materials he required. Having just exited the virtual duel arena in the city center, he found himself conveniently close to the trading company. Su Ao swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Star Sea Trading Company. As the most prominent trading establishment in Linhai City, the entire venue exudes an air of grandeur. Covering an expansive area of over 30,000 square meters, the continual flow of guests creates a bustling and lively atmosphere. The items sold at the Star Sea Trading Company are all high-end goods, naturally commanding a hefty price. Those capable of shopping here are individuals with considerable financial means. Upon entering the Star Sea Trading Company, Su Ao was greeted by a well-dressed hostess who welcomed him with a smile. "Good day, sir, and welcome to the Star Sea Trading Company. How may I assist you today?" Su Ao replied, "Please take me to view the materials derived from beast corpses. I am not interested in any commonplace materials. The rarer, the better." The hostess smiled knowingly and replied, "Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the elevator, and we shall ascend to the 3rd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors primarily offer reasonably priced treasures and materials. while the more precious beast materials are located on the third floor. Su Ao nodded slightly and accompanied the hostess as they took the elevator to the third floor. Upon their arrival, he was greeted by a transformed environment. The decor on the third floor was significantly more opulent than that of the first floor. Lavish chandeliers, crafted from highly transparent diamonds, hung from above. The counters were uniformly fashioned from gold, and even the carpets were woven from the fur of the rainbow spirit deer. It was simply extravagant. As Su Ao perused the third floor, he could not help but admire the abundance of exquisite materials on display. After a thorough inspection, he identified 3 types of materials suitable for the magic-scaled three-headed serpent. Skin of the Thousand Illusion Earth Dragon, rare material, possessing a wondrous ability to change colors. The Thousand Illusion Earth Dragon's formidable magical resistance is attributed to this extraordinary skin. Priced at 300,000 yuan. If fused with this material, Su Ao surmised that the magic-scaled three-headed serpent would likely gain enhanced magical resistance and the ability to change its skin color. However, while the magic-scaled three-headed serpent could utilize it, the benefits seemed somewhat superficial, and the cost was relatively high, rendering its value-for-money ratio mediocre. Next, Su Ao's gaze fell upon the second material. Sharp fangs of the forest python, rare material. Enormous, hard, and razor-sharp teeth, possessing terrifying lethality. Priced at 400,000 yuan. The forest python is a creature that inflicts physical damage. Su Ao calculated that if the magic-scaled three-headed serpent were to fuse with these fangs, it would likely experience a significant boost in melee physical damage, particularly to its biting power. However, Su Ao's developmental focus for the magic-scaled three-headed serpent was on magical abilities, rendering the enhancement of physical damage less significant. Finally, Su Ao's gaze landed on the last ultra-rare material, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Wings of the purple-winged devouring python, ultra-rare material. These wings grant the purple-winged devouring python the ability to fly and bestow upon it astonishing magical powers. As Su Ao gazed upon the wings displayed at the counter, a fervent gleam flickered in his eyes. If he could synthesize these wings, the magic-scaled three-headed serpent would likely gain the ability to fly and potentially even enhance its offensive capabilities. This would undoubtedly represent a monumental advancement for the magic-scaled three-headed serpent. However, Su Ao's excitement waned upon seeing the price tag for the wings. 1,000,000 yuan. Too exorbitant. Su Ao lamented, as his savings barely exceeded 400,000 yuan. Indeed, exceptional items come with no other drawbacks but their steep prices. Presenting his one-star citizen badge, he inquired, "As a one-star citizen, can I receive a discount?" The one-star citizen badge is a symbol of honor issued by the state. Presenting this badge when purchasing personal cultivation materials from state-owned enterprises and large private companies can often yield discounts. Higher-tier citizen badges offer even greater discounts. The sales assistant, momentarily astonished, remarked, "You've become a one-star citizen at such a young age? Young sir, your future is boundless." According to the regulations of the Star Sea Trading Company, one-star citizens enjoy a 10% discount and can also benefit from interest-free credit, allowing repayment within a year. Su Ao's eyes lit up. "Then I will pay 300,000 yuan now and owe the remaining 600,000 yuan. "Very well," the sales assistant replied with a professional smile. Su Ao promptly paid 300,000 yuan in cash and signed the debt note for the remaining 600,000 yuan. With the wings of the purple-winged devouring python in hand, he departed from the Star Sea Trading Company. After Su Ao had left, the sales assistant submitted the debt note to the manager of the Star Sea Trading Company. The manager, a middle-aged woman of striking beauty, glanced at the note and was instantly taken aback upon seeing Su Ao's name. Su Ao, a one-star citizen. This must be the individual that President Xia has been searching for. Only by locating Su Ao could Miss Xia Wanqing potentially regain her memory. Quickly, we must find Su Ao and request his assistance in meeting Miss Xia Wanqing. The beautiful manager immediately led the sales assistant downstairs, ordering all staff to cease their current tasks and urgently search for the recently departed Su Ao. They must locate him and implore him to intervene. Meanwhile, Su Ao had returned home, his gaze fervently fixed on the wings of the purple-winged devouring python. He anticipated what transformation and evolution this synthesis would yield for the magic-scaled three-headed serpent. Without hesitation, Su Ao activated the Super Pet Synthesis device. Prototype pet identified as the magic-scaled three-headed serpent. Please select synthesis material. The wings of the purple-winged devouring python. Su Ao promptly placed the wings of the purple-winged devouring python into the synthesizer. One prototype pet and one material confirmed. Synthesis formula. Magic-scaled three-headed serpent, juvenile. Wings of the purple-winged devouring python, ultra-rare. This synthesis will consume 800 wealth points. Do you confirm proceeding with the synthesis? Synthesize, Sueo decisively responded. As the wings of the purple-winged, devouring python transformed into a dazzling violet light, they swiftly merged into the body of the magic-scaled, three-headed serpent. In that moment, an ancient bloodline pressure erupted from the magic-scaled, three-headed serpent, overwhelming the surroundings. With a low roar, the magic-scaled, three-headed serpent's form began to grow larger. Most astonishingly, a pair of striking purple wings sprouted from its back. As the magic-scaled, three-headed serpent slowly opened its eyes, these wings unfurled like those of a butterfly. It was simply magnificent. At that moment, a crisp system notification echoed in Sueo's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Platinum Level 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent. Please select 2 out of the following 3 rewards to enhance the evolution of the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent. Option 1. Ultra Rare grant the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent the ability to fly at low altitudes. Option 2. Rare increase the attack speed of the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent by 15. Option 3. Ultra Rare acquire the new skill Time-Space Phantom. Time-Space Phantom, upon activation, the user can teleport to any position within 3 meters. Additionally, it refreshes the cooldown of other skills. Choosing option 1 grants the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent the ability to fly. This transformation from a mere reptile to a creature of the skies is nothing short of a monumental upgrade. Most crucially, once Sueo activates the pet embodiment ability, he can inherit all attributes and abilities of the pet. With this skill, even Sueo himself will gain the capacity for low-altitude flight. This is extraordinarily overpowered. It is noteworthy that the vast majority of practitioners must wait until their 8th transformation to attain flight abilities. Yet, Sueo, having just completed his 2nd transformation, already has the opportunity to soar. Such magnificent purple wings will undoubtedly evoke envy among countless powerful beings. Therefore, option 1 is a requisite choice. Next, Sueo considered option 2. Option 2 offers a 15 increase in the attack speed of the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent. However, since the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent is a magical pet, this effect seems rather trivial. Thus, Sueo dismissed it without further thought. Finally, he turned his attention to option 3. Option 3 allows the acquisition of the new skill Time-Space Phantom. This skill not only enables life-saving teleportation, but also refreshes all skill cooldowns. When Sueo has unleashed all his skills, activating this ability allows him to immediately utilize all skills again. It is an exceptionally overpowered skill. Without hesitation, he decided it was imperative to select this option. After some contemplation, Sueo made his choices. I choose the 1st and 3rd options. As Sueo's voice faded, an immense surge of purple light erupted from within the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent. A stream of purple luminescence swirled around its wings, creating an enchanting spectacle. Upon reaching platinum level, the attributes of the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent skyrocketed. Intelligence surged from 207 to 316. Even the foundational attributes of strength, agility, and constitution all soared above 270. The platinum-level 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent is more than capable of effortlessly defeating 4th transformation practitioners. Even when faced with 5th transformation practitioners, it possesses formidable combat capability. It is important to note that Sueo has yet to undergo his 3rd transformation. Once he does, he will undoubtedly gain even more attributes and skills to amplify the prowess of the 3-Headed Purple-Winged Serpent, rendering it even more terrifying in combat. I am now level 30. It is time for my 3rd job advancement. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Sueo's eyes. He eagerly looked forward to discovering what profession he would transition into after his 3rd job advancement and what new skills he would acquire. Chapter 24. The Highest Difficulty. The only hidden 3rd job. 10 minutes later, Sueo arrived at the job advancement temple. The temple was still bustling with crowds, teeming with activity. Upon entering the main hall of the temple, a female staff member approached him with a warm smile. Mr. Su, how may I assist you? Without hesitation, Sueo replied, I wish to undergo my 3rd job advancement. Upon hearing Sueo's request for a 3rd advancement, the staff member's face displayed a look of shock. She distinctly remembered that Sueo had only completed his 2nd transformation the day prior. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of astonishing. However, as a trained staff member, she quickly regained her composure and produced a testing stone to assess Sueo. Sueo, level 30, Beast Emperor, Hidden Beast Tamer profession. After the test, the staff member donned a professional smile and said, Indeed, you have qualified for the 3rd job advancement. I have 3 different difficulty paths for you to choose from. 1-star difficulty, clear the Goblin Forest. To successfully advance to the ordinary 3rd job, Beast Ambassador. 3-star difficulty, clear the Zombie Graveyard. To successfully advance to the hidden third job, Beast General. 5-star difficulty, clear the Wraith Forest. To successfully advance to the unique hidden third job, Beastmaster. The staff member presented the 3 job advancement choices to Suao. Her smile unwavering. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more powerful the resulting profession. However, you must choose wisely, as these 3 tasks can only be completed solo. Suao pondered briefly before making his decision. I choose the third option, the highest difficulty. His choice of the 5-star difficulty stemmed entirely from his confidence in his own capabilities. If he were to choose, he would opt for the best. Mr. Su, are you certain you wish to select the highest difficulty? The staff member's eyes widened in surprise. The highest difficulty job advancement is often an impossible challenge for second transformation practitioners. A 5-star dungeon is intended for 5th transformation practitioners. Just imagine a dungeon designed for 5th transformation practitioners being challenged by a second transformation practitioner, who must also complete it solo. Such stringent requirements are nearly unattainable. Throughout the history of Linghai City, no one has ever accomplished such a formidable challenge that far exceeds their limits. I am certain. Suao replied resolutely. The staff member could not help but express admiration as she recognized that Suao was about to challenge a record that had never been achieved in Linghai City, to face a 5-star dungeon as a second transformation practitioner. Suao accepted the dungeon teleportation scroll and tore it without hesitation, as a flash of teleportation light enveloped him. The brilliance swirled until Suao's figure completely vanished from the temple. When Suao next opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast forest steeped in darkness. Upon stepping into the Wraith Forest, he immediately sensed a palpable hostility. Lang Jun, stay here with me. This is a paradise. It will surely make you forget your troubles. Stay here, and you will be the only man in this realm. A group of ethereal white-clad female spirits gazed at Suao with longing. The young energy radiating from Suao was an irresistible temptation to these spirits. Should he show any sign of yielding, he would undoubtedly be drained to death in a state of ecstasy. At this thought, a chill ran down Suao's spine. He swiftly summoned the 3-headed purple-winged serpent. Having just undergone evolution, it was time to showcase its prowess. Suao commanded, "Chirp chirp." The 3-headed purple-winged serpent fluttered its small purple wings excitedly in response. It suddenly opened its serpentine mouth, unleashing 3 terrifying bolts of lightning. Lightning tri-slash. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying power of lightning suddenly bombarded the location where the 3 female specters had congregated. Suao was astonished to discover that the power of lightning had an extraordinarily potent restraining effect on the specters. The damage had multiplied several times over. The dreadful lightning force rained down mercilessly, instantly scattering the souls of the group of female ghosts. A horde of 5-star secret realm monsters was obliterated by Suao with a single skill. Who would dare to believe such a feat? You have slain the white-clad vengeful spirit, earning 1 point of intelligence. Your pet, the 3-headed purple-winged serpent, also gains 1 point of intelligence. You have slain the white-clad vengeful spirit, earning 1 point of intelligence. Your pet, the 3-headed purple-winged serpent, also gains 1 point of intelligence. You have slain the white-clad vengeful spirit, earning 1 point of intelligence. Your pet, the 3-headed purple-winged serpent, also gains 1 point of intelligence. Surprisingly, the reward for defeating the white-clad vengeful spirit was not experience points, but rather a permanent increase in attributes. This revelation left Suao somewhat astonished. Just moments ago, he had annihilated 8 white-clad vengeful spirits with a single skill, resulting in an impressive boost of 8 points of intelligence for both himself and the 3-headed purple-winged serpent. How delightful! Suao continued deeper into the forest of vengeful spirits. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of a woman's sorrowful weeping. The voice was filled with poignant grief. Instantly, Suao became alert and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Peering ahead, he beheld a female specter clad in a red wedding gown, weeping over the corpse of an infant. "My dear daughter, you have suffered so tragically. I shall make those who caused your demise pay with their blood." Just then, a voice from the system echoed in Suao's mind. "Ding! You have encountered the red-clad ghost. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Slay the red-clad ghost and successfully clear the secret realm. Choice 2. Assist the red-clad ghost in avenging her enemies. She may offer you a reward, but there is a 50% chance she will repay your kindness with malice." Chapter 25. The third transformation complete. The plea of the beautiful woman. You've informed me that she might repay kindness with enmity. Why should I spare her? Serpent, deal with her. Suao commanded. The 3-headed purple-winged serpent opened its jaws, unleashing a barrage of lightning orbs. Boom, boom, boom. 3 electric orbs struck the red-clad ghost with tremendous force. The red-clad ghost was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. She turned to face Sueo, her blood-red eyes fixed upon him, her fangs gleaming ominously. Daughter, become my sustenance. Aid me in restoring my form, and together we shall vanquish this man. No man is to be trusted. With that, the red-clad ghost opened her gaping maw and devoured the infant's corpse whole, as she absorbed the child's life essence. Her body began to swell. Even her wounds started to heal. How malevolent. Witnessing the red-clad ghost consume her own daughter's body left Sueo both astonished and appalled. It's all your fault, the red-clad ghost exclaimed, her eyes blazing with intense resentment as her nails transformed into razor-sharp weapons. The crimson-tinged claws lunged at Sueo with ferocity. Yet, undeterred by the red-clad ghost's onslaught, Sueo remained calm. With a thought, he murmured, Beastmaster's manifestation. Temporal mirage. Just as the red-clad ghost's sharp claws were about to strike, Sueo's figure vanished from sight, causing her determined attack to miss. Where is he? Confusion and bewilderment crossed her face. Right here, Sueo sneered, reappearing suddenly behind the red-clad ghost. He raised his hand and unleashed a triple lightning slash, striking her squarely on the forehead. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous damage was particularly effective against the red-clad ghost. The 3 lightning spheres hit her most vulnerable spot, instantly obliterating her spirit. You have slain the red-clad, vengeful spirit boss, earning 10 points of intelligence. Your pet, the 3-headed purple-winged serpent, also gains 10 points of intelligence. No experience points were gained, but both Sueo and the 3-headed purple-winged serpent enjoyed a significant increase of 10 points in intelligence. They had cleared the realm. Just as Sueo prepared to leave, he noticed a flickering crimson light within the red-clad ghost's remains. Fixing his gaze upon it, he decisively approached and extracted the crimson glow from her body. To his astonishment, it was a blood-red jade pendant. Blood-red jade pendant. This is a mysteriously sourced pendant. If you can locate its owner, unexpected rewards await. Finding the owner of this pendant, Sueo narrowed his eyes slightly. He scanned the surroundings and realized the secret realm had been sealed off. This meant the pendant's owner was not within this realm. Where could this owner possibly be? Perhaps this pendant concealed secrets yet to be unveiled? Sueo resolved to set aside the matter for now and pocketed the pendant. The most pressing concern was to expedite his 3rd transformation. He felt a surge of anticipation regarding the transformation. Without hesitation, he stepped into the teleportation portal. As dazzling light enveloped Sueo, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the transmutation shrine. Heavens, you can't possibly have completed it already? How long have you been inside? Not even 3 minutes. The shrine attendant gazed at Sueo in astonishment, her mind struggling to comprehend the reality. She knew of Sueo's extraordinary lineage, with parents of unimaginable stature, yet she could hardly fathom his power being so formidable. As a 2nd-tier vocationalist, clearing a 5-star secret realm in under 3 minutes? This undoubtedly shattered the historical records of Linhai City, spanning millennia. The attendant's exclamations drew the attention of many around them. Hiss! A 2nd-tier vocationalist cleared a 5-star secret realm? How outrageous! Is this the legendary prodigy? This surpasses the definition of genius. It's simply monstrous. If I heard correctly, the shrine staff said he completed the 5-star secret realm in less than 3 minutes? What an extraordinary being. Such a remarkable record can only be described as terrifying. In an instant, countless individuals within the shrine were abuzz with discussion, all eyes and chatter converging on Sueo. At this moment, the shrine attendant was preparing to facilitate Sueo's vocational transition. Suddenly, a prompt echoed through the air. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the Beastmaster's 3rd vocational transition? Affirmative, Sueo replied, his gaze filled with anticipation. Ding! Vocational transition successful. Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned to Beastmaster Envoy. Intelligence permanently increased by 10. Constitution permanently increased by 10. Agility permanently increased by 10. Strength permanently increased by 10. Ding! As you have utilized the unique hidden vocational slot reward, your 3rd-tier vocation has been elevated from Beastmaster to the singular hidden vocation of Beast Sovereign. Permanent enhancement of intellect by an additional 50. Permanent enhancement of constitution by an additional 50. Permanent enhancement of agility by an additional 50. Permanent enhancement of strength by an additional 50. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Leadership Aura. Leadership Aura, Level 1. Under the influence of the War Aura, both you and all your pets experience a 30 increase in movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed. As a golden light enveloped Sueo, he could distinctly feel his attributes surging exponentially. As a Beastmaster, all of his attributes could be conferred upon his pets. The higher his attributes, the greater the combat power enhancement his pets would receive. After the 3rd advancement, I shall be able to continue leveling up. A satisfied smile graced Sueo's face. With the respectful send-off from the staff of the temple, Su Ao exited the transmutation temple, just as he stepped out the grand doors. He was about to return home when suddenly, an exclamation of joy rang out from afar. "Mr. Su, we have finally found you. It has not been an easy task." A graceful and charming middle-aged woman hurried towards Su Ao. Puzzled, Su Ao looked at the woman and asked, "Who are you?" The woman smiled warmly and introduced herself. "Mr. Su." In the heat of the moment, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Du Mei Qing, the general manager of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. Do you remember the little girl you rescued last time? She is the daughter of our chairman. I would like to request a meeting with her. And if you could help her regain her memory, we would be willing to offer you a generous reward. Chapter 26, Platinum Grade Equipment. Miss Ya's dependence. So that is the case. Upon learning of Du Mei's intentions, Su Ao nodded slightly. In fact, even if Du Mei had not come to seek him out, Li Qingzhu had already informed him of Xia Wanxing's amnesia. Su Ao had intended to visit Xia Wanxing regardless. If he could assist her in reclaiming her memories, it would be mutually beneficial. It was a win-win situation, even if he could not help her recover her memories. Visiting her would entail no loss. With this thought, Su Ao smiled gently and replied, "No problem, I happen to have some free time right now." Du Mei's expression brightened, and she quickly said, "That is wonderful. Chairman Xia is waiting for you." Du Mei lightly pressed a button on her car key, and a Lamborghini Veneno roared to life, racing towards them and coming to a halt before the two. In this era, autonomous driving technology was fully prevalent. Just a command was all it took for a car to transport its passengers to their destination with remarkable convenience. This was Su Ao's first experience in a sports car, and he found it somewhat novel. Although the vehicle's speed in the city paled in comparison to his violet dual-wing flying speed, experiencing the exhilarating push of the sports car was still quite enjoyable. Riding in the Lamborghini Veneno, they made their way to the Star Sea building, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by along the way. After approximately 5 minutes, the Lamborghini Veneno came to a smooth stop in front of the Star Sea building. "Mr. Su, please follow me. Miss Xia is right here." The doctor has stated that only the person who left the deepest impression on Miss Xia is likely to awaken her memory. However, she does not even remember her own parents, and others have tried to awaken her memories without success. Thus, we can only place our hope in you. A respectful smile graced Du Mei's face as she led Su Ao into the Star Sea building. They took the elevator and soon arrived at Xia Xingwan's room. Upon pushing the door open, they found a young girl quietly lying on the bed. Her gaze was pure and innocent, as if untouched by the dust of the world. Su Ao recognized the girl. It was indeed Xia Xingwan, the one he had saved. Upon seeing Su Ao, a sweet smile blossomed on Xia Xingwan's dazed face. "Brother, brother." As she called out to Su Ao, Du Mei's face lit up with surprise. "Miss Xia has recognized you. How wonderful." Du Mei's excitement was palpable, her heart racing as she hurried to Xia Xingwan's side and asked, "Miss Xia, do you remember Mr. Su?" Xia Xingwan nodded with delight, exclaiming, "I think I remember. This brother saved me." Xia Xingwan stepped down from the bed and affectionately approached Su Ao, her eyes sparkling with trust. Her subconscious was telling her that this handsome brother who had saved her would never harm her. She opened her arms and embraced Su Ao tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. From Su Ao, she found a long-lost sense of security. Su Ao chuckled softly, neither pushing her away nor fully accepting her embrace, allowing her to hold him with her small face pressed against his chest. "Miss Xia, do you still remember me?" Du Mei's eyes shimmered with hope as she inquired. "I don't remember you," Xia Xingwan replied, her expression one of confusion. Du Mei, undeterred, called for Xia Xingwan's parents. Upon seeing their daughter finally recognize someone, their faces filled with joy. Yet, after inquiring, they discovered that Xia Xingwan only remembered Su Ao and no one else. Despite Xia Xingwan only recalling Su Ao, Chairman Xia could not conceal his excitement and joy. He had always regarded his daughter as his most precious treasure. Even the slightest glimmer of hope in her recovering her memory was something he would never abandon. Chairman Xia approached Su Ao with sincere gratitude, grasping his hand tightly as he implored, "Mr. Su, I have a humble request. Since my daughter only has memories of you, would you be able to visit her more often when you have the time? I believe this would greatly aid her in regaining her memory." He added, "Of course, I would not want you to waste your time without compensation." Chairman Xia exchanged glances with Du Mei, who promptly exited the room, returning shortly with 2 exquisite boxes. Chairman Xia placed the boxes into Su Ao's hands, smiling as he said, "I have heard that you are a Beastmaster. These are gifts I specifically selected for you as a token of gratitude for helping my daughter." Su Ao graciously accepted the 2 gifts without hesitation, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, Chairman Xia." Chairman Xia replied with a smile, "No need for such formality, Mr. Su. I shall be in your debt in the future. Whenever you have time, please come and keep Xingwan company. For each visit, I will compensate you with 1 million. Sueo was momentarily taken aback. Truly, Chairman Xia was exceedingly wealthy. A payment of 1 million for each visit. If he were to come daily, he need not worry about earning money in the future. Very well. Chairman Xia, I shall make it a point to visit Miss Xia often. Sueo nodded in agreement. At that moment, Madame Du suddenly remarked, by the way, we still have an IOU from Mr. Su here. President Xia waved his hand generously and laughed. Just tear up the IOU. Compared to the favor we owe Mr. Su, this mere note is of no consequence. President Xia's magnanimity left a profound impression on Sueo. Accompanied by President Xia and the others, Sueo departed from the Star Sea building. The sky was gradually dimming. He returned home directly, dragging his weary body and lazily reclining on the plush bed. He casually retrieved the 2 boxes that President Xia had gifted him earlier for inspection. Coronet of the Thunder King, Platinum Grade. Constitution 30. Additional Skill Thunder Affinity. When equipped, the pet's Thunder attribute skills inflict an additional 25 damage. To his astonishment, the first item was a piece of Platinum Grade pet equipment. Given the rarity of Beastmasters, the market price for equipment of the same grade for pets is somewhat lower than that for humans. Nevertheless, the price of this Platinum Grade pet equipment is at least over 800,000. Particularly, the attributes of this Platinum Grade pet equipment are exceptionally suited to the 3-headed purple-winged serpent, especially with the 25 enhancement to Thunder attribute skill damage. It was as if it had been tailor-made for the creature. Sueo surmised that President Xia must have gleaned detailed information about his identity from the police station. Truly, President Xia, as the esteemed president of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce, is meticulous to the finest detail. Without hesitation, Sueo summoned the 3-headed purple-winged serpent. Although it was already adorned with a verdant crown, it had 3 heads, allowing for 3 helmet placements. Gazing at the platinum-grade coronet of the Thunder King, the 2 unhelmeted serpent heads exhibited a glimmer of yearning in their eyes. Both heads were eager to don this magnificent coronet. Why the quarrel over a shared enhancement? Sueo found the situation amusing. He placed the coronet of the Thunder King upon the 2nd serpent head. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the 2nd treasure chest gifted by President Xia. Chapter 27. Distribution of Competition Rewards. Sueo's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he stared at the 2nd chest. From the 1st chest, it was evident that President Xia had meticulously selected this for him. What could the 2nd treasure chest possibly contain? He decisively opened it. Collar of the Thunder Mage, Platinum Grade. Intelligence 30. Additional Skill Thunder Mage. When equipped, the pet's Thunder attribute skills will have their damage range expanded by an additional 30. Once again, it was an item perfectly suited for the 3-headed purple-winged serpent. President Xia's thoughtfulness was truly commendable. A smile graced Sueo's face as he quickly adorned the 2nd piece of pet equipment on the 3-headed serpent. After attending to these matters, Sueo gazed out through the gauzy window. The bright moon hung high, and the stars twinkled in competition. He reflected on the events of the past few days. Though busy, his life had been incredibly fulfilling. His strength had been surging at an astonishing pace, achieving the 2nd transformation on the 1st day and the 3rd transformation on the 2nd day. Such an extraordinary rate of advancement, if inadvertently revealed, would undoubtedly cause an unimaginable stir. Sueo lay on the plush bed, allowing his fatigued spirit to find the long-awaited relaxation. Thus, he drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Sueo awoke early, brushed his teeth, rinsed his mouth, and had a simple breakfast, feeling remarkably refreshed. He summoned the 3-headed purple-winged serpent. Chirp, chirp, the 3-headed serpent flicked its delicate tongue, nestling in Sueo's embrace and playfully wriggling. Are you hungry? Sueo inquired, noticing the serpent's restlessness. Chirp, chirp, the serpent bowed repeatedly to Sueo, its animated demeanor resembling that of a playful puppy. It seemed genuinely hungry. Sueo affectionately patted the serpent's adorable little head, then rose to fetch a pack of double-layered ham sausages from the refrigerator. Peeling off the wrapper, he offered it to the 3-headed serpent. Despite its seemingly docile appearance, the 3-headed serpent possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. As soon as the sausage was presented, all 3 heads lunged forward in a frenzy to claim it. The 1st head, positioned closest to the sausage, swiftly snatched it away. The 2nd and 3rd heads, realizing the situation, eagerly extended toward the prize. Yet, the 1st head showed no mercy, swallowing the entire sausage whole. Burp. To add insult to injury, it deliberately let out a loud belch. Chirp, 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 chirp. The other 2 heads expressed their extreme dissatisfaction, their voices filled with indignation. Sueo watched the scene unfold, both amused and exasperated. Is it really necessary? Regardless of who ate it, it all ends up in the same stomach. Does it matter who consumes the sausage? However, the 2nd and 3rd heads thought otherwise. They viewed satiating their hunger and indulging in the joy of eating as 2 distinct experiences, reveling in the process of consumption. Chirp, 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 chirp. The second and third heads gazed up at Su Ao with a pitiful expression, eliciting a chuckle from him. All right. Since the first one has had its fill, the second and third heads each get a sausage. Su Ao unwrapped 2 more sausages, distributing one to each of the second and third heads. The first head looked on longingly, still eager to partake. Don't be greedy. Leave some for your sisters. Su Ao shot a warning glance at the first head, causing it to retract in alarm, bowing in apology. The reason Su Ao referred to the second and third heads as sisters was that he had previously discerned the gender of the 3-headed purple-winged serpent. In serpentine species, distinguishing gender is straightforward. Males are longer while females are shorter. The 3-headed purple-winged serpent exhibited distinctly female characteristics with its notably short tail, as they were indeed serpent sisters. Su Ao pondered silently whether they would eventually evolve into a stunning serpent maiden. Burp, burp. After devouring the sausages, the second and third heads let out satisfied belches. Goodness, you are truly insatiable, Su Ao chuckled, cradling the 3-headed purple-winged serpent in his palm. To his surprise, after feeding it once, he noticed that the serpent had grown slightly larger, now measuring the length of a chopstick. With this growth, its physical attributes had also increased by 1 point, enhancing its health and defense marginally. To his astonishment, feeding could indeed enhance attributes. It seemed that he would need to feed his pets more frequently in the future. Su Ao suddenly realized that not only humans require sustenance, even pets need food to replenish their energy. However, at that moment, the satiety level of the 3-headed purple-winged serpent had already reached 100. Clearly, it had eaten its fill and did not require further nourishment for the time being. Su Ao collected the satiated serpent into his pet space and took out his phone to check the time. It was already 7:30. It was time to head to school. Exiting his home, Su Ao made his way towards the school. Linhai First High School was not far from his residence. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the school. Upon entering the classroom, he found only a few scattered students. Most of his classmates had yet to arrive. As soon as he stepped in, he caught the attention of many classmates. Su Ao, I never expected you to be so unassuming. Keep it up. Aim for one of the top 100 universities in the national exam. Since Su Ao had single-handedly defeated all 99 students in his classmates were thoroughly convinced of his prowess, their admiration boundless. Had Su Ao merely been slightly stronger than them, envy and discontent would have brewed within their hearts. However, his overwhelming strength had obliterated any feelings of jealousy, replacing them with profound admiration and reverence. Now, his classmates regarded him as a figure of idolization. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Su Ao's aspirations extended far beyond merely entering a top 100 university. He aimed for the 4 premier institutions renowned for their exceptional educational quality and abundant resources. Had they known of Su Ao's grand ambitions, they would surely have been taken aback. Though the teaching standards at these 4 universities were unparalleled, the difficulty of gaining admission was akin to scaling the heavens. Linhai City had not seen a single student admitted to these prestigious institutions for 3 consecutive years. The magnitude of the challenge was evident. Yet, such obstacles only fueled Su Ao's determination. The greater the challenge, the more motivated he became. In half a month, I will not rest until I secure a place in one of the 4 esteemed universities. Su Ao clenched his fist, vowing silently to himself. He needed to rapidly advance to the 7th tier and venture to the Wanzhou battlefield to find his parents. Only the 4 top universities could provide him with the resources and exceptional education necessary for his swift progression to the 7th tier. Just as Su Ao solidified his resolve, the special education teacher, Zhao Shuang, entered the room. Her gaze landed on Su Ao, and she stated directly, Su Ao, come with me. The rewards from the last competition are about to be distributed. Upon hearing this, all the students in the room displayed expressions of envy. Though they admired Su Ao, it did not diminish their longing for the rewards he had obtained. After all, Su Ao had received rewards meant for 9 students. Such resources were exceedingly generous. Su Ao smiled slightly and rose to follow Zhao Shuang out of the classroom. They made their way to the administrative office, where 5 rows of students stood alongside several principals, both the head and vice principals. These students were the top 10 from each class's preliminary examination, totaling 50 students from 5 classes. As Zhao Shuang led Su Ao into the room, she reported to the principals, Principal Li, Principal Wang, Principal Zhou. This student is Su Ao. Shenling Xue is absent today, so he is the only one from our class to collect the reward. Upon hearing this, the other students were left in a state of shock, murmuring among themselves. Even if Shun the flower isn't here, shouldn't there be 9 students present? Indeed. Why is there only 1 student from Class 3? Seeing the confusion among the students, Principal Li explained, Class 3 is in a unique situation. Su Ao single-handedly defeated all 99 students in his class, and as part of a wager, he claimed the rewards of the other 8 students. Such wagers are permitted to inspire the competitive spirit among students. With Principal Li's words, all the students present exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Their hearts surged with overwhelming emotions, akin to tumultuous waves, fearsome. It was truly terrifying. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Su Ao. Were it not for Principal Li's own proclamation of Su Ao's victory over the entire Class 3, they would never have believed it. Good heavens! How did he manage to defeat all 99 students by himself? What profession is he? How is his power so formidable? I recall that the students from Class 3 are not lacking in strength. It is said that both Shun and Lin have awakened impressive hidden professions. Who would have thought Class 3 was so full of hidden talents? It's unimaginable. In that instant, the room buzzed with discussions. Principal Li smiled as he approached Su Ao, placing a hand on his shoulder. Your father visited me before returning to the Wanzhou battlefield. Your future is boundless. I hope you bring honor to our school during the 8th City Joint Examination. Su Ao was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. My father came to speak with you, Principal? Principal Li chuckled. Indeed. I was once retired from the Wanzhou battlefield, and I served as your father's personal guard. Your parents have sacrificed so much for the dragon country and humanity. It was only on the day of your profession awakening that they finally revealed your lineage to you. Your father is an extraordinary figure. I believe that a tiger does not father a dog. Your future achievements will undoubtedly match his. The revelation that Principal Li had once been his father's guard was a staggering surprise to Su Ao. His father had kept such secrets well hidden. Why had he not mentioned anything? Su Ao found himself momentarily stunned, while the other students were equally astonished. What? Principal Li was once the personal guard of Su Ao's father? What a remarkable lineage. We cannot afford to cross paths with him. In that moment, they began to comprehend why Su Ao was capable of single-handedly defeating all the students in Class 3. Principal Li was the head principal, while Principals Zhou and Wang served as vice principals. With a wave of his hand, Principal Li gestured for the 2 vice principals and teacher Zhao Shuang to lead the 50 students out of the administrative office. At that point, only Su Ao and Principal Li remained in the office. Principal Li retrieved a brocade box from the table and handed it to Su Ao. This is a reward prepared for you. See if it meets your expectations. The brocade box appeared exquisite, exuding an air of the extraordinary. Su Ao's eyes gleamed as he opened the box before Principal Li, revealing, Head of the Fiery Hell Serpent, Legendary Level. Description: The Flame Hell Serpent is an ancient beast of great ferocity, believed to possess a bloodline capable of incinerating all that it touches. Even though the Hell Hydra has perished for 5 centuries, the dread will of this creature still lingers within its severed head. It is an unparalleled material of legendary caliber. Su Ao was instantly taken aback. Legendary materials surpass even the realm of ultra-rare materials, being far more precious and exquisite. Even the most inferior legendary beast material would command a price no less than 3 million yuan. The severed head of the Flame Hell Serpent before him is undeniably one of the exceedingly rare types among legendary materials. Even with conservative estimates, the market value of this head would assuredly not fall below 5 million yuan. Principal Li smiled faintly and remarked, This severed head of the Flame Hell Serpent was procured by the school at a cost of 5,500,000 yuan specifically for you. Of this amount, 2,700,000 yuan was drawn from your resource award, and the remainder was supplemented from my own pocket. Su Ao was startled and hastily replied, Principal, this is far too precious. I cannot allow you to bear such an expense. Principal Li chuckled heartily, saying, Oh, you rascal. Spending a little money on you is of no consequence. Do you not realize? Your father once rescued my life amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Were it not for his benevolence, I would not be alive to serve as principal. Accept it, it is yours. Su Ao was taken aback to discover the depth of camaraderie between Principal Li and his father. He ceased his protests and readily accepted the legendary material. In truth, the allure of the Flame Hell Serpent's head was too great for Su Ao to resist. This was a legendary serpent material. His heart brimmed with anticipation. What level of power would the 3-headed purple-winged serpent attain once the head of the Flame Hell Serpent was synthesized with it? After receiving the reward, Su Ao curiously inquired, Principal Li, I wish to learn more about my parents' past. Could you enlighten me? Principal Li shook his head gently and responded, in due time. Your parents will reveal their story to you. Some secrets are theirs to disclose. I am not at liberty to elaborate. Su Ao felt a tinge of helplessness but understood. Clutching the head of the Flame Hell Serpent, he departed from the administrative office. At that moment, his greatest yearning was to synthesize the head of the Flame Hell Serpent with the purple-winged serpent. Chapter 29, Synthesis Evolution. A perfect transformation. After leaving the administrative office, Sueo ventured into a serene, deserted grove. His gaze sparkled with excitement as he decisively summoned the three-headed purple-winged serpent and activated the Super Pet Synthesizer. Ding! Platinum level three-headed purple-winged serpent confirmed as the prototype pet. Please select the synthesis material. The head of the Flame Hell Serpent. Without hesitation, Sueo placed the head of the Flame Hell Serpent into the synthesizer. Ding! One prototype pet and one material confirmed. Synthesis formula. Platinum level three-headed purple-winged serpent, juvenile, legendary material. The head of the Flame Hell Serpent? This synthesis requires the expenditure of 1,200 wealth points. Do you wish to confirm the synthesis? Truly, the more valuable the material, the higher the synthesis cost. To synthesize a piece of legendary material would cost a staggering 1,200 wealth points. Sueo initially possessed 2,350 wealth points, and after deducting the 1,200 points, only 1,150 remained. Should he wish to synthesize again in the future, his wealth points would certainly be insufficient. He needed to strive to earn more. Synthesis. Without hesitation, Sueo confirmed the synthesis. In the next moment, a dazzling burst of purple light erupted from the three-headed purple-winged serpent. The head of the Flame Hell Serpent transformed into a blazing crimson flame, quaking violently. It seemed as though a remnant soul still resided within that head, fiercely resisting its impending fate of being absorbed. No, I have yet to fulfill my grand mission. I cannot be merged. A fierce and tumultuous will roared and struggled within the head of the Flame Hell Serpent. Ding! During the pet fusion process, a strong sense of unwillingness and rage was sensed from the head of the Flame Hell Serpent. You must make a choice for the upcoming evolution of the three-headed purple-winged serpent. Option 1. Forcefully erase the will of the Flame Hell Serpent, merging the three-headed purple-winged serpent with the head of the Flame Hell Serpent. Option 2. Promise to assist the Flame Hell Serpent in accomplishing its mission. The remnant soul of the Flame Hell Serpent will willingly merge into the three-headed purple-winged serpent, providing additional benefits. The mission of the Flame Hell Serpent. Its offspring have been ensnared by a powerful member of the Soul Clan, and it has met its demise at their hands. You must locate the whereabouts of the Soul Clan powerhouse, Reimer, and slay him, liberating the enslaved offspring of the Flame Hell Serpent. If you can rescue the offspring of the Hell Serpent, they will pledge allegiance to you and obey your commands. Once again, the Soul Clan. Sueo suddenly recalled the last Soul Clan fugitive he had slain. However, the Soul Clan powerhouse named Reimer would likely be far more formidable. Contemplating the two choices before him, the first option seemed less troublesome, while the second, though more complicated, would grant the three-headed purple-winged serpent additional enhancements. After a moment of thought, Sueo resolved to choose the latter. After all, the three-headed purple-winged serpent was his most significant asset in battle. Strengthening it, even at the cost of inconvenience, was worth the effort. I choose option 2, to assist the Flame Hell Serpent in accomplishing its mission, Sueo declared decisively. Great being, I thank you for your willingness to aid me in fulfilling my mission. In return, I shall bestow upon you an extraordinary gift. A voice, ethereal and elusive, resonated from within the head of the Flame Hell Serpent. As the voice faded, the massive serpent head transformed into an exceptionally pure flame energy, surging into the body of the three-headed purple-winged serpent. Suddenly, the three-headed purple-winged serpent, infused with this flaming energy, became completely crimson. Waves of intense, ferocious flames erupted from within the three-headed purple-winged serpent. At that moment, it resembled a blazing sun, radiant and resplendent. Just then, a crisp system notification echoed in Sueo's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your pet has evolved into Emerald-level Thunder Flame Four-Headed Serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the Thunder Flame Four-Headed Serpent's evolution. Ding! Due to your receipt of the Flame Hell Serpent's gift, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 4, from which you may select 3. Option 1. Ultra-rare upgrade the purple double wings to Thunderfire 4 wings, increasing flight speed by an additional 100 and enhancing fire attribute resistance by 100 points. Option 2. Rare increase the power value of the Thunder Flame Four-Headed Serpent by 20 points. Choice 3. Legendary level upgrade the skill Thunderbolt Triple Slash to Thunderfire Quadruple Wave. It can unleash 4 simultaneous dual attribute attacks of thunder and fire, with each strike's damage power boosted by an additional 50. Choice 4. Legendary level acquire a new skill, Inferno Conflagration. Inferno Conflagration, a minor forbidden spell that incinerates everything within a 30-meter radius into a sea of flames, continuously inflicting tremendous damage on all surrounding enemies. You and your pet will be immune to the harm caused by Inferno Conflagration. Chapter 30. President Li truly protects Sueo. First and foremost, for the first choice, upgrading the purple wings to Thunderfire 4 wings is something Sueo deems essential. Not only will it significantly enhance flight speed, but it will also bolster fire resistance, drastically reducing fire-type damage taken. Consequently, this will not only be more advantageous for pursuing and escaping, but will also eliminate the fear of those fiery beasts. He could even take the initiative to challenge some high-difficulty fire-type dungeons. Sueo considers the first reward an absolute necessity. Next, he turns his gaze to the second reward option. A mere 20-point increase in strength feels rather lackluster. Moreover, the Thunderfire Hydra is a magical pet that does not require an enhancement in strength. Thus, the second reward option can be momentarily disregarded. Following that is the third reward option, upgrading the skill Thunderbolt Triple Slash to Thunderfire Quadruple Wave, an increase in damage instances and a 50 enhancement in damage. This skill serves as the primary damage output ability for the Thunderfire Hydra. It must be selected without hesitation. Lastly, Sueo looks at the fourth reward option, acquiring a new skill, Inferno Conflagration. This is a fire-type area of effect minor forbidden spell. Its damage is exceptionally high, and the range is considerable. The only drawback is its lengthy cooldown time. However, Sueo suddenly recalls the Time-Space Mirage skill, which can refresh the cooldowns of all skills. Wouldn't the Thunderfire Hydra then be capable of unleashing 2 fire-type minor forbidden spells in succession? How terrifying! With this thought, a glimmer of excitement flashes in Sueo's eyes. Without a doubt, this is also a must-select option. I choose the rewards of the first, third, and fourth options. Sueo decisively makes the most cost-effective selection. Soon, all skill rewards have been fully integrated into the Thunderfire Hydra's being. Holding the Thunderfire Hydra in his palm, Sueo discovers a remarkable transformation in its appearance. Firstly, regarding its size, it has grown from the length of a chopstick to that of a rolling pin. It is aptly named the Thunderfire Hydra, as it now possesses an additional head, becoming a true four-headed serpent. This newfound head allows it to unleash an extra Thunderfire magic orb. Most notably, its scales have transformed into a fiery crimson hue. It has vividly morphed from a purple little serpent into a red one. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable power of the Super Pet Synthesizer. Each synthesis and evolution seamlessly integrates the traits and abilities of the ferocious beast materials into the pet's form. Emerald level Thunderfire Hydra. Level 28. Intelligence 378. Strength 312. Constitution 339. Agility 326. Skills: Thunderfire Quadruple Wave, Eye of Control, Defense Overload, Time-Space Mirage, Inferno Conflagration. Equipment: Bronze Emerald Crown, Platinum Thunder King S Crown, Platinum Thunder Mage Necklace. Observing the attributes of the evolved Thunderfire Hydra, Sueo's face beams with satisfaction. Just at that moment, a voice filled with rage suddenly reverberates throughout the campus. Sueo, get out here. You've put my brother in the hospital, and I demand blood for blood. This voice is laden with hostility, unmistakably from someone not to be trifled with. At this moment, all students in the school are drawn to the provocative outburst filled with fury. My goodness, what an imposing presence. Who is he? Remember Zhao Shihao, the one who lost to Sueo in the first match and then resorted to self-harm? This individual is Zhao Shihao's elder brother, Zhao Shichong. Good heavens, Zhao Shichong has actually come to our school. He is the top genius from Linhai Affiliated High School. For years, Linhai Affiliated High has consistently overshadowed our Linhai First High. Their acceptance rate for elite universities surpasses ours every year. It is said that Zhao Shichong has awakened the hidden profession of Flame Mage, possessing immense power, reportedly reaching over level 20. Incredible! Just 2 days after the awakening ceremony, he has already surpassed level 20? How can this be? It is said that Zhao Shichong spent a fortune for an early awakening, allowing him to awaken 3 months ahead of us. No wonder he has already reached over level 20. He awoke his profession 3 months earlier than we did. Wealthy individuals are always like this. As the legitimate heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Shichong is naturally given special training. Zhao Shichong has a robust physique, his muscles bulging, draped in a fiery red robe that exudes authority. Behind him stand 4 bodyguards clad in black suits, clearly indicating that trouble is afoot. Sueo, come out, you coward. Don't hide like a turtle. Zhao Shichong continues his loud and taunting provocations, his words dripping with scorn and insult. Sueo believed he had been sufficiently low-key, but it seems he has unwittingly attracted enmity. While he never seeks trouble, he certainly does not shy away from it, since the other party has issued a challenge. Sueo has no qualms about measuring how wide Zhao Shichong's face truly is with his own leather boots. It is the perfect opportunity to test the might of the evolved Thunderfire Hydra. A broad smile spreads across Sueo's face as he strides into the crowded playground. His deep-set eyes fixate on Zhao Shichong. Do you require something? Zhao Shichong sneers. You are Sueo? My brother Zhao Shihao has been hospitalized because of you. Don't you owe us an explanation? Su Ao chuckles. Your brother Zhao Shihao lost to me in the match and harmed himself, resulting in excessive blood loss and hospitalization. I did not injure him. How is this my responsibility? Zhao Shichang's face contorts with a fierce expression. My brother has never been wronged. Couldn't you have shown him a little leniency? Would it have killed you to let him win a round? Su Ao scoffs. Why should I deliberately lose to your brother? Does he have that much influence? Zhao Shichang's expression darkens further. My brother severed an artery in his wrist and is still in the ICU fighting for his life. Do you have any idea how crucial that match was for him, tied to his self-esteem? Your failure to yield in that match is your fault. Su Ao narrows his eyes, a chilling coldness emanating from his countenance. Your unreasonable attitude and your brother's arrogance. Who gives you the audacity to be so brazen? Zhao Shichang's face contorted into a sinister expression as he coldly sneered. Indeed, I am arrogant and overbearing. In terms of lineage, I am the future heir of the Zhao Corporation. In terms of power, I am a level 24 fire mage. And you are merely a lowly wretch from the slums. What right do you have to discuss fairness with me? Do you even deserve it? Su Ao fixed his gaze on Zhao Shichang. Then what do you want? Zhao Shichang licked his lips, a chilling smile spreading across his face. I offer you two choices. First, kneel and apologize to my brother. And sign a contract for compensation of 80 million, notarized by a lawyer, to be repaid within a month. Second, we can fight, and I will cripple your legs, forcing you to renounce your profession in my presence. Zhao Shichang's words instantly ignited the fury of the students throughout the school. Countless students rallied in defense of Su Ao, exclaiming, this is outrageous. Su Ao is not at fault here. Even if the Zhao family holds immense power, they cannot bully us like this. This is our territory at Linhai High. Zhao Shichang let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. Instantly, surrounding bodyguards surged forward, tossing those students who defended Su Ao several meters away. Li Yutong, witnessing this, was immediately overtaken by concern. She activated her invisibility and hastily rushed into the principal's office. Finding Principal Li enjoying tea, she quickly reported, Principal, the people from Linhai affiliated High are bullying us. That Zhao Shichang has come here to torment Su Ao and even threatens to break his legs and ruin his career. Principal Li chuckled lightly, speaking unhurriedly. I saw everything you mentioned just now. The brats from Linhai affiliated High are indeed overstepping their bounds. Let Su Ao face off against that brat first. If he wins, he should beat him to a pulp. If he cannot, I will arrive in time to teach that brat a lesson, and perhaps help Su Ao extort some compensation from him as well. Rest assured, I will ensure that Su Ao suffers not a single loss. Upon hearing Principal Li's words, Li Yutong was taken aback, her jaw dropping in astonishment. It turned out that everything was within Principal Li's control. He truly was protective of Su Ao. Chapter 31. Who dares to lay a finger on Su Ao? I will ruin him. Zhao Shichang fixed his cold gaze on Su Ao, a detached smile gracing his lips. Kid, today I am here to teach you a lesson. This world is never about fairness. It is a jungle where the strong prey upon the weak. And I, Zhao Shichang, am a god you cannot afford to provoke. With a snap of his fingers, a crimson flame leaped from his palm. Now, you shall experience the agony of being engulfed by flames. Inferno Fireball. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the flame in his palm expanded into a fireball the size of a grinding disc. The rolling inferno, exuding terrifying heat, hurtled towards Su Ao with ferocity. At that moment, all the onlooking students were drenched in cold sweat for Su Ao. Even though he had a record of defeating 99 opponents, they were merely level 8 or 9 ordinary students. This time, however, he was facing a level 24 fire mage. No matter how strong Su Ao was, it seemed implausible that he could defeat such a formidable opponent who had awakened his powers 3 months prior. Even Li Yutong, watching from across the window, wore a worried expression as she gazed at Su Ao. Having clashed with him twice, she understood his strength better than anyone. While Su Ao could withstand attacks from level 8 and 9 ordinary mages, he was in an entirely different league when facing Zhao Shichang, the level 24 fire mage. Li Yutong glanced at Principal Li again, but he remained engrossed in his tea, seemingly unconcerned about Su Ao's predicament. He was evidently filled with confidence in Su Ao's abilities. I hope Principal Li truly has confidence in this, she murmured to herself while watching the tense confrontation between the two outside. Suddenly, as Li Yutong fretted over Su Ao, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. The massive fireball hurtled towards Su Ao when, unexpectedly, a small crimson serpent appeared before him, blocking the attack. The fiery orb collided with the serpent but inflicted not a single scratch. The serpent even opened its mouth, voraciously consuming the entire fireball. Once it had devoured the fireball, the serpent seemed to express dissatisfaction, as if craving more. Li Yutong stood agape, disbelief etched on her lovely face. Heavens! Sueo's strength is truly formidable. How powerful must his pet's defenses be to withstand the attack of a level 24 Fire Mage's Inferno Fireball without a single injury? Not only Liu Tong, but the surrounding students were equally astonished, exchanging incredulous glances. Wasn't it said that the pets of Beastmasters were typically weak? How could Sueo's pet be so extraordinarily powerful? The Crimson Serpent then playfully wiggled its tail at Zhao Shichang, a blatant act of provocation and mockery that ignited fury in him. As a level 24 Fire Mage, how could he tolerate being ridiculed by Sueo's pet? Kid, don't think you can flaunt your pet. Let me show you what a true summon is. Come forth. Flame Phoenix. Devour that grotesque serpent. With a flourish of his sleeve, a surge of intense fire elements erupted from his staff. The fire elements compressed and coalesced, ultimately forming a battle puppet engulfed in flames. Under Zhao Shichang's command, the Flame Phoenix screeched, its burning wings flapping, as it charged at the thunder flame four-headed serpent with terrifying heat. The serpent's eyes gleamed at the approaching Flame Phoenix. To it, this was not an adversary, but a delectable meal. In an instant, as the Flame Phoenix descended, all four serpent heads opened wide, ravenously lunging at the Flame Phoenix. The first head clamped down on the Flame Phoenix's neck, the second on its wing, the third on its claw, and the fourth on its rear. The tragic Flame Phoenix barely had time to react before being torn apart by the four heads. Witnessing the gruesome demise of the Flame Phoenix, Liu Tong was left speechless. The onlookers were equally wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The one whose expression darkened the most was Zhao Shichang. He watched helplessly as his painstakingly conjured Flame Phoenix was destroyed, nearly spitting blood in frustration. However, what transpired next sent Zhao Shichang's mindset into a complete tailspin. After the third snake head devoured the claw of the flame bird, its round little eyes glared angrily at the other three snake heads. Chirp! The third snake head continued to emit low growls, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction. The reason for its ire was the insufficient elemental fire energy present on the flame bird's claw. It felt wronged by the unfair distribution. Witnessing the outrageous behavior of the Thunderfire Serpent, Zhao Shichang was utterly enraged. This is infuriating. Sueo, how dare you humiliate me in such a manner? You are utterly finished, completely and irrevocably finished. For guardians, seize him. Break Sueo's 3 legs and ruin his profession in the process. With a thunderous command, the 4 bodyguards behind him sprang into action. These 4 guardians were the pinnacle experts of the Zhao family, all 6-turn professionals. They had long been managing various smuggling operations for the Zhao family, generating vast illegal profits. However, the inspectorate had never managed to catch them red-handed, which allowed these guardians to roam freely. Boom! The 4 guardians suddenly charged towards Sueo with ferocity. Their eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, a deadly aura cultivated only through the burden of countless lives taken. For poisoned and sharp weapons bore down upon Sueo with lethal intent. Their strike was not merely a lesson. It was a genuine attempt to end Sueo's life. At that moment, Sueo's eyes narrowed slightly. He could keenly sense the life-threatening peril posed by the 4 suited brutes. As the guardians drew ever closer, Sueo prepared to teleport away. If he couldn't fight, he would flee, with the flight speed of the Thunderfire 4 wings. Even a 6-turn professional would find it impossible to catch him. Yet, just then, a thunderous voice echoed throughout the campus, shaking the very ground. This is my territory. Who dares to lay a finger on Sueo? I will be the one to ruin him. Chapter 32. The Reasonable Principal Li from the high-rise windows. A ferocious giant bear, resembling a tank, leaped down and charged directly at the 4 guardians. This commanding roar emanated from the terrifying bear. Most astonishingly, atop this fearsome bear's back was a girl, none other than Liu Tong. Her face was flushed with excitement as she shouted to Sueo, "Sueo, do not fear. Principal Li is here to back you up." The Principal Li she referred to was indeed the formidable bear. Principal Li's profession was that of a bear druid, capable of transforming into a colossal bear in battle, wielding unimaginable ferocity. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying bear stormed onto the playground, resembling a relentless killing machine on a battlefield. In comparison to the overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from it, the murderous intent of the 4 guardians seemed almost laughable. The bear's massive paw, akin to a grinding wheel, struck one of the suited brutes with tremendous force. The 6-turn professional was sent flying by the bear's swipe, crashing against a heavy iron gate, creating a deep human-shaped dent in the metal. The brute spat blood, his ribs shattered, collapsing to the ground, incapable of rising again. The remaining 3 brutes, witnessing the sheer brutality of the bear's power, were struck with sheer terror. Yet the fearsome bear granted them no time to react. It seized 2 of them and hurled them high into the air. Then, the bear leapt, clutching the two brutes in its mighty grip before slamming them down onto the ground. Boom, boom. Two resounding impacts reverberated across the vicinity. The ground was brutally gouged out, leaving two enormous craters where the brutes lay, bloodied and unconscious. In the face of such a horrifying spectacle, the last remaining brute trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware of the profound despair and terror enveloping his heart. Suddenly, with a thud, the last brute fell to his knees before Principal Li, his face contorted with fear. Principal Li, we were wrong. We should not have come to your school to cause trouble. Please, spare my life. He begged fervently, knocking his head against the ground, imploring the principal for mercy. However, the only response he received was the bear's unending coldness and ferocity. Spare you? But did you show my student any mercy? Principal Li thundered. Had I not arrived in time, it could have been my student suffering such a tragic fate. Therefore, you shall perish. The bear raised its paw and brought it down upon the kneeling brute, shattering his entire skeletal structure. Principal Li was a veteran returned from the battlefield of myriad races, and his decisive nature would not be swayed by the pleas of his enemies. The Zhao family's 4 guardians, 3 dead, 1 injured. Such was the consequence of provoking the elite of Lehigh. Principal Li's gaze remained icy as he fixed his eyes upon Zhao Shichong, an unsettling calm within his countenance. Zhao Shichong bore witness to the gruesome demise of the Zhao family's 4 guardians, and at that moment, he was utterly terrified. He was afraid that Principal Li might indeed turn his wrath upon him. Despite standing behind the formidable Zhao family, capable of stirring a tempest in Lehigh City with a mere stomp, Zhao Shichong was not immune to the fear of death. He dared not gamble on whether Principal Li would act against him nor provoke him further at such a critical moment. A chill coursed down his spine as cold sweat poured from him. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head to Principal Li, his voice trembling. Principal Li, I should not have come to your school to cause trouble, nor should I have bullied Sueo. I implore you, for the sake of the Zhao family, grant me a chance to atone. I will compensate the school for its losses and reimburse Sueo for his mental anguish. Please. In that moment, Zhao Shichong felt an unprecedented sense of humility and humiliation. The feeling of having his life at the mercy of another was unbearable. Yet, the fear within him was overwhelming. He feared that Principal Li might truly kill him. This fierce being, returning from the battlefield of myriad races, was capable of anything. Zhao Shichong's legs quaked as he awaited Principal Li's response. However, the principal remained silent, an unnerving tranquility enveloping the air. Time dragged on. Each second felt like an eternity to Zhao Shichong. The more he endured, the more pain and fear consumed him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of his cold sweat falling echoed in the air. Zhao Shichong kept his head lowered, his body hunched, embodying the most humiliating stance of his life. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Was it 10 seconds, 10 minutes, or perhaps half an hour? In the depths of his despair, Zhao had entirely lost track of time. Finally, Principal Li spoke, pointing towards the iron gate that had been smashed into a deep pit by a burly man, calmly inquiring, "Will you compensate for this gate?" Upon hearing the principal's voice, Zhao felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Yes, absolutely." He rushed to respond. 3 million for this gate, Principal Li stated. Zhao's heart sank at the exorbitant figure. 3 million for a gate. Was it made of gold? Li's gaze bore into Zhao, his demeanor as serene as that of a demon. "What's wrong? Do you have any objections?" Feeling the ominous intent radiating from Principal Li, Zhao shivered, gritting his teeth. "I will pay the 3 million. Li then pointed at the 2 deep pits on the ground, locking his gaze onto Zhao. "This playground has been damaged. Will you cover the repairs?" Zhao's mind was flooded with a torrent of curses. How absurd. Those 2 pits were clearly created by your own actions. My bodyguards were killed because of you. And now you dare ask me for repair costs? Yet, despite his inner turmoil, Zhao dared not show a hint of defiance, swallowing his humiliation as he replied, "I will repair it. Just tell me the amount." After a moment of contemplation, Li replied, "We can reduce that a bit. 5 million will suffice." Zhao felt a surge of frustration welling up within him. 5 million to fill 2 pits? And you call that a discount? With a smile that was more grotesque than tears, he said, "Principal Li, does it truly require 5 million to fill these 2 pits?" Before Zhao could finish, Li's murderous aura surged forth, causing him to tremble in fear. Filling these pits 1T cost 5 million. The issue is that this playground hasn't been renovated in 10 years. I wish to contribute to the school by revamping it. What? Does young master Zhao not want me to make a contribution? Zhao nearly spat out blood from sheer indignation. How outrageous. You're the principal. If you want to renovate the playground, then do so. Who's stopping you? But you dare demand my money to fund your contribution? The credit is yours, but the expenses are mine. Zhao's teeth chattered in rage, yet he felt the intensifying malice emanating from Li. No matter how humiliating it was, he had to swallow it. Tears of humiliation welled in Zhao's eyes as he sobbed. I will also compensate the 5 million. Li nodded in satisfaction, his murderous intent dissipating somewhat. He then pointed at Su Ao, stating, our discussion regarding the school's compensation has concluded. Now we must address the mental anguish caused to student Su Ao. Student Su Ao is the most exceptional talent our school has seen in a century. He is diligent, humble, kind-hearted, and filled with patriotism. In no more than 3 years, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our nation. He will surely step onto the battlefield to make an indelible contribution to humanity's fate. Such a promising student has suffered a severe psychological blow due to your actions. How do you propose to compensate for that? Zhao could barely contain himself. The principal's words revolted him to the point of nausea. Gritting his teeth, he replied, just state a compensation amount. Li raised his chin, contemplating before responding. Let us not be unreasonable. The compensation you owe to the school is 8 million, along with Su Ao's mental anguish compensation. Just round it up to a neat figure. Zhao exhaled in relief. 2 million for mental anguish was indeed somewhat steep, but it was within his realm of possibility. Principal Li showed a hint of humanity. Nodding, Zhao said, all right, a total compensation of 10 million, correct? I'll have it delivered to you by tomorrow. I must take my leave now. Zhao could no longer endure the relentless psychological torment inflicted by Principal Li. He felt that if he remained any longer, he would either be killed or driven to madness. Thus, as soon as the compensation was agreed upon, he turned to leave the school in haste. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, Principal Li lunged forward, grabbing Zhao by the neck and forcefully hurling him back onto the playground. Thud! Zhao felt his body crack upon impact, momentarily dazed and bewildered by Li's intentions. Struggling against the excruciating pain, he managed to stand, trembling as he asked, Principal Li, what does this mean? Haven't we already settled the compensation? If you're still worried, I can write you a legally binding IOU. Li shook his head, calmly stating, no. I brought you back because you misunderstood. The compensation you owe for Su Ao's mental anguish is not 2 million, but 92 million. When I said to round it up, I meant to ensure it totals 100 million. Chapter 33. Compensation of 100 million. The secret of the blood-red jade pendant. 100 million. Principal Li, are you jesting with me? Zhao's face drained of color, his lips trembling. 10 million was manageable, but 100 million was tantamount to a death sentence. Even as the eldest son of the Zhao family, he had yet to inherit the family business. How could he possibly gather 100 million to pay Su Ao and Principal Li? Li tightened his grip on Zhao's neck, lifting him off the ground. With just a slight exertion, a crack echoed from Zhao's body. Ah! Zhao's face turned pale, the pain nearly suffocating him. A cruel smile crept onto Li's face. The methods of interrogation on the battlefield were horrifically brutal. Even the simplest forms of punishment were beyond what a pampered wealthy heir like Zhao could endure. Is 100 million too much? Were you not once arrogant enough to demand 80 million from Su Ao? I ask you, is it unreasonable to seek 100 million in compensation? Of course, you can choose not to pay. You only need to leave your life here instead. No matter how powerful the Zhao family is, I, Li Tianxiong, am not afraid. Li's gaze bore into Zhao with an icy intensity, his murderous intent palpable. The sheer terror emanating from him made it hard for Zhao to breathe, his body trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Li Tianxiong was a madman. Zhao had no doubt that he was capable of killing him. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Sweat beads the size of mung beans cascaded down Zhao Shichang's forehead, incessantly splattering onto the ground. Principal Li's grip tightened around his neck, his fingertips mercilessly kneading and tormenting the pressure points with excruciating precision. Death was drawing nearer. The standoff endured for an indeterminate duration. Zhao Shichang could no longer withstand the dual torment of the imminent death threat and the searing pain. I'll give 1 billion. I shall give. Please spare me. At last, Zhao Shichang capitulated. Only then did Principal Li release his arm. Zhao Shichang, suspended high in the air, fell heavily to the ground. Completely limp, he gasped for breath, feeling as though he had clawed his way back from the abyss of death. He never wished to experience such extreme agony again in his lifetime. Thud! A thick stack of contracts landed heavily before Zhao Shichang. He looked up in shock, only to be met with Principal Li's amiable smile. How genuinely benevolent. Here, this is the compensation contract for Su Ao's emotional distress and the school's losses, totaling 1 billion. I've had it prepared in advance for you. Prepared in advance. This was all a premeditated scheme to ensnare me, wasn't he it? Damn it. Zhao Shichang's eyes reddened in an instant. In front of Li Tianxiong, he felt as naive as a little white rabbit. Step by step ensnared in the trap meticulously laid by this cunning old fox. I'll sign. Woe is me. I'll sign it immediately. Zhao Shichang sobbed as he pressed his handprint onto the contract. That's the spirit. If you had compromised sooner, You wouldn't have had to endure this torment, would you? How delightful it is for all parties to be satisfied. I assent it. Principal Li accepted the contract signed by Zhao Shichong, verified its authenticity. And once assured that Zhao Shichong had not attempted any tricks, a radiant smile broke across his face. He helped Zhao Shichong rise from the mire and even kindly brushed the dust off his clothes. Zhao Shichong managed to force a smile, yet internally, he felt like 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Damn it! Delightful for everyone, my foot. You have eliminated the 4 pillars of the Zhao family. And now you demand a staggering 1 billion from me. If my father finds out, he will surely break my legs. Watching Zhao Shichong limp away, Principal Li called out with a friendly smile. No pain, no gain. Next time we shall be old acquaintances. Feel free to visit us at Linhai No. 1 High School. Zhao Shichong, who had not yet walked far, nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing Principal Li's amiable farewell. After Zhao Shichong departed, Principal Li cast his gaze upon the surrounding students and declared, "Let it be known to all, this is the fate that befalls those who provoke Linhai No. 1 High School. We may not seek trouble, but we certainly do not fear it. If any of you suffer grievances outside, do not hesitate to inform me. I will stand by you." Principal Li's words elicited a chorus of cheers and respect from the crowd. What student wouldn't admire such a domineering yet protective principal? Once all the students had left, Principal Li made it a point to inquire whether Su Ao had sustained any injuries. After confirming repeatedly that Su Ao was unscathed, he finally resumed his smile. "Principal, does Zhao Shichong truly intend to compensate us with 1 billion? Su Ao couldn't help but ask. Principal Li erupted into hearty laughter, patting Su Ao on the shoulder as he said, "Rest assured, apart from your father, no one dares to owe me, Li Tianxiong, a debt. If Zhao Shichong dares to default, I will march directly to the Zhao family to collect. He dares to confront the Zhao family for debt?" Su Ao was once again taken aback by Principal Li's audacity, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. As Su Ao watched Principal Li's figure recede, he suddenly felt a warmth radiating from his thigh. Alarmed, he reached down to touch the source of the heat, uncovering a blood-red jade pendant. Upon extracting it, he realized it was the very pendant he had obtained after slaying the red-clad ghost, now emanating an intense warmth. But why had this blood-red jade pendant suddenly become so scorching? Just as Su Ao was engulfed in doubt, a prompt from the system materialized before him. Ding! The token, blood-red jade pendant, has sent some unknown call. Would you like to follow the blood-red jade pendant to explore some undiscovered secret? Option 1. Immediately discard the blood-red jade pendant and flee as far away as possible, severing all ties with it. Option 2. Harness the power of the blood-red jade pendant to enter an unknown realm, where you may encounter unforeseen dangers or gain immense opportunities. Gazing at the intensely heated blood-red jade pendant, Su Ao pondered seriously over the choices before him. Choosing to discard the pendant might allow him to evade unknown risks, but it could also mean missing out on untold opportunities. Should he choose to seek fortune amidst peril or opt for safety? Su Ao's expression wavered between uncertainty and determination. He glanced at Principal Li's retreating figure, his eyes suddenly alight with resolution. Clutching the blood-red jade pendant, he rushed toward Principal Li. "Principal, wait for me. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you." Chapter 34. The Secret of the Ghost Jade. The acquisition of an invincible spirit. Upon hearing Su Ao calling out to him, Principal Li turned and inquired, "Xiao Su, is there something else you need? Come, let us find a secluded spot to talk." Su Ao led Principal Li into an empty, desolate grove. He produced the searing blood-red jade pendant from his pocket. Upon seeing the pendant in Su Ao's hand, Principal Li gasped in astonishment. "This is Ghost Jade. Where did you acquire it?" Su Ao recounted the truth. "During my 3rd occupational transition, I opted for the highest difficulty in the secret realm, the Grievance Spirit Forest. This jade was dropped by a ghost in that forest." Principal Li extended a hand toward the blood-red jade pendant, but was immediately met with a repelling force. As if the pendant possessed its own sentience, reluctant to be touched by anyone other than Su Ao. Grievance Spirit Forest? If I recall correctly, that is an uncharted 5-star secret realm. My heavens, on only your 3rd day post-transition, you managed to breach a 5-star secret realm? Principal Li's eyes sparkled with astonishment, yet more so with elation and excitement. He was thrilled that his school had produced such a prodigious talent as Su Ao. He felt a surge of pride for his brother, Su Weiman, for having such an exceptional son. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Principal Li exclaimed enthusiastically, repeating the word thrice. Moments later, he realized he had slightly lost composure before the younger Su Ao. Reigning in his exuberance, he adopted a solemn demeanor and addressed Su Ao. "Now, let us discuss this blood-red jade pendant." The blood-red jade pendant, also known as Ghost Jade, is currently being summoned by the Ghost King. which is why it is so warm to the touch. The emergence of this new secret realm, Grievance Spirit Forest, along with the dropping of this jade, leads me to suspect that someone is orchestrating a scheme surrounding a certain secret. What should I do? Su Ao inquired. Principal Li's expression turned grave as he replied. The power of the Demon King is approximately equivalent to that of a 6th-tier job changer. While his strength is not particularly formidable, the formidable Soul Clan stands behind him. I suspect the Soul Clan is scheming something sinister. It would be best to eliminate this Demon King. Otherwise, we may face endless repercussions. The entire Linhai city could potentially confront an unforeseen calamity. Su Ao pondered for a moment and remarked, the Demon King's strength is comparable to that of a 6th-tier job changer. I should have no trouble dealing with him. Su Ao spoke with confidence. Firstly, the lightning-type attacks of the four-headed lightning serpent inherently counter the Demon King's abilities. Secondly, he possesses a restraining necklace left by his mother, capable of unleashing 3 immensely powerful strikes. When the time comes to activate it, it will undoubtedly be sufficient to eliminate the Demon King in an instant. Principal Li took out 2 items from his pocket and presented them to Su Ao, a bracelet and a teleportation token. He then spoke with earnestness. This is the Unyielding Soul Bracelet, a gift for you. It possesses significant countermeasures against the Demon King. If you find yourself unable to withstand him, shatter this teleportation token, and I shall immediately expend my lifeblood to teleport to your side and protect you. Upon receiving the bracelet and the token from Principal Li, Su Ao felt a warmth in his heart. The consumption of lifeblood would result in a reduction of strength and attributes, if it were not absolutely necessary. Su Ao would prefer to use the attack from the restraining necklace rather than allow Principal Li to expend his lifeblood to save him. He then examined the bracelet given by Principal Li. Unyielding Soul Bracelet, Emerald Grade. Constitution 40. Additional skill, Unyielding Soul. Damage inflicted by the demon and soul clans on you is reduced by 50. Su Ao gazed at the attributes of the bracelet, his eyes suddenly brightening, especially the additional skill, which seemed to make him the patriarch against the demon and soul clans. With this bracelet, Su Ao felt an overwhelming confidence in his ability to defeat the Demon King. Principal Li gazed solemnly at Su Ao and rendered a military salute, a gesture representing his deep respect as a former soldier towards Su Ao. Su Ao, if you can uncover the secrets of the Demon King and the Soul Clan, you will be a hero of Linhai City. Your actions may very well spare us from an impending disaster. I will actively petition higher authorities for your rewards and military honors. However, most importantly, you must ensure your safety. Nothing is more paramount than that. Understood. Su Ao responded with a serious expression, returning the military salute to Principal Li, as he felt the temperature of the blood-red jade pendant in his hand rising. Even becoming somewhat agitated, Su Ao hesitated no longer and tightly grasped the pendant, allowing its mysterious power to envelop him. In that moment, Su Ao's eyes turned pitch black, cold, silent, and ethereal. This was the profound sensation he experienced. After an indeterminate time, Su Ao finally glimpsed a fragment of light. He felt his body becoming extraordinarily light, almost capable of floating in midair. Instinctively, Su Ao looked down at his body, only to be astonished to discover that he had transformed into a transparent spirit. Ding! You have been transformed into a ghostly entity by the blood-red jade, and you can switch back to your corporeal form at any time. Ghostly entity, you can pass through walls, traverse all physical barriers, and are immune to all physical harm. Had he truly become a ghost? However, the good news was that he could effortlessly revert to his corporeal state. Su Ao reached out to touch the wall, only to find his arm effortlessly penetrating through it. He could indeed pass through walls. Moreover, he could float freely in the air. How exhilarating! If he were to displease someone, he could simply sneak into their bed in the dead of night. Surely, that would frighten them half to death. Most importantly, in this ghostly state, he was entirely impervious to any physical attack. Even an 8th-tier legendary swordsman could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. This spirit state was utterly invincible, especially since he was a Beastmaster. He could enter this ethereal state to avoid damage while allowing his pets to engage in battle. As long as he remained alive, his pets could be summoned back to their space at any moment. The ghostly state was perfectly suited to the Beastmaster profession. The more Su Ao contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He decided to continue his exploration as a spirit, delving into the secrets that lay within. Su Ao could clearly sense that he was in a damp and eerie tomb. Only the faint light from the walls provided him with limited visibility. Looking down, he was horrified to find the ground littered with severed limbs and skeletal remains. It was utterly chilling. However, Su Ao felt no fear. Armed with so many trump cards to counter the Demon King, it was the Demon King who should be apprehensive, not him. Su Ao drifted deeper into the tomb. Suddenly, He heard a strange yet alluring female voice echoing from within. Ah, ah, be gentle. You're about to drain me of all my essence. Chapter 35. Becoming a chosen follower of the Demon King? Following the flickering candlelight, Su Ao advanced towards the source of the voice. Eerie sounds continued to emanate from the depths of the tomb. Just then, a surprised female voice called out from ahead. Oh, a newcomer? I've never seen you before. Su Ao focused his gaze and was taken aback to find a long-haired female ghost engaging shamelessly with two male spirits. Upon noticing Su Ao passing by, the long-haired female ghost felt no shame. Instead, she actively beckoned him. You have a pleasing appearance, just my type. I'll give you 3,000 Een Soul coins to accompany me for some fun. Een Soul coins are the shared currency of the Demon and Soul clans, usable for purchasing treasures in their markets, as well as refining and absorbing the soul energy within to enhance cultivation. Su Ao was slightly taken aback. This female ghost was quite generous. 3,000 Een Soul coins was no trivial sum. However, he shook his head without hesitation. No matter how beautiful the long-haired female ghost might be, Su Ao found her repulsive, given that she had likely engaged with countless male spirits. Moreover, entering into an improper relationship with her would undoubtedly lead to having his essence drained, a loss that outweighed any potential gain. No need, farewell. Su Ao turned to leave without looking back. Stop right there. Any man I take a liking to cannot leave alive. The long-haired female ghost shouted fiercely. The two emaciated male spirits beneath her instantly transformed, their eyes turning crimson and their expressions menacing, lunging towards Su Ao with ferocity. A cold smile crept onto Su Ao's face. With a mere thought, the figure of the four-headed lightning serpent materialized before him. Fourfold lightning wave. The four-headed lightning serpent opened its jaws, unleashing four massive fireballs imbued with both lightning and flame attributes, charging towards the two male specters. Bang, bang, bang. The four waves of damage had yet to subside. In an instant, the two male specters were completely engulfed by the terrifying surge of thunderous flames, under the horrific high temperatures of the four waves of flames. Not even a wisp of their lingering souls remained. You have slain a puppet ghost slave, earning 50 experience points. A 50 bonus for defeating an enemy beyond your level grants you a total of 75 experience points. You have slain a puppet ghost slave, earning 50 experience points. A 50 bonus for defeating an enemy beyond your level grants you a total of 75 experience points. Accumulating these 150 experience points, Su Ao did not achieve a level up. However, it allowed the Thunder Flame Hydra to ascend to level 29. Yet, this amount of experience was ultimately insufficient. Su Ao's gaze shifted towards the long-haired female ghost. The aura emanating from her was significantly more robust than that of the two male specters, suggesting that the experience she would yield must be substantial. The long-haired female ghost's expression morphed into one of sheer ferocity, revealing a pair of gleaming white fangs. With a chilling growl, she opened her bloodied maw and lunged at Su Ao. You dare to slay my ghostly minions. I shall drain your essence and imprison you as my plaything for all eternity. In the face of the ferocious long-haired specter, Su Ao remained unperturbed. He decisively commanded the Thunder Flame Hydra. Temporal Mirage. In a flash, the Thunder Flame Hydra materialized before Su Ao. Under the effects of the Temporal Mirage skill, the cooldown for the Thunder Flame Surge was refreshed. The Thunder Flame Hydra opened its maw, flames swirling. Thunder Flame Surge. Bang, 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 bang. The terrifying Thunder Flame Surge transformed into layers of intertwining lightning and solar flames, swiftly consuming the long-haired female ghost. You have slain the essence-devouring female ghost, earning 150 experience points. A 100 bonus for defeating a boss beyond your level grants you a total of 300 experience points. Lightning is exceedingly effective against spectral beings. The essence-devouring female ghost, an elite creature at level 60, could not withstand the sheer destructive power of the Thunder Flame Surge and was obliterated in an instant. Higher-level monsters yield richer experience. After slaying the essence-devouring female ghost and receiving 300 experience points, Su Ao directly leveled up twice, ascending from level 30 to level 32. The Thunder Flame Hydra soared up 3 levels as well, breaking through to level 32. At this moment, Su Ao's attention was drawn to a glimmering crystal stone lying on the ground. His eyes lit up, and he promptly picked up the crystal. Dull Soul Crystal. Description: this crystal contains the residual soul power of the essence-devouring female ghost. If you refine it, you may gain unexpected benefits. A soul crystal indeed. A spark of curiosity ignited in Su Ao's eyes as he held the soul crystal in his palm, attempting to sense the residual soul power within. Ding! Residual soul power detected within the dull soul crystal. Do you wish to absorb this power? Su Ao could perceive that the soul power within the crystal was exceedingly pure. Absorbing this fragment of soul power would only confer benefits without drawbacks. Resolutely, he confirmed his choice. Immediately, this ethereal, pure soul power flowed into Su Ao's body through his breath, ultimately merging with his limbs and internal organs. Ding! You have absorbed a fragment of the essence-devouring female ghost's residual soul power. Please choose to convert this soul power into one of the following 3 rewards. Choice 1. Agility increased by 20 points. Choice 2. Mana increased by 50 points. Choice 3. Gain 500 experience points. The increase in agility and mana offered little benefit to a Beastmaster. However, the last option, 500 experience points, was indeed valuable. Su Ao's parents had advised him, "Be sure to wait until you reach the 7th transition before seeking us out in the multitude battlefield. That realm is where the true splendor lies." To reach the 7th transition swiftly, he needed to level up rapidly. Without hesitation, Su Ao made his choice. "I choose the 3rd reward, 500 experience points." Instantly, the fragment of residual soul power transformed into a bounty of experience, nourishing Su Ao's being. In that moment, his level began to soar. Level 33, Level 34, Level 35, Level 36, Level 37. Due to the absence of shared experience with the Thunderflame Hydra, this substantial experience propelled Su Ao's level to rise dramatically. It was only when his level reached 37, 318 experience, that it finally stabilized. This meteoric rise in levels was utterly exhilarating. Yet, before Su Ao could revel in his triumph, a hoarse, piercing voice echoed throughout the tomb. "Kikek, Su Ao, you are the chosen disciple of this king. I have been awaiting your arrival." Accompanying this voice was a chilling, bone-chilling aura. Su Ao squinted into the shadows, where a massive, ghostly figure wielding a gigantic black scythe, its face obscured by an ancient bronze demon mask, approached menacingly. Fixating on the scythe-wielding specter, Su Ao inquired, "You are the Ghost King?" The mask obscured the true visage of the specter, yet the haunting, high-pitched laughter sent shivers down his spine. "Su Ao, it seems you recognize me. Now, I present you with 2 choices. Submit to me, or perish." Ding. You are faced with a choice due to encountering the Ghost King. Please make your decision. Choice 1. Submit to the Ghost King, and you will be transformed into a permanent spirit, losing your chance to be human forever. Choice 2. Refuse the Ghost King, and the enraged Ghost King shall strike against you. To submit to the Ghost King meant forsaking his humanity? What choice remained? He resolutely selected the second option. Speak quickly. Submit or die. Growing impatient due to Su Ao's silence, the Ghost King awaited a response. However, what he received was the sudden, ferocious assault of the Thunder Flame Hydra, Raging Inferno. The Ghost King, a level 6 boss, was not to be underestimated. Without hesitation, Su Ao unleashed a formidable attack. Boom. The Thunder Flame Hydra erupted with an intense surge of fiery energy. This energy radiated outward from the Hydra, rapidly engulfing the space around it. The Ghost King sensed the rising temperature within the tomb and realized the situation was dire. Yet, before he could react, the fiery energy expanded with blinding speed. Suddenly, the entire tomb transformed into an inferno of extreme heat. The Ghost King, a natural embodiment of malevolence, was not only vulnerable to lightning, but also to the searing intensity of flames. Sizzle, sizzle. Enveloped by the flames, the Ghost King was instantly scorched and mutilated. What is most terrifying is that the inferno is not merely a single wave of flames. The fire surges in relentless waves, each more ferocious than the last. Even the mask of the Ghost King has been warped and melted by the heat, revealing his grotesque green visage. His eyes bulge like cowbells, nostrils flaring towards the heavens, and his lips curl back to expose fangs as large as bull horns. "You little brat, do you wish to perish?" The searing agony of the flames has ignited the Ghost King's wrath to a boiling point. He brandishes his black scythe, spinning it with a menacing fervor. The scythe whirls through the air like a tempestuous fan, aimed ferociously at Su Ao. In the face of the Ghost King's onslaught, Su Ao's lips curl into a chilling smile. "I've been waiting for you." With a surge of power, the Thunderflame Hydra merges with him, activating an overload of defenses. In an instant, a pale white barrier envelopes Su Ao. Under the protection of this defensive overload, he enters an invincible state for 10 seconds. The Ghost King swings his scythe, transforming it into a potent black whirlwind, relentlessly attempting to shred Su Ao. Clang, clang, clang. The black scythe crashes against the absolute defense barrier with a ferocity unmatched. Yet, no matter how fierce the Ghost King's assault, it cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon Su Ao. In fact, the more violently the scythe strikes, the more radiant the barrier's light becomes. Having been thwarted and then suddenly ambushed, The Ghost King finds himself at the mercy of this seemingly unbreakable shell. At this moment, his fury reaches a breaking point. Let us see how long your shell can withstand this. He bellows, blood sacrifice, dark storm fury slash. With eyes ablaze, the Ghost King unleashes his full spectral might, even willing to sacrifice his very soul to deliver a crushing blow that would shatter Su Ao's barrier. Boom, 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 boom. The maddened Ghost King relentlessly swings his scythe towards Su Ao. Yet, despite pouring every ounce of his strength into the attack, he cannot breach the protective shield of overload. Observing the Ghost King consumed by rage, Su Ao's smile grows ever more pronounced as he silently counts down. 3, 2, 1. Explosion. A terrifying roar reverberates throughout the tomb. After 10 seconds, the time for the absolute defense shield has elapsed. The Ghost King's frenzied assault has charged the shield with an overwhelming amount of energy. At that moment, the shield detonates, releasing a powerful shockwave that crashes into the Ghost King. In that instant, he experiences the sheer terror of life and death. But it is too late. The intensity of the shockwave rends the Ghost King to shreds. His form disintegrates into nothingness, his soul scattered to the winds. You have slain the Ghost King and earned 300 experience points. Defeating a superior boss grants an additional 100 experience bonus. You have gained a total of 600 experience points. As the Ghost King falls, a bountiful surge of experience materializes into 2 streams of white light, flowing into both Su Ao and the Thunderflame Hydra. At this moment, their experience skyrockets. Su Ao ascends 3 levels, breaking through to level 40, 368 experience. The Thunderflame Hydra, requiring less experience to level up, leaps 5 levels from 32 to 37. Each level gained brings a notable increase in various attributes. This is the reason why higher levels equate to greater strength. Noticing that the Hydra's critical intelligence attribute has reached 398 points, Su Ao's face beams with satisfaction. Suddenly, he feels the blood-red pendant growing warm again. Instinctively, he retrieves the pendant and holds it in his hand. To his astonishment, the blood-red pendant begins to tremble incessantly. It seems that something within the tomb is calling out to this pendant. Grasping the pendant tightly, he wanders about, only to realize that the deeper he ventures into the tomb, the more violently the pendant shakes. Could it be that this blood-red pendant holds the key to opening the tomb of Queen Medusa? Su Ao attempts to place the pendant into a groove on the coffin. To his astonishment, it fits perfectly, seamlessly. Could this blood-red pendant truly be the key to Queen Medusa's coffin? A look of disbelief crosses Su Ao's face. However, despite the perfect fit, as a spectral entity, he still cannot budge the coffin. A flash of inspiration strikes him, and he reverts to his corporeal form. Instantly, his ethereal body materializes back onto the ground. The solidity of his physical state brings a sense of reassurance. With a determined push, the lid of the coffin surprisingly shifts open. Peering inside, he finds an extraordinarily beautiful mature woman lying within. This woman is breathtakingly beautiful, so stunning that it is almost heart-stopping. She dons a black-patterned, form-fitting gown that accentuates her alluring curves to perfection. Her ample bosom tantalizingly concealed beneath the fabric, her slender waist leading down to a perfectly sculpted, shapely rear, culminating in a snow-white serpent tail. Though she possesses the body of a woman and the tail of a serpent, it does nothing to diminish her regal elegance. Undoubtedly, this resplendent figure before him is Queen Medusa. Gazing at her extraordinary countenance, Su Ao surmises that her power in life was unfathomably formidable. It is a pity that such an exquisite beauty has succumbed to death. Su Ao feels a pang of regret. It is indeed a tragedy that such a remarkable woman has perished. If only there were a way to resurrect her. Though he cannot conceive of a method for her revival, a bold idea strikes him. What if he were to merge the Thunderflame Hydra with the corpse of Queen Medusa? What magnificent creature might emerge from such a synthesis? Thus, it seems as though the Queen Medusa could be resurrected in an entirely different manner. There exists a possibility that she might even reclaim her memories. The more Su Ao contemplated this notion, the more he found it to be exceedingly plausible. Firstly, the flame-four-headed serpent is female, and so is Queen Medusa. Secondly, the flame-four-headed serpent is a serpent, while Queen Medusa is a being that is part human and part serpent. With this line of thought, a spark of excitement flickered in Su Ao's eyes, causing his breath to quicken. He promptly retrieved the Super Pet synthesizer and placed both Queen Medusa and the flame-four-headed serpent within its confines. Su Ao's gaze remained fixed on the changes occurring within the synthesizer. Ding! The Super Pet synthesizer has been activated. 2 primary entities detected, Queen Medusa and the flame-four-headed serpent. Both possess a genetic affinity, meeting synthesis criteria. Please select one of the 2 as your primary pet. Note: post-synthesis, the primary pet's physical characteristics and abilities will be significantly retained. The subordinate pet will exist within the primary pet as a martial soul, becoming a part of it. Should I choose Queen Medusa as the primary pet? Will she pledge her loyalty to me upon her awakening? Su Ao remained cautious and inquired deliberately. If, after her resurrection, Queen Medusa disregarded his commands, it would indeed be a substantial loss. Just then, the system's voice rang out unexpectedly. Ding. Please rest assured, host. Not only Queen Medusa, but even deity-level pets synthesized through the Super Pet Synthesizer will be 100% loyal to the host and will never betray. Only then did Su Ao finally relax. I choose Queen Medusa as my primary pet, Su Ao declared. Following the synthesis of the flamed four-headed serpent and Medusa, the former would transform into Medusa's martial soul, with both retaining their consciousness while evolving into a more formidable existence. Ding. Queen Medusa has been confirmed as the primary pet. Ding. The flamed four-headed serpent has been confirmed as the subordinate material. Synthesis formula. Queen Medusa, extraordinary life, emerald-level flamed four-headed serpent, juvenile. This synthesis requires the expenditure of 1,000,000 wealth points and a life divine crystal. Do you confirm the synthesis? Upon observing the substantial cost of synthesizing Queen Medusa, Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. It required a staggering 1,000,000 wealth points and a life divine crystal. Indeed, the more powerful the pet, the higher the synthesis cost. The expense to make Queen Medusa his pet was astronomical. However, this also attested to the immense strength of Queen Medusa as a pet. 1,000,000 wealth points were not a major concern for Su Ao. In no time, the 92 million yuan in mental compensation that Principal Li had requested would be deposited. By then, he could devise a plan to earn an additional 8 million yuan, thereby accumulating a total of 100 million in savings. 100 million in savings would conveniently grant him 1 million wealth points. Thus, he had little to worry about in terms of wealth points. Yet, where could he possibly acquire a life divine crystal? Su Ao was completely ignorant of how to obtain one. Suddenly, he thought of Principal Li. Having retired from the War of All Races, Principal Li had undoubtedly encountered various grand spectacles. He would likely know how to procure a life divine crystal. With this thought in mind, Su Ao decisively stored Queen Medusa in another pet space. Fortunately, there was still an available pet space, making it quite convenient to temporarily house Medusa's form. Just then, Su Ao noticed what seemed to be a hidden compartment beneath the coffin. He reached into the dark recess and astonishingly retrieved an ancient letter. The text on the letter was inscribed in obscure Soul Clan characters. Su Ao surmised that the contents of this letter might pertain to secrets that the Soul Clan had been covertly plotting. With this letter in hand, it would serve as a valuable asset to present to Principal Li. A satisfied smile graced Su Ao's face. After confirming that there was nothing else of interest in the tomb, he grasped the blood-red jade pendant, utilizing its power to exit the tomb and return to the school. Chapter 38. The Crucial Life Divine Crystal. A dark crimson light emanated from Su Ao. Once the luminescence faded, he found himself back on campus. Upon his return, he immediately made his way to the principal's office. Ascending to the 5th floor of the administrative building, he pushed open the door to the principal's office. Li Tianxiong was reclining in his chair, casually crossing his legs, a large cigar perched between his lips, leisurely listening to an audiobook. Upon seeing Su Ao enter, the relaxed expression on Li Tianxiong's face vanished, replaced by a look of surprise. How could he have returned so quickly? Did he fail? Su Ao shook his head and withdrew the mysterious letter from the coffin from his pocket, presenting it to Li Tianxiong. I have fulfilled my duty. I cannot comprehend the Soul Clan text within this letter. Please take a look. Li Tianxiong's expression bore astonishment. The Ghost King was a 6-star powerhouse. Did this young man truly manage to decipher the challenge? Su Ao might genuinely have the potential to contend with the super geniuses from various esteemed families and break into the top 10 of the 8 cities joint examination. Li Tianxiong was acutely aware of how those prominent families cultivated their offspring. Comparatively, those like Zhao Shichong, who awakened their professions 3 months in advance, were mere novices in the grand scheme of things. Some had even awakened their professions a full 3 years early. Moreover, there were top-tier experts from their clans guiding them through the challenges, enabling rapid advancement. While ordinary students prepared for the 8 cities joint examination a mere 15 days in advance, super geniuses vying for the top 10 had been preparing for a full 3 years. This disparity explained why only super geniuses from hidden families could gain admission to the 4 top-tier academies. Although early profession awakening had its advantages, it also bore significant drawbacks. The age of 18 was deemed the most suitable for profession awakening as per national regulations. Awakening too early could lead to immature bodies bearing excessive power too soon, resulting in surpassing physical limits and early onset of aging symptoms. In simple terms, it could severely shorten one's lifespan. This was why those super geniuses often reached their peak strength in middle age, only to see their power decline shortly thereafter due to aging, often passing away earlier than ordinary individuals. Conversely, those who awakened their professions at 18 tended to live longer than the average person. Li Tianxiong snapped back to reality, his gaze falling on the envelope Su Ao had presented. The envelope was sealed, and the Soul Clan text was exceedingly obscure. Li Tianxiong shook his head and remarked, "I can recognize common Soul Clan characters, but this letter has been encoded using a special technique. To decipher it, we would need a national-level scholar in Soul Clan linguistics. I will immediately submit this letter to the higher authorities. Once the nation has deciphered the text, we shall heed their directives before taking any action. Additionally, I will commend you to the national leaders. Once the intelligence contained within this envelope is unraveled, rewards will be allocated based on the significance of the information. However, I surmise that the intelligence within this envelope is indeed of great importance, and the reward you receive will undoubtedly be substantial." Su Ao nodded slightly, comprehending Li Tianxiong's intent. It was clear that the envelope should be submitted to the state, and they would act according to the orders issued by the nation. Su Ao had no objections to this. Matters concerning the safety of a city were best left to the state to decide. However, in comparison to the envelope's contents, Su Ao was far more concerned about how to acquire the life crystal, as it was pivotal to whether he could claim Queen Medusa as his pet. Su Ao glanced up at Li Tianxiong and inquired, "Principal Li, have you ever heard of the life crystal?" Li Tianxiong's expression shifted in surprise. "What do you want with the life crystal?" he asked. "The life crystal can resurrect a dying person. Such items are exceedingly rare on the battlefield among the myriad races." Su Ao fabricated an excuse, explaining, "My pet is rather unique. Possessing a life crystal would likely enhance its power significantly." Li Tianxiong nodded slightly, stating, "Indeed, the life crystal holds immense allure for ferocious beast clans, and pets would be no exception. However, such a precious and taboo-level treasure cannot be purchased in the marketplace, nor will the state permit private sales. There are only two ways to acquire a life crystal. First, you must achieve great merit for the nation. When the state rewards heroes for significant contributions, they often inquire what rewards the heroes desire. If you can earn a first-class merit, you would be entirely qualified to request a life crystal. Second, you can accumulate military merit on the battlefield of the myriad races. Military merit can be exchanged for life crystals, but due to the life crystal's taboo nature, those obtained through military merit can only be used by the individual and cannot be transferred to others." Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated the life crystal to be precious, but he had not expected it to be this exorbitantly valued. One must either contribute to the nation or make sacrifices on the battlefield for humanity to obtain a life crystal. Li Tianxiong paused before continuing. "If you wish to obtain a life crystal, it is not impossible. The quickest way is to assist the nation in unraveling the secrets of the Soul Clan's clandestine plots, thereby averting the impending disaster facing Linhai City. The merit earned from saving an entire city would be sufficient to attain first-class merit and request a life crystal." Li Tianxiong's words illuminated Su Ao's thoughts. After all, working for someone is still work. Working for the nation is the most reliable option. After concluding their conversation, Su Ao exited the principal's office, ready to await the nation's subsequent arrangements. However, his immediate focus remained on earning more wealth. To synthesize Medusa as his pet, he not only needed the life crystal but also needed to amass an additional 80,000 wealth points, which equated to 8 million. In that moment, Su Ao recalled the quickest way to earn money, providing psychological counseling to Xiao Wanqing, earning 1 million per session. This was undoubtedly the fastest method to generate income, bar none. With that thought in mind, Su Ao departed without hesitation, summoning his pet to manifest and activating his Thunderfire 4 wings. He soared into the sky, making his way towards Xiao Wanqing's residence. Chapter 39. The Synthesis and Transformation of Pets. On the 29th floor of the Star Sea Mansion, within a vast and luxurious room, Xia Xingwan gradually awakened from her slumber. Her expression bore a hint of melancholy. Since awakening from her coma 2 days prior, she had been unable to recall anything and had been excessively fatigued, requiring at least 20 hours of sleep each day. While asleep, she consistently dreamt of the same individual. On the first day of her dreams, she was on the verge of being possessed and dying when a Beastmaster suddenly appeared, saving her from the clutches of evil. On the second day, she found herself falling in love with this Beastmaster and eventually marrying him, indulging in a life devoid of shame. Xia Xingwan stood quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. She pondered what dreams the night would bring and whether she would again dream of that Beastmaster. How she longed to see him once more. As she reminisced about the last time she had nestled in the Beastmaster's embrace, a sweet smile graced her face. Amnesia had left her devoid of emotions about everything, save for that Beastmaster, who had become her sole emotional anchor. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a fiery red figure soaring towards her with outstretched wings. Xia Xingwan's gaze fixated on the crimson silhouette, growing increasingly familiar. It was him. It had to be him. A surge of indescribable joy washed over Xia Xingwan's previously forlorn features. She rose onto her toes, fervently waving her small hand. "Brother, are you here to find me?" "I'm right here." Su Ao smiled gently and waved back at Xia Xingwan through the window. He then descended to the ground floor, took the elevator to her room, and upon entering, Xia Xingwan immediately leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. "Brother He, I've missed you so much. You've been in my dreams every night." Surprised by her warmth and affection, Su Ao chuckled and asked, "Is your health improving?" Xia Xingwan giggled. "I had some pain in my forehead, but seeing you makes me so happy that I no longer feel it." Su Ao couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. "You're quite the charmer." After a while, she suddenly lifted her gaze to Su Ao. Her expression earnest as she asked, "Brother, why don't you marry me? Every time I close my eyes, your image fills my mind. I want to be by your side always." Caught off guard by Xia Xingwan's sudden confession, Su Ao was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated such an innocent and whimsical declaration from her. He felt reluctant to hurt a girl so pure and carefree. Gently, he replied, "I already have a girlfriend. You're still young. Focus on recovering and refrain from entertaining thoughts of love." Xia Xingwan's body quivered slightly, her eyes dimming. Yet, Su Ao's figure lingered in her heart, refusing to fade away. Ding! There was a knock at the door. Su Ao carefully set Xia Xingwan down and rose to answer it. It was President Xia. "Mr. Su, thank you for taking the time from your busy schedule to care for Xingwan," President Xia greeted with a beaming smile, enthusiastically shaking Su Ao's hand as he entered the room. Su Ao responded with a warm smile. "Xingwan is delightful. I enjoy spending time with her." "Is that so?" "Ha ha ha, that's wonderful." President Xia chuckled heartily. Chairman Xia approached Xia Xingwan and inquired, "Xingwan, do you feel any better?" Xia Xingwan smiled mischievously and replied, "Dad, after spending some time with Brother Su, I feel much more rejuvenated, and my headache has significantly lessened. You must express my heartfelt gratitude to Brother Su." Observing Xia Xingwan's elation, Chairman Xia felt a wave of comfort wash over him. "Certainly. You need not worry. I will express my gratitude on your behalf." He continued, "I have heard that Mr. Su has been on a quest for various precious materials from ferocious beasts. Manager Du, please bring the heart of the rampaging armored dragon and present it to Mr. Su." Manager Du's face registered shock. The purchase price for the heart of the rampaging armored dragon is as high as 9 million. The selling price is bound to exceed 10 million. Such a rare material. And Chairman Xia was so casually offering it? Yet, having already spoken, Chairman Xia had no choice but to follow through. Moments later, Manager Du entered with a golden box. Even from a distance, the powerful thumping of the heart within could be heard. Respectfully, he presented this treasure, valued at nearly 10 million, to Su Ao. Chairman Xia, with a smile, placed the box into Su Ao's hands, saying, "Mr. Su, please accept this. You have saved my daughter's life. And this material is but a token of my appreciation." Unable to refuse the chairman's sincere gesture, Su Ao accepted the offering. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he departed from the Shanghai building, carrying the heart of the rampaging armored dragon and 1 million in cash. Chairman Xia observed Su Ao's retreating figure, remarking, "What a true prodigy. Li Tianxiong is a peerless powerhouse who has accomplished countless feats for humanity on the battlefield. Even he holds Su Ao in such high regard. If Su Ao were to become my son-in-law, it would be worth any sacrifice." Upon leaving the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, Su Ao immediately summoned his four-winged Thunderfire and flew back home. The recently acquired heart of the rampaging armored dragon, along with 1 million in cash, was just what he needed to facilitate an evolution for his Thunderfire Hydra. Without hesitation, he set about the task of pet synthesis. Skillfully, Su Ao activated the Super Pet Synthesizer. Ding! The prototype pet, Thunderfire Hydra, has been confirmed. Please select synthesis materials. The heart of the rampaging armored dragon. Grasping the heart, Su Ao could feel its vigorous pulsation, unmistakably that of a freshly extracted beast's heart, still warm and alive. Ding! 1 prototype pet and 1 material have been confirmed. The synthesis formula is Emerald Grade Magic Flame Hydra, Juvenile, Rampaging Armored Dragon's Heart, Peerless Grade. This synthesis requires 1,800 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Chapter 40. The Captive School Bell, Bedding Equipment. Su Ao gazed at the prompt on the Super Pet Synthesizer. The synthesis of the Thunderfire Hydra and the heart of the rampaging armored dragon required 1,800 wealth points. The costs of synthesis were indeed escalating. Fortunately, Su Ao had just acquired a substantial sum of 1 million. Additionally, the accompanying wealth points amounted to a generous 10,000. Plus, he had a remaining 1150 points from before. Hence, he was unfazed by the expenditure. He decisively chose to proceed with the synthesis. As soon as Su Ao made his declaration, a dazzling crimson light enveloped the Thunderfire Hydra and the heart of the rampaging armored dragon. The heart began to compress and shrink until it reached the requisite size for the Thunderfire Hydra's heart, finally solidifying and merging into the Hydra's body. After integrating the heart, the Thunderfire Hydra underwent a remarkable transformation. Its length increased by over 10 centimeters, and now it measured roughly the length of Su Ao's forearm. Observing the transformed Thunderfire Hydra, Su Ao could distinctly feel its physique had grown more resilient, and its aura had become increasingly fierce. At that moment, a clear and melodic system notification resonated in Su Ao's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Diamond-grade Rampaging Hydra. Please choose 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the Rampaging Hydra's evolution. Option 1. Peerless increases the damage of the Thunderfire fourfold wave skill by an additional 30 and expands its range by 50. Option 2. Rare elevates the Rampaging Hydra's agility by 30 points. Option 3. Peerless grants the new passive skill, Rampaging Bloodline. Rampaging Bloodline increases the Rampaging Hydra's life recovery rate to 300 and additionally boosts its constitution by 50 points. Contemplating the evolution rewards for the Rampaging Hydra, Su Ao fell into deep thought. The first option clearly enhances the damage and range of the Thunderfire fourfold wave, the Hydra's core damage output skill, making it an obvious choice. The second option, which offered a mere 30 points boost to agility, seemed insignificant and of little relevance to the Rampaging Hydra. Thus, he deemed it easily dismissible. The third option, however, promised a substantial increase in life recovery speed and a notable boost to constitution. After reviewing all 3 evolution rewards, Su Ao had made his decision. I choose the first and third rewards. As he spoke, 2 beams of scorching red light surged forth from the Super Pet synthesizer, ultimately merging into the Rampaging Hydra. At that moment, the evolved Rampaging Hydra not only saw a significant enhancement in all its base attributes, but also a marked increase in the potency of the Thunderfire fourfold wave skill. Delighted, Su Ao eagerly examined the attributes of the newly evolved Rampaging Hydra. Diamond-grade Rampaging Hydra. Level 37. Intelligence 439. Strength 381. Constitution 428. Agility 387. Skills: Thunderfire fourfold wave, Eye of Control, Defensive Overload, Temporal Mirage, Raging Flames, Rampaging Bloodline. Equipment: Bronze Emerald Crown, Platinum Thunder King's Crown, Platinum Thunder Mage Necklace. Remarkable, Su Ao mused. The evolved Rampaging Hydra has indeed become significantly stronger. While the Hydra's attributes were already impressive, its equipment was lacking. He noted that, as a 4-headed pet, the greatest advantage was its ability to wear 4 helmets simultaneously. Currently, it donned only 2 helmets, with the remaining equipment limited to just 1 piece. If the Rampaging Hydra could be equipped with a splendid array of gear, her power would undoubtedly ascend to remarkable heights. Tomorrow, I shall devise a means to procure some equipment for the Rampaging Hydra. Su Ao silently resolved within himself. By this time, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Gazing out at the celestial expanse, adorned with twinkling stars and a resplendent moon, he reflected that yet another day had slipped by. With each passing day, Su Ao's strength burgeoned significantly, given the astonishing rate of his advancement. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying level of power he might attain by the time of the 8th city joint examination in 12 days. Contemplating this, Su Ao felt an ever-growing sense of optimism regarding his future prospects. He reclined quietly upon his large bed, gradually succumbing to weariness. With his eyes closed, he drifted into a deep slumber. On the following morning, as dawn's light began to break, Su Ao awoke from his dreams. Since his transformation into a class changer, his quality of sleep had improved remarkably. He found himself rising early each morning, brimming with vitality. Approaching the calendar, he tore off the previous day's page. Only 11 days remained until the 8th city joint examination. Although he was progressing rapidly, he was acutely aware that many prodigious class changers had awakened their professions long before him. He understood well the adage that there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and he could not afford to grow complacent or relax his efforts. After a simple routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face, followed by breakfast, Su Ao made his way to school. He glanced at the class schedule on the blackboard. Today was designated for all senior students to freely form teams and engage in dungeon runs for experience. However, Su Ao found himself disinterested. He could traverse all the dungeons within the school even with his eyes closed. For him, it was a complete waste of time. He prepared to turn and leave the campus when he faintly overheard a hushed conversation outside the door. "Let us go. Quick, we must see. I heard that Li Yutong has been imprisoned in an iron cage in the underground dueling arena and hasn't been released all night. What could have happened? She was perfectly fine, our campus belle. Why would she venture into such a perilous place? I heard it was for gambling on equipment." Gambling on equipment? That's the nature of the dueling arena. The rules dictate that both parties stake equipment of equal value, and the victor claims the loser's gear. Li Yutong gambled through the night in hopes of winning, but ended up wagering away all her own gear and now owes the casino owner 3 pieces of equipment. In the end, without anything left to repay her debt, the owner refused to set her free and imprisoned her in an iron cage, reportedly subjecting her to brutal beatings. My heavens, how tragic. Upon hearing this news, Su Ao's expression hardened. The last time Li Yutong had summoned Principal Li to establish order, it had allowed him to reap a bountiful reward from Zhao Shichang. Now, with Li Yutong in dire straits, it was imperative that he extend his assistance. Moreover, he found himself in need of equipment. The notion of gambling for gear intrigued him as well. Chapter 41, Gambling Duel. The Soul Clan's astonishing secret? Before long, the news of Li Yutong's imprisonment in the underground dueling arena spread like wildfire throughout the school. Despite the fervor surrounding the incident, not a single student dared to attempt a rescue. It was not that these students lacked compassion. Rather, the underground dueling arena was notoriously chaotic. Those who frequented such places were often desperate souls, each carrying the weight of numerous heinous acts. The arena was situated in an abandoned mine on the outskirts of the city, a remote location that had become a lawless zone. Here, illicit activities such as gambling, prostitution, and other unsavory enterprises flourished without oversight, allowing those involved to amass considerable wealth. While others hesitated, Su Ao felt no trepidation. He possessed a multitude of hidden cards. With his thunderfire wings, ghostly body, and even a life-saving necklace left by his mother, he knew that if he truly wished to depart, no one could restrain him. However, to conceal his identity, Su Ao purchased a ghostly mask and a voluminous black cloak from the warrior market after leaving the school. Adorned in the ghostly mask and black robe, he became unrecognizable, obscuring not just his identity, but also his gender and age. Once fully prepared, Su Ao summoned his thunderfire wings. The forces of thunder and flame coiled around him in a dazzling display. With a mere thought, the wings unfurled like those of a butterfly, propelling him skyward without hesitation toward the underground dueling arena. In a brief moment, Su Ao arrived at a desolate mining site. The surroundings were barren and eerily silent. Prior to his arrival, he had discreetly inquired about the entrance to the underground dueling arena. He entered a dilapidated building and descended the stairs toward the basement. Soon, he could hear the cacophony of voices echoing from below. His gaze sharpened. This was indeed the place. Just as he stepped into the doorway of the underground dueling arena, several muscular men stood guard. Upon seeing Su Ao cloaked in black and adorned with a ghostly mask, the men exhibited no surprise. Those who dared to seek fortune or pleasure in such a place were seldom innocent. The more one concealed their appearance, the more it suggested that they were not to be trifled with. The leader of the men fixed his gaze on Su Ao and commanded, "Halt. This is not a place for just anyone. State your purpose." Su Ao lowered his voice, his tone gravelly and subdued. "I wish to gamble for equipment. It must be at least emerald grade. Anything less does not interest me." The man's expression shifted in surprise, and his demeanor became more accommodating. A gentleman who dares to wager emerald grade equipment is certainly not an ordinary individual. "Please, follow me. Our manager will personally attend to you." With a wave of his hand, the man signaled for the doors to be opened, welcoming Su Ao inside. They had no need to verify whether Su Ao possessed the capabilities he claimed. Anyone who entered the arena and dared to deceive them would not leave with their body intact. As Su Ao stepped into the dueling arena, he was greeted by a lavish scene filled with decadent revelry. On the stage, warriors engaged in life and death battles, while below, the seats were filled with gamblers. They shook dice, drank spirits, and embraced voluptuous women clad in scanty attire. Waitresses dressed as bunny girls flitted about, serving drinks to the patrons. As Su Ao followed the burly men deeper into the arena, he surveyed his surroundings. The gamblers bore fierce expressions, which was not surprising. However, his attention was drawn to a slender young man toying with a goblet, causing a chill to run down his spine. Unlike the other fierce and ruthless gamblers, this young man appeared strikingly normal. Yet, his very normalcy rendered him conspicuously out of place. What unsettled Su Ao, however, was the resemblance of the young man's gaze to someone he recognized, the fugitive from the Soul Clan who had sought to usurp Xia Wanqing and whom Su Ao had slain. Another member of the Soul Clan. The recent events surrounding Su Ao seemed inexplicably intertwined with the machinations of the Soul Clan. This left him questioning what schemes they were concocting. Su Ao's gaze lingered upon the Soul Clan youth, his mind swirling with contemplation. Suddenly, the burly man beside him leaned closer, lowering his voice to whisper, "Sir, this may be your first visit to our duel arena. It's advisable not to fixate your stare on a single individual, as it may provoke their displeasure. Just this week, 3 individuals have met their demise due to similar circumstances." Su Ao nodded slightly, yet an ominous premonition stirred within him. The Soul Clan youth undoubtedly harbored clandestine schemes and secrets. Resolutely, Su Ao averted his gaze from the youth and silently summoned the ferocious four-headed serpent, which stealthily slithered beneath the youth's sofa, eavesdropping on every sound. If he could uncover even a hint of clues and secrets from this Soul Clan individual, it was highly probable that he would reap unexpected rewards. Su Ao was determined to seize every opportunity for merit. The greater the accolade, the more likely he would be rewarded with the life crystal, enabling him to claim Queen Medusa as his pet. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the burly man, Su Ao arrived at the office of the duel arena manager. The manager was a captivating woman adorned in a split purple qipao, her every gesture exuding seductive charm. Yet, one could only speculate how many beds she had traversed to ascend to such a prominent position. "Sir, my surname is Xiao. You may address me as Manager Xiao. The entry fee for an emerald-level duel is 100,000. Both contenders must present an emerald-level item as a wager. Regardless of the outcome, the entry fee is non-refundable." Su Ao nodded slightly, comprehending why the underground duel arena was so lucrative. Regardless of the victor, the arena would profit 200,000 from each match, a truly lucrative endeavor. However, Su Ao lacked for wealth, though not for funds. Without hesitation, he paid the 100,000 and placed the emerald-level unyielding spirit bracelet, a gift from Principal Li, as his wager. Yet, Su Ao stipulated that his opponent must also present an emerald-level pet item. Manager Xiao acquiesced readily, as pet equipment held little value for most warriors, making them willing to wager such items. In a bid to maximize profits, Manager Xiao swiftly arranged the duel. She promptly summoned a burly man clad in animal hide. This is Wu Yong, a level 61 4th-turn wolf knight, providing the wagered equipment, an emerald-level pet helmet known as the Sage's Crown. The newly arrived contender offered an emerald-level unyielding spirit bracelet as his wager. "Sir, may I have your name, profession, and level?" Su Ao replied calmly, "Ao Foam, level 40 3rd-turn Beastmaster." At this declaration, disbelief crossed Manager Zhao's face. "A 3rd-turn professional? You seek to wager emerald equipment?" Chapter 42, The Captive School Bell, Inhumanely Treated. "Mr. Ao Foam, are you certain you are merely a level 40 3rd-turn Beastmaster?" Her expression was one of incredulity as she sought confirmation. At that moment, Wu Yong's face twisted into a sneer, a glint of glee in his eyes, as he mused on the prospect of an easy victory. An emerald-level item is worth at least 1 million. As a level 61 Wolf Knight, facing a level 40 Beastmaster would be akin to child's play, wouldn't it? Wu Yong asserted with a serious demeanor. "The wager has been placed. It's too late to back out now. Consider your emerald-level equipment a tuition fee for your ignorance." Su Ao's gaze remained as tranquil as a deep abyss, and he replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then let us proceed." He turned and confidently ascended the duel platform. Wu Yong, believing he had provoked Su Ao successfully, exhibited a triumphant grin and followed suit onto the platform. Once on stage, Su Ao cast a discreet glance towards the Soul Clan youth's position. The youth reclined on the sofa, watching the duel with keen interest. Manager Xiao approached him, wearing a most subservient smile. "Boss, another fish has taken the bait." The Soul Clan youth smirked ominously. "Just last night, I reeled in a female student. Today, I have another. Once he loses, I'll confine him with that female student in a cage. They shall serve as experimental subjects." "Understood." Manager Xiao bowed and departed, as if nothing had transpired. All of this was silently overheard by the ferocious four-headed serpent, ultimately reaching Su Ao's ears. To confine himself and the female student together as experimental subjects? The captive female student was most likely Li Yutong. Indeed, secrets lay hidden here. Armed with this knowledge, Su Ao had begun to form a judgment. At this moment, the duel commenced. Wu Yong summoned a bloodthirsty wind wolf steed, a feral grin adorning his face. As he rode forth without hesitation, brandishing a massive sword aimed at Su Ao. "I concede," Su Ao stated coolly. He had discerned that regardless of victory or defeat, the Soul Clan youth would not permit him to leave the duel arena unscathed. Rather than expend energy here, he preferred to ascertain Li Yutong's current predicament. Meanwhile, under Su Ao's command, the ferocious four-headed serpent stealthily infiltrated the manager's office, pilfering both wagered emerald-level items and all the cash from the drawers. Observing Su Ao's surrender before the duel had even commenced, Wu Yong's grin morphed into one of arrogance. "Kid, the wise recognize the times. Though you have surrendered, My bloodthirsty wind wolf must taste blood once summoned. Is it too much to ask for your legs as interest? With that, Wu Yong's face contorted into a sinister smile as he charged towards Su Ao with his sword raised high atop the steed. Just as Su Ao prepared to activate his ghostly spirit form to evade the impending physical harm, Manager Zhao's voice rang out sharply. Wu Yong, stand down. Ao Feng is someone the boss wishes to keep. Wu Yong's countenance blanched at the mention of boss. He trembled, fear washing over him as he halted his advance. A malicious grin appeared on his face as he taunted. Kid, you are finished. Falling into the boss's clutches is a fate far worse than mine. Wu Yong withdrew his bloodthirsty wolf and vacated the duel platform. Manager Xiao approached the stage, shooting Wu Yong a fierce glare, reprimanding, keep your mouth shut. You will spend 3 days in the water prison. Wu Yong shuddered, too intimidated to retort, and sulkily trudged toward a dark underground chamber. Once Wu Yong departed, Manager Xiao approached Su Ao with a beaming smile. Ao Feng, please follow me. Su Ao's gaze remained exceptionally calm. If I refuse to accompany you, you will forcibly take me, will you not? Manager Xiao chuckled softly. Those who understand the times are true talents. Since you are aware of the consequences, then follow me. Su Ao trailed behind Manager Xiao, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings as they entered an underground passage. The corridor was deep and dim, obstructed by a formidable steel door. Approaching the door, Manager Xiao exerted considerable force, astonishingly forcing the several-ton gate open. Beyond lay a labyrinth of winding, intricate tunnels, and Su Ao meticulously noted the directions of each fork along the way. This underground tunnel was a remnant of a former mining site, extending at least several kilometers deep. However, Su Ao remained unperturbed. With his capabilities, no one could hinder his escape. His compliance was solely aimed at rescuing Li Yutong, while also uncovering the secrets the Soul Clan was plotting. With a gleeful expression, Manager Xiao led Su Ao into a vast laboratory. A group of golden-haired men and women clad in white lab coats were busily concocting various chemical solutions, seemingly engaged in some clandestine experiments. Manager Xiao approached a man in a lab coat, addressing him, Dr. Charles, this is the specimen the boss sent for you. The man in the white coat smiled and replied, excellent. Once we utilize his genes to complete the final phase of the experiment, it won't be long before our results are unveiled. Manager Xiao turned his gaze to Su Ao, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Alfing, it would be wise for you to behave. Each of these medical experts is at least a 5th-tier practitioner. Should you resist, it would lead to your demise. With that, Manager Xiao gracefully departed the laboratory. After his exit, Su Ao found himself confined in a chilling room filled with various chemical apparatus and countless bottles. The most horrifying sight was that these containers held naked infants, all lifeless, submerged in chemical solutions. Labels on the instruments recorded the dates of the infants' deaths, clearly indicating they had perished during the experiments. As Su Ao gazed upon the tragic fates of these innocents, an indescribable fury surged within him. To subject such tender lives to inhumane chemical experiments transcended mere cruelty. It was an affront to humanity itself. At that moment, a trembling, helpless sob echoed from the corner. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The voice was filled with profound despair and terror. Su Ao turned to see a bloodied girl. Her body marked with bruises, curled up in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. The girl was none other than Li Yutong. Upon witnessing the quaking form of Li Yutong, a pang of sympathy pierced Su Ao's heart. Her body bore the scars of relentless beatings, indicating she had endured severe punishment after a desperate struggle. Examining her, Su Ao inquired, how did you end up here? Exhausted from a night of torment, Li Yutong was on the brink of collapse, failing to respond to his question. Instead, repeatedly pleading, please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. In that moment, Li Yutong's mental state was fragile. Su Ao approached and embraced her gently, whispering, Li Yutong, calm down. I will find a way to get you out. Instinctively, she resisted his closeness, but upon hearing his words, disbelief washed over her features. Who are you? Your voice. It sounds somewhat familiar. Su Ao removed his ghostly mask, revealing his true identity. Li Yutong's eyes widened in shock. Su Ao, what are you doing here? This place is too dangerous. Why did you come? With a faint smile, Su Ao replied, I heard you were imprisoned here, so I came to rescue you. Li Yutong's anxiety escalated. I desperately tried to get Ma Yin to call the police for help. How did you end up here? Su Ao shook his head. I fear the girl named Ma Yin will not assist in alerting the authorities. I suspect she was the one who lured you here. Li Yutong looked stunned. How do you know? Ma Yin claimed that this place offered a chance for life and death training to rapidly enhance one's strength. That is why you followed her here. Su Ao explained nonchalantly. That makes sense, Li Yutong gasped. Ma Yin said she was unhappy with her career transition, which is why she seemed off lately. I never imagined the Soul Clan had infiltrated our school. How terrifying. After Ma Yin spread the word, how many students from our class came to rescue me? Li Yutong inquired anxiously. Su Ao shook his head. No one came. They all know this place is unsafe. Li Yutong looked at Su Ao, tears brimming in her eyes. So, you came alone, right? How foolish of you. Everyone else stayed away, yet you came. Her eyes reddened as she could no longer hold back her tears, collapsing into Su Ao's arms, weeping profusely. She pounded her fists against his chest, overwhelmed with emotion, yet burdened by worry for both their fates. Su Ao spoke softly, don't worry. If I dared to come, it means I possess the capability to save you. Li Yutong looked up at him, disbelief etched on her face. Really? There are plenty of 6th-tier experts here, and there might even be 7th-tier ones. Su Ao smiled down at her. If we cannot escape, I will die alongside you. Li Yutong's body trembled, her wide eyes reflecting shock as she regarded Su Ao. If I could die in your embrace, perhaps I wouldn't fear death so much. Su Ao chuckled heartily. Silly girl, I'm just teasing you. I have no intention of dying, nor will I let you die. With a wave of his hand, the ferocious four-headed serpent materialized. The beast opened its mouths, unleashing a barrage of lightning-infused fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The steel door imprisoning them was obliterated, leaving a massive gaping hole. Follow me. Su Ao let out a sudden shout, rising to his feet and pulling Li Yutong towards the door. However, just as he attempted to drag her outside, he realized he could hardly move her at all. Turning back, he discovered that both her hands and feet were shackled by heavy restraints. Crafted from a composite alloy, the shackles were 1,000 times more resilient than steel. Li Yutong managed a bitter smile, her expression tinged with sorrow. Su Ao, if you can escape, please do so quickly. I cannot get away. To see you one last time before I meet my end is enough for me. Please relay to Xiangliu that she has won. I will no longer have the opportunity to vie for you. Su Ao offered no response. Instead, he scooped Li Yutong into his arms and dashed through the gaping hole shattered by the thunderous fireball, racing towards the exit. Yet, just as he burst through the doorway, he was encircled by a group of individuals clad in white lab coats. Leading them was Dr. Charles, a sardonic smile gracing his face. Thinking you can be a hero and save the damsel? How naive. I was considering allowing you a few more hours of life, but it seems unnecessary now. Let us proceed directly to the human experiments. With a wave of his hand, the group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals shed their lab coats, revealing their true forms. Some expanded dramatically, their muscles bulging, their skin turning a sickly green, transforming into grotesque giants. Others donned deep crimson technological armor, bristling with an array of lethal weaponry. One even morphed into a blood-red spider, its body slick with venom, its cruel, multifaceted eyes fixated hungrily on Su Ao. Additionally, there were 7 or 8 other professionals, each casting a predatory gaze upon him. Every member of this group bore a distinct vocation, exuding an air of menace. Beast possession, Su Ao declared sharply, merging the ferocious four-headed serpent with his own being. The thunderfire wings erupted into action. Su Ao, cradling Li Yutong, soared into the sky, heading towards the exit. As he departed, he did not forget to unleash a devastating spell. Inferno. The entire chemistry lab erupted into flames. The power of the Inferno was already terrifying, and within the confines of the lab, it ignited all the deadly chemicals, causing them to combust and evaporate. A horrifying cloud of lethal toxins enveloped the laboratory. The fire completely obstructed the path of the group of white-coated scientists, trapping them in an endless sea of flames. You have slain the Azure Giant, Empress, earning 200 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 300 experience points. You have slain the Iron Master, Rain, earning 200 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 300 experience points. You have slain the bloodthirsty Red Spider, Tears, earning 200 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 300 experience points. In that moment, Su Ao's experience surged dramatically. His level ascended rapidly. Chapter 44. The Dilemma of Desperation. To save the school beauty or not. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the underground tunnel. The entire subterranean arena shook violently. It was evident that the Inferno had ignited some explosive chemical substances, obliterating the entire underground laboratory into ashes. The 8 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign professionals were almost entirely annihilated. Their burial was the culmination of their painstaking research, which had ultimately turned to dust. Yet, these unfinished studies had been developed at the cost of countless innocent lives of Dragon Country's infants. Li Yutong, held in Su Ao's embrace, gazed backward at the terrifying explosion, her eyes wide with awe and gratitude. She was astonished by Su Ao's decisive actions and the formidable power he wielded. She felt deeply moved by his willingness to venture into the jaws of danger to rescue her. Burying her head deeply into Su Ao's arms, in this perilous situation, his powerful, rising chest was her sole source of comfort. At that moment, Su Ao, carrying Li Yutong, activated the Thunderfire wings, soaring down the underground tunnel towards the outside world, with the final explosion of the laboratory obliterating all the nefarious foreign professionals. Su Ao checked his experience points and was taken aback, having defeated a total of 8 foreign professionals, each yielding 300 experience points. He was rewarded with a staggering 2,400 experience points. His level skyrocketed from the original 40, 41, 42, 43, 50. This enormous influx of experience allowed Su Ao to leap 10 levels in one breath, ascending from level 40, 368 experience, directly to level 50, 719 experience. Just 10 more levels remained before he could reach level 60 and undergo his 4th class advancement. Su Ao was filled with anticipation, eager to see how his power would transform after the advancement. At that moment, whoosh, 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 poison arrows, laced with deadly toxins, rained down upon Su Ao. The arrows flew at him like a fierce storm, an unrelenting barrage. In the constricted confines of the underground tunnel, evasion was impossible. Su Ao's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he unleashed a defensive overload skill. A powerful barrier activated instantly, enveloping him entirely. Even Li Yutong, cradled in his arms, was protected. Bang, 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 bang. Countless poison arrows were deflected by the protective barrier. Sensing the imminent danger, Li Yutong instinctively clutched Su Ao tighter. Just then, a furious female voice echoed from the end of the tunnel. It was Manager Xiao. You dare to destroy the boss's laboratory. Even tearing you apart would not compensate for the immense loss to the boss. Your end is near. Su Ao smirked. Your boss's loss. Wasn't it your boss who imprisoned us first? Manager Xiao's voice turned colder, her gaze radiating extreme fury and chill. To be chosen as a test subject is a privilege. If you obediently submit to the experiment, you might have a slim chance of survival. But after causing such a significant loss to the boss, your only fate is death. Capture him and let him suffer the torments of the Soul Clan before executing him. With a wave of her hand, a multitude of professionals surged forward, all intent on seizing Su Ao. Among them was the level 61 Wolf Knight, Wu Yong. You've got some skills, kid. But you made me spend time in a water prison. I will chop you up to feed the bloodthirsty wind wolf. Wu Yong, riding his bloodthirsty wind wolf, charged ahead, swinging his greatsword down at Su Ao with deadly intent. The other professionals followed suit, launching a frenzied assault on him. The more intense their attacks became, the more satisfied Su Ao felt. The fleeting 10 seconds of invincibility swiftly passed. Bang! The defensive shield shattered in an instant. The terrifying force of the explosion annihilated a good number of professional fighters. You have slain the Wolf Knight Wu Yong, earning 100 experience points. Level up kill bonus grants an additional 50 experience, bringing your total to 150 experience points. You have slain the explosive fist master Qianjin, earning 100 experience points. Level up kill bonus grants an additional 50 experience, bringing your total to 150 experience points. You have slain the Aurora Swordsman's son Nantian, earning 100 experience points. Level up kill bonus grants an additional 50 experience, bringing your total to 150 experience points. At this moment, both Su Ao and the rampaging four-headed serpent experienced a meteoric rise in their experience points. When it came to eliminating these traitorous humans working for the Soul Clan, Su Ao showed no mercy. The expressions of Manager Xiao and the other ranged professionals who witnessed this scene firsthand were filled with terror. Seizing her moment of shock, Su Ao struck with a thunderflame quadruple wave. A barrage of explosive orbs infused with the dual powers of lightning and flame hurtled towards Manager Xiao and her companions with ferocious speed. Damn it! Manager Xiao acted swiftly, yanking 2 professionals to shield her. Bang! 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 The terrifying thunderflame quadruple wave instantly reduced the group of sacrificial ranged professionals to a bloody pulp, their souls scattering. You have slain the Venom Archer Li Hantian, earning 100 experience points. Level up kill bonus grants an additional 50 experience, bringing your total to 150 experience points. You have slain the Ice Arrow Master Zhou Monsong, earning 100 experience points. Level up kill bonus grants an additional 50 experience, bringing your total to 150 experience points. You have slain the Toxic Caster Ma Fengdong, earning 100 experience points. Level up kill bonus grants an additional 50 experience, bringing your total to 150 experience points. Another substantial influx of experience points arrived. Su Ao could distinctly feel his experience rising exponentially. With each successive level up, his attributes continued to soar. Yet, the only one who remained unscathed, hiding behind the others, was Manager Xiao. A sinister smile crept across her face. You are indeed powerful, young man. However, this does not mean you can rescue her unscathed. Look at what I hold. Manager Xiao produced a remote control from her hand and pressed it lightly. Wailing alarms erupted from the metallic shackles binding Li Yutong's hands and feet. From this moment, you have but 10 seconds remaining. Abandon your profession and kneel before me immediately. Otherwise, the shackles will detonate on a timer, and she is doomed. In that instant, Manager Zhao's smile transformed into that of a cruel demon. She intended to force Su Ao into the most brutal of choices. Either abandon Li Yutong and flee alone, or for her salvation, cripple himself and become a mere shell of his former self. Chapter 45. Unexpected Gains. Pet Synthesis Materials. The blaring alarms from the cold shackles continued unabated. With each chime, Li Yutong drew closer to death by another second. The manic grin on Manager Zhao's face revealed her delight in this test of human nature, which was her favorite pastime. Li Yutong trembled uncontrollably, her eyes reddened and brimming with tears. The hope and light within her heart were extinguished in that moment. Despair. The suffocating sense of hopelessness caused Li Yutong to convulse, clinging tightly to Su Ao, her voice quaking as she spoke. Su Ao, you should leave. No. Don't worry about me. I am truly afraid of dying, but do not trust her words. Even if you abandon your profession, she will not spare us. This necklace was a gift from my mother. Please take it with you. Li Yutong shakily removed the necklace from her neck and placed it into Su Ao's hands. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she closed her eyes in despair. As Su Ao witnessed Li Yutong's hopeless wait for death, Manager Zhao's smile grew even more arrogant. She flaunted the remote control in her hand, showing that only 5 seconds remained on the countdown. At that moment, Manager Zhao's gaze was filled with contempt and mockery towards the weak. Have you made your decision, young man? Only 5 seconds left. Will you watch her die? Or will you willingly abandon your profession and kneel before me? Watching Li Yutong curled up in Su Ao's embrace, trembling incessantly, Manager Xiao quivered with excitement. The thrill of manipulating human nature brought her immense pleasure. Su Ao raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting a deep, abyss-like green light. His expression as cold as ice. Those who toy with humanity shall ultimately be toyed with by it. Control of the eye? The chilling green light in his eyes suddenly pierced through the air like needles, swiftly embedding itself into Manager Zhao's consciousness. Manager Zhao's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. Her face contorted in anguish. No. The control of the eye, that is a power possessed only by the Great Soul Clan. How can a lowly human like you wield the abilities of the Soul Clan? Manager Xiao clutched her head in torment as her gaze gradually turned vacant and lifeless. Great Master, your most wretched servant is willing to go through fire and water for you, serving like a loyal hound. Ding. You have successfully seized control over Xiao Rumei's mind. However, due to her significantly higher level, your control time is reduced to 8 seconds. Seizing control? Does this imply that Manager Xiao had already been under someone else's influence? It must be that Soul Clan youth she referred to as her boss. There was no doubt about it. It had to be him. Su Ao's focus sharpened. 8 seconds is more than sufficient. Xiao Rumei, cancel the detonation. Su Ao commanded urgently. Manager Xiao, in a daze, responded. Once the shackles initiate the detonation sequence, it cannot be cancelled. A dark shadow crossed Su Ao's face. Is there no other way? Manager Xiao produced a key from her pocket. Su Ao snatched the key from her hand and inserted it into the lock. Click, click. The shackles binding both hands and feet sprang open. Su Ao caught sight of a gaunt figure rushing towards them. He hurled the shackles with all his might. They soared through the air, hurtling towards the approaching figure. Boom! Before the shackles even touched the ground, an immense explosion erupted. The blast from the shackles was 10 times more terrifying than the previous explosion in the laboratory. The gaunt figure, intent on reaching them, was instantly reduced to charred remains. You have slain the Soul Clan Yellow Tier ability user Ling Tong, earning 1,000 experience points. Level up kill bonus grants an additional 100 experience, bringing your total to 2,000 experience points. The unfortunate victim of the explosion was none other than the Soul Clan youth lurking in the shadows. Su Ao was momentarily stunned. Is this even possible? He had expected to face a fierce battle, but instead, the Soul Clan youth had been killed by his own explosive trap. His experience points surged once more with wild intensity. Su Ao cast a glance at his level, only to discover that he had reached the maximum limit of level 60. To continue advancing, he would need to undergo a 4th transformation. Even the rampaging four-headed serpent had surpassed him, achieving level 61, 718 experience. As Xiao Rumei was on the verge of awakening from her mental control, Sueo promptly released his beast possession. Under his command, the rampaging four-headed serpent coiled around Xiaorumei's neck, tightening its grip. The four serpent heads opened their jaws wide, each sinking their fangs into her breasts and ears. With her vital points firmly constricted, Xiaorumei slowly regained consciousness from the mental control. How could this be happening? This is impossible. Her face was a mask of horror as she gazed at the charred figure of the Soul Clan youth in the distance, her heart shaken to its core. Don't move, Sueo barked. The rampaging four-headed serpent bit down fiercely, causing Xiaorumei to scream in agony. It would have been exceedingly simple for Sueo to kill Xiaorumei. However, the tragic demise of the Soul Clan youth necessitated leaving a hostage to serve as a witness. Perhaps he could extract some of the Soul Clan's clandestine plots and secrets from her. With her life precariously in Sueo's grasp, Xiaorumei became utterly compliant, not daring to move under the serpent's threat. Li Yutong, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with shock, her heart tumultuous as if caught in a violent storm. Unable to find peace, Sueo's calmness was remarkable. A single misstep or a momentary delay could have led to her certain death. In such a dire predicament, not only did he save himself, but he also managed to annihilate the mastermind behind it all. Li Yutong looked up at Sueo, her eyes brimming with profound admiration and respect. All right, you are free now. Sueo gently set Li Yutong, who had regained her physical freedom, down from his embrace. With a newfound lease on life, Li Yutong gazed at the cupid necklace around Sueo's neck, a twinkle in her eye. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and for the first time, a radiant smile of pure happiness illuminated her face. Yet there was a sentiment she did not voice. This cupid necklace was a treasured heirloom passed down from her mother, symbolizing her intention to devote her life to the man who received it. What are you smiling at? Though, I must say, you look quite charming when you smile. Sueo lightly flicked Li Yutong's petite nose before turning to scavenge the spoils of the battle. Approaching the charred remains of the Soul Clan youth, he forcibly pried open his eyelids. A pair of emerald, profound Soul Clan eyes had been perfectly preserved. These eyes were of a higher caliber than the ones he had previously synthesized, boasting even greater power. This was an exceptional material for synthesizing a pet. Sueo was filled with delight. Chapter 46. Pet Synthesis Transformation. Generous Rewards. Sueo bent down to extract the more advanced Soul Clan eyes from the youth's corpse. Yellow-grade Soul Clan eyes, peerless, more powerful than ordinary Soul Clan eyes, possessing incredible supernatural abilities. Gazing at the pair of emerald eyes in his hand, Sueo wore a satisfied expression. However, he could not believe that there were no other treasures within this underground dueling arena. Exiting the underground tunnel, he entered the brightly lit dueling arena, only to find it empty, all the gamblers having fled in fear from the recent intense battle. Sueo searched room after room, discovering a staggering sum of over 13 million in cash. Without hesitation, he deposited all the cash into his pet space. Yet what thrilled Sueo the most was finding a grotesque, massive snake head behind a particularly discreet hidden door. Head of the Nether Dark Soul Serpent, peerless. The Nether Dark Soul Serpent is a formidable creature unique to the Soul Clan's realm, endowed with astonishingly eerie abilities. Both the head of this Nether Dark Soul Serpent and the Soul Clan eyes were peerless materials. This was simply too perfect. All were exceptional materials for pet synthesis. A glimmer of anticipation crossed Sueo's eyes. Before synthesizing his pet, he made sure to confine Xiaorumei in a detention room, securing her hands and feet with alloy cuffs, leaving Li Yutong to guard the door. After properly managing everything, Sueo finally felt at ease to take out the super pet synthesizer and began the synthesis process. Ding! The rampaging four-headed serpent has been confirmed as the prototype pet. Please select synthesis materials. A pair of yellow-grade Soul Clan eyes. The head of the Nether Dark Soul Serpent. Sueo placed both the yellow-grade Soul Clan eyes and the head of the Nether Dark Soul Serpent into the synthesizer. Ding! One prototype pet and two materials have been confirmed. Synthesis formula: rampaging four-headed serpent, juvenile, peerless yellow-grade Soul Clan eyes, peerless Nether Dark Soul Serpent head. This synthesis will consume 3,600 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? With over 13 million in cash, Sueo's wealth points had increased by a substantial amount. Feeling quite affluent, he promptly replied, "Proceed with the synthesis." In the next moment, the yellow-grade Soul Clan eyes transformed into two streams of emerald, eerie light, merging into the body of the rampaging four-headed serpent. Upon absorbing the yellow-grade Soul Clan eyes, the serpent's gaze became extraordinarily sinister, cold, malevolent, devoid of emotion. This was a true reflection of the rampaging four-headed serpent's character at that moment. Yet, to Sueo, she remained as docile as a lamb. However, the synthesis evolution of the rampaging four-headed serpent was not yet complete. The head of the Nether Dark Soul Serpent erupted with a ferocious, dark aura. But this force was swiftly obliterated by the essence of the super synthesizer. Ultimately, the head was compressed repeatedly until it matched the size of the serpent's other heads, seamlessly integrating into the rampaging four-headed serpent's body as its fifth head. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Starry Stage 5-headed Nether Serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options for the enhancement of the 5-headed Nether Serpent. Ding! Due to the fusion of the Nether Dark Soul Serpent's head, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 4 options. Option 1. Peerless upgrade the skill Thunderflame Quattro Surge to Nether 5 Thunder Curse. It can unleash 5 simultaneous attacks of thunder, fire, and dark attributes, with each strike's damage power enhanced by an additional 70. Option 2. Super rare the mana recovery speed of the 5-headed Nether Serpent increases by 50. Option 3. Peerless upgrade the skill Blazing Inferno to Dark Flame Annihilation. The damage power of Dark Flame Annihilation is increased by an additional 70, and the damage range is expanded by 100. Option 4. Legendary acquire a new skill. Eye of Enslavement. The Eye of Enslavement. Choose a target and subject it to eternal subjugation. This power can enslave all living beings, including humans, ferocious beasts, and other races. The enslaved retain their original wisdom, strength, and memories, but will pledge unwavering loyalty to you, willingly doing anything for you without ever betraying you. Current maximum number of enslavements, 1 unit. As Su-Ao gazed upon the transformed quintuple-headed Nether Serpent, a glimmer of joy illuminated her eyes. The imposing presence of the 5-headed serpent was nothing short of magnificent. At this moment, it was enveloped in swirling black mist, crackling with lightning, and ablaze with fierce flames. The potent energies of 3 elemental laws continuously intermingled and coalesced, ultimately converging within the body of the 5-headed serpent. Its size had also increased by an impressive 30 centimeters, now measuring the full length of Su-Ao's outstretched arm. However, what truly occupied Su-Ao's mind was the impending evolution choices for the 5-headed serpent. 4 options, 3 selections. The first choice was to upgrade the 4-fold Thunder Flame to the Nether 5 Thunder Curse, which would add an additional curse attack and significantly amplify its damage output. This was the core damage-dealing skill of the Nether 5-headed serpent. It was an indispensable choice. Next, Su-Ao turned her attention to the second reward option. The mana recovery speed of the 5-headed serpent would be enhanced by 50%. This reward was somewhat superfluous, given the serpent's high intelligence. Not only would its damage output increase substantially, but its mana capacity and recovery rate would also improve. Thus, the 5-headed serpent was not particularly in need of mana. This option seemed rather redundant, making the choice inconsequential. Following that was the third option, upgrading Flames of Desolation to Dark Flames of Annihilation, which would greatly augment both damage power and area of effect. This was currently Su-Ao's most formidable area damage skill. Enhancements were imperative. This too was a must-select reward. Lastly, the fourth choice was to acquire a new skill, Eye of Enslavement. This skill would allow her to permanently enslave one target, rendering it her obedient servant regardless of race, with potential for further training and enhancement, ensuring eternal subservience. Remarkably, this was a legendary level skill. A look of astonishment danced across Su-Ao's face. Although she could currently enslave only one target, the skills of her summoned beasts could be upgraded through the continuous fusion of exquisite materials. In the future, the number of targets she could enslave would inevitably grow. Ultimately, it might even lead to the formation of a formidable faction, creating a vast army of slaves. Contemplating this, Su-Ao felt increasingly convinced of the skill's overwhelming advantages. This was undoubtedly a reward worth selecting. In the end, Su-Ao made her decision regarding the rewards. I shall choose the first, third, and fourth rewards. Chapter 47, Bioweapons. The Desperate Catastrophe of the Dragon Nation. As Su-Ao beheld the transformed 5-headed Nether Serpent, a satisfied smile graced her features. Not only had its skills seen enhancement and transformation, but its intelligence attribute had also surged from an initial 439, shattering the 500 mark to reach an astonishing 502. Its agility, strength, and constitution attributes had all elevated beyond 400 points. Chirp, chirp. The 5-headed Nether Serpent suddenly called out to Su-Ao. She turned to observe the serpent, which opened its mouth and a multitude of items tumbled forth. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the emerald-grade equipment and a substantial sum of wealth that the serpent had previously pilfered from Xiao Rumai's office. Counting the riches, Su-Ao discovered a total exceeding 150,000 yuan. Among the equipment was an emerald-grade Sage's Crown. Sage's Crown, Emerald Grade. Intelligence, 35. Bonus skill, Sage's Moment. When your mana is nearly depleted, below 20, your skill damage increases by an additional 50. Gazing at the attributes of the sage's crown, Sueo couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. When men trigger their sage's moment, aren't they usually utterly exhausted, longing only for sleep? Why would this skill become more formidable when on the brink of exhaustion? Sarcasm aside, the 35 intelligence boost would significantly enhance the skill damage of the nether 5-headed serpent. With 5 heads, the serpent could don 5 helmets simultaneously. Without hesitation, Sueo adorned the sage's crown upon the 3rd head of the serpent. Chirp, chirp. The remaining unadorned 4th and 5th heads gazed longingly at Sueo, their soft whines resembling a plea for attention, as if they too desired a little sunshade hat. Sueo sighed softly. Women crave handbags, and female serpents yearn for hats. Not only do women present challenges, but the female serpents do as well. Truly, they are a handful of mischievous little sprites. For the sake of a green hat, they could become possessive and jealous. Perhaps I should devise a way to ensure each of you serpents can achieve your freedom of choice in headgear. Upon hearing Sueo's promise, the 4th and 5th heads erupted in joyous cheers, nuzzling against her chest in a display of affection, as if seeking to win her favor through such endearing antics. Alas, the world is fraught with complexities, and these innocent little female serpents remain oblivious to the fact that it is better to believe in the existence of ghosts than to trust the words of men. A man's promises are but illusions that lead to regret. At that moment, a resounding sound echoed from outside the underground dueling arena, accompanied by the swift footsteps of armed police. Sueo turned to see Principal Li arriving with a contingent of law enforcement officers. Principal Li, are you certain that 2 students from Linhai No. 1 High School have been abducted to this location? Officer Chun inquired, surveying the desolate underground arena. Principal Li's gaze was icy as he replied, regardless of whether it is mere rumor, I had to come here. Whoever dares to harm our Linhai No. 1 students will come to regret their very existence. A warm feeling surged within Sueo. It must be said, Principal Li is genuinely protective. In any circumstance, he prioritizes the welfare of his students. Stepping out from the room, Sueo called out to Principal Li, Principal Li, I am here. Principal Li's face registered surprise. You rascal, you are truly here. I tried calling you multiple times, fearing you might be in danger. Only after inquiring at the school did I deduce you might have come here. Upon checking his phone, Sueo discovered that Principal Li had indeed attempted to contact him over 30 times. However, while imprisoned in the underground laboratory, the depth had obstructed any signal, preventing him from receiving the calls. With a serious demeanor, Sueo stated, this underground dueling arena is a secret base established by the Soul Clan. The arena is merely a facade. Within lies a chemical laboratory where numerous experts are clandestinely conducting human genetic experiments. It appears they are developing some form of bioweapon. Upon hearing the term bioweapon, Principal Li's expression turned grave, and he asked sternly, are you certain it is a bioweapon? Biochemical weapons are far more terrifying than foreign invasions. When alien forces assault a city, at least we can summon formidable warriors to combat them. However, biochemical weapons constitute an invisible warfare. Once bioweapons targeting human genetic codes are developed, it will not merely spell disaster for Hanhai City, but for all of humanity. Principal Li, having honed his skills on the battlefield of myriad races for over 3 decades, understands the sheer horror of biochemical weaponry. In the annals of the battlefield, there once existed a powerful faction known as the Indian Empire. With its formidable military prowess, the Indian Empire was an indomitable force. Yet, its enemies annihilated this great empire without losing a single soldier. They wielded the dreadful biogenetic weapons, enveloping the Indian Empire in a terrifying plague. This plague did not harm other races, but inflicted catastrophic lethality upon the Indian people. The most alarming aspect was the rapid transmission of this bioweapon. Within a mere 3 years, the once mighty Indian Empire, with a population of billions, was left with not a single survivor. At this moment, Sueo's countenance transformed into one of grave solemnity as he spoke. The mastermind behind this biochemical laboratory is of the Soul Clan. Yet the personnel developing these bioweapons are a group of Caucasian individuals. I suspect their intention in creating these bioweapons is not to obliterate all of humanity, but specifically to target our dragon nation. Upon close observation, I noted that all the subjects used in the genetic experiments were our black-haired, black-eyed dragon nation infants. Principal Li's face contorted with indescribable rage. These traitorous Caucasians. They conspire with foreign races, intending to exterminate our yellow race. Damn them. Take me to their biochemical laboratory at once. I must see how far they have progressed in their research into these bioweapons. Principal Li's eyes glowed with fury, his veins bulging with indignation. Without hesitation, Sueo led the way, guiding Principal Li and a contingent of armed police towards the laboratory. Chapter 48. Inhumane Methods. Utter rage. Soon, Su Ao brought Principal Li and the armed police into the laboratory. The sight that greeted them was one of devastation. The lab lay in ruins. A chaotic scene of destruction. Various chemical instruments were charred, and several Caucasians lay mangled and bloodied on the ground. Officer Chen stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Heavens! The colossal being breasts, the steel master rain, the slaughtering red spider tills. These biological experts from Eagle Country have not shown their faces for over a decade. I never imagined they had been secretly lurking in our dragon nation. This revelation will undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar and garner national attention." Officer Chen gasped in shock. Turning to Principal Li, you have nurtured a young hero. Had it not been for Su Ao's timely discovery of this secret, we may never have uncovered this biogenetic laboratory. Should they succeed in developing bioweapons targeting our dragon nation's genes, it would spell disaster for our 5,000-year-old civilization. Officer Chen regarded Su Ao with profound respect. The first time he encountered Su Ao, he had vanquished a fugitive from the Soul Clan, rescuing the wealthy heiress Xia. Now, seeing Su Ao single-handedly dismantle the biochemical laboratory intended to destroy their nation, Officer Chen could only view him as a savior of their entire dragon nation. Principal Li shook his head, responding to Officer Chen. Su Ao's achievements are solely attributed to his own endeavors. The saying "a tiger father does not rear a dog" son aptly describes the bond between Su Ao and his father. Officer Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Could Su Ao's father be some significant figure? Principal Li shook his head. I cannot divulge his father's name. I can only say that he is a hero whom I hold in the highest esteem. Principal Li's words filled Officer Chen with a sense of awe. Who could this father be, that even the proud Li Tianxiong would show such reverence? Officer Chen's gaze towards Su Ao now brimmed with deeper respect. The group continued their investigation deeper into the ruins of the biochemical laboratory. They entered a vast experimental hall spanning tens of thousands of square meters. The site was filled with various chemical research instruments and genetic specimens of the Dragon Nation's populace. Though the bioweapons apparatus lay in ruins from the earlier explosion, the containers were filled with the remains of Dragon Nation bodies. Most of these specimens belonged to children and infants. From newly minted adults to mere infants not yet a month old, they had all perished within these lethal chemical concoctions. Their research aimed to develop bioweapons to eradicate all Dragon Nation individuals. Rage, utter rage, gazing upon the bloodied bioweapons apparatus, the innocent children who had met tragic ends, and the heinous acts within this laboratory, Principal Li and Officer Chen were engulfed by an indescribable fury. Officer Chen, reaching through the glass to touch the lifeless bodies of the children submerged in the chemical solutions, wore an expression of unbearable sorrow and anger. With a sudden thud, Officer Chen fell to his knees before the apparatus, his face flushed with grief, his voice trembling as he lamented. No wonder there have been reports of children going missing in recent times. Across the nation, countless children have vanished. It turns out they were all captured and brought here. They were once a group of healthy children. They could have led happy lives. Instead, they were heartlessly confined within these cold chemical devices, their lives tragically cut short before they even began. These Caucasians are nothing but beasts. Even worse than beasts. Our Dragon Nation's men fight valiantly on the front lines of the battlefield, sacrificing their flesh and blood to secure a stable environment for all humanity. Yet, what are these barbaric Caucasians doing? Colluding with foreign races to harm our innocent children. They even seek to annihilate our Dragon Nation. The resources our Dragon Nation has secured on the battlefield have been won through blood, sweat, and sacrifice. These savage Caucasians dare not compete with foreign races for resources, yet willingly betray us, wielding the knife of inhumanity against our people. I hate so much. Officer Chen roared in a fit of rage, his voice hoarse from the intensity of his outburst. He knelt upon the ground, pounding his fists into the earth as he succumbed to tears of anguish. Meanwhile, Principal Li remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. The tendons in his arms visibly strained with fury. The fierce intensity in his gaze resembled that of a ferocious beast poised to attack. Even Su Ao was engulfed in a tempest of anger, though he chose to conceal his emotions. Su Ao understood that mere fury would not resolve their predicament. He needed to ensure that the Eagle Country would face dire repercussions for their actions. Regaining his composure, Su Ao declared, "I have captured a hostage affiliated with the Soul Clan. She wields considerable influence and has earned the trust of her compatriots. Perhaps we can extract some secrets from her." Principal Li's eyes widened with sudden intensity as he urged, "Lead us to this individual at once." Without hesitation, Su Ao guided Principal Li and Officer Chen swiftly to the confinement room where Xiaoliu was held captive. However, upon their arrival, Su Ao's expression darkened with dread. Xiaoliu remained shackled by metallic restraints, a precaution taken prior to her confinement to prevent any escape. Yet, she lay lifeless on the floor, her vacant gaze betraying her suffering, blood seeping from her lips. Su Ao turned to Li Yutong, demanding, "What transpired here? Wasn't it your duty to guard her?" Li Yutong stammered in fear. "I followed your instructions and kept watch over her. But just now, upon hearing your footsteps approaching, she bit her tongue and took her own life." Officer Chen stepped forward, prying open Xiao Rumei's mouth to examine her, and solemnly stated, "Her tongue is indeed mangled. She has committed suicide, and her time of death is recent, less than a minute ago." With Officer Chen's confirmation, Li Yutong breathed a sigh of relief, her anxieties finally alleviated. "I apologize for misjudging you," Su Ao said to her. "It's all right," she replied hastily. "They have caused me so much suffering. How could I ever be on their side?" Officer Chen frowned, remarking, "Now that our sole hostage is deceased, our situation has become precarious. To hold the Eagle Country accountable, we require a witness." Just as Chun and Principal Li faced this dilemma, Su Ao and Li Yutong exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. "There is still one hostage alive." Their eyes widened in unison, and they pressed. "Who is it?" "Ma Yin from our school," Li Yutong replied, her voice laced with venomous anger. "It was Ma Yin who deceived me into coming to the underground fighting arena. Had Su Ao not arrived in time to rescue me, I would have met a fate akin to those corpses submerged in chemical apparatus." Officer Chen promptly took out his phone and dialed the police department. "Li Qingzhu, assemble all officers immediately and head to Linhai No. 1 High School. We need to arrest a student named Ma Yin. She is of utmost importance, and we must act without delay." Approximately 10 minutes later, Officer Chen's phone rang. Li Qingzhu's voice came through the line. "We have apprehended Ma Yin." Officer Chen's expression turned stern. "Ensure she is fitted with a gag to prevent her from committing suicide. Bring her back to the precinct. I will interrogate her upon my return." "Understood," Li Qingzhu replied. After ending the call, Officer Chun turned to Principal Li and Su Ao, stating, "I must return to interrogate Ma Yin immediately. Once I have the results, I will inform you at once. I must take my leave now." Principal Li nodded in agreement. "Let the professionals handle this matter." Officer Chun, being a seasoned detective, excels in criminal interrogations. After Officer Chen departed, Principal Li addressed Su Ao and Li Yutong. "The collusion between the Eagle Country and the Soul Clan has reached a temporary conclusion, but this is far from over. I must return to the school to report this matter to the national leaders. They will undoubtedly treat this with the utmost seriousness, and it may even escalate to the brink of war between our nations. For your safety, you both should accompany me back to the school." Su Ao shook his head, insisting, "I must expedite my transition to the 4th tier, otherwise, my progress will stagnate." "Principal Li, please take Li Yutong back first." Principal Li acknowledged. "I will escort you back to Linhai City, then you can proceed with your 4th tier transition." Before Principal Li could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss and exclaimed in astonishment, "It has only been 4 days since your profession awakened. You are already preparing for the 4th tier. Your training speed is extraordinary. Even among the myriad of talents gathered on the battlefield of the clans, you are truly remarkable." Li Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief, her lovely features etched with shock. "I am only at level 26 and have yet to transition to the 3rd tier, yet you are on the brink of the 4th? If this were a game, I would suspect you were cheating." Su Ao merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Principal Li transformed into a colossal figure, bearing both Su Ao and Li Yutong away from the underground arena like a tank charging across the plains. Before long, they arrived back in Linhai City. "Su Ao, I have made up my mind. I will never bow to Xiangliu Xue. I will reclaim you from her grasp," Li Yutong declared, reluctantly bidding farewell to Su Ao. Though Principal Li carried her away, her voice lingered in the air, echoing incessantly. After watching Principal Li and Li Yutong depart, Su Ao made his way directly to the Temple of Professions. Upon his arrival, the temple staff greeted him promptly, as per the Chief's special instructions, to provide the utmost courtesy to Su Ao at all times. "Young Master Su, welcome. Would you like to accept a secret realm mission?" the staff inquired. Su Ao replied, "No, I wish to transition to the 4th tier." The staff member was taken aback. Su Ao had just completed his 3rd tier transition a day prior. Now he sought to advance to the 4th tier? "Please hold on. I will prepare the 4th tier tasks for you immediately." The staff member promptly retrieved the options for the 4th tier transition. Normal difficulty, pay 10,000 in cash. Successfully transition to the ordinary 4th tier profession, Beast Spirit Envoy. Intermediate difficulty, pay 100,000 in cash. Successfully transition to the hidden 4th tier profession, Beast Spirit King. High difficulty, pay 1,000,000 in cash. Successfully transition to the unique hidden 4th tier profession, Master of all Beasts. Su Ao was slightly taken aback. The tasks for the fourth tier involved monetary expenditure rather than combat. However, having recently looted over 10 million from the underground arena, he was in a position of financial abundance. A mere 1 million was hardly a concern. Su Ao was preparing to take out 1 million to undertake a high-level job change when a frail, white-haired old man suddenly approached him, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, wait a moment. I happen to possess a special fourth transition task scroll. If you need it, please take it." Su Ao turned his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. The gaunt elder was none other than the esteemed Master Gua of the Transition Temple. When his father first brought him to the Transition Temple for his second job change, it was Master Gua who personally welcomed them. With a warm smile, Master Gua stepped forward, producing a transition scroll and placing it in Su Ao's hands. Upon opening it, Su Ao's eyes widened in astonishment. Super Transition Scroll. Upon tearing it open, you may randomly obtain a fourth transition task pertinent to your current profession. Upon completion, you will transition into a super hidden profession, available only upon reaching level 60. A super hidden profession? A glimmer of joy flickered in Su Ao's eyes. Such super hidden profession scrolls were exceedingly rare. Once one successfully transitioned into a super hidden profession, the rewards, attributes, and bonuses would far exceed those of a unique hidden profession. To his surprise, Master Gua had gifted him such a precious treasure. Su Ao immediately declared, "Master Gua, to speak candidly, I truly require this super hidden profession scroll. Name your price. I shall not haggle." Master Gua waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. "Young man, you are being too formal with me. I once received a favor from your father on the battlefield of the myriad races. Consider this scroll a repayment of that kindness." Su Ao was momentarily stunned. First, Principal Li mentioned that his father had saved his life, and now the temple master spoke of having received a favor from him. Why did everyone who learned of his father's identity regard him with such reverence? What extraordinary deeds had his father accomplished? Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Ao asked, "Master Gua, what exactly did my father do on the battlefield of the myriad races to earn your respect?" Master Gua shook his head with a smile. "It is not just I who respect your father. The heroic deeds he has accomplished merit the respect of all humanity. That is all I can divulge. The rest, you must inquire directly with your father. We are not at liberty to gossip." Well then, that was tantamount to saying nothing. It seemed he would have to wait until after his seventh transition to personally question his father on the battlefield of the myriad races. However, at this moment, Su Ao was most eager for the upcoming fourth job transition. Resolutely, he tore open the super transition scroll. A dazzling burst of golden holy light erupted forth. "You have opened the super transition scroll. You have received the super hidden task, Equipment Collector. Equipment Collector. Submit 10 pieces of emerald grade equipment. Upon completion, you may transition into the Beastmaster super hidden profession. Submit 10 pieces of emerald grade equipment." Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. Each piece of emerald grade equipment was worth at least over 1 million. 10 pieces, even if he sought the cheapest options, would amount to a minimum expenditure of over 10 million. He had long heard that super hidden professions were significantly more powerful than unique hidden professions. Now he realized that the financial requirement for transitioning was 10 times that of a unique hidden profession. Transitioning into a unique hidden profession required merely 1 million in cash, while a super hidden profession demanded no less than 10 million. Su Ao assessed his remaining funds. He had just over 15 million left. Thankfully, he had previously raided the underground duel arena. Otherwise, he would truly be fretting over the costs of the transition. Despite his grumbling, Su Ao was resolute in not abandoning the pursuit of a super hidden profession. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, as long as one was powerful enough, wealth could always be regained. After leaving the transition temple, Su Ao made his way directly to the largest equipment auction house in the city center. This was the marketplace for elite equipment, and only here could he find more than 10 pieces of emerald-grade gear. At this moment, the Linhai auction house was teeming with people. Almost everyone looking to purchase martial gear or engage in reselling for profit congregated here. However, such a place was a melting pot of various characters from all walks of life. Su Ao had too much on his plate. First, to swiftly procure 10 pieces of emerald equipment for his transition. Second, to uncover more evidence to prove that the Eagle Nation was secretly colluding with the Soul Clan to undermine the Dragon Nation. Third, to investigate the schemes and secrets of the Soul Clan. Fourth, to find a way to obtain the Life Divine Crystal swiftly, allowing Queen Medusa to become his pet. Fifth, to assist the Hellfire Serpent in completing its mission in life, seeking out the powerful Soul Clan member, Reimer, to defeat him and recruit his offspring into his own ranks. Sixth, to activate the nuclear fusion AI Mech pet egg, achieving outstanding results in the upcoming inter-city examination, and striving to gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious academies. Seventh, To transition to the 7th level as soon as possible, enter the battlefield of the myriad races and locate his parents. The 6th and 7th points were not mutually exclusive. If he could join the battlefield of the myriad races as a student of one of the 4 elite academies, he would receive far better treatment, power, and status than an ordinary martial artist joining the battlefield directly. Therefore, Su Ao was unwilling to cause a stir in such a chaotic auction house. He quickly donned a black robe and a devil mask, entirely concealing his appearance and physique. In his current guise, even Principal Li would not be able to recognize him at first glance. After ensuring his identity was well hidden, Su Ao quietly blended into the bustling crowd and entered the auction house. The vast auction hall boasted over 3,000 seats, and as the auction was about to commence, nearly all the seats were filled. Su Ao located a discreet corner and took a seat. The entire auction event was quite lively, with the sounds of chatter and commotion echoing throughout, creating a cacophony that made Su Ao, who typically detested noise, furrow his brow. A mature beauty clad in a rose-red qipao was eloquently describing the functions and attributes of each auction item to the captivated audience with a sultry voice that could make any man's heart flutter. One could not deny that her beguiling lips drew countless men into a trance, their eyes glued to her every word. Suddenly, Su Ao heard a peculiar sound beside him. He turned to look and noticed a suspicious figure lurking in the dimmest corner of the room, a corpulent young man, his gaze fixated intensely on the alluring beauty on stage, while his right hand was rather disturbingly engaged in a peculiar motion within his trousers. The odd behavior of this chubby fellow left Su Ao momentarily stunned. Yet, he could not help but acknowledge that the beauty on stage was indeed mesmerizing. She perfectly epitomized the subjective aesthetic favored by old lechers. However, Su Ao felt a certain immunity to her charms, considering he had close acquaintances like Xiangliu, Li Yutong, Li Qingzhu, and Xia Xingwan, each of whom were unparalleled beauties in their own right, each possessing distinct merits. For instance, the gentle charm of Xiangliu, the passionate and unrestrained love of Li Yutong, the thoughtful warmth of Li Qingzhu, and the innocent infatuation of Xia Xingwan, even when solely considering the captivating allure of a beautiful matron. The women on stage pale in comparison to Queen Medusa, who embodies an aristocratic elegance that is truly unparalleled. Even in repose within her coffin, Medusa exudes a regal maturity that firmly establishes her as the epitome of beauty. Su Ao withdrew his thoughts, shifting his gaze from the matron on stage to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar young girl seated in the distance. Oh, Xia Xingwan. What brings her here? At that moment, Xia Xingwan was sitting beside President Xia, who regarded her with an affectionate gaze. Given President Xia's status, it was not unusual for him to bring his daughter to such an event. At that juncture, the matron auctioneer presented a new piece of equipment for introduction. This item instantly captured Su Ao's attention. It was an exceptionally rare piece of pet equipment of diamond quality, named Tail of the Thunderstorm Dragon. Its attributes boasted a 50 increase in intelligence, and its skill, Thunder Strike, offered a 20 chance to trigger a critical strike effect when casting thunder spells, dealing double damage. As soon as the matron's words fell, a fervent glimmer ignited in Su Ao's eyes. This was diamond-grade pet equipment. Most crucially, it possessed thunder attributes. The Thunder Strike skill was exceedingly practical. The core skill of the 5-headed Nether Serpent, the Nether 5 Thunder Curse, inflicted damage 5 times. With a 20 chance for the Thunder Critical Strike effect to activate, it meant that on average, every casting of the Nether 5 Thunder Curse would trigger a double damage critical strike. This equipment was simply flawless. It seemed tailor-made for the 5-headed Nether Serpent. A powerful urge surged within Su Ao. He was determined to acquire this piece of equipment at all costs. The matron auctioneer announced the starting bid for the tail of the Thunderstorm Dragon. In my 3 years of presiding over auctions, I have encountered only this singular piece of exceptional diamond-grade pet equipment. It is exceedingly rare. This equipment is not only suitable for Beastmaster's pets, but can also be equipped by knights' mounts and puppeteers' puppets. The starting price is 8 million, with minimum increments of 100,000. Let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer's voice faded, a flurry of participants eagerly began to bid. Although the Beastmaster profession is rather niche, the knight profession is undoubtedly a hot favorite. Which knight wouldn't desire to equip their mount with formidable gear? 5 million. A middle-aged man clad in knightly attire immediately raised the bid. 9 million. A puppeteer carrying a crow puppet swiftly followed suit. 5 million. A youthful knight in gleaming golden armor continued the bidding. The price climbed higher and higher. Su Ao furrowed his brow. The maximum he could bid was just over 15 million. Moreover, this sum needed to cover the purchase of 10 pieces of jade equipment. Though this diamond-grade pet equipment would significantly enhance the 5-headed Nether Serpent, Spending such a large sum on pet equipment would inevitably delay his transition to the 4th job class. It was a considerable miscalculation. Watching the price of the diamond-grade pet equipment escalate, he felt a pang of despair. I bid 17 million. The distinguished young knight was unwilling to concede, continuing to raise the bid. The price had reached 17 million. Su Ao finally grasped how coveted pet equipment truly was. After all, the drop rate for such items was exceedingly low, and professions like knights and puppeteers were equally in dire need of pet equipment. Alas, at 17 million, Su Ao found himself unable to continue bidding, extinguishing any hopes he had for the diamond-grade Thunder attribute pet equipment. Though the gear was exquisite, it was beyond his reach. Su Ao felt a sense of helplessness. Just then, a youthful voice rang out. I bid 20 million. The audacious increase of 3 million stunned everyone in attendance. It was evidently a declaration that this equipment was hers, and others should not compete for it. Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively glancing at the source of the voice, he recognized that the girl raising the bid was none other than Xiangliu. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere became one of palpable tension, with many recognizing President Xia's identity. Perhaps due to Xiangliu's excessively high bid or the desire not to offend President Xia, no one dared to raise their offer for a considerable time. The matron auctioneer smiled gently. President Xia's beloved daughter has bid 20 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the offer? Even the auctioneer doubted anyone would dare to continue bidding, considering that 20 million was already an impressive price for this diamond-grade pet equipment. However, just then, a clear, ringing voice broke the silence. I bid 21 million. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, as all eyes turned to the bidder. Seated in the front row was a striking young girl with wine-red hair, exuding an air of confidence. She had remained silent throughout the auction, but chose to interject just as Xiangliu was about to secure the equipment. At that moment, Su Ao's gaze also fell upon the girl with the wine-red hair, a sense of familiarity washing over him. As he caught a glimpse of her profile, he was struck with recognition. It was she, Li Yutong. Hadn't she returned to school with Principal Li? What was she doing here? Before Su Ao could fully process the situation, Xiangliu raised her bid once more, 23 million. 24 million. Li Yutong coldly responded, I'll raise it to 26 million. Xiangliu's urgency became apparent as her voice trembled. 27 million. Please, sister, let me have this equipment. It means so much to me. Tears glistened in her eyes, reflecting her desperation. President Xia, feeling helpless, stood and implored, Miss, I am the president of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. Could you grant me a favor and yield this pet equipment? Should you choose to be magnanimous, you will henceforth be a cherished guest of our chamber. In the face of President Xia's earnest plea, Li Yutong remained unyielding and retorted, I bid 30 million. This equipment is equally vital to me, as I intend to gift it to someone very important. Therefore, no matter how much President Xia raises the bid, I will add 1 million. Her words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Who was this girl, that she would disregard even President Xia's influence? President Xia's expression darkened as he spoke up. May I inquire about your identity? Li Yutong coldly replied, the Magic City, the Li family. Upon hearing the mention of the Li family from the Magic City, President Xia's face instantly registered a look of astonishment. The Li family had numerous members who participated in the Battle of the 10,000 Races, and due to the devastating casualties, their prominence had gradually waned. Despite their recent decline, the Li family's power was not to be underestimated. Even President Xia, a local tyrant in Linhai City, was reluctant to provoke the Li family from the Magic City. Ultimately, this diamond-grade pet equipment was purchased by Li Yutong for the staggering price of 30 million yuan. Observing this scene from a distance, Su Ao was equally taken aback. Li Yutong was indeed a member of the Li family from the Magic City. Yet, with such a distinguished background, why had she chosen to attend a high school in Linhai and even nearly lost her life in a biochemical laboratory? This left Su Ao filled with questions. Suddenly, he recalled the necklace that Li Yutong had gifted him. He took down the Cupid necklace and began to examine it. Cupid necklace, King's Grade. Attributes, not activated. Skills, not activated. Description, the power of love is as steadfast as a rock, capable of withstanding myriad challenges. Upon achieving a profound harmony of life with her, the skills and attributes will automatically activate. Upon reading the attributes of the Cupid necklace, Su Ao was utterly astonished. This was, in fact, an unactivated King-grade equipment. The method to activate it was even more outrageous. It would automatically activate its skills and attributes after achieving a profound harmony of life with her. Who was she referring to? Li Yutong? A diamond-grade equipment had already been auctioned off for tens of millions. It was hard for Su Ao to imagine how terrifying the value of this King-grade equipment could be. What attributes did this King-grade equipment possess? And why had Li Yutong bestowed such a remarkable item upon him? These questions left Su Ao baffled. Feeling overwhelmed, He decided to set these thoughts aside for the time being. After the auction concluded, he would personally inquire with Li Yutong. At that moment, the auction was still in progress. 3 hours later, Su Ao successfully acquired 10 pieces of jade-grade equipment, fulfilling the requirements for the superclass transfer scroll. He spent a total of 5 million yuan, leaving him with around 5 million in his pocket. Su Ao was quite satisfied with this outcome. To procure 10 pieces of jade-grade equipment for 5 million was indeed a bargain. He had chosen those less sought-after items that no one else bid on, securing them at their starting prices. Having completed the requirements for the superclass transfer scroll, Su Ao was not inclined to linger at the auction any longer. With the auction still ongoing, he exited the venue. Once outside, he swiftly made his way to a quiet and deserted area. His gaze filled with anticipation as he opened the superclass transfer scroll. Ding! 10 pieces of jade-grade equipment have been gathered. Do you confirm the transfer to the Beastmaster Super Hidden class? Confirm transfer. Su Ao responded without hesitation, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Suddenly, the 10 pieces of jade-grade equipment began to dissolve in response. A brilliant golden light erupted from the superclass transfer scroll. It transformed into a radiant stream of light, imbued with an aura of supreme nobility, surging into Su Ao's body. Chapter 52. Transfer successful. The terrifying Beast Tide skill. At that moment, the golden transfer light enveloped Su Ao. He appeared as a resplendent golden avatar. Ding! Transfer successful. Congratulations, you have successfully transferred to the Beastmaster. Intelligence permanently increased by 20. Constitution permanently increased by 20. Agility permanently increased by 20. Strength permanently increased by 20. Ding! The energy of the superclass transfer scroll has been activated. Due to your use of the superclass transfer scroll, your 4th transfer class has been elevated from Beastmaster to the Super Hidden class, Beast Tide Overlord. Intelligence additionally permanently increased by 80. Constitution additionally permanently increased by 80. Agility additionally permanently increased by 80. Strength additionally permanently increased by 80. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Control Beast Tide. Control Beast Tide, Level 1. Your pets can recruit numerous similar companions, forming a mighty army of beasts. For each companion recruited, your pet will permanently gain enhanced attributes. The limit for the number of companions for 5 phantom serpents is 0. 1000. Upgrading this skill can increase the limit. Gazing at his 4th transfer super hidden class, Su Ao's face broke into a smile of astonishment. While the ordinary 4th transfer classes granted a 20 boost to all attributes, his super hidden class could elevate all attributes by a staggering 100. Most gratifying, however, was the new 4th transfer skill, Control Beast Tide. It could allow 5 phantom serpents to recruit up to 1,000 serpent companions. With each companion recruited, the 5 phantom serpents would receive permanent attribute enhancements. If he were to recruit a full complement of 1,000 serpent companions, that would yield a monumental 1,000 instances of attribute rewards. Su Ao suddenly recalled the quest to avenge the Hellfire Serpent. Upon completing this quest, he could recruit a multitude of its offspring. At that time, these 1,000 serpent companions would not only represent a formidable fighting force, but would also furnish the 5 phantom serpents with a wealth of permanent attributes. Even if he were to later capture the Queen Medusa as a pet, these companions could similarly be transferred to her, continuing to provide her with permanent attribute boosts. It was simply perfect. A satisfied expression graced Su Ao's face. Next, he planned to assist the Hellfire Serpent in avenging itself by defeating the Soul Clan powerhouse, Lema. Not only would he obtain the revenge reward from the Hellfire Serpent, but he would also help the 5 phantom serpents recruit a large number of serpent companions to enhance their strength. There was even the possibility of uncovering clues regarding the Soul Clan. It was a threefold gain. However, locating Lema posed a significant challenge. Although the Hellfire Serpent desired Su Ao's assistance in its revenge, it had not divulged the whereabouts of the Soul Clan powerhouse. How could he go about finding Lema's location? Su Ao fell into a moment of contemplation. He suddenly thought that an astrologer might be able to assist him. If the astrologer could uncover hidden rewards within secret realms through astrology, could they also extract more hidden clues from quests? With that thought in mind, Su Ao decisively dialed Luo Mo's number. Once the call connected, Luo Mo's excited voice came through. Big shot, you actually called me. Su Ao got straight to the point. I have a task to undertake, but the clues for the task are somewhat lacking. Can your abilities as an astrologer assist me? Luo Mo responded without hesitation. Using astrology to help find task clues is not a problem. However, how much I can uncover is uncertain. It seemed promising. Su Ao's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Where are you? I'll come to find you." Luo Mo swiftly transmitted her coordinates to Su Ao, who glanced at the location, approximately 40 kilometers away. While this distance was not negligible, His ability to fly with the Thunderfire wings granted him a speed that surpassed even Principal Li's formidable form as the earth-shaking bear. Scanning his surroundings and noting the absence of any nearby individuals, he activated the Beast Spirit embodiment. Thunderfire wings. 5 shadowy hell serpents transformed into a dark streak of light and rapidly merged into Sueo's being. Suddenly, 2 pairs of wings, radiating a powerful aura of thunder and fire, unfurled magnificently from his back. With a gentle leap, he ascended into the skies, soaring towards Luo Mo's coordinates. Approximately 5 minutes later, Sueo beheld a young girl clad in a flowing purple dress, valiantly battling a pack of wolves. However, as a support class, her damage output was woefully inadequate, causing her to retreat in disarray from the ferocious onslaught. This girl was none other than the astrologer Luo Mo. A smile graced Sueo's lips as he activated his Thunderfire wings and dove downwards. He casually sent a party invitation to Luo Mo, whose face lit up with delight as she accepted it without hesitation. Raising her hand, she unleashed a hellish 5 thunder spell upon the wolf pack. With its terrifying might, even high-level monsters would struggle to withstand it, let alone these lowly wolves. It was a sheer dimensional strike, having undergone numerous upgrades. The hellish 5 thunder spell not only boasted significantly higher damage, but also an expansive area of effect. The fearsome lightning flames surged forth like a relentless tide, ravenously engulfing the wolves. Boom, 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 boom. The once ferocious wolves stood no chance against the onslaught of such terrifying thunderous flames, being utterly consumed in an instant. You have slain a swift wolf, gaining 30 experience points. You have slain a swift wolf, gaining 30 experience points. You have slain a swift wolf, gaining 30 experience points. As the tempest of flames subsided, the pack of swift wolves lay vanquished, leaving behind a mountain of bones. Luo Mo gazed at the scene, her expression one of sheer astonishment. After an exhausting afternoon of fruitless efforts, she had barely managed to dispatch a few wolves. Yet Sueo had effortlessly obliterated an entire horde with a single spell. The admiration in Luo Mo's eyes sparkled as she looked at Sueo, her heart resolute in her desire to cling tightly to the leg of this esteemed figure. She understood that to earn his favor, she must be of assistance to him. As an astrologer, beyond her ordinary astrological divinations, she possessed a monthly opportunity to utilize the precision astrology technique, which delved deeper into the essence of fate, revealing more obscure celestial truths. With this thought in mind, Luo Mo's eyes shimmered with a mystical light as she turned to Sueo, saying, "Great one, allow me to see the task you wish to decipher." Without hesitation, Sueo shared the mission of the Hellfire Serpent with Luo Mo. The moment she accepted the task, her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the cosmos. A profound and enigmatic power surged forth from her violet irises, cascading over the shared mission. Ultimately, this vast ocean of purple starlight coalesced into a rose-purple astrology card. The information Sueo sought emerged clearly upon the card. Chapter 53, A Sensual Flight. Soul Clan Expert. Layamo, Coordinates, Luocha Town. The astrology card bore only a brief line of text, yet it conveyed an immensely significant piece of information. Luocha Town. Sueo found the name somewhat unfamiliar. He promptly opened his phone and searched for Luocha Town on the map. It was located 640 kilometers away, an exceedingly barren and underdeveloped border town. Why would Layamo venture to such an obscure and desolate place? Sueo felt a pang of confusion, sensing something peculiar about the situation. He resolved to investigate further. Noticing Sueo's intent to depart, Luo Mo hurriedly interjected, "Great one, take me with you. My support abilities may prove beneficial." Sueo nodded slightly. Indeed, astrology could be quite useful. A radiant surge of thunderfire enveloped him, and 4 grand wings, pulsating with potent electric energy, unfurled magnificently. Luo Mo's eyes sparkled with wonder at the sight of his impressive wings, and without hesitation, she leaped into his embrace, her long, fair legs snugly encircling his waist. "Great one, I'm holding on tight. Propel me forward." Sueo's expression darkened at her rather suggestive words. With a powerful leap, he soared into the heavens, decisively heading towards Luocha Town. This journey of 640 kilometers was ample opportunity for Sueo to revel in flight. As they soared through the skies, a flock of egrets glided gracefully alongside them. Luo Mo, tightly clutching Sueo's waist, reached out to caress the head of an egret. To her surprise, the bird did not shy away, emitting an intriguing call, seemingly responding to her touch. Encouraged, she attempted to stroke the egret's wings, only for it to suddenly peck at her hand, startling her to the point where she nearly tumbled from Sueo's grasp. Glancing down at the dizzying height they occupied, over 10 kilometers above ground, Luo Mo felt a wave of panic wash over her. A fall from such heights would surely spell disaster. "Oh my, I'm feeling quite faint." she exclaimed, trembling. The boldness that had surged through her moments ago evaporated in an instant. Great One, please support me. I'm afraid I might fall. She momentarily cast aside any notions of modesty and pleaded earnestly. Sueo's face darkened as he supported her back with his hand. Luo Mo quickly wrapped her arms around him, her soft curves pressing against his chest, stirring an involuntary reaction within him. What began as a routine flight for a mission had taken a rather sensuous turn due to Luo Mo's persistent fidgeting. After about an hour, Sueo and Luo Mo arrived at Luocha town. He gently retracted his wings and descended from the skies. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. Surrounding him were charming red brick houses, each adorned with vibrant flowers cascading from balconies, filling the air with their intoxicating fragrance. The picturesque town nestled beside a river, where fishermen paddled their boats, while children played and danced joyfully, their laughter mingling with the melodious chirping of birds. It was a scene of breathtaking beauty, akin to a hidden paradise. Luo Mo stood awestruck, captivated by the enchanting landscape of mountains and waters, filled with fragrant blossoms. A little girl with braided pigtails tiptoed to pluck a large, round apple from a tree, bouncing joyfully toward Lama. Big sister, you are so beautiful. I invite you to eat this big apple. Thank you, little sister. Lama replied, her face beaming with delight as she accepted the apple from the girl. The little girl squinted her eyes and cheerfully said, Sister, you must try it. This big apple is delicious. Just as Lama opened her mouth to bite into the red apple, Sueo noticed a sinister smile curling at the corners of the girl's lips. That smile was chilling, even somewhat horrifying. Don't eat it. Sueo's gaze suddenly turned icy as he tightly gripped Lama's neck. Struggling to breathe, Lama forcefully expelled the apple she had just bitten, revealing that the flesh was an alarming shade of crimson. Blood dripped from it, creating a gruesome spectacle. The apple was filled with the eerie essence of human blood. Gazing at the discarded apple, Lama felt her stomach churn violently, her face contorted with sheer terror. You brat, you're ruining my fun. The innocent visage of the little girl twisted into a grotesque expression, revealing sharp fangs as she lunged at Sueo. Human flesh is the most delectable. Behind her, a horde of children transformed into zombie-like creatures, their eyes bloodshot as they surged toward Lama. Terrified, Lama's face drained of color. Sueo's eyes narrowed with cold resolve. He raised his hand to unleash a powerful spell of ethereal thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The electric force vanquished all malevolent spirits. The powerful waves of lightning instantly obliterated the horde of zombie children that had lunged at Lama. You have slain a contaminated infant corpse, earning 300 experience points. Level up kill bonus of 50 extra experience, totaling 450 experience points. You have slain a contaminated infant corpse, earning 300 experience points. Level up kill bonus of 50 extra experience, totaling 450 experience points. You have slain a contaminated infant corpse, earning 300 experience points. Level up kill bonus of 50 extra experience, totaling 450 experience points. The terrifying lightning damage swiftly eradicated the zombies surrounding Lama. Golden rays of light indicating level up shimmered around Sueo. As he noticed the little girl with pigtails baring her fangs at him, Sueo let out a cold chuckle, summoning 5 ethereal snakes that emerged with a sudden flourish. Their black-scaled bodies coiled tightly around the girl's neck, possessing formidable, strangling power. Sueo fixed his gaze on the girl, commanding sternly, Tell me where Ramo is. The pigtail girl suddenly erupted into an eerie laugh. Let me feast on one of your kidneys, and I shall reveal your master's location. What do you say? Sueo's expression hardened with icy intensity, ordering the 5 ethereal snakes to tighten their grip around her neck. At that moment, Lama, her face aghast, shouted, Sueo, look behind you. Chapter 54, Subduing 1,000 flame snakes as minions. Seeing Lama point in horror at something behind him, Sueo turned to look. An endless horde of zombies was surging toward him. Yet, in the face of the frenzied onslaught, Sueo showed no fear. Instead, a smile crept upon his lips. Is this a horde of zombies? No, it's a bounty of experience. He declared, Behold my power, Dark Flame Inferno. The moment his voice fell, the temperature soared dramatically. Dark and fire elemental energies converged and compressed in the area where the 5 ethereal snakes resided. In an instant, the skies were ablaze with dark flames. A terrifying conflagration erupting from the snakes. The dark flames surged forth with a consuming force, rapidly spreading in all directions. The distant zombies, unable to close the gap, were engulfed by the encroaching dark inferno. Countless zombies were reduced to ashes amidst their agonizing and despairing wails. Within moments, nearly 100 zombies were completely annihilated by the dark flames. You have slain a frenzied, desperate zombie, earning 300 experience points. Level up kill bonus of 50 extra experience, totaling 450 experience points. You have slain a frenzied, desperate zombie, earning 300 experience points. Level up kill bonus of 50 extra experience, totaling 450 experience points. You have slain a frenzied, desperate zombie, earning 300 experience points. Level up kill bonus of 50 extra experience, totaling 450 experience points. A torrent of experience surged into Su Ao as the overwhelming number of zombies caused his experience points to skyrocket. Golden rays of light announcing level ups flickered continuously around him. In that moment, Su Ao's level soared. 61, 62, 63, 71. Ultimately, Su Ao's level settled at 71, 619 experience, ceasing to rise. Meanwhile, the 5 ethereal snakes reached level 73. Indeed, grinding through hordes of monsters was the swiftest path to advancement. At this moment, awe was etched across Lama's face. Her eyes sparkling with admiration. My goodness! That move was incredibly cool. Those were high-tier zombies over level 80. The Great One took them all down with a single skill. Seeing that the braiding pigtail girl still refused to divulge the whereabouts of the Soul Clan powerhouse Ramo, Su Ao remained unfazed. Activating his control eye, the 5 ethereal snakes glowed with a haunting green light, penetrating into the girl's mind. Ding! You have successfully seized control of the blood slave maid's mental faculties. Due to her slightly higher level, your control lasts for 30 seconds. No wonder the apple the pigtail girl held was filled with human blood. She was a blood slave controlled by Ramo's mind. Tell me, where is Ramo? Su Ao demanded coldly. The girl pointed vacantly toward a lavishly restored villa in the distance, saying in a dazed tone, Lord Ramo resides in the central villa. Su Ao commanded, lead the way. The pigtail girl nodded vacantly and began to walk toward the central villa, with Su Ao and Loma closely following. Upon reaching the villa, the girl unlocked the grand entrance with her fingerprint and stepped inside. The interior of the villa was opulently arranged, featuring leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, and golden furniture, exuding an air of extreme luxury. However, what was truly horrifying was in the corner of the kitchen, where a cage held a group of naked young girls, ravenously fighting over the remains of a man's corpse. These girls resembled livestock raised by the villa's owner, devoid of any dignity. The group of young maidens, bound by iron chains, cast bloodthirsty, malevolent glances at Su Ao and Luo Mo as they entered, emitting muffled sounds from their lips. Silence! The girl with horn braids barked sharply. Instantly, several maidens fell silent, intimidated. The girl with horn braids strode directly toward the second floor of the villa, with Su Ao and Luo Mo trailing behind her. Anu, is it you who has returned? Have you brought back any prey? A languid voice of a man echoed from above. The girl with horn braids responded respectfully, Great Master, I present to you 2 young livestock. A satisfied chuckle emanated from the man above. Excellent, come up. The girl led Su Ao to the second floor, where they approached a middle-aged man with golden hair, standing beside him in deference. Su Ao scrutinized the man's eyes, which glimmered with a hint of the bizarre and the malevolent. He must be one of the Soul Clan. It was likely this man was Lamo. Make your move. Su Ao commanded sharply. The 5 hellish serpents opened their mouths wide, unleashing a fierce, ghostly 5 thunder curse aimed directly at Lama. At that moment, the girl with horn braids suddenly lunged at Lama, gripping him tightly. Master, let us descend into the underworld together. Lama's countenance shifted in shock, followed by a surge of rage. Anu, how could you betray me? No, you have been mentally controlled. Who are you, that you can resist the Soul Clan's eye of control? Lama's eyes reflected disbelief as he fixated on Su Ao, attempting to shake off the girl's grasp. However, the fury of the ghostly 5 thunder curse surged toward them like a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying damage erupted. The immense explosive force sent Lama hurtling backward, while the girl with horned braids succumbed to the might of the flames and perished instantly. Yet, all of this was within Su Ao's calculations. The girl's control lasted only 30 seconds. After that, she would become his adversary. It was better to utilize her fully before dispatching her to gain experience points. You have slain the blood slave maid, earning 1,000 experience points. As a bonus for defeating an opponent beyond your level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 1,500 experience points. This bountiful experience was enough to envelop Su Ao and the 5 hellish serpents in a glow of ascension, each gaining a level. But in the next instant, Lama sprang back to his feet, his eyes filled with malice and ferocity. Kid, though I do not understand how you possess our Soul Clan's powers, you have killed my Anu. I shall transform you into a blood slave just like her. Arise, 1,000 fire serpent slaves. Feel the exquisite pain of 1,000 serpents biting at you. Suddenly, thousands of fire serpents surged forth from every corner of the villa. The sheer density was staggering. Thousands of fire serpents nearly filled the entire villa. It was hard to imagine that such a multitude of fire serpents could be housed within this villa. All of them, with fierce and savage gazes, charged towards Su Ao. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, even a 7th-tier professional would find it exceedingly daunting. Yet, Su Ao displayed no trace of panic, a calculating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I've been waiting for this move. These fire serpents you have nurtured are quite robust, but in the next moment, they shall become mine. Su Ao's gaze burned with intensity as he focused on the attacking swarm of fire serpents, quietly activating his 5th-tier skill. The skill of mastering beast tides was set in motion. Chapter 55, Synthesis and Evolution. The transformation of the 5 hellish serpents. As the skill of mastering beast tides activated, a terrifying aura of serpent bloodline pressure erupted from the 5 hellish serpents. This powerful aura harbored the dreadful will of the hellish fire serpent. This familiar ancestral bloodline consciousness incited excitement among the fire serpents, causing them to halt their assault on Su Ao. All the fire serpents lowered their heads in profound respect toward the 5 hellish serpents, indicating their submission. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5 hellish serpents, has successfully subdued 1,000 fire serpents. Current number of serpent subordinates, 1,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5 hellish serpents, has successfully subdued 1,000 fire serpents. Current number of serpent subordinates, 2,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5 hellish serpents, has successfully subdued 1,000 fire serpents. Current number of serpent subordinates, 3,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5 hellish serpents, has successfully subdued 1,000 fire serpents. Current number of serpent subordinates, 1,000,000. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 fire serpents had all become subordinates of the 5 hellish serpents, bowing in allegiance. Witnessing this, Su Ao's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. With just a thought, he could command the 5 hellish serpents to instruct this group of fire serpents to perform any task. At that moment, another system notification suddenly sounded in Su Ao's mind. Due to the 5 hellish serpents having subdued 1,000 serpent subordinates, you have successfully gained 1,000 random attribute points. Ding. The 5 hellish serpents have gained 360 intelligence points. Ding. The 5 hellish serpents have gained 270 physique points. Ding. The 5 hellish serpents have gained 240 agility points. Ding. The 5 hellish serpents have gained 129 strength points. Ding. The 5 hellish serpents have gained 1 luck point. Note: luck points are a hidden attribute that can invisibly enhance the critical hit rate, evasion rate, and the probability of evolving into stronger pets. All matters related to probability are influenced by luck points. He had unexpectedly obtained a luck point. A flicker of ecstatic delight crossed Su Ao's eyes. Even the sum of the other 999 attribute points paled in comparison to the significance of this single luck point. Other attribute points could be gradually accumulated through leveling up, but acquiring a luck point was exceedingly challenging. With this luck point, the chances of triggering extraordinary effects during pet synthesis were greatly increased. At this moment, Su Ao was eager to initiate the next evolution for the 5 hellish serpents. His gaze fell upon Lama's Azure Soul Clan eyes. These Soul Clan eyes were even more superior than those of the Soul Clan youth in the underground duel arena. They were undoubtedly perfect materials for the synthesis and evolution of the 5 hellish serpents. Just then, Lama suddenly realized in horror that he had completely lost control over the fire serpent swarm. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Why have my serpents become uncontrollable? Su Ao smiled faintly and coldly replied, I told you, your serpents are now under my command. Did you not say you wanted me to experience the pain of 1,000 serpents' bites? Well then, allow me to let you feel it first. Fire serpents, avenge your ancestor who was slain by him. Upon hearing this, Lama's eyes filled with shock and terror. How did you know it was I who killed the hellish fire serpent? Su Ao let out a chilling smile. The dead need not concern themselves with such matters. Carry your doubts with you to hell. In an instant, countless fiery serpents surged towards Limer, tearing at him with ferocity. Limer found himself trapped, ensnared by the multitude of flaming serpents that savagely gnawed at his flesh, feasting upon his very essence. At that moment, Limer emitted a harrowing wail of agony. Yet, his corporeal form was swiftly consumed by the swarm of fire serpents, leaving no trace behind. However, under Su Ao's deliberate command, Limer's azure eyes were preserved intact. You have slain the Soul Clan's Xianlevel ability user Limer and gained 2,000 experience points. As a result of a superior level kill, you receive an additional 100 experience bonus, totaling 4,000 experience points. A substantial 4,000 experience points surged into both Su Ao and the 5 Hell Serpents. Su Ao's level ascended to 74, 286 experience, while the 5 Hell Serpents reached level 76. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Mo was utterly astounded. Having accompanied Su Ao, her level skyrocketed like a rocket. She advanced 10 levels, soaring from level 20 to 30. Were it not for the third transition's level restrictions, her rate of progression would have been even more astonishing. This solidified her resolve to cling to Su Ao's coattails. Yet, Luo Mo understood that to truly grasp onto the illustrious Su Ao, she must be of assistance to him. If she merely sought to leech experience, she would soon find herself cast aside by him. With this thought in mind, Luo Mo decisively retrieved a purple astrological card, channeling astrological power and placing it upon Limer's remains. She intended to divine whether there were any hidden secrets concealed within Limer. As the purple astrological card's energy flowed into Limer's body, a surge of astrological power erupted from him. Su Ao observed Luo Mo utilizing astrology to probe into Limer's memories and hidden truths. His heart stirred with a sense of anticipation. Seizing the moment, Su Ao extracted Limer's eyes, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he activated the Super Pet synthesizer. Ding! Prototype Pet confirmed as the Hell 5-headed Serpent. Please select Synthesis Materials. A pair of Xian-level Soul Clan eyes. Without hesitation, Su Ao placed the Xian-level Soul Clan eyes into the synthesizer. Ding! 1 prototype Pet and 1 material confirmed. Synthesis Formula. Starry Intermediate Hell 5-headed Serpent. Juvenile. Legendary Xian-level Soul Clan eyes. This synthesis requires 7,200 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? The revelation that these Xian-level Soul Clan eyes were of legendary quality ignited a fervent gleam in Su Ao's eyes. This legendary Xian-level material surpassed any he had previously synthesized in both rarity and potency. He eagerly anticipated the transformation of the 5 Hell Serpents post-synthesis. Chapter 56. Evolution Successful. A terrifying secret. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao declared, "Synthesize immediately." As his voice fell, the Xian-level eyes transformed into a radiant azure light, flowing into the eyes of the 5 Hell Serpents. Suddenly, an eerie and mystical power erupted from their vertical pupils. In that instant, they were enveloped in a ghostly blue light, which was incessantly absorbed by the 5 Hell Serpents. Not only did their physical form grow stronger, but all their attributes also soared dramatically. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Starry Intermediate Shadow Serpent King. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options as enhancements for the Shadow Serpent King. Ding! As you aided the Hell Flame Serpent in its vengeance, your pet received an additional gift from the Hell Flame Serpent during evolution. The evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 4 options, from which you may select 3. Option 1. Legendary gain a new skill, Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash. When wielding your wings, unleash catastrophic burst damage upon enemies within 3 seconds. The more wings you possess, the mightier this skill becomes. Option 2. Ultra Rare. The Shadow Serpent King's movement speed is increased by an additional 70. Option 3. Legendary. The skill Thunderfire 4 wings upgrades to Dark Thunder 6 wings. Flight speed is increased by an additional 200, and Dark Attribute Resistance improves by 200 points. Additionally, you gain the ability to stealth underwater. Option 4. Legendary. The skill Enslaving Eye is upgraded by 1 level, increasing the maximum controllable servant count from 1 to 3 units. Gazing at the 4 options for the evolution rewards, Su Ao fell into contemplation. The first option granted a new skill, Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash, which required close combat. It involved approaching enemies and relentlessly slashing at them with wings to deliver devastating burst damage. This skill's power surpassed that of the Hell 5 Thunder spell. However, it necessitated proximity to foes. Yet, this prompted Su Ao to conceive a clever combo, first immobilizing the enemy with Enslaving Eye, then charging in with Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash for a flurry of blows. Following this, he could use Time-Space Mirage to refresh the skill's cooldown and teleport behind the enemy for yet another barrage of Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash. With such a combination, even an 8-turn boss would surely be dazed. Though the 5 Hell Serpents currently possessed formidable attributes, they were limited to the Hell 5 Thunder spell and Dark Flame Devastation for damage output. Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash would perfectly compensate for the lack of offensive skills. If unleashed at the right moment, its damage would far exceed that of the Hell 5 Thunder spell and Dark Flame Devastation. As a legendary, powerful burst skill, Su Ao had to select it. Next, he considered the second option, enhancing the Shadow Serpent King's movement speed by 70. While beneficial, the Shadow Serpent King already possessed incredibly swift wings. Thus, this option was swiftly dismissed. The third choice involved upgrading the skill Thunderfire 4 wings to Dark Thunder 6 wings, significantly boosting flight speed and Dark Attribute Resistance. Su Ao suddenly recalled that the more wings one had, the more terrifying the damage of Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash became. Choosing this reward would substantially enhance the damage potential of Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash, an undeniable threefold benefit. This was an obvious choice. Finally, the last option would increase the number of servants controllable by enslaving I from 1 to 3 units. This reward was equally significant. To forge a powerful force in the future, it was essential to utilize this skill to control loyal subordinates willing to lay down their lives for him. Ultimately, Su Ao arrived at his decision and promptly declared, "I choose the first, third, and fourth rewards." As his words resonated, 3 dazzlingly eerie beams of dark light surged into the body of the Shadow Serpent King. At this moment, the 5-headed Dark Serpent King has successfully acquired the 3 rewards chosen for her by Su Ao. With an expectant gaze, Su Ao looked upon the Dark Serpent King and noted that her size had now grown to a length of 1 meter, nearly matching the length of Su Ao's leg. The Dark Serpent King's body was adorned with patches of pitch black, hard scales, each gleaming with a chilling metallic luster. She possessed 5 heads, each adorned with a pair of eerie, blue vertical pupils. Within those pupils reflected an unfathomable and terrifying gaze that instilled a sense of dread upon mere sight. Observing the transformed appearance of the 5-headed Dark Serpent King, Su Ao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Curious about the attributes of the evolved Dark Serpent King, he swiftly opened the attribute panel of the rampant 4-headed serpent to examine it. Starry Intermediate 5-headed Dark Serpent King. Level 76. Intelligence 958. Strength 756. Constitution 813. Agility 715. Skills: Nether 5 Thunder Curse, Eye of Control, Defensive Overload, Temporal Phantom, Dark Flame Incineration, Rampant Bloodline, Eye of Enslavement, Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash. Equipment: Bronze Verdant Crown, Platinum Thunderlord's Crown, Platinum Thunder Mage's Necklace, Emerald Sage's Laurel. Number of minions: 1,000 Fiery Serpents. At this moment, 1,000 fiery serpents awaited the Dark Serpent King's command with utmost reverence. A surge of inspiration struck Su Ao, prompting him to directly transfer the 1,000 fiery serpents into the pet space belonging to the Dark Serpent King. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out from behind him. "Lord Su Ao, look, the astrology card has yielded results." Instinctively, Su Ao glanced towards the astrology card resting upon the corpse of Lama. He beheld 2 succinct lines inscribed upon it. "Tomorrow, the Soul Clan will secretly hold an extraordinarily grand banquet on Serpent King Island, presumably to discuss a momentous secret unknown to the world. Should you attend, you may receive unexpected bountiful rewards and powerful treasures." A jolt of excitement coursed through Su Ao's eyes. Serpent King Island, a clandestine banquet. This ignited a fervor within him. It appeared necessary for him to devise a means to infiltrate Serpent King Island. What astonishing secret was the Soul Clan plotting there? What powerful treasures and ample rewards could he uncover? Furthermore, given that it was called Serpent King Island, it was certain to be teeming with serpentine beasts. There was even a high likelihood of encountering some extraordinarily powerful and rare serpentine boss. By venturing to Serpent King Island, he would undoubtedly be able to hunt an abundance of premium serpentine materials, thereby facilitating the Dark Serpent King's frenzied and rapid evolution. Serpent King Island, a realm dominated by serpents, was truly a feng shui treasure trove for the Dark Serpent King's relentless evolution. At that moment, Su Ao suddenly felt something in his pocket trembling violently. Instinctively, he reached in to retrieve it, discovering that the blood-red jade pendant was pulsating with energy. This marked the second time the blood-red jade pendant had trembled. The first time, it had opened the coffin of Queen Medusa, and now, it trembled beside Lama's corpse. Su Ao's gaze sharpened. What secrets did the blood-red jade pendant conceal? What information did it wish to impart? Chapter 57. Gifts Galore? Hands full. Suddenly, the blood-red jade pendant floated from Su Ao's hand and gently landed upon Lama's corpse. In an instant, it absorbed Lama's entire body. This spectacle left Su Ao astounded. Ding! The blood-red jade pendant has absorbed the body of Lama from the Soul Clan. You have acquired the ability to disguise yourself as Lama. Su Ao's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately grasped the blood-red jade pendant tightly and activated its power. Suddenly, his physique and appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Gazing into a mirror on the wall, he was astonished to find himself transformed into a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes, an exact likeness of Lama. If he were to use Lama's guise to stealthily infiltrate Serpent King Island, he could blend seamlessly into the Soul Clan's banquet without arousing suspicion. Moreover, he could leverage Lama's identity to gain the trust of the Soul Clan's elite, not only to uncover their clandestine plans, but also to swindle them out of vast treasures and wealth. The Soul Clan had always been humanity's sworn enemy. Deceiving this group of souls would not only enrich him, but could also be seen as a contribution to humanity's cause. With this thought, Su Ao's excitement surged. Before departing, he made sure to thoroughly ransack the entire villa. He not only unearthed over 5 million in cash, but also unexpectedly discovered 2 pieces of emerald-grade equipment. Storage ring, emerald-grade. Health points, 500. Skill, storage space, contains a 10 cubic meter extra-dimensional space, capable of storing all items except living creatures. Su Ao's eyes gleamed as he beheld the silver-hued storage ring. With this ring, transporting items would become significantly more convenient. He decisively placed all his wealth and the blood-red jade pendant into the storage ring and donned it on his finger, feeling a noticeable increase in his vitality. Subsequently, Su Ao turned his gaze to the second piece of equipment he had acquired. To his surprise, the second item was pet equipment. Emerald-grade Dark Soul Amulet, pet equipment. Attack speed, 30. Skill, Dark Soul. Your Dark Skills damage is additionally increased by 15. Su Ao's Spirit Sword. The 3 damage skills of the 5-headed Dark Serpent King, Nether 5 Thunder Curse, Dark Flame Incineration, and Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash, all possessed dark attribute damage. Although they were not purely dark attribute skills, they would still benefit from the damage enhancement provided by Dark Soul. After thoroughly pillaging the villa, Su Ao returned to Coastal City with Luo Mo. After a reluctant farewell with Su Ao, she departed, and he made his way straight back to the school. He pondered whether to share the matter of Serpent King Island with Principal Li. After some contemplation, Su Ao decided it prudent to keep this secret to himself for the time being. He would first utilize Lei Ma's identity to infiltrate the Soul Clan and conduct some swindling. Once he had gathered enough explosive information, he would then decide whether to inform Principal Li. Just as Su Ao collected his thoughts, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his back. He turned to find Li Yutong standing before him with a bright smile. Su Ao, I encountered you the moment you stepped onto the school grounds. It seems we are quite fated. To cherish this connection, I have brought you a special gift. Li Yutong spread her arms wide, revealing a dazzling piece of pet equipment that materialized in her hands. Su Ao's gaze froze momentarily, recognizing it as the Thunder Dragon Tail, which Yutong had acquired at the auction for an astronomical sum of 30 million. Diamond-level Thunder Dragon Tail, pet equipment. It boasted a 50 intelligence bonus and a lightning critical strike ability. When casting lightning spells, there was a 20 chance to trigger a critical hit, inflicting double damage. This piece of equipment was truly only worth about 15 million. Yet the fierce bidding war between Li Yutong and Xia Xingwan had artificially inflated its price to an outrageous extent. Meeting you is fate. Please accept this, Li Yutong said with a cheerful smile as she thrust the Thunder Dragon Tail into Su Ao's hands. First, she gifted him an unknown attribute King-level Cupid necklace. And now this diamond-level pet equipment. Just how affluent was Li Yutong's family to be so generous? Su Ao suddenly recalled the properties of the Cupid necklace. Cupid necklace, King level. Attributes, not activated. Skills, not activated. Description, the power of love is as solid as a rock, capable of overcoming any obstacle. Once you achieve a great harmony of life with her, the skills and attributes will automatically activate. What was Li Yutong implying by gifting him this necklace? He took out the Cupid necklace, scrutinizing Li Yutong, and inquired, "May I ask what this necklace signifies?" With such a direct question from Su Ao, Li Yutong's face flushed crimson, her ears turning warm. "When you accompany me to meet my parents, I'll tell you why I gave you this necklace." With that, she swiftly dashed away, leaving Su Ao momentarily stunned. So, to inquire about the necklace, he needed to meet her parents? Afterward, Su Ao entered the classroom and glanced at the schedule. Another practical combat class awaited. The lesson involved students battling one another to identify weaknesses and enhance real combat experience. The highest level among his classmates was just over level 20. As a level 74 Beastmaster, Su Ao could effortlessly dominate them even with his eyes closed. A chubby classmate named Bai Yuntao drew Su Ao as his opponent. Immediately, Bai Yuntao sank to the ground in despair, nearly bursting into tears. "Our entire class combined can't even defeat Su Ao. How can I be expected to face him alone?" The other students laughed at his misfortune. "Bai Yuntao, let me share a strategy to defeat the great Su Ao." "What is it? Please tell me," Bai Yuntao implored eagerly. "Just slide into him, with your weight. You should be able to crush his pet," one classmate suggested. At this, the entire class erupted in laughter, relishing the moment. With Bai Yuntao's 300 pounds of weight, it was likely that he could indeed satiate Su Ao's pet. If he manages to feed Su Ao's pet to the point of bursting, that might be his only chance of victory. Forgive me for laughing so uncharitably. Have insults now taken on such a peculiar angle? You all seem to be running wild. The bamboo shoots are nearly all gone because of you. In an instant, the classroom was filled with a jovial atmosphere. "You're being too harsh." Bai Yuntao wailed louder than before. Despair etched across his face. Suddenly, the ringing of Su Ao's phone interrupted. It was none other than President Xia from the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce calling. Su Xiaoyu, please come to the Star Sea building. I have prepared a special gift for you. Chapter 58. Xia Xingwan's Secret Confession. The Treasure Chest's Reward. President Xia prepared a gift for him? Su Ao's expression shifted in surprise. He recalled the scene at the auction where Xia Xingwan and Li Yutong had fiercely competed over the diamond-level Thunder Dragon tail. Xia Xingwan had been so distraught at losing that she nearly cried. To think she had prepared something else for him? A warm sensation surged within Su Ao. This little girl, Xia Xingwan, truly cared for him. After concluding his conversation with Xiangliu, Su Ao promptly summoned his Dark Thunder 6 wings and soared into the sky, flapping his wings as he sped towards the Star Sea building. 5 minutes later, Su Ao arrived at the entrance of the Star Sea building. As he stepped inside, President Xia greeted him with open arms. Su Xiaoyu, please come in. My daughter has been thinking about you constantly. You know, I only have this one daughter. And one day, the family business will inevitably be handed over to a capable son-in-law. I am quite pleased with someone as exceptional as you. President Xia's words were laden with meaning, subtly extending an olive branch to Su Ao. Naturally, Su Ao understood the implication behind his words and smiled, replying, "Let things unfold naturally." They entered the elevator and soon arrived at Xia Xingwan's room. Xia Xingwan sat on her plush bed, diligently folding paper cranes. President Xia opened the door, gazing at his daughter with fondness, and said with a beaming smile, "Xingwan, look who has come to see you." The moment Xia Xingwan lifted her head and saw Su Ao, her cute face lit up with a joyful smile. She dropped the half-folded paper cranes and dashed into Su Ao's embrace. "Su Gij, I missed you so much. I'm so glad to see you." Su Ao smiled gently, stroking Xia Xingwan's head. "Isn't that why I'm here?" Suddenly, Xia Xingwan turned and rummaged through her drawer, producing a delicate purple treasure chest and presenting it to Su Ao with a sweet smile. "Yesterday, I went to the auction with Dad and came across a perfect piece of pet equipment for you. Unfortunately, it was bid on by a big sister, and I felt quite guilty. Later, I found another wonderful item and immediately bid on it without hesitation." As Su Ao received the treasure chest, he was momentarily taken aback. Diamond-level treasure chest. Description: upon opening the treasure chest, you may randomly obtain a diamond-quality treasure. Feeling warmth in his heart as he held the diamond-level treasure chest, he looked up to see President Xia glancing at the pile of paper cranes on the bed. Unable to resist, he asked, "Xingwan, what are you making all these paper cranes for?" Xia Xingwan blinked innocently, pretending to be mysterious. "I can't tell you yet. You'll find out later." President Xia chuckled, saying, Xingwan has grown up and now has her own secrets. It's nice for you young people to spend time together. It helps nurture your feelings. I won't disturb you." With a cheerful laugh, President Xia left the room. Once he departed, Xia Xingwan took Su Ao's hand and nestled quietly in his embrace. Though she said nothing, she relished the tranquility of simply being together with him. As the sun gradually set, the evening sky began to glow. After bidding farewell to Xia Xingwan with a kiss, Su Ao unfurled his 6 wings of dark thunder. He leapt from the 12th floor window and soared into the vast heavens. Xia Xingwan gazed dreamily at Su Ao's receding figure until he vanished completely into the dusk, murmuring to herself, "My brother Su Ao has such a proud and unruly nature. Will I ever be able to capture his heart?" Moments later, with her small fists clenched tightly, her eyes sparkled with a determined light. "Xia Xingwan, you can do this. Keep pushing forward." Xia Xingwan turned and approached her bedside, carefully counting the meticulously folded paper cranes as if they were treasures. Then, she inscribed in her diary, "There are 11 days left until my brother Su Ao's birthday, which coincides with the city-wide examination. Current progress in folding paper cranes, 2,268 out of 9,999. Xia Xingwan had learned Su Ao's birthday from Officer Chen. She yearned to present him with the 9,999 paper cranes she had personally crafted on that special day at Linghai High. Proclaiming her love for him in front of all the students and teachers, she aspired to muster the courage to declare to everyone that Su Ao was the man she deeply adored, and no one could take him away from her. Meanwhile, Su Ao had returned home. His gaze ignited with fervor as he retrieved the diamond-level treasure chest. "Would you like to open the diamond-level treasure chest? Note: there is a 90 chance of receiving a standard reward, and a 10 chance of receiving an extraordinary reward." It appeared that this treasure chest was a gamble of probabilities, with the quality of the rewards hinging entirely on luck. Speaking of luck, Su Ao suddenly recalled that his 5-headed Dark Serpent King had once possessed a point of luck. One should not underestimate that single point. It might yield unexpectedly significant results. With that thought in mind, Su Ao decisively chose to merge with his pet, imbuing himself with all the attributes of the 5-headed Dark Serpent King. He noticed his luck value rise from 0 to 1, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Although he could not guarantee that this would secure him the extraordinary reward with a 10 chance, it at least added a glimmer of hope. After acquiring the attribute of luck value 1, Su Ao confidently opted to open the treasure chest. As he uttered the command, a dazzling purple light erupted from the diamond-level treasure chest. An array of exquisite treasures materialized on the random rewards menu, and the pointer began to spin rapidly. 3, 2, 1, stop. Ultimately, the pointer landed in the standard reward zone. The reward was Skill Advancement Stone, 1 piece. Skill Advancement Stone. Function: allows any of your skills to be upgraded by 1 tier. Su Ao let out a slight sigh. Indeed, he was not destined to be a fortunate one. Even with a luck value of 1, he still failed to obtain the extraordinary reward. However, the Skill Advancement Stone was still a very practical treasure. As he reached for the treasure chest to retrieve his reward, suddenly, his luck value flickered slightly, startling him and causing his hand to tremble inadvertently. Bang! The treasure chest tumbled to the ground. Su Ao hurriedly picked it up, checking to see if this Skill Advancement Stone had been damaged. However, the chest displayed, due to severe impact, a significant bug has occurred. The reward you obtained has unexpectedly changed. Hidden effect triggered, 10-fold critical hit. You have received a 10-fold increase in your reward. A 10-fold critical hit reward? 10 pieces of Skill Advancement Stones. Su Ao was instantly taken aback. 1 Skill Advancement Stone was valued at around 5 million. 10 Skill Advancement Stones equated to a staggering 50 million. This was far superior to any extraordinary reward. Luck had indeed not betrayed him. His eyes ablaze with excitement, Su Ao swiftly extracted all 10 Skill Advancement Stones from the treasure chest. However, the Skill Advancement Stones could only be used for upgrading his own skills. To enhance the skills of his pets, he would require other treasures. Contemplating which of his skills to upgrade, he reviewed his abilities. He had only 2 in total. Command Aura, level 1. Under the influence of the command Aura, both you and all your pets gain a 30 increase in movement speed, casting speed, and attack speed. Control Beast Tide. Level 1. Your pets can recruit numerous similar creatures, forming a vast army of like-kind beasts. Each additional recruit grants your pet a permanent attribute enhancement. The 5-headed Dark Serpent King's limit for recruits is 1,000. Upgrading this skill will increase the maximum number of recruits. The first skill, Command Aura. Upgrading this skill would enhance the 5-headed Dark Serpent King's various speeds, which is beneficial but not overwhelmingly impactful. What the 5-headed Dark Serpent King truly needed was a direct boost to its combat power. Next, Su Ao considered the second skill, Control Beast Tide. Upgrading this skill not only increased the upper limit of the Serpent King's snake minions, but also allowed for the recruitment of more snake minions, yielding greater attribute benefits for the 5-headed Dark Serpent King. Suddenly, Su Ao remembered that he was to venture to Serpent King Island tomorrow to infiltrate the Soul Clan's banquet as a spy. Serpent King Island would undoubtedly be rife with serpentine beasts. If he upgraded this skill, he could capture more snake minions. With this realization, Su Ao's eyes sparkled with determination. He resolutely seized the 10 Skill Advancement Stones. Ding! You have selected 10 Skill Advancement Stones. Please choose which skill you wish to upgrade. Enhance the Control Beast Tide skill. Su Ao responded without hesitation. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 Skill Advancement Stone. Control Beast Tide skill upgraded to level 2. Increasing the recruit limit by 100. Current limit, 1,000, 1,100. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 Skill Advancement Stone. Control Beast Tide skill upgraded to level 3. Increasing the recruit limit by 100. Current limit, 1,000, 1,200. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 Skill Advancement Stone. Control Beast Tide skill upgraded to level 11. Increasing the recruit limit by 100. Current limit, 1,000, 2,000. Having consumed all 10 Skill Advancement Stones, the Control Beast Tide skill advanced 10 levels, raising the recruit limit from 1,000 to 2,000. A satisfied smile spread across Su Ao's face as he casually released his pet. The 5-headed Dark Serpent King, whose elongated serpent form now appeared before him, had grown from an initial length of 2 centimeters to an impressive meter. Su Ao felt a sense of accomplishment. He then stood and walked to the refrigerator, preparing to fetch some sausages to feed the 5-headed Dark Serpent King. As he gazed at the slender Xiangliu sausages, his attention was inevitably drawn to the ever-growing size of the 5-headed Dark Serpent King. Such thin sausages surely could not satisfy the voracious appetite of the Dark Serpent King. A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Ao, prompting him to dash downstairs. At the foot of the stairs, a couple running a marinated delicacies stall were preparing to close up for the evening. Su Ao's eyes fell upon the plump, juicy sausages displayed at their stand, and he felt a surge of temptation. He inquired, "Sister, how much are these sausages?" The young woman manning the stall chuckled, "Your tongue is quite sweet. I'm nearing 40, so calling me sister is a bit of a stretch. Annie would be more fitting." Su Ao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that true? Surely you jest. Auntie, with such elegance, you appear no more than 27 or 28. The woman burst into laughter. "I do adore your flattery. Unlike my husband, who can't even utter a kind word. Just for calling me sister, I'll gift you these sausages." Her husband, visibly pained, interjected, "Those sausages cost over 10 yuan each. If you give away all 5, we'll have worked for nothing tonight. Such a waste." The woman's expression shifted to one of indignation as she pinched her husband's ear, retorting, "I must have been blind to marry you. How much do you spend on drinking and smoking? And you're upset over a few sausages? Today, I'm determined to give them away." Turning to Suao, she added, "Here, take these sausages. I can make this decision." Suao gratefully accepted the 5 sausages she offered and happily returned home to feed his snakes. However, a painful wail echoed behind him. "Don't pinch me. It hurts. I'm sorry, dear wife. Next time my brother comes, make sure to give him a better deal." "Understood? I understand. I understand. I was wrong. Truly." Upon returning home, the 5-headed dark serpent king immediately detected the tantalizing aroma of the sausages. Wriggling her serpentine body, she affectionately approached Suao, making soft cooing sounds. Suao, bemused, extracted a sausage from the bag and presented it, saying, "Here you go." The first serpent head, quick and agile, snatched the sausage away. The other 4 serpent heads immediately grew anxious, crowding around to contest the prize. Suao then produced 3 more sausages, prompting the other heads to cease their squabbling and obediently gather around him. The second serpent head even showcased its talents, swaying its head in a delightful display. "Well performed. Here is a reward for you." Suao tossed a sausage to the second head, which gratefully accepted it. The remaining heads looked on with envy. The third and fourth serpent heads, seizing an idea, picked up a glass ball and began to play, reminiscent of the enchanting scene of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. "Excellent performance. Here is another reward." Suao tossed 2 more sausages, eliciting joyful responses from the third and fourth heads as they bowed in gratitude, relishing the delicious sausages. Watching the serpents enjoy their meal, Suao felt a pang of hunger himself. Noticing only 1 sausage left in the bag, he contemplated using it to prepare a dish. He entered the kitchen and soon emerged with a fragrant stir-fry of green peppers and sausages. Accompanied by a bottle of snow beer, he indulged in the meal, savoring every bite. However, the 5th serpent head gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Feeling sympathetic, Suao shared the remaining stir-fry with it. The 5th head eagerly approached, enjoying the treat immensely. Just then, Suao's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Principal Li. Why was he calling so late? Surely, it must be something important. Suao promptly answered. "Good news and bad news." Principal Li's voice resonated on the line. "Which would you prefer to hear first?" Suao pondered briefly and replied, "Let us hear the bad news first." Principal Li's tone grew grave. "Several cities in our country have experienced a terrifying outbreak of a plague. Countless individuals are suffering from respiratory failure, and many have succumbed to the illness. Hospitals are overwhelmed, and medical resources are critically insufficient." Suao's expression darkened. "How could this happen? Didn't we destroy the bioweapons lab?" Principal Li shook his head. "The Eagle Sauce Nation likely has more bioweapons labs operating in secrecy. To eradicate the plague, we must trace its origins. Our country is currently conducting a thorough search, sparing no effort to locate the facility responsible for developing this plague." Suao's gaze sharpened. "What about the Eagle Sauce Nation? What is their response?" With a sigh, Principal Li replied, "They naturally refuse to acknowledge their involvement. They even accuse us of slandering them, claiming we're trying to incite conflict between nations." Suao's voice turned icy with anger. "They truly deserve condemnation." Principal Li continued, "Our immediate task is to find the facility that developed the plague. This is essential for our own salvation and to gather evidence against the Eagle Sauce Nation." Suao nodded resolutely. "As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, I must step forward in times of crisis. If I can be of assistance, I will spare no effort." A look of approval crossed Principal Li's face. "In these chaotic times, having someone like you is a blessing for our nation. I also have good news. The 1 billion yuan compensation from Zhao Shichang has been credited to your account. Please check." Suao was taken aback. "Wasn't he at 920 million? The remaining 80 million is meant for the school." Principal Li laughed heartily. "Our school isn't so impoverished that we need compensation for repairs. Use this 1 billion to purchase training resources and cultivate your beasts well. Strive to gain admission to the 4 top-tier academies in the upcoming citywide examination in 10 days. Bringing honor to our school." After hanging up, Suao opened his banking app and indeed found an additional 1 billion in his balance. Current bank balance, 1 billion yuan. His heart soared with excitement. Such a substantial sum could accomplish many things. As the sky gradually darkened, Suao lay back, closing his eyes and reflecting on the day's events before drifting into a deep sleep. The following day, upon awakening, the sun had fully risen. After freshening up, Su Ao quickly prepared a meal of chicken stir-fried with eggs, while also tending to the five-headed Dark Serpent King. The five-headed Dark Serpent King savored its meal with great delight. After satiating its hunger and thirst, the creature's vitality remarkably increased by 2 points. While modest, this growth was undeniably tangible, leaving Su Ao quite satisfied. He approached the calendar and tore off a page, noting that only 10 days remained before the 8th-city joint examination. A glance at the time revealed it was 7:40 a.m. 2 paramount tasks awaited him today. The first was to amass more snake minions, fortifying his own hand and influence. The second was to infiltrate the Soul Clan banquet to glean their secrets. Utilizing the power of the blood-red jade pendant, he could transform into the likeness of Reimer, exploiting this identity to deceive the elite of the Soul Clan and procure benefits for himself. Both endeavors necessitated a journey to Serpent King Island. Su Ao opened the Gouda map, pinpointing the location of Serpent King Island, situated over 800 kilometers from Linhai City. Since the five-headed Dark Serpent King had evolved into the Dark Thunder 6 wings, its flight speed had tripled. Without hesitation, Su Ao unfurled the Dark Thunder 6 wings and soared towards Serpent King Island. Half an hour later, he arrived above a desolate island, shrouded in dense forests that obscured the sky. Gliding down gracefully, he landed on a sandy shoal. The moment his feet touched the ground, he sensed an unsettling disturbance beneath the sand, as if something lay in ambush, writhing ominously. The movements intensified. Suddenly, a multitude of bone-white serpent heads erupted from the sand, baring their ivory fangs as they lunged at Su Ao. Faced with the onslaught of serpents, Su Ao's gaze sharpened, and the five-headed Dark Serpent King sprang forth. A powerful surge of thunderous energy, the Nether 5 Thunder spell, erupted from the serpent's maw, targeting a solitary snake. You have slain a Sharp-Fang Sand Snake, earning 400 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a lower tier, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 600 experience points. Observing the kill notification, Su Ao shook his head slightly. The Gouda map provided a detailed account of the various serpents inhabiting Serpent King Island, revealing that the Sharp-Fang Sand Snake was the weakest of them all. The five-headed Dark Serpent King could still command 1,000 snake minions. Yet there was no necessity to recruit such feeble creatures. Su Ao yearned to command formidable serpents like the Titan Python or the venomous King Cobra. As for the feeble Sharp-Fang Sand Snakes before him, they were destined for annihilation. Issuing his command, the five-headed Dark Serpent King unleashed the Dark Flame Cataclysm. A torrential wave of black flames engulfed the horde of Sharp-Fang Sand Snakes in an instant, accompanied by their anguished cries. The entire group was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. You have slain a Sharp-Fang Sand Snake, earning 400 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a lower tier, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 600 experience points. You have slain a Sharp-Fang Sand Snake, earning 400 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a lower tier, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 600 experience points. You have slain a Sharp-Fang Sand Snake, earning 400 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a lower tier, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 600 experience points. It must be said, despite their lackluster strength, the Sharp-Fang Sand Snakes provided a bountiful yield of experience. A substantial influx of experience surged into both Su Ao and the five-headed Dark Serpent King. Level 75, Level 76, Level 79. Su Ao's level soared from 74 directly to 79, 986 experience. He was but a sliver of experience away from breaking through to level 80. The advancement of the five-headed Nether Serpent was even more astounding, leaping from level 76 to 82. Not only did its attributes experience a meteoric rise, but its size also increased significantly. A smile of delight graced Su Ao's face as he continued deeper into Serpent King Island. To conceal his identity, Su Ao resolutely activated the power of the blood-red jade pendant. You have disguised yourself as the Soul Clan member Reimer. During this disguise, you will gain access to certain abilities of Reimer. Please choose one of the following 3 enhancements to serve as a buff during your disguise. First, Strength 300 points, with an additional 25 increase in physical damage. Second, Intelligence 300 points, enhancing your slave eye skill level, allowing you to enslave enemies slightly stronger than yourself. Third, Constitution 300 points, with a 100 increase in health recovery speed. Su Ao decisively chose the second option. Suddenly, his intelligence surged by 300 points. Furthermore, the icon for the slave eye skill transformed into a golden hue. Previously, the slave eye could only enslave targets weaker than himself. With the enhancement, He could now enslave even foes of slightly greater strength. Who would have thought that disguising as Reimer would bolster his power? Su Ao felt a surge of satisfaction as he prepared to delve into the depths of Serpent King Island's forest. However, in the next moment, a sultry female voice echoed from behind him. Little brother, why do you disguise yourself as Reimer? I saw your transformation just now, you know. Chapter 61. Master. Shauna is willing to serve you. Su Ao's gaze sharpened as he turned to face a statuesque blonde woman, her eyes fixed upon him. The woman appeared to be around 27 years old, with a slender and graceful figure, exuding an alluring yet commanding aura. Yet, her eyes bore an enchanting glow, revealing her identity as a member of the Soul Clan. At that moment, the blonde enchantress scrutinized Su Ao, a playful smile gracing her lips. Little brother, I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. If your defense fails to satisfy me, I shall turn you into my blood slave. The blonde enchantress extended her rosy tongue, licking her lips, her gaze shimmering with an eerie allure. Indeed, the members of the Soul Clan were all twisted creatures. However, the more perverse she appeared, the more intrigued Su Ao became. A rich smile spread across his face. Defense? That's non-existent. Since you wish to make me your blood slave, I offer you the same choice. Be killed by me or become my female servant. Choose wisely. The blonde enchantress chuckled wickedly. You want me to be your female servant? Do you believe yourself worthy? If you fail to control me, I shall turn against you. In an instant, the blonde enchantress's eyes flashed crimson as she swiftly reached behind her back. A bone-white whip emerged, forcefully extracted from her very being. No, this whip was, in fact, her spine. She had wielded her own spinal column as a weapon, clutching the bone blade. The blonde enchantress wore an enigmatic smile. No weapon can satisfy me more than this one. Su Ao was momentarily taken aback, astonished. You are truly ruthless. You have rendered me a pervert, and I find you excessively depraved. After losing her spine, the golden-haired dominatrix's physique has become astonishingly supple. Like a serpent, she can twist and contort into any position at will. If she so desires, she could even stretch her head beneath her own hips. With a flourish, the golden-haired dominatrix brandishes her bony whip, striking fiercely at Su Ao while revealing a frigid smile. Submit to my lash, dear brother. Although her opponent is indeed a pervert, his strength should not be underestimated. In the face of the golden-haired dominatrix's provocation, Su Ao stands undaunted, a spark of resolute battle spirit igniting in his eyes. You wish to whip me? Then let us engage in a true clash of flesh and blood. Su Ao promptly activates his beastly possession. Suddenly, the 6 wings of the dark thunder unfurl like butterfly wings, confronting the dominatrix's formidable assault. Su Ao refuses to yield. Dark thunder rampage slash. Absolute defense. In the next instant, the 6 wings behind him transform into blazing black blades of dark thunder, charging fiercely towards the golden-haired dominatrix. Boom, 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 boom. The dominatrix's bony whip relentlessly strikes against Su Ao's protective shield. Having taken precautionary measures, Su Ao remains unscathed amid her fierce onslaught. 10 seconds of invulnerability from absolute defense. Sufficient time for Su Ao to accomplish much. Now, it is Su Ao's turn to unilaterally ravage the golden-haired dominatrix. The dark thunder wings rain down upon her with wild abandon. A slap to her exquisitely beautiful face. Another to her voluptuous, perky derriere. And thus, the barrage continues unabated. The golden-haired dominatrix is swiftly left bloodied and battered. Submit to me, or perish, Su Ao declares coldly, his gaze fixed upon her. Yet, in the face of his relentless assault, the golden-haired dominatrix responds with a chilling smile. I fear not the pain of having my bones extracted. Should I be afraid of your attacks? Before such a beauty, should a little brother not show some compassion? Become my blood slave. A strange crimson light suddenly erupts from her eyes, piercing into Su Ao's mind. This is mental domination. Su Ao's gaze flickers, and he decisively activates his eye of enslavement. He too begins to assault the dominatrix's consciousness. Both engage in a fierce battle for each other's mental realms. Neither dares to relent. A moment's hesitation could lead to eternal servitude. Fortunately, Su Ao's eye of enslavement, bolstered by the power of Limer, allows him to contend evenly with the golden-haired dominatrix. But just as the tide seems to turn, the bracelet of the unyielding spirit on Su Ao's wrist suddenly bursts forth with a powerful golden radiance, enveloping him. This is the bracelet given to him by Principal Li, designed to mitigate 50 of the effects from attacks by the Soul Clan and spirits. Consequently, the mental control attack from the golden-haired dominatrix is halved. Meanwhile, Su Ao's mental control attack gains the advantage of Limer's power. In this exchange, Su Ao successfully suppresses the golden-haired dominatrix. Her mental defenses falter, causing her eyes to grow vacant. Become my female slave or die? Su Ao coldly demands. I do not wish to be a slave. The golden-haired dominatrix protests, still struggling against him. Then die. Su Ao raises his hand and unleashes a hellish five-thunder curse, striking down upon her shapely backside. He is quite adept at inflicting pain. Wah! The golden-haired dominatrix lets out a pitiful cry. One more time. Su Ao employs the temporal mirage skill to refresh his abilities, raising his hand for yet another hellish five-thunder curse, landing squarely on her posterior. As she teeters on the brink of consciousness, feeling the encroaching specter of death, she finally chooses to submit. I can yield to you, but you must preserve my consciousness. Otherwise, I would rather die. Ding. Shauna accepts your mental enslavement, but wishes to retain her consciousness and memories. Do you agree? I agree. Su Ao responds affirmatively. Enslavement successful. Shauna has become your female slave, yet she retains her self-awareness. A satisfied smile spreads across Su Ao's face. As long as she is under the influence of the eye of enslavement, she will be utterly loyal to him. Preserving her self-awareness adds a layer of intrigue. After all, Su Ao seeks not a mindless puppet. In his ears, the melodious voice of Shauna resonates, sultry and enchanting. Master, Shauna is willing to serve you. Chapter 62. My female slave turns out to be a princess of the Soul Clan. Shauna's delicate hand rests upon her chest as she kneels before Su Ao on one knee. Su Ao surveys Shauna with keen interest. To be fair, despite her perverse nature, she possesses an innate elegance intertwined with a captivating allure, easily ensnaring one's heart at first glance. Speak of your identity, Su Ao inquires. A flush of color blooms on Shauna's face as she whispers, I am the third princess of the Soul Clan, the daughter of the current king. Shauna is, in fact, a princess of the Soul Clan? Su Ao's expression shifts in astonishment. He had merely intended to control a Soul Clan member for convenience in infiltrating their ranks, never imagining that the third princess would become his female slave. Su Ao's gaze locks onto Shauna as he questions, Your Soul Clan's mental control abilities are so formidable. Does your father not fear that you might be controlled by other members of the Soul Clan? A look of resignation crosses Shauna's face as she explains. Mental control skills are our Soul Clan's unique divine art. Aside from us offspring, all other members of the Soul Clan are subjected to my father's control from birth. Hence, all Soul Clan members have become unwaveringly loyal servants to my father. Su Ao is taken aback. With this, the entire Soul Clan is bound in loyalty to their king. The Soul Clan is essentially a united front. Yet, the king could never fathom that someone could acquire the power of the control I through synthesis with a pet, subjugating even his own daughter as a slave. What brings you here? Su Ao inquires further. Shauna lets out a soft sigh and replies, Sigh, it is a long story. My father has sent me to the Snake King Island banquet to discuss a marriage alliance. The intended groom is the youngest son of the Morgan family from the Eagle Country. Just the thought of being sullied by that little chubby boy makes me nauseous. However, the Eagle Country has prepared an extravagant dowry to win our favor, one that cannot merely be described as priceless, but rather as a national treasure. Simultaneously, my father has arranged an exceedingly generous bridal gift for me. The combined value of this dowry and my father's gift is beyond estimation. If my master desires, on the day of the grand wedding, I will find a way to steal the dowry and bridal gift, presenting them to you, along with myself. Su Ao's eyes widen in shock. A dowry prepared by the Eagle Country with national effort? And a bridal gift from the king of the Soul Clan for his daughter? Although the exact treasures designated as dowry and bridal gifts remain shrouded in mystery, the profound significance attached to this matter by both the Eagle Nation and the Soul Clan suggests a value that is truly beyond imagination. He finally comprehended the purpose behind the banquet hosted by the Serpent King Island. The Morgan family stands as the pinnacle of the Eagle Nation's aristocracy, wielding considerable influence within its military and political realms, in a bid to forge an alliance against the Dragon Nation. The king of the Soul Clan has even gone so far as to arrange a marriage between his own daughter and the Morgan family. Should this union come to fruition, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Dragon Nation. Internally, one must be wary of the Eagle Nation, while externally, there exists a struggle against myriad races. With such dual threats looming, calamity is inevitable. Su Ao cannot idly stand by as this transpires. It is imperative to thwart this impending marriage. Firstly, to seize the unimaginably precious dowry and gifts. Secondly, to dismantle the alliance between the Soul Clan and the Eagle Nation, thereby safeguarding the fate of the Dragon Nation and its billions of citizens. Thirdly, he will not permit his own female servant to be sullied by another man. Su Ao's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon Shauna, declaring, Not only do I seek to seize the dowry and bridal gifts, but I shall also disrupt this union. I will not allow the Eagle Nation and the Soul Clan to unite in marriage. Do you understand? Faced with Su Ao's suddenly frigid demeanor, Shauna trembled involuntarily. Having become Su Ao's female servant, her life was entirely at his mercy. He could extinguish her existence with but a thought. I understand, master. I too have no desire to wed that loathsome little fatty. It is my honor to serve as your servant. Su Ao nodded slightly, instructing, go to the banquet and gather intelligence for me. Inform me immediately should anything arise. Shauna inclined her body respectfully, replying, as you command, my esteemed master. She then turned and departed, her graceful legs moving purposefully toward the depths of Serpent King Island. With Shauna acting as his eyes and ears, Su Ao could maintain continuous control over the developments at the banquet. What he needed to do now was to leverage the resources of the serpent population on the island to expedite his own advancement and consolidate his power. Subsequently, Su Ao traversed the entirety of Serpent King Island, fervently seeking out formidable serpentine beasts. He aimed to find a suitable cohort of potent serpents to serve as subordinates to the 5 Dark Serpent Kings. Unfortunately, the serpents he encountered failed to meet his expectations. Since these serpentine beasts did not qualify to be under the 5 Dark Serpent Kings, they would merely serve as experience fodder for Su Ao and the kings. Under the relentless bombardment of the Netherworld 5 Thunder spell, countless serpentine beasts were obliterated, their souls scattered. You have slain a black mamba, earning 500 experience points. Due to the level up kill bonus, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 750 experience points. You have slain a silver-ringed snake, earning 450 experience points. Due to the level up kill bonus, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 675 experience points. You have slain a bamboo leaf green, earning 600 experience points. Due to the level up kill bonus, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 900 experience points. In the span of less than half an hour, Su Ao had already dispatched nearly 1,000 serpentine beasts on Serpent King Island. Abundant experience points flowed ceaselessly into both Su Ao and the 5 Dark Serpent Kings. At this moment, Su Ao's level began to soar. Brilliant golden beams of upgrade light emanated from him as he ascended 5 levels, propelling him to level 84, 216 experience. The threshold to level 100 in the 5th transformation grew ever closer. The 5 Dark Serpent Kings smoothly advanced to level 88. The ground lay strewn with the carcasses of serpentine beasts. The 5 Dark Serpent Kings, with a glimmer of desire in her vertical pupils, began to voraciously devour the remains of the serpentine beasts. With each consumed body, her form grew slightly larger, and her attributes steadily improved. Constitution 1. Intelligence 2. Agility 1. Constitution 1. Intelligence 3. At this moment, the attributes of the 5 Dark Serpent Kings continued to rise. However, just then, a chilling hissing sound emerged stealthily from behind the 5 Dark Serpent Kings. Su Ao's focused gaze revealed the presence of a king cobra, its body adorned with sinister purplish-black patterns, slithering forward with its forked tongue flickering ominously, cold eyes fixated on the 5 Dark Serpent Kings. The stage was set for a fierce confrontation between the 2 serpents at this critical juncture. Chapter 63, Synthesis of Evolved Pets, the fusion of 3 legendary toxic materials. Observing the encroaching king cobra, Su Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've been waiting for you. 5 Dark Serpent Kings, deal with it. At Su Ao's command, the 5 Dark Serpent Kings abruptly ceased her feast, pivoting to unleash a formidable orb of dark lightning towards the king cobra. Before the cobra could strike, the Netherworld 5 Thunder spell crashed down upon it. Boom. The king cobra's body was suddenly obliterated. Su Ao's expression froze in disbelief. How could a creature of such peak 7th transformation strength perish so easily? Su Ao's gaze sharpened with realization. No, the remnants scattered were not the remains of the snake, but merely a thin layer of skin. The king cobra had shed its skin to evade disaster. A shiver of foreboding coursed down Su Ao's spine. He turned to see a seemingly endless swarm of cobras emerging from the tree hollows, venomously spraying him with their toxic spittle. King cobra venom is lethal upon contact. Even the most robust of warriors would suffer a severe decline in attributes and fall into a state of debilitating weakness if struck. Su Ao dared not underestimate the threat. He promptly activated his defensive overload. A pale white barrier enveloped him, completely shielding him from the torrential onslaught of deadly venom. 5 Dark Serpent Kings. Subjugate this swarm of cobras. Following Su Ao's command, the 5 Dark Serpent Kings emitted a piercing cry, unleashing a powerful pressure derived from her serpentine lineage. Faced with such terrifying bloodline authority, the swarm of cobras recoiled in fear, hastily retreating. Despite their newfound respect and willingness to comply, the proud king cobra remained steadfast in its defiance. The king cobra suddenly burst forth from the ground, baring its sharp fangs and launching a vicious bite towards the 5 Dark Serpent Kings. The 5 Dark Serpent Kings, her eyes turning icy, activated her time-space illusion, vanishing from sight. This allowed the King Cobra to miss its mark entirely. To utilize the Beast Tide control skill to recruit subordinates, the target must willingly submit. Yet the King Cobra, in its arrogance, refused to yield. Seeing the King Cobra's obstinacy, Sueo resolved not to grant it any more chances. The King Cobra represented the most exceptional serpentine material he had encountered on Serpent King Island. Since it was unwilling to live, its body would instead serve to synthesize and evolve the 5 Dark Serpent Kings. A cold glint flickered in Sueo's eyes. As his thoughts stirred, the 5-headed Dark Serpent King suddenly unleashed a frenzied assault known as the Dark Thunder Slash. The 6 black wings unfurled dramatically from its back, resembling razor-sharp blades, infused with terrifying thunderous might, and mercilessly cleaved towards the spectacled King Cobra. Boom, 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 boom. The spectacled King Cobra was immediately struck, its skin shredded, emitting cries of agony. However, with a heart steeled for slaughter, Sueo showed no mercy, delivering another devastating blow of the Nether 5 Thunder Curse upon the spectacled King Cobra. In an instant, the Cobra was consumed by rage, launching itself at the 5-headed Dark Serpent King with reckless abandon. At that moment, Sueo's overloaded defenses detonated, swiftly obliterating the already near-death spectacled King Cobra into 2 halves. Even as its body convulsed in its last throes of defiance, its eyes dimmed and hollowed, gradually losing their spark of life. You have slain the spectacled King Cobra, gaining 3,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating a higher-level foe, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 6,000 experience points. This bountiful experience propelled Sueo to ascend 3 levels, breaking through to level 87. The 5-headed Dark Serpent King also advanced smoothly to level 92. Meanwhile, the demise of the spectacled King Cobra left the surrounding Cobras in a state of chaos, their morale shattered. Submit or perish. Sueo's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon the trembling serpents. The 5-headed Dark Serpent King hissed, emanating an intense bloodline pressure. In that moment, thousands of Cobras lowered their heads, willingly bowing in submission. Yet, upon a cursory glance, Sueo realized that this assembly of Cobras far exceeded 1,000 in number. There were nearly 3,000. Among them were both robust and fierce specimens, as well as frail and decrepit ones. However, the 5-headed Dark Serpent King could accommodate no more than 1,000 new serpentine subordinates. What to do with the excess Cobras? A spark of inspiration ignited in Sueo's mind as he devised a clever plan. He retrieved a pack of Xiangliu ham sausages from his storage ring and tossed it into the throng of snakes. How could these wild Cobras resist such a delectable treat? They surged forward, vying for the prized morsels. With competition arose conflict and carnage. 5 minutes later, precisely 1,000 Cobras remained alive. Those that survived the brutal skirmish were the elite among the elite. The weak and infirm had been ruthlessly eliminated. A satisfied smile graced Sueo's face as he commanded the 5-headed Dark Serpent King to subdue the survivors. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5-headed Dark Serpent King, has successfully subdued a spectacled Cobra. Current number of snake subordinates, 1,001 2,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5-headed Dark Serpent King, has successfully subdued a spectacled Cobra. Current number of snake subordinates, 1,002 2,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5-headed Dark Serpent King, has successfully subdued a spectacled Cobra. Current number of snake subordinates, 1,003 2,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5-headed Dark Serpent King, has successfully subdued a spectacled Cobra. Current number of snake subordinates, 1,000 2,000. In the span of a heartbeat, all 1,000 spectacled Cobras had been claimed as subordinates by the 5-headed Dark Serpent King. They bowed in utmost respect towards Sueo, some even emitting low hisses. Seemingly conveying some message, they instinctively slithered towards a large tree hollow. Sueo's gaze sharpened, fixating on the serpents as they entered the cavity. Moments later, they emerged, dragging out the carcasses of a toad and a scorpion. Sueo's eyes surveyed the remains of these toxic creatures, noting that they had been torn apart, leaving only the toad's poison gland and the scorpion's intact stinger. Realization dawned upon him. These were spoils of the spectacled King Cobra. It had devoured the majority of the toad and scorpion, yet dared not touch their most lethal organs, the toad's poison gland and the scorpion's stinger. Toxic purple toad's poison gland, legendary material, one of the 5 most venomous organs, capable of emitting a potent toxin. If all 5 venomous organs are gathered, they may be fused to create an unimaginably horrific toxin. Red-tailed Scorpion King's stinger, legendary material, one of the 5 most venomous organs. Any creature struck by this stinger has no chance of survival. If all 5 venomous organs are gathered, they may be fused to create an unimaginably horrific toxin. Gazing upon these two formidable organs, a fervent light sparked in Su Ao's eyes. They were both legendary materials. As a serpent, the five-headed Dark Serpent King was perfectly suited to harnessing poison. These were exquisite materials for synthesis. He then commanded the five-headed Dark Serpent King to sever the head of the spectacled King Cobra. Spectacled King Cobra's head, legendary material, one of the 5 most venomous organs. The fangs of the spectacled King Cobra can instantaneously slay a wild behemoth. If all 5 venomous organs are gathered, they may be fused to create an unimaginably horrific toxin. Indeed, the toxic purple toad's poison gland, the red-tailed scorpion king's stinger, and the spectacled King Cobra's head, each of these were among the 5 most venomous organs. A profound expectation flickered in Su Ao's eyes. If these 3 toxic organs were fused into the 5-headed Dark Serpent King, what terrifying transformation would ensue? Chapter 64, Pet Synthesis. The horrific power of evolution. A glimmer of anticipation danced in Su Ao's gaze as he decisively retrieved the super synthesizer. Ding! Prototype pet confirmed as the 5-headed Dark Serpent King. Please select synthesis materials. Spectacled King Cobra's head. Toxic purple toad's poison gland. Red-tailed scorpion king's stinger. With a sweeping gesture, Su Ao placed the 3 extraordinarily toxic legendary materials into the super pet synthesizer. Ding! 1 prototype pet and 3 materials confirmed. Synthesis formula: Starry Intermediate 5-headed Dark Serpent King, Juvenile, Legendary Spectacled King Cobra's head, Legendary Toxic Purple Toads, Poison Gland, Legendary Red-tailed Scorpion King Stinger. This synthesis will consume 21,600 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? An astonishing consumption of over 20,000 wealth points? Yet, the greater the expenditure of wealth, the more exhilarated Su Ao felt. For the more wealth expended, the more powerful the synthesized pet would become. Holding over 100 million in funds. With accumulated wealth exceeding 1 million points, this 20,000 wealth point cost was entirely acceptable. Confirm synthesis. Su Ao responded without hesitation. As his voice faded, the spectacled King Cobra's head transformed into a stream of inky black light, melding into the neck of the 5-headed Dark Serpent King. The toxic purple toad's poison gland coalesced into a violet-blue stream of energy, surging into the 5-headed Dark Serpent King's body. The red-tailed Scorpion King's stinger became a crimson glow, enhancing the serpent's tail. Suddenly, as the 3 highly toxic substances amalgamated within the corporeal form of the 5-headed Dark Serpent King, they continuously intertwined, coalescing and compressing. Ultimately, they manifested as a singular mass of emerald green toxic energy. This verdant energy exuded an unimaginable and terrifying toxicity. Its potency surpassed that of the formidable King Cobra, the venomous purple toad, and the crimson-tailed Scorpion King, the 3 most lethal creatures known. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your pet has evolved into Stellar High Order 6-headed verdant scaled serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the evolution of the 5-headed Dark Serpent King. Ding! Due to the 6-headed verdant scaled serpent's additional fusion of the venom glands from the purple toad and the poisonous tail of the crimson-tailed Scorpion King, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 out of 2 to 5 out of 4. Choice 1. Peerless level infused the 6-headed verdant scaled serpent's fangs with paralyzing venom, allowing it to inflict a 1-second paralysis effect upon biting its foes. Choice 2. Legendary level upgrade the skill Spectral 5 Thunder Curse to Toxic Electric 6-fold Barrage. This skill can unleash 6 simultaneous strikes imbued with the lethal attributes of poison, lightning, fire, and darkness, with each strike's damage enhanced by an additional 90. Choice 3. Legendary level acquire a new skill, Lethal Toxin, enabling the 6-headed verdant scaled serpent to inflict a layer of deadly poison with every attack, causing continuous damage over time. The more layers of poison inflicted on the enemy, the faster their health depletes. Choice 4. Legendary level acquire a new skill, Toxic Eruption, which detonates all layers of poison on the enemy, dealing catastrophic toxic damage in a single blow. The greater the number of poison layers applied, the more devastating the damage upon eruption. Choice 5. Epic level obtain the foundation of the malignant toxic body. Upon the 6-headed verdant scaled serpent accumulating 5 major toxic organs, it will gain the formidable malignant toxic body. Malignant toxic body, the pinnacle of toxic physiology, unparalleled. Possessing this body amplifies poison damage by 10-fold and grants access to the expansive damage radius of the forbidden toxic spell, Malignant Plague. Gazing at the options for the 5 out of 4 evolution rewards, Su Ao pondered deeply over his choices. The first reward, infusing the fangs of the 6-headed verdant scaled serpent with paralyzing venom to control the enemy for 1 second. While control skills are exceedingly rare, This one has two significant drawbacks. First, it requires close proximity to bite the enemy. Second, the duration of control is fleeting, lasting only 1 second. These limitations render the first option somewhat impractical. The second reward, upgrading the skill Spectral 5 Thunder Curse to Toxic Electric 6-fold Barrage. This grants an additional strike and a staggering 90 increase in damage. This skill is the core ability of the 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent. Undoubtedly, it is a must-have. The third reward, acquiring the new skill Lethal Toxin, which applies layers of deadly poison to enemies with each hit, causing them to suffer continuous damage. Lethal Toxin significantly enhances the damage of all the 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent skills. It is undeniably essential. The fourth reward, gaining the new skill Toxic Eruption, capable of detonating the layers of poison on the enemy, resulting in immense damage. Clearly, Toxic Eruption and Lethal Toxin synergize as a combination skill. The damage from a single detonation of Toxic Eruption far exceeds the gradual damage inflicted by Lethal Toxin. This skill is also indispensable. The fifth reward, obtaining the Foundation of the Malignant Body. This skill is indeed an epic-level reward. Epic rewards surpass legendary rewards. Upon gathering 5 major toxic organs, the 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent's poison damage could escalate by 10-fold. Additionally, it would gain access to the expansive damage radius of the forbidden toxic spell, Malignant Plague. This toxic forbidden spell, Malignant Plague, is undeniably extraordinary. It is akin to a heifer riding a rocket, soaring to unprecedented heights. After reviewing the 5 rewards, Sueo had made his decision. He chose the second, third, fourth, and fifth rewards, prioritizing the options with the highest cost-performance ratio. Following his selections, the system chimed. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent's skill Spectral 5 Thunder Curse has been upgraded to Toxic Electric 6-fold Barrage. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent has acquired a new skill, Lethal Toxin. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent has acquired a new skill, Toxic Eruption. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent has acquired a new skill, Foundation of the Malignant Body. For radiant beams of emerald light surged into the 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent's form. In that moment, the serpent was enveloped in a dazzling emerald glow. Not only had it acquired new skills, but its attributes soared to astonishing heights. The intelligence of the 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent had surpassed the monumental threshold of 1,000, reaching a terrifying 1024 points. Even its agility, constitution, and strength attributes surpassed 800 points each. Observing the metamorphosed 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent, Sueo's eyes glimmered with curiosity. The creature had not only sprouted an additional head, but had also transformed entirely into a resplendent emerald hue, becoming a true embodiment of a lethal serpent. However, as its master, Sueo remained impervious to its toxic effects. Its total length had increased from 1 meter to an impressive 1.2 meters. Gazing at the now formidable 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent, Sueo's eyes burned with fervor. Its combat prowess had become exceedingly formidable. Should he manage to acquire the remaining 2 toxic organs, once amalgamated into the malignant body, the ensuing malignant plague it unleashed would undoubtedly wreak catastrophic havoc upon the Eagle Nation and the Soul Clan, becoming their ultimate nightmare. Where could he possibly find the last 2 toxic organs? Sueo pondered. Given that 3 of the 5 major toxic organs were located on Serpent King Island, it was highly probable that the remaining 2 organs resided within this very domain. Contemplating this, Sueo's breathing quickened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The attainment of the 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent's malignant body seemed inevitable. Chapter 65, Annihilating the Experts of the Eagle Nation, a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, Sueo recalled that he had yet to claim the rewards for subduing 1,000 Cobra subordinates with the 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent. He promptly accessed the Pet Attribute panel to claim the subjugation rewards. In an instant, a system notification resounded in Sueo's mind. Due to the successful subjugation of 1,000 Cobra subordinates by the 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent, you have received 1,500 points of random attribute values. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent has gained 490 points in intelligence. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent has gained 360 points in constitution. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent has gained 329 points in agility. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent has gained 319 points in strength. Ding! The 6-headed Verdant Scaled Serpent has gained 2 points in luck. To his astonishment, he had received 2 points in luck. A gleam of ecstatic delight flitted across Sueo's eyes. The last time, he had acquired merely 1 point in luck, yet it had fortuitously triggered a 10-fold reward from a diamond-level treasure chest. This time, having garnered a full 2 points in luck. He could only wonder what serendipity awaited him next. At that moment, Sueo's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Shauna. He had instructed Shauna to promptly inform him of any intelligence she acquired. Could it be that Shauna had gleaned some crucial news? Sueo answered the call, and Shauna's alluring yet respectful voice resonated through the line, "Esteemed Master." Individuals from the Morgan family of the Eagle Nation are en route to Snake King Island to discuss a matrimonial alliance. They have informed us that their warship will arrive at Snake King Island within half an hour. Sueo's eyes narrowed slightly. The bioweapon outbreak in the Dragon Kingdom was evidently linked to the Eagle Nation, and thus, it was inextricably tied to the Morgan family. After all, many of the influential political figures in the Eagle Nation hailed from the Morgan lineage. To thwart the union between the Soul Clan and the Eagle Nation, the most straightforward and brutal approach would be to eliminate these Morgan family members who had come to negotiate the marriage. What is the strength of those sent by the Morgan family for the negotiations? Sueo inquired. Shauna softly replied, there are likely many with 7th transition strength, and there may even be a formidable 8th transition powerhouse among them. Only one 8th transition powerhouse. A glint of murderous intent flashed across Sueo's eyes. If he could eliminate this group from the Morgan family and frame the Soul Clan, it would undoubtedly sow seeds of suspicion and animosity in the Eagle Nation towards the Soul Clan. This presented the Dragon Kingdom with an unprecedented opportunity to turn the tide. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Furthermore, the Morgan family would not arrive empty-handed for the Soul Clan feast. They were sure to bring precious gifts. By slaying this group, not only could Sueo avert disaster for the Dragon Kingdom, but he could also acquire an unexpected fortune. With this thought, Sueo's gaze ignited with fervor. After hanging up, he swiftly chose to merge with his beast companion, activating the Dark Thunder 6 wings. 6 wings, enveloped in dark thunder, suddenly unfurled from his back. Sueo soared into the sky, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended to the heavens. From this vantage point, he surveyed the vast expanse below. However, after a thorough 360-degree scan, he found no sign of the Eagle Nation's warship, which left him perplexed. Could it be that Shauna had received false intelligence? Sueo was not concerned about Shauna deceiving him, for she was his slave and would never betray or mislead him. Just as doubt began to creep in, a massive warship gradually emerged from the Eastern Sea. The flag it flew was unmistakably from the Eagle Nation. They had arrived at the perfect moment. Soaring high above, Sueo gazed down at the colossal vessel approaching in the distance, his eyes shimmering with intense anticipation. He flapped his wings and suddenly dove downward. However, instead of heading directly towards the warship, he plunged into the depths of the ocean. The reason was simple. The enemy was aware of his presence, while he remained concealed. This presented a magnificent advantage. He could strike from the shadows without engaging in a head-on confrontation. Moreover, the Dark Thunder 6 wings skill granted Sueo the capability to move stealthily underwater. The circumstances were undeniably favorable. With a splash, Sueo plunged into the depths of the sea. The azure waters exerted tremendous pressure. Yet the Dark Thunder 6 wings formed a protective barrier that kept the water at bay, ensuring his safety. Rather than underwater stealth, it felt more akin to underwater flight. In the depths, Sueo's speed with the Dark Thunder 6 wings was not at all slower than it would be in the skies. In mere moments, he found himself directly beneath the Eagle Nation's warship. He could distinctly hear the voices of powerful individuals aboard discussing their plans. Once we finalize our collaboration with the Soul Clan, the Dragon Kingdom's yellow-skinned monkeys will be utterly finished. Their lowly civilization has endured for 5,000 years. It is time to bring it to an end. We, the Eagle Nation, are the foremost power in the world. Do those yellow-skinned monkeys dare to contest our supremacy? Sending them to the feet of Jesus for redemption is their only fate. As long as we align with the Soul Clan, the Dragon Kingdom, beset by internal strife and external threats, is doomed without question. Even the Koreans and the Japanese have joined our anti-dragon alliance. With the 4 great powers besieging the Dragon Kingdom, it will not be long before this inferior Eastern civilization disappears entirely from the annals of history. Laughter filled the deck of the Eagle Nation's warship, brimming with arrogance and triumph. A cold, lethal glint flashed in Sueo's eyes. How dare they threaten our Huaxiao Dragon Kingdom? I shall send you all to hell first. He unleashed the Toxic Thunder 6 barrage, 6 terrifying toxic thunderballs. Imbued with the formidable powers of lightning, flames, darkness, and venom, rained down upon the warship's most vulnerable point. Boom, 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 boom. After countless upgrades and transformations, the Toxic Thunder 6 barrage had become unimaginably powerful. With 6 consecutive toxic thunderballs striking the Eagle Nation's warship, an enormous dent was blasted into its hull. The entire vessel began to shake violently. Instantly, panic erupted among everyone aboard. What is happening? Why has the ship suddenly trembled so violently? Is it a tsunami? No. The radar has detected a massive indentation beneath the ship. We are being attacked from the shadows. Damn it, this is supposed to be a top-secret operation. Who has compromised our position? However, the powerful individuals aboard the warship were all at least 7th transition strength. After a brief moment of chaos, they quickly regained their composure and began searching for the source of the assault. Meanwhile, Su Ao gazed at the deep pit in the bottom of the warship. Still feeling that it wasn't sufficient, he abruptly activated the thunderous rampage skill, relentlessly bombarding the concave area of the ship. Boom, 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 boom. Under Su Ao's relentless onslaught, the warship was soon breached, creating a colossal hole. An unending torrent of seawater surged into the ship through the breach. As the water rushed in, the warship began to sink rapidly. In that moment, all the Eagle Nation's powerful individuals were engulfed in profound horror and despair. Once the warship sank completely, only death awaited them. Chapter 66. Experience skyrockets. 5th transition within reach. As the warship neared its descent into the depths, the Eagle Nation's powerful figures resembled ants on a hot stove. Quick, bring all the cargo here. At all costs, we must seal this breach. If we allow the water to continue flooding in, we are finished. Damn it. Our movements were only known to the Soul Clan. How could we be attacked just as we were about to land? We are staunch supporters of the Soul Clan. They have no reason to betray us. In an instant, countless powerful figures from the Eagle Nation frantically rushed to fill the breach with cargo, desperate to stem the inflow of water. Although this would not repair the ship, they were already so close to reaching Snake King Island. As long as the warship can hold out until it reaches the shore before sinking, they can survive. At this moment, Su Ao observed the chaos unfolding within the vessel of the Eagle-flagged nation, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. You wish to reach the shore and live? Let's see if my army of serpents agrees. With a mere thought, 2,000 venomous snakes surged forth from his pet space. By their very nature, snakes excel in swimming, and in the water, their combat prowess is amplified. At this instant, with a command from Su Ao, the 2,000 snakes plunged into the gaping holes of the warship like a torrential flood. Oh my god! Snakes! It's over, it's over! I've been bitten by a cobra. How can this snake breathe fire? Heaven, why are there so many snakes? The deck of the warship was now overrun with serpents. Indeed, calamity does not come alone. First, the warship was ambushed and sunk. And now it was besieged by a swarm of venomous snakes. In a heartbeat, countless elite warriors of the Eagle Flag Nation were thrown into disarray. They were not only preoccupied with plugging the holes, but also worn out from fending off the snake attacks. One by one, the warriors of the Eagle Flag Nation fell victim to the serpent's fangs. You have slain the 7th tier light priest, Shamrock, earning 1,000 experience points. You receive a 50 bonus for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, totaling 1,500 experience points. You have slain the 7th tier Eagle Eye Archer, Rihi, earning 1,000 experience points. You receive a 50 bonus for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, totaling 1,500 experience points. You have slain the 7th tier Light Paladin, Daxus, earning 1,000 experience points. You receive a 50 bonus for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, totaling 1,500 experience points. The warship of the Eagle Flag Nation was engulfed in turmoil and despair. Su Ao stood submerged in the deep sea, quietly observing the frantic and anxious warriors within the ship. There was no need for him to lift a finger. He simply watched the spectacle unfold. The 2,000 snakes rampaged through the vessel, attacking and biting the warriors mercilessly. The experience points from the fallen warriors flowed into Su Ao and the 6-headed jade-scaled serpent like a torrential stream. Brilliant beams of light heralding upgrades flickered around Su Ao. Level 88, Level 89, Level 92. Su Ao's level surged to 92, 316 experience, before finally halting its ascent. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He needed to ascend just 8 more levels to reach his 5th career transition. Su Ao eagerly anticipated the extraordinary powers and transformations that awaited him at the 5th transition. Even the 6-headed jade-scaled serpent experienced a meteoric rise in levels. Having absorbed a plethora of experience from the fallen warriors, she ascended 6 levels in one fell swoop, skyrocketing from level 92 to level 98. Meanwhile, the warship teetered on the brink of sinking. The few remaining warriors of the Eagle Flag Nation were now consumed by panic. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from within the ship's cabin. A long-haired man with his eyes covered suddenly awakened. A terrifying bloodlust radiated from him, shattering the entire cabin. The steel walls of the warship were marred with intricate spiderweb-like cracks. Who dares to be reckless? Step forward. The long-haired man unfurled a pair of enormous black, demonic wings. bursting through the warship and soaring into the sky. He wielded a pair of bizarre crescent blades, his entire being enveloped in a thick, swirling black mist. He emanated an arrogant presence reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of the inferno, exuding disdain for all living beings. The masked man's own bloodlust engulfed him, and the warship crumbled under the weight of his terrifying intent. Countless snakes and warriors of the Eagle Flag Nation were swallowed by the surging depths of the ocean as the ship shattered into pieces. "Ah, Lord Odysseus, save us. I don't want to die. Lord Odysseus, grant me a chance to live. Lord Odysseus, I am willing to serve you. Please lend me your aid." Amidst the cacophony of pleas from the eagle-flagged warriors, the masked man, Odysseus, remained indifferent, allowing all his subordinates to perish in the abyss. "The weak do not deserve to live," Odysseus coldly declared. Meanwhile, Suao, concealed in the deep sea, gazed at Odysseus, who stood imperiously in the sky, his eyes gleaming with icy, murderous intent. "Because you let out a fart, 200 of my fiery serpents perished. If you dare not compensate me, I will make you pay dearly." Observing Odysseus' arrogance as he loomed high above, Suao suddenly struck, unleashing a barrage of 6 venomous lightning strikes. 6 orbs of toxic lightning hurtled toward Odysseus. Bang, 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 bang. Seizing the moment of surprise, he aimed to claim his life. The venomous lightning orbs crashed against Odysseus' back, causing his demonic aura to surge violently as he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Taken aback by the sudden ambush, Odysseus swiftly turned. His heightened senses immediately pinpointed Suao's location. With a swift motion, he summoned a rain of demonic meteors from the heavens, hurtling them towards Suao, who was hidden beneath the waves. A cold glint flickered in Suao's eyes as he saw the blackened meteors descending upon him. "Temporal mirage," Suao murmured, and his figure vanished from sight. Odysseus, startled by Suao's sudden disappearance, froze momentarily. But before he could react, a chilling voice resounded from behind him. "Fool, I'm right behind you." Dark Thunder Assault Slash. The voice belonged to none other than Suao, who had teleported behind Odysseus. Behind him, 6 wings roiled with ferocious black flames and toxic lightning, slashing mercilessly at Odysseus' back. Boom, 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 boom. The Dark Thunder Assault Slash not only inflicted devastating damage, but also bore a lethal toxin that caused continuous harm. With each strike, Odysseus was afflicted with layers of potent poison. The more layers of toxin he accumulated, the faster his life force dwindled. At that moment, Odysseus' health plummeted at a visible rate. Chapter 67, Bountiful Rewards. The mysterious black treasure chest. Suddenly beset by Suao's unexpected assault, a look of shock crossed Odysseus' face. Yet more than that, rage consumed him. Lowly wretch, seeking death. With a swift motion, Odysseus slashed his crescent blade, tearing open his own abdomen. From within, a 3-headed demonic hound, suffused with dark energy, emerged. Its eyes glinted with savage ferocity as it lunged at Suao. From the demonic hound, Suao sensed an overwhelming explosive essence. Clearly, the creature was intent on self-detonation, charging recklessly toward him. A self-destructing soldier? How intriguing. Control I? Suao's lips curled into a playful smile. A mysterious, eerie green gaze suddenly burst forth from his eyes. This formidable power, imbued with the essence of mental manipulation, did not target Dixiusi directly, but instead lunged towards the 3-headed hellhound. The terrifying force of mental control swiftly penetrated the hellhound's body, causing it to shudder violently, its eyes becoming vacant and hollow. Ding! You have successfully controlled the 3-headed hellhound. The control lasts for 10 seconds. This creature is a self-destructing variant, possessing unimaginable explosive power. Just as I anticipated, what I desire is your self-destruction capability. A strong smile spread across Suao's face. With a mere thought, the hellhound abruptly turned and lunged unhesitatingly towards Dixiusi. At that moment, Suao's figure retreated rapidly, hastily vacating the area. No! Dixiusi's expression shifted to one of sheer horror as he beheld the hellhound charging towards him. He was all too aware of the catastrophic explosive force it wielded. However, it was far too late for him to evade its assault. In a sudden flash, the hellhound sank its teeth into Dixiusi's thigh, then unleashed the full extent of its explosive power. Boom! The terrifying explosion's might was akin to that of a small nuclear bomb. As the cataclysmic force erupted, a crimson mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. In an instant, the vast sea was overturned, and the clouds above were drenched in an endless sea of blood-red hue. Even the very heavens and earth seemed to change color. Amidst such a horrific detonation, Dixiusi's body was utterly reduced to ashes, his soul scattering into oblivion. This scene left even Suao momentarily stunned. He could sense the hellhound's explosive power was formidable, Yet he never fathomed it would reach such terrifying heights. Thankfully, he had escaped swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You have slain the 8 transformation Moonblade Demon Dixiusi, earning 5,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher level, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 10,000 experience points. A substantial 10,000 experience points surged into both Su Ao and the 6-headed azure-scaled serpent. This immense influx of experience propelled Su Ao to ascend 4 levels in one go, reaching level 96 with 115 experience. He was now merely 4 levels away from his 5th transformation. The 6-headed azure-scaled serpent ascended directly from level 98 to level 100. However, due to Su Ao's lack of a 5th transformation, the serpent's level cap remained at 100. Only after Su Ao underwent his 5th transformation could the serpent continue to level up. Eager to reach level 100 and undergo the 5th transformation, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Ao's eyes as he pondered the incredible transformation his strength would undergo post-transformation. Yet at this moment, Su Ao dove into the depths of the ocean, searching the sunken battleship for any valuable treasures. After a thorough search, Su Ao joyfully discovered 3 remarkably exquisite treasure chests in the innermost chamber of the ship. 2 crimson chests and 1 obsidian chest. The latter, in particular, exuded an air of profound mystery, making it evident that the treasures within were of immeasurable worth. Su Ao first examined the crimson chests. Diamond-grade treasure chest. Description: upon opening this chest, you may randomly obtain a diamond-quality treasure. To have 2 diamond-grade treasure chests simultaneously was indeed a stroke of fortune. Su Ao's gaze ignited with fervor. The last diamond-grade treasure chest gifted to him by President Xia yielded 10 skill enhancement stones. This not only enabled the 6-headed azure-scaled serpent to recruit 1,000 cobras as minions, but also granted numerous additional rewards for minion acquisition. And now, he had acquired 2 diamond-grade treasure chests at once. Though the contents of the mysterious black chest remained unknown, the value of these 2 diamond-grade treasure chests was already considerable. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao chose to open the first diamond-grade treasure chest. Do you wish to open the diamond-grade treasure chest? Note: there is a 90 chance of receiving a standard reward and a 10 chance of receiving an exceptional reward. I understand this process. At this moment, Su Ao was in a state of pet possession, with an impressive luck score of 3. Last time, even with just 1 point of luck, he had obtained a 10-fold critical reward. This time, with 3 points of luck, a 30-fold critical reward would not be unreasonable, would it? He opened the chest without hesitation. Ding! You have received an exceptional reward. Starry Intermediate Pet Equipment. Venomous Cloak. A diamond-grade chest yielded a starry-level piece of equipment. Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. Those 3 points of luck were indeed formidable. Even a piece of Starry Intermediate Pet Equipment equaled the value of 10 diamond-grade pet items. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he examined the starry-level pet equipment. Starry Intermediate Venomous Cloak. Pet Equipment. Constitution, 65. Skill, Source of Venom. When you unleash poison-based skills, the poison damage is additionally increased by 100, and the duration of poison damage on enemies is extended by 100. This skill, Source of Venom, was a perfect match for the 6-headed azure-scaled serpent. The serpent had just acquired a powerful poison attack capability, and now he had drawn a starry-level equipment that amplified poison damage and its duration. Su Ao couldn't help but marvel at the sheer might of 3 points of luck. Although he didn't trigger a 10-fold critical reward, the starry-level pet equipment, Venomous Cloak, had already satisfied him immensely. Without a moment's delay, Su Ao equipped the Venomous Cloak onto the 6-headed azure-scaled serpent. He then turned his attention to the second diamond-grade treasure chest. A sense of intuition whispered to Su Ao that the treasure within this chest might be even more precious than the last. Chapter 68. Obtaining the Supreme Inheritance of the Demon God. The 12 Demon Gods. Su Ao's gaze burned with intensity as he focused on the second diamond-grade treasure chest. Do you wish to open the diamond-grade treasure chest? Note: there is a 90 chance of receiving a standard reward and a 10 chance of receiving an exceptional reward. He decisively chose to open it. Ding! You have received a standard reward, 1 pet skill enhancement stone. To his surprise, the reward was a pet skill enhancement stone. Su Ao's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet in the next moment, as his 3 points of luck flickered, a brilliant golden light erupted from the diamond-grade treasure chest. Ding! Due to the activation of your 3 points of luck, you have received a 30-fold critical reward. The reward from the treasure chest has increased from 1 pet skill enhancement stone to 30 pet skill enhancement stones. 30 pet skill enhancement stones. Su Ao's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. The price of the pet skill promotion divine stones is equivalent to half that of the human skill promotion divine stones. Yet each pet skill promotion divine stone still holds a value of approximately 2.5 million yuan. To acquire 30 such stones would yield a staggering profit of 75 million yuan. Moreover, both the pet skill promotion divine stones and the human skill promotion divine stones are treasures that, despite their worth, are exceedingly rare in the marketplace. Even if Su Ao possessed a fortune of 100 million yuan, he would still struggle to procure 30 pet skill evolution promotion divine stones in Linhai City. Without hesitation, Su Ao promptly accessed the attribute panel of the six-headed azure scale serpent. The six-headed azure scale serpent had mastered a total of 10 skills: Poisonous Electric 6 Fire, Eye of Control, Defense Overload, Time-Space Mirage, Dark Flame Incineration, Berserk Bloodline, Eye of Enslavement, Dark Thunder Rampage Slash, Lethal Toxin, and Toxic Eruption. Among these, Poisonous Electric 6 Fire, Dark Flame Incineration, and Dark Thunder Rampage Slash were Su Ao's primary core output skills. The advantage of Poisonous Electric 6 Fire lies in its swift cooldown and long range, making it Su Ao's most frequently utilized skill. Dark Flame Incineration boasts a wide area of effect and sustained high damage, rendering it particularly effective for clearing swarms of minor adversaries. Dark Thunder Rampage Slash, on the other hand, offers exceptional burst damage in close combat, serving as the core output method for challenging bosses and formidable foes. After some contemplation, Su Ao resolved to upgrade the Dark Thunder Rampage Slash skill. The rationale was straightforward. The other two skills were more than adequate for dealing with lesser foes. However, when confronted with true superiors, a high-burst single-target damage skill like Dark Thunder Rampage Slash was indispensable. This skill also boasted the highest damage output among Su Ao's 3 skills. With determination, Su Ao retrieved 30 pet skill promotion divine stones. Ding! You have selected 30 skill promotion divine stones. Please choose the skill you wish to promote. The Dark Thunder Rampage Slash of the six-headed azure scale serpent. Su Ao decisively responded. Promotion successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion divine stone. Dark Thunder Rampage Slash skill upgraded to level 2. Additional damage increased by 1, and an extra damage instance is granted. Promotion successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion divine stone. Dark Thunder Rampage Slash skill upgraded to level 3. Additional damage increased by 1, and an extra damage instance is granted. Promotion successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion divine stone. Dark Thunder Rampage Slash skill upgraded to level 31. Additional damage increased by 1, and an extra damage instance is granted. All 30 pet skill promotion divine stones were expended. The Dark Thunder Rampage Slash of the six-headed azure scale serpent surged to level 31 in one go. Not only was each instance of damage increased by an additional 30, but it could also inflict 30 extra instances of damage. This represented an immense enhancement for the Dark Thunder Rampage Slash skill. Observing the tremendous power of the Dark Thunder Rampage Slash, a satisfied smile graced Su Ao's face. His gaze then fell upon the final item, a pitch-black treasure chest. This chest was shrouded in a sinister aura, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread at first glance. What secrets lay concealed within this black chest? Su Ao's eyes gleamed with fervor as he grasped the black chest. Legacy Chest of the Demon God. Grade. Purpose. Upon opening, you will receive the Supreme Legacy of the Demon God. The Supreme Legacy of the Demon God is a coveted treasure yearned for by myriad races across the realms. Attaining the Demon God's legacy grants you unimaginable supreme demonic powers. Could this truly be the legacy of the Demon God? Su Ao fixated intently on the black chest in his hands, a surge of ecstasy coursing through him. The Demon God is said to be the foremost among the 12 demon gods. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate the heavens and the earth. He is the nightmare that countless races dread. To think that this black chest harbored the legacy of the Demon God? The Eagle Nation has certainly made a grand gesture to appease the Soul Clan by relinquishing such a treasure. However, their scheme shall backfire. The legacy of the Demon God will be mine. A broad smile illuminated Su Ao's face. Ding! Do you wish to open the legacy chest of the Demon God? Open. At this moment, Su Ao's gaze was ablaze with intensity. Failed to open. Warning! Opening the legacy chest of the Demon God requires a power level of 7 transformations. It requires 7 transformations to unlock. Su Ao's gaze sharpened. To enter the battlefield of the myriad races, one must reach 7 transformations. Is it truly necessary to attain 7 transformations to open the Demon God's legacy chest? Yet, this may prove beneficial. Once I achieve 7 transformations, I shall acquire the unimaginable supreme demonic power from the Demon God's legacy. Su Ao was on the brink of reaching 5 transformations. At his current alarming growth rate, where he could change professions once a day, it would take no more than 2 days for his strength to reach 7 transformations. Simultaneously, He could seek his parents on the battlefield of the myriad races while unlocking the demon god's legacy. As for securing a top 10 position in the 8 cities joint examination and entering one of the 4 prestigious academies, he brimmed with confidence. Su Ao resolved to return to Snake King Island. He had 3 tasks to accomplish. First, he must recruit another batch of Serpent minions to replenish the over 200 Fire Serpent minions he had just lost. Second, he needed to ascertain the Soul Clan's next move to better prepare the Dragon Kingdom for what lay ahead. Third, since Snake King Island was established as a stronghold by the Soul Clan, it undoubtedly concealed some wealth. With Shauna's assistance, he intended to thoroughly scour the wealth hidden by the Soul Clan and claim it for himself. However, just as Su Ao was about to turn and leave, he suddenly spotted a survivor from the Eagle Nation who had miraculously escaped, taking advantage of Su Ao's distraction while he was rummaging through the treasure chest. This Eagle Nation warrior surged forth from the depths of the sea, transforming into a giant eagle and desperately fleeing the scene. Witnessing this, a smirk curled on Su Ao's lips. With the speed of the Dark Thunder 6 wings, catching up to this surviving Eagle Nation warrior would be a trivial matter. Yet, Su Ao chose not to pursue. Instead, he feigned ignorance, allowing the survivor to escape. After all, Su Ao had been impersonating Lei Mo in his capacity and abilities to commandeer ships. Once this Eagle Nation warrior relayed news of the Soul Clan's ambush to their leaders, Su Ao was eager to see how the Eagle Nation's leaders would react. Chapter 69. Infiltrating the Soul Clan's treasure vault. Plundering the wealth. Su Ao unfurled his Dark Thunder 6 wings and decisively soared towards Snake King Island. The site of the sunken warship was in close proximity to Snake King Island. In the blink of an eye, Su Ao returned to Snake King Island. Ding ding ding. Su Ao's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Shauna. Master, the leader of the Eagle Nation just called, accusing the Soul Clan's high-ranking officials of being treacherous villains. He claimed that our Soul Clan destroyed their warship that was en route to a banquet and killed one of their 8 transformation superiors along with several 7 transformation-strong warriors. The Soul Clan's governor is furious about this incident and has dispatched many Soul Clan experts to the location of the sunken warship, intent on investigating the matter thoroughly. Su Ao's gaze narrowed slightly as he inquired. Many Soul Clan experts have been dispatched to the site of the sunken warship? Does this imply that the Soul Clan's banquet stronghold is currently quite vulnerable? Shauna replied earnestly. Indeed, the majority of the Soul Clan's formidable experts have been reassigned, leaving only a scant few elite members and guards to oversee the banquet stronghold on Snake King Island. A fervent glint ignited in Su Ao's eyes as he proclaimed, "Excellent. You shall depart at once. Head to the site where the Eagle Sauce Nation's warship fell and join the Soul Clan's experts there." He deemed it prudent to send Shauna away to avoid any suspicion. Seizing this moment of vulnerability at the Soul Clan's stronghold, Su Ao intended to infiltrate and plunder their wealth. Should Shauna remain alive, she would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the Soul Clan's king, potentially facing interrogation. Thus, he instructed her to stay with the multitude of elite Soul Clan members at the site of the fallen warship, crafting an alibi for her absence. "At your command, esteemed master," Shauna replied respectfully. After concluding the call, Su Ao set forth towards the Soul Clan's banquet stronghold. He swiftly traversed a dense, shadowy forest and soon arrived before an exquisitely adorned black palace. 2 statues of upright lizardmen stood sentinel at the entrance. It is said that lizardmen serve as totemic sacred beasts of the Soul Clan, endowing them with the ability to manipulate the hearts of men. Without hesitation, Su Ao strode into the Black Palace. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a contingent of Soul Clan guards obstructed his path. The captain of the guards fixed a cold gaze upon Su Ao, demanding, "Reimer, why do you arrive now? The governor has summoned a banquet, and you dare to be late?" In the face of the guard captain's aggressive inquiry, Su Ao maintained an air of calm, understanding that composure would lessen suspicion. "I reside too far in Rasha town, hence my delay." The guard captain scrutinized Su Ao from head to toe, confirming his identity before granting passage. With an unruffled demeanor, Su Ao blended into the palace's interior. The palace was teeming with patrolling guards, leaving little room for idlers. Its architecture bore a resemblance to the ancient structures of the Dragon Kingdom, albeit shrouded in oppressive black walls, casting a foreboding atmosphere. Su Ao had already inquired with Shauna about the location of the Soul Clan's treasure vault, and he disregarded all else as he made his way directly towards it. Along the way, patrolling guards occasionally glanced his way, but, upon confirming his identity as Soul Clan's Reimer, allowed him to proceed unchallenged. As he traversed the long corridor and was on the verge of entering the treasure vault, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "Reimer, everyone is investigating the circumstances surrounding the Eagle Sauce Nation's warship's demise. What business do you have in the treasure vault?" Turning around, Su Ao found two young elite members of the Soul Clan clad in black robes, their icy stares fixated upon him. Their power seemingly at the peak of the 7th tier. "Oh, nothing of concern," Su Ao replied, relief washing over him as a composed smile graced his face. "I am here on Princess Shauna's orders to retrieve 2 items from the treasure vault." The brows of the 2 elite members furrowed in suspicion. "Princess Shauna? I have never heard of your connection with her, Reimer. What did she send you to collect?" Su Ao's smile deepened as he strolled leisurely past the 2 young elites. Whispering conspiratorially, "Why? To collect your lives, of course." In an instant, the 6 wings of dark thunder unfurled behind him. The dark thunder slash was unleashed with a vengeance. Now elevated to level 31, the power of the dark thunder slash had surged dramatically. The 6 wings, resembling obsidian blades, rained down upon the 2 Soul Clan youths with the ferocity of a tempest. The 2 elite youths' expressions shifted to one of sheer horror. Yet, by the time they processed the unfolding events, it was already too late. The wings, akin to razor-sharp blades, struck at their necks with lethal precision. With a sickening slice, their heads were severed. Thud, thud. Their heads tumbled away, crimson blood gushing forth from the severed necks like a fountain. The once astonished faces of the 2 elite youths now lay lifeless, their decapitated bodies swaying for a moment before crashing to the ground. You have slain the peak-level Soul Clan Esper, Mosin, gaining 2,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent above your level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 3,000 experience points. You have slain the peak-level Soul Clan Esper, Louise, gaining 2,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent above your level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 3,000 experience points. A substantial influx of experience surged through Su Ao, propelling him to a new level. He ascended from level 96 to 98, just 2 levels shy of reaching the coveted 100th level. It must be said, the exhilaration of defeating foes above his level was simply unparalleled. Despite his lower rank, his prowess was formidable. Each time he vanquished higher-level enemies, he reaped the rewards of additional experience. Bending down, Su Ao retrieved the heads of the 2 elite Soul Clan youths before collecting their peak-level eyes. Such exquisite materials were essential for the evolution of the 6-headed emerald-scaled serpent. They must not go to waste. After securing the eyes, he summoned the 6-headed emerald-scaled serpent. The serpent's gaze fixated on the corpses of the 2 elite youths, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. With Su Ao's tacit approval, it lunged forward to consume the bodies. The 6 heads of the serpent eagerly devoured the 2 corpses, their feeding frenzy swift and voracious. In no time, the remains were consumed, yet the serpent seemed still unsatisfied. Su Ao noted that after the feast, the 6-headed emerald-scaled serpent had grown several centimeters in length, and both its intelligence and physical attributes had increased by 3 points. Gently patting the serpent's head, Su Ao's gaze turned fervent as he beheld the resplendent treasure vault of the Soul Clan before him. "Now is not the time for gluttony, my dear. The treasures within this vault far surpass the value of these mere corpses. Let us discover what treasures the Soul Clan's vault holds." Chapter 70. Poisonous Organs Acquired. Pet Synthesis and Evolution. Gazing upon the opulent treasure vault, Su Ao's eyes ignited with fervor. Approaching the grand entrance, he discovered it was locked. A key, of which he certainly possessed none. "Serpent, break down the door." At his command, the 6-headed emerald-scaled serpent opened its maw and unleashed a barrage of lightning fireballs. Toxic thunder 6-fold shot. Boom, 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 boom. Such catastrophic explosive power could create a colossal crater even in the ironclad warships of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Yet, upon striking the entrance to the Soul Clan's vault, it barely inflicted any significant damage, leaving only a faint scratch upon the door. Su Ao's expression hardened. What material is this iron door made of? It is remarkably resilient. This posed a dilemma for Su Ao. If even the toxic thunder 6-fold shot could merely scratch the surface, attempting to forcibly breach the door would likely be futile, especially before the Soul Clan governor returned. Since brute force was not a viable option, he would have to rely on cunning. In the absence of a key and the inability to break through forcefully, how might I gain entry into the treasure vault? Su Ao surveyed his surroundings. The entire vault was impenetrable. There were neither windows nor underground passages, clearly exhibiting top-tier anti-theft measures. With such superior defenses, it seemed unlikely that any intruder could breach this sanctum. Yet, if mortals could not enter, could spirits perhaps find a way? A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Ao. The blood-red jade pendant not only allowed him to assume the guise of Layma, but also to transform into a ghostly apparition. Without hesitation, he retrieved the blood-red jade pendant. He then switched to his ghostly form. Ding! You have been transformed into a ghostly entity by the blood-red jade pendant. You may revert to your corporeal state, at any time. Ghostly form, you can pass through walls, traverse all material barriers, and are immune to all physical harm. Su Ao's body gradually dissolved into nothingness, becoming a transparent spirit. He surged directly into the vault's massive door, effortlessly passing through and entering the treasure chamber. Inside the vault, the space was not expansive, but rather a narrow, deep corridor. The shelves on either side were piled high with gold. Su Ao's eyes widened in astonishment. With gold prices soaring, these were treasures indeed. He busily transferred the gold ingots into his storage space. After a rough estimate, he concluded that the total worth of the gold bricks certainly exceeded 100 million. As for how many hundreds of millions, he could not ascertain. However, it mattered not. Since he was here, all of it was now his. Moments later, every single gold ingot had been moved into his storage space. Having completed this task, Su Ao ventured further into the vault. Rustling sounds. Just as he was about to proceed, an insect's shrill cry suddenly pierced the silence from above. Instinctively, he looked up. A massive brownish-green centipede was crawling on the ceiling, eyeing him hungrily. This giant centipede had likely been trapped in the vault for an extended period and appeared to be famished, with white liquid occasionally dripping from its mandibles. When the liquid splattered onto the ground, it corroded the surface, creating a deep pit. Su Ao gazed at the gaping hole beneath him, a sense of dread creeping in. Was the toxicity truly this potent? If that venom were to accidentally touch him, it would likely cost him dearly. Wait a moment. Such a toxic centipede. Could it possibly be one of the 5 deadly poisons he was seeking? Su Ao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Serpent, let's take it down. The 6-headed azure-scaled serpent unleashed a barrage of toxic thunderbolts, striking the massive centipede with fierce precision. Boom, 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 boom. The centipede, reeling from the onslaught, erupted in a fury, lunging towards the 6-headed serpent. The serpent, unwilling to be caught, executed a spatial illusion, vanishing from its original position. Before the giant centipede could react, the serpent reappeared, launching another volley of toxic thunder at the vulnerable rear of the centipede. Boom, 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 boom. The most sensitive area received the most devastating blows. The giant centipede screeched in agony. Its eyes turned a furious crimson as it spewed venom towards the serpent. The 6-headed serpent activated its defense overload, entering a 10-second invincible state. However, the 2 successive rounds of toxic thunder struck the centipede, inflicting a total of 12 layers of lethal poison. As the deadly toxin continued to erode its health, the centipede's vitality dwindled. Yet, the remaining health was still sufficient to sustain it for a while longer. In the next moment, the toxicity erupted violently. The lethal poison coursing through the centipede was fully activated and unleashed. Even though it was a highly toxic creature with remarkable resistance to poison, it could not withstand the horrific damage of the toxic eruption. The mortally wounded centipede began to convulse violently. In a short span, its body became rigid, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Before long, the entirety of its form was consumed by the dreadful toxin, leaving behind only its 2 crimson-purple fangs, glistening with a predatory gleam. You have slain the venomous killer centipede, earning 5,000 experience points. As this was an elite kill, you receive a 100 bonus, totaling 10,000 experience points. A staggering 10,000 experience points surged into Su Ao, propelling him directly to level 100. Alas, prior to the 5th advancement, he could not surpass level 101. Otherwise, this bounty of experience could have potentially elevated him to level 101 or even beyond. Finally, he could undergo the 5th advancement. A flicker of exhilaration crossed Su Ao's eyes. However, his current focus was drawn to the remaining venomous fangs of the killer centipede. Venomous fangs of the killer centipede, legendary grade material, one of the 5 deadly venomous organs. The horrific toxin contained within these fangs can instantly cause death. If the 5 deadly venomous organs can be gathered, they may potentially fuse to create unimaginably terrifying toxins. This pair of fangs was indeed one of the 5 deadly venomous organs. Su Ao's gaze intensified with fervor. In that case, Serpent, you are in for a treat. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Super Pet Synthesis device. Ding! The 6-headed azure-scaled serpent has been confirmed as the base pet. Please select synthesis materials. The venomous fangs of the killer centipede, along with 2 pairs of pinnacle-level Soul Clan eyes. With a wave of his hand, Su Ao added the previously acquired pairs of Soul Clan eyes to the mix. Once these fangs were fused, the 6-headed azure-scaled serpent would possess 4 types of venomous organs. Su Ao was filled with anticipation, eager to witness the transformation and evolution that awaited the 6-headed azure-scaled serpent. Chapter 71, Synthesis Evolution. An astonishing pet transformation. Synthesis formula. Starry advanced 6-headed azure-scaled serpent, juvenile, Legendary Grade Venomous Fangs of the Killer Centipede. Legendary Grade Pinnacle Soul Clan Eyes. Legendary Grade Pinnacle Soul Clan Eyes. This synthesis requires 48,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? A staggering 48,000 wealth points required? The cost of synthesis was escalating alarmingly. One would need to earn 4.8 million to accumulate 48,000 wealth points. Given this exorbitant synthesis fee, it seemed that after a few more syntheses, he might find his remaining wealth quite insufficient. However, despite the steep price, the synthesis was imperative. Synthesize. Sueo decisively affirmed his choice. Suddenly, the venomous fangs of the killer centipede transformed into a stream of purple-black light, enveloped by the synthesizer's power, swiftly merging into the body of the six-headed azure-scaled serpent. Upon absorbing the fangs, the serpent's teeth became entwined with a potent aura of dark magic. This dark aura was fiercely malevolent, seemingly capable of driving one to madness. Yet, the six-headed azure-scaled serpent's evolution was far from over. In the next moment, two pairs of peak-level Soul Clan eyes swiftly merged into the body of the six-headed azure-scale serpent. In an instant, the serpent's vertical pupils gleamed with an intense, chilling brilliance. The dark irises resembled an abyss that devours all, capable of tearing apart any adversary daring enough to meet her gaze. At this moment, a crisp system notification abruptly echoed in Sueo's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Starry Peak's six-headed soul-devouring serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the evolution of the six-headed soul-devouring serpent. Ding! Due to the additional fusion of 2 pairs of peak-level Soul Clan eyes, the evolution rewards have been upgraded from 3 choices to 5, with 4 to be selected. Option 1. Epic Acquire New Skill Soul Devour. Upon slaying enemies, the six-headed soul-devouring serpent can consume their souls. Once the number of consumed souls reaches a certain threshold, her lineage will regress to that of the ancient 10 fiends. Option 2. Legendary Skill Timespace Mirage is upgraded to Timespace Double Flash. After the upgrade, she can perform 2 teleportations in succession, refreshing all skill cooldowns after each teleport. Option 3. Legendary Skill Dark Flame Incineration is upgraded to Poison Flame Soul Refinement. The damage output of Dark Flame Incineration is increased by 80, and its damage radius is enhanced by 200. Option 4. Legendary Skill Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash is upgraded to Poison Wing Annihilation Slash. The duration of the strike against enemies is extended from 3 seconds to 5 seconds, damage is increased by 50, and the strike radius is expanded by 100. Option 5. Rare Acquire New Skill Centipede Serpent, allowing the six-headed soul-devouring serpent to grow 200 legs like a centipede. Sueo gazed at the options for the evolution of the six-headed soul-devouring serpent, lost in contemplation. The first reward option, Acquire New Skill Soul Devour. This skill astonishingly enables the six-headed soul-devouring serpent to regress to the ancient 10 fiends lineage through the hunting of enemies. The ancient 10 fiends were once the nightmares of countless races, gradually fading into obscurity over the eons. If the six-headed soul-devouring serpent were to manifest the bloodline of the ancient 10 fiends on the battlefield of myriad races, it would undoubtedly instill profound dread and terror in countless foes. This skill is rated as epic, and perhaps it even undersells its true potential. Should the six-headed soul-devouring serpent genuinely transform into the bloodline of the ancient 10 fiends, it would be no exaggeration to rate it at a higher level. This skill is a decisive choice. The second reward option, Skill Timespace Mirage upgraded to Timespace Double Flash, originally allowing for 1 teleport and 1 cooldown refresh. The upgrade enables 2 teleportations and 2 cooldown refreshes. This effectively doubles the skill's efficacy. This skill offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, presenting an exceptionally high value. Sueo found himself equally captivated by this skill. The third reward option, Skill Dark Flame Incineration upgraded to Poison Flame Soul Refinement. The damage output is significantly enhanced, as is the damage range. As the six-headed soul-devouring serpent's most potent area damage skill, upgrading this ability would undoubtedly yield great benefits. The fourth reward option, Skill Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash upgraded to Poison Wing Annihilation Slash. The damage duration is greatly extended. The damage value is significantly increased. The damage range is also vastly expanded. This skill is essential for dealing core damage against bosses and formidable opponents. There is no reason to hesitate. It must be upgraded. The fifth reward option, Acquire New Skill Centipede Serpent, allowing the six-headed soul-devouring serpent to sprout 200 legs like a centipede. Upon first sight of this option, Sueo found it utterly ridiculous. If a serpent were to grow a set of legs, could it still be called a serpent? Would it not transform into a centipede? Moreover, The addition of legs does not confer any attributes. It is entirely superfluous. Adding legs would only render the six-headed soul-devouring serpent a grotesque hybrid. Even the system rated this option as the most inferior of the rare category. Without a moment's thought, Su Ao dismissed this reward option outright. Ultimately, after deliberating over the 5 out of 4 reward options, Su Ao arrived at his decision. He decisively declared, "I choose the first, second, third, and fourth reward options." As Su Ao's voice fell, radiant golden light erupted from the super pet synthesizer, surging into the body of the six-headed soul-devouring serpent. Ding! Your pet, the six-headed soul-devouring serpent, has acquired the new skill Soul Devour. Ding! Your pet, the six-headed soul-devouring serpent, has upgraded the skill Time-Space Mirage to Time-Space Double Flash. Ding! Your pet, the six-headed soul-devouring serpent, has upgraded the skill Dark Flame Incineration to Poison Flame Soul Refinement. Ding! Your pet, the six-headed soul-devouring serpent, has upgraded the skill Dark Thunder Frenzy Slash to Poison Wing Annihilation Slash. Except for the first being a new skill, the remaining 3 are upgrades to the original core skills. Su Ao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. At this moment, the six-headed soul-devouring serpent had grown an impressive 20 centimeters, reaching a length of nearly 15 meters. She was enveloped in a dark purple aura, and even her vertical pupils had transformed into a bewitching shade of purple-black. She appeared exceedingly eerie, instilling a profound sense of dread in those who beheld her. Su Ao was thoroughly gratified with the evolution of the six-headed soul-devouring serpent. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from outside. What a clever ploy to lure the tiger from its lair. Who dares to stealthily infiltrate the treasure vault to pilfer our treasures? Seize him at once. This individual is undoubtedly connected to the destruction of our naval vessel. Chapter 72. After the 5th transformation, I shall certainly come to exterminate your entire Soul Clan. The Soul Clan has returned so swiftly. Su Ao's gaze sharpened, instinctively activating the beast affinity. With a loud bang, the door to the treasure vault was forcefully thrust open. A spiritual force coalesced into a jet-black soul spear, pulsating with dense dark magic, and lunged fiercely towards Su Ao. Without hesitation, Su Ao activated Time-Space Double Flash. The teleportation ability was engaged. In the next moment, Su Ao's figure appeared atop the treasure vault. He glanced down and saw a throng of Soul Clan Esper users surrounding the entire vault. Su Ao could distinctly sense the formidable presence of this group of Soul Clan Esper users. There were countless individuals at the 9th transformation level. The leading Soul Clan governor likely possessed strength that surpassed the 10th transformation realm. Faced with such a congregation of elite Soul Clan practitioners, Su Ao's immediate thought was to escape. After all, he had already reaped the benefits. Leaving Serpent King Island and swiftly progressing to the 5th career transformation was of utmost priority. Once he had grown sufficiently powerful, he could return to confront these Soul Clan Esper users. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao unfurled his Dark Thunder 6 wings and soared into the skies above. Don't let this thief escape. He has taken to the air. Quickly intercept him. You little rascal, daring to disrupt our Soul Clan's grand designs. I shall see you dead. The Soul Clan governor suddenly manifested wings of soul energy, radiating an overwhelming aura of wrath. With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded. In the void, a colossal black demonic hand coalesced, swinging menacingly towards Su Ao, ready to seize him. Suddenly, Su Ao felt all his magical energy drained by the governor of the Soul Clan. Ding! You have fallen into a state of magic prohibition. You cannot use any spell skills for the next 10 seconds. As the black demonic hand loomed ominously over him, the sheer terror of its force rent the very fabric of the void, exposing a mottled background. In that moment, with all magical powers rendered unusable, Su Ao could only place his hopes upon the necklace left to him by his mother. He decisively activated the necklace's power. In an instant, the crystal necklace erupted with a resplendent and sacred light. This incomparably pure radiance coalesced into an indestructible silver holy shield. When the black demonic hand struck the silver holy shield, it was instantaneously shattered. The overwhelming demonic soul power dissipated into the void, vanishing between heaven and earth. Seizing this fleeting moment, Su Ao fled without looking back, soaring thousands of kilometers away. Only after completely shaking off the governor of the Soul Clan's pursuit did he breathe a sigh of relief. Governor of the Soul Clan, do not let your arrogance blind you. Once I undergo my 5th transformation, I shall undoubtedly return to annihilate your entire clan. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Ao's eyes. However, the immediate priority was to expedite his 5th transformation. He gazed down and discovered he was hovering above Tianzhou City. Tianzhou City lies adjacent to Linhai City, yet it is far more prosperous and powerful, serving as the provincial capital. The examination venue for the 8th City Joint Exam, which Su Ao was to attend, was established within Tianzhou City. The resources of Tianzhou City far surpassed those of Linhai City. Perhaps within Tianzhou City, there exists an even more advantageous hidden profession for the 5th transformation. With a thought, Su Ao unfurled his wings and dove decisively towards Tianzhou City. Soon, he landed in a bustling and vibrant park square, instantly attracting the attention of countless onlookers. However, Su Ao preferred not to draw attention. He merely wished to expedite his 5th transformation. Just then, a boisterous voice resonated through the square. I am a level 122 5th transformation master of defense, challenging anyone below level 200. If any of you can breach my defenses, even if it costs me just a drop of blood, this stellar-grade equipment is yours to take. Su Ao turned to see a portly figure, brimming with bravado, boasting from not far away. A stellar-grade piece of equipment is worth over 100 million. Under such a generous reward, courageous souls will inevitably emerge. I shall accept your challenge. A level 137 berserker seeks your expertise. A robust man wielding a massive sword stepped forth from the crowd, not hesitating for a moment. He drew his large sword, activated Blood Frenzy, and charged towards the portly figure. Blood Frenzy is the core skill of a berserker. Once activated, it doubles the user's strength, albeit at the cost of continuous health depletion. This berserker was undeterred by the loss, driven solely by the desire to claim the stellar-grade equipment as his prize. Mountain Crumbling Slash. With a thunderous roar, the berserker leaped high, swinging his sword imbued with a fierce bloodlust down upon the portly figure. However, the portly figure exhibited a disdainful demeanor, appearing utterly unperturbed. Yet, the next moment left all onlookers utterly astonished. When the massive sword collided with the portly figure, it was as if it had struck an unyielding adamantine stone. With a resounding crack, the berserker's sword was rendered dull. In stark contrast, the portly figure stood triumphantly, completely unscathed. The berserker, witnessing the demise of his beloved sword, was immediately filled with rage. Damn it! My adamantine sword cuts through iron like mud. You can't possibly be as tough as a stone monkey from the Five-Finger Mountain. The portly figure responded with unabashed pride. What can I say? Fortune favors me. I've transitioned into such a formidable profession. Although my attack power is nearly zero, when it comes to defense, I dare say I am unrivaled among my peers. The portly figure's arrogance prompted disdain from the crowd, yet they found themselves powerless against him. This boisterous individual had been boasting for a full 10 days, even attracting 7-turn experts to challenge him. Yet, none had managed to lay a finger on him. Just as everyone was buzzing with conversation, Su Ao wore a broad smile. He had witnessed arrogance before, but never to this extent. Did this portly figure truly believe himself invincible among those below level 200? He had to be taught a lesson, not for any other reason than for the wager concerning that stellar-grade equipment. Su Ao pushed through the crowd and approached the portly figure. With a sly grin, he declared, I, a level 100 Beastmaster, shall test your prowess. The moment Su Ao's words left his mouth, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. If even the level 207-turn experts could not defeat the portly figure, what was a level 100 Beastmaster doing there? At that moment, the portly figure's face contorted into a sneer. If you, a level 100 Beastmaster, can breach my defenses, I shall give you 2 stellar-grade pieces of equipment. How absurd. Those are your words. Su Ao replied with a smirk. Indeed, they are. The portly figure's expression reflected his disdain. Excellent. Serpent, teach him a lesson. Beat him to a pulp. At Su Ao's command, the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent erupted forth. With wings unfurled, it soared directly towards the portly figure. Without hesitation, it unleashed the soul-devouring slash. Originally, the Dark Thunder Frenzy slash possessed immense power, but after evolving into the soul-devouring slash, its damage escalated dramatically. In the next moment, the soul-devouring slash, imbued with toxic flames, crashed violently into the portly figure. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying blend of poison, thunder, fire, and darkness was compressed to an extreme, ultimately erupting into a cataclysmic force upon the portly figure. The once jovial expression on the portly figure's face shattered as he felt an excruciating agony ripping through him. His smile instantly froze, only to transfer itself onto Su Ao's face. Indeed, a joyful smile never truly disappears. It merely shifts from one person's face to another. Against the relentless bombardment of the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent, the portly figure was left battered and bruised, curling up on the ground, clutching his head. His body contorted like a shrimp. Big brother, I was wrong. I want to be boastful again. Please stop. If you keep this up, you'll kill me. You're too powerful. I can't take it. Upon witnessing the portly figure crumpled on the ground begging for mercy, Su Ao finally commanded the six-headed soul-devouring serpent to cease its assault. After a long while, the portly figure shakily rose from the ground. As he lifted his gaze once more towards Su Ao, there was a newfound glimmer of reverence and admiration in his eyes. The chubby boy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Big brother, how are you so formidable? To be honest, the reason I have been searching for someone to thrash me here is that I wish to recognize a brother of great strength." Su Ao shook his head and replied, "I have no interest in gathering underlings. Present the 2 pieces of stellar-level equipment you promised me. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to thrash you again. Please, no?" The chubby boy, upon hearing that Su Ao was about to strike him again, hurriedly pulled 2 pieces of stellar-level pet equipment from his pocket and respectfully handed them to Su Ao, saying, "Big brother, I see you are a Beastmaster. These pet equipments will serve you well." Upon seeing the 2 pieces of pet equipment presented by the chubby boy, Su Ao's eyes lit up. "You possess stellar-level pet equipment? It seems you have far more than just these 2 pieces." Mentioning the equipment made the chubby boy swell with pride. "My secondary profession is that of an 8-star blacksmith. As long as I have sufficient materials, I can forge as many stellar-level items as I desire. Upon reaching level 100, one has the opportunity to awaken a secondary profession. Professions are rated from 1 to 9 stars, with 9 stars being the most powerful." To his surprise, the chubby boy was indeed an 8-star blacksmith. No wonder he had so much stellar equipment. Su Ao's gaze fell upon the 2 pieces of stellar-level pet equipment he received. Stellar-level Rainbow Crown of the Mist, pet equipment. Intelligence 65. Skill, Rainbow Mist. Each time you cast a skill, your intelligence is briefly increased by 10, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. It must be said, although the chubby boy appeared somewhat deserving of a thrashing, the equipment he crafted was remarkably well made, especially the effect of the Rainbow Mist, which could potentially raise the spell damage of the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent by up to 90, coupled with the base attribute of 65 intelligence. That amounted to an astonishing 155 increase in spell damage. The magnitude of the damage enhancement was indeed quite astounding. Next, Su Ao turned his attention to the second piece of stellar-level pet equipment presented by the chubby boy. Stellar-level Source of Life, Beast Armor, pet equipment. Constitution 70. Skill, Source of Life. When you take damage, your health recovery rate will increase to 300, and if your health falls below 30, your recovery rate will surge to 1000. This was a defensive piece of equipment that could enhance the defensive capabilities and health recovery of the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent. Quite impressive indeed. Su Ao decisively equipped both pieces of stellar-level pet equipment onto the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent, significantly boosting its intelligence and constitution attributes. Particularly, its intelligence was nearing the threshold of 2,000 points. A smile crept onto Su Ao's face. At that moment, the chubby boy leaned in closer and whispered in Su Ao's ear, "Big brother, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Eating. While forging, I accidentally discovered a highly classified map to a secret realm in an iron mine. I've tried several times, but Haven T even cleared the first level. If you could guide me through the first 3 levels of this secret realm, I can use my connections to procure a Beastmaster exclusive 5th transition super scroll for you." "What do you say? A Beastmaster exclusive 5th transition super scroll?" Su Ao was momentarily taken aback by the chubby boy's claim. Even the super transition scroll gifted to him by the last Temple Lord was merely a universal type. Should he successfully transition using the Beastmaster exclusive 5th transition super scroll, he could potentially acquire a legendary exclusive super profession. This would be far more powerful than a standard super profession. "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Su Ao asked, somewhat skeptical. Although the chubby boy had produced 2 pieces of stellar-level equipment, it was due to his status as an 8-star blacksmith. The rarity of a Beastmaster exclusive super transition scroll surpassed even that of king-level equipment. The chubby boy quickly replied, "Although the exclusive 5th transition super scroll is exceedingly precious, the Beastmaster profession is so rare that I have never even seen one that has reached level 100. If it were an exclusive 5th transition super scroll for a popular profession like a swordsman or mage, it could cost 100 billion and still be hard to obtain. However, the Beastmaster exclusive 5th transition super scroll is simply not in demand. The vendor is willing to sell it for 50 million. If you are truly interested, you could even negotiate a lower price." Upon hearing this, Su Ao was utterly astonished. The Beastmaster exclusive 5th transition super scroll was being offered for 50 million, and it could even be haggled down? The rarity of such a profession certainly had its advantages. Indeed, exclusive items for rare professions were not contested. Even if someone else acquired it, it would be of no use to them. This was an opportunity he simply could not let slip. Su Ao's eyes burned with fervor, his heart racing with anticipation. "Let us go, my good brother. Take me there at once." I must secure this Beastmaster exclusive 5th Transition Super Scroll. Chapter 74. Unleashing the Super Profession 5th Transition. Big brother, follow me. I'll take you to buy the 5th Transition Super Scroll. The chubby boy pulled Su Ao away from the square. They navigated through winding alleyways, akin to traversing a maze, for over half an hour. This left Su Ao somewhat perplexed. Brother, are you certain such a remote place has a vendor for 5th Transition Super Scrolls? You aren't trying to lure me to a deserted area to rob me, are you? The chubby boy shook his head vigorously. Big brother, you jest. Your strength is so formidable that taking down 3 of me is no challenge. How could I dare harbor ill intentions towards you? Look, we've arrived. The chubby boy pointed at a dilapidated small courtyard sign. Su Ao raised his eyes and saw a wooden sign that read, "The fragrance of wine fears not the depth of the alley. Rare treasures are hidden in the humble abode." How damp, how damp. The chubby boy quietly leaned in and whispered to Su Ao, "Big brother, when you enter, be sure not to reveal that you are a Beastmaster. The old man selling the goods is exceedingly shrewd. He assesses people based on their demeanor. The more you desire his treasures, the more haughty he becomes, raising his prices. Conversely, the more you disdain his goods, the more he will plead with you to buy." Su Ao, having recalled many a cunning merchant's face, assured him, "Rest easy, I understand." As they stepped inside the courtyard, Su Ao was instantly taken aback. The shovel at the entrance was a king-level weapon. A red bucket was overflowing with equipment, and upon inspection, the worst items were stellar level. Even the peaches hanging from the peach tree in the courtyard were exceptional grade supplements. A baboon lounged atop the peach tree, munching on a peach. Upon closer inspection, it was a fearsome beast of level 250. The owner of this place was undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse. As Su Ao took in his surroundings, a hunchbacked old man wearing trendy attire skated down from a 5-story rooftop, performing a backflip as he landed. Su Ao's expression at that moment was one of utter astonishment. After the hunchbacked elder landed steadily, he said with a kindly expression, "Stomachache, have you brought in a new customer again? As for the commission from the last recruit, I shall settle it with you this time." Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that this chubby lad was a part-time intermediary, earning commissions. However, the little fatty was immediately displeased, exclaiming, "Old donkey head, let me reiterate. I am not Stomachache. My name is Du's Eating. You cannot just call me old donkey head. It's quite disrespectful." The hunchbacked elder's face darkened as he huffed, and, producing a cane from seemingly nowhere, struck the top of the little fatty's head, leaving a bump the size of a steamed bun. "I did not say your name was Stomachache. I said I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom." The little fatty displayed an expression of utter disbelief. "This is my newly recognized big brother, who has a penchant for collecting class change scrolls. I've heard that your exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for beast tamers is being liquidated at an astonishing price. If the price is right, we'll buy it immediately. If you try to extort us like last time, we shall leave without hesitation." The hunchbacked elder, clutching his stomach, responded, "I was perfectly fine until I saw you. Now I truly have a stomachache. The price is a flat 10 million. Take it or leave it. Don't dawdle. Don't delay my urgent business." The little fatty and Su Ao exchanged glances. Last time, the little fatty had distinctly heard the hunchbacked elder quote a price of 50 million. How had it suddenly dropped to 10 million? Selling a 5th-tier super scroll for 10 million? Even during a clearance sale, such a drastic price cut was unheard of. The little fatty wasted no time and promptly transferred 10 million. The hunchbacked elder grinned as he handed over the exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for beast tamers. Upon inspection, Su Ao noted, "Exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for beast tamers. Upon tearing it open, one can undertake the 5th-tier quest for the beast tamer profession. Upon completion, one will transition to the beast tamer class. There is a 95 probability of obtaining a super hidden class and a 5 probability of acquiring an exclusive super hidden class." It was indeed the exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for beast tamers. A satisfied smile crept across Su Ao's face. After the transaction was complete, the two departed. Once they had walked far enough away, a baboon lounging in a tree and munching on a peach suddenly spoke, "Old donkey head, this isn't like your usual style. You didn't squeeze a little more from him? That lad is clearly a beast tamer and is desperate for that 5th-tier super scroll. Even if you quoted 1 billion, he would still buy it." The hunchbacked elder shook his head, narrowing his eyes slightly. "That lad bears an uncanny resemblance to Su Wayman in his youth. They are practically cut from the same mold. The Su couple have sacrificed too much for humanity. If I were to profit from this, what would separate me from a beast? A gentleman cherishes wealth, but only through righteous means. Though I may not be a gentleman, I cannot stoop to being a beast like you." The baboon scratched the back of its head and suddenly bared its teeth. "Old donkey head, are you insulting me?" After leaving the alley, Su Ao clutched the exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for beast tamers, his heart fluttering with excitement. There was 10 million cash in his card to return to you. Su Ao produced a bank card and handed it to the little fatty. The little fatty waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "To recognize you as my big brother, I would willingly spend this 10 million. In the future, I wish to collaborate with you, so consider this 10 million an investment in my big brother. However, I can't help but wonder, why is old Donkey Head so accommodating this time? He even voluntarily reduced the price to 10 million. What a deal. I've heard that old Donkey Head had quite the romantic history in his youth. Big brother, you wouldn't happen to be his illegitimate son, would you?" "Oh, I was wrong, big brother." Before the little fatty could finish, he was suddenly bitten by a six-headed soul-devouring serpent that emerged from who knows where. The pain caused the little fatty to leap 3 feet high. "Big brother, spare me," the little fatty begged frantically, attempting to shake off the serpent that had latched onto him. However, the six-headed soul-devouring serpent could not tolerate the little fatty's slander against its master and refused to relent. In a panic, the little fatty circled around Su Ao repeatedly. Unfazed, Su Ao directed his gaze to the freshly acquired exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for Beast Tamers. With his impressive luck of 3 points, obtaining that 5 exclusive super hidden class should not be too difficult. Su Ao eagerly anticipated what 5th-tier profession he would transition into, what kind of power transformation he would undergo, and what new skills he would acquire. His gaze intensified with fervor. Without hesitation, he tore open the exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for Beast Tamers. A magnificent, radiant light akin to the blazing sun erupted forth, infused with a mysterious and unknown power. Surging from the scroll. Chapter 75. Undertaking the 5th transition. Capturing the venomous serpent. Reward feedback. Ding. You have opened the exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for Beast Tamers. You have received a super hidden quest. Collect 1,000 water spirits. Water spirit. One of the 5 ancient spirits, born within the depths of the oceanic secret realms. The higher the tier of the secret realm, the greater the likelihood of encountering water spirits. Upon completion, you may transition to the super hidden class of Beast Tamers and possibly to an even more powerful exclusive super hidden class. The more water spirits you collect, the greater the likelihood of transitioning to an exclusive super hidden class. This means I must venture into the depths of the oceanic secret realms. And the more difficult the secret realm, the better. The so-called oceanic secret realm is located in the depths of the sea. Given that most people lack the ability to dive, very few dare to explore these depths. Yet, the oceanic secret realms often conceal bountiful treasures. This allure has left countless powerful individuals envious, yet helpless to penetrate the ocean's depths. However, to explore an oceanic secret realm, one must first find a suitable dungeon. This 5th-tier quest does not restrict which dungeon I can choose, but this also means I must find a way to access the oceanic secret realms. Where should I search for the entrance to an oceanic secret realm? Perhaps I should visit the Transition Temple to see if there are any ocean-related secret realm quests. Su Ao pondered to himself. At that moment, the little fatty finally freed himself from the clutches of the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent and approached Su Ao. Looking pitiful as he said, "Big brother, when will you take me to challenge the Dragon King's secret realm? The difficulty of that realm is exceedingly high. I can't even get past the first level. Yet, the treasures within are exceptionally rich. I'm certain that the Dragon King's secret realm harbors unimaginable treasures." Upon hearing the little fatty mention the Dragon King's secret realm, Su Ao's face registered surprise. "Wait a moment. Are you referring to the highly classified dungeon that you want me to help you conquer, the Dragon King's secret realm?" The little fatty paused, then hurriedly clarified. "The classified dungeon I mentioned is indeed the Dragon King's secret realm. The Dragon King's secret realm is inherently a high-difficulty dungeon, located in the depths of the ocean. No matter how strong one is, if they lack swimming skills, they cannot enter. Brother, I see that your pet is a serpentine creature, which should possess formidable combat prowess beneath the waves. That is precisely why I implore your assistance." Su Ao was utterly taken aback. There was no need to seek out the depths of the ocean. The finest secretive abyssal dungeon had been presented to him on a silver platter. The chubby lad, noticing Su Ao's prolonged silence, feared that Su Ao might be reluctant to take him to the Dragon King's secret realm. He hastily exclaimed, "Regardless of how many stages you can guide me through in the Dragon King's realm, we shall divide the resources 3 to 7. 3 parts for me." Su Ao found this proposition agreeable. After all, the chubby lad had been running around for him, procuring star-level pet equipment and exclusive 5-turn super scrolls for Beast Tamers. While aiding him, he would not only complete the 5-turn quest, but also claim a fair share of the treasures from the Dragon King's domain. However, the chubby lad quickly shook his head and said, No. Brother, you misunderstand my intentions. Please do not take offense. It has always been the case that you feast while I merely savor the broth. I assure you, I will not disrupt this arrangement. I meant for you to take the larger share, with me receiving but 3 parts. If you feel that 7 parts is insufficient, We can negotiate further. But I must retain some broth for myself. What an exceptionally reliable younger brother. He was remarkably self-aware, always considering Su Ao's interests and leaving the lion's share for him, while he only took the scraps. With such loyalty, how could Su Ao refuse? He patted the chubby lad on the shoulder and declared, "For your unwavering loyalty, I hereby acknowledge you as my younger brother." The chubby lad chuckled sheepishly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the scroll for the Dragon King's realm, which he then presented to Su Ao. Simultaneously, he sent a group invitation to Su Ao. Ding! You have formed a party with Defense Master Du Zitong, level 122. You have been appointed as the captain. Do you wish to proceed to the classified dungeon of the Dragon King? All party members are level 200 or below, meeting the entry criteria. Without hesitation, Su Ao shattered the scroll for the Dragon King's realm. A magnificent roar of a dragon reverberated from the scroll. Suddenly, a cerulean ice dragon emerged, swirling around Su Ao and the chubby lad. The surrounding space began to warp rapidly. When Su Ao finally discerned his surroundings, he found himself submerged in the deep ocean. The immense pressure of the abyss weighed heavily upon him, causing discomfort. Ding! As you are submerged in the deep sea, the oxygen stored within your body is depleting rapidly. Upon depletion, you shall perish. Brother, wear this deep-sea oxygen tank. It will alleviate any sense of suffocation. The chubby lad said, producing 2 cumbersome oxygen tubes from his spatial ring, handing one to Su Ao while donning the other himself. Su Ao glanced at the oxygen tube offered. Although it provided oxygen, it impeded movement and would affect his attack speed. I do not require it. He activated his pet manifestation, and the 6-winged dark thunder unfurled behind him like butterfly wings. The innate ability of the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent to traverse the depths surpassed that of the cumbersome oxygen tube, allowing Su Ao to adapt seamlessly to the oceanic environment. Just then, a chilling sensation washed over him from behind. Instinctively, he turned to see a swarm of black and white mottled deep-sea venomous snakes, their slit pupils glowing with a menacing crimson light, charging towards Su Ao and the chubby lad. Brother, my skin is tough. I shall take the brunt. The chubby lad, though terrified of snakes, stepped forward resolutely to shield Su Ao, acting as a meat shield against the venomous fangs. Soon, the chubby lad's ample flesh attracted the attention of the venomous snakes. For them, his abundant collagen was simply irresistible. A myriad of snakes lunged at him. And despite his remarkable defense, he was soon writhing in agony from their relentless bites. Yet, a smile crept onto Su Ao's lips. The venom of these deep-sea snakes is even more potent than that of cobras. It would be a grave misfortune not to recruit them as my underlings. Suddenly, a surge of powerful serpentine bloodline pressure erupted from within Su Ao. After countless evolutions, the bloodline of the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent had reached a terrifying pinnacle. The deep-sea snakes sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Ao's bloodline, compelling them to instinctively bow before him. Join my serpent legion and become a part of my army. Su Ao's eyes blazed with fervor as he gazed at the venomous snakes. Capturing them would not only fortify his serpent army, but also reward the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent with bonuses for recruiting subordinates. Chapter 76. The 7th Head of the Serpent Pet. Subduing the Serpent Legion. As Su Ao surveyed the deep-sea snakes, a smirk graced his lips. Submit to me, or perish. The skill of beast tide control was unleashed. The terrifying pressure of his serpentine bloodline instilled profound fear and trembling within the hearts of the deep-sea snakes. With a wave of his hand, the multitude of deep-sea snakes ceased their assault on the chubby lad and instead lowered their noble heads before Su Ao, hissing in genuine submission. Congratulations. Your pet, the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent, has successfully subdued a deep-sea venomous snake. Current number of snake subordinates, 1721-2000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent, has successfully subdued another deep-sea venomous snake. Current number of snake subordinates, 1722-2000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent, has successfully subdued yet another deep-sea venomous snake. Current number of snake subordinates, 2000-2000. In the blink of an eye, Su Ao had recruited a staggering 280 deep-sea venomous snakes. The chubby lad, who had just been viciously bitten, now stood stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief at the once ferocious snakes now prostrating themselves before Su Ao in utmost reverence. The deep-sea snakes bent their bodies low, seemingly seeking to curry favor with Su Ao. Witnessing this spectacle, the chubby lad gasped, his face a mask of astonishment. Hiss, boss. How have these fearsome deep-sea snakes become so docile before you? Have you truly tamed them? My heavens, that is simply astounding. The chubby lad's gaze towards Su Ao brimmed with newfound admiration and reverence. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Su Ao's mind. Due to the six-headed soul-devouring serpent having subdued 280 deep-sea venomous snake subordinates, you have gained 560 random attribute points. Ding. The six-headed soul-devouring serpent has received 230 points in intelligence. Ding. The six-headed soul-devouring serpent has received 120 points in constitution. Ding. The six-headed soul-devouring serpent has received 108 points in agility. Ding. The six-headed soul-devouring serpent has received 102 points in strength. Ding. The six-headed soul-devouring serpent has received 2 points in charisma. Charm value. It has the power to significantly enhance your appearance, physique, demeanor, and voice, subtly attracting the affection and goodwill of the opposite sex. Furthermore, the elevation of your charm value unveils unexpected benefits waiting to be discovered. To my astonishment, I have obtained a charm value. Am I not already handsome enough? Must I continue to enhance my looks? Sueo was slightly taken aback. He glanced downward and noticed he seemed to have grown taller. His legs appeared more elongated, and the contours of his muscles had become more defined. Of course, this was under the influence of the pet spirit. Should the spirit's presence dissipate, the charm value would revert to the six-headed soul-devouring serpent. After the charm value's augmentation, would she transform into an even more exquisite serpent? When she eventually assumes human form, might she not metamorphose into a breathtaking beauty that captivates all? As Xiaopeng's gaze fell upon Sueo, a look of incredulous astonishment crossed his face. Boss, why do you seem a bit different from before? You look even more handsome. Sueo did not respond, but instead strode directly into the second level of the Dragon Palace's secret realm. Brother, I'm coming. Xiaopeng hurriedly followed suit. As the blinding light of the teleportation faded, the two opened their eyes to find themselves within a deep-sea cage. Inside the enclosure, only Sueo and Xiaopeng were present, yet they were confronted by a pack of great white sharks. These sharks, seemingly starved for ages, fixed their bloodthirsty gazes upon the two, radiating an aura of savage ferocity. Roar, roar, roar. Perhaps due to Xiaopeng's bulkier physique or the serpent bloodline emanating from Sueo, the sharks felt a tinge of trepidation. The pack surged forward, their sights solely set on Xiaopeng. Terrified, Xiaopeng's face turned pale as he stammered, "Brother, I'll draw the sharks' attention. You hold your ground and attack." However, before Xiaopeng's voice could even fade, Sueo raised his hand and unleashed a dark flame cataclysm. A torrent of dark energy erupted like a raging sea of flames. The sharks, mere moments away from closing in, were incinerated to ashes before they could even approach. The ocean was permeated with the stench of blood from the charred remains of the sharks. This spectacle left Xiaopeng utterly dumbfounded. After exhausting himself to pass the first challenge, how was it that his brother found it so effortless? He had not even lifted a finger, and all the deep-sea serpents had become his subordinates. With a mere flick of a hand, he had obliterated all the great white sharks. Even the most arrogant mages could not inflict such absurd damage with their spells. Ding. You have slain a great white shark, earning 10 water essence crystals. Ding. You have slain a great white shark, earning 9 water essence crystals. Ding. You have slain a great white shark, earning 11 water essence crystals. Killing these deep-sea beasts yields water essence crystals? How astonishingly simple. Sueo swiftly dispatched all 36 great white sharks within the cage, accumulating over 360 water essence crystals. This revelation illuminated the prospect of successfully completing the 5th transformation. Only by gathering 1,000 water essence crystals could he immediately initiate the 5th transformation. It seemed the task was not overly daunting. A smile graced Sueo's face. Without hesitation, he continued onward to the 3rd level of the Dragon King's secret realm. Upon reaching the 3rd level, they encountered a Titan python, drenched in a pool of blood. The Titan python was adorned with dark, eerie crimson patterns. As blood continuously flowed along its grotesque markings, being absorbed into its colossal form. The sheer size of the Titan python was staggering. Its eyes alone were as large as millstones. Standing before it, Sueo and Xiaopeng appeared as insignificant as ants. The Titan python regarded Sueo with indifference. Its voice booming like thunder, "I loathe humans. How dare you trespass upon my domain? I shall devour you whole, ensuring you never reincarnate." The Titan python opened its cavernous maw, exhaling a blood-red demon sword shimmering with a sinister glow. Its serpentine tongue coiled around the sword as it lunged towards Sueo. Unfazed by the sudden assault, Sueo's lips curled into a smirk. "Excellent. The more formidable you are, the more I relish the prospect of severing your head. To become the 7th head of the 6-headed soul-devouring serpent would be utterly sublime." As the Titan python's tongue, entwined with the crimson demon's sword, charged forward, Sueo raised his hand and unleashed a toxic electric barrage. Before the sword could descend, The terrifying orbs of toxic energy struck the Titan Python squarely on the head. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosive toxic orbs detonated upon the Titan Python's skull, creating a massive gaping wound, from which its crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters. The sudden and excruciating pain sent the Titan Python into a frenzy of rage. Damn human! You dare to harm me. Your demise would not suffice to quell my wrath. The Titan Python flicked its tongue violently, launching the Crimson Demon's sword in a furious barrage. Upon its release, the sword multiplied into thousands of identical replicas, raining down upon Su Ao like a tempest. Swish, 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 swish. Realizing the imminent danger, Su Ao activated his overload defense skill. 10 seconds of invincibility. The more damage endured during this time, the greater the explosive retaliation. Clang, 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 clang. No matter how fearsome the onslaught of the Crimson Demon's swords, all assaults were repelled by the shield of overload defense. In fact, it amassed an overwhelming reservoir of energy for retaliatory damage. Seizing the opportunity afforded by his invincibility, Su Ao leapt into the air, unfurling his 6 wings ablaze with black flames, and struck fiercely at the Titan Python's neck. Boom, 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 boom. The wings, sharp as daggers, penetrated the Titan Python's neck with ferocious intensity. Each thrust carved a grotesque, bloody gash into its flesh. The Titan Python writhed in utter agony, enduring an excruciating torment. Unable to bear the pain any longer, its eyes blazed with fury. This accursed human must die 1,000 deaths, even if it costs me my life. I shall ensure your demise. Death forbidden technique. Corpse spirit seal. Oh, Reaper who commands the legions of the dead. Your most humble servant beseeches you. Willing to sacrifice his life for your aid, cast the malevolent fiend before me into the abyss of the 18th layer of hell, ensuring they are condemned to eternal exile from the cycle of reincarnation. The grotesque blood patterns upon the Titan Python suddenly erupted in a vivid crimson glow. A terrifying, colossal specter, draped in white hair, adorned with horns, and wielding a black scythe, materialized abruptly behind the Titan Python. This was none other than the grim Reaper summoned forth by the Titan Python in a sacrificial offering of life. The Reaper's cascading white hair unfurled like tendrils, ensnaring the Titan Python's form with unyielding grip. The Titan Python's visage contorted in excruciating agony as its very soul was forcefully wrenched from its being. Subsequently, wisps of its essence were consumed by the Reaper. A sinister satisfaction flickered across the Reaper's grotesque countenance. With an indifferent gaze fixed upon Su Ao, it rasped in a harsh, grating voice. Having reaped the benefits, one must fulfill their obligations. Alas, young one, your fate is unfortunate. The grim Reaper swung its black scythe menacingly towards Su Ao. Yet, this seemingly unadorned strike of the scythe left Su Ao feeling as though his body was ensnared in an unbreakable vice, rendering him utterly immobile. A profound sense of peril surged within Su Ao. He understood with stark clarity that the Reaper's projection before him was far beyond his current capacity to confront. However, the crux of the challenge resided within the Titan Python rather than this sudden arrival of the Reaper. Time flickered. With a quiet murmur, Su Ao abruptly vanished from his position, evading the Reaper's scythe. As the Reaper's strike barely missed its target, Su Ao reappeared above the Reaper's head. Is this all you can muster, Death? He taunted, standing atop the Reaper's crown, teetering on the precipice between life and death, mocking its impotence. In response to Su Ao's audacious provocation, the Reaper's eyes, deep and cold as an abyss, ignited with icy fury. Its flowing white hair, resembling a multitude of tendrils, reached out to ensnare Su Ao. Yet, unbeknownst to the Reaper, Su Ao's target was not its true form, but rather the Titan Python beneath it. Surrounded by an unquenchable inferno of black flames, 6 wings unfurled behind him like colossal blades of doom. Where he traversed, the fabric of reality was violently torn asunder. As Su Ao clung desperately to the Titan Python's midsection, those 6 chilling blades descended mercilessly towards the Python's vulnerable core. Dark thunderstorm slash. Boom, 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 boom. The most ferocious onslaught struck the Titan Python's most fragile point. In an instant, flesh shattered, and blood erupted forth. Reaper, send him to the underworld. The Titan Python, teetering on the brink of death, emitted a heart-wrenching, furious wail. Fear not, haha, cackled the Reaper, revealing a sadistic grin. Its white hair, like creeping vines, had unknowingly ensnared Su Ao's body and wings. Su Ao felt his very soul being ravenously siphoned by the Reaper. Even the invincible barrier of overloaded defense proved ineffective against the Reaper's spectral assault. Pain. Exquisite agony. Sueo grimaced, his body feeling as if it were on the verge of catastrophic collapse. Beside him, the chubby companion was frantic, lunging forth to grasp the hem of the Reaper's white robe. Get away. The Reaper's expression remained devoid of emotion, unleashing a terrifying aura that suppressed all souls. The chubby one was forcibly hurled away, crashing into a vast pool of blood. Within the pool, the crimson liquid exhibited a potent corrosive effect, voraciously consuming his essence. In that moment, the chubby one found himself in a predicament scarcely better than Sueo's. Yet at this juncture, despite being tightly bound like a dumpling, a fervent light ignited in Sueo's eyes, embodying an indomitable will to resist even in the face of the grim Reaper. What can this mere Reaper do to me? Time flickered again. The second flicker. With a quiet murmur, Sueo forcefully dragged the Reaper's white hair, teleporting into the Titan Python's belly. Surrounded by the blood-red walls of the python's flesh, Sueo was like a lone, uncontrollable vessel amidst a turbulent sea of blood. At this moment, Sueo went all in, revealing his trump cards. Overloaded defense. Explode for me. Toxic eruption. Explode for me. Dark thunderstorm slash. Strike for me. A torrent of wildly destructive damage rained down upon the Titan Python's most vulnerable heart. The intensity and frequency of the onslaught were overwhelming. Even if the Titan Python's heart were stalwart, how could it withstand Sueo's relentless, close-quarters assault from within its very being? Chapter 78. Grim Reaper. Return to your hell. Sueo's assault surged forth in relentless waves. A series of immensely powerful strikes detonated within the Titan Python, causing flesh and blood to splatter outward. The chubby companion, ensnared by the blood pool and gradually losing vitality, wore a mask of utter despair and agony. His sole regret was that he had dragged Sueo into this clandestine realm. Such a sadistic challenge was beyond the capabilities of any mere level 100 professional. The difficulty was utterly terrifying. Bound by the blood pool, the chubby one found himself unable to move, let alone lift his eyelids without expending every ounce of strength. Yet the thunderous roar of the Titan Python's body erupting drew his attention, compelling him to force his eyes open and gaze towards the commotion. The sight that met his eyes filled him with disbelief and overwhelming shock. Holy cow, brother, this is beyond fierce. The Titan Python was drenched in blood, pieces of flesh consistently blown away. Accompanying this was the python's agonized cries. First, it was drained of its soul by the Reaper, and then it was mercilessly bombarded from within by Sueo. The Titan Python, experiencing both soul and flesh in excruciating brilliance, seemed to descend into the most tormenting depths of the inferno. I am utterly unwilling, roared the Titan Python, consumed by rage and indignation, expending its final drop of blood before crashing to the ocean floor. The colossal serpent's body struck the ground, generating shockwaves that reverberated throughout the sea, triggering tremors and tsunamis. Ding! You have slain a Titan Python, earning 500 water essence. The bounty from slaying the Titan Python was considerable. To advance to the 5th tier, one needed to collect at least 1,000 water essence. Sueo had amassed over 860. Advancement was tantalizingly close. Yet suddenly, Sueo felt an icy chill creeping down his spine, and he spun around in alarm. The Reaper's expression had turned icily indifferent as it swung its black scythe menacingly towards him. Dare to meddle with my offering, and you shall face 1,000 deaths. The very aura of death emanating from the scythe sent tremors of primal fear coursing through his soul. Most ominously, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The Grim Reaper has ensnared the surrounding space with deathly aura. You cannot move for 300 seconds. In that moment, not even a second could be spared. Life and death hung in the balance. This strike, imbued with the resentful spirits of countless lost souls, was something Sueo believed he could never withstand. However, succumbing to fate was not an option he could entertain. His mind raced with fervor, suddenly recalling a piece of equipment gifted to him by Xiangliu, the Time Controller's Watch, Golden Grade. It reduced all skill cooldowns by 5. Time stasis, upon activation. You become immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Additionally, it automatically dispels all negative statuses such as poison, burn, and stun. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Though merely a golden grade item, if utilized wisely, it could alter destiny in critical moments. As the ominous black scythe, steeped in the essence of countless spirits, descended upon him, Sueo closed his eyes, standing resolutely in place. This action left Xiao Pang utterly petrified. Brother! He cried out desperately, but his own plight was even more dire. Originally weighing 300 pounds, he had been mercilessly drained of 2/3 of his mass by the blood pool. his flesh being continuously siphoned until he was nearly reduced to a mere husk. Yet, the next moment, Xiao Pang was utterly stunned. Just as the black scythe was about to cleave Su Ao, a crisp sound echoed, and his body transformed into a radiant golden statue. When the scythe struck, it passed through him as if he were an apparition, causing him no harm whatsoever. The visage of the Reaper contorted with uncertainty. His cold gaze fixated on Su Ao. Boy, have you mastered the power of the time laws? As the 3 seconds elapsed, the temporal control abruptly ceased, and Su Ao emerged from his invulnerable golden form. However, the Reaper had already positioned himself directly in front of Su Ao. With an air of divine superiority, he gazed down upon the diminutive figure of Su Ao and coldly declared, "What significance lies in grasping merely a sliver of the time laws? I could decree your death this very instant, and none would safeguard you until dawn. A requiem shall usher you into eternal slumber." With that, the Reaper closed his eyes and began to softly intone an ominous melody. A potent aura of death spread forth, accompanied by the haunting strains of the requiem. In that moment, Su Ao felt closer to death than ever before. A profound lethargy surged within his mind, yet he understood that if he succumbed to this slumber, he would never awaken again. "I cannot sleep. I must not sleep. Stay strong. Just a little longer." Yet, no matter how fervently he roared and struggled internally, his muscles continued to relax, his body temperature plummeting, and his consciousness slowly faded into obscurity. At this critical juncture, a thunderous roar erupted across the sea. It resonated like the cry of a dragon, reverberating endlessly. "Iris, this is not your domain. Return to your hellish realm." Suddenly, from afar, it seemed as if 2 radiant suns were beaming down upon the Reaper Iris. Su Ao strained to open his eyes, gazing at the resplendent brilliance of the 2 blazing suns. Shock washed over his face. No, those were not suns. They were eyes ablaze with fierce flames. A colossal true dragon, obscuring the sky, was soaring towards him. Chapter 79. The 5th Transition to Super Profession. Pet Synthesis and Evolution. The expression of the Reaper Iris darkened. His gaze fixed upon Su Ao. "Your luck is astonishing. But next time, fortune shall not favor you." Under the searing gaze of the dragon's eyes, the Reaper Iris, with nowhere to hide, was swiftly dissolved into nothingness. The once mighty deity, the Reaper Iris, had perished just like that? Su Ao's face revealed a look of astonishment. Yet the golden true dragon spoke. What was vanquished was merely the will projection of the Reaper Iris. He is a deity of the hellish realm and cannot be so easily extinguished. Understanding dawned upon Su Ao. No wonder he could contend with the Reaper for several rounds. It turned out to be merely a projection of the Reaper's will. If the actual Reaper had descended, he would have likely perished in an instant. Su Ao suddenly sensed a lingering aura of death swirling within him. Did the Reaper leave behind some curse? He promptly accessed his status panel. Reaper's Bounty, negative buff. You have been issued a high-priced bounty by the Reaper, making you a target for all soul clans and malevolent spirits. Upon killing you, any soul clan member or malevolent spirit will receive a reward from the Reaper. Moreover, due to the lingering essence of the Reaper upon you, any attacks against you will deal 15 less damage. You may eliminate soul clan members and malevolent spirits to collect resentment points, which can be used to enhance the buff level. Duration, permanent. Was this truly a negative buff? All damage sustained would be reduced by 15? This was simply incredible. As for the pursuit by soul clan members and malevolent spirits, Su Ao was utterly unfazed. Those who sought him out would merely deliver him free experience and materials. Even if he encountered formidable soul clan members or malevolent spirits, he could certainly escape, regardless of his combat prowess. The golden true dragon regarded Su Ao with benevolence. "Human, you have fallen victim to the Reaper Iris's curse. This curse will attract many nuisances. I shall use my true dragon essence to dispel it." As the golden true dragon prepared to perform the dispelling technique, Su Ao respectfully declined. "Respected Dragon King, I wish to dispel this curse using my own strength." What a jest! This Reaper's bounty bore no semblance to a curse. It was, in fact, an extraordinarily potent buff that could be upgraded. Such a boon was something Su Ao could not bear to relinquish. The golden true dragon displayed a look of approval. "You are a courageous Beastmaster, and I am quite pleased with you. The serpent companion within you possesses a trace of ancient dragon blood. Her potential is immensely powerful. Nurture her well, for the divine power she may awaken will surpass your wildest dreams. I shall bestow upon her a small gift for you to safeguard." The golden true dragon extricated a drop of radiant dragon blood from its being, manipulating it with its mind as it slowly floated before Su Ao. "Thank you for your generous gift of dragon blood." Su Ao accepted it with a bow. "In truth, I owe you my gratitude as well. Your battle with the Reaper awakened me. Otherwise, I would have remained in slumber for millennia. If the opportunity arises, bring your serpent companion to Dragon Valley to find me. I shall personally assist her in awakening her dragon bloodline." After imparting these words, the golden true dragon flicked its golden scaled tail and surged forth from the depths of the sea, departing the Dragon King's secret realm. Once the golden true dragon had vanished, Su Ao's face was painted with astonishment. "My six-headed soul-devouring serpent harbors such potent dragon bloodline? To Dragon Valley, where the Dragon King will assist in awakening her dragon bloodline." This stirred a tempest of emotions within Su Ao, yet it also presented him with a dilemma of choices. Should he venture to the Dragon Valley, seeking the assistance of the venerable Dragon King to awaken the dragon bloodline of the six-headed soul-devouring serpent, transforming her into a resplendent dragon maiden? Or should he merge the six-headed soul-devouring serpent with Queen Medusa, thereby resurrecting her? How to choose? Su Ao found himself in a quandary. However, this decision was not one to be rushed. He planned to later download a novel from Tomato Fiction, curious to see what intriguing suggestions the astute readers might offer. At that moment, Su Ao noticed that little Fatty was still trapped in the blood pool, suffering immensely. He quickly rushed over and rescued little Fatty from the depths of the crimson abyss. By now, little Fatty had transformed into a frail shadow of himself, his vitality drained and emaciated. "Woo-woo, boss, I thought I would never see you again." The rescued little Skinny clung tightly to Su Ao's leg, weeping bitterly. Su Ao tossed a chunk of Titan python meat to little Skinny. "Don't be picky. This python meat will replenish your vitality. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't make it back to Tianzhou and will meet your end." Little Skinny accepted the python meat and devoured it ravenously. After a considerable time, a hint of color returned to his face. Meanwhile, Su Ao severed the head of the Titan python. Presently, he possessed two vital synthesis materials. Head of the Titan python, a legendary grade material. The Titan python wields an extraordinary death power and possesses some inconceivable death techniques. Even its head contains the essence of the Titan python's death force. True dragon blood, an epic grade material. The golden blood flowing within a true dragon is imbued with terrifying draconic power. Should this drop of dragon blood be absorbed by dragons, serpents, or other fierce beasts, an astounding metamorphosis will occur. As Su Ao prepared to open the super pet synthesizer for the synthesis, he suddenly recalled that the six-headed soul-devouring serpent was still fused within him. The super pet synthesizer required the six-headed soul-devouring serpent to be placed inside for the synthesis to proceed. At this moment, if he were to sever the connection, Su Ao would be unable to withstand the immense underwater pressure and the scarce oxygen in the depths. Thus, he would have to wait until leaving the Dragon King's secret realm to proceed with the synthesis. Subsequently, Su Ao continued to delve deeper into the Dragon King's secret realm. Although the true dragon had departed, it did not impede Su Ao from advancing. After all, he still needed to gather water spirit crystals for his fifth transition. To Su Ao and Little Skinny's surprise, the subsequent challenges were remarkably effortless for Su Ao. In the fourth challenge, he defeated a horde of super electric eels, earning 460 water spirit crystals and 5 skill enhancement stones. In the fifth challenge, he vanquished a group of swift seals, obtaining 520 water spirit crystals and 10 skill enhancement stones. In the sixth challenge, he triumphed over the Ice Flame Orca boss, securing 640 water spirit crystals and 15 skill enhancement stones. Su Ao breezed through to the seventh challenge, defeating the projection of the true dragon, earning 720 water spirit crystals and a piece of king-level pet equipment. He had completely conquered the Dragon King's secret realm. Su Ao and Little Skinny stepped into the teleportation array, departing from the Dragon King's domain. At this moment, Su Ao's gaze burned with fervor, his heart brimming with anticipation. The rewards from this venture into the Dragon King's secret realm were exceedingly bountiful. He had not only acquired 30 skill enhancement stones and a piece of king-level pet equipment, but also amassed over 200 water spirit crystals, along with 2 exquisite pet synthesis materials. Standing in the teleportation array back to Tianzhou, Su Ao wore a look of intense expectation. He was on the brink of a monumental transformation in his strength. The six-headed soul-devouring serpent was poised to undergo an unforeseen synthesis metamorphosis with the true dragon blood. Additionally, Su Ao himself was about to embark on his exclusive super fifth transition. What powerful super profession would he evolve into? Chapter 80. The Might of Evolved Pets. Super exclusive fifth transition. A soft, pale white light enveloped Su Ao and Little Skinny. When Su Ao opened his eyes again, he found himself back in Tianzhou. At this moment, he was filled with eager anticipation for his comprehensive transformation in strength. Little Skinny, panting heavily beside him, exclaimed, "Big brother, I can't hold on any longer. I'm starving, and my body feels utterly depleted. I need to find a restaurant and feast at once." Su Ao nodded. "Go ahead. I have my own matters to attend to. He watched as Little Skinny dashed towards the seafood street, then turned his attention to the head of the Titan Python and the true dragon blood in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively retrieved the Super Pet Synthesizer for synthesis. Ding! The six-headed soul-devouring serpent has been designated as the prototype pet. Please select synthesis materials. True dragon blood. Head of the Titan Python. Xiangliu resolutely placed the two prepared materials into the Super Pet Synthesizer. The synthesis formula is Starry Peak Six-Headed Soul Devouring Serpent, Juvenile, Epic True Dragon Blood Legendary Head of the Titan Python. This synthesis requires 96,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Acquiring 96,000 wealth points necessitated earning 9.6 million. Although the cost was considerable, Xiangliu was able to afford it. Synthesize immediately. A flicker of fervor ignited in Xiangliu's eyes as he fixated on the six-headed soul-devouring serpent within the synthesizer, eager to see what transformation awaited her. At that moment, the drop of true dragon blood emitted a faint yet potent dragon roar, gradually morphing into a diminutive golden dragon spirit that entered the body of the six-headed soul-devouring serpent. The six-headed soul-devouring serpent was suddenly enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Even her surface was coated in a lustrous layer of golden scales. As the six-headed soul-devouring serpent slowly opened her vertical pupils, her gaze reflected an imposing draconic majesty that commanded respect. Witnessing this scene, anticipation flickered in Xiangliu's eyes. Yet, the evolution was far from over. The head of the Titan Python, under the mysterious power of the Super Pet Synthesizer, was continuously compressed and diminished until it seamlessly integrated into the neck of the six-headed soul-devouring serpent. The entire process was remarkably smooth and flawless. It successfully became the seventh head of the six-headed soul-devouring serpent. Simultaneously, a system notification resounded in Xiangliu's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your pet has evolved into Pseudo-King Level 7-Headed Golden Scale Serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the 7-Headed Golden Scale Serpent's evolution. Ding! Due to the additional fusion of the legendary grade material, the head of the Titan Python, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 4 options with 3 selections. Option 1, Epic Skill Poison Electric 6-fold Shot upgraded to Dragon Might 7-star Arrow. Upon upgrading, one can unleash a series of 7 thunderous arrows imbued with the essence of a true dragon's might, with each strike inflicting an additional 100 damage. Option 2, Epic Level the Skill Temporal Dual Flash upgrades to Temporal Triple Flash. Post-upgrade, one can execute 3 consecutive teleportation skills, with each teleport refreshing all skill cooldowns. Option 3, Epic Level Master a new skill, Raging Dragon's Void Slash. Charge at the enemy twice, stunning all foes in your path and dealing immense damage. Option 4, Epic Level acquire the new skill, Death's Forbidden Art, Corpse Demon Sealing. By sacrificing the lives of 7 golden-scaled serpents, summon the Grim Reaper to vanquish your enemies. Yet regardless of success, the souls of the 7 serpents will be devoured by the Reaper. Xiangliu gazed thoughtfully at the evolution options involving the 7 golden-scaled serpents. The first evolution option, the skill Toxic Thunder 6-fold Shot upgrades to Dragon S Might 7-star Arrow. Upon enhancement, one can release 7 Furious Thunder Arrows, each infused with a touch of true Dragon S power, doubling the damage of each strike. This is the core offensive skill of the 7 golden-scaled serpents. If an upgrade is possible, Xiangliu will undoubtedly pursue it. This skill is a must-have. The second evolution option, the skill Temporal Dual Flash upgrades to Temporal Triple Flash. After the upgrade, the ability to teleport 3 times consecutively and refresh all skill cooldowns after each teleport becomes attainable. Once upgraded, this skill will be overwhelmingly powerful. Teleporting thrice and refreshing skill cooldowns 3 times. What does that imply? For instance, the 7 golden-scaled serpents could release a full suite of skills and then, through teleportation, refresh them all at once. This equates to unleashing all skills consecutively 4 times. It can only be described as insurmountable. Upon seeing this skill, Xiangliu was resolute. Regardless of how enticing the subsequent evolution options may be, this second evolution option is undoubtedly essential. The third evolution option, master the new skill Raging Dragon's Void Slash. Execute 2 fierce charges against the enemy, stunning all adversaries encountered en route and inflicting tremendous damage. This is an entirely new skill with damage, mobility, and control. Most importantly, the name alone is magnificent. Such a flawless new skill greatly enticed Xiangliu. However, this would exhaust all available evolution choices among the first 3 options. Perhaps it would be prudent to assess the final evolution option before deciding. The fourth evolution option, acquire the new skill Death's Forbidden Art, Corpse Demon Sealing. By sacrificing the lives of 7 golden-scaled serpents, summon the Grim Reaper to slay your foes, yet regardless of the outcome. The souls of the 7 serpents shall be consumed by the Reaper. Upon encountering this skill, Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. The 7 golden-scaled serpents had learned this skill? Having just experienced the terror of being at the mercy of the Grim Reaper, Su Ao understood the immense power this skill possessed. Powerful as it may be, the cost is exorbitant. Once utilized, regardless of whether it succeeds in vanquishing the enemy, the 7 golden-scaled serpents will surely be lost. As a Beastmaster, losing one's beast would render him utterly powerless. This is too ruthless. A skill that gambles with life itself, Su Ao deemed unnecessary to learn. Even when faced with insurmountable foes, he could simply turn and flee. At worst, he could return for vengeance once his strength has grown. There is no need to stake the life of the 7 golden-scaled serpents in a futile struggle against the enemy. Only a fool would act so recklessly. After reviewing the 4 evolution options for the 7 golden-scaled serpents, Su Ao had made his choice. I shall select the first, second, and third evolution options. As Su Ao's voice faded, the first 3 reward options transformed into radiant golden beams of light, surging into the body of the 7 golden-scaled serpents. Ding! The skill Toxic Thunder 6-fold shot has upgraded to Dragon S, Might 7-star arrow. Ding! The skill Temporal Dual Flash has upgraded to Temporal Triple Flash. Ding! The 7 golden-scaled serpents have acquired the new skill Raging Dragon's Void Slash. A series of system prompts echoed in Su Ao's mind. Not only had the skills of the 7 golden-scaled serpents seen a significant enhancement, but their attributes had also experienced a marked increase. Even their appearance had undergone a notable transformation. The 7 golden-scaled serpents now boasted a formidable array of golden, hardened scales, each radiating the unmatched aura of a dragon. They had not only grown a 7th head, but also increased in length to 1.5 meters. Observing the transformed 7 golden-scaled serpents, Su Ao displayed a look of satisfaction. He casually opened their pet attribute panel for review. Pseudo King Level 7 Golden-Scaled Serpent. Level 100. Intelligence, 2560. Strength, 1962. Vitality, 2168. Agility, 2088. Skills, Dragon S Might 7-star arrow, Eye of Control, Defense Overload, Temporal Triple Flash, Toxic Flame Refinement, Berserk Bloodline, Eye of Enslavement. Toxic Wing Annihilation Slash, Lethal Toxin, Toxic Eruption, Soul Devour, Raging Dragon's Void Slash. Equipment, Bronze Verdant Crown, Platinum Thunder King S Crown, Platinum Thunder Mage S Necklace, Emerald Sage S Laurel, Diamond Dark Soul Amulet, Diamond Thunder Dragon S Tail, Starry Malevolent Cloak, Starry Multicolored Crown, Starry Source of Life Beast Armor. Number of subordinates, 720 Flame Serpents, 1,000 Cobras, 280 Deep Sea Venomous Snakes. Contains a hidden Dragon God bloodline, awaiting awakening. Catastrophic Poison Body, current Toxic Organ Collection, 4 of 5. A premier toxic body, unmatched. Possessing this toxic body will amplify poison attribute damage by 10-fold. Additionally, one will gain the Grand Damage Area Toxic Forbidden skill, Catastrophic Plague. The 7 golden-scaled serpents had evolved into such formidable beings. Now, it was time for me to undergo the 5th transition of my super profession. A fervent anticipation surged within Su Ao as he decisively opened the exclusive 5th transition super scroll for Beastmasters. Ding! 1,000 Water Spirit Crystals have been gathered. Current Water Spirit Crystal count, 3,280. An additional 2,280 Water Spirit Crystals collected, exceeding the 5th transition task. The success rate for transitioning to the exclusive super hidden profession has significantly increased. Do you confirm the transition to the 5th level of the Beastmaster profession? Chapter 81. 5th transition complete. The malicious sanctions of Eagle Sauce Nation. Confirmed transition. A glimmer of expectation flickered in Su Ao's eyes as he resolutely shattered the exclusive 5th transition super scroll for Beastmasters. In the next moment, 1,000 water spirit crystals seamlessly infused into Su Ao's body. A brilliant, radiant holy light erupted from him. Following that, the remaining 2,280 water spirit crystals also merged into him. The success rate for transitioning to the exclusive super hidden profession has surged from 5 to 49. A success rate of 49? For Su Ao, this rate was extraordinarily high. After all, the 7-headed golden scale serpent bestows an additional 3 points of luck. This trifling fortune holds the potential to bring Su Ao unexpected surprises. Without a trace of hesitation, Su Ao resolutely integrated the 7-headed golden scale serpent into his being, thereby acquiring 3 points of luck. In the next moment, the system's voice abruptly resonated within Su Ao's mind. Ding! Please select one of the following 3 primary professions as your 5th tier vocation. Option 1. Super Profession Earth Element Beastmaster Warrior, enhancing all attributes by 90, and acquiring the skill, Tremor of the Earth. Option 2. Super Profession Wood Element Beastmaster Warrior, enhancing all attributes by 90, and acquiring the skill, Barrier of Wood. Option 3. Exclusive Super Profession Sovereign of Beasts, enhancing all attributes by 150, and acquiring 4 formidable skills, Summon of Thunder, Summon of Fire, Summon of Poison, and Summon of Darkness. Su Ao cast a fleeting glance at the options presented, and his heart had already reached a conclusion. The first 2 choices merely represented ordinary super professions, enhancing all attributes by a mere 90 and granting only 1 skill. In contrast, the third option was an exclusive super profession, not only elevating all attributes by an impressive 150, but also bestowing a remarkable 4 skills. With no room for deliberation, he decisively opted for the third exclusive super profession. I choose the third option, Su Ao declared. As soon as the words left his lips, the exclusive 5th-tier super scroll for Beastmasters erupted with 4 dazzling beams of light. They represented the formidable powers of the thunderous element, the volatile fire element, the sinister poison element, and the cunning darkness element. All 4 elemental forces surged into Su Ao's being. He radiated with brilliance, akin to a resplendent deity. Ding! Class change successful. Congratulations. You have successfully transitioned to Sovereign of Beasts. Intelligence permanently increased by an additional 150. Constitution permanently increased by an additional 150. Agility permanently increased by an additional 150. Strength permanently increased by an additional 150. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Summon of Thunder. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Summon of Fire. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Summon of Poison. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Summon of Darkness. Summon of Thunder, Level 1. Enables the summoning of a powerful Thunder War Tiger to fight on your behalf. Summon of Fire, Level 1. Enables the summoning of a powerful Flame Spirit Sparrow to fight on your behalf. Summon of Poison, Level 1. Enables the summoning of a powerful Venomous Giant Python to fight on your behalf. Summon of Darkness, Level 1. Enables the summoning of a powerful Dark Soul Turtle to fight on your behalf. Note, as your level continues to rise, the summoned ferocious beasts will grow increasingly potent. Gazing at his 5th-tier super hidden profession, a hint of surprise graced Su Ao's visage. He could distinctly perceive the monumental transformation in his attribute values. However, he remained uncertain about the prowess of these for summoned entities. Su Ao contemplated finding a suitable location to test the strength of his newly acquired summons. Just then, an urgent chime echoed. Ding dong, ding dong. Su Ao's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Principal Li. Su Ao, you must check the headlines. Recent events regarding you have ignited a firestorm. This matter is exceedingly grave. A moment's inattention could plunge you into perilous circumstances. Is it that severe? Su Ao's expression turned grave. He hung up and opened the news app, only to find that the most prominent banner featured a story about him. The Eagle Nation demands the Dragon Nation to surrender Su Ao. The reason being, Su Ao's gaze hardened as he immediately clicked on the headline to delve deeper into the details. The content revealed, the Eagle Nation has acknowledged the underground laboratory on the outskirts of Linhai City as its establishment. However, the Eagle Nation asserts, the purpose of establishing this underground laboratory was to investigate the cause of the Dragon Nation's plague outbreak, aiding the Dragon Nation in overcoming the affliction. The Eagle Nation, acting out of goodwill, has been maliciously slandered by Dragon Nation student Su Ao, who is purportedly sabotaging the amicable relations between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation. Therefore, the Eagle Nation harbors serious suspicions that student Su Ao is a spy sent by a foreign entity. The Eagle Nation strongly demands the Dragon Nation must surrender Su Ao, who will be subjected to severe interrogation by the Eagle Nation's experts to extract a confession regarding his espionage identity, thereby clearing the Eagle Nation's name. Should the Dragon Nation refuse, it will face joint sanctions from the Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Stick Nation, and 27 European Union countries. The consequences shall be borne at your own risk. Chapter 82. The nation gifts me the Black God suit. After absorbing the news, only fury remained within Su Ao. The audacity of the Eagle Nation was beyond comprehension. To claim that their establishment of a biochemical laboratory was intended to assist the Dragon Nation in combating the plague, they even thrust him into the eye of the storm. He had uncovered the nefarious intentions behind the Eagle Nation's laboratory, which was the root cause of the plague outbreak in the Dragon Nation. Yet, the Eagle Nation twisted the narrative, accusing him of being a spy sent by a foreign entity, deliberately undermining the relations between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation. Such a level of shamelessness was unprecedented. Soon after, Su Ao's phone rang again. This time, it was Officer Chen calling. Officer Chen's demeanor was exceedingly serious. His voice laced with indignation. Su Ao, have you seen the news? We all know your innocence. However, if the Dragon Nation does not comply with their demands, the Eagle Nation will lead an alliance of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Stick Nation, and others, comprising 30 nations, to impose sanctions on the Dragon Nation. Su Ao furrowed his brow. What is the stance of our high-ranking officials? Officer Chen responded. The high-ranking officials are unequivocal, regardless of the Eagle Nation's threats. They will spare no effort to protect you. You are a national hero, having uncovered the biochemical laboratory and significantly mitigating the plague's impact on our country. Our nation has always stood resolute. We do not instigate trouble, but we are not afraid of it either, even if it means igniting a global conflict. We will ensure your safety at all costs. To safeguard your life, the nation has specially approved a Black God suit for you, which is already on its way to your residence. Please keep an eye out for its arrival. A Black God suit? What is that? A hint of confusion flickered across Su Ao's face. However, he was confident that whatever the nation bestowed upon him would undoubtedly be exceptional. At that moment, Su Ao possessed 30 skill enhancement stones and a piece of king-level pet equipment. He resolved first to convert these resources into his own strength before returning home to investigate the nature of the Black God suit bestowed upon him by the nation. After ending the call, Su Ao retrieved the 30 skill enhancement stones. Ding! You have selected 10 skill enhancement stones. Please choose the skill you wish to enhance. Enhance the skill of Beast Tide Control, Su Ao replied decisively. This skill not only significantly boosts the overall attributes of the seven-headed golden scale serpent, but also increases the number of her minions. It is undeniably a highly practical skill. Enhancement successful. Consuming a skill promotion divine stone, the skill Beast Tide Control has been elevated to level 12, allowing for an increase of 100 in the number of subordinates that can be recruited, current quantity, 2,000, 2,100. Promotion successful. Consuming a skill promotion divine stone, the skill Beast Tide Control has been elevated to level 13, allowing for an increase of 100 in the number of subordinates that can be recruited, current quantity, 2,000, 2,200. Promotion successful. Consuming a skill promotion divine stone, the skill Beast Tide Control has been elevated to level 41, allowing for an increase of 100 in the number of subordinates that can be recruited, current quantity, 2,000, 5,000. All 30 skill promotion divine stones have been expended. Su Ao's Beast Tide Control skill has ascended an impressive 30 levels, from 11 to 41. The number of snake subordinates that the seven-headed golden scale serpent can recruit has surged from 2,000 to 5,000. This not only significantly augments the serpent's influence, but also ensures a tremendous influx of attribute feedback rewards upon recruiting subordinates, propelling the attributes of the seven-headed golden scale serpent to unprecedented heights. It is indeed a delightful prospect. The opportunity to recruit an additional 3,000 snake subordinates must be seized at the earliest convenience, Su Ao mused internally. His gaze then fell upon the king-level pet equipment that had erupted from the Dragon King's secret realm. King-level Dragon Spirit Crown, pet equipment. Intelligence, 75. Skill, Dragon Spirit. It can forge and awaken the dragon bloodline within a pet, enabling the pet to unleash an astonishing power for a brief period. Limitation, only pets containing a dragon bloodline may wear it. This Dragon Spirit Crown seems extraordinarily compatible with the seven-headed golden scale serpent, Su Ao thought. A hint of astonishment gracing his features. The dragon bloodline contained within the seven-headed golden scale serpent is no ordinary one, but rather the legendary dragon god bloodline. Su Ao felt a surge of anticipation. Once this skill awakens the dragon god power within the seven-headed golden scale serpent, what formidable abilities might it unleash? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao adorned the dragon spirit crown upon the fifth head of the seven-headed golden scale serpent. After all, with 7 heads, the serpent had already been equipped with 5 helmets, leaving 2 heads bereft of headgear. The 2 heads without helmets gazed longingly at their adorned siblings, hissing softly as if to plead for a crown of their own. Su Ao affectionately stroked their smooth heads and chuckled. Next time, I promise. Upon hearing Su Ao's assurance, the 2 sisters beamed with joy and performed a little bow. Soon after, the snakeheads began to frolic and play together, creating an amusing spectacle. At that moment, however, Su Ao had an important task at hand. He needed to return to receive the state-sanctioned Black God set bestowed upon him. What could this Black God set possibly entail? Without hesitation, Su Ao opted for the pet possession. 6 massive wings, imbued with black lightning flames, unfurled from his back. He leaped into the air, soaring high above Tianzhou City, and set his course towards Linhai City. Approximately 15 minutes later, Su Ao returned home. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the door. Hello. Dongfeng Express, a melodious voice rang out from outside. Sueo opened the door to find a sweet-looking woman clad in a white shirt standing before him. She extended a black box towards him, saying, "Mr. Sueo, this is the black god set the state has gifted to you. Please accept it." Chapter 83. The Disaster Crisis of Linhai City. A plague is about to erupt. Gazing at the black box presented by the woman, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Sueo's eyes. Without a moment's pause, he opened the box. A set of technologically advanced, high martial arts armor materialized before him. King-level Black God set, upgradable. Any attack you receive will have 10,000 points of damage mitigated. Skill: Black God Mech. The Black God set can transform into any equipment or weapon you desire at will. It can morph into a staff, significantly boosting your intelligence, or into a great sword, enhancing your attack power, or even into a shield, greatly increasing your defense. There is nothing it cannot achieve. Note: the Black God set can be upgraded using nanocore devices, leading to an extraordinary transformation upon enhancement. As Sueo perused the attributes of the Black God set, astonishment etched itself upon his face. The attributes are simply overwhelming. An entire 10,000 points of damage reduction. What does this imply? Those of the 9-turn realm and below can no longer inflict any harm upon Sueo. Even the 9-turn realm powerhouses will find their damage significantly reduced against him. Moreover, even if he were to confront a 10-turn realm powerhouse, the Black God set would afford him a fighting chance. While victory is uncertain, escape is assured. As for the Black God set's skill, it is even more extraordinary, capable of transforming into any desired shape. It could even morph into the form of a beautiful girl. An exhilarating thought indeed. Most astonishingly, it can collect nanocore materials for upgrades. As long as the Black God set continues to be enhanced, it will remain useful even when he ascends to godhood. Once the woman delivering the Black God set departed, Sueo began to devise his forthcoming plans. First, he must find a way to ensure that the Eagle Nation pays a heavy price. In light of the shameless actions of the Eagle Nation, mere denunciation of their crimes is futile. He must ensure they suffer dire consequences. Otherwise, the Eagle Nation will grow increasingly arrogant, plunging the Dragon Nation into deeper peril. Second, assist the 7-headed golden scale serpent in acquiring 3,000 snake subordinates. This will not only strengthen his own influence, but also significantly enhance the serpent's attributes. Third, seek an opportunity to eliminate the Soul Clan governor. This is not only for vengeance, but also to procure stronger materials for the 7-headed golden scale serpent's eye. Fourth, journey to Dragon Valley. Have the true dragon elder awaken the dragon god bloodline within the 7-headed golden scale serpent. Fifth, sabotage the union between the Soul Clan and the Eagle Nation. This will not only deliver a heavy blow to the Eagle Nation, but also allow the opportunity to reap the marriage gifts and dowry from both sides, achieving a dual benefit. All 5 matters are of utmost importance. Sueo resolved to contact Xiangliu first. As the 3rd princess of the Soul Clan, she should be able to provide him with valuable information. Soon, the call was connected. On the other end, Xiangliu's respectful yet alluring voice resonated. "Master, where have you been? I have missed you terribly." Sueo replied calmly. "Please share all the information you have regarding the Eagle Nation." Xiangliu reported faithfully. Recently, the Eagle Nation has dispatched another batch of top-tier biochemists who have infiltrated Linhai City, quietly conducting even more terrifying biochemical experiments. Once the new type of Satan virus is developed by them, the intensity of the plague throughout the Dragon Kingdom will surely increase by a staggering 1,000-fold. At that point, the entire Dragon Kingdom will face inevitable annihilation, with no chance of redemption. Sueo's gaze sharpened slightly. The last discovered biochemical laboratory was located on the outskirts of Linhai City. Now, the development of this new plague virus by the Eagle Nation is occurring right within Linhai City. Could it be that Linhai City conceals some unknown secret, prompting the Eagle Nation to pay such close attention here? Inform me of the specific location where the Eagle Nation is conducting their plague research. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Sueo's eyes. After Xiangliu provided him with the exact coordinates of the Eagle Nation's plague research, Sueo immediately departed from his home, racing towards the address of the plague development site. However, to Sueo's astonishment, following the coordinates given by Xiangliu led him directly into the bustling and lively vegetable market of Linhai City. As he surveyed the cacophony and throngs of people in the market, a look of incredulity crossed his face. How could such a vibrant and noisy place possibly harbor a laboratory of the Eagle Nation? Although Sueo felt puzzled, he trusted Xiangliu would not deceive him. Thus, he ventured into the market, commencing his search for the whereabouts of the Eagle Nation's biochemical laboratory. Yet, after traversing the entire market, he found no trace of any Eagle Nation laboratory. Sueo took out his phone, preparing to call Xiangliu to inquire about the situation. Just then, A delicate hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, gently patting his back. Instinctively, Su Ao turned around to find a familiar female figure. Little brother, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy vegetables as well? Li Qingzhu's face was adorned with a spirited smile. Upon seeing Li Qingzhu, Su Ao exhaled slowly in relief. This woman was indeed trustworthy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he leaned in to whisper the news into Li Qingzhu's ear. The smile on her charming face instantly faded into a look of disbelief. You mean there's a biochemical laboratory of the Eagle Nation nearby? How can that be? Su Ao replied with unwavering conviction. Trust me, there must be a biochemical laboratory of the Eagle Nation in this vicinity. Do you have any means to locate them? Though Li Qingzhu harbored doubts, she produced a dark green detection device from her pocket, stating, "This is a plague concentration tester. If there's any trace of the plague within 3 meters, it will immediately be detected. Let us try this first. If there's a biochemical laboratory here, there will surely be some leakage of the plague." Li Qingzhu activated the tester, which displayed the surrounding plague concentration. Current plague concentration is 0. You see, I told you there couldn't possibly be a biochemical laboratory here. Even if the Eagle Nation were to build one in Linhai City, they wouldn't establish it in such a conspicuous vegetable market, Li Qingzhu remarked with a smile. Su Ao was immediately filled with doubt. Could it be that Shauna had received false information? Still, he was reluctant to dismiss the possibility and said, Sister Qingzhu, let me give it a try. He took the plague concentration tester from her and walked around the market again, with Li Qingzhu following closely behind. However, the tester consistently displayed 0, leading Su Ao to grow increasingly perplexed. Yet, just as he reached the end of the market, the plague concentration reading suddenly began to soar. 1,000 plague units. 10,000 plague units. 100,000 plague units. Then, with a loud bang, the entire plague concentration tester exploded. Li Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock, her entire body trembling as she exclaimed, My God! The plague concentration in Xiangliu City was merely 98 points, and it already led to the deaths of nearly half the ordinary citizens. Here, the concentration exceeds 100,000? This is at least several thousand times more severe than Xiangliu City. Even the tester couldn't withstand it and burst. Chapter 84. Brother, come save me. Li Qingzhu retrieved 2 KN95 masks from her bag, handing one to Su Ao. Upon donning the mask, Su Ao instantly felt a significant alleviation of the fatigue and throat irritation caused by the plague. Standing at the end of the market, he surveyed the desolate surroundings. Noting that many buildings had been forcibly demolished, it was hard to believe that a biochemical laboratory could exist amidst such ruins. Li Qingzhu, still in disbelief, asserted, the plague concentration tester cannot be mistaken. There must be a terrifying plague brewing here. Damn the Eagle Nation. Where have they built their laboratory? Su Ao's gaze suddenly sharpened as he stated, the highest concentration of the plague suggests that the laboratory must be nearby. Have there been any unusual occurrences in the market recently? Li Qingzhu furrowed her brow and replied, Everything has been quite normal in the market lately. I live close by. If I had to mention something unusual, residents have reported that the sewers have been frequently backing up, but that should be due to aging underground pipes, which likely has little to do with the biochemical laboratory. Sewers frequently backing up. A glimmer of astonishment appeared in Su Ao's eyes. Could it be that the Eagle Nation's biochemical laboratory is hidden underground? A quick investigation would reveal the truth. Su Ao suddenly waved his hand, summoning a horde of venomous snakes. Under his command, the snakes surged towards the sewer pipes. Such a multitude of snakes would be sufficient to scour every corner of the sewer system within a 100-mile radius. Moments later, several snakes returned to Su Ao, all flicking their tongues and hissing. Something is amiss. Su Ao immediately understood. He commanded a cobra to lead the way. Su Ao then delivered a powerful punch to the manhole cover. Bang! The iron manhole cover was smashed into a massive dent by Su Ao's punch. The loud noise drew the attention of countless elderly patrons in the market, all of whom gazed at him in astonishment. How could this young man possess such strength? Could he be a transcendent? With such power, what young lady could withstand him at night? Such brawn must have taken at least 30 years of singlehood to develop. As onlookers gawked in disbelief, Su Ao suddenly leaped into the deep well. Su Ao, I'm going with you. Li Qingzhu, seeing Su Ao jump down, followed suit without hesitation. The elderly patrons nearby were left dumbfounded. This pair of youngsters seemed quite well matched. How could they just jump into a well without a second thought? Surely they weren't committing suicide? Quick, call the police. Lives are at stake. In an instant, numerous concerned citizens hastily dialed emergency services. Meanwhile, a cobra scouted ahead, with Su Ao and Li Qingzhu closely following, weaving through the vast, shadowy pipes. However, due to Su Ao's black divine suit, his body was enveloped in a layer of metallic skin. Even as the torrents surged through the sewer, he remained impeccably shielded, unaffected in the slightest. Li Qingzhu, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. The raging waters had thoroughly soaked her attire, clinging to her form and accentuating her voluptuous figure. What a sight! Su Ao blurted out instinctively. You old pervert. Li Qingzhu's cheeks flushed slightly at his remark. What are you thinking? I meant the gate ahead is enormous. Su Ao pointed towards the sewer's exit, where an imposing alloy door loomed. Without a doubt, this was the entrance to the underground laboratory. Li Qingzhu's expression turned to one of astonishment. It's truly unimaginable. The Eagle Nation managed to construct a clandestine laboratory here without anyone noticing. This alloy door was far sturdier than a manhole cover. While Su Ao could shatter a manhole with a single punch, he knew he could not breach this alloy gate. Yet, he remained unperturbed. The black divine suit simulated a key for the alloy door. Under Su Ao's mental command, the suit flowed like liquid, infiltrating the keyhole of the door. Soon, it crafted an appropriate key based on the lock's specifications. With a swift twist, the alloy door swung open. Inside lay a dimly lit hall, so shadowy that one could scarcely see their own hand. Eerie ticking sounds echoed intermittently within the hall. Without hesitation, Su Ao and Li Qingzhu ventured inside. Yet, the moment they crossed the threshold of the laboratory, an alarming siren blared. Unauthorized entry detected. Unauthorized entry detected. Rapid footsteps echoed ominously from the depths of the lab, drawing nearer to Su Ao. Oh no, they've discovered our presence. Li Qingzhu's face betrayed a hint of panic. However, Su Ao remained calm, a wicked smile curving his lips. And what of it? They are merely heinous villains of the Eagle Nation. We shall eliminate them all. Before the approaching footsteps materialized before him, Su Ao took the initiative to strike. Serpents, heed my command. Slay this wretched lot. With that command, 2,000 venomous snakes surged into the laboratory. Moments later, anguished cries of despair echoed from afar. Ah, venomous snakes. Oh my god, so many snakes. Damn, I've been bitten. The voices of the Eagle Nation grew weaker, evidently succumbing to the venom. Under the onslaught of the serpents, the approaching foes never even laid eyes on Su Ao before meeting their demise, torn apart by the frenzied bites of the snakes. You have slain a peak-level shield guardian, Eagle Nation faction, earning 3,000 experience points. Level up, kill bonus, 50 additional experience, totaling 4,500 experience points. You have slain a peak-level shield guardian, Eagle Nation faction, earning 3,000 experience points. Level up, kill bonus, 50 additional experience, totaling 4,500 experience points. You have slain a peak-level shield guardian, Eagle Nation faction, earning 3,000 experience points. Level up, kill bonus, 50 additional experience, totaling 4,500 experience points. At this moment, a tremendous influx of experience surged into Su Ao and the 7 golden-scaled snakes. Su Ao's level skyrocketed. Level 101, promoted. Level 102, promoted. Level 103, promoted. The bountiful experience from defeating the peak-level foes propelled Su Ao to level 103. The 7 golden-scaled snakes also experienced a rapid ascent. Their required experience for leveling up was slightly less than Su Ao's, allowing them to leap to level 104 in one go. Meanwhile, Li Qingzhu, witnessing the radiant glow surrounding Su Ao as he rapidly ascended in levels, exhibited a look of astonishment. Heavens, how many have you slain for your experience to rise so alarmingly? I must investigate what is happening inside. Without hesitation, Li Qingzhu ventured deeper into the laboratory. However, scarcely had she entered than an eerie, slithering noise resonated from within, followed by her anguished cry. Ah, brother, come save me. Chapter 85, The Death Crisis. The Shadow Behind. Upon hearing Li Qingzhu's desperate plea, Su Ao's gaze sharpened, and he dashed forward. Upon reaching the depths of the laboratory, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Li Qingzhu was ensnared by a dark crimson tentacle, which emerged from a colossal dark red octopus. Dare to intrude upon Brother Octopus's laboratory? Prepare to be turned into calamari. The octopus bellowed. How many of my kin do you Dragon Nation folks consume each year? I, Brother Octopus, shall make you pay in blood. In an instant, 2 dark crimson tentacles lunged towards Su Ao. A cold smile crept across Su Ao's face as he decisively opted for his beastly transformation, Dragon's Fury Slash. A bluish aura enveloped him, emanating an overwhelming aura akin to that of a Dominion dragon. He deftly avoided the octopus's tentacle strikes, retaliating with a fierce slash at Brother Octopus. Boom. The force of the impact ripped a massive gash across Brother Octopus's form. Arg! Brother Octopus howled in pain. Yet, in the next moment, his wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Within mere seconds, Brother Octopus was completely restored. A chill flickered in Su Ao's eyes. With such astonishing regenerative capabilities, it was unrealistic to simply wear him down. The only solution was to obliterate him in an instant. Dragon's Might 7-star arrow. Sueo raised his hand, unleashing a series of lightning orbs that thunderously collided with Brother Octopus. Boom, 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 boom. Brother Octopus staggered under the onslaught, but quickly regained his footing, emitting a piercing, mocking laugh. Such feeble damage, and you think you can kill Brother Octopus? Dream on. Prepare to become my delectable human jerky. Brother Octopus suddenly spewed forth a thick cloud of black ink. This ink was highly corrosive, billowing through the air and creating a thick white smoke. Sueo did not hesitate, activating his time-space flash. In the first phase, he teleported behind Brother Octopus. All skills refreshed. He raised his hand once more, delivering a powerful Dragon's Might 7-star arrow directly to the back of Brother Octopus's head. Boom, 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 boom. A torrent of horrifying damage cascaded down. The Octopus King, still not fully recovered from its injuries, was once again subjected to a grievous tearing of its flesh. What was most terrifying was that every single strike from Sueo was imbued with an exceedingly potent toxin. A total of 15 attacks, though they did not inflict a fatal wound upon the Octopus King, had buried within it a staggering 15 layers of lethal venom. Yet this was not sufficient. The onslaught of poison continued. A rich smile spread across Sueo's face. He then swung his wings, transforming them into razor-sharp blades. Like a tempest, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the Octopus King. Venomous Wings Soul Slash. Boom, 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 boom. The horrifying damage rained down mercilessly. The Octopus King bore the brunt of the assault, suffering increasingly grievous wounds. Even more terrifying was the fact that the layers of venom upon the Octopus King continued to accumulate. 20 layers of toxin, 30 layers of toxin, 40 layers of toxin. After the 5 seconds of the Venomous Wings Soul Slash concluded, the Octopus King was afflicted with a staggering 49 layers of toxin. Only then did Sueo cease his assault. A grotesquely furious expression twisted the Octopus King's face. You dare to harm the Octopus King? Prepare to perish. All of the Octopus King's tentacles surged forth towards Sueo. Yet, as the Octopus King launched its full frontal assault, Sueo stood there with an air of indifference, even allowing a smile to grace his lips. 3, 2, 1. Crack. Sueo raised his hand and lightly struck a crisp sound. The skill of Toxic Explosion was abruptly activated. The tentacles of the Octopus King, poised to strike Sueo, suddenly halted in their tracks. Its skin became an eerie dark purple. In the next instant, boom! The Octopus King's body exploded violently, shattering into countless writhing pieces of flesh. The imprisoned Xiangliu was also flung outwards. Ultimately, a tender body landed softly in Sueo's embrace, which he caught with ease. However, the explosion of the Octopus King's body did not grant Sueo any experience points. Even the fragments of flesh, once blasted apart, began to writhe and gather, seemingly attempting to reassemble and restore the Octopus King's form. You can survive that. Your vitality is akin to that of a cockroach. Yet, no matter how resilient you are, you stand no chance. Sueo raised his hand to unleash a Toxic Flame Soul Refinement. This was an upgraded skill of Dark Flame Heaven Incineration, boasting a wider range and even more terrifying damage. Flames infused with violent toxins spread out abruptly. The fragments of flesh, having been blown apart, were seared by the toxic flames. Soon, a tantalizing aroma of grilled octopus wafted through the air. Such exquisite iron plate octopus must not go to waste. Snakes. It's time to feast. Though Sueo dared not consume the charred flesh, it made an excellent meal for his serpentine companions. At his command, a horde of venomous snakes surged forward, voraciously devouring the scorched pieces of flesh. Ding! The cobra you tamed has consumed a piece of the Octopus King's flesh, gaining 10 strength points. Ding! The flame serpent you tamed has consumed a piece of the Octopus King's flesh, gaining 10 constitution points. Ding! The deep-sea viper you tamed has consumed 3 pieces of the Octopus King's flesh, gaining 30 intelligence points. In an instant, the attributes of this group of venomous snakes soared. Sueo, seizing the moment, summoned forth 7 golden-scaled snakes. The 7-headed serpent began to devour the Octopus King's flesh as well, its 7 heads allowing it to consume at a much quicker pace than the other snakes. Ding! Your pet, the 7-headed golden-scaled snake, has consumed 3 pieces of the Octopus King's flesh, gaining 30 agility points. Ding! Your pet, the 7-headed golden-scaled snake, has consumed 5 pieces of the Octopus King's flesh, gaining 50 constitution points. Ding! Your pet, the 7-headed golden-scaled snake, has consumed 10 pieces of the Octopus King's flesh, gaining 100 intelligence points. Just as the seven-headed golden-scaled snake was voraciously devouring the flesh, an elegant yet sinister voice suddenly echoed from behind Sueo. "Kid, you dare to slay my octopus pet? Then I shall reserve your seven-headed serpent for my medicinal concoctions. As for you, you shall become a test subject in my viral petri dish." A chill suddenly enveloped Sueo from behind. A razor-sharp claw had silently grasped his neck. A suffocating sensation began to engulf Sueo's heart. Chapter 86. Premium Synthesis Materials. Crisis approaches. In that moment, Sueo felt an overwhelming threat to his life. With a flicker of thought, he decisively activated the time-space 3 flashes, instantly teleporting away from the mysterious man's grasp. Sueo's figure appeared 100 meters away in an instant. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly regarded the red-robed man before him. Summon of fire, summon of darkness, summon of poison, summon of thunder. As Sueo's voice fell, 4 radiant summoning lights abruptly materialized. The summoned beasts of python, sparrow, tiger, and turtle appeared before him. Charge! Show me your strength. This was the first time Sueo unleashed a 5-turn exclusive skill. At his command, the 4 formidable summoned beasts surged toward the red-robed man. The silver-haired man in the red robe moved with graceful elegance. Yet a manic smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Kid, merely having more allies will not suffice to contend with me." Blood-red pool. The red-robed man's body melted into a pool of blood, surging ominously upon the ground, appearing exceedingly eerie and terrifying. Regardless of how the 4 summoned beasts attacked the blood pool form of the man, he suffered not a single scratch, and instead wore an even more mocking grin. "Kid, the more of you there are, the more I relish it. Your blood serves as my nourishment." The blood pool suddenly erupted, splitting into several blood swords that surged toward the 4 summoned beasts. Even from a distance, Sueo found himself targeted by a blood sword, hurtling toward him at alarming speed. Overload defense. Sueo waved his hand, conjuring a pale white shield before him, negating the assault of the blood sword. However, the 4 summoned beasts bore the brunt of the blood sword's attack. Even with their high health and robust defenses, they lost a significant portion of their health to the terrifying assault of the blood sword. Sueo couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even in an invincible state, the damage was still so high. "Stop hiding in the blood pool and face me." Spirit Eye. A ghostly green light flickered in Sueo's eyes. This chilling light surged toward the pool of blood. "Ding. You have manipulated the vampire Baron Keel. Due to the opponent's realm being far superior to yours, control duration is 2 seconds. That will suffice. Get out of the blood pool." Sueo commanded Keel sternly. Under the influence of his will, Keel trembled violently. Emerging from the blood pool, he was immediately swarmed by the 4 summoned beasts, who unleashed a furious assault upon him. The Thunder Battle Tiger unleashed a torrent of lightning, rendering Keel utterly paralyzed. The Flame Spirit Sparrow spewed forth flames, scorching Keel's entire being to a charred black. The venomous python ensnared Keel with a vice-like grip, sinking its fangs deep into his neck. The Dark Soul Turtle crawled beneath Keel, viciously biting down on his most sensitive area. By the time Keel regained consciousness, he was already a pitiful mess, thoroughly tormented. Especially when the Dark Soul Turtle tugged with ferocity. Keel emitted a scream that resonated with unspeakable agony. That voice, filled with pain and despair, reverberated throughout the entire biochemical laboratory. It hurt. It hurt so much. With the Dark Soul Turtle clamped onto his sensitive area, Keel was on the brink of losing consciousness. Yet, the Dark Soul Turtle was far from finished. It even activated its skill, Ruthless Bite. With a sharp crack, it severed Keel's sensitive area clean off. "Return my manhood at once." Keel was utterly frantic, shrieking in a desperate rage at the Dark Soul Turtle. But the Dark Soul Turtle paid him no mind. The more frantic Keel became, the prouder the Dark Soul Turtle appeared. It even paraded Keel's severed manhood before Sueo, flaunting its triumphant conquest. A smile spread across Sueo's face. "Ah, Turtle, why not feast on this? Though he is named Keel, I doubt he can grow another one." Keel was immediately consumed by a furious rage. If it was merely severed, he could reattach it. But if it was consumed, he would forever be relegated to a woman's role. "If you dare consume my flesh, I will not rest until you are destroyed." Keel threatened, his fury reaching its zenith. Yet Sueo remained entirely indifferent to his threats. "Roar! Roar!" The Dark Soul Turtle let out 2 triumphant calls, then devoured Keel's severed manhood. "Ding! Your summoned creature, the Dark Soul Turtle, has consumed the bodily tissue of the vampire Baron Keel, gaining 1,000 health points, permanently." The fact that consuming this could also restore health left Sueo somewhat astonished. "You are finished. Utterly finished. To carve you into 1,000 pieces would not suffice to quell my hatred. Just wait. I shall return for vengeance soon." Keel glared at Sueo with bloodshot eyes, emitting a thunderous roar. He then transformed into a pool of blood and fled the scene. Sister Keel, I await your return. Su Ao waved goodbye to Keel with a smile. You will drive me to madness. Keel's furious roar echoed throughout the laboratory. However, Su Ao was acutely aware that the current crisis was far from over. The vast biochemical laboratory could not possibly house only one formidable adversary. Whether there were greater threats lurking behind remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the foremost priority was to enhance his strength. Su Ao's gaze fixed upon the still-living remnants of the octopus brother, its remaining body parts gradually coalescing. Particularly, the three powerful hearts within the octopus held unimaginable strength. Such tenacious vitality. Farewell. A smile graced Su Ao's face. The seven-headed golden scale serpent suddenly activated its poison flame soul refining skill, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of flames. It utterly extinguished any last hope of survival for the octopus brother. You have slain the octopus brother, gaining 8,000 experience points. As a result of a level-up kill, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 16,000 experience points. The substantial experience gained from defeating the octopus brother propelled Su Ao to a new level. He ascended 2 levels, reaching level 105. The seven-headed golden scale serpent even advanced 3 levels, attaining level 107. At that moment, Su Ao noticed that the 3 hearts of the octopus brother remained unscathed. For some inexplicable reason, they showed no fear of fire. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within Su Ao. These 3 hearts were undoubtedly exceptional synthesis materials. However, it would be even more advantageous to have another premium material for synthesis. Su Ao had discovered that the fusion of 2 distinct materials often yielded superior results. But suddenly, a menacing shadow erupted from the ground, accompanied by an aura of bloodthirsty fury. It lunged at Su Ao with ferocious intent. Chapter 87. Pet Synthesis. Super Transformation. Here it comes again. Su Ao fixated on the enormous, eerie figure that emerged from the earth, a cold expression crossing his face. Before him stood a towering werewolf, draped in ethereal blue fur. The werewolf's blood-red eyes glinted, and clad in heavy armor, it bared its sharp fangs, preparing to strike at Su Ao. Yet, in the nick of time, the seven-headed golden scale serpent unleashed its dragon slayer strike. Its wings, as sharp as the finest blades, sliced through the air with an unstoppable force, crashing down upon the werewolf. Boom! The werewolf, caught off guard, was sent flying. But the seven-headed golden scale serpent was relentless. It swiftly followed with a second dragon slayer strike, targeting the werewolf as it was propelled backwards. Boom! The devastating impact sent the werewolf soaring into the sky. The seven-headed golden scale serpent then unleashed the dragon's might 7-star arrow. Boom! 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 The thunderous orbs of lightning, infused with the power of dragons, rained down upon the werewolf. The creature was left battered and bruised, its body riddled with wounds. And that was not the end. Before the airborne werewolf could land, the seven-headed golden scale serpent charged upward, executing the poison wing annihilation slash. Bang! 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 The werewolf's spirit had been utterly shattered. The speed of the seven-headed serpent was unfathomable. Before the werewolf could even land a blow on the Beastmaster, the serpent had already dashed forth, sending it crashing away. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, witnessing the werewolf on the brink of collapse, the recently bereft Keel could no longer contain himself. He suddenly unleashed a blood flame storm. A terrifying whirlwind of blood flames erupted around him. With overwhelming power, he sprang forth. Blood flame. Incinerate everything. Keel, still reeling from the loss of his manhood, had succumbed to madness, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. But he barely had a moment to land before the 4 summoned beasts surged forward, pummeling him mercilessly once more. This time, the venomous python activated its toxic bind skill, ensnaring Keel in place. The deadly binding came with a silencing effect. Even if Keel wished to unleash his blood pool for salvation, he could not. He was left to endure the blows. Soon, both the werewolf and the vampire-bearing Keel found themselves on the brink of death. Yet this time, Su Ao granted them no chance to escape. Even the 2,000 venomous snakes joined in the onslaught. In no time, these 2 bizarre creatures were overwhelmed and met their demise. You have slain the vampire-bearing Keel, gaining 10,000 experience points. The extraordinary feat of slaying a foe beyond 1's level yields a remarkable 100 bonus experience, resulting in a total gain of 20,000 experience points. You have vanquished the lewd werewolf, Watan, earning an additional 10,000 experience points. The System's announcement of the werewolf's name sent a shiver down Su Ao's spine. The creature was exceedingly vile. Fortunately, he had escaped unscathed. for the consequences of an encounter with such a beast would have been dire. Nevertheless, the experience points awarded by these two bizarre monsters were immensely generous. A staggering 40,000 experience points surged into both Su-Ao and the seven-headed golden-scaled serpent. A continuous cascade of white light enveloped Su-Ao as he ascended levels 106, 107, 108, 109. His progression halted at level 109. The seven-headed golden-scaled serpent, on the other hand, experienced an impressive leap of 6 levels, escalating from level 107 to a remarkable 113. At this moment, Su-Ao's gaze was fixed intently upon the corpses of the werewolf and the vampire, Keel. Upon their demise, each left behind a precious material. The vampire Keel bestowed a century's worth of refined blood, whilst the werewolf left behind resilient werewolf pelt. To Su-Ao's delight, both materials were of epic quality, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively activated the Super Pet synthesizer and commenced the synthesis process. Ding! The seven-headed golden-scaled serpent has been confirmed as the prototype pet. Please select synthesis materials. The century-old blood of the vampire. The resilient werewolf pelt. 3 hearts of the octopus. Though these materials were peculiar, their quality was extraordinarily high. A total of 5 premium synthesis materials. This synthesis promised to be of superior quality. The synthesis formula is as follows: Pseudo-King level 7-headed golden-scaled serpent, juvenile. Epic level century-old vampire blood, epic level resilient werewolf pelt, legendary level octopus, hearts x3. This synthesis will require 192,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? As anticipated, the higher the pet grade and material quality, the greater the synthesis cost. This synthesis demanded a staggering 1,920,000 wealth points, equivalent to accumulating 19,200,000 in savings. However, Su-Ao was capable of affording this expense. He proceeded with the synthesis. A fervent light flickered in Su-Ao's eyes as the vampire's century-old blood first infused into the seven-headed golden-scaled serpent, causing its vitality to surge. Just as the serpent finished absorbing the vampire's blood, the resilient werewolf pelt enveloped its exterior, rendering its skin more robust and supple. Finally, the 3 octopus hearts swiftly merged within the serpent, unleashing an overwhelming vitality. Each of the 3 materials fortified the serpent's skin, blood, and physique, resulting in a monumental transformation. Simultaneously, a voice from the system resonated in Su-Ao's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your pet has evolved into Initial Stage King Level 7-Headed Weeping Blood Serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the evolution of the 7-Headed Weeping Blood Serpent. Ding! Due to the additional fusion of epic level materials, the resilient werewolf pelt and 3 legendary level octopus hearts, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 4 selections. Option 1. Epic Skill Poison Flame Soul Refinement upgrades to Blood Flame Annihilation. The damage of Blood Flame Annihilation is increased by an additional 90, and the damage range is augmented by 300. Option 2. Epic Skill Poison Wing Soul / upgrades to Bloodthirsty Demon Sealing /. The duration of the strike against enemies is extended from 5 seconds to 6 seconds, damage increases by 60, and the strike range expands by 150. Option 3. Epic Skill Frenzied Bloodline upgrades to Taboo Bloodline. The life recovery speed of the Frenzied Four-Headed Serpent is enhanced to 500, along with an additional 100 points of Constitution. Option 4. Epic Acquire New Skill Immortal Body. The 7-Headed Weeping Blood Serpent will not die immediately even if torn to shreds. Remaining body tissues will continuously converge, ultimately resurrecting it. Option 5. Epic Acquire New Skill Crimson Pool. The 7-Headed Weeping Blood Serpent can transform into a pool of blood, lasting for 10 seconds, during which it is immune to all damage. Moreover, it can unleash blood attribute skills. Chapter 88. The Outbreak of the Plague Virus. A Life or Death Struggle. Li Qingzhu's eyes glimmer with tears. With 5 options to choose from, Su-Ao pondered over the evolution rewards. The first reward option, Skill Poison Flame Soul Refinement upgraded to Blood Flame Annihilation. This skill represents Su-Ao's most potent area damage ability, and its enhancement would not only amplify its power exponentially, but also triple its damage range. This augmentation would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for the 7-Headed Weeping Blood Serpent. It was a mandatory selection. The second reward option, Skill Poison Wing Soul / upgraded to Bloodthirsty Demon Sealing /. The duration of the strike against enemies is extended from 5 seconds to 6 seconds, damage is increased by 60, and the strike range expands by 150. While the Blood Flame Annihilation is the seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent's strongest area damage skill, the Bloodthirsty Demon Sealing Slash represents its most formidable single-target burst damage ability. This option was also essential for Sueo. The third reward option, Skill Frenzied Bloodline upgraded to Taboo Bloodline. This enhancement boosts the life recovery speed of the Frenzied Four-Headed Serpent to 500 and adds an additional 100 points of Constitution. While this skill does provide an enhancement, it merely offers some health and recovery speed that are not particularly necessary for the seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent. This option could be chosen or disregarded, depending on what better choices might arise later. The fourth reward option, the acquisition of a new skill, Immortal Body. The seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent, even if utterly dismembered, will not perish instantly. Remaining body tissues will continuously gather together, ultimately allowing for resurrection. This skill offers formidable life-preserving capabilities. Once the pet embodiment is activated, Sueo himself can also reap the benefits of this skill. This option is undoubtedly essential. The fifth reward option, the acquisition of a new skill, Crimson Pool. You will transform into a pool of blood, lasting for 10 seconds, during which you are immune to all damage. Furthermore, you can unleash blood attribute skills. This is yet another extraordinarily powerful life-preserving skill. Both the evolved Blood Flame Annihilation and Bloodthirsty Demon Sealing Slash are blood attribute skills. Transforming into a blood pool allows for the simultaneous release of these two skills. It is simply perfect. Ultimately, Sueo has made his decisions regarding the evolution rewards. I have chosen the first, second, fourth, and fifth options. As Sueo's voice faded, four resplendent blood-red beams of light erupted from the Super Pet synthesizer, ultimately surging into the body of the seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent. Ding! The skill Poison Flame refinement of the seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent has upgraded to Blood Flame Annihilation. Ding! The skill Poison Wing Annihilation Slash has upgraded to Bloodthirsty Sealing Slash. Ding! The seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent has acquired a new skill, Immortal Body. Ding! The seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent has acquired a new skill, Crimson Pool. After assimilating 3 materials, the seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent not only experienced a significant enhancement in its skills, but also saw its attributes soaring. Its intelligence has exceeded the 3,000 mark, skyrocketing from 2680 to 3120. The attributes of Constitution, Agility, and Strength have all surpassed 2,300. Even its appearance underwent remarkable transformation. At this moment, the seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent had transformed into a striking crimson hue, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful scarlet aura. It appeared exceedingly enchanting, possessing a unique beauty tinged with bloody aesthetics. Its length had also increased from 1.5 meters to over 1.7 meters. However, what astonished Sueo the most was that the growth label of the seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent had shifted from the juvenile phase to the adolescent phase. The juvenile phase corresponds to the infancy of humans, while the adolescent phase aligns with childhood. To think that the seven-headed Weeping Blood Serpent was already this formidable, yet had just ascended to the adolescent phase. It was truly unimaginable what kind of terrifying power it would unleash upon reaching its ultimate stage. Sueo felt a flicker of anticipation within. Suddenly, the entire biochemical laboratory began to tremble violently. Ding! Chief Scientist Keel and Biochemist Walton are deceased. The plague laboratory is entering self-destruction mode. The source of the plague is erupting. At that moment, not only was the biochemical laboratory collapsing, but the plague toxins from deep within the laboratory were also leaking and exploding. Even Sueo felt a wave of weakness and suffocating discomfort wash over him, let alone Li Qingzhu, whose power level was far inferior to Sueo's. At this time, Li Qingzhu's delicate face flushed crimson, her body trembling uncontrollably, barely able to stand, and could only desperately lean against Sueo. "Brother, I'm so hot. I'm so very hot." Sueo supported Li Qingzhu's back, feeling her body was scaldingly hot. It was evident that she had contracted a severe plague virus. Her body temperature must have soared above 45 degrees. Though she was a class changer, her physical constitution was significantly stronger than that of ordinary people, yet even her internal organs could not withstand prolonged exposure to such high temperatures. If the fever could not subside in a short time, the consequences would range from severe permanent aftereffects to potential death. "Does your police station have an antidote for the plague virus?" Sueo, holding the now limp Li Qingzhu, hurriedly inquired. Li Qingzhu's breath was exceedingly weak, her voice barely a whisper. "No? The plague virus in this laboratory must be a newly developed strain. Previous treatments are unlikely to be effective. The last plague virus was only harmful to ordinary people, and this time, even I can't endure it." Li Qingzhu felt her life slipping away, a bitter smile gracing her lips. She could clearly sense her existence dwindling away. Memories from her past flashed through her mind like a rapid slideshow. You should leave. The virus is spreading rapidly here, and the entire laboratory is about to collapse. If you don't leave now, you will be buried in this wreckage with me. Xiangliu, her vitality waning, was on the brink of death, observing the despair and pain etched on her face. Su Ao gently patted her back and reassured her, "You will not die. I promise." Rising to his feet, Su Ao carefully lifted the feverish Xiangliu onto the back of one of the four summoned creatures, the Thunder Battle Tiger, declaring, "Thunder Battle Tiger, take her away from here. The rest of you, follow me into the virus cultivation room to find the antidote." Xiangliu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you crazy? The toxins in the virus cultivation room are 1,000 times more potent than here." Su Ao flared his crimson wings and soared toward the depths of the virus laboratory. Not looking back as he replied, "A 1-star citizen rank is far too low. I aspire to attain at least a 2-star citizen status." Meanwhile, as Xiangliu lay on the Thunder Battle Tiger's back, her life force flickering, she gazed at Su Ao's retreating figure toward the virus laboratory, her heart aching. Chapter 89. Just give me a little more time, and I will ensure your nation's downfall. Su Ao dashed toward the depths of the laboratory, followed closely by a throng of summoned creatures and serpent allies. However, the deeper they ventured into the experimental area, the denser the toxic gas became. Gradually, Su Ao also began to feel exceedingly unwell. Even the KN95 mask was of little help in this toxic environment, covering his mouth and nose. He heard a loud crash as he kicked open the door to the innermost virus cultivation room. A nauseating scent of chemical toxins assaulted his senses. Even as a 5th-tier class changer, Su Ao found himself overwhelmed by the intense stench of the chemical toxins, causing excruciating pain in every cell of his body. His strength waned rapidly. Looking around, he saw an array of colorful potions and the lifeless bodies of newborn infants. The corpses of those infants were discarded like refuse, filling the trash bins. Some bore expressions of sheer terror in their final moments. This scene was all too familiar. Though Su Ao had witnessed such bloody and brutal sights in the underground dueling arena before, this time, he felt his blood pressure surge uncontrollably. Had these infants been given a choice, they surely would have preferred not to enter this world. Struggling to maintain his weakening form, Su Ao hastily collected every vial and container of potions from the table into his storage ring. As he reached his physical limit, hallucinations began to cloud his vision. Meanwhile, the laboratory was collapsing in earnest. Rocks fell from above, accompanied by deafening explosions. "Crimson Pool," Su Ao shouted, his body abruptly transforming into a pool of blood. Surging toward the exit of the laboratory, the blood pool state could only last for 10 seconds. Su Ao summoned all his strength to sprint forward. Massive debris crashed down upon him, but fortunately, the blood pool state rendered him immune to damage. Nevertheless, Su Ao did not dare to be careless. Racing forward at full speed, he burst out of the laboratory, out of the door, and through the underground pipeline. It was only when he expended the last ounce of his energy, leaping from the deep well, that he saw all the citizens being organized for an orderly evacuation. Standing beside him was Officer Chun. Su Ao let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. "Uncle Chun, all the potions from the laboratory are in this ring." He exhausted the last ounce of his strength to hand the storage ring to Officer Chun. Subsequently, his mind spun, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Uncertain of how long he had been in a stupor, Su Ao finally regained consciousness. The familiar voice of Officer Chen resonated in his ears. "Su Ao, you have finally awakened." As Su Ao slowly opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. Not only was Officer Chen present, but even Principal Lee had come. The two towering figures stood side by side at his bedside, eliciting a warm sensation within Su Ao. A smile graced Principal Lee's face as he gave Su Ao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Young man, you truly are my brother's offspring. You possess remarkable responsibility. Our scientists in the Dragon Country have successfully identified the antidote to the plague using the potion you brought back, and they have commenced mass production. This strain of the plague virus is exponentially more virulent and lethal than the last, with its transmission and toxicity being thousands of times greater. However, due to your timely provision of the antidote sample, this wave of the plague was swiftly contained, resulting in fewer than 80 casualties among the citizens. This is nothing short of a miraculous achievement. To put it into perspective, the previous weaker plague caused over 3 million direct deaths and left more than 8 million suffering from severe illnesses. All of this is credit to you." A genuine smile of joy blossomed on Su Ao's face as he remarked, "Surely, I must be awarded at least a 2-star citizenship for this." "Absolutely," Officer Chen replied, retrieving a pure gold-plated badge from his pocket. The badge bore 2 golden stars, symbolizing the honor of a 2-star citizen. As Su Ao accepted the badge, He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Suddenly, an unsettling realization struck him, prompting him to instinctively ask, "Where is Sister Xiangliu? Why hasn't she come?" Given that the antidote for this plague virus has been developed, Li Xiangliu should have already been revived. Since Officer Chun is here to see me, there is no reason for Li Xiangliu not to be present. Both Officer Chun and Principal Li fell silent, with Officer Chun emitting a heavy sigh. A sense of foreboding enveloped Su Ao as he grasped Principal Li's arm, urgently inquiring, "Principal, please tell me, what has happened to Sister Xiangliu?" Officer Chin gently placed a hand on Su Ao's shoulder and said, after Li Xiangliu was brought back, she was immediately admitted to the ICU for critical care. She fought for an entire night before finally regaining consciousness. However, her internal organs had been ravaged by the virus, and her lungs were in tatters. She was aware that her time was limited, and in her final moments, she mustered the strength to write you a letter, which she entrusted to me for delivery. Not long after, she lost consciousness, her heartbeat ceased, and she never awakened again. Officer Chun produced a paper envelope from his pocket and handed it to Su Ao. A shiver coursed through Su Ao's body as he opened the envelope and began to read. "Brother, thank you for risking your life to save me. I am deeply moved. But it seems I won't have the chance to repay you personally, as I must journey to a faraway place. I have always been alone, never experienced love, and have never met my parents. I grew up scavenging through garbage until I unexpectedly awakened my abilities at 18, which changed my life. You see, the glamorous exterior I present is merely a facade to hide the pain of being looked down upon and mocked during my childhood. In truth, I am quite impoverished. The only valuable possession I have left is the apartment in the city center, which I bequeath to you, so please accept it without disdain. The watch I bought you is actually on an installment plan. However, I repaid it when I received my salary the other day." At that moment, Su Ao discovered a property transfer document tucked within the envelope. A wave of emotion washed over him, his nose tingling and his eyes stinging as if filled with sand. He had always assumed that Li Xiangliu came from a well-to-do family. Little did he know that she had been striving for a life of dignity with all her might. The golden-hued timekeeper she had given him was something she could only afford through installment payments. He had merely shared a ray of sunshine with her. Yet she had bestowed upon him the entirety of the sun. She could have lived a wonderful life. But it had been cut short by the plague manufactured by the Eagle Sauce Nation. With a stoic expression, Su Ao quietly vowed, "Eagle Sauce Nation, grant me a little more time, and I shall ensure your downfall." Chapter 90. Becoming a hot commodity. Su Ao, the object of competition. Principal Li, Officer Chun. "I am physically well. I would like some time alone," Su Ao stated, lifting his gaze. Principal Li and Officer Chun exchanged a glance, and a look of concern crossed Officer Chen's face as he remarked, "Very well. If you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me or Old Li immediately. Remember, do not succumb to anger. It will cloud your judgment. To achieve your goals, one must learn to let go and take hold. While the Eagle Sauce Nation is indeed despicable, your primary concern should be your own safety. Your sister Xiangliu, in spirit, would not wish for you to risk your life again on her behalf." Su Ao remained silent. Officer Chun let out a soft sigh, and he and Principal Li turned to leave the hospital room. However, before they could go far, Officer Chun halted, glancing back at Principal Li with a worried expression, saying, "I fear that the boy did not heed my words at all. Alas, I truly worry he may do something foolish." Principal Li patted Officer Chin's shoulder and replied, "Even if you are concerned for him, what can be done? Should we assign someone to follow him around 24/7 for protection? Do you truly believe that none in our police department could match him in a fight?" Officer Chin was taken aback. "Old Li, are you joking? Our department has 2 deputy chiefs who are peak 8 transmutation experts. This boy has barely awakened for a week. How could he possibly contend with 8 transmutation peak experts?" Principal Li chuckled lightly, saying, "Li Xiangliu charged into the biochemical laboratory alongside Su Ao. However, she was merely on the periphery when she was infected by the virus and perished. Su Ao, in a bid to save her, dashed into the most contaminated virus culture chamber to retrieve the antidote. Yet, he returned unscathed. Do you not find that peculiar?" Officer Chun furrowed his brow. Li Xiangliu possessed strength at the 3rd transmutation level. If that is the case, Su Ao's strength must exceed hers significantly, potentially surpassing even the 5th transmutation. My heavens! A student who has barely awakened for a week achieving 5th transmutation strength? Remarkable indeed. A hint of surprise colored Officer Chen's face as he continued. To reach 5th transmutation within a week, regardless of the means employed, he undeniably belongs to the ranks of prodigies. No wonder you place such faith in him. Even believing he could contend for a top 10 spot among those monsters preparing for the 8-city joint examination for 3 years. I recognize Su Ao as a genius. However, to suggest that no one in our police department could defeat him is mere folly. Principal Li burst into laughter. "Old Chun, If you lack even this basic discernment, you might as well relinquish your position as the chief of police to me. Let me ask you, given the nature of the Eagle Nation, do you truly believe they would quietly construct a virus research laboratory beneath the coastal vegetable market? Do you think they would not station formidable superiors to guard it? Do you imagine that Su Ao could effortlessly infiltrate and seize the antidote for Li Qingzhu, while those super guardians merely stand idly by? Officer Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, for this young man to successfully retrieve the antidote, he must have eliminated all the super guardians stationed at the laboratory. The super guardians of the Eagle Nation station here are likely no less than 7th tier, and it is entirely possible that 8th tier beings could also be present. My heavens! Regardless of the means he employed, for him to have snatched the antidote from an 8th tier guardian and return unscathed signifies that he must possess astonishing hidden cards. However, this is to be expected, as his parents are no ordinary individuals. It is entirely reasonable for them to have equipped him with some means of self-preservation. Principal Li shot Officer Chen a glance, raising his voice. Reasonable, my foot. Do you remember that white tiger which dragged Li Qingzhu back? That was the Thunder War Tiger. Even an ordinary 8th tier warrior may not stand a chance against the Thunder War Tiger. Officer Chen was instantly taken aback. He dispatched an 8th tier white tiger to retrieve Li Qingzhu, with their strongest combat forces sent out by Su Ao. What does he have left to ensure his survival in the laboratory? Principal Li rolled his eyes at him and replied, that 8th tier white tiger is not even his contracted beast. I have seen his contracted battle pet. Although it is still in its juvenile stage, it harbors an unfathomably potent ancient bloodline. I can at least assert that since Su Ao sent the white tiger to escort Li Qingzhu back, his contracted beast's power must surpass even that of the Thunder War Tiger. Old Shun, tell me now, do you think your deputy chiefs at the police station, all at the 8th tier, can defeat Su Ao? At this very moment, having listened to Principal Li's meticulously logical analysis of Su Ao's capabilities, Officer Chen found himself utterly speechless. The disbelief etched upon his square face, adorned with a scruffy beard, was palpable. Even within, a tempest of shock surged, leaving him in turmoil for an extended period. Principal Li, however, looked up with a smile and waved his sleeves as he departed. In this era, as myriad factions unite to suppress humanity, even the Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Stick Nation have defected and surrendered to foreign powers. Yet, the Dragon Nation possesses its own backbone. We, the citizens of the Dragon Nation, would rather stand and face death than kneel to survive. Currently, we are amidst the most arduous times for the Dragon Nation, as well as for all of humanity. With a prodigious talent like Su Ao, who emerges once in a millennium, it is a blessing for our nation, for our people, and for all of humanity. I shall report this matter to the military department, and the leaders there will undoubtedly be thrilled. They will surely provide unwavering support to Su Ao, facilitating his rapid development. Before long, Su Ao will undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in the Dragon Nation's resurgence from adversity. Officer Chun grew somewhat anxious. Oldly, just because you have retired from the military, does not mean you should show favoritism. Our political sphere in the Dragon Nation is equally in dire need of a singularly exceptional talent. The high-ranking officials convened a national assembly the day before yesterday and declared that any extraordinary talents must be admitted, even if it means breaking all rules, to be directly elevated to core positions in the political realm. Oldly, don't you love drinking Maotai? If you keep Su Ao in the political sphere, I'll cover all your Maotai expenses for the next 30 years. Principal Li spat. Bah. Who owes you that measly Maotai? Even if I abstain from Maotai for 30 years, Su Ao must remain in our military to be nurtured. Officer Chun, seeing that Principal Li was impervious to reason, promptly took out his phone and dialed. I am calling right now to report this to the political leaders. Principal Li immediately countered. I shall call the military leaders right now. Do not forget that Su Ao's parents hail from the military. I am not afraid of fair competition. At this moment, Officer Chun had already connected the call. Hello, esteemed leader. I have urgent matters to report to you. Chapter 91. Eagle Nation, it is time for you to settle this account. Meanwhile, Su Ao sat alone on the hospital bed. He glanced at his phone and realized he had slept for nearly 16 hours. It was now the following morning, with only 9 days remaining until the joint examination in 8th City. However, this was not the most pressing matter. Sister Qingzhu, you have no parents or friends. Allow me, your brother, to see you off for the last time. Su Ao murmured softly. He rose from the bed and left the hospital, making his way to the funeral home. Although the epidemic virus had been timely contained, nearly 80 lives had still been lost. The funeral home was particularly bustling today, with many clad in mourning attire, their sorrowful melodies resonating throughout the space. There were elderly parents mourning their deceased children, and wives embracing their infants who had yet to see a month, tears streaming down their faces as they bid farewell to their husbands. There was even a family of 6, with 5 members lost, and a stooped old woman weeping inconsolably. Yet, among them, only Xiangliu stood the most alone. Having been an orphan since childhood, no one mourned for her after death. Su Ao entered the funeral home and addressed the person in charge. I will take care of Xiangliu's funeral, and everything should be conducted with the highest standards. Being an orphan, she lived a life of hardship. Her greatest dream was to have a dignified departure, free from the scorn and ridicule of others. Having endured such turmoil in life, I wish for her to leave this world gracefully. Here is 10 million in cash, designated for arranging Xiangliu's funeral. The person in charge was momentarily taken aback upon receiving Su Ao's transfer. He had never expected that this youthful-looking boy would be so lavish. The fact that he could present such a sum specifically for funeral arrangements indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. A slight misstep could cost him his position. The person in charge hastily assured him, "Rest assured, we will ensure that Miss Li's funeral is conducted splendidly." After completing the arrangements at the funeral home and selecting a burial site for Xiangliu, Su Ao departed. Subsequently, his expression turned cold. "Eagle Nation, it is time for you to settle this account." He dialed Xiangliu's number. On the other end, Xiangliu's voice was both respectful and alluring. "Master, the people from Eagle Nation have arrived at Snake King Island. They have become aware of someone attempting to sabotage the union between Eagle Nation and the Soul Clan. To prevent unforeseen incidents in the future, Eagle Nation insists on my engagement with the youngest son of the Morgan family today. Therefore, the youngest son of the Morgan family has also come to Snake King Island. It is rumored that the recent 2 outbreaks of plague in the Dragon Nation are closely linked to the Morgan family. The Eagle Nation's bioweapon sector has long been under the covert control of the Morgan family." Su Ao's voice turned icy. "Excellent. Today, on the day of Sister Xiangliu's memorial, it shall also be their day of reckoning. Then let their lives serve as a tribute to the spirit of Sister Xiangliu." Su Ao hung up the phone. Suddenly, he summoned the 6 wings of dark thunder. Enormous black wings unfurled from Su Ao's back. With a powerful flap, he soared into the sky, hastening towards the direction of Snake King Island. He traversed city after city, crossing vast and boundless seas. Approximately 2 hours later, Su Ao arrived back at Snake King Island. As soon as he touched down, he sensed that he was being watched. The soil beneath his feet began to writhe, teeming with numerous snakes poised to strike. Su Ao directed his gaze towards the area where the soil was trembling most violently and unleashed a dragon might 7-star arrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrows, imbued with overwhelming dragon power, shot forth with a vengeance. They struck furiously upon the writhing ground. In a thunderous explosion, the once trembling soil was transformed into a massive crater. A group of silver ring electric snakes was obliterated, their remains scattered, releasing the tantalizing aroma of charred snake flesh. You have slain an 8th order silver ring electric snake, earning 4,000 experience points. Due to defeating an enemy of higher rank, you receive a 50 bonus experience, totaling 6,000 experience points. You have slain an 8th order silver ring electric snake, earning 4,000 experience points. Due to defeating an enemy of higher rank, you receive a 50 bonus experience, totaling 6,000 experience points. You have slain an 8th order silver ring electric snake, earning 4,000 experience points. Due to defeating an enemy of higher rank, you receive a 50 bonus experience, totaling 6,000 experience points. The 8th order designation indicated that the silver ring electric snakes possessed combat prowess not inferior to that of an 8th transition powerhouse. Yet, they were unable to withstand the damage from a single skill of Su Ao. The dragon might 7-star arrow, consisting of 7 arrows, effectively claimed the lives of 7 silver ring electric snakes. This allowed Su Ao and the 7 crying blood snakes to amass a total of 42,000 experience points. This substantial gain propelled Su Ao to ascend 3 levels, successfully breaking through to level 112. The 7 crying blood snakes also surged forward, advancing 4 levels to reach level 117. At this moment, the remaining silver ring electric snakes did not retaliate in anger at the loss of their kin. Instead, they opted to flee. They scattered in a frantic exodus. But how could Su Ao grant them such an opportunity? He activated the Beast Tide skill in an instant. A powerful serpent-like pressure surged forth. "Obey me, or perish." Su Ao's voice resonated like that of a supreme deity, instilling terror in every silver ring electric snake contemplating escape. The serpents quivered, paralyzed by fear, and dared not retreat a single step. All the silver ring electric snakes prostrated themselves upon the ground, bowing their heads before Su Ao. "Congratulations. Your pet, the 7 crying blood snakes, has successfully subdued a silver ring electric snake, bringing the current count of snake minions to 2,001 out of 5,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 7 crying blood snakes, has successfully subdued a silver ring electric snake, bringing the current count of snake minions to 2,002 out of 5,000. Congratulations! Your pet, the 7 crying blood snakes, has successfully subdued a silver ring electric snake, bringing the current count of snake minions to 3,000 out of 5,000. A total of 1,000 silver ring electric snakes had been added to Su Ao's command. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Su Ao's mind. Due to the 7 crying blood snakes subduing 1,000 silver ring electric snakes, they have successfully gained 2,000 random attribute points. Ding! The 7 crying blood snakes have gained 640 intelligence points. Ding! The 7 crying blood snakes have gained 580 constitution points. Ding! The 7 crying blood snakes have gained 426 agility points. Ding! The 7 crying blood snakes have gained 350 strength points. Ding! The 7 crying blood snakes have gained 4 points of mental resistance. In that moment, the attribute values of the 7 crying blood snakes surged dramatically. Moreover, the additional 4 points of mental resistance were particularly advantageous, significantly reducing the damage from mental attacks and enhancing resistance against mental control skills. This enhancement perfectly countered the Soul Clan's penchant for mental assaults. Yet, before Su Ao could revel in his triumph, an overwhelming, excruciating pain suddenly erupted in his brain, as if it were about to explode. Ding! A Soul Clan mentalist is attempting to exert mental control over you. Your high mental resistance has spared you from disaster. Would you like to retaliate with a mental attack against your enemy? Chapter 92. Blood flames consumed the entire Snake King Island. Under attack. A cold glint flickered across Su Ao's face. He swiftly turned to discover a bald woman clad in purple robes, her murderous intent directed at him. East Asian sick man. This is not a place for you. Kneel. Submit to my mental control. It was evident that this bald woman was a member of the Soul Clan, and one with formidable mental control abilities. Her status within the Soul Clan was undoubtedly high. Su Ao narrowed his eyes slightly. East Asian sick man? Is this a name that you half-human, half-ghost creatures can utter? Kneel before me and proclaim yourself a descendant of the dragon. A glint of coldness flickered in Su Ao's gaze. The mental control skill was unleashed. A ghostly green mental force erupted from Su Ao's eyes, transforming into an extremely sharp cold light aimed directly at the bald woman's mind. The bald woman's face suddenly contorted in horror. You brat. How do you possess our Soul Clan's spiritual secret technique? I shall grant you but one chance to confess. Otherwise, you shall endure the most brutal mental torture our clan has to offer. The bald woman radiated an imposing aura, her skin shimmering with a golden mental energy, akin to the ancient martial arts Golden Bell Shield. However, unlike the Golden Bell Shield, this technique only defended against mental attacks. Su Ao's mental control power collided against the bald woman, but was utterly neutralized by the golden shield surrounding her. A malicious smile spread across the bald woman's face. Brat. We of the Soul Clan are masters of mental control. You think you can play this game with me? How foolish. In the face of her merciless taunts, Su Ao maintained a faint smile, entirely unfazed. The recent mental attack had merely been a diversion to capture the bald woman's attention. At this moment, thousands of venomous snakes had inexplicably appeared behind her. The bald woman felt a chilling sensation at her back. Turning around, she was horrified to find countless snakes surging towards her. Her complexion paled as she hastily attempted to evade the onslaught of serpents. While it was common to see venomous snakes on Snake King Island, the sheer volume of snakes charging at her was enough to instill fear in anyone. Trying to escape? Su Ao would not grant her such a luxury. A cold smile crept across his lips as he activated the dragon's breakthrough slash, transforming into a crimson golden dragon spirit. He charged fiercely towards the bald woman. The speed was so unfathomable that the bald woman had no time to react before she was sent flying by Su Ao's strike. This fleeting moment of control was sufficient for countless venomous serpents to surge forth, mercilessly tearing at the bald woman with frenzied bites. The scorching damage from the flame serpent, the electric shock from the silver ring electric serpent, along with the toxic assault from the deep sea viper and the cobra, all converged upon the bald woman. The agony inflicted by the multitude of serpents caused her to emit a blood-curdling scream. A cry so piercing it could very well attract the attention of other members of the Soul Clan. A swift resolution was imperative. Su Ao abruptly unleashed the bloodthirsty demon slash. His attack was infused with an unparalleled aura of bloodshed, striking mercilessly at the bald woman. Boom! The formidable blood-red sword energy abruptly cleaved her body in two. With a face etched in disbelief and horror, the bald woman met her demise. You have slain a Soul Clan Psychic Master, gaining 20,000 experience points. As a reward for a level-up kill, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 40,000 experience points. The death of the bald woman bestowed Su Ao and the seven-headed weeping serpent with 40,000 experience points, propelling Su Ao to a breakthrough level of 115, while the seven-headed weeping serpent ascended to level 121. Subsequently, Su Ao's gaze fell upon the corpse of the bald woman. Fixated on her enchanting purple eyes, he felt a surge of desire. Such exquisite eyes must not go to waste. They would be perfect for synthesizing with the seven-headed weeping serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao approached the corpse and extracted her eyes. Purple eyes of the Soul Clan Psychic Master. Epic level material. These eyes possess incredible magical properties and are exceptional for psychic crafting. Epic level ocular materials, truly flawless. A satisfied smile graced Su Ao's face as he prepared to retrieve the super pet synthesizer for the synthesis. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly potent Soul Clan presence, akin to a tidal wave, bearing down upon him. A sensation of being scrutinized washed over him, as if at least hundreds of Soul Clan warriors had locked onto him. Indeed, Su Ao heard hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. Yet, engaging so many Soul Clan warriors head-on was unnecessary. Stealth was the optimal choice. He smirked coldly and activated the time-space blink, instantly teleporting to an unnoticed location. He decisively summoned the power of the blood-red jade pendant, disguising himself as the Soul Clan warrior, Limer. With a whisper, blood flame annihilation. Su Ao summoned crimson flames that erupted from his center, engulfing the surroundings with a terrifying aura of bloodlust. The flames, reminiscent of a wildfire, rapidly spread in all directions, enveloping the approaching Soul Clan warriors. Damn it! How dare you infiltrate Snake King Island and slay our MO duo? Where has that brat gone? He was just here. Curse that kid. If we catch him, we will tear him limb from limb. The fire is spreading. If this blaze continues, the entire Snake King Island will be reduced to ashes. I'm going to burn alive. Extinguish the flames. The inferno blazed uncontrollably, showcasing the terrifying power of fire within the forest, a blood flame 1,000 times more ferocious than ordinary flames. In an instant, countless Soul Clan warriors fell into utter chaos. Those of lower rank could not withstand the searing heat, their bodies consumed before they could even extinguish the flames. Countless members of the Soul Clan perished amidst the fiery inferno. It was at this moment that Su Ao truly grasped the meaning of skyrocketing experience. You have slain the Soul Clan squad leader, Mu Sun, gaining 4,000 experience points. As a reward for a level-up kill, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 6,000 experience points. You have slain the Soul Clan Tin-Man captain, More, gaining 4,500 experience points. As a reward for a level-up kill, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 6,750 experience points. You have slain the Soul Clan 100-Man captain, Lei Xiongxi, gaining 5,000 experience points. As a reward for a level-up kill, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 7,500 experience points. Chapter 93, Pet Evolution. The 8th head acquired. At this moment, countless Soul Clan members were consumed by the sea of flames, and Su Ao's experience points soared rapidly. Level 116, Level 117, Level 120. He ascended 5 levels in total. Su Ao finally reached level 120, and his experience growth ceased. The seven-headed weeping serpent even advanced 7 levels, reaching level 128. However, a single strike of blood flame annihilation was insufficient to eliminate all Soul Clan members. The true Soul Clan warriors survived the onslaught. Yet, at this moment, the blood flame sea raged uncontrollably, scorching the entire great forest and threatening to incinerate Snake King Island entirely. Under the searing heat of the blood flame, the ground temperature of Snake King Island rose dramatically. Countless serpents emerged from their lairs, frantically fleeing. Su Ao seized the opportunity to eliminate weaker serpents while recruiting those with stronger bloodlines. Congratulations! Your pet, the seven-headed weeping serpent, has successfully tamed a Gale Tiger serpent. Current number of serpent subordinates, 3,001 out of 5,000. Congratulations! Your pet, the seven-headed weeping serpent, has successfully tamed a Black Mamba Eye serpent. Current number of serpent subordinates, 3,002 out of 5,000. Congratulations! Your pet, the seven-headed weeping serpent, has successfully tamed a Death Viper. Current number of serpent subordinates, 5,000 out of 5,000. Various extraordinary venomous serpents, all of whom were of a rank above 7 turns, were entirely subdued by Su Ao. He had nearly captured every formidable serpent on Snake King Island. The 2,000 serpent subordinates were instantly filled. Su Ao's command over the Serpent Horde had now reached a staggering 5,000. Simultaneously, a familiar system notification echoed in Su Ao's mind. Due to the seven-headed weeping serpent taming 2,000 serpent subordinates, it has successfully gained 4,000 random attribute points. Ding. The seven-headed weeping serpent has gained 1,260 intelligence points. Ding. The seven-headed weeping serpent has gained 1,080 constitution points. Ding. The seven-headed weeping serpent has gained 886 agility points. Ding. The seven-headed weeping serpent has gained 770 strength points. Ding. The seven-headed weeping serpent has gained 4 luck points. The attributes of the seven-headed weeping serpent surged once more, and it gained an additional 4 luck points, elevating Su Ao's luck to an impressive 7 points. With a staggering luck value of 7 points, Su Ao brimmed with confidence for events involving chance, whether it be opening treasure chests or synthesizing pets. At that moment, however, the entirety of Snake King Island began to tremble. Su Ao focused his gaze and was astonished to see a colossal serpent, akin to a titan of the skies, emerging from the ground, its crimson eyes fixated upon him. This giant snake bore a striking resemblance to a green anaconda, yet it dwarfed the latter by countless magnitudes. Could it be the fabled king of anacondas? You dare disturb my slumber, whelp? Then you shall be devoured. Before Su Ao could react, the king of anacondas opened its cavernous maw, lunging toward him with ferocity. Unfazed, Su Ao raised his hand and retaliated with a dragon's might 7-star arrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrows, imbued with terrifying dragon power, surged like a tempest toward the serpent's neck. The king of anacondas howled in agony, instantly consumed by rage. Vine Serpent Binding Technique. A faint azure aura of wood magic erupted from the king, and suddenly, thorny vines burst forth from the forest, ensnaring Su Ao. A dense mass of vines nearly sealed off all avenues of escape for him. As the vines constricted, they bound Su Ao firmly in place. He could distinctly feel his health and mana being siphoned away by the relentless vines. Yet, Su Ao would not acquiesce to becoming mere sustenance for them. He swiftly activated his life-saving skill, Blood Red Pool, transforming into a pool of crimson liquid that slipped through the gaps of the vines. He then unleashed a dragon's might breakthrough slash, crashing into the king of anacondas. Boom. The overwhelming power of the dragon struck the serpent, causing it to bleed profusely and emit a furious roar. I will end you. Su Ao sneered. I dare say you lack the opportunity. Seizing the moment while the king was momentarily stunned, Su Ao dashed to its most vulnerable point, targeting its 7-inch mark, and unleashed the soul-devouring sealing slash. The sheer force of blood energy slashed mercilessly at the king of anacondas. Boom, 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 boom. In that instant, a massive gash was torn into the king's body, crimson blood gushing forth in a gruesomely beautiful spectacle. The king thrashed its powerful tail in a fit of rage, striking down at Su Ao. Yet, Su Ao stood firm atop the serpent's head, a playful smile gracing his face. It is time for this to end, king of anacondas. Return to your eternal slumber. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the toxic eruption skill activated. Boom. A violent explosion of poison erupted within the king, each of Su Ao's strikes layering the serpent with an additional level of toxicity. That last series of attacks had bestowed upon it a staggering 33 layers of venom. The sheer volume of toxins wreaked havoc upon its insides, obliterating its vital organs. In an instant, the king of anacondas exploded into countless pieces, its life extinguished. You have slain the king of anacondas, earning 25,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating a higher-level foe, you gain an additional 100 experience, totaling 50,000 experience points. The demise of countless ordinary venomous snakes in the ensuing chaos, combined with the bountiful experience from slaying the king, propelled Su Ao to an astonishing level 128. The seven-headed weeping serpent ascended to an impressive level 139. The massive head of the king of anacondas was hurled high into the air by the explosive toxins. Su Ao's eyes gleamed with fervor as he swiftly soared to grasp the head firmly, recognizing it as exquisite material for synthesis. The eighth head for the seven-headed weeping serpent was within reach. Chapter 94. Pet Synthesis Evolution. Experience True Terror. Just as Su Ao prepared to activate the Super Pet Synthesizer for pet synthesis, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. Welp, do you think you can leave after causing such turmoil on Snake King Island? An overwhelming force surged towards Su Ao, turning to face the source. He found himself confronting the governor of the Soul Clan. You wasted my necklace skill last time. Now, I shall teach you a lesson. Su Ao regarded the governor coldly. The governor chuckled darkly. Have you gained confidence, little one? I can grant you the chance to face me one-on-one, but your foolish bravado shall only lead to your demise. Come, let me see how much you've progressed in just a day. In response to the governor's mockery and provocation, Su Ao merely smiled faintly. Who said I wish to engage you in a duel? Thunder summon, fire summon, darkness summon, poison summon. All of you intercept him. With a sweeping gesture, the giant venomous python, blazing spirit sparrow, thunder battle tiger, and dark soul turtle were summoned forth, their colossal forms standing defiantly before the governor. At that moment, Su Ao chose not to confront the governor head-on, but instead made a hasty retreat. His motivations were twofold. First, to allow the summoned beasts to gauge the governor's prowess. Second, to expedite the transformative evolution of the seven-headed weeping serpent. He realized that with each additional head, the serpent's power underwent a seismic transformation. Thus, it was imperative to facilitate its synthesis evolution post-haste. As for the Soul Clan governor, he could wait for his lesson. With that resolve, Su Ao swiftly took flight. Employing the temporal triple flash, in a series of 3 instantaneous moves, he vanished without a trace, leaving the governor in stunned disbelief. Finding refuge in an exceedingly concealed cave, Su Ao allowed himself a moment of relief as he sensed no one was pursuing him. Without a hint of hesitation, he retrieved the Super Pet synthesizer and immediately selected to initiate synthesis, extracting the Soul Clan Psychic Master's purple eyes and the head of the King of Anacondas. Ding. Confirmed. 7-headed weeping serpent as the base pet. Please select synthesis materials. Soul Clan Psychic Master's purple eyes. Head of the King of Anacondas. Su Ao decisively selected these components. Synthesis formula. Pseudo King level 7-headed weeping serpent. Growth phase. Epic Soul Clan Psychic Master's purple eyes. Epic head of the King of Anacondas. This synthesis requires the expenditure of 384,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Accumulating 384,000 wealth points necessitates earning 38.4 million in wealth. This synthesis fee is indeed exorbitant. However, Su Ao can still afford it. Proceed with the synthesis at once. A flicker of fervor ignited in Su Ao's eyes. In the next moment, the Super Pet synthesizer began to whirl with remarkable speed. Under the force of the synthesizer, the colossal head of the Forest Python King was subjected to extreme compression. In the blink of an eye, a serpent's head the size of a truck was reduced to the dimensions of a table tennis paddle. Ultimately, this compacted head, encapsulating the very essence of the Forest Python King's might, surged swiftly into the body of the 7-headed blood-weeping serpent. It transformed into the serpent's 8th head. Yet, the evolution of the 7-headed blood-weeping serpent was far from complete. The purple eyes of the Soul Clan's mentalist shimmered, transforming into 8 dazzling beams of violet light, which rapidly infused into each of the serpent's vertical pupils. This bestowed upon the serpent a fearsome purple glow that instilled dread in all who dared to gaze upon it. At that moment, a voice from the system abruptly resonated in Su Ao's mind. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into King-level intermediate 8-headed purple crystal serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the 8-headed purple crystal serpent's evolution. Ding. Due to the additional fusion of the epic material, the Soul Clan Mentalist's purple eyes, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 4 options, from which you may select 3. Option 1. Epic upgrade the skill Dragon Might 7-star arrow to 8 extremes purple soul spear. After the upgrade, it can unleash 8 thunderous spears imbued with formidable soul power, with each strike inflicting an additional 120 damage. Option 2. Epic upgrade the skill Tyrant Dragon Slash to Tyrant Dragon Extreme Slash. The number of charges against the enemy increases from 2 to 3, with each charge's damage boosted by an additional 80, and the charge distance enhanced by an extra 80 meters. Option 3. Epic acquire the skill Magnification. The 8-headed purple crystal serpent's size expands tenfold, and its health also increases tenfold, but at the cost of losing its magical attack capability, relying solely on physical attacks. Option 4. Mutated skill Master the new skill Healing Holy Light. Designate a target for healing, restoring a substantial amount of health. This can also be used against ghosts or enemies from the Soul Clan, inflicting triple healing damage upon enemies, while also causing a stunning effect lasting up to 3 seconds. Gazing at the selection of evolution skills, Su Ao fell into contemplation. For the first reward, upgrade the skill Dragon Might 7-star arrow to 8 extremes purple soul spear. After the upgrade, it can unleash 8 thunderous spears infused with formidable soul power, with each strike inflicting an additional 120 damage. This is the core skill of the 8-headed purple crystal serpent. It is an unequivocal choice. For the second reward, upgrade the skill Tyrant Dragon Slash to Tyrant Dragon Extreme Slash. An increase in charge frequency, damage, and distance. This skill is also tremendously beneficial. It is certainly a mandatory selection. For the third reward, acquire the skill magnification. The 8-headed purple crystal serpent's size expands tenfold, and its health also increases tenfold, but at the expense of losing its magical attack capability, relying solely on physical attacks. Choosing this skill would undoubtedly transform the 8-headed purple crystal serpent into a mere punching bag, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Presently, Su-Ao possesses only this one pet. If it were to lose its attacking ability, Su-Ao would be left utterly incapacitated. Such a selection, akin to picking sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, must be discarded. For the fourth reward, master the new skill Healing Holy Light. Designate a target for healing, restoring a substantial amount of health. This can also be used against ghosts or enemies from the Soul Clan, inflicting triple healing damage upon enemies, while also causing a stunning effect lasting up to 3 seconds. To unexpectedly acquire a mutated skill, while it is a healing skill, it inflicts even greater damage on ghosts and the Soul Clan. This skill appears to be tailor-made for countering the Soul Clan. Not only can it inflict tremendous damage on the Soul Clan, but it can also induce a 3-second stun. Most terrifyingly, the Temporal 3 Flash allows for the continuous refreshing of this skill's cooldown, effectively enabling it to be unleashed 4 times in succession. Soul Clan Governor. Prepare to experience what true terror entails. Chapter 95. Next, you shall feel what genuine despair is. I choose the first, second, and fourth rewards. Su-Ao declared resolutely. As his voice faded, 3 beams of deep purple light erupted from the Super Pet synthesizer, ultimately surging into the body of the 8-headed purple crystal serpent. Ding! Your pet's skill Dragon Might 7-star arrow has been upgraded to 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear. Ding! Your pet's skill Tyrant Dragon Slash has been upgraded to Tyrant Dragon Extreme Slash. Ding! Your pet has acquired the new skill Healing Holy Light. In that moment, the skill icons of the 8-headed purple crystal serpent began to flash incessantly, signifying the continuous upgrading and enhancement of its skills. Moreover, its 4 attributes surged dramatically. However, the most significant change was in its appearance. The 8-headed purple crystal serpent transformed entirely into a shade of crystal purple, resembling an exquisite masterpiece crafted from the finest amethyst. While it appeared stunning and captivating, it concealed a terrifying combat prowess. Even its length had notably increased after this evolution, extending from the original 7 meters to a full 2 meters. A satisfied smile graced Su-Ao's face as he casually opened the pet attribute panel of the 8-headed purple crystal serpent for inspection. King level intermediate 8-headed purple crystal serpent, growth stage. Level 139. Intelligence 5060. Strength 4688. Constitution 4129. Agility 4351. Luck 7. Charm 2. Mental resistance 4. Skills 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear, Control Eye, Defense Overload, Temporal 3 Flash, Blood Flame Annihilation, Dark Thunder 6 Wings, Berserk Bloodline, Enslavement Eye, Bloodthirsty Sealing Slash, Lethal Toxin, Toxic Eruption, Soul Devour, Tyrant Dragon Extreme Slash, Undying Body, Blood Red Pool, Healing Holy Light. Equipment, Bronze Emerald Crown, Platinum Thunder King S Crown, Platinum Thunder Mage S Necklace, Emerald Sage S Laurel, Diamond Dark Soul Amulet, Diamond Wrath Thunder Dragon S Tail, Starry Malevolent Cloak, Starry 9-Colored Veil King S Crown, Starry Source of Life Beast Armor, King S Dragon Spirit Crown. Number of minions, 720 Fiery Snakes, 1,000 Cobras, 280 Deep Sea Vipers, 1,000 Silver Ring Electric Snakes, 880 Gale Tiger Snakes, 676 Black Mamba Snakes, 444 Death Vipers. Within lies a concealed lineage of the Dragon God, awaiting its awakening. The Poisonous Body of Calamity. Current collection of highly toxic organs. 4, 5. An unparalleled pinnacle of toxicity. Possessing this body will augment poison attribute damage tenfold. Furthermore, one shall acquire the devastating area of effect forbidden spell, the Plague of Calamity. Su-Ao gently caressed the head of the 8-headed amethyst serpent. He could distinctly sense the terrifying strength that the evolved serpent now possessed. It was time to confront the governor of the Soul Clan. A faint smile graced Su-Ao's lips as he decisively rose to his feet. The manifestation of his beast companion commenced. His wings unfurled dramatically behind him, propelling him into the sky. Su-Ao fixed his gaze upon the horizon. The 4 summoned beasts were locked in a fierce struggle with the governor of the Soul Clan. Despite facing 4 adversaries, the governor maintained the upper hand. His potent soul power attacks continuously suppressed the 4 summoned beasts. Su-Ao had roughly gauged the governor's strength, estimating it to be at the 9th turn level. Although the distinction between the ninth and eighth turns was but a hair's breadth, it represented a staggering gap of 80 levels, a disparity as vast as a chasm. Alas, he had encountered the monstrous Su Ao. A broad grin spread across Su Ao's face. What of a ninth turn powerhouse? I shall contend with you, even at the fifth turn. Observing the governor relentlessly assaulting the Dark Soul Turtle, Su Ao, positioned 30 kilometers away, raised his hand and unleashed an 8 Extremes Amethyst Soul Spear. A barrage of colossal spears imbued with rich purple soul energy tore through the endless void, hurtling towards the governor of the Soul Clan. Bang, 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 bang. The governor of the Soul Clan felt an abrupt chill behind him. Before he could react, he was struck by 8 consecutive lightning spears. The horrific electric damage left the governor bloodied and battered. Enraged, the governor turned to discover the source of his ambush. Su Ao, you dare show your face to attack me. This time, I shall ensure your demise. The governor immediately abandoned his assault on the Dark Soul Turtle, charging towards Su Ao with ferocity. His arms transformed into 2 long blades emanating a terrifying inky mist. They surged forward with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, in the face of the governor's onslaught, Su Ao's smile remained undiminished. He raised his hand and cast a healing holy light. It struck the governor directly. The healing holy light, while a formidable healing skill, was also a lethal weapon against the souls and specters. A blaze of radiant white holy fire ignited upon the governor, causing his health to plummet drastically. This is the holy flame of light. How could you possibly wield the power of the light? The governor's face contorted with disbelief. His gaze filled with dread. Yet the searing holy fire only intensified. His flesh, spirit, and soul power were relentlessly devoured. The governor desperately sought to escape the burning embrace of the holy fire. However, he was horrified to find that, though his consciousness remained alert, his body was immobilized by the blazing white flames. Su Ao could not help but smile with satisfaction. This healing holy light was indeed a divine skill against the Soul Clan. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the fierce dragon sky slash, transforming into a rampaging dragon warrior spirit. He charged fiercely at the governor. The 3 seconds of stun from the healing holy light had yet to expire. The governor was sent flying high into the air by Su Ao's powerful strike. Immediately thereafter, the bloodthirsty demon slash was unleashed. A dense aura of blood gathered upon the 6 wings behind Su Ao. Those wings morphed into 6 razor-sharp crimson blades, striking down upon the governor of the Soul Clan with fervor. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless onslaught battered the governor's body. But at that moment, the governor, who had been under Su Ao's relentless assault, suddenly erupted with a formidable surge of battle spirit. His armor shattered, revealing intricate black tattoos that radiated an eerie dark glow. In that instant, the governor's eyes became menacingly sinister, his aura overwhelming the very heavens. His gaze, cold and disdainful, fixed upon Su Ao as he spoke indifferently. You, boy, have managed to push me to this point. That alone is commendable. However, it all ends here. Prepare to experience true despair. Chapter 96, Stardust Level Materials. The Catalyst for Pet Evolution. The governor's eyes glimmered with lethal intent as his bare upper body and fiery red hair flowed with the wind. In the next moment, he wielded his blade like a pen, inscribing a profound black character in the void. This character was written in the language of the Soul Clan. Su Ao had a rudimentary understanding of this script and could discern that it was a seal. Yet, the moment this seal was inscribed, the surrounding space appeared to solidify. Su Ao felt as though he was trudging through molasses, movement becoming exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, all teleportation skills were rendered null. But that was not all. The governor inscribed another character, one for Ghost. Instantly, innumerable vengeful spirits surged forth from another dimension, seemingly famished and ravenous for human flesh. Upon sighting Su Ao, these spirits were instantly drawn to him, converging with eager ferocity. Su Ao raised his hand and launched an 8 Extremes Amethyst Soul Spear. To his astonishment, the 8 lightning soul spears pierced through the vengeful spirits, inflicting no damage whatsoever. With this failure, Su Ao began to analyze the situation with a calm demeanor. If he could not harm the spirits, then the only way to break the deadlock was to endure their onslaught and eliminate the governor. It was a contest of endurance between himself and the governor. Seeing the governor manipulating the spirits to pursue him from a distance, Su Ao resolutely activated the second phase of the fierce dragon sky slash. He transformed once more into a brilliant golden dragon spirit, charging fiercely towards the governor. Bang! The tremendous impact of the fierce dragon sky slash sent the governor hurtling through the air. Yet, the governor, despite absorbing tremendous damage, remained unfazed, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. You don't actually believe you can withstand the hellish hungry ghost's assault and defeat me, do you? Dream on. Hungry ghosts, devour this boy. The governor commanded, and hordes of hellish hungry ghosts lunged at Su Ao with wild abandon. Then prepare to be proven wrong. The blood-red pool activated. A triumphant smile graced Su Ao's face. He suddenly transformed into a pool of blood-red water, rendering the hungry ghost's assault completely ineffective. The blood-red pool not only granted immunity to damage, but also allowed him to unleash blood attribute attacks without hindrance. In an instant, Su Ao morphed from a pool of blood into a figure composed of coagulated blood. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty demon/skill was activated. The 6 blood wings erupted behind him, transforming into blades. With a sudden and ferocious onslaught, Su Ao charged towards the governor of the Soul Clan. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless assault of Su Ao resembled a tempest, fierce and unyielding. The corporeal form of the Soul Clan governor was on the verge of collapse. His countenance reflected sheer terror. He had never anticipated that Su Ao could not only extricate himself from the siege of the hellish spirits, but could also inflict such terrifyingly high damage upon him. If Su Ao were to continue this assault, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. The governor's expression darkened ominously. He could scarcely believe how rapidly Su Ao's strength had burgeoned. Merely a day had passed since he was fleeing for his life, and now he had grown to a level that even the governor could not contend with. This simply could not stand. He must urgently relay this information to the king of the Soul Clan. Otherwise, should this youth fully mature in power, the consequences would be dire. The governor's pupils contracted, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Attempting to escape, Su Ao's gaze turned icy, decisively activating the 3rd segment of the Dragon Soul Extreme Slash. Transforming into a dragon spirit, he crashed violently into the fleeing governor. Bang! The terrifying might of the dragon spirit, imbued with the strength of a colossal dragon, struck the Soul Clan governor, severely wounding him. Blood streamed from his body, and his breath weakened continuously. Kid, if I fall to your hands, consider it my misfortune, but do not think that by defeating me, you can act with impunity. Our Soul Clan is replete with formidable experts, and there are countless superlative masters even stronger than I. A talent like you will surely be snuffed out in the cradle by the great king of the Soul Clan. As the governor felt his physical form nearing destruction, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to tear open a massive rift in the void. Within the rift lay perilous temporal currents. Should one inadvertently fall into those chaotic streams of time and space, the likelihood of survival was less than 10%. In the next moment, the governor's soul abruptly detached from his body, plunging into the temporal chaos, leaving behind only a withered corpse. Witnessing this scene, Su Ao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected the governor to be so audacious, willing to forsake his corporeal form and rely solely on his soul to navigate the treacherous streams of time. Su Ao was certainly unwilling to risk his own life to pursue him. The Soul Clan governor, having lost his physical form, would undoubtedly suffer a drastic decline in power, becoming a mere shade. However, what Su Ao had to guard against was the governor's inevitable attempts to relay his report to the king of the Soul Clan. Henceforth, it was only a matter of time before Soul Clan experts would come to ambush him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He carried with him the negative buff of the Grim Reaper's bounty. Even if the governor did not divulge his information, there would surely be Soul Clan experts and hellish spirits seeking to assassinate him. When faced with soldiers, one must wield weapons. When confronted with floods, one must erect barriers. The most pressing matter at hand was to enhance his own strength. As long as he grew powerful enough, those who came to assassinate him would only serve to provide him with experience. A fierce battle intent ignited in Su Ao's eyes. However, this encounter with the Soul Clan governor was not without its rewards. Although the governor's soul had escaped, he had left behind a corpse. Particularly notable were his eyes. Their quality far surpassed that of ordinary Soul Clan eyes. Su Ao decisively approached the governor's remains and extracted his eyes. A pair of terrifying orbs, radiating a deep, ominous aura, rested in the palm of Su Ao's hand. Eyes of the Soul Clan governor, Stardust-grade material. These eyes have absorbed the karma of countless lost souls, having been sacrificed by innumerable deceased. Should you harness the power of these eyes, you shall attain an extraordinary and unparalleled divine ability. Stardust-grade material. A fervent excitement surged within Su Ao. Legendary-grade materials were already exceedingly rare, but the value of Stardust-grade materials was tenfold that of legendary grade. Chapter 97. Turning the Eagle Sauce Nation and the Soul Clan into bitter enemies. How far could Stardust-grade materials elevate the 8-headed amethyst serpent? A glimmer of anticipation crossed Su Ao's gaze. He promptly retrieved the Super Pet Synthesizer. Ding! Prototype Pet confirmed. 8-headed Amethyst Serpent. Please select Synthesis Material. The Eyes of the Soul Clan Governor. Su Ao resolutely placed the Eyes of the Soul Clan Governor into the synthesizer. Ding! 1 prototype pet and 1 material confirmed. Synthesis Formula. Mid-tier King level 8-headed Amethyst Serpent. Growth stage. Stardust grade Eyes of the Soul Clan Governor. Ding! Due to the prototype pet's rank being too low, direct synthesis with Stardust grade material is not feasible. An additional epic grade material must be included in the synthesis process to proceed. Another epic grade material needed for synthesis? Su Ao's gaze sharpened. Fortunately, epic grade materials were significantly easier to acquire than Stardust grade ones. In this vast Serpent King Island, he was certain that he could find at least 1 epic grade material. Surely, the Soul Clan Palace must harbor some exquisite epic grade materials. Just then, Su Ao felt the blood-red jade pendant tremble anew. The first tremor granted him the ability to transform into a ghostly spirit. The second bestowed upon him the power to disguise himself as the Soul Clan expert, Rhymer. What could this third tremor offer him? Su Ao promptly took out the blood-red jade pendant and placed it in his palm. The pendant floated from his hand, emanating a mysterious blood-red energy before descending upon the governor's corpse. Subsequently, the blood-red jade pendant began to absorb the flesh and blood of the Soul Clan governor until the entirety of his body was consumed. At that moment, the pendant erupted with an eerie, blood-red radiance. Ding! The blood-red jade pendant has absorbed the body of the Soul Clan governor. You have acquired the ability to disguise yourself as the Soul Clan governor. The blood-red jade pendant is truly remarkable. It can allow me to masquerade as the Soul Clan governor. Su Ao soared through the skies, surveying the chaos among the Soul Clan experts within Serpent King Island. A smirk graced his lips. It appeared that this group of Soul Clan experts remained oblivious to their leader's frantic escape. This was fortuitous. As long as he disguised himself as the Soul Clan governor and employed a clever ruse, he could instigate a significant rift between the Eagle Sauce Nation and the Soul Clan. With this thought, Su Ao's mind was set. He decisively harnessed the power of the blood-red jade pendant, transforming into the guise of the Soul Clan governor. A surge of blood-red light enveloped him. When the crimson glow receded, Su Ao had assumed the form of a robust middle-aged man with a head of fiery red hair. Undoubtedly, this visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the Soul Clan governor. You have transformed into the guise of the Soul Clan governor. During this transformation, you will gain some of the governor's abilities. Please select one of the following 3 enhancements as your buff during the transformation. First, strength 1,000 points, and physical damage increased by an additional 30. Second, intelligence 1,000 points. Your control eye skill grade is enhanced, allowing you to control up to 100 enemies simultaneously. Third, constitution 1,000 points, and your health recovery rate is increased by 1,000. Su Ao's gaze swept over the 3 evolutionary choices, and his expression showed a hint of astonishment. The second option was extraordinarily powerful. His control eye could originally manage only 10 enemies at once, which was already quite taxing. After the enhancement, he could control a staggering 100 enemies simultaneously. I choose the second reward. As Su Ao's voice fell, a bizarre and resplendent crimson light erupted from the blood-red jade pendant, ultimately surging into Su Ao's body. He could distinctly feel his intelligence attribute soaring. Furthermore, the icon of his control eye skill transformed from green to purple, signifying an upgrade. A satisfied smile graced Su Ao's face as he, masquerading as the governor of the Soul Clan, swaggered toward the Soul Clan palace. Upon reaching the entrance, the captain of the guard stationed at the palace gate hurriedly reported the current situation to Su Ao with utmost respect. Governor, the fire on Snake King Island has finally been extinguished. However, our losses are quite severe. Nearly half of the personnel present perished, and the remaining Soul Clan warriors are also gravely injured. Su Ao, displaying impeccable acting skills, darkened his expression and said, "Damn those Eagle Sauce kingdoms. They openly claim to cooperate with us, yet secretly engage in such nefarious acts. They must pay in blood for this transgression." The captain of the Soul Clan Guard was taken aback. "Governor, how could the chaos on Snake King Island possibly be related to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom?" Their envoy came with the utmost sincerity to discuss a marriage alliance. Su Ao's gaze turned cold as he fixated on the captain of the Soul Clan Guard. "Are you questioning me? Let me ask you. Did any members of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom envoy suffer casualties during this fire on Snake King Island?" The captain of the Soul Clan Guard promptly shook his head and replied, "No one from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom was harmed in this fire. They were all gathered in the Soul Clan Palace and did not participate in the rescue efforts." Su Ao's expression hardened further as he inquired, "Is it possible that there are spies from the Dragon Kingdom among us?" The captain of the Soul Clan Guard shook his head again and responded, "That is impossible. The life and death of every Soul Clan member are under the control of the Soul Clan King. Each Soul Clan member is willing to go through fire and water for the Soul Clan King. Su Ao pressed on. Since we, the Soul Clan, would never leak any information, then let me ask you, we have only summoned the Eagle Sauce Kingdom twice recently. The first time, they delayed our cooperation by claiming their warship was sunk. The second time, just as they arrived on Snake King Island, we faced an unprecedented catastrophic fire, with misfortune befalling us every time we attempt cooperation. And since our Soul Clan members would not commit such acts, who do you think is responsible? The captain of the Soul Clan Guard was momentarily stunned, bowing his head as he said, Governor, your reasoning is truly meticulous. I should not have questioned you. In light of this, it can only be the Eagle Sauce Kingdom causing trouble from the shadows. They appear to seek cooperation with us on the surface, but secretly wish to delay our progress, buying time for all of humanity to survive in desperation. A cold smile appeared on Su Ao's face as he commanded, immediately gather all Soul Clan warriors within the palace. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom dares to toy with us. I shall ensure they pay a bloody and excruciating price. The captain of the Soul Clan Guard replied respectfully, As you command, Governor. Subsequently, the captain instructed all Soul Clan Guards to disperse and begin summoning the Soul Clan warriors back to the palace to await the orders of the faux governor of the Soul Clan. Su Ao watched as countless Soul Clan warriors surged toward the Soul Clan palace. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. If the Soul Clan were to annihilate all members of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom envoy, would they not sever ties with the Soul Clan completely? Indeed, it would be best to initiate a live broadcast. Let the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom witness the slaughter of their envoy members by the Soul Clan warriors firsthand. Ideally, this would solidify animosity between the Soul Clan and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Chapter 98. The Soul Clan's Third Princess, Sensual Execution. Soon, Su Ao arrived at the Soul Clan Palace. As he stepped inside, a minister from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's envoy approached with a beaming smile. Governor, how is the situation on Snake King Island at present? Su Ao replied nonchalantly. The situation has stabilized. The fire has been completely extinguished. The envoy minister let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, That is excellent news. It seems the enemy's plot has failed. Su Ao's lips curled into a cold smile. The enemy's plot? I see it as your own clandestine scheme. With your plan thwarted, are you not disappointed? Seize these white-skinned pigs who dare to scheme against our Soul Clan. With a command from Su Ao, the Soul Clan experts surged forward. Upon witnessing the fierce advance of the Soul Clan warriors, the members of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom envoy were struck with horror. The leading minister's face paled as he stammered. Governor, our Eagle Sauce Kingdom is sincerely seeking cooperation with the Soul Clan. We harbor no ulterior motives. Compared to those yellow-skinned monkeys in East Asia, we are far more willing to follow the steps of the Soul Clan King. Su Ao let out a cold laugh, stepping forward to slap the minister into the ceiling. You filthy white-skinned pigs. You are unworthy even to carry the shoes of the Dragon Kingdom people. He turned to Xiangliu and instructed, Third Princess, activate the live broadcast. I want all of humanity to see how we, the Soul Clan, treat traitors. Xiangliu had already sensed that the Soul Clan governor before her was an impersonation of Su Ao, rather than feeling any discontent. She was filled with admiration for Su Ao's enigmatic and formidable abilities. Xiangliu softly complied. Governor, you truly possess the insight to recognize treachery. Subsequently, Xiangliu decisively initiated a live broadcast under her identity as the Soul Clan Princess. The domestic Douyin platform had merged with the international TikTok platform. As they were developed by the same company, following the merger, traffic had surged. It had now become the most popular short video platform in terms of online user count worldwide. The broadcast title was Soul Clan's Third Princess, Sensual Execution. The Soul Clan's third princess was already extraordinarily beautiful, and her noble aura, imbued with exotic charm, instantly drew countless viewers into the live stream. Audience from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Oh my gosh, the Soul Clan Princess is so beautiful. She is truly my dream lover. Audience from Sakura Country. Baka. The Soul Clan Flower Girl is really beautiful. Yada. Audience from the Korean Peninsula. Aishia. Noble Soul Clan Princess, I offer you my knee. Audience from the Dragon Kingdom. So arrogant. The Soul Clan dares to go live on our human platform. Gather the brothers, charge at them. The Soul Clan's appearance on a human live streaming platform was undoubtedly a historic first. In an instant, audiences from various nations flocked to the Douyin platform to witness Shauna's live broadcast. Moreover, high-ranking officials across the globe quickly became aware of this significant event, attributing immense importance to the Soul Clan's recent actions. Leader of the Sakura Nation, we merely discharged some harmless nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Yet those detestable Dragon Kingdom inhabitants incessantly howl like dogs. We shall resolutely follow our esteemed Eagle Brothers' lead, forming an alliance with the Soul Clan to obliterate the Dragon Kingdom once and for all. This will elevate our Sakura Nation to the pinnacle of East Asia. Leader of the Stick Nation. The origins of East Asians trace back to our great Stick Nation. Those Dragon Kingdom denizens incessantly clamoring to contest our cultural heritage. If only our Eagle Brother and the Soul Clan could unite to vanquish the Dragon Kingdom. No one would dare to contest our rightful claim to 5 millennia of authentic cultural lineage. Leader of the Eagle Nation. The third princess of the Soul Clan is soon to wed into our Eagle Nation, becoming one of us. Her choice to commence this live broadcast at such a moment certainly indicates her intention to publicly announce our forthcoming union. This is fortuitous. Once we forge a formidable alliance with the Soul Clan, the Dragon Kingdom will truly understand the meaning of being beset by internal strife and external threats. At that moment, countless leaders and citizens from various countries surged into Shauna's live stream, causing the viewer count to soar beyond 1 billion within a mere 10 minutes. Fortunately, the Douyin platform's server was robust enough to handle this influx. Had it been a lesser streaming service, it would have surely collapsed under the strain. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Morgan family from the Eagle Nation opted to connect with Princess Shauna live. He deemed it imperative that such a momentous marriage announcement be made jointly to enhance its gravitas. The patriarch, a frail old man with silver hair and a prominent nose, gazed kindly at Shauna and said, "Princess Shauna, it has been a while. Today marks a significant occasion, perfectly suited for us to reveal this important matter to all of humanity." Upon his words, the world erupted in astonishment. Few were aware that the patriarch of the Morgan family held considerable power within the Eagle Nation. His tone suggested that a certain consensus had already been reached with the Soul Clan. The leaders of the Sakura Nation and the Stick Nation were particularly exhilarated. As loyal subordinates of the Eagle Nation, witnessing their elder brother ascend to such heights with the Soul Clan filled them with uncontainable joy. With their elder brother feasting, surely they could partake in the broth. At this juncture, Shauna displayed an innocent smile. "Indeed, today, I am about to announce something of great importance. Old Morgan, would you care to listen?" The patriarch, unperturbed by Shauna's casual address, assumed it was merely a custom of the Soul Clan. "Please, Princess Shauna, do proceed," he replied with a beaming smile. However, as soon as the patriarch's voice faded, the ensuing events caused his smile to vanish entirely. "Bring forth these sinners," commanded Princess Shauna. The elite warriors of the Soul Clan promptly ushered in members of the Eagle Nation's delegation, led by the delegation's minister and the youngest son of the Morgan family. Accustomed to a life of luxury, the young Morgan trembled in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and a sizable wet patch formed in his trousers. "Grandfather, save me. I don't want to die. Grandfather," bound like a dumpling with a sharp blade poised at his throat. He was acutely aware that he could be slain at any moment, crying for help from the elderly patriarch. The elder patriarch was rendered speechless, his face a mask of horror. Wasn't his grandson sent to forge a marriage alliance with the Soul Clan's third princess? How had matters escalated to this dire situation? What was happening? Chapter 99. The leaders of the Eagle Nation are in ruins. The final toxic organs. Hearing the desperate cries for help from the young Morgan and witnessing the Soul Clan's princess with an icy glare, every viewer in the live stream sensed something was amiss. Especially the leaders of the Sakura Nation and the Stick Nation, who were utterly bewildered. Leader of the Sakura Nation, what? Wasn't our Eagle Brother to form a union with the Soul Clan? Why is the young Morgan about to be executed by them? Leader of the Stick Nation, oh no. Could it be that the Soul Clan and our Eagle Brother have fallen out? The elder patriarch of the Morgan family was aghast, disbelief etched across his face. Trembling, he implored, "Princess Shauna, you must be jesting. Regardless of the circumstances, I implore you to release my grandson. He has been coddled since childhood and has never endured such indignity." Shauna let out a cold laugh. "Do you think we, the Soul Clan, are oblivious to your underhanded schemes? Today, you shall learn the consequences of offending us. Let them all be beheaded." With a flick of her delicate hand, the Soul Clan's warriors swiftly executed their orders. Thud, 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 thud. Dozens of searing heads rolled to the ground, including that of the young Morgan and 41 other members of the delegation, all silenced in an instant. In that moment, the great hall of the Soul Clan became a river of blood, littered with headless corpses and severed heads. The scene was horrifyingly gruesome. The elder patriarch of the Morgan family, witnessing this atrocity, was left in a state of shock, his lips trembling. How could this happen? How could this happen? We, the Eagle Nation, earnestly sought an alliance with you. How could you treat our people in such a manner? Shauna's gaze turned as frigid as ice. From this day forth, the Eagle Nation shall be placed on our death list. The Eagle Nation will face our relentless pursuit and vengeance. Any nation daring to follow in the Eagle Nation's footsteps will suffer the same fate. Pursued and retaliated against by the Soul Clan. Once Shauna finished speaking, she abruptly closed the live stream. In that moment, the world was thrown into disarray. Particularly, the leaders of the Sakura Nation and the Stick Nation wore expressions of utter horror. They understood all too well that Shauna's final words were directed at them. If anyone could claim the title of the Eagle Nation's most loyal subordinate, it was undoubtedly the Sakura and Stick Nations. In previous years, in their desperate attempts to appease their elder brother, they had engaged in frenzied sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom, actions that had become increasingly fanatical. For the Dragon Kingdom was the only nation capable of impacting the Eagle Nation's status as the world's hegemon. Only by subduing the Dragon Kingdom could the Eagle Nation secure its position as the preeminent global power. Meanwhile, the elder patriarch of the Morgan family was utterly horrified. Unable to accept the reality before him, he could hardly stand, collapsing to the ground, nearly fainting from the shock. Surely, once the king of the Soul Clan learned of this, the truth would inevitably be revealed. However, it is more than sufficient to cause immense trouble for the Eagle Country and the Soul Clan. It might even create a rift between them. At this moment, Sueo's objectives have been accomplished. The next step is to brazenly plunder the wealth of this palace. The last time he came to steal treasures, he did so covertly. This time, he disguises himself as the governor of the Soul Clan, openly looting the treasures. Who would dare to oppose him? Everyone, step aside. With a grand wave of his hand, numerous elite members of the Soul Clan respectfully retreated. At this point, only Sueo and Shauna remained in the Grand Hall. Sueo fixed his gaze on Shauna and commanded, "Lead me to plunder the wealth and treasures within this palace." "I want it all," Shauna replied respectfully, "as you wish, my esteemed master." With that, Shauna guided Sueo directly towards the hidden chambers at the back of the palace. First, they encountered an armory overflowing with an array of dazzling equipment. The sheer volume of stellar and diamond-grade gear was staggering. There were even 2 pieces of supreme king-grade equipment. Sueo's eyes lit up at the sight. Without hesitation, he gathered every piece of equipment into his possession. If converted to gold, this would amount to a magnificent fortune. However, the 2 most precious king-grade items were perfectly suited for Sueo's use. King-grade Nine-Tailed Fox Belt. Constitution 75. Skill: Summon Nine-Tailed Fox. Capable of summoning a nine-tailed fox of the 9th transformation realm to fight on your behalf. Duration: 10 minutes. Sueo's eyes gleamed with excitement. The attributes of this item were extraordinary. Most crucially, it allowed him to summon a formidable creature of the 9th transformation realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Sueo decisively donned the king-grade Nine-Tailed Fox belt around his waist. He could distinctly feel a significant surge in his constitution. Moreover, a new skill icon appeared in his skill bar, granting him the ability to summon the Nine-Tailed Fox. Next, Sueo's gaze fell upon the second piece of king-grade equipment. To his astonishment, it was yet another pet accessory. King-grade Crown of the Dark Tyrant, pet equipment. Spell critical rate 30. Skill: Dark Critical. Your critical effects will be enhanced to Dark Criticals, increasing critical damage from 200 to 300. Observing the attributes and skills of this equipment, Sueo couldn't help but smile. This piece was exceptionally powerful. Not only did it enhance his spell critical rate by a full 30, but it also escalated critical damage to an astounding 300. This meant that the 8-headed Amethyst Serpent, which normally dealt 100,000 damage with its ultimate skill, could potentially unleash a terrifying 300,000 damage upon triggering a 30 critical chance. Truly fearsome. What was most delightful was that this pet equipment happened to be a helmet. Given that the 8-headed Amethyst Serpent possessed 8 heads, it could wear 8 helmets simultaneously. Helmets were the least of their concerns. Up until now, the 8-headed Amethyst Serpent had only donned 5 helmets. Sueo promptly placed the king-grade Crown of the Dark Tyrant upon the 6th head of the 8-headed Amethyst Serpent. Upon wearing the crown, the 6th head exuded an air of majesty, appearing both proud and imposing, much to the envy of the other serpentine heads. Particularly the 7th and 8th heads, which lacked helmets, gazed longingly at Sueo, bowing repeatedly in hopes of receiving a helmet for themselves. They did not even aspire for a crown of the Dark Tyrant's caliber. They merely wished to wear a helmet. Yet, after thoroughly searching the entire armory, Sueo found not a single pet helmet. He could only pat the 2 pitiful serpent heads, sighing, "Next time, I promise." Once Sueo had completed the looting of the Soul Clan's armory, Shauna suddenly spoke up, "Esteemed master, in the palace's dungeon, there is a highly poisonous gecko covered in barbed spikes. Would you like to acquire it?" Sueo's gaze sharpened with intensity. A poisonous gecko? The 8-headed Amethyst Serpent's cursed venomous body was just 1 organ short of completion. This poisonous gecko, if all went well, would undoubtedly provide the last required poisonous organ for the cursed venomous body. It was a stroke of fortune indeed. Take me to the poisonous gecko. Su Ao's eyes glimmered with eagerness. As you command, my noble master. Shauna respectfully bowed in response. She then turned and led Su Ao towards the dungeon. They traversed a dark tunnel, arriving at a massive iron cage. Inside, a gigantic gecko, its body bristling with blood-red poisonous spikes, lay coiled. Its crimson eyes glinted with malice. Its fangs bared as it fixated coldly on Su Ao and Shauna, emitting a piercing roar, roar, roar. It violently slammed against the bars of the cage, attempting to break free and tear the two intruders apart. This poisonous gecko had previously claimed the lives of nearly 100 elite members of the Soul Clan before it was captured. It had been imprisoned for 3 years, yet its temperament remained as fierce as ever. Shauna chuckled as she glanced at Su Ao, but just as she finished speaking, a sudden upheaval occurred behind them. Boom. The cage erupted with a thunderous sound. Su Ao's eyes narrowed as he instinctively pulled Shauna back. The imprisoned poisonous gecko unleashed a blood-red malevolent light from within. It suddenly sprayed a stream of toxic venom towards the bars of the cage. In an instant, the iron bars were completely corroded. The poisonous gecko, now free after 3 long years of confinement, radiated a bloodthirsty aura, fixating its glare on Su Ao and Shauna. Shauna's face turned pale with shock, exclaiming, "How could the poisonous gecko, after being restrained for 3 years, suddenly break free?" Su Ao assessed the poisonous gecko and replied calmly, "It has just awakened its bloodline and broken through. Now, the poisonous gecko's strength is on par with that of the Soul Clan's governor, at least at the 9th transformation level." A look of astonishment crossed Shauna's face. "Master, you must flee. I will hold it back." With that, she stepped forward to shield Su Ao. Su Ao gently pulled her back, stating nonchalantly, "No need." With a casual wave of his hand, a radiant light burst forth. The figure of the 8-headed amethyst serpent materialized before them. Faced with the bloodthirsty and violent poisonous gecko, the 8-headed amethyst serpent gazed at it with a glint of covetousness. This little gecko was no match for her. It was simply a sumptuous feast. The 8-headed amethyst serpent opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of eerie purple lightning. The 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear skill activated. Streams of lightning coalesced into the form of purple spears, hurtling towards the poisonous gecko with tremendous force. Boom, 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 boom. Like a tempestuous storm, violent thunder and lightning relentlessly struck the body of the venomous gecko. In an instant, the gecko was battered as if it were a sieve, its form riddled with wounds and blood gushing forth. Enraged by the assault, the venomous gecko retaliated with fervor, unleashing a torrent of venom towards the 8-headed amethyst serpent. Wherever the venom flowed, even the very air was severely corroded, dissipating into wisps of white vapor. Sensing the peril, the 8-headed amethyst serpent promptly activated its overload defense. A faint white shield enveloped its form, absorbing the lethal venom attack. Hissing with fury, the serpent glared at the gecko with its cold, slitted eyes, emitting a low growl of indignation, seemingly displeased by the gecko's audacity to counterattack. The skill dragon's wrath was suddenly unleashed. The 8-headed amethyst serpent transformed into a colossal dragon spirit, crashing fiercely into the venomous gecko. The unstoppable force sent the gecko hurtling through the air. Following this, a relentless barrage of bloodthirsty sealing slash ensued. Bang, 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 bang. The venomous gecko was mercilessly pummeled, its body fracturing, on the brink of collapse. Yet, within its eyes burned a fierce hatred and unwillingness. Its form began to swell like a balloon, growing larger and larger. A sense of dread filled the air. Was the venomous gecko about to self-destruct? A flicker of terror crossed Shauna's delicate face. However, the 8-headed amethyst serpent remained unperturbed, casually flicking its tail. The toxic explosion was abruptly triggered. Boom. Before the gecko could initiate its self-detonation, the horrific toxins within it erupted violently. The potent venom invaded its innards in an instant. A look of horror flashed across the gecko's pupils, but its organs had already been corroded beyond repair. With life utterly extinguished, it collapsed to the ground, consumed by ultimate fury and indignation. You have slain the mutated venomous gecko, earning 30,000 experience points. Due to a level-up kill bonus, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 60,000 experience points. From the gecko's body emanated an exceptionally pure stream of experience points, flowing into Su Ao and the 8-headed amethyst serpent. A radiant white glow of ascension continuously enveloped Su Ao. Ding. You have reached level 129. Ding. You have reached level 130. Ding. You have reached level 131. Ding. You have reached level 137. Ascending 9 levels in a single sweep, Su Ao's attributes surged dramatically in that moment. He was now only 13 levels away from his next class advancement. Simultaneously, the 8-headed amethyst serpent's level skyrocketed as well. It ascended 10 levels in one go, from level 139 to an astounding level 149. Such a terrifying rate of advancement left Shauna momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ao had only just reached the 5th class advancement, a 5th-tier job holder defeating a boss of 9th-tier prowess. How could his leveling speed not be rapid? The 8-headed amethyst serpent, clutching the corpse of the mutated venomous gecko, playfully waved its tail at Su Ao, seemingly seeking his approval to devour the gecko's remains in a hearty feast. Su Ao scrutinized the gecko's body, noting that its tail was a vivid crimson. Clearly, this tail housed the most concentrated toxins. Venomous gecko's toxic tail, epic-grade material, one of the 5 major venomous organs. This tail contains the core toxin of the mutated venomous gecko. If the 5 major venomous organs can be gathered, they may merge to create an unfathomably terrifying toxin. Indeed, this toxic tail was the final piece of the 5 major venomous organs. Once this last organ was fused with the 8-headed amethyst serpent, all 5 would be complete, awakening the cursed venomous body. What formidable venomous abilities would the 8-headed amethyst serpent gain upon awakening? Moreover, Su Ao recalled he also possessed a Stardust-grade material, the Eye of Sacrifice from the Soul Clan Governor. This would perfectly complement the 2 exceptional materials for synthesis. A fiery glint ignited in Su Ao's eyes. Chapter 101. Pet Synthesis and Transformation. Awakening the cursed venomous body. Seeing the 8-headed amethyst serpent gazing at him with pleading eyes, eager to consume the mutated venomous gecko's corpse, Su Ao gently patted its head. You may eat everything else, but leave the tail. Upon receiving Su Ao's command, the 8-headed amethyst serpent's eyes sparkled with joy as it promptly severed the gecko's toxic tail and presented it to Su Ao with reverence. It then eagerly began to feast on the remaining parts of the gecko. Ding! The 8-headed amethyst serpent consumed the venomous gecko's claws, gaining 200 strength. Ding! The 8-headed amethyst serpent consumed the venomous gecko's head, gaining 300 intelligence. Ding! The 8-headed amethyst serpent consumed the venomous gecko's skin, gaining 200 constitution. No wonder the 8-headed amethyst serpent was so ravenous for the mutated venomous gecko's remains. Each morsel it devoured granted it a permanent increase in attributes. The sensation of growing stronger from consumption was simply exquisite. However, Su Ao's attention was firmly fixed on the 2 exceptional materials. He was eager to see what kind of transformative evolution these materials would bring to the 8-headed amethyst serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao decisively activated the Super Pet Synthesis device. Ding! The 8-headed amethyst serpent has been designated as the base pet. Please select synthesis materials. The Eye of Sacrifice from the Soul Clan Governor. The toxic tail of the mutated venomous gecko. Su Ao made his selections with determination. The synthesis formula is mid-tier king level 8-headed amethyst serpent, growth stage. Stardust grade Eye of Sacrifice from the Soul Clan Governor, epic grade toxic tail of the mutated venomous gecko. This synthesis will require the expenditure of 768,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? The requirement of 768,000 wealth points felt somewhat outrageous, as one would need to accumulate an astonishing 76.8 million to obtain that amount. Su Ao couldn't help but find this absurd. The cost of wealth points seemed to escalate with each synthesis. At this rate, he might soon find himself unable to afford the wealth points for future syntheses, leaving him with a sense of concern over his dwindling resources. It appeared he would need to devise a solid plan for earning money. Nonetheless, the synthesis had to proceed. Synthesize, Su Ao commanded. As his voice fell, the Eye of Sacrifice, infused with dense dark energy, transformed into a pair of dazzling black streams, surging into the body of the 8-headed amethyst serpent. At that moment, a terrifying aura of darkness erupted from the serpent's slitted eyes, transforming it into a majestic embodiment of the Dark Lord, exuding an unsettling sense of profundity. In the next instant, the toxic tail of the mutated venomous gecko also morphed into a brilliant crimson stream, swiftly entering the 8-headed amethyst serpent's body. The serpent's tail began to shimmer with a fierce red glow, instilling an eerie chill in all who beheld it. Soon after, a voice from the system resounded in Su Ao's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on your pet evolving into the supreme 8-headed venomous serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the evolution of the 8-headed venomous serpent. Ding! Due to the unique fusion of the epic grade material, the mutated venomous gecko's toxic tail, The evolution reward has been upgraded from 3 choices to 4 selections, of which 3 must be chosen. Choice 1. Epic grade, an increase of 1,000 points to agility attributes, along with an additional 100 boost in attack speed. Choice 2. Stardust grade, the skill Dark Thunder 6 wings is upgraded to Venomous 8 wings. Flight speed is enhanced by an additional 300, and resistance to poison attributes is increased by 300 points. Additionally, you will gain the ability to traverse the chaotic currents of time and space, allowing you to move freely within such currents without suffering any harm. Choice 3. Stardust grade, the skill Bloodthirsty Seal of Demonic Slashing is upgraded to Venomous Soul-Rending Slash. The duration of the strike on enemies is extended from 6 seconds to 8 seconds, damage is increased by 80, and the striking range is expanded by 200. Choice 4. Mutated skill, gain the physique of the Wretched Venomous Body. With this physique, all poison attribute damage will be amplified tenfold. You will also acquire the devastating area of effect Poison Curse skill, Venomous Plague. Venomous Plague, a forbidden poison curse, once activated. It can plunge an entire city into a state of horrifying toxic plague. The weak shall perish upon contact. Even the strong will see their power and lifespan significantly diminished if infected by the Venomous Plague. Gazing at the choices for the evolution skills, Sueo found himself at a crossroads. For the first reward, an increase of 1,000 points to agility attributes, along with an additional 100 boost in attack speed. Both agility and attack speed are of little utility to the 8-headed Venomous Serpent. The first reward fell short of expectations, leaving Sueo somewhat disappointed. He then turned his attention to the second reward. The skill Dark Thunder 6 wings upgraded to Venomous 8 wings. Flight speed is enhanced by an additional 300, and resistance to poison attributes is increased by 300 points. Additionally, you will gain the ability to traverse the chaotic currents of time and space, allowing for unhindered movement within those currents. Finally, the wings can be upgraded. The Bloodthirsty Seal of Demonic Slashing is influenced by the number of wings. The more wings, the more formidable the skill becomes. Moreover, the added ability to navigate through time and space currents piqued Sueo's interest. He pondered when he might explore those realms. Countless powerful beings had perished within the chaotic currents over endless ages. Perhaps he could uncover rare treasures that would withstand the ravages of time. Sueo was quite pleased with this reward. He decisively chose it. For the third reward, the skill Bloodthirsty Seal of Demonic Slashing upgraded to Venomous Soul-Rending Slash. The duration of striking enemies is extended from 6 seconds to 8 seconds, damage is increased by 80, and the striking range is expanded by 200. Having just enhanced the number of wings, it was already capable of significantly boosting the Bloodthirsty Seal of Demonic Slashing skill. To his surprise, the skill could be upgraded once more. As Sueo's most powerful burst damage skill, he was determined to enhance it. The stronger, the better. For the fourth reward, gain the physique of the Wretched Venomous Body. With this physique, all poison attribute damage will be amplified tenfold. Moreover, you will acquire the formidable area of effect Poison Curse skill, Venomous Plague. This skill is indeed powerful. Sueo had been collecting the 5 major toxic organs specifically for this skill, especially the Venomous Plague, a forbidden curse of poison. One casting upon a city would likely result in at least 999 of its population perishing. Even the fortunate one who might survive would find their power and lifespan drastically diminished. A thought crossed Sueo's mind. Next, he planned to stealthily infiltrate the capitals of Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. He intended to discreetly unleash a venomous plague curse in each of these nations. One delights in bioweapons, while the other revels in discharging nuclear waste. Sueo was curious to see if these 2 nations could withstand the terrifying toxicity of the venomous plague, especially with the amplification of the Wretched Venomous Body, making the damage a staggering tenfold. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion resonated throughout the dungeon. The entire dungeon trembled violently. Xiana's fair face turned pale with fright. Even Sueo felt a slight shock within. Since entering the dungeon, bizarre occurrences had been rampant. First, the toxic gecko had undergone a bloodline awakening and mutated. Then, the dungeon began to shake. Sueo was certain that such abnormality in the dungeon concealed an undiscovered secret. Chapter 102. Transformation. The Ancient Divine Relic Subprofession. Xiana, observing the violent tremors of the dungeon, suggested with trepidation, "Master, for the sake of safety, we should leave here as soon as possible." However, Sueo surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. "You may leave first. I wish to see what transpires within the dungeon. I have my methods to escape shortly." Xiana pouted, stating, "How could I abandon my master's safety and leave alone? If you do not leave, then neither will I." Standing resolutely by Sueo's side amidst the imminent collapse of the dungeon, Xiana was unwavering. The dungeon trembled for nearly an hour before finally settling. Once the stone walls had completely collapsed, a massive door forged from mysterious gold stood before them. This imposing door appeared to be laden with the marks of ancient time. Unmistakably, not a recent construction by the Soul Clan. Su Ao was convinced that this grand door had existed for at least several million years. He struck the mysterious gold door with a punch. Boom. It produced a sound that echoed like thunder. Dust filled the air, and the reverberation was deafening. Yet, to his astonishment, the mysterious gold door remained utterly unyielding against Su Ao's full-force blow. Not even a trace of a mark was left. This door was remarkably sturdy. Xiangliu could hardly believe it. She knew well that this door was not forged by the Soul Clan. It had existed long before the dungeon was constructed. Yet the Soul Clan had never discovered this door. Just then, the mysterious gold door revealed 2 lines of clearly visible inscriptions. The door of the ancient divine relics inheritance. Only upon completing the trials can one pass through this door to obtain the subprofession of the ancient divine relic, the Array Master. The Array Master can utilize the power of formations to summon the ocean, causing a super tsunami, induce seismic tremors to create a super earthquake, among various other catastrophic phenomena. The revelation that an Array Master could invoke super disasters like tsunamis and earthquakes left Su Ao astounded. He was contemplating how to deal with the Eagle Sauce Nation, known for its viral plagues, and the Cherry Blossom Nation, notorious for its nuclear waste. If he could cast an array into the ocean to trigger a super tsunami, it could send back the nuclear waste that Cherry Blossom Nation had carelessly discharged. And perhaps he could also incite a super earthquake, awakening the dormant Fuji Mountain. It would be best if the nuclear power plants of the Sakura Nation were to be obliterated. Let them fully savor their own nuclear radiation, in order that each citizen of the Sakura Nation may lead a life saturated with radiation. Su Ao found this notion exceedingly feasible. We are duty-bound to act. The ancient divine relic's secondary profession, trial, must be conquered. However, Su Ao suddenly recalled that he had yet to claim the evolution rewards for the 8-headed venomous serpent. First, he would claim the rewards, then proceed to the secondary profession trial. I select the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rewards. As Su Ao's voice fell, 3 extraordinarily eerie purple beams of light surged forth from the super pet synthesizer, ultimately merging into the body of the 8-headed venomous serpent. Ding! Your pet. The 8-headed venomous serpent skill, Dark Thunder 6 Wings, has been upgraded to Venomous 8 Wings. Ding! Your pet. The 8-headed venomous serpent skill, Bloodthirsty Demon Slash, has been upgraded to Venomous Soul Rend. Ding! Your pet. The 8-headed venomous serpent has acquired the Venomous Constitution. Ding! Your pet. The 8-headed venomous serpent has obtained the Forbidden Curse skill, Venomous Plague. Following the completion of its transformation, the 8-headed venomous serpent experienced a remarkable surge in intelligence, increasing by over 500 points, reaching an impressive total of 5,593 points. Its constitution, agility, and strength attributes all ascended by over 300 points, each surpassing 4,500 points. The serpent's length also expanded dramatically from its original 2 meters to an astonishing 24 meters. Enveloped in a bizarre, chilling purple mist, it exuded an aura that made it unwise to provoke. Observing the transformed 8-headed venomous serpent, a satisfied smile graced Su Ao's face. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the resplendent golden door before him. I choose to enter the trial, he declared resolutely. Suddenly, a chaotic blend of black and white energy erupted from the golden door, enveloping Su Ao completely. He felt as though his body had entirely lost control. A mysterious, ineffable force was guiding him, leading him into an unknown realm. Randomly selecting trial scene. Trial scene has been locked. Trial. Transform into a Qilin. Beginning as a fawn. Remaining simulation attempts. 3. You are a newly born fawn, inherently weak and despised by your mother. Your 4 siblings, born alongside you, are relishing the sweet nectar of maternal milk, while you, unable to compete, humbly plead for your mother's aid. Yet she merely casts a disinterested glance and ignores you. You have gone 3 full days without nourishment, and if you do not secure sufficient sustenance soon, you shall perish from starvation. What do you intend to do? Self-sufficiency, dragging your frail body away from your mother to seek food elsewhere. Continue pleading with your mother, emitting sorrowful cries in hopes of awakening her maternal instincts to grant you a bit of milk. Desperate measures. Exert your last ounce of strength to defeat one of your bullying siblings, competing for milk on your own merit. Upon accepting the ancient divine relics simulation trial, Su Ao found himself astonishingly transformed into a tender fawn. Due to extreme hunger, his body felt exceedingly weak, making even standing a formidable challenge. Su Ao contemplated the choices before him, deep in thought. Each of the three options presented formidable challenges. A slight misstep could lead to his demise. Although there were 3 simulation attempts available, they were indeed precious. Self-sufficiency? He had only been born 3 days prior and lacked the ability to graze, relying solely on maternal milk. Self-sufficiency was akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom. Searching for excrement. Continuing to plead with his mother? She had allowed him to starve for 3 days, indicating her disinterest in caring for him. Further pleas would likely yield little result. Defeating a bullying sibling to compete for milk? Sueo felt that this final option held a glimmer of hope. You chose the desperate measure. You struggle to maneuver your frail body towards your mother's milk. At this moment, your 4 siblings are thoroughly enjoying the sweet nectar, completely oblivious to your approach. Which sibling do you choose to confront? Eldest sister Xiao Xiao, the most perceptive and quickest reacting fawn. Second brother A Feng, the strongest and most aggressive fawn. Third brother A Yun, the toughest and most resilient fawn. Fourth sister Yao Yao, the most beautiful and self-absorbed fawn. Chapter 103, Life and Death Crisis. A critical choice. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Sueo quietly contemplated. Eldest sister Xiao Xiao, with her swift reflexes, would undoubtedly retaliate against him instantly. Given his frail state, he was no match for her. Second brother A Feng, the mightiest and most aggressive, would overpower him with ease. Third brother A Yun, with the strongest defense, would likely withstand any attempt at confrontation. Only fourth sister Yao Yao appeared somewhat easier to intimidate. Beyond her vanity, she possessed no remarkable traits. Inflicting pain upon her would surely provoke her to cry for an extended duration. Alas, Sueo had no choice but to resort to ruthless measures. You chose to attack fourth sister Yao Yao. You drag your weakened body closer to fourth sister Yao Yao. Fourth sister Yao Yao gazes at you mockingly, then takes several deep gulps of milk, seemingly flaunting her comfortable enjoyment while you suffer. You feel a surge of anger. Displaying your milk teeth, you bite fiercely into fourth sister Yao Yao's ear. Fourth sister Yao Yao screams in agony, relinquishing her hold on the milk and wailing loudly. Seizing the opportunity, you swiftly occupy her position and begin to voraciously consume the milk. Experiencing the sweet nectar for the first time, you are overwhelmed with joy. As the milk flows into your body, you feel your strength steadily replenishing. Your constitution receives a slight enhancement. Your lifespan increases by 10 days. You feel an unprecedented surge of vitality. Fourth sister Yao Yao, enraged, not only suffers a bite to her beautiful ear, but also witnesses you usurp her milk. Her fury mounts, and ultimately she bursts into tears. The mother deer merely observes her weeping with indifference, showing no concern. In that moment, you realize that the mother deer is not just indifferent towards you, but to all her offspring. Yet, survival of the fittest has always been the natural order of existence. You continue to indulge in the milk, feeling your strength grow. You undergo a miraculous evolution. You must choose your evolution direction. Dragon scales emerge from your body, significantly enhancing your defense. Deer fur envelopes you, providing a slight enhancement to all attributes. Feathers sprout from your body, making you more agile. Dragon scales, deer fur, or feathers. Growing deer fur? This represents the standard path to maturing into an adult deer. Following this trajectory, one could potentially become the mightiest among deer. However, Sueo was certainly unwilling to settle for merely being the strongest deer. Feathers sprouting all over his body. Was he destined to grow wings in the future? Sueo found it difficult to envision a deer with wings. Such a notion was utterly bizarre. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. The task of this simulated trial was to transform into a Qilin, beginning as a deer. If one were to metamorphose into a Qilin, then the path of evolution must lead towards that noble creature. What was the appearance of a Qilin? Its body was adorned with dragon scales. Sueo felt there was no room for hesitation. He resolutely chose to evolve dragon scales. You have chosen to evolve dragon scales. Suddenly, a layer of hard keratin erupted all over your body, piercing through your skin, causing you to grimace in agony, your entire being trembling. Mother deer noticed your extreme suffering, but merely cast you a cold glance before turning her head away, disregarding you. The mother deer rose to forage, and your 4 siblings hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, you remained behind, struggling in pain. After a while, your scales finally emerged. You felt your skin become remarkably resilient, impervious even to the bites of ferocious wolves. At this moment, you noticed that mother deer had not wandered far. She was merely grazing on leaves in the distant woods. What will you choose next? Your defense has significantly strengthened, and you decide to venture forth and fend for yourself. You believe that the milk from mother deer is vital to you, so you choose to continue following her. You opt to lie down and waste time sleeping. Sueo pondered. No matter how powerful he became, he was still an infant deer, not yet a month old. It was the nourishment from his mother's milk that had catalyzed his evolution. Given this, perhaps it was wiser to remain close to his mother and develop in a more cautious manner. You choose to continue following Mother Deer. You hastily trotted to Mother Deer's side, and upon seeing your significantly robust physique, her demeanor softened slightly. She continued to munch on branches, permitting you to approach her and partake of her milk. You indulged in the rich sustenance from Mother Deer's milk. Your strength saw a slight enhancement. Your lifespan increased by 20 days. Your milk teeth grew even sturdier. Indeed, Mother's milk was a marvelous substance. With each feeding, he experienced tremendous growth. However, he observed that his 4 siblings still appeared quite ordinary. It seemed that only he, having consumed Mother's milk, could undergo such a transformation. Just then, Suao caught sight of something in the dim shadows of the forest. A pair of chilling eyes fixated on Mother Deer. It was a solitary wolf, its fur a grim shade of gray-black. It was emaciated, evidently having gone long without sustenance. Upon spotting Mother Deer and her 5 fawns, its eyes glowed with a predatory green light. This wolf was undoubtedly ravenous. It stealthily approached Mother Deer. Mother Deer, sensing the wolf's presence, trembled in fear. However, to Suao's astonishment, the usually indifferent Mother Deer chose not to flee but instead positioned herself protectively in front of her 5 fawns. Could it be that her seemingly cold demeanor concealed a fierce maternal instinct? Suao was taken aback. Yet, it soon dawned on him. Mother Deer harbored feelings for her offspring. Her indifference stemmed from the harsh realities of nature, where survival of the fittest prevailed. With limited milk to nourish her young, she had to abandon 1 or 2 weaker fawns to ensure that her more robust and capable offspring thrived. This was the most advantageous strategy for the survival of her lineage. Having grasped this, Suao's resentment towards Mother Deer diminished. While her protective instincts surged, the famished wolf showed no mercy. A low, menacing growl erupted from the wolf, revealing its sharp fangs as it lunged fiercely at Mother Deer. Mother Deer was instantly filled with horror, yet the call of motherhood ignited courage within her. She raised her antlers and charged at the wolf. But her strength paled in comparison to that of the wolf, which swiftly overpowered her, sinking its teeth into her throat. The anguished cries of Mother Deer echoed through the air, seemingly urging her 5 fawns to flee as fast as they could. Yet, Suao watched helplessly as the wolf clamped its jaws around Mother Deer's throat, blood pouring from her neck. Her demise was imminent. What do you plan to do next? Turn and flee alone. Alert your siblings to escape together. Test your strength and challenge the wolf. Chapter 104. Evolution towards the Qilin. The mysterious disappearance of siblings. Suao gazed coldly at the wolf before him. With courage, he stepped forward. Although Mother Deer had been somewhat indifferent towards him, from the perspective of survival of the fittest, she was not in the wrong. In other words, if he were not a match for the wolf, Suao would have turned to flee without a second thought. However, having evolved dragon scales, his defense was no longer comparable to before. It was the perfect opportunity to test his mettle against this wolf. You choose to test your strength and challenge the wolf. As the wolf savaged Mother Deer, leaving her on the brink of collapse, you bravely lifted your antlers and charged at the wolf. Thud! With all your might, you collided with the wolf. Mother Deer, barely clinging to life, gained a moment's respite. She cast a grateful glance in your direction, and even your 4 siblings regarded you with newfound respect. However, your actions had provoked the wolf's ire. The wolf swiped its claws at you, lunging forward with ferocity. In that critical moment, Mother Deer and your siblings watched in anxious anticipation. Yet, what transpired next left everyone in awe. The wolf's claws struck your back with a resounding clang. To everyone's astonishment, the wolf's claws shattered against the resilience of your dragon scales. Even the wolf's paw became red and swollen from the impact. The wolf howled in pain, and yet you remained unscathed. Mother Deer and your siblings were wide-eyed with disbelief. The wolf, incensed by its recent defeat, lunged at you once more, this time aiming for your neck. The neck was a universal weakness among all creatures, and this time the wolf was brimming with confidence. But what none anticipated was that, upon sinking its teeth into your neck, a loud crack echoed through the air. The wolf's teeth shattered upon contact. What? Your skin is tougher than diamond. The toothless and clawless wolf has utterly lost its means of offense. The Mother Deer and her 4 siblings raised their antlers and charged at the ferocious wolf. The wolf howled in agony as it was struck by the antlers. However, the lethality of the antlers proved to be ultimately limited. The injured wolf fled in a disheveled state. It is somewhat regrettable that, despite your formidable defensive capabilities, your offensive measures are woefully inadequate. Otherwise, the wolf would not have escaped so easily. Yet, a wolf devoid of teeth and claws will find it exceedingly difficult to hunt again, and it will soon succumb to starvation. This is the cruel reality of nature's survival of the fittest. In driving away the wolf, You have been the greatest contributor. The mother deer is immensely grateful for your bravery and has witnessed your strength. She believes that a child as powerful as you deserves to enjoy the finest resources. The mother deer willingly lay beside you, allowing you to partake of her milk first. The 4 siblings attempted to join you, but the mother deer drove them away. Only after you have had your fill can the others partake of the meager remaining milk. You luxuriated in the mother deer's nourishment. Your strength has been notably enhanced. Your lifespan has increased by 30 days. Your antlers have become even more robust. A year has swiftly passed. You are now 1 year old, with 19 years remaining in your lifespan. Throughout this year, your abilities have seen significant improvement. Your tail is undergoing evolution. The direction of evolution you must choose is as follows. Grow a bovine tail, drastically enhances offensive power. Grow a fox tail, significantly enhances appearance. Grow a deer tail, ordinary, yet quite adorable. The fox tail is undoubtedly unacceptable to Sueo. Not to mention it would lead to an odd appearance. Simply enhancing one's looks is of no use. In this brutal world of the survival of the fittest, looking appealing will not spare you from predation by carnivorous beasts. As for the ordinary deer tail, Sueo has no intention of considering it either. Thus, the only remaining option is the bovine tail. The advantages of selecting the bovine tail are twofold. It will greatly enhance offensive power, which is precisely what Sueo lacks at this moment. The bovine tail's capabilities will adequately compensate for Sueo's shortcoming. The legendary Qilin possesses a tail akin to that of a cow. Since the aim is to evolve towards the Qilin, the bovine tail is the most appropriate choice. You have chosen to grow a bovine tail. Your bovine tail is as resilient and powerful as an iron whip. If this whip were to strike an enemy, its lethality would be formidable. At that moment, however, you noticed the mother deer frantically darting about. You discovered that all 4 of your siblings had gone missing. What will you choose to do? Stand idly by, but the mother deer will search for them, and you may never have the chance to see her again. Stand idly by and prevent the mother deer from leaving. Reassure the mother deer not to worry and offer to help find your 4 siblings. This may lead to fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters? Sueo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Having just acquired the powerful offensive bovine whip, he was eager to find a place to test it out. Is this not an opportunity? You have chosen to assist. The mother deer cast a grateful glance in your direction, increasingly convinced that you are her most exceptional offspring. Yet, she harbors concerns for your safety. To alleviate her worries, you swung your tail towards a sturdy tree trunk. With a resounding crash, the towering tree snapped in response. The mother deer stood in astonishment. With tears welling in her eyes, you embarked on the quest to find your 4 siblings. Which direction do you intend to pursue first? To the east, deep within the forest, lies the territory of the Tiger King. To the west, a long river teems with a tribe of ferocious crocodiles. To the south, expansive grasslands, rumored to be the domain of human herders, fraught with peril. To the north, a range of unending snow-capped mountains, where you notice a peculiar set of footprints, hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered. Chapter 105, Strength Enhancement. Beast General Level. First, eliminate the options. The Tiger King and crocodiles typically remain within their territories. Your 4 siblings would never be foolish enough to venture into the domains of the Tiger King and crocodiles. As for the territory of the nomadic humans, they seldom make an appearance. While they may occasionally hunt deer here, the likelihood is low. The peculiar footprints on the snow-capped mountains indicate that someone, or some creature, has passed through, possibly taking your siblings. Sueo resolved to investigate the snow-capped mountains. You have chosen to head towards the northern snow-capped mountains. Following the footprints, you diligently tracked your way. Amidst the swirling snow of the frigid mountains, you finally discovered the owner of the footprints. To your surprise, it was a wild man covered in white fur. The wild man had constructed a barbecue rack from wood and was savoring the roasted meat with delight. What a tantalizing aroma. The scent of the roasted meat ignited your hunger. But then you reconsidered. No, the meat on that grill. Could it possibly be your siblings? What will you decide next? Turn and leave. Challenge the wild man. Launch a surprise attack on the wild man to seize the initiative. The earlier hints suggested potential for fortuitous encounters. Leaving is not an option. Challenging the wild man would be an act of folly. Sueo decisively launched a surprise attack on the wild man, who was engrossed in his meal. You have chosen to ambush the wild man. You charged at him with your antlers, knocking the unsuspecting wild man to the ground. The wild man, instead of exhibiting anger, gazed at you with wide eyes, clearly fearing that you might escape. He had evidently mistaken you for a source of winter sustenance. He hurled a large skewer of roasted meat towards you. The aroma of roasted meat is irresistible. What will you choose next? Dodge the incoming skewer of meat. Use your antlers to deflect the skewer back. By enduring the impact of the meat, your life points will decrease by 1. Catch the skewer with your mouth, relishing it as you devour it, infuriating the wild man. Make a decisive choice. Food delivered to your mouth should not be wasted. Yet, Sueo found it curious that, as a deer, he felt an appetite for roasted meat. Aren't deer herbivores? Sueo suddenly recalled that the Qilin is reputed to be a carnivore. As he evolves towards the Qilin, embracing a carnivorous diet seems entirely reasonable. Merely, Sueo fervently wished that the hope he had consumed did not belong to his four siblings. Although transformed into a deer, he retained a flicker of humanity. Feeling a twinge of revulsion and resistance towards cannibalism among his kind, you instinctively bite towards the roasted meat that is hurled at you. The aroma of the roast instantly tantalizes your taste buds. You savor the fragrant meat, continually swallowing it down. Having consumed the roast, your body receives ample nourishment. Your agility attribute experiences a slight enhancement. Your lifespan is extended by 40 days. Your limbs become increasingly robust and powerful. Your running speed is augmented. The wild man, witnessing you devouring his meticulously prepared roast, is filled with rage. He brandishes a bone club and swings it fiercely at you. Clang! The bone club strikes you, but the force rebounds off your dragon scales, shattering it into two. Yet, your body feels somewhat numbed from the impact. You realize that the dragon scales are not invincible. You must continue to enhance your strength. However, the immediate danger has not yet subsided. You swing your tail, striking the wild man with considerable force. To your astonishment, the wild man is flung away. He crashes heavily against the stone wall, barely clinging to life. You are taken aback by the lethality of your tail. While you knew it was powerful, you had not anticipated such might. At this moment, the wild man pleads for mercy, begging you to spare him. What will you choose next? Spare the wild man and inquire about the whereabouts of your siblings. Slay the wild man. Sueo's objectives for coming here are twofold. First, to seek the adventures hinted at. Second, to locate his four siblings. To achieve both goals, it is preferable to grant the wild man his life. You choose to spare the wild man. The wild man slowly rises from the ground. You wish to convey a message to him, asking if he has seen your siblings. However, you soon realize that there is a complete language barrier between you. You cannot speak human language, and the wild man cannot comprehend it either, only emitting garbled sounds. This realization fills you with disappointment, as it seems you will not glean any useful information from him. Just then, the wild man lunges at you, gripping your throat tightly in an attempt to ambush you. You swing your tail and send him flying. This time, you strike with lethal intent, ending the wild man's life in a single blow. You have slain the wild man, earning 100 experience points. You have ascended from Beast Soldier to Beast General. Your strength has received a slight boost. Your agility has experienced a minor enhancement. Your constitution has slightly improved. Your intelligence has seen a small increase. After the wild man's demise, what will you choose next? Wander around in search of clues regarding your siblings. Leave the snowy mountains to seek traces of your siblings elsewhere. Choose to lie down and take a nap. Having already dispatched the wild man, it is imperative to search for clues in the vicinity, while the other options seem less desirable. You choose to wander around. You soon discover a cave. This cave appears ominous, likely the wild man's former dwelling. With no other option, you bravely venture inside. Inside, you find the carcass of a large pig, already significantly butchered. It turns out that the roast you consumed did not originate from your siblings, but rather from this hefty pig. You exhale a sigh of relief, finally alleviating the burden on your conscience. As you survey the cave, you notice that it is stark and impoverished, with only a mysterious wooden chest situated deep within. Curiosity piqued, you approach the chest, only to discover that it is secured with a coded password. Love you alone in the dark alley? If the password fails, the chest will automatically incinerate. Love you in your unyielding form. Love you in your modest guise. Love you in your bare essence. Sueo is momentarily taken aback. What is this? The password for the treasure chest in the wild man's cave is something so peculiar? This phrase is all too familiar to him. During his school days, he often heard elementary school children shouting it in the streets. Love you alone in the dark alley. Love you in your modest guise. In certain salons nestled in the depths of alleys, there were always young and beautiful women. Each time Sueo passed by those alleys, they would cast flirtatious glances his way, beckoning. Hey handsome, come play for a bit. It's not expensive. You're handsome. Discounts are available. In his youth, Sueo was wary of those women, fearing they would deceive him. He kept his distance. However, as he matured, the scenery had changed. He had heard that some of those women were now working in sewing factories, while others had turned to online streaming. They were indeed not expensive, at least not exorbitantly priced. This echoed the phrase love you alone in the dark alley. Love you in your modest guise, Sueo mused. You have chosen. Congratulations. You have successfully deciphered the password. The chest automatically opens. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Chapter 106, Ascension to Beast King. The Secret of the Parchment. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the Stormtail Whip skill book. Stormtail Whip. Swing your tail to inflict terrifyingly massive damage upon enemies. The damage exceeds 3 times that of your ordinary tail attack. Would you like to learn it immediately? Stormtail Whip? This skill is extraordinarily formidable. Sueo already possessed immense power in his tail. To think he could gain the Stormtail Whip, amplifying his tail's lethality beyond its original might by 3-fold. Truly unparalleled. He chose to learn the skill without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, his skill icon illuminated, adding a new ability, Divine Cowtail Whip, to his skill set, marking it as his only skill thus far. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. While he had indeed acquired a powerful skill, he still lacked any leads regarding the whereabouts of his siblings. Sueo was engulfed in contemplation. The sole lead he had was the wooden chest. The password to unlock it was in human language, yet the wild man did not possess the capacity for speech. This implied that the chest did not originate from the wild man, but rather from a human. Consequently, it was highly probable that humans had traversed this area. The footprints on the snowy mountains might not have been left by the wild man, but rather by humans passing through. With this realization, Sueo's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Although he was uncertain whether this hypothesis was accurate, it at least provided him with a direction in his quest for his siblings. Sueo emerged from the cave, struck by a sudden inspiration as he approached the footprints on the snowy mountain. He crouched down to scrutinize them closely. In that moment, he finally discerned the anomaly. These footprints were evidently made by shod feet, while the wild men roamed barefoot for all their lives, making it impossible for them to leave behind the uneven, anti-slip impressions of shoes. This revelation made the clues glaringly apparent. The being traversing the doe's territory and ascending the snowy mountain was not a wild man, but a human. The human had deliberately left footprints near the wild man's tribe, only for them to vanish thereafter, indicating an intent to obscure their trail. Suddenly, Sueo's gaze fell upon a dense thicket of shrubs to his left. If a human were to hastily dive into the underbrush, they would surely conceal their tracks. After all, the vegetation within the thicket was so thick that hiding footprints would be a simple task. It must be said that a deer's sense of smell was far more acute than that of a human. Approaching the thicket, Sueo indeed caught a whiff of human scent. There was something amiss. He immediately plunged into the underbrush, following the scent trail left behind by the human. After a lengthy pursuit of over 20 minutes, Sueo caught sight of a human figure. It was a burly man, with a bamboo basket on his back containing several slain spotted deer. This sight caused Sueo's pupils to constrict in shock. Indeed, he was hunting the spotted deer. Perhaps due to his own transformation into a deer, Sueo felt a profound sense of aversion and rage at the sight of a human slaughtering his kin. All the deer he had killed were stuffed into the bamboo basket. Could it be that his missing siblings had also fallen victim to this man? Sueo's gaze sharpened with determination. He vowed to find the deer, living or dead, since he had promised the mother deer to help locate her lost children. He was resolute in uncovering the truth. With such a hunter in the vicinity, Sueo could not continue to live quietly in the forest. In the struggle for survival, the hunter must be prepared for the possibility of being hunted in turn. Without hesitation, Sueo sprang forth with a powerful leap, using his strong tail to strike the man with ferocity. Caught off guard, the man was knocked to the ground with a resounding thud. "Ah!" he cried out in agony. In the next moment, he noticed the spotted deer before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could hardly believe that a mere fawn would dare to ambush him. The man's initial rage transformed into surprise, even tinged with a perverse excitement, as he broke into a grotesque grin, akin to a rogue who had stumbled upon a defenseless maiden in the deep woods. "Little deer, you wander where you ought not, daring to attack me. You shall pay with your life. Your worth is but 500 taels of silver. What a stroke of fortune for me." With that, the man drew a large bow from his back, knocking an arrow with intent. He shut one eye and aimed the other at Sueo's form. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the frigid air, hurtling towards Sueo with deadly intent. Sueo narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained motionless, neither avoiding nor flinching. Clang! The arrow struck Sueo, but was instantly rebuffed by the power of his dragon scales. Remarkably, it ricocheted at a bizarre angle, hurtling back towards the brawny man. Sueo was astounded. Not only had he withstood the ranged attack, but he had also turned it back upon its sender. This was utterly astonishing. How is this possible? The man gasped in disbelief, eyes wide as he watched his own arrow fail to harm the fawn and instead return towards him. This was a violation of all reason. Yet, the danger loomed, and he had no time to ponder the fawn's strange abilities. He leapt aside to evade the impending threat, but the arrow's speed was too swift. Before he could escape, it struck him squarely in the rear. A gaping wound erupted, blood seeping profusely from the grievous injury. Seizing the moment, Su Ao could not speak. Though he understood human language, he could not negotiate with the man. Since he was of no further use, it was best to eliminate him. With a flick of his powerful tail, Su Ao unleashed a tempestuous strike. The force of the blow carried with it the might of a storm, and the man felt the chilling grip of death approach. His eyes were filled with sheer terror. Help! But before his plea could escape his lips, Su Ao's tail struck him with tremendous force. A massive gash split his torso, the blow so severe that it even sliced through his intestines. You have slain the deer hunter of the Taku tribe, earning 300 experience points. You have advanced from Beast General to Beast King. Your strength has received a notable increase. Your agility has received a notable increase. Your constitution has received a notable increase. Your intelligence has received a notable increase. After slaying the hunter, you rummage through the bamboo basket. You uncover the corpses of several spotted deer. However, despite your thorough search, you find no sign of your siblings' bodies. This brings you a modicum of relief. At least your siblings might still have a chance to survive. But where could they be? Just as you ponder this dilemma, you suddenly notice a parchment scroll hidden within the bamboo basket behind the hunter. The scroll, made of precious sheepskin, must contain significant intelligence and information. With hopeful anticipation, you delicately unfurl the scroll with your hoof. As you read the contents inscribed upon the sheepskin, your expression shifts dramatically. The scroll reveals the following. Chapter 107. Ensuring that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom leads a life brimming with vitality, sharing joy in unity. The scroll details. The Taku tribe is conducting a sinister sacrificial ritual that requires the slaughter of 1,000 spotted deer. Once their sacrificial offering is complete, unimaginable calamity will befall this world. You must now make a choice. Escape from here, as far away as possible. Choose to do nothing and return to the mother deer, living life as it comes. Infiltrate the Taku tribe and thwart this sacrificial rite. There lies your chance to evolve into a Qilin and eliminate the threat directly. To flee? Even if you escape, once they succeed in their sacrificial ritual, the entire world will suffer, and how could you hope to survive? To do nothing? That is even less acceptable. In times of peace, one might afford to be idle. But with impending disaster on the horizon, such complacency would be folly. Moreover, at this juncture, Su Ao was preoccupied with the desire to swiftly conquer this trial and hastily acquire the hidden subclass of the ancient relics, a Mage of Arrays. He was growing increasingly impatient to utilize the Mage of Arrays to orchestrate cataclysmic disasters, such as colossal tsunamis and monumental earthquakes, reversing the flow of nuclear wastewater back into the land of cherry blossoms, thus rousing Mount Fuji from its slumber and ensuring that every citizen of that realm could bask in a life brimming with vitality and shared radiance. He also contemplated bestowing upon the virus-loving nation of Eagle Sauce a toxic curse, allowing them to savor the exhilarating experience of a tenfold enhanced poison spell. The decision was clear. You chose to infiltrate the Tuk tribe and thwart this sacrificial rite. You selected to charge towards the southern Tuk tribe. As you raced forward, you suddenly overheard the sounds of human conversation. Turning your gaze, you were met with the sight of 3 deer hunters journeying together. The bamboo baskets strapped to their backs were laden with the corpses of numerous sick deer, having ruthlessly slain countless of your kin. What do you intend to do? Slip away while they remain oblivious to your presence. Launch a surprise attack on them. Confront them directly. Need it even be said? There was no question. If a stealthy assault was possible, a direct confrontation would be utterly out of the question. This was the guiding principle of Su Ao's life. You chose to ambush the 3 deer hunters from the Tuk tribe. With the agility of a deer, you silently circled around to the rear of the 3 hunters. How do you wish to attack the 3 deer hunters? Charge at the hunters with your antlers. Strike the hunters with your tail. Use the Stormtail skill to assault the hunters. Currently your most formidable technique. Su Ao had no time to engage in idle banter with these hunters. He decisively made his choice. You chose to employ the Stormtail skill to attack the hunters. Your tail struck down violently upon one hunter's neck, resulting in his instant demise. The remaining 2 hunters, startled by your presence, gazed at you in shock, for they had never encountered such a fiercely aggressive fawn. Yet, their eyes were equally filled with avarice. They attributed the death of their companion to your lack of martial ethics, accusing you of ambushing their 69-year-old comrade. The 2 hunters exchanged glances, one to the left and the other to the right, drawing their sabers to cleave towards you. Clang! The power of dragon scales activated, shattering both sabers upon impact. The expressions of the 2 hunters were etched with dread. Seizing the moment while they were still reeling, you deftly swung your tail, ensnaring the blade of a saber and driving it forcefully into one hunter's skull. The hunter felt an explosive pain at the crown of his head as the blade pierced through, cleaving his skull in twain. Blood gushed forth, and brain matter erupted. With a face full of horror and resentment, this hunter collapsed lifelessly onto the snow, utterly devoid of life. The remaining hunter trembled in fear, perceiving you no longer as a mere fawn, but rather as a veritable bloodthirsty demon. With no will to fight left, he turned to flee for his life. What do you choose? Let him go. Pursue him to the death. Follow him. The parchment scroll had already indicated the location of the Tuk tribe. Therefore, Su Ao deemed it unnecessary to pursue this hunter. Thus, he opted to forego that option. However, allowing him to escape was equally out of the question. After fleeing, the hunter would undoubtedly inform the chieftain of the Tuk tribe about the encounter. This would inevitably render the tribe wary and on high alert. Consequently, it would become significantly more challenging for him to infiltrate the Tuk tribe unnoticed. Thus, that option too was abandoned. Only one choice remained. You chose to pursue the hunter to the death. Under the threat of death, the hunter ran with extraordinary speed, outpacing even Bolt. Yet, no matter how swift a human may be, they could never outrun a Cicadier. Especially since you were a Cicadier with enhanced agility attributes. The hunter was soon within your grasp. Despair and terror were etched upon his face. Your eyes glinted with cruelty as you swung your tail mercilessly towards the back of his head. Thud! Your tail pierced through the back of the hunter's skull, blood and brain matter erupting from his head. The hunter emitted a heart-wrenching scream, succumbing to despair as he perished at your hands. You have slain a hunter from the Tuk tribe and gained 1,000 potential points. What reward do you intend to exchange with these 1,000 potential points? Advance your power level by 1 tier. Acquire a new skill. Obtain a drop of Qilin blood essence, allowing your bloodline to evolve once more. Su Ao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. While upgrading and mastering a new skill were both commendable rewards, they paled in comparison to acquiring a drop of Qilin blood essence, which would facilitate another evolution of his bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. You acquired a drop of Qilin blood essence, allowing your bloodline to evolve once more. You successfully absorbed the drop of Qilin blood essence. Your body began to undergo a transformation. Your physique became increasingly robust. Your reflexes sharpened significantly. Your running speed became even swifter. Most crucially, your eyes underwent an astonishing evolution. Please choose the direction of evolution for your eyes. Turtle eyes, calm and composed, greatly enhances your mental resistance. Monkey eyes, innately intelligent, significantly boosts your memory capacity. Tiger eyes, commanding respect without anger. You gain the ability to intimidate. Any enemy that meets your gaze will be suppressed and rendered immobile for a brief duration. Chapter 108, Sacred Blood of the Qilin. Evolution and transformation of the body. The turtle eyes enhance mental resistance. The monkey eyes improve memory. But neither holds much significance for Su Ao. However, the intimidating skill of the tiger eyes intrigued him. With a mere glare, he could immobilize anyone. Such a tactic was highly practical. You chose to evolve into tiger eyes. You have mastered the intimidation skill. Congratulations. You are one step closer to evolving into a Qilin. You continue your journey towards the Tuk tribe. Moving swiftly, you soon arrived at the vicinity of the Tuk tribe. Within the Tuk tribe, numerous patrolling humans clad in animal skins, wielding spears and bearing longbows, remained ever vigilant. Should you charge in directly, you would undoubtedly be discovered immediately, facing the wrath of these tribal humans. What do you plan to do next? Charge in boldly. Turn and leave. Infiltrate silently. He made a decisive choice. Su Ao's steps were remarkably light, fully embodying the characteristics of a Cicadier. 2 human sentinels stood guard at the entrance, leisurely sipping their drinks while surveying the surroundings. Occasionally, they engaged in idle chatter. Alas, so many of our brothers have gone to partake in the sacrificial ceremony, leaving just a few of us here to stand watch. How dreadfully tedious this is. It's the dead of night, and not a single creature in sight. Is this duty even worth it? Best to remain dutiful in our watch. If the captain hears you, you're done for. Uft. The captain is surely at the ceremony. He won't hear a thing. What? Are you going to report me? The 2 guards continued their desultory conversation. Under the cover of the ominous night, Su Ao stealthily approached the 2 sentinels. In a sudden, explosive strike, he unleashed his attack. Bang! Bang! The guards had no time to react, swiftly obliterated by Su Ao's lethal precision. You have slain a Tuk tribe guard, gaining 300 experience points. You have slain a Tuk tribe guard, gaining 300 experience points. Silently dispatching the 2, the guards' faces were etched with disbelief. Yet they could emit no sound before being extinguished. However, upon infiltrating the Tuk tribe's encampment, numerous guards continued their relentless patrols. It must be said, the Tuk tribe's defenses were exceedingly formidable. Perhaps it was due to preparations for some clandestine sacrificial rite. Without breaching the guards' patrols, Penetrating deeper into the camp would be impossible. There was no other recourse. A direct assault was the only option. Before him stood a line of a dozen patrolling guards. Su Ao quietly positioned himself at the rear of the patrol. In an instant, he struck. With lightning speed, he unleashed a furious attack. His tail, like a razor-sharp scythe, cleaved mercilessly into the necks of the two guards at the back of the line. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Two searing heads were severed and tumbled to the ground. You have slain Attack Tribe Guard, gaining 300 experience points. You have slain Attack Tribe Guard, gaining 300 experience points. A surge of experience flooded into Su Ao's being. You have advanced from Beast King to Beast Emperor. Your strength has received a moderate enhancement. Your agility has received a moderate enhancement. Your intelligence has received a moderate enhancement. Your constitution has received a moderate enhancement. Having slain 4 guards, the substantial experience propelled Su Ao to a new level, causing a significant boost in his attributes. Yet, this commotion immediately attracted the attention of other patrolling guards. Alert! Alert! We've been ambushed. Someone is attacking us from the shadows. No, it's not a person. It's a deer. This deer has become sentient. How dare it assault us? Capture it. Present it to the altar. Such a spiritually aware deer might invoke the blessings of the shaman. In an instant, countless patrolling guards lunged towards Su Ao. Spears were thrust toward him with ferocity. In that electric moment, Su Ao's eyes glimmered with an overwhelming might. The intimidation skill activated. In that instant, all patrolling guards were rooted to the spot. Their minds alert, but bodies paralyzed. From their eyes, one could see sheer terror and disbelief. In the midst of the guards' astonished gazes, Su Ao gracefully approached them. His tail, akin to a scythe of unmatched sharpness. With each swing, he claimed the lives of the patrolling guards. Snap, 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 snap. Su Ao resembled the Grim Reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. You have slain Attack Tribe Guard, gaining 300 experience points. You have slain Attack Tribe Guard, gaining 300 experience points. You have slain Attack Tribe Guard, gaining 300 experience points. You have slain Attack Tribe Guard, gaining 300 experience points. You have eliminated all patrolling guards of the Attack Tribe, earning 2,000 potential points. What reward do you wish to exchange for these 2,000 potential points? Intelligence increased by 100. Agility increased by 100. Gain a trace of Xiangliu's sacred blood, allowing your bloodline to undergo further evolution. Intelligence and agility were not attributes Su Ao sought. He could readily forego those. However, the reward was exceedingly tempting. This time, he had acquired Xiangliu's sacred blood, more precious and powerful than the previously obtained Xiangliu essence. A flicker of delight crossed Su Ao's eyes. He decisively chose. You have acquired a trace of Xiangliu's sacred blood, prompting a further evolution of your bloodline. You have successfully absorbed a trace of Xiangliu's sacred blood. Your body has undergone another transformation. Your strength has become even more formidable. Your constitution has become even more resilient. Your reaction speed has become even sharper. Most crucially, your body has undergone an extraordinary evolution. Please choose the direction of your body's evolution. Goat form, entirely snow white. It will significantly enhance your charm. Ox form, robust vitality. Your life force will greatly increase, though agility will significantly decrease. Moose form, agile and graceful. You will gain the new skill, Dance of Slaughter. This skill will exponentially boost your movement speed and attack power for a short duration, allowing you to harvest your enemies with artistic flair. Chapter 109. Evolution of Xiangliu. The Dark Sacrificial Ceremony. The shaman descends. The goat form enhances charm, while the ox form boosts vitality, but markedly reduces agility. Both evolutionary paths are decent, yet they pale in comparison to the allure of the moose form for Su Ao. Not only would he gain a powerful new skill, Dance of Slaughter, but the moose form represents the most appropriate evolutionary direction for the Xiangliu. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao decisively chose. You have chosen to evolve into the moose form. You have comprehended the skill, Dance of Slaughter. Congratulations. You have taken a step closer to evolving into a Xiangliu. Su Ao glanced at his attribute panel. At this moment, he had evolved the cow tail, tiger eyes, and moose form. Only the lion head remained. Only by evolving the final lion head would his evolutionary quest be wholly fulfilled. This prospect ignited a glimmer of hope in Su Ao's eyes. Just then, flames erupted around him. Flaming arrows rained down upon Su Ao like a tempest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gazing at the barrage of flaming arrows, Su Ao narrowed his eyes slightly. He stood firm, unyielding, allowing the fiery projectiles to strike him. It was not arrogance, but a test of the dragon scale's defensive capabilities, to ascertain whether they could withstand such a deluge of attacks. Yet, as the fiery arrows struck, the clanging sounds echoed. Suddenly, The dragon scales adorning Su Ao's body radiated a brilliant golden light. The formidable rebound force and nearly invincible defensive capability were showcased in their entirety at this moment. As the fiery arrows struck Su Ao, they were instantly repelled by the dragon's scales counterforce. Not only did they fail to inflict any harm upon him, but they also ricocheted back toward the source of the arrows. With an ever-increasing barrage of flaming arrows, the number of projectiles being sent back soared. The archers, responsible for launching these arrows, soon found themselves engulfed by their own fiery onslaught. The relentless barrage culminated in a vast sea of flames, utterly incinerating all the ranged archers. Su Ao gazed at this scene, momentarily stunned. The rebound power of the dragon scales was indeed the absolute nemesis of the ranged class. Without the slightest effort, he had annihilated all the archers. You have slain attack tribe ranged archer, gaining 300 experience points. You have slain attack tribe ranged archer, gaining 300 experience points. You have slain attack tribe ranged archer, gaining 300 experience points. A bountiful flow of experience surged into Su Ao's body. You have risen from Beast King to Beast Emperor. Your strength has received a significant enhancement. Your agility has received a significant enhancement. Your intelligence has received a significant enhancement. Your constitution has received a significant enhancement. Relishing the exhilarating surge of power, a fierce glint ignited in Su Ao's eyes. He fixed his gaze deeper into the Tak tribe's territory, suddenly noticing a massive iron cage. Inside the cage were imprisoned hundreds, if not thousands, of live deer. He observed as the bound deer were continuously tossed into the altar. Those unfortunate creatures, flung into the altar, were engulfed by a torrent of dense black energy, ultimately leaving no trace, reduced to a pool of blood, serving as sacrificial nourishment for the altar. The entire sacrificial process was accompanied by the chilling and heart-wrenching cries of the live deer, steeped in brutality. Even those confined within the vast iron cage were filled with despair, awaiting their own torturous demise. At the edge of the cage, Su Ao's attention was abruptly drawn to 4 delicate fawns. They looked strikingly familiar, though their appearances were alarmingly frail. The 4 fawns huddled together, shivering, tears welling in their eyes. Were these not his 4 siblings? The good news was that they were all alive. The bad news was that their demise loomed near. The humans responsible for the sacrifices were reaching out toward them. Soon, they would become offerings for the altar. Though their bond was not profound, they were still kin, sharing the same mother. He could not stand idly by and watch them perish. Su Ao narrowed his eyes slightly and charged toward the altar. He had to intercept the deer. The sacrificial ceremony must not be interrupted. Those who dared to offend the great shaman would pay by offering their bodies as atonement. In an instant, countless knights clad in black armor, wielding dark lances, charged towards Su Ao. Just in time. The more, the merrier. I shall slay them all. A fierce murderous intent surged in Su Ao's eyes. His tail, akin to a scythe, swung wildly. Bang, 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 bang. Each swing of his tail claimed the life of a black-armored knight. You have slain attack tribe black-armored knight, gaining 500 experience points. You have slain attack tribe black-armored knight, gaining 500 experience points. You have slain attack tribe black-armored knight, gaining 500 experience points. At that moment, Su Ao resembled a reaper of death from the depths of hell. Any black-armored knight who dared approach him was swiftly dispatched. In a matter of moments, all the black-armored knights had been utterly slaughtered. Witnessing this spectacle, all the humans of the Tak tribe were left in shock. Their eyes reflected sheer disbelief and terror. Their hearts tumultuous like raging waves, unable to find calm. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Su Ao slowly approached the iron cage. At that moment, not a soul dared to intervene. To the little deer within the cage, Su Ao appeared as a savior descending from the heavens. They all lifted their heads and cried out, as if desperate subjects awaiting their monarch's rescue. Even the 4 siblings huddled in the corner noticed Su Ao's presence. They perceived him as an imposing figure, yet one that felt so familiar. It was their 5th brother. Upon recognizing Su Ao, their eyes brimmed with incredulous astonishment. They could hardly believe that their once frail 5th brother, nearly abandoned by their mother at birth, had transformed into a being of terrifying power. Now an invincible entity they could only revere. Mere ants, do you dare disrupt my sacred sacrificial rite? You shall pay the price for your transgressions with your life and soul. This is your only path to atonement. Embrace the sacrifice, beast of the mortal realm. Suddenly, a chilling and sinister voice echoed behind Su Ao. He turned to see a massive, ethereal, ghastly white face manifesting high above. It loomed ominously above the dark altar. This ghastly visage, with its terrifying features, dripped with blood from its eye sockets, and its white hair writhed as if alive, while its blood-red tongue resembled a hellish serpent. In an instant, that serpentine tongue, imbued with a torrent of blood, lunged towards Su Ao, attempting to ensnare him. The overwhelming darkness reverberated, causing the very air around to tremble. Mortal beast, die for me. Chapter 110. Transcendence into a Qilan, slaying the shaman. Awakening of the ancient divine profession. As the blood-infused tongue surged forth, seeking to ensnare Su Ao, he remained unfazed. With a nimble leap, he used the shaman's blood tongue as a springboard. Propelling himself into the air, he charged toward the shaman's colossal, ghastly face. Utter audacity. A flicker of terror crossed the shaman's eyes, though a cold smile crept across his face. You seek your own demise? The thousand-bone spear. Suddenly, a chilling, white-bone spear hurtled towards Su Ao with deadly intent. Yet, upon impact, the spear merely left a faint white mark upon Su Ao's dragon scales, before being repelled back. Bang! The bone spear struck the shaman's forehead, dimming the ghostly visage momentarily. In the next moment, Su Ao's figure had lunged directly at the shaman. The Stormtail attack activated. His tail, sharp as a blade, swung fiercely at the shaman. Bang! A powerful slash descended. The shaman's spectral form trembled, on the verge of collapse. His eyes widened in sheer horror, for he had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable fawn possessed such ferocious strength. In a fit of rage, the witch god unleashed a formidable surge of dark power that erupted violently from his being. Death and decay. As the witch god's chilling voice resonated, an extremely potent wave of dark, corrosive poison surged towards Su Ao. While dragon scales confer immunity to physical damage, the venom constituted a form of magical harm, rendering the dragon's formidable physical defenses utterly impotent. Su Ao was acutely aware of this fact and decisively activated the Dance of Slaughter. A crimson hue surged across the surface of his skin. His speed and attack power surged exponentially. He swiftly evaded the oncoming lethal poison, maneuvering around the witch god's back. With his tail wielded like a blade, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Bang, 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 bang. The witch god's life force plummeted at a visible rate. In that moment, the witch god was utterly flustered. Sacrificing his own blood essence, he summoned a colossal creature, the Dark Corpse King. The Corpse King, cloaked in darkness, swung a steel chain menacingly towards Su Ao. Faced with the imposing onslaught of the Corpse King, Su Ao swiftly countered with a stunning display. His formidable tiger-eye gaze immobilized the Corpse King, rendering it powerless. Following this, a tempestuous storm of tail strikes ensued. Tragically, the Corpse King, barely summoned, was obliterated before it could even comprehend its fate. You have slain the Dark Corpse King, gaining 5,000 potential points. What rewards do you wish to exchange for these 5,000 potential points? Your power level has increased by 2 ranks. You have acquired 2 new skills. You have obtained a trace of Qilan divine blood, triggering the ultimate evolution of your bloodline. Each option was immensely enticing. However, Su Ao yearned for the Qilan divine blood even more, as it represented the final step in his transformation into a Qilan. A fervent glint ignited in Su Ao's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively selected. You have acquired a trace of Qilan divine blood. This Qilan divine blood will further evolve your bloodline. Your dragon scale defense has increased 100-fold. Your tiger eye control duration has increased 100-fold. Your tail's lethality has increased 100-fold. Your elk form's movement speed and attack power have surged 100-fold. Most crucially, your body has undergone an extraordinary evolution. Please choose the direction of your evolution. Lion's head, a majestic presence. It can completely transform into a true Qilan. Bull's head, a powerful physique. Your life force will significantly increase. Rabbit's head, spicy and aromatic. Adorably enticing, it looks delectable. The bull's head held little merit, and the spicy rabbit head was not worth considering. He resolutely chose the lion's head. The lion's head was the final step in evolving into the sacred beast Qilan. Su Ao made his choice without hesitation. You have chosen to evolve with a lion's head. You have comprehended the skill Thunder Prison Suppression. Congratulations. You have transformed into a complete Qilan sacred beast. A torrent of divine golden blood, imbued with unparalleled power, surged swiftly into Su Ao's body. At this moment, Su Ao was enveloped in a radiant golden light. He had completely metamorphosed into a resplendent Qilan sacred beast. Su Ao's eyes fluttered open, exuding an unparalleled aura of sovereign majesty that overwhelmed the vast earth. Upon the emergence of the Qilan, all beasts bowed in submission. The deer confined within the cage gazed with profound reverence at Su Ao, now a Qilan, kneeling in awe. Even his 4 siblings regarded him with incredulous astonishment. They had never fathomed that their once feeble fifth brother could evolve into such a noble and powerful sacred beast as the Xiangliu. A Xiangliu? How could it be? A mere mortal creature transforming into the legendary sacred beast, the Xiangliu? The witch goddess face was a portrait of shock. Even after countless millennia, he found this transformation utterly unfathomable. Yet one thing was undeniable to the witch god. Even before evolving into a Xiangliu, Su Ao's power was already fearsome. Now, having awakened and evolved into a true sacred beast Xiangliu, he was far beyond what the witch god could contend with. At that moment, the only option was to retreat from the confrontation. Without hesitation, the witch god turned to flee. He even resorted to burning his essence, riding upon endless black clouds, escaping at an astonishing speed. Think you can escape? In your dreams. Su Ao chuckled coldly, raising his dark golden claw. He struck down upon the void with fierce resolve. Boom. The thunder prison suppression skill was activated. A divine thunderbolt from the heavens descended with overwhelming force. Before the witch god could react, it crashed down upon him with a resounding impact. Bang! The witch god was instantly annihilated, his very soul obliterated. I am so unwilling. With a profound sense of regret and rage, the witch god met his ultimate demise. Congratulations. You have successfully transformed into a Xiangliu, completing the simulation task of evolving from a deer into a Xiangliu. You have obtained the qualification to transition into the ancient relic array master profession. Due to your additional defeat of the evil ruler of this world, the witch god, you have received an additional king-tier relic treasure chest. Chapter 111, Level 9 Earthquake, Level 12 Super Hurricane, Tidal Waves. At this moment, a golden portal appeared in the heavens. By traversing through this golden portal, one could return to the realm of reality. Su Ao glanced back at his four siblings within the iron cage, raised his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning, shattering the cage with a resounding crash. Hundreds of spotted deer finally regained their freedom. All the rejuvenated deer gazed at Su Ao with immense gratitude, especially the four siblings, who now looked at him with a newfound admiration and respect. Su Ao turned to his siblings and spoke. Go back and tell mother. I am leaving. I may not return again. Live well. With that, Su Ao leapt into the air and stepped into the golden portal, his figure vanishing without a trace. The multitude of spotted deer watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed that the four siblings understood Su Ao's words. Their gazes filled with reluctance as they watched him depart, before swiftly turning to race towards their mother. When Su Ao opened his eyes again, he found himself back in reality. Shauna looked at him with delight, exclaiming, Master, you have finally returned. It has been a full 48 hours since you entered the ancient relic trial. To have taken 2 full days for this secondary profession? Su Ao was taken aback. Checking his phone, he indeed found that 2 full days had elapsed. Only 7 days remained until the 8-city joint examination. Precisely 1 week. For Su Ao, the upcoming 8-city joint examination posed no challenge whatsoever. Any genius would be easily outclassed by him. However, gaining admission into the nation's top 4 universities through this examination was of utmost importance to Su Ao. For once admitted, he would gain access to unparalleled cultivation resources supplied by the entire nation. As a student from one of the 4 prestigious academies, stepping into the battlefield of myriad clans, it is certain that a future adorned with the rank of a high-ranking officer awaits. At this moment, Su Ao reminisced about the cherished faces of his parents. Father, mother, it won't be long before I can fight alongside you. He silently contemplated. At this juncture, the obsidian golden gate erupted with 2 brilliant beams of golden light. The 2 rays enveloped 2 distinct objects, a golden scroll and a golden treasure chest. Su Ao's gaze ignited with fervor. He swiftly grasped the golden scroll and unfurled it without hesitation. Beep. Do you wish to transition to the secondary profession of cataclysmic array mage? Once a secondary profession is determined, it cannot be revoked or altered. Confirm the transition. Su Ao chose decisively, without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, a resplendent 9-colored radiance burst forth from the golden scroll, ultimately surging into Su Ao's being. Beep. You have successfully transitioned to the secondary profession of cataclysmic array mage. Please choose one of the following 3 cataclysmic arrays as your reward for becoming a novice godly array mage. Cataclysmic array, Earthquake, triggers a level 9 earthquake. Once activated, it is capable of awakening dormant volcanoes and paralyzing an entire municipal area. Comprehension level 100. Cataclysmic array, Tempest, generates a level 12 super hurricane. Once activated, it can devastate an entire provincial area in an instant. Comprehension level 150. Cataclysmic array, Tidal wave, can summon an influx of seawater. Once activated, it can inundate a massive island, engulfing it entirely. Comprehension level 210. Due to insufficient levels, the latter two options were not available. Hence, the choice fell upon the first. However, even the weakest cataclysm, the earthquake, possessed an unfathomably terrifying power. Beep. You have comprehended the cataclysmic array, earthquake. To deploy this array, you will require 8 earthquake stones and 1 source energy crystal. The cataclysmic array boasted a destructive power that could obliterate the very earth. Its range surpassed that of even the most formidable forbidden spells. Yet, the drawback lay in the necessity for array materials. Where could he procure earthquake stones and source energy crystals? Su Ao's gaze sharpened. Such a level of cataclysmic array, even if unleashed upon the vast lands of the Eagle Nation, would create a global sensation, let alone in the Sakura Nation, where the terror wrought by the cataclysmic array would be utterly unbearable. To deliver a severe blow to both the Eagle Nation and the Sakura Nation, and to elevate the prestige of the Dragon Nation. This undertaking was far more consequential than any other. Su Ao resolved to return to Linhai City to inquire with Principal Li about the collection of earthquake stones and source energy crystals. He still possessed a golden treasure chest, King's Grade Divine Treasure Chest. Function: upon opening, it can randomly yield 1 piece of King's Grade equipment, 1 vial of King's Grade elixir, and 1 piece of Stardust Grade material. The rewards from the Divine Treasure Chest were unexpectedly lavish. Su Ao's eyes gleamed with delight. If it had merely yielded 1 piece of King's Grade treasure, it would have been commendable. Yet, this King's Grade Divine Treasure Chest could produce 3 distinct exquisite rewards. This revelation brought a glimmer of joy to Su Ao's countenance. In order to increase the probability of acquiring these exceptional treasures from the Divine Treasure Chest, he needed to elevate his luck a notch. Thus, he must rely on the luck bestowed by his pet, the 8-headed venomous serpent. Pet spirit, Su Ao murmured. And the 8-headed venomous serpent transformed into a stream of ethereal purple light, surging into his being. In that moment, his body became adorned with dark purple scales, and 8 ominous dark purple wings pulsated behind him. Moreover, 8 fearsome serpent heads writhed menacingly, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. At this moment, Su Ao resembled a deity of poison, his presence overwhelming the very heavens and earth. That towering figure, those indifferent eyes, and the 8 venomous wings in constant motion all radiated his extraordinary might, instilling a sense of trepidation within those who beheld him. Shauna gazed up at Su Ao, her eyes shimmering with admiration and reverence. She became increasingly convinced that this tall and imposing man, akin to a deity, was her destined master to whom she would pledge her eternal loyalty. Meanwhile, Su Ao directed his attention to his attribute panel. His luck value soared from 0 to a staggering 7. Each point of luck bore immense significance. With a luck value of 7, Su Ao felt an unwavering confidence regarding the probability of opening the treasure chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely chose to open the Divine Treasure Chest. Open immediately. As Su Ao's command echoed, the Divine Treasure Chest burst open. A dazzling golden light erupted forth from within. Beep. You have obtained the Divine Pet Equipment, King's Grade Purple Mist Crown. Beep. You have obtained the Divine Material, Stardust Grade Purple Dragon Wing. Beep. You have obtained the Divine Treasure, Skill Enhancement Stones. These 3 items appeared quite promising. As Su Ao surveyed the treasures unveiled from the chest, satisfaction illuminated his face. Yet, at that moment, as his luck value of 7 flickered slightly, a mysterious energy surged from the Divine Treasure Chest. Beep. Due to the activation of your 7 luck value attribute, the Divine Treasure Chest has received a 70-fold critical reward. The 3 divine rewards you have obtained have undergone astonishing upgrades. Congratulations, you have acquired the following. Chapter 112, Premium Synthesis Material, Thunder Prison Qilan Wing. Assemble an army of myriad venomous serpents. Beep. Due to the 70-fold critical reward effect, your Divine Pet Equipment reward has upgraded to Glory Grade Rainbow, Celestial Crown. Beep. Due to the 70-fold critical reward effect, your Divine Material reward has upgraded to Nebula Grade Thunder Prison Qilan Wing. Beep. Due to the 70-fold critical reward effect, your Divine Treasure reward has upgraded to 70 Skill Enhancement Stones. Glory Grade Equipment, Nebula Grade Material, 70 Skill Enhancement Stones. Su Ao found himself momentarily stunned. Any one of these 3 rewards held a value in the hundreds of millions. Collectively, they surpassed $1 billion in worth. Glory Grade Rainbow, Celestial Crown. Intelligence, 85. Mana Recovery Speed, 100. Skill, Rainbow Radiance. When releasing skills, there is a 15% chance to trigger the Rainbow Radiance effect, doubling damage and additionally granting a 30 lifesteal effect. 30 of the damage dealt to enemies is converted into your own health. Truly, this Glory Grade Equipment is remarkable. Even King's Grade Equipment can only enhance a single attribute. However, Glory Grade Equipment enhances 2 attributes. The most critical aspect is the highly practical effect of the Rainbow Radiant skill, which not only has the potential to double all skill damage, but also provides a substantial lifesteal effect. Quite impressive indeed. The esteemed pet Crown of Glory has been assigned by Su Ao to the 7th head of the 8-headed venomous serpent. Now, only the last head of the 8-headed venomous serpent remains without a cap to wear, gazing longingly at her 7 sisters, each adorned with splendid, resplendent hats, her eyes betraying a sense of envy. Su Ao gently patted her head, assuring her, "Do not fret. As long as you put forth your utmost effort, I shall procure for you a hat that surpasses theirs by 1,000-fold." Su Ao painted a grand vision for the 8th sister. With a hopeful expression, she looked up at Su Ao, nodding vigorously and emitting a hissing sound, seemingly in gratitude. Subsequently, Su Ao's gaze shifted to the second miraculous reward, the Nebula-grade Golden Holy War Wings. Thunder Prison Qilin Wings, a Nebula-grade material. These wings encapsulate the bloodline of the sacred beast Qilin. If fused onto another ferocious beast, it may bestow upon it the extraordinary divine power of the Qilin. The fact that this Nebula-grade material harbors the bloodline of the Qilin ignited a fervent gleam in Su Ao's eyes. He pondered what degree of evolution a Stardust-grade material could grant the 8 amethyst serpents. A flicker of anticipation crossed his gaze as he decisively retrieved the Super Pet synthesizer. Ding! The 8-headed venomous serpent has been confirmed as the prototype pet. Please select the synthesis material. Thunder Prison Qilin Wings. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ao placed the entire Thunder Prison Qilin Wings into the synthesizer. Ding! A prototype pet and a material have been confirmed. Synthesis formula. King-level advanced 8-headed venomous serpent, growth stage, Nebula-grade Thunder Prison Qilin Wings. Ding! Due to the prototype pet's rank being too low, direct synthesis with Nebula-grade materials is not possible. An additional Stardust-grade material must be included in the synthesis process to proceed. Indeed, Nebula-grade materials are not so easily synthesized. Fortunately, Stardust-grade materials are a tier lower, making them comparatively easier to acquire. Su Ao stored the Nebula-grade Thunder Prison Qilin Wings, intending to synthesize them later after procuring a Stardust-grade material. Next, Su Ao's attention turned to the final miraculous reward, 70 skill advancement stones. 1 skill advancement stone allows the 8-headed venomous serpent to recruit 100 more serpent subordinates and permanently enhances her attributes. With a total of 70 skill advancement stones, wouldn't that allow the 8-headed venomous serpent to recruit an additional 7,000 serpent subordinates? Most importantly, her attributes could surge 70 times. This was undoubtedly a qualitative transformation. With this thought, Su Ao's gaze grew even more fervent. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated all 70 skill advancement stones for skill upgrades. Ding! You have selected 70 skill advancement stones. Please choose the skill you wish to upgrade. Enhance the Beast Tide Control skill. Su Ao responded decisively. The benefits of this skill upgrade were immeasurable. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill advancement stone. Beast Tide Control skill upgraded to level 42, allowing an increase in subordinate recruitment capacity by 100. Current count, 2,000, 5,100. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill advancement stone. Beast Tide Control skill upgraded to level 43, allowing an increase in subordinate recruitment capacity by 100. Current count, 2,000, 5,200. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill advancement stone. Beast Tide Control skill upgraded to level 111, allowing an increase in subordinate recruitment capacity by 100. Current count, 2,000, 12,000. All 70 skill advancement stones were expended. The Beast Tide Control skill was directly upgraded to level 111. The 8-headed venomous serpent could now recruit an additional 7,000 serpent subordinates. Once fully recruited, that would amount to a formidable army of 12,000 venomous serpents at Su Ao's command. If this legion of serpents were unleashed upon the core cities of Eagle Sauce Nation or Cherry Blossom Nation, it would undoubtedly instill terror throughout the enemy cities. Su Ao was more than willing to undertake any action that could inflict a heavy blow upon these 2 rival nations. At this moment, Su Ao had 2 tasks to accomplish. 1. Collect 8 earthquake stones and 1 source energy crystal to set up the calamity array. 2. Locate a Stardust-grade material to elevate the 8-headed venomous serpent into a true 9-headed serpent. 3. Find a way to gather 7,000 more venomous serpents to form a genuine legion of venomous warriors. The venomous serpents of Serpent King Island had nearly been eradicated by Su Ao's fire-based forbidden spell. Even the few remaining frail serpents were of no interest to him. He sought to assemble a fiercely combat-capable army of venomous assassins. Wherever they tread, devastation would follow. Dingling. Su Ao's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Principal Lee. Just as he was about to inquire with Principal Li about the whereabouts of the earthquake stones and source energy crystals, it seemed the principal had reached out first, fortuitously. Upon answering the call, Principal Li's voice resonated on the other end. Su Ao, come to the school at once. I have tremendous news. Hurry. Chapter 113. Warming the cold hearts of the colonels with a volcanic eruption. Tremendous news? Su Ao felt a twinge of surprise. Principal Li's hearty laughter echoed through the line. Come back quickly. Find me in my office, and you shall see. After hanging up, Su Ao remained somewhat puzzled. Why was Principal Li speaking so mysteriously? Nevertheless, he decided to investigate. He glanced back at Shauna, instructing, Shauna, continue to stay on Serpent King Island. Should the Soul Clan have any further intelligence, inform me at once. Shauna respectfully replied, as you command. After bidding farewell to Shauna, Su Ao summoned the 8 wings of venom and soared towards Linhai City. Around half an hour later, Su Ao returned to the campus of Linhai First University. Upon entering the principal's office, he found Principal Li engaged in conversation over tea with a man and a woman. The woman, clad in a standard military uniform, exuded an air of valor, adorned with 3 golden stars, clearly a major general. The man, dressed in a deep blue suit, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with graying temples that lent him an imposing presence. As Su Ao stepped into the office, he captured the attention of all 3 individuals. Principal Li approached Su Ao with enthusiasm, introducing, Su Ao, allow me to formally present to you. This is the commander known as Sister Blade, one of the leaders on the battlefield of the myriad races, whose strength has transcended the 10 transformation realm. Here as a representative of the Dragon Kingdom's military to meet with you. This gentleman is the Inspector Gua from the 8 cities of Zhongzhou, a figure of great authority. Here as a representative from the political sphere of the Dragon Kingdom to meet you. Upon hearing Principal Li's introduction, Su Ao's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. The presence of 2 such high-ranking individuals before him could only signify matters of great importance. Despite being a woman, Sister Blade possessed a decisive character and spoke first. Su Ao, you are a super genius of our Dragon Kingdom. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our esteemed Dragon Kingdom's military department. Your parents have long been esteemed members of our ranks, and should you choose to follow in their footsteps, it would be most fortuitous. Naturally, our military will provide the highest caliber of resources to nurture your prodigious talents. A serene smile graced the face of Inspector Gua as he spoke. Our National Affairs Department equally welcomes your participation. Given your potential, you are destined to ascend to a position of great prominence. The words of the 2 leaders momentarily astonished Su Ao. He had not anticipated that such powerful figures from both the military and political spheres would come to invite him, seemingly vying for his allegiance. The decision to join the military or the political realm would undoubtedly shape the trajectory of his future growth, a choice that required careful contemplation. Sister Dao interjected, regardless of whether you choose the military or the political sector, you shall be afforded abundant resources for your development. The distinction lies in the fact that in the military, you may wholly dedicate yourself to the pursuit of higher realms of strength. Conversely, should you enter politics, your focus will be divided by the demands of state affairs, inevitably hindering your progress and strength. Casting a sidelong glance at Inspector Gua, Sister Dao continued, Inspector Gua's aptitude for cultivation is not inferior to mine. When he reached the 8th transition, I had only attained the 5th. Yet now, if you were to inquire whether Inspector Gua still stands as my equal, I believe the answer would be a resounding no. Inspector Gua shot Sister Dao a disapproving look, shaking his head as he remarked, strength does not necessarily equate to greater contributions to the nation. Both the military and the political realm serve the country. There is no need for comparison. In his heart, Su Ao felt a stronger inclination towards the military, not only to reunite with his parents, but also for the prospect of more rapid personal advancement. It is often observed that those of greater strength enjoy longer lifespans. Despite their similar ages, Sister Dao appeared to be in her early 30s, while Inspector Gua bore the marks of age, with graying hair that made him resemble a man nearing the twilight of his years. However, to express such thoughts overtly would be to undermine Inspector Gua's dignity. Instead of revealing his true intentions, Su Ao inquired, might you know where I could procure source energy crystals and seismic stones? Sister Dao's expression shifted to one of surprise. Seismic stones are utilized for seismic measurements. Surely you do not require such items for your cultivation? However, we do possess source energy crystals within the military, and I can facilitate an expedited allocation for you. Su Ao felt no need to conceal his purpose from the nation. He openly declared, my secondary profession is that of a formation master. Currently, I can manipulate the first formation, seismic reverberation, capable of triggering a magnitude 9 earthquake. But it requires both source energy crystals and seismic stones to be properly executed. Sister Dao's eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens, Your secondary profession is the legendary Formation Master. This profession has not been seen for at least 5 centuries. To be able to arrange a magnitude 9 earthquake so soon after your transition is astounding. The scope of a mage's forbidden spell is vast. The impact of a magnitude 9 earthquake would exceed that of a forbidden spell by at least tenfold. Turning her gaze towards Inspector Gua, Sister Dao asserted, Su Ao is not only a genius Beastmaster. His secondary profession is that of a Formation Master. You are well aware of the immense power a Formation Master can wield on the battlefield. Inspector Gua, if you truly have the nation's best interests at heart, I urge you to abandon the notion of having Su Ao join the political sphere. Only by entering the military can he truly unleash his full potential. In that moment, Sister Dao's resolute stance caused Inspector Gua to feel a twinge of displeasure, yet he could not deny the validity of her argument. To assign a Formation Master to a bureaucratic role would indeed be a grievous waste of talent. Silent, he nodded in acknowledgement of Sister Dao's perspective. Sister Dao turned her attention back to Su Ao. Our military possesses ample source energy crystals. Others may lack the eligibility to request them, but you are fully qualified. Would 3 source energy crystals suffice? I can submit an application for you immediately. That will be sufficient. Thank you, Sister Dao. Su Ao's admiration for her grew as she displayed such forthrightness. Although her demeanor was somewhat brash, her candor made interactions more comfortable. To arrange the seismic reverberation formation requires merely 1 source energy crystal. Thus, 3 would allow him to perform the formation thrice. However, in addition to source energy crystals, seismic stones were also necessary. Sister Dao continued, as for seismic stones, such materials can only be found deep within active volcanoes. Su Ao was taken aback. Active volcanoes? Isn't Mount Fuji in Sakura Country an active volcano? Indeed, Mount Fuji is classified as an active volcano, but Sakura Country is our adversary. Recently, due to the nuclear wastewater issues, relations between our nations have soured considerably. In contrast, it would be far safer to collect seismic stones from the Klyachevskia volcano in the Bear Country. Having resolved to procure seismic stones from Mount Fuji, Su Ao dismissed any thoughts of alternative locations. He had initially intended to set up a seismic reverberation formation on Mount Fuji to provoke a volcanic eruption. Su Ao's mind was already made up. Once he secured the source energy crystals from Sister Dao, he would hasten to Mount Fuji and allow the dignitaries of Sakura Country to experience the awe of a volcanic eruption. What a chilling reflection on the hearts of those in Sakura Country, that they would discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean. It was only fitting to warm their cold hearts with the spectacle of an eruption. Chapter 114. Obey me or perish. Upon leaving the principal's office, Su Ao wasted no time in proceeding to the Icefield Cavern. Before his departure, he had inquired of Principal Li regarding the whereabouts of formidable serpentine beasts. Sister Dao's request for source energy crystals would require some time to process, and Su Ao planned to utilize this interval to subdue 7,000 venomous snakes and evolve the 8-headed venomous snake into its complete 9-headed form. If he could also successfully achieve his 6th career transition, it would be nothing short of splendid. Principal Li informed him that the extreme ice crystal snake, residing within the Icefield Cavern, possessed a strength that began at the 9th transition. The more powerful Extreme Ice Snake King was even mightier than the ordinary Extreme Ice Crystal Snakes. Summoning the 8-headed venom, Su Ao soared towards the direction of the Extreme Ice Crystal Snakes. The Icefield Cavern lay on the periphery of the western frontier of the Dragon Kingdom, perpetually enshrouded in snow and ice, where only the fiercest beasts could endure the biting cold of 50 degrees below zero. It was within this extreme environment that the Extreme Ice Crystal Snake, a formidable species, had come to thrive. The 8-headed venom flew at remarkable speed, outpacing even aircraft. Approximately 2 hours later, Su Ao reached the outskirts of the Icefield Cavern. The howling winds cut through the air with an icy ferocity, braving the chilling gusts. Su Ao searched for the entrance to the Icefield Cavern. Along the way, he encountered several weaker beasts, which he dispatched with ease. You have slain the 8th-tier Pinnacle Extreme Ice Crocodile, earning 5,000 experience points. As this was an overlevel kill, you receive a 50 bonus experience, totaling 7,500 experience points. You have slain the 8th-tier Pinnacle Icefield Wolf, earning 5,000 experience points. The reward for defeating a foe of a higher tier is an additional 50 experience. And you have accumulated a total of 7,500 experience points. You have vanquished the Pinnacle Ice Poison Scorpion of the 8th rank, earning 5,000 experience points. With the tiered kill bonus of 50, your total experience now stands at 7,500 points. As Su Ao traversed the landscape, his experience surged exponentially. Soon, Su Ao's experience reached new heights. Ding! You have ascended to level 138. Ding! You have ascended to level 139. Ding. You have ascended to level 140. Suao leveled up thrice in succession. He is now merely 10 levels shy of the 150 threshold for a fifth transformation. The 8-headed venomous serpent had already attained level 149, and upon reaching level 150, its experience gain ceased. This is due to Suao not yet having undergone his sixth transformation. Only upon achieving that would the 8-headed venomous serpent be able to transcend the level 150 limit and continue its ascent. Suao had systematically eradicated nearly all the ferocious beasts at the periphery of the icy plains. At last, he arrived at the entrance of the ice cavern. It was a dim, cavernous tunnel, seemingly abandoned for ages, gradually evolving into a habitat for the extreme ice crystal serpents. It is said that countless fierce beasts once fought to claim this territory, and ultimately, the extreme ice crystal serpents emerged victorious from the blood-soaked battleground, establishing dominion over the cave and thriving within. After countless years, the population of the extreme ice crystal serpents flourished, their strength growing formidable, which caused many icy beasts to avoid provoking them, keeping their distance from the cavern. Upon entering the cavern, Suao was astonished to find the interior surprisingly spacious, resembling a sanctuary crafted from crystal. However, it was teeming with extreme ice crystal serpents. With their crystal-like beauty and shimmering appearance, particularly their ice-blue eyes resembling exquisite sapphires, these serpents were indeed artful in form, yet their combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. The moment Suao stepped inside, an extreme ice crystal serpent detected his presence. Hiss, hiss. The serpent emitted a rapid series of hisses, instantly alerting countless others. In an instant, hundreds of extreme ice crystal serpents fixated their hostile gazes upon Suao. Before he could strike, the serpents launched a preemptive assault. They opened their mouths wide, unleashing a barrage of ice spears directed at Suao. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ice spears descended upon him like a torrential storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suao's expression turned icy as he raised his hand. A pale white shield materialized around him, a defensive barrier that rendered him invincible for 10 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. The ice spears crashed against him like a tempest. Yet they inflicted not a single scratch. With a swift motion, Suao unleashed the 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear. 8 dazzling purple thunder spears surged toward the extreme ice crystal serpents with unrelenting ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. He effortlessly withstood the onslaught of the extreme ice crystal serpents. But they were utterly unprepared for the devastating damage of the 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear. In an instant, a terrifying thunderous explosion obliterated a multitude of extreme ice crystal serpents. You have slain a 9th tier extreme ice crystal serpent, earning 6,000 experience points. With the tiered kill bonus of 50, your total experience now stands at 9,000 points. You have slain a 9th tier extreme ice crystal serpent, earning 6,000 experience points. With the tiered kill bonus of 50, your total experience now stands at 9,000 points. You have slain a 9th tier extreme ice crystal serpent, earning 6,000 experience points. With the tiered kill bonus of 50, your total experience now stands at 9,000 points. As Suao continued his relentless assault, his experience skyrocketed. Soon, his experience surged once again. Ding. You have ascended to level 141. Ding. You have ascended to level 142. Ding. You have ascended to level 143. Once more, he leveled up thrice, now only 7 levels away from the 150 threshold for a 5th transformation. In that moment, the once hostile gazes of the extreme ice crystal serpents towards Suao were replaced by sheer terror. They were now acutely aware of the formidable power of the man before them. Surrounding him, the serpents dared not make a move, fearful that his next strike might be directed at them. Submit to me, or perish. Suao's cold, indifferent voice echoed throughout the cavern. Chapter 115. Your most humble servant is willing to eradicate this child for you. Suao's chilling voice sent tremors through countless extreme ice crystal serpents. Yet, as the dragon blood pressure emanating from him spread, their fear transformed into reverence. They bowed their proud heads before him. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-headed venomous serpent, has successfully subdued an extreme ice crystal serpent, bringing the current count of your serpent subordinates to 5,001 out of 12,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-headed venomous serpent, has successfully subdued an extreme ice crystal serpent, bringing the current count of your serpent subordinates to 5,002 out of 12,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-headed venomous serpent, has successfully subdued an extreme ice crystal serpent, bringing the current count of your serpent subordinates to 8. 800 out of 12, 000. A total of 3. 800 extreme ice crystal serpents were brought under Su Ao's command. All around, the remaining serpents gazed at him with profound reverence, bowing in submission. Simultaneously, a familiar system notification resonated in Su Ao's mind. Due to the 8-headed venomous serpent subduing 3. 800 serpent subordinates, it has successfully acquired 7. 600 random attribute points. Ding. The 8-headed venomous serpent has gained 2. 800 intelligence points. Ding. The 8-headed venomous serpent has gained 2. 200 physique points. Ding. The 8-headed venomous serpent has gained 1. 200 agility points. Ding. The 8-headed venomous serpent has gained 1. 392 strength points. Ding. The 8-headed venomous serpent has gained 8 luck points. Remarkably, another stroke of luck was bestowed upon them. This time, the luck reward reached an impressive 8 points. Consequently, the 8-headed venomous serpent's luck soared to 15 points. Furthermore, its intelligence, physique, agility, and strength attributes experienced substantial growth. Observing the rising attributes of the 8-headed venomous serpent, a satisfied smile graced Su Ao's face. Having gathered all the extreme ice crystal serpents within the cavern as his subordinates, he remained unsatisfied. For Principal Li had informed him of the existence of an extreme ice serpent king. The extreme ice serpent king was at the pinnacle of the 9th transformation, merely a step away from the 10th. Its serpentine head represented the finest material for the 8-headed venomous serpent's evolution. Su Ao surveyed the throng of extreme ice crystal serpents, communicating telepathically. Where has your former serpent king vanished? The ice crystal serpents exchanged glances, ultimately leading Su Ao to collide against the deepest stone wall of the cavern. Bang, 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 bang. Countless ice crystal serpents relentlessly rammed their heads into the same section of the wall, quickly creating a massive breach. However, the subsequent scene left Su Ao momentarily stunned. Upon breaking through the wall, it revealed a resplendent hidden chamber, meticulously crafted by human hands. At the pinnacle of the chamber's stairs stood an eerie statue, depicting a serpent's body with a human face. Surrounding this bizarre statue coiled a colossal serpent, adorned with intricate blue crystalline patterns. This gigantic serpent bore a striking resemblance to the ice crystal serpents, yet its size was exponentially greater. Its menacing serpent head was as large as a grinding stone, and its cold, piercing gaze fixated on Su Ao, emanating an aura of chilling terror. It was evident that this giant serpent was the ice serpent king spoken of by Principal Li. Esteemed Empress, this wicked individual dares to trespass upon your domain. Your most humble servant is willing to eradicate this scoundrel on your behalf. The ice serpent king articulated in human speech, addressing the serpentine statue with reverence. Yet, the statue, adorned with a mask, exuded an air of noble mystery. In the next moment, the ice serpent king abruptly transformed, morphing into a grotesque creature with the head of a serpent and the body of a man. Its body was muscular and imposing, resembling that of a robust man. Yet its head remained grotesquely serpentine. The ice serpent king opened its maw, unleashing a spear imbued with the chilling essence of extreme frost from its mouth. Despicable and vile human, prepare to meet your demise. The ice serpent king brandished the ice spear. As a surge of frigid energy coalesced from the heavens and the earth, ultimately converging upon the spear. The ice spear, infused with terrifying coldness, hurtled towards Su Ao. The temperature plummeted in its wake. Su Ao sensed the formidable force behind the ice serpent king's strike. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and unleashed an 8 extremes purple soul spear in defiance towards the ice serpent king. Bang, 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 bang. Before the ice serpent king's attack could land on Su Ao, it was intercepted by a thunderous lightning strike from Su Ao. Despite the ice serpent king's immense strength, it was still battered and bruised by the terrifying onslaught of the 8 extremes purple soul spear. This intensified the murderous intent in the ice serpent king's gaze directed at Su Ao. You shall perish, boy. It accelerated, launching a heavy strike towards Su Ao with vengeance. There was no escape for Su Ao. However, when the ice serpent king's ice spear struck him, his form suddenly transformed into a pool of blood. This was Su Ao's blood-red pool skill. In this state, he became immune to damage while still able to unleash skills. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a toxic soul slash, delivering a fierce blow to the ice serpent king. During the 8 seconds of the toxic soul slash's duration, attack power surged. Attack speed skyrocketed. Attack range expanded. It even occasionally triggered double critical damage. The devastating damage, coupled with the persistent draining effect of the lethal toxin, was amplified tenfold due to the curse of poisonous body. Under the accumulation of all these damage enhancements, the lethality of the toxic soul slash reached an unprecedented level. Boom, 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 boom. The damage from the toxic soul slash rained down upon the Ice Serpent King like a tempest. Simultaneously, it stacked layers of venom upon the Ice Serpent King. 10 layers of venom, 20 layers of venom, 30 layers of venom. Suao silently counted the layers of this lethal toxin. He was indifferent to how much damage the toxic soul slash would inflict upon the Ice Serpent King. Suao merely wished to test the terrifying damage potential of the toxin under the enhancement of the curse of poisonous body. However, this action undoubtedly enraged the Ice Serpent King. It manifested an icy crystalline armor that enveloped its body. Its eyes, aflame with rage, turned a deep crimson. The Ice Serpent King had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant boy, as small as an ant, possessed such formidable power. Boy, you have forced me to resort to this move. Consider it an honor. Bloodline potential. Ice eruption. At the moment the Ice Serpent King's voice fell, its icy armor shattered violently. The crystalline armor transformed into countless shards, each as sharp as a blade. These razor-like ice shards coalesced into a ferocious whirlwind of ice, ensnaring Suao within its grasp. Chapter 116, Evolution. The Ninth Head. In that instant, Suao felt an overwhelming chill. The icy blades merely grazed his skin, causing blood to surge forth like a torrent. The bone-chilling cold of the ice shards instilled a sense of impending death within him. Yet, a smile curled at the corners of Suao's lips. Such a violent onslaught of icy blades may harm others, but it would not be his undoing. Time-space triple flash. Suao murmured. Suddenly, his figure vanished from its location. Just as the Ice Serpent King was taken aback, Suao's silhouette reappeared behind it. The next moment, Suao's onslaught commenced. With a flick of his hand, an 8 Extremes purple soul spear was hurled forth. Boom, 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 boom. 8 successive bolts of lightning struck the Ice Serpent King's neck. It howled in pain, letting out a piercing roar. The Ice Serpent King turned, baring its fangs, ready to bite down on Suao with ferocity. Suao chuckled coldly, raising his hand to unleash the dragon's fury skill. His figure transformed into a resplendent golden dragon spirit, piercing through the Ice Serpent King's body and appearing behind its neck. This time, I shall send you on your way. Toxic soul slash. The smile on Suao's face was chillingly frosty. 8 dazzling purple wings unfurled behind him, transforming into 8 razor-sharp blades, relentlessly assaulting the Ice Serpent King's most vulnerable point. Under the extreme attack speed enhancement of the toxic soul slash, Suao's assault reached a frenzied pace. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, the Ice Serpent King's health plummeted. In the throes of its rapidly diminishing health, the Ice Serpent King succumbed to madness. It thrashed its massive body, desperately unleashing various damaging skills in a frenzied barrage against Suao. The Ice Serpent King sought to take Suao down with it through this desperate gambit. Yet, all its struggles proved futile. Suao turned his back on the Ice Serpent King, even too lazy to spare it a glance. He snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, the 183 layers of toxin accumulated within the Ice Serpent King's body erupted violently. The terrifying poison spread throughout the Ice Serpent King's organs and limbs, instantly snuffing out its last flicker of life. The formidable 9-turn Extreme Ice Serpent King has met its demise, its vitality extinguished and its soul scattered. You have slain the 9th-tier boss, the Extreme Ice Serpent King, and earned 38,000 experience points. Due to your victory over a higher-tier foe, you receive a 100 bonus experience, totaling 76,000 experience points. Following the fall of the Extreme Ice Serpent King, a torrent of immense experience surged forth, flooding into Suao's being. A brilliant white light of ascension shimmered around him, marking the onset of his rapid level progression. Ding! You have reached level 141. Ding! You have reached level 142. Ding! You have reached level 143. Ding! You have reached level 144. Ding! You have reached level 145. In one swift motion, Suao ascended 5 levels, establishing himself firmly at level 145, now merely 5 levels away from his next transformation. Alas, the 8-headed venomous serpent had already reached its level cap and could not proceed further. At this moment, Suao's gaze fell upon the severed head of the Extreme Ice Serpent King. During his assault, he had deliberately avoided targeting the serpent's head, intent on preserving it in pristine condition. Approaching the corpse, he skillfully severed the colossal head from its body. Extreme Ice Serpent King's head, Stardust-grade material. This head harbors an extraordinarily pure essence of ice law. Should one harness this power, unimaginable rewards await. Indeed, it is a Stardust-grade material. Su Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he retrieved the super pet synthesizer to commence the pet synthesis. Ding! The 8-headed venomous serpent has been confirmed as the base pet. Please select synthesis materials. Thunder Jail, Qilan Wing. Extreme Ice Serpent King's Head. Without a moment's pause, Su Ao placed the entirety of the Thunder Jail, Qilan Wing into the synthesizer. Ding! 1 base pet and 2 materials have been confirmed. The synthesis formula is High-Tier King 8-headed venomous serpent, growth stage. Nebula-grade Thunder Jail, Qilan Wing Stardust-grade Extreme Ice Serpent King's Head. This synthesis will require 1,576,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? The sum of 1,576,000 wealth points necessitates earning nearly 1.6 billion to acquire additional resources. The escalating costs of synthesis weighed heavily on Su Ao's mind. He now faced the pressing task of finding lucrative avenues for income. This synthesis would entirely deplete his wealth points, and without a swift method of earning, a lack of funds could soon hinder the further evolution of the 8-headed venomous serpent. As Su Ao's voice resonated, the head of the extreme ice serpent began to condense and shrink within the super pet synthesizer's power, ultimately reducing to a mere tenth of its original size. It seamlessly integrated into the 8-headed venomous serpent's form, becoming its 9th head. Yet, the evolution of the 8-headed venomous serpent was far from complete. In the next instant, the Thunder Jail Qilan Wing transformed into a dazzling purple lightning bolt, merging with the 8-headed venomous serpent. At that moment, a radiant purple light erupted from behind the serpent, heralding a myriad of wondrous phenomena. It resembled a thunder deity descending upon the world, instilling awe in all around. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Su Ao's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your pet has evolved into Chapter 117, the 9th head. A perfect transformation. It is her. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Pinnacle King Ice Prison 9-headed serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the Ice Prison 9-headed serpent's evolution. Ding! Due to the additional fusion of the Nebula-grade Thunder Jail Qilan Wing, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 5 options, from which you may select 4. Option 1. Nebula-grade skill Venomous 8 wings upgraded to Ice Prison 10 wings. Flight speed increased by an additional 500, and ice attribute resistance elevated by 500 points. Additionally, it possesses the effect of the extreme ice domain, wherein all enemies approaching her experience a 20 reduction in movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed. Option 2. Epic grade ice resistance increased by 20, and lightning resistance increased by 20. Option 3. Nebula grade skill Venomous Soul / upgraded to Ice Prison Annihilation /. The duration of the strike against enemies extends from 8 seconds to 10 seconds, damage increased by 100, and the strike range widened by 300. Option 4. Stardust grade acquire new skill Frost Breath. When your damaging skills strike an enemy, there is a 15% chance to freeze them, rendering them immobile, unable to cast spells, or take any actions. The duration of the freeze is determined by the enemy's ice resistance. The lower their resistance, the longer the control time. Skill 5. Galaxy grade gain the Ice Forbidden spell Extreme Ice Prison. Summon falling shards of extreme ice, transforming them into frost blades that relentlessly strike enemies. Inflict continuous and massive ice damage to all foes within a 10,000 square meter radius for 30 seconds. The more times an enemy is struck by the frost blades, the slower their movement will become, ultimately rendering them completely immobile. To Su Ao's surprise, the synthesis of the Thunder Jail Qilan Wing and the Extreme Ice Serpent King's Head yielded 4 evolution rewards. The steep synthesis costs indeed held their worth. Contemplating the 5 out of 4 skill evolution options, Su Ao faced a pivotal decision. For the first reward, he chose to upgrade the skill Venomous 8 wings to Ice Prison 10 wings. Not only would this amplify flight speed by an additional 500, but it would also bolster ice attribute resistance by 500 points. Most significantly, it would confer the extreme ice domain effect, reducing the movement, attack, and casting speeds of all nearby enemies by 20. Enhancing this skill would substantially elevate both Su Ao's flight capability and damage output. This reward was an unequivocal choice. For the second reward, enhancing both ice and lightning resistance by 20 was rather mediocre. Given the comparatively lower rating, it would be forfeited if subsequent rewards proved more enticing. For the third reward, upgrading the skill Venomous Soul / to Ice Prison Annihilation / was pivotal. This core output skill of the Ice Prison 9-headed serpent is Su Ao's highest damage single target burst skill, without exception. This reward was an obvious choice. For the fourth reward, acquiring the new skill Frost Breath would grant the ability to freeze enemies upon striking with damaging skills, a chance that could greatly enhance tactical options in combat. The duration of the freezing state is determined by the enemy's ice resistance. The higher the enemy's ice resistance, the shorter the control time. Acquiring this skill allows all abilities of the Ice Prison Hydra to inflict a freezing control effect. While it does not increase damage, its controlling capability is equally invaluable. It is certainly far more practical than the second reward option, which merely enhances ice and lightning resistances. The fifth reward option is to comprehend the Ice Forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison. This summons a vast array of icy blades plummeting from the sky, ruthlessly shredding enemies. It inflicts a relentless barrage of ice damage within a radius of 10,000 square meters, lasting a full 30 seconds. The longer an enemy is ensnared by Extreme Ice Prison, the slower their movement speed becomes, ultimately rendering them completely immobile. The quality of this skill is astonishingly high, reaching the galaxy level. It is important to note that the hierarchy of skill quality is Stardust Nebula Galaxy, Sea of Stars Firmament. By fusing a Stardust-grade material with a Nebula-grade material, the Ice Prison Hydra remarkably acquires a galaxy-level quality skill. Moreover, it is a forbidden spell skill. Su-Ao is confident that this is undoubtedly the result of his 15 points in luck, as it would otherwise be nearly impossible to obtain such a formidable forbidden spell in advance. Faced with a forbidden spell skill, there is no room for hesitation. He chooses immediately. Ultimately, Su-Ao decides on the first, third, fourth, and fifth rewards. As his voice falls, for beams of ethereal blue light erupt from the Super Pet Synthesizer, surging into the Ice Prison Hydra's body. Ding! Your pet, Ice Prison Hydra's skill, Venomous 8 Wings, has upgraded to Ice Prison 10 Wings. Ding! Your pet, Ice Prison Hydra's skill, Venomous Soul Reaper, has upgraded to Ice Prison Annihilation Slash. Ding! Your pet, Ice Prison Hydra has acquired a new skill, Frost Breath. Ding! Your pet, Ice Prison Hydra has acquired the Ice Forbidden spell skill, Extreme Ice Prison. After the transformation of the Ice Prison Hydra, her skill icons flicker incessantly, showcasing the continuous upgrading and updating of her skills. Furthermore, her 4 attribute values are on a rapid ascent. However, the most striking change is in her appearance. The skin of the Ice Prison Hydra has transformed into a deep azure hue, reminiscent of a noble and pure sapphire, dazzling and breathtaking. Her body length has also seen significant growth post-evolution, increasing from the original 24 meters to nearly 30 meters. Gazing at the transformed Ice Prison Hydra, a satisfied smile graces Su-Ao's face. He casually opens the pet attribute panel to examine it. Peak King Level Ice Prison Hydra Growth Stage. Level 150. Intelligence 10. 258. Strength 9. 652. Vitality 8. 862. Agility 9. 358. Luck 15. Charm 2. Mental Resistance 4. Skills 8. Extremes Purple Soul Spear. Eye of Control, Defense Overload, Temporal 3 Flash, Blood Flame Annihilation, Ice Prison 10 Wings, Berserk Bloodline, Eye of Enslavement, Ice Prison Annihilation Slash, Lethal Toxin, Toxic Eruption, Soul Devour. Fierce Dragon Extreme Slash, Undying Body, Blood Red Pool, Healing Holy Light, Forbidden Spell Venomous Plague, Frost Breath, Forbidden Spell Extreme, Ice Prison. Equipment, Bronze Emerald Crown, Platinum Thunder King's Crown, Platinum Thunder Mage's Necklace, Emerald Sage's Laurel, Diamond Dark Soul Amulet, Diamond Fury Thunder Serpent's Tail, Stardust Venomous Cloak, Stardust Multicolored Radiance Crown, Stardust Life Source Beast Armor, King Level Dragon Spirit Crown, King Level Dark Tyrant Crown, Glory Level Multicolored Celestial Hair Crown. Number of minions, 720 Flame Serpents, 1,000 Cobras, 280 Deep Sea Venomous Snakes, 1,000 Silver Ring Electric Snakes, 880 Gale Tiger Snakes, 676 Black Mamba Snakes, 444 Death Vipers, 800 Extreme Ice Crystal Snakes. Contains a hidden Dragon God bloodline, awaiting awakening. As Su-Ao gazes at the attribute panel of the Ice Prison Hydra, he barely has time to revel in his joy when, suddenly, the serpentine statue at the highest point of the dark chamber begins to move. The statue, revered by the Extreme Ice Serpent King as a queen, abruptly removes the mask from its face. It reveals a visage so stunning it takes one's breath away, exuding an unparalleled grace. Young man, why do you possess the essence of my bloodline? The moment Su-Ao locks eyes with the queen statue, he is taken aback. Good heavens, it is her. Chapter 118. Unless you can kill my sister, Medusa? Su-Ao gazes upward at the unveiled serpentine statue. increasingly convinced that this breathtaking woman bears a striking resemblance to someone he knows well. His mind drifts to a woman lying within his pet space, Queen Medusa. The likeness is uncanny. However, Sueo senses a subtle difference in their demeanor. Even in repose, Queen Medusa exudes an air of elegant maturity befitting a noble woman, while the woman before him emanates a flirtatious charm akin to a captivating courtesan. Though their appearances may be similar, their essences remain fundamentally distinct. Could it be? Sueo muses, examining the serpentine statue woman. You must have a sister who resembles you closely? The serpentine statue woman is taken aback, her gaze turning icy as she fixes her stare on Sueo. How do you know this? Has Medusa sent you? I have relinquished the throne to her, yet she still refuses to let me be. Sueo's focus sharpens. The implications of her words are profound. Not only are she and Medusa sisters, but there appears to be a rivalry for the throne. Yet, this woman seems unaware that Medusa has perished. The circumstances surrounding Medusa's demise remain a mystery to her. Clearly, there lies a secret hidden within this tale. Just as Sueo contemplates the intricacies of the situation, a sudden chilling wind approaches. Regardless of Medusa's intent for you, you must die. The serpentine statue woman parts her crimson lips, and a scarlet spirit serpent slithers forth from her mouth. This fiery serpent tears through the surrounding void, charging viciously towards Sueo. With swift reflexes, Sueo activates defense overload. A pale yellow shield envelopes him. Boom. The instant the scarlet spirit serpent collides with the shield, it detonates. The resulting shockwave sends tremors throughout the entire dark chamber. So a battle it is. This woman harbors deep-seated animosity toward Queen Medusa. Given the circumstances, if he were to inquire about Medusa, it is unlikely she would divulge any further details. The only option is to defeat her. Sueo's gaze fixates on the serpentine statue woman. Behind him, 10 wings, imbued with an intense chill, surge toward her with lethal intent. Ice prison annihilation slash. Boom, 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 boom. 10 icy blades, cold as the depths of winter, surged forth with ferocity towards the serpent-bodied, woman-faced figure. The terrifying force of the assault momentarily startled her. With her violet hair swirling, the cascading strands behind her transformed into venomous serpents, their scales glistening with a sinister purple hue. These serpentine guardians formed a shield, attempting to thwart Sueo's formidable strike. However, an astonishing scene unfolded in the next instant. The chilling ice wings clashed violently with the shield of purple-scaled serpents. The sound of shattering echoed as the once mighty serpents were obliterated with ease, reduced to mere remnants of flesh and blood. In an instant, chaos erupted, and anguished cries filled the air. The serpent-bodied woman was struck with terror, and she instinctively retreated. Damn it! If I had not lost my corporeal form and suffered such a decline in power, how could I possibly be defeated by you? I, the Naga Queen, am no less formidable than Medusa. Sueo gleaned that the woman before him was indeed the Naga Queen. Sensing the dire situation, she turned to flee into the shadows. Yet, Sueo would not grant her the luxury of escape. The majestic dragoness strike was unleashed. He transformed into an overwhelming dragon spirit, tearing through the air as he charged towards the Naga Queen with relentless force. Feeling an impending sense of danger, the Naga Queen attempted to evade Sueo's onslaught. However, his speed was insurmountable. Before she could react, he had already sent her hurtling backwards. With a resounding crash, despair washed over the Naga Queen as she was thrown aside. Once a being of immense power, she now faced the prospect of death at the hands of this young human, and her heart brimmed with unwillingness. Sueo pressed the icy blade against her neck, coldly demanding, "Submit to me, or perish." The Naga Queen, with her lineage intertwined with that of Medusa, possessed immense potential. Should she align with him, not only would he gain insight into Medusa's secrets, but he would also acquire a formidable servant. It was a dual benefit. Yet, if the Naga Queen remained steadfast in her defiance, Sueo would not hesitate to end her life. Given her bloodline and realm, she could not be enslaved unless she willingly submitted. Otherwise, even the eye of enslavement would prove futile. In the face of Sueo's threat, the Naga Queen's gaze dimmed, and she shook her head, stating, "Even if you take me, it would be of no use. My physical form is destroyed, and my soul can only linger within this statue. I have at most 2 months to live, and as my essence dissipates, my power will continue to wane until my soul is utterly extinguished." Sueo's eyes narrowed, locking onto the Naga Queen as he replied, "Your declining power and fading soul stem from the absence of a suitable vessel. If I were to provide you with an appropriate body that allows you to survive, would you pledge your loyalty to me?" An idea sparked within him. If the Naga Queen were to become his servant, he could offer her Medusa's corpse for fusion. Should the endeavor succeed, he would gain a tremendous force. He firmly believed that the Naga Queen's true strength surpassed the 10th realm. To exchange a corpse for a powerful ally devoted to him was an opportunity too advantageous to ignore. As for the nine-headed ice serpent, Sueo had nurtured it for far too long to consider merging it with Medusa's remains. If Medusa were to be revived, he would lose the ice serpent, a prospect he deemed unacceptable. However, if he could merge the Naga Queen's essence with Medusa's body, he would not only secure a potent warrior, but also retain the nine-headed ice serpent. Truly a win-win situation. Furthermore, the ancient dragon had once remarked that the nine-headed ice serpent harbored the supreme bloodline of an ancient dragon god, and awakening it in the Valley of Dragons would elevate its power exponentially. A look of disbelief washed over the Naga Queen's face. If you truly can find a body that suits me, granting me the chance to live, I would willingly serve you. However, such a feat seems impossible unless you can eliminate my sister Medusa. Chapter 119. The Second Female Servant. The Naga Queen. A subtle smile graced Sueo's lips as he remained silent. With a sweeping gesture, a breathtaking figure materialized before the Naga Queen. Upon laying her eyes on this exquisite form, shock enveloped her, and her body trembled involuntarily. This beautiful figure was none other than her sister, Medusa, yet devoid of life, merely a preserved corpse. This is Medusa. How did she perish? What caused her demise? The Naga Queen's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. With her sister's body, she could escape the torment of her dissipating soul and continue to exist. Yet, her heart felt heavy, despite their enmity. Witnessing her sister's lifeless form stirred a sense of loss within her. Perceiving her inner turmoil, Sueo spoke gently. Your sister Medusa is no more. What remains is for you to inhabit her body and continue living. The Naga Queen looked up at Sueo, her voice trembling as she inquired, May I ask, was Medusa killed by your hand? Shaking his head, Sueo clarified, No, I discovered her within a coffin. When I encountered her, she had already lost her vitality. The Naga Queen nodded slightly, lowering her head as she replied, I understand, my esteemed master. I, the Naga Queen, willingly pledge my loyalty to you, ready to face any peril for your sake. I implore you to grant me my sister Medusa's body. Ding. The soul of the Naga Queen is swearing allegiance to you. Do you wish to use the Eye of Enslavement to make her your servant? Eye of Enslavement. Select a target for permanent servitude, capable of enslaving humans, beasts, and all forms of life. The enslaved retain their wisdom, power, and memories, but will be 100 loyal to you, willingly serving you without betrayal. Current enslavement count, 1 of 3. I accept her as a servant, Sueo decisively replied. Immediately, a ghostly green light of souls erupted from his eyes, swiftly penetrating the Naga Queen's forehead. Ding. You have successfully captured the Naga Queen as your second servant. Esteemed master, I shall serve you with unwavering dedication. The Naga Queen knelt before Sueo, her head bowed in reverence. Observing her profound respect, a satisfied smile spread across Sueo's face. Naga, I entrust this body of Medusa to you. The Naga Queen approached the lifeless form of Queen Medusa, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she gently caressed the queen's body. However, she soon discovered that Queen Medusa's cadaver was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. The Naga Queen attempted to penetrate Medusa's body, yet found her efforts futile. The reason lay in the dark energy surrounding Medusa's remains, which thwarted her attempts at possession. This dark aura safeguarded Medusa's body from harm post-mortem, yet simultaneously prevented the Naga Queen from seizing it. A shadow of despair crossed the Naga Queen's features. If she could not possess Medusa's body, her fate would remain unchanged, with only 2 months left to live. Upon witnessing this scene, Sueo understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed that the Naga Queen could not reclaim Medusa's body on her own. If this continued, the newly acquired female slave he had just claimed would perish in 2 months. It was imperative for Sueo to rescue his servant. Thus, he resolved to employ the super pet synthesizer in an attempt to save the Naga Queen. Should the synthesizer also fail to alter her fate, he would be truly powerless to assist her. With determination, Sueo retrieved the super pet synthesizer and placed the Naga Queen within it, initiating the synthesis process. Ding. The Naga Queen, spiritual form, has been confirmed as the evolutionary subject. Please select synthesis materials. He promptly added Queen Medusa's remains. Ding. 1 evolutionary subject and 1 material confirmed. The synthesis formula is 9-turn Pinnacle Naga Queen, spiritual form, Galaxy-class Queen Medusa's remains. This synthesis will require 3,000,000 wealth points. Do you wish to proceed? Sueo was momentarily stunned by the synthesizer's display. Queen Medusa's remains were classified as a Galaxy-class material. This was the highest grade he had encountered thus far. As anticipated, the more extraordinary the materials, the steeper the synthesis cost. To merge the Naga Queen with Queen Medusa's body would demand an astonishing wealth points, equivalent to 300 million in funding to acquire. It appeared he needed to devise a plan to earn money swiftly. If he could not amass 300 million wealth points within 2 months, his newly acquired servant, the Naga Queen, would perish. Su Ao mused inwardly. Though the Naga Queen currently possessed only the strength of a 9-turn pinnacle, this was merely a consequence of her lacking of physical form, leading to the deterioration of her spirit. Once the Naga Queen was fused with Queen Medusa's remains, her innate potential would surely allow her to rapidly regain her strength. At that time, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable ally. Naga, do you possess any methods to quickly amass wealth? Su Ao inquired of the Naga Queen. After a moment of contemplation, she respectfully replied, Master, the Naga domain I once ruled harbors a considerable treasure. In human monetary terms, it is worth at least 3 billion. However, this wealth has been seized by a band of pirates. If you can defeat them, you shall reclaim at least 3 billion from their clutches. Upon hearing the Naga Queen's words, Su Ao was taken aback. 3 billion in wealth. If he could obtain this fortune, not only would it resolve the synthesis of the Naga Queen and Queen Medusa, but it would also facilitate the continued synthesis and upgrading of his pets. Without further hesitation, he commanded, Naga, lead me to that sea region. Let us reclaim this treasure. The Naga Queen responded obediently, As you command, Master. I, the Naga, shall serve you faithfully. Chapter 120. Those heavily burdened by sin shall ultimately perish for their transgressions. As a 9-turn pinnacle warrior, the Naga Queen possessed the ability to fly. However, her speed was diminished due to her current spiritual form. In terms of flight speed, Su Ao's Ice Abyss 10 wings, having undergone several upgrades, had reached an astonishing velocity. Not even a true 9-turn pinnacle warrior could match Su Ao's speed. In order to save time, Su Ao cradled the Naga Queen in his arms, and suddenly the Ice Abyss 10 wings unfurled. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, traversing the vast expanse above, gliding through soft, white clouds alongside the avian creatures. Approximately 3 hours later, Su Ao successfully arrived at the Naga Sea. He looked down to witness the furious sounds of battle resonating below. Damn those pirates. They have stolen a vast fortune from our Naga kin and still refuse to relent. Should you dare to press on today, we Naga shall fight to the last breath against your audacious greed. The voice of a young Naga girl rang out, ethereal, yet filled with rage and hatred. For 3 years, since the Naga Queen's disappearance, their tribe had endured incessant harassment from pirates. Not only did they frequently plunder the Naga's treasures, but they also abducted the tribe's beautiful maidens. With each nightfall, pirates stealthily infiltrated the depths of the Naga tribe, abducting isolated Naga girls, resulting in further dwindling of their already scarce population. Most infuriatingly, the Naga tribe later learned that the missing maidens had been sold as slaves to countries such as the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Due to their unique appearance, human heads atop serpentine bodies, and their stunning beauty, they became highly coveted by the elite of these nations, who took pride in flaunting the youngest and most beautiful Naga slaves. Upon learning this, the Naga tribe was overcome with fury, yet felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. For the pirate chief was immensely powerful. His recent ascension to the 10-turn realm rendered him nearly invincible in these waters. Had the Naga Queen still been present, the pirate chief would never have dared to act so brazenly. However, with her absence for 3 long years, the pirate chief had seized the opportunity to grow even more arrogant, frequently launching attacks on the Naga camps to pillage and slaughter them, a heinous crime indeed. Upon learning of these events, Su Ao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. Now that the Naga Queen had become his servant, the power of her Naga kin was destined to be claimed for his own use. This band of pirates dares to prey upon their own subordinates, offering them up to the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Country and the Cherry Blossom Nation for their depraved pleasures? Truly, they are blind to the consequences of their actions. Su Ao brandished his ice prison 10 wings and descended with sudden ferocity. His gaze was fixed on a group of pirates below, armed with daggers and revolvers, leering as they encircled a mother and daughter of the Naga tribe. Fear was etched upon the faces of the Naga women. The mother, trembling with terror, nonetheless shielded her young daughter behind her and pleaded with the pirates, I beg of you, spare my daughter. She is but 8 years old. Please let her go. The pirates, grinning lewdly, responded, the women of your Naga tribe are renowned for their beauty, often enjoyed by the high officials of the Eagle Country and the Cherry Blossom Nation. Today, I too wish to partake, to sample the delights of this mother and daughter. With eyes gleaming with lust, the pirates advanced upon the cowering Naga women. The mother, filled with despair, glanced back at her daughter, doing her utmost to protect her, and implored, please, spare my daughter. Whatever you desire, take it from me instead. I will fulfill your wishes. The pirates, however, wore expressions of impatience. and with a contemptuous slap, sent the Naga mother sprawling, sneering. Have you no sense of your tribe's degradation? You dare bargain with us? Today, I shall indulge in both of you. Children make choices, adults take all. Seeing her mother struck down, the young girl, tears streaming down her face, attempted to rush to her mother's side, but was seized by a pirate who clutched her throat, leering, "Ah, so tender, so fresh, clearly a virgin. Today, I shall introduce you to the pleasures of a man." The Naga mother, witnessing the pirate's vile intentions towards her daughter, was consumed by fury. "You beasts! My daughter is only 8. Release her, or I shall fight you." Her desperate cries, hoarse from the effort, rang out as she lunged at the pirates in a futile attempt to rescue her daughter. But against the towering figures of the pirates, her actions were as futile as striking a stone with an egg. "You seek death." The pirates scoffed, drawing their blades to strike down the approaching Naga mother. With a single blow, they would surely end her life, and as the blade descended towards her, she felt a profound hopelessness wash over her. She no longer cared for her own life. Her only concern was for her daughter, who was about to face unimaginable torment. Closing her eyes in anguish, she wished to avoid witnessing her young daughter suffer at the hands of these merciless pirates. Yet, in a moment of shocking revelation, something incredible occurred that left both the pirates and the Naga mother and daughter in disbelief. The blade aimed at the Naga mother abruptly froze in midair. The pirate, in sheer horror, realized that he could no longer move his weapon. A venomous serpent, adorned with dark markings, had silently coiled around his arm, sinking its fangs into his nerves. The terrifying toxin spread swiftly through his limbs and organs. The pirate's face contorted with horror, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Death was closing in. He looked up to see a slender youth gazing down at him, his cold, indifferent eyes resembling those of the Grim Reaper, pronouncing judgment upon him. The boy spoke softly, "Those burdened with grave sins shall ultimately perish by their own transgressions. Who are you? Release the antidote. Otherwise, our chief will not spare you." The pirate's body was turning blue from the venom, trembling violently, yet he still threatened with malice. Su'eo dismissed the threat entirely, for in his eyes, the pirate was already a dead man. How laughable and arrogant. A smirk curled upon his lips as he regarded the pirate. In mere moments, the pirate's body was reduced to nothing but a lifeless husk, consumed by the poison, his face etched with despair and agony as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Once saved, the Naga girl rushed into her mother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The Naga woman cast a grateful glance at Su'eo, yet her worry was palpable as she urged, "My lord, thank you for your rescue. You must leave at once. Do not concern yourself with us. The pirate chief is immensely powerful. If he sets his sights on you, it could spell doom." Before Su'eo could respond, the surrounding pirates began to snarl. "You killed our comrade, and think you can simply walk away? Such foolish delusions. We cannot let you go without retribution. Or how could we report to our captain? Onward. Seize this wretched boy." A horde of pirates, brandishing their daggers, charged at Su'eo. Raising his hand, he unleashed a barrage of 8 extreme purple soul spears. 8 spears crackling with the power of lightning tore through the air, crashing into the oncoming pirates. Bang, 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 bang. The pirates, witnessing the approach of the terrifying purple spears, were filled with dread. Yet, the speed at which the spears hurtled towards them left them no time to evade. Pucci, 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 pucci. The pirates could only watch in despair as the lightning-infused spears pierced through their bodies, ending their lives. The emotions of hopelessness and reluctance surged to an unbearable climax. Yet, before overwhelming power, all struggle was in vain. The pirates never even laid a finger on Su'eo, as he effortlessly annihilated them with a single skill. However, this group of pirates was merely a small detachment. Many more were still rampaging through every Naga nest, burning and pillaging. The air was thick with the sounds of screams and the clashing of weapons. You have slain a 9th Order pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. Overlevel kill reward, 50 additional experience. You have gained a total of 10,500 experience points. You have slain a 9th Order pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. Overlevel kill reward, 50 additional experience. You have gained a total of 10,500 experience points. You have slain a 9th Order pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. Overlevel kill reward, 50 additional experience. You have gained a total of 10,500 experience points. Though these pirate crew members were only worthy of being dispatched by Su'eo with a single strike, the experience points they provided were quite generous. Each pirate crew member granted Su'eo a bounty of 10,500 experience points. Slaying 8 pirate crew members netted an astounding 84,000 experience points. This substantial influx of experience propelled Su'eo's level to new heights. Ding! You have reached level 146. Ding. You have reached level 147. Ding. You have reached level 148. Ding. You have reached level 149. Ding. You have reached level 150. The substantial experience points have allowed Su Ao to ascend 5 levels, directly breaking through to level 150, thus qualifying for the 6th job transfer. However, at this moment, Su Ao must first eradicate all the pirates and rescue the Naga people from their dire plight. His motivations are twofold. Firstly, to acquire 30 billion in wealth, and secondly, to enlist the Naga as part of his own faction. Witnessing the Naga suffering from rampant pillaging and violence, how could Su Ao remain indifferent? Countless pirates continue to assault the Naga encampment. He intends to slay even more pirates. At that moment, beneath the body of a pirate, a resplendent golden treasure chest fell to the ground. Su Ao's eyes lit up as he approached, kicking aside the pirate's corpse to retrieve the golden chest. Ordinary pirate treasure chest. Quality, King S grade. Function, opening this treasure chest may yield an unexpected treasure at random. The quality of the treasure is influenced by your luck. Influenced by luck. Su Ao, who possesses an abundance of luck, was not at all lacking in this regard. With a pet bestowing its fortune upon him, his luck value soared to 15 points. He promptly decided to open the treasure chest. Would you like to open the ordinary pirate treasure chest? He decisively selected to proceed. Ding. You have received the reward, Experience Storage Capsule, 100,000 experience points. Experience Storage Capsule, 100,000 experience points. Function. When your level reaches its limit, you can temporarily store acquired experience in this capsule. Once you complete your job transfer, you may consume the capsule to fully gain the stored experience. To his astonishment, the reward from the pirate treasure chest was an experience storage capsule. Having just reached level 150, this item was precisely what he needed. Alas, it could only store 100,000 experience points, a rather meager amount. After recently slaying 8 pirate crew members, he had amassed a staggering 840,000 experience points. Yet, hundreds, even thousands, of pirates remained. There were even higher-level pirates with more substantial experience to offer. The capacity of 100,000 experience points was utterly insufficient. However, just as Su Ao was lamenting, the pirate treasure chest in his hand seemed to undergo a transformation. With a subtle flicker of his 15-point luck attribute, a dazzling golden light erupted from the pirate treasure chest. Ding! Due to the activation of your 15-point luck attribute, you have received a 150-fold critical bonus. The reward from the pirate treasure chest was elevated from the experience storage capsule, 100,000 experience points, to the experience storage capsule, 15,000 experience points. An experience storage capsule capable of holding 15,000 experience points. Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. His gaze swept over the approaching pirates. A surge of excitement coursed through him. In his eyes, these pirates were nothing more than experience treasures waiting to be harvested. Let the experience farming commence. Chapter 122. Firepower coverage? Apologies, I am immune to physical damage. The Naga girl gazed at Su Ao with admiration, her eyes sparkling with reverence. The Naga woman looked at Su Ao's departing figure with immense gratitude, her heart brimming with thankfulness for having survived the ordeal. Under the respectful and admiring gazes of this mother-daughter duo, Su Ao turned and charged towards the oncoming pirates. The dragon's fury slash was suddenly unleashed. A spectral dragon's soul materialized behind him, carrying an overwhelming chill as it rampaged through the gathered pirates. Boom! Su Ao charged forth with terrifying momentum, akin to a tank. Every pirate he collided with was sent soaring into the air. The dragon's fury slash could strike thrice. With the first impact, over 30 pirates were flung away. Yet, Su Ao remained unsatisfied and initiated a second strike. This time, he targeted a denser cluster of pirates. Boom! Another 50 pirates were sent flying. Finally, his gaze landed upon a pirate lieutenant clad in black armor. He decisively executed the third dragon's fury slash. Boom! This time, Su Ao found an optimal angle, sending nearly 90 pirates, including the lieutenant, hurtling through the air. In the next moment, as the more than 170 airborne pirates had yet to land, Su Ao snapped his fingers, activating the blood flame annihilation skill. Endless crimson flames rained down from the heavens, indiscriminately bombarding all pirates within the area. The combined devastation of the dragon's fury slash and blood flame annihilation was utterly cataclysmic. I'm going to be burned alive. Who is this person? Countless pirates perished in the inferno of blood flames, their anguished cries echoing. You have slain a peak 9th tier pirate lieutenant, gaining 39,000 experience points. Due to the overlevel kill bonus, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 000 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th job transfer limit, and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. You have slain a 9th tier pirate crew member, gaining 7,000 experience points. Due to the overlevel kill bonus, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 10,500 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th job transfer limit, and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. You have slain a 9th tier pirate crew member, gaining 7,000 experience points. Due to the overlevel kill bonus, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 10,500 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th job transfer limit, and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. A deluge of experience points surged into the experience storage capsule. In a matter of moments, Su Ao had amassed an astounding 1,800 experience points. And this was merely from dispatching a fraction of the pirates. Countless more pirates were still rushing toward him. His immense power filled Su Ao with confidence. No matter how many pirates approached, in his eyes, they were all mere gifts of experience. Delightful. Meanwhile, several pirate lieutenants sensed that something was amiss. In such a brief span, the number of slain pirates had drastically increased. This far exceeded their expectations. Most importantly, every time they undertook a mission, the pirate captain would set a limit on casualties. Losing a few pirate minions was acceptable. However, the sudden spike in casualties among the pirate crew left them pondering how to report back to the captain. Given the captain's volatile temperament, they certainly would face severe repercussions. At this thought, the pirate lieutenants could not help but shudder. Damn it, someone is attacking us. There's no way it could be this severe otherwise. Look, it must be that damned fellow, mercilessly slaughtering our subordinates. One of the pirate captains pointed towards Su Ao, who relentlessly slaughtered the members of their crew. An increasing number of pirates fell to his hands, to the extent that the bodies piled up like a mountain of corpses. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Su Ao killed these nefarious pirates without the slightest psychological burden. It was a sheer enjoyment of the art of slaughter. In that moment, Su Ao resembled a merciless killing machine on the battlefield, maniacally reaping the lives of the pirates. Witnessing this scene, all the pirate captains were filled with rage, their teeth grinding in fury. To treat their underlings like mere livestock? This was an utter disregard for their authority. How audacious! How dare he slaughter our men? Capture him. Let him experience the cruel tortures of our skeleton pirate crew. Let him understand what true brutality means. Together now. At this moment, several pirate captains raised their firearms. Some wielded Gatling guns, others held Barrett rifles, and some gripped explosive grenades. They unleashed a furious barrage upon Su Ao without a hint of restraint. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. The terrifying damage from the firearms poured relentlessly towards Su Ao. Yet, a smirk of amusement played upon his lips. Firearms. Physical attacks? He feared them not. He decisively summoned the power of the blood-red gem, transforming into a ghostly spirit form. Ding. You have been transformed into a ghostly spirit by the blood-red gem, and you can switch back to your physical form at any time. Ghostly spirit. You can pass through walls, traverse all physical barriers, and are immune to all physical damage. Whether it be bullets from the Gatling gun, explosive rounds from the Barrett, or the blasts from grenades. All passed through Su Ao's body as if traversing through air. Not a scratch could be inflicted upon him. Observing this scene, all the pirate captains were left in utter astonishment. Their pride in their firearm coverage had completely failed before this young man. How could this be possible? The eyes of the pirate captains were filled with disbelief and horror. At this moment, Su Ao, however, was beaming with a smile. A curve of excitement gracing his lips. Is that all? Now it's my turn to strike. Chapter 123, Unexpected Harvest. Glory Level Advancement Treasure Chest. Su Ao suddenly waved his hand. The plague of poison activated with ferocity. A surge of lethal toxin erupted from within him. Boom. The terrifying poison swept through the air in a tidal wave, engulfing everything in its path. Under Su Ao's deliberate manipulation, the toxins intentionally avoided the Naga tribe's lair, specifically targeting the areas where pirates congregated. Not just the few pirate captains, but nearly all surrounding pirate members fell within the lethal toxin's reach. As the poison spell continued to spread, countless pirate members emitted agonized cries, their flesh rotting, their organs and limbs corroded, wisps of white smoke rising from their bodies. It hurts so much. I can't take it. I feel awful. I will kill you. In an instant, a multitude of pirate members succumbed to the agonizing death brought about by the poison spell. The coverage of the poison spell was far greater than that of blood flame annihilation. This time, The casualties among the pirate members reached nearly 1,000. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, gaining 7,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher tier, you receive an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 10,500 experience points. Due to reaching the 5th transfer level cap and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, gaining 6,900 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher tier, you receive an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 10,350 experience points. Due to reaching the 5th transfer level cap and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, gaining 7,100 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher tier, you receive an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 10,650 experience points. Due to reaching the 5th transfer level cap and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. A deluge of experience points surged into the storage capsule. This time, Su Ao reaped a staggering 8.1 million experience points. The previous one, 8 million experience points, combined with the current harvest of 8.1 million, meant that the experience storage capsule now held nearly 10 million experience points. It is worth noting that just 80,000 experience points had allowed Su Ao to level up multiple times. He could scarcely fathom how many levels he could ascend with nearly 10 million experience points after the 6th transfer. Yet, the pirates were not yet finished. Under the coverage of the poison spell, 99 of the pirate members had already perished. The remaining survivors were almost exclusively pirate captains, all at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Su Ao chuckled softly, unfurling his enormous frost wings behind him, and surged towards the gathering of pirate captains. 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear. With a grand gesture, 8 terrifyingly purple spears of soul energy hurtled towards the pirate captains. Bang, 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 bang. The overwhelming force left the 8 pirate captains battered and bruised. Sensing the impending doom, the 8 pirate captains were filled with trepidation. Their attempt to invade the Naga tribe had failed, resulting in a catastrophic defeat. Returning to the pirate camp, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of their chief, resulting in severe punishment. But it was better than losing their lives. The 8 pirate captains exchanged glances, all intending to retreat. However, at that moment, they were horrified to discover that their bodies could not move at all. They were encased in a thick layer of ice, a suffocating sensation overwhelming them. The 8 pirate captains found it difficult to even breathe, let alone move. At this point, they had been frozen into 8 uniquely shaped ice sculptures. And this was the power of the Frost Breath skill. Frost Breath. When your damaging skill hits an enemy, there is a 15% chance to freeze the enemy, rendering them immobile, unable to cast spells or perform any actions. The duration of the freeze depends on the enemy's ice resistance. The lower the resistance, the longer the control time. Su Ao approached the 8 pirate captains with a smile. Yet to the captains, his grin was filled with malevolence, more terrifying than a demon from the depths of the 18 layers of hell. 3, 2, 1. Su Ao counted down with a smile. The eyes of the 8 pirate captains were filled with confusion. What does this mean? Su Ao's smile was intensely vibrant. This is the countdown to your lives. Toxic explosion. At the instant Su Ao's voice fell, the layers of deadly poison accumulated within the 8 pirate captains were all detonated simultaneously. Boom! The 8 pirate captains, clad in black armor, suddenly burst apart, flesh and blood scattering, their wails echoing relentlessly. Accompanied by the incessant cries of despair, their lives, steeped in sin, were brought to a definitive conclusion. You have slain a peak 9th tier pirate captain, gaining 39,000 experience points. Due to the level difference, you receive a 100 bonus experience for an extraordinary kill, totaling 78,000 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th transfer limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have slain a peak 9th tier pirate captain, gaining 38,900 experience points. Due to the level difference, you receive a 100 bonus experience for an extraordinary kill, totaling 77,800 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th transfer limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have slain a peak 9th tier pirate captain, gaining 39,100 experience points. Due to the level difference, you receive a 100 bonus experience for an extraordinary kill, totaling 78,200 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th transfer limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. Slaying each pirate captain yielded 78,000 experience points. The 8 pirate captains provided a staggering 624,000 experience points to the storage capsule. This pushed the experience within the capsule beyond 10 million, reaching a total of 5 million experience points. At that moment, Su Ao noticed a pure white treasure chest radiating a holy light that had fallen from beneath the corpse of a pirate captain. Su Ao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He decisively approached the pirate captain's side and picked up the black chest. This pure white chest appeared to possess a more refined quality than the golden chests dropped by pirates, exuding an aura of extraordinary significance. Pirate Captain's Advancement Treasure Chest. Quality, Glory Level. Function, opening this treasure chest grants a random, unexpected treasure. The quality of the treasure is influenced by your luck value. Could it truly be a glory level chest? Su Ao's gaze suddenly intensified with fervor. According to the ranking of chest qualities, glory level chest, king level chest, stellar level chest, diamond level chest, greater than emerald level chest. The value of a glory level chest is equivalent to 10 king level chests. With a pet possessing him, Su Ao's luck value soared to 15 points. It was akin to being blessed by fortune. This filled him with confidence regarding the random probability of treasure chest openings. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao directly opened the treasure chest. Do you wish to open the pirate captain's advancement treasure chest, glory level? Open the treasure chest. Su Ao responded resolutely. Suddenly, a pure white light burst forth from the treasure chest, dazzling like the sun, illuminating an unparalleled holy majesty. Ding! You have received a reward. Chapter 124, Stellar Level Material. Pet Evolution. Ding! You have received a reward. Stellar Level Material, Wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon. Stellar Level Material? Wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon? Su Ao was momentarily taken aback, then a look of delight spread across his face. To casually open a treasure chest and obtain stellar level materials was astounding. A pair of dragon wings, emitting a pure white holy radiance, appeared before Su Ao. Yet suddenly, his luck value of 15 points gently flickered, and an enigmatic force surged from within the pirate treasure chest, silently altering the quality of the dragon wings. Ding! Due to the activation of your 15-point luck value, you have received a 150-fold critical reward. The reward from the pirate captain's advancement treasure chest has transformed from stellar level material, Wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon, into C-star level material, Wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon. Heavens! Under the influence of his 15-point luck value, the stellar level material had metamorphosed into C-star level material, and it was an exceedingly precious dragon-type material. Su Ao's gaze grew fervent. He wondered what might emerge from the fusion of the Ice Hell Hydra and the wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon. He casually retrieved the Super Pet synthesizer and decisively placed the Ice Hell Hydra inside, attempting to synthesize. Ding! The Naga Queen, soul form, has been determined as the evolution subject. Please select the synthesis material. Wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon. Without hesitation, Su Ao placed the wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon into the Super Pet synthesizer. Ding! One prototype pet and one material have been confirmed. The synthesis formula is King Peak Level Ice Hell Hydra, Growth Stage, C-Star Level Material, Wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon. This synthesis will cost 6,304,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Gazing at the exorbitant synthesis cost, Su Ao was momentarily stunned. To synthesize the wings of the Radiant Holy Dragon required an astounding 6,304,000 wealth points. This meant he would need to amass a staggering 3 billion funds to obtain it. Furthermore, aiding the Naga Queen in synthesizing her physical form would require an additional 300 million wealth points. In total, Su Ao would need to acquire at least 3 billion funds to satisfy the wealth requirements for evolving the Ice Hell Hydra and assisting the Naga Queen in synthesizing her physical form. Fortunately, the pirate captain had hidden at least 3 billion in wealth funds. By raiding the pirate captain's lair, Su Ao could not only fulfill the necessary wealth for evolving the Ice Hell Hydra and aiding the Naga Queen, but also acquire in excess of 2 billion wealth points. At this moment, Su Ao surveyed his surroundings. The nearly 1,000 pirates that had come to invade the Naga tribe's camp had been entirely eradicated by him. A group of Naga people, possessing both human and serpent forms, emerged from their lair, gathering around Su Ao and casting grateful glances in his direction. Hero, we thank you for your generous assistance. Without you, our Naga tribe would have faced utter annihilation. Several Naga elders bowed deeply to Su Ao, their demeanor earnest. Subsequently, hundreds of Naga tribe members also bowed in gratitude to Su Ao. Thank you, Hero, for your aid. Hero, we owe you our lives. The admiration for a powerful man is a natural inclination for women. What maiden does not harbor springtime sentiments? Even the Naga maidens were no exception. Some beautiful Naga maidens gazed at Sueo with eyes brimming with affection, like a spring of love. Yet, their inherent modesty prevented them from expressing their feelings before the multitude of their kin. Sueo offered a slight smile in response. At that moment, the Naga Queen stepped forward and spoke. Everyone, I have an important announcement to make. All the attention of the Naga people had just focused on Sueo, finally noticing the presence of the Naga Queen. Upon seeing her sudden appearance, a look of disbelief swept across the faces of many Naga, soon replaced by excitement and cheers. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. We knew you would never abandon your subjects. This is wonderful. As long as you are back, that wicked group of pirates will no longer dare to bully us. At this moment, a Naga elder gently cleared his throat to remind everyone. Only then did the Naga realize their loss of composure, falling silent. The elder respectfully gazed at the Naga Queen and said, Your Majesty, did you not mention having an important announcement to make? Please, do share. The Naga Queen surveyed her surroundings and proclaimed, From this day forth, my master shall be the true sovereign of the Naga. All Naga must unconditionally obey my master's arrangements and commands. Her declaration instantly caused an uproar. Countless Naga exhibited expressions of incredulity. Even several elders displayed looks of bewilderment. Your Majesty, with your exalted status, how can you acknowledge another as your master? You are the queen of the Naga. This matter, we simply cannot accept. The Naga Queen cast a glance over the elders, stating, If I were to say that my master is this young man beside me, the hero in your eyes? The pirate leader has already achieved the 10th transformation, and my strength is no longer a match for him. However, my master's power far exceeds mine. Only he can slay the pirate leader, allowing our Naga to thrive in peace. The elders' expressions shifted to ones of fervent excitement as they trembled, exclaiming, Heavens! So that is the case. Everything you have done, Your Majesty, is for the future of the Naga. As long as the pirate leader remains, we shall live in constant worry and fear. If this hero can indeed vanquish the pirate leader, we vow before the celestial deities to honor him as the sacred emperor of the Naga for all eternity. Should we betray this oath, may heaven and earth punish us. As elders of the Naga, they had wielded political power during the Naga Queen's absence. For the moment, the Naga people preferred to heed the elders' words. Upon the elders' declaration, all Naga showed expressions of agreement. In their eyes, whoever could eliminate the pirate leader, their nemesis, would be their greatest benefactor. They willingly offered their allegiance. The Naga Queen, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that her neglect of her people's safety during her absence had indeed strained their bond. She cast a glance at Sueo, seeking his opinion. Sueo nodded slightly. As long as he could dispatch the pirate leader, who wreaked havoc upon the seas and committed heinous acts, he would not only gain 30 billion in wealth to facilitate the evolution of the ice prison Hydra, but also restore the Naga Queen to her corporeal form. Furthermore, he could become the sacred emperor of the Naga. It was a triple gain, a most fortuitous opportunity. The pirate leader was as good as dead. A murderous glint flashed in Sueo's eyes. Chapter 125. One strike to determine the fate. Let you become a wandering soul. After a discussion with the Naga elders, Sueo departed from the Naga tribe and headed directly toward the pirates' territory. The Naga elders watched Sueo's proud figure soaring away and shook their heads, engaging in hushed discussions. Do you think this hero can contend with the pirate leader? The pirate leader is a formidable master of the 10th transformation, not so easily dealt with. Indeed, another elder replied, if the hero cannot overpower the pirate leader, I believe with his strength, he should at least be able to retreat unscathed. Meanwhile, Sueo followed the direction indicated by the Naga elders and soon arrived above the pirate camp. The camp lay nearly 500 kilometers from the Naga tribe. But for the swift-flying Sueo, it was a distance he could cover in under 20 minutes. He gazed down to see nearly 100 pirate ships anchored along the coast, each flying a terrifying white skull flag. This was the unique emblem of their skull pirate crew. Merchants were continuously unloading various goods and bound humans from the pirate vessels. Clearly, these goods had been plundered from various locales, and the bound humans were undoubtedly victims of the pirates' abductions. Sueo felt no hint of goodwill toward these marauding pirates. Rather, he was filled with revulsion. For every pirate he dispatched, countless innocent lives were saved. It was a righteous duty to uphold justice. With a swift motion, Sueo wielded the 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear, launching it toward the most concentrated gathering of pirates. Boom, 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 boom. The spear, imbued with purple soul energy, tore through the endless void and struck the pirate ship with the highest number of pirates on board. At the moment of impact, the ship could not withstand the terrifying might of the purple lightning, exploding in a thunderous blast. With a resounding bang, the fearsome force of the lightning spear ignited the explosives and flammable oil within the ship. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, consuming all. The pirates aboard the ship were blown away, their bodies mangled and cries echoing in the air. The sudden eruption of screams instantly drew the attention of countless nearby pirates. Yet at that moment, none of the blasted pirates survived. They all perished in the inferno. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. Due to the level-up kill bonus of 50, you have gained a total of 10,500 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th transformation limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 6,900 experience points. Due to the level-up kill bonus of 50, you have gained a total of 10,350 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th transformation limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 7,100 experience points. Due to the level-up kill bonus of 50, you have gained a total of 10,650 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th transformation limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. In a mere moment, nearly 100 pirate members had met their end. A deluge of experience points surged into the experience storage capsule. Just from this single strike, Su Ao amassed over 1 million experience points. At that moment, the experience storage capsule had nearly accumulated 12 million experience points. Suddenly, one pirate looked up and noticed the proud figure of Su Ao soaring high above. Pointing at him, he shouted, "Look, there's a birdman in the sky. It must be that birdman. He is the one who attacked us from the shadows. Damn it, is it merely that I have a few extra wings? Dare you label me a birdman? You are surely unaware of the number of eyes the king of horses possesses." Su Ao let out a cold chuckle, raising his hand to unleash a fierce dragon's extreme slash. He transformed into a dragon spirit emanating an aura of icy hell, charging violently towards the pirate who had the audacity to insult him. Bang! Su Ao surged forth like a humanoid tank, and all pirates he encountered were instantly sent flying. Ultimately, he collided brutally with the insolent pirate, reducing him to mere pulp. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 7,050 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, you receive an additional 50 bonus experience, totaling 10,575 experience points. Due to reaching the maximum level of the 5th transition and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 6,800 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, you receive an additional 50 bonus experience, totaling 10,200 experience points. Due to reaching the maximum level of the 5th transition and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 7,200 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, you receive an additional 50 bonus experience, totaling 10,800 experience points. Due to reaching the maximum level of the 5th transition and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. A series of bountiful experience points flooded in, bringing immense satisfaction. However, Su Ao's sudden incursion immediately drew the attention of a pirate vice captain. This vice captain was a burly man with a thick beard, towering over 2 meters. His fierce eyes locked onto Su Ao as he roared in anger. "You little brat, do you have any idea whose territory this is? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. Prepare to meet your end." The bearded giant brandished a massive spear, leaping into the air with an unstoppable force, aiming a devastating strike at Su Ao. The spear was engulfed in unquenchable flames, and the terrifying might he exuded was reminiscent of the legendary warlord Lu Bu. With a single thrust, he aimed to alter the very heavens and earth, declaring, "You shall become a lost soul." Chapter 126, The Harvest of Glory, High-Level Treasure Chest. An astonishing phenomenon of the treasure chest shocks the masses. Faced with the fierce onslaught of the bearded giant, a smirk appeared at the corner of Su Ao's mouth. He decisively activated the blood pool skill. In an instant, Su Ao transformed into a pool of blood, gaining immunity to all physical damage for the duration. The bearded giant's massive spear struck down upon Su Ao, only to his horror discovering that it effortlessly penetrated through Su Ao's form. Yet it inflicted not a single iota of harm. What kind of sorcery is this? How utterly bizarre. The bearded giant's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Su Ao had silently appeared behind him, sneering, "If this is all the strength you possess, then it's my turn now." The 10 wings of the ice prison erupted with a chilling, terrifying force. 10 wings transformed into icy blades imbued with a dreadful frost. The ice prison annihilation slash was suddenly unleashed. The blades, radiating a horrific cold, rained down upon the bearded giant like a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. Seeing the dire situation, the bearded giant hastily swung his massive spear to defend himself. Yet the might of the ice prison annihilation slash was unfathomably terrifying. The relentless barrage of damage soon left the bearded giant battered and bloodied. His eyes now a fiery red, the bearded giant ripped his garments apart, revealing his bulging muscles. Glaring fiercely at Sueo, he bellowed, "You little brat, I'll fight you to the death." Demon God descends. The bearded giant leapt into the sky. Suddenly, a blood-red circle enveloped Sueo. Within this crimson circle, Sueo felt his speed drastically reduced, as if he were wading through molasses. Yet in the next moment, the bearded giant swung his massive spear down towards Sueo, who stood still. A cryptic smile gracing his lips, seemingly unfazed by the colossal blow. 3, 2, 1. Toxic eruption. Sueo snapped his fingers, and the spear tip that was a mere millimeter away from his head suddenly halted. The bearded giant's face contorted with disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably, his skin turning a ghastly shade of crimson. In an instant, the lethal toxin had ravaged his entire being. With a resounding explosion, the toxin detonated, causing the bearded giant's body to shatter into fragments, his demise a gruesome spectacle. Witnessing this scene, all the surrounding pirates were struck with horror. This young man had slain the vice captain. If he were not dealt with, the wrath of the captain would surely descend upon them all. Brothers, let us fight him together. In that moment, every pirate member charged towards Sueo. Yet, unperturbed by the impending onslaught, Sueo summoned forth his nine-tailed fox, thunderous war tiger, blazing spirit sparrow, venomous giant python, dark soul tortoise, and 8,800 snake minions. Though the enemy was numerous, Sueo's forces far outnumbered them. He needed not lift a finger. He simply awaited the experience to accumulate. With the death of the vice captain, the experience points flowed in. All accrued experience was stored within the experience capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier peak pirate vice captain, earning 50,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, you receive an additional 100 bonus experience, totaling 100,000 experience points. Due to reaching the maximum level of the 5th transition and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. At this moment, Sueo's summoned creatures and minions were engaged in fierce combat with the pirate crew members. Despite their numbers exceeding 3,000, Sueo commanded nearly 9,000 minions. The odds were overwhelmingly in his favor, as his snake minions relentlessly besieged the pirates, leading to a decisive rout. As the pirate members fell in increasing numbers, a steady stream of generous experience points flooded into the experience storage capsule. The sensation of effortlessly accumulating experience was simply delightful. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, you receive an additional 50 bonus experience, totaling 10,500 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 5th transfer limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 10,500 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 5th transfer limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. A cascade of substantial experience points flowed into his account, filling Sueo with immense satisfaction. Just as he reveled in the pleasure of effortlessly accumulating experience, he suddenly noticed a gleaming purple chest nestled beneath the body of the bearded giant. Another treasure chest. Sueo's eyes sparkled with surprise. Without hesitation, he approached the bearded giant and picked up the purple chest. In terms of quality, this purple chest surpassed the previous pristine white chest in opulence. High-tier treasure chest of the pirate vice captain. Quality, high-tier glory. Effect, opening this treasure chest may yield an unexpected treasure. The quality of the treasure is influenced by your luck. A high-tier glory chest? Indeed, it is even more precious than an ordinary glory tier chest. Sueo's gaze ignited with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the treasure chest. Would you like to open the high-tier treasure chest of the pirate vice captain, high-tier glory? Open the treasure chest. Sueo responded decisively. As his voice echoed, an enigmatic purple radiance erupted from the high-tier treasure chest of the pirate vice captain. The purple light manifested a spectacle of brilliance. Everything signified the extraordinary nature of this high-tier glory treasure chest. Ding! You have received a reward. Chapter 127. Confrontation with the Pirate King Sodom. A sword strike to the utmost limit. Ding. You have received a treasure chest reward. Experience storage capsule, 1 million experience points. Ding. You have additionally received a treasure chest reward, 1 pet skill promotion stone. A 1 million experience point storage capsule? And it even came with an extra pet skill promotion stone? Sueo was momentarily taken aback. On their own, these rewards seemed rather unremarkable. However, he possessed a remarkable 15 points in luck. At that moment, Sueo's 15 luck points suddenly shimmered, and an exceedingly resplendent purple light burst forth from the pirate treasure chest. Ding! Due to the activation of your 15 luck points, you have received a 150-fold critical hit bonus. The reward from the pirate treasure chest has been upgraded from experience storage capsule, 1 million experience points, to experience storage capsule, 5 billion experience points. The additional reward from the pirate treasure chest has been upgraded from 1 pet skill promotion stone to 150 pet skill promotion stones. Sueo's eyes gleamed with fervor. Earlier, his 15 million experience point storage capsule was nearing its limit, and now he had struck gold with a colossal 5 billion experience point storage capsule. Not to mention the generous 150 pet skill promotion stones. What a delightful bounty. With so many pet skill promotion stones, which skill should he upgrade? After some contemplation, Sueo decided to continue enhancing the Ice Prison Annihilation Strike skill. Before evolving into Ice Prison Annihilation Strike, he had already upgraded this skill to level 31. Upon evolution, it retained its level at 31. Undoubtedly, the level 31 Ice Prison Annihilation Strike possessed greater power than the level 31 Dark Thunder Rampage Strike. This skill stood as Sueo's most formidable single-target damage ability, the most potent tool against super strong adversaries. The optimal choice was, of course, to continue upgrading this skill. Sueo resolutely took out the 150 pet skill promotion stones. Ding! You have selected 150 skill promotion stones. Please choose the skill you wish to upgrade. Ice Prison Annihilation Strike of the Ice Prison Hydra. Sueo replied decisively. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion stone. Ice Prison Annihilation Strike skill upgraded to level 31. Damage increased by an additional 1. Damage range increased by an additional 1. And capable of inflicting an additional hit. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion stone. Ice Prison Annihilation Strike skill upgraded to level 32. Damage increased by an additional 1. Damage range increased by an additional 1. And capable of inflicting an additional hit. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion stone. Ice Prison Annihilation Strike skill upgraded to level 181. Damage increased by an additional 1. Damage range increased by an additional 1. And capable of inflicting an additional hit. With all 150 pet skill promotion stones invested into the Ice Prison Annihilation Strike skill, it surged to level 181 in one fell swoop. Each hit now delivered an additional 150 damage, expanded its damage range by an additional 150, and could inflict an astonishing 150 additional hits. This represented a monumental transformation for the Ice Prison Annihilation Strike skill. Observing the dramatically enhanced Ice Prison Annihilation Strike, a satisfied smile graced Sueo's face. Meanwhile, his summoned creatures and snake minions continued to valiantly eliminate the thousands of pirate members. Countless pirates met their demise under the relentless assault of Sueo's summoned creatures and snake minions. It's over, it's over. In that moment, the anguished cries of the pirates echoed relentlessly. Within a fleeting moment, the casualties among the pirate ranks were staggering. The entire pirate camp had morphed into a hellish landscape of corpses and blood. The scene was horrifically gruesome. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 10,500 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 5th transfer limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 10,500 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 5th transfer limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. In an instant, nearly 30 million experience points surged into the experience storage capsule. Fortunately, Sueo had just acquired a large storage capsule capable of holding 5 billion experience points. Otherwise, relying solely on the ordinary capsule with a capacity of 15 million would have proven utterly inadequate. Watching the experience points within the storage capsule continually ascend, a glimmer of anticipation danced in Sueo's eyes. It seemed imperative to expedite his 6th career transfer. He eagerly anticipated the powerful career skills he would acquire and the extent to which his strength would undergo transformation upon completing the transfer. Most critically, all these millions of experience points were securely stored within the experience storage capsule. Once the sixth career transition is completed, the vast and abundant experience points, akin to an ocean in its profundity, could potentially elevate one to unimaginable heights. Sueo found it difficult to fathom. At that precise moment, a dark and thunderous voice echoed ominously from above. "You insolent wretch. This territory belongs to me, Sodom, the king of pirates. How dare you disrupt my meticulously planned domain after 3 years of effort? What punishment do you deserve for such audacity?" A man clad in red robes, adorned with 9 blades, loomed in the ohm, his gaze fixed on Sueo as if he were merely an ant beneath his scrutiny. This red-robed figure was undoubtedly the notorious leader of the skeleton pirate crew, the very individual Sueo had been fervently seeking. Retrieving the 3 billion funds belonging to the Naga tribe from his grasp would resolve all of Sueo's predicaments. Not only would the ice prison Hydra be able to undergo a transformative evolution, but the Naga queen would also regain her corporeal form. With a cold smile, Sueo boldly declared, "Those who frequent the riverbanks should expect to get their feet wet. If you dare to plunder others, brace yourself for retribution. I offer you 2 choices. Either surrender the 3 billion Naga funds you stole, and I will grant you a swift death. Or I shall eliminate you first, and then pillage all your wealth from this camp." The red-robed man's expression darkened with rage. "You insolent brat. You dare to toy with me? Seek your demise." In an instant, he drew 2 blades, moving with such speed that he seemed to vanish from sight, striking at Sueo with the swiftness of a phantom. With a swift slice, the blade met Sueo's neck. This strike was unparalleled in its velocity. Chapter 128. The 7-Colored Super Treasure Chest. A delightful bounty. In an explosive moment, the red-robed man's sword, like a lightning bolt, sliced through Sueo's neck. Yet, as this swift attack unfolded, Sueo's eyes narrowed slightly, for he was well prepared. "Immortal body. Even if you are torn asunder, you shall not perish immediately. The remaining living tissues will gradually converge, ultimately resurrecting you." With the immortal body skill in effect, Sueo felt no fear. The blade cleaved through his head. His severed head flew away. Seeing his strike land, the red-robed man wore a triumphant grin. "You dare to cause chaos in my territory? Prepare to meet the king of hell." With a flourish, he executed a beautiful sword move before sheathing his blades behind him, casting his gaze over the pirate minions below, expecting their adulation and cheers. However, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, unsettling the red-robed man. Suddenly, one of the pirates shouted, pointing at the red-robed man's back, "Boss, danger. Look behind you." Instinctively, the red-robed man turned around, but the sight before him was utterly unbelievable. He witnessed Sueo's severed head soaring back to his body with an eerie speed. In an instant, Sueo was resurrected, a chilling smile gracing his face, as 10 wings erupted from his back, exuding an aura of frigid frost, commanding the very atmosphere. "Want to kill me? You must be dreaming." The 10 wings transformed into sharp, icy blades, raining down upon the red-robed man. Boom, 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 boom. The ice prison annihilation slash, honed through countless evolutions and upgrades, unleashed an astonishing frequency of attacks. The frenzied barrage of ice blades mercilessly struck the red-robed man. With each strike, layers of venom were silently accumulated upon him. Within moments, the red-robed man found himself burdened with over 200 layers of poison. Despite being a formidable 10th transition expert, he endured this overwhelming onslaught, his robe torn and body marred with wounds. Yet, a mad smile crept upon his lips. "Brat, your strength warrants the use of all 9 blades. To die by my 9 blades is a fitting end for you." With a glint of malice, the red-robed man drew 9 blades from his back, gazing at Sueo with a mocking smile. Suddenly, a new pair of arms and legs sprouted from his back. The red-robed man wielded the blades in an uncanny manner, each of his 4 hands and feet gripping a sharp blade, while even his mouth clutched a lethal edge. In an instant, he charged at Sueo, enveloped in a whirlwind of blades. The blade storm of the 9 blades erupted, as the red-robed man spun at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, generating a fierce storm of cutting edges. The very fabric of reality was rent asunder in the wake of this tempest. In the next moment, the red-robed man surged towards Sueo with the fury of the blade storm. Unwilling to waste time, Sueo summoned his ultimate forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an intense chill surged towards the red-robed man, feeling an icy dread penetrate to his very bones. The red-robed man's speed began to plummet. Accompanying the chill were countless razor-sharp ice blades. Bang, 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 bang. The frigid ice blades collided with the red-robed man's sharp blades, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Although he managed to deflect some of the ice blades with his blade storm, a significant number still pierced his body. In an instant, ribs fractured and blood splattered. Most critically, though the red-robed man remained within the blade storm, his body was completely encased in the extreme ice prison, rendering him immobile. A look of horror crossed the red-robed man's face. I am the leader of the skeleton pirate crew, ruling these waters for over 30 years. I never anticipated my downfall at the hands of a mere human brat, but even in death, I shall take you down with me. With eyes ablaze, the red-robed man, sacrificing his very vitality, forced the 9 blades to hurtle towards Suao. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 9 blades, imbued with an overwhelming intent, surged forward. Yet, Suao remained motionless, unwavering. The forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison, inflicted not only immense damage and freezing control upon the red-robed man, but also quietly accumulated over 300 layers of poison within him. At this juncture, the red-robed man was burdened with nearly 600 layers of venom. Such an accumulation was more than sufficient. A radiant smile spread across Suao's face as he lightly snapped his fingers. The skill to detonate the poison was activated. Boom! The nearly 600 layers of poison within the red-robed man erupted violently. His remaining vitality was swiftly extinguished, consumed by intense fury and resentment. The man in the crimson robe collapsed into a pool of blood, his life utterly snuffed out. You have slain a Tier 10 Junior Pirate Chief, earning 100,000 experience points. A bonus of 100 extra experience for defeating an opponent of a higher tier grants you a total of 2,000,000 experience points. Due to reaching the level cap of the 5th transition and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. Another 200,000 experience points credited. Gaining experience in this pirate-infested sea was undeniably exhilarating. Surely, defeating this Tier 10 pirate chief would yield some valuable loot? Suao's gaze scrutinized the corpse of the crimson-robed man. He kicked the body over. Indeed, a chest radiating with a spectrum of colors suddenly appeared before him. Suao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he decisively picked up this iridescent treasure chest. Super-tier treasure chest of the pirate chief. Quality, Pinnacle of Glory. Effect, opening this treasure chest will randomly yield an unexpected treasure. The quality of the treasure is influenced by your luck. A Pinnacle of Glory treasure chest? It has certainly not disappointed me. Suao's eyes ignited with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the treasure chest. Do you wish to open the pirate chief's high-tier treasure chest, Pinnacle of Glory? Open the treasure chest. Suao responded decisively. As his voice fell, a dazzling array of radiant colors burst forth from the pirate chief's super-tier treasure chest. The resplendently radiant hues showcased the extraordinary nature of this treasure chest. Its tier surpassed any chest Suao had previously encountered. What wondrous items could this chest unveil? Ding! You have received the following rewards. Chapter 129, Frantic Ascension. Scavenging for treasures. Accumulating wealth. Ding! You have acquired a treasure chest reward. Glory tier pet equipment. The Helm of the Sea Emperor's Favor. Ding! You have additionally received a treasure chest reward. 2 pet skill ascension stones. To obtain a piece of glory tier pet equipment and 2 pet skill ascension stones. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Suao's eyes. Even before the transformation upgrade from 15 points of luck, the treasure chest rewards were already so bountiful. If enhanced by the 15 points of luck, wouldn't the rewards become even more enticing? Indeed, as the 15 points of luck in Suao's attribute panel gently shimmered, a mysterious glow surged into the treasure chest. The once colorful chest now erupted with a radiant spectacle. Like a rainbow piercing the sun, it was dazzling beyond compare. Ding! Due to the activation of the 15 points of luck attribute, you have gained a 150-fold critical hit benefit. The reward from the pirate treasure chest has been upgraded from the glory tier Helm of the Sea Emperor's Favor to the perfect tier crown of the Sea God's Wrath. The additional reward from the pirate treasure chest has been upgraded from 2 pet skill ascension stones to 300 pet skill ascension stones. To have obtained a perfect tier pet helmet. Perfect tier is a level above glory tier. The value of a single perfect tier item is equivalent to 10 glory tier items. Furthermore, receiving a staggering 300 pet skill ascension stones. A look of delight spread across Suao's face. He promptly opened the perfect tier crown of the Sea God's Wrath for inspection. Perfect tier crown of the Sea God's Wrath. Intelligence, 100. Ice-type skill damage is increased by an additional 100. Skill, summon the Leviathan of the Sea. Summons a Leviathan to battle for you. With the Leviathan's power reaching the pinnacle of Tier 10, if summoned in the ocean, it can unleash extraordinary combat prowess surpassing the Tier 10 realm. Duration, 120 seconds. Su Ao's gaze swept over the attributes of this perfect tier equipment, leaving him astounded. The ability to summon a Leviathan with combat power beyond Tier 10 was nothing short of fearsome. With this Leviathan at his command, Su Ao even dared to venture into extraordinary dungeons within the ocean. These dungeons invariably concealed immense wealth and invaluable rare materials. However, it is crucial to note that the summoned Leviathan can only be maintained for 120 seconds. Su Ao could only summon the Leviathan at the most critical moment to maximize its effectiveness. He decisively placed the perfect tier crown of the sea god's wrath upon the 8th head of the ice prison Hydra. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the impressive 300 pet skill ascension stones. With so many stones, which skill should he upgrade? After the previous battle, Su Ao suddenly realized how exceptionally useful the forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison, was. Not only did it deal immense damage, but it also had a vast range and formidable control capabilities. It was truly the epitome of perfection. Thus, he resolved to upgrade the Extreme Ice Prison spell. A fervent glint flickered in Su Ao's eyes. Ding! You have selected 300 skill ascension stones. Please choose the skill you wish to upgrade. The forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison, of the Ice Prison Hydra. Su Ao responded decisively. Upgrade successful. Consumed 3 skill ascension stones. The forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison, has been upgraded to level 2, with damage increased by an additional 1, damage range increased by an additional 1, and control strength increased by an additional 1. Upgrade successful. Consumed 3 skill ascension stones. The forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison, has been upgraded to level 3, with damage increased by an additional 1, damage range increased by an additional 1, and control strength increased by an additional 1. Upgrade successful. Consumed 3 skill ascension stones. The forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison, has been upgraded to level 101, with damage increased by an additional 1, damage range increased by an additional 1, and control strength increased by an additional 1. Upgrading the forbidden spell required a staggering 3 pet skill ascension stones each time. Yet the abundance of 300 skill ascension stones allowed the forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison, to ascend to level 101. Damage increased by 100. Damage range increased by 100. Control strength enhanced by 1. The higher the control strength, the longer the control time, and the more pronounced the slowing effect. Meanwhile, a legion of summoned creatures and serpent minions were ruthlessly slaughtering the remaining pirate members. Soon, nearly all the pirate members within the camp were decimated. The anguished cries of the pirates echoed. At this moment, the entire pirate camp was a veritable sea of corpses and blood, with countless fallen pirates. You have slain Tier 9 pirate crew members, earning 7,000 experience points. A bonus of 50 extra experience for defeating an opponent of a higher tier grants you a total of 10,500 experience points. Due to reaching the level cap of the 5th transition and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have slain Tier 9 pirate crew members, earning 7,000 experience points. A bonus of 50 extra experience for defeating an opponent of a higher tier grants you a total of 10,500 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 5th transfer limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. You have slain a 9th tier pirate crew member, earning 7,000 experience points. As you have defeated an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience bonus, bringing your total to 10,500 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 5th transfer limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. After vanquishing all the pirates, Su Ao's experience storage capsule now holds an astounding 50 million experience points. This substantial accumulation of experience. Once Su Ao completes the 6th career transfer and consumes the contents of the experience storage capsule, promises an unimaginable ascent in levels. Next, it is time to plunder the riches of the pirate camp. A fervent glint sparkled in Su Ao's eyes. However, he had no intention of searching meticulously by himself. Instead, he waved his hand grandly, commanding the numerous summoned creatures and his snake minions. Collective order. Turn this camp upside down and gather all wealth and treasures. The throngs of summoned creatures and snake minions bowed respectfully in response. Chirp, hiss, wail, roar. Soon, this motley crew dispersed, scouring the pirate camp for treasures. Chapter 130. Pet Synthesis. A transformation of power. With Su Ao issuing commands for all his snake minions and summoned beasts to scour the pirate camp for treasures, many soon returned with an array of dazzling equipment and riches in their grasp. Several summoned beasts even arrived, dutifully bearing large sacks filled with cash, presenting them reverently before Sueo. In mere moments, a magnificent assortment of dazzling equipment and staggering wealth piled high before him. Sueo conducted a rough tally. The cash alone amounted to nearly 4 billion. It exceeded his expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, Sueo retrieved the super pet synthesizer. With the absence of the Naga Queen, he resolved to evolve the Ice Prison Hydra first. Just as he was about to initiate the synthesis for the Ice Prison Hydra, he suddenly noticed the Dark Soul Turtle leisurely approaching, clutching a pristine white material. Sueo's eyes brightened at the sight of the material brought by the Dark Soul Turtle. Skin of the Flying Snow Dragon, a star-level material. The skin of the Flying Snow Dragon is pure and flawless, reminiscent of the most enchanting skin of a beauty. However, do not underestimate its utility due to its exquisite appearance. The skin possesses unimaginable flexibility and agility, along with some other extraordinary functions. What a timely arrival of a starry-level material. It is perfect to combine with the wings of the Radiant Dragon for the synthesis of the Ice Prison Hydra. With this in mind, Sueo decisively extracted the Super Pet synthesizer and commenced the synthesis. Ding! It has been confirmed that the Ice Prison Hydra will serve as the prototype pet. Please select synthesis materials. Wings of the Radiant Dragon. Skin of the Flying Snow Dragon. Sueo selected decisively. The synthesis formula is Pinnacle Level Ice Prison Hydra, Growth Stage, Starry Level Wings of the Radiant Dragon, Starry Level Skin of the Flying Snow Dragon. This synthesis will require the expenditure of 8,000,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Indeed, adding an additional material has increased the synthesis cost. This time, the synthesis demands a hefty 8 million wealth points. This equates to earning 800 million wealth to acquire the required 8 million. Fortunately, Sueo had just acquired nearly 40 billion wealth, which included a generous bonus of 40 million wealth points. He could still afford the 8 million. Yet, this prompted Sueo to ponder how to devise a method for sustained earnings. Otherwise, if synthesis costs continue to rise, he would exhaust his newfound wealth after just 1 or 2 more syntheses. However, devising a method for profit is not a matter of mere impulse. For now, he should proceed with the synthesis of the Ice Prison Hydra. Commencing synthesis. As Sueo's command echoed, the wings of the Radiant Dragon transformed into a radiant stream of light, flowing into the Ice Prison Hydra. Suddenly, a pair of brilliant silver wings of holy light manifested behind the Ice Prison Hydra, evoking awe as if it were a supreme deity of light. Next, the second material. The skin of the Flying Snow Dragon also transformed into a stream of pure white light, surging into the Ice Prison Hydra. This transformation rendered the Hydra's skin immaculate white, exuding an ethereal beauty that was irresistibly alluring. In the next moment, a system notification resounded in Sueo's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your pet has evolved into Honorary Junior Holy Radiant Hydra. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the Holy Radiant Hydra's evolution. Ding! Due to the Holy Radiant Hydra's additional fusion of the starry level material, Wings of the Radiant Dragon, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 5 options, from which you may select 4. Option 1, Starry Level Upgrade Skill 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear to 9 Star Holy Light Arrow. After the upgrade, it can continuously unleash 9-star spears imbued with powerful light energy, with each strike's damage increased by an additional 150. Option 2, Starry Level Upgrade Skill Ice Prison 10 Wings to Holy Radiant 12 Wings. Flight speed is increased by 800, and light attribute resistance is enhanced by 800 points. Additionally, it grants a Radiant Domain effect, allowing the Holy Radiant Hydra and nearby allies to recover 3 of their maximum health per second. Option 3, Starry Level Upgrade Skill Ice Prison Annihilation Slash to Holy Radiant Godslaying Slash. The duration of the strike against enemies increases from 10 seconds to 12 seconds. Damage is amplified by 120, and the strike radius expands by 500. Option 4, Stardust Level Acquire a new skill, Shrink. Upon activation, the Holy Radiant Hydra's size will reduce by 100 times, but its health will also drop to 10. Option 5, Starry Sky Level Acquire a new skill, Light Clone. Summon a clone identical to the Holy Radiant Hydra. The clone can utilize all the skills of the Holy Radiant Hydra, but its attributes are only half of the original. Faced with the choice of 5 options to select 4 skills for evolution, Sueo contemplated. For the first reward, he chose Skill 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear upgraded to 9 Star Holy Light Arrow. This upgrade will enhance the Hydra's most frequently used and core output skill. It is a must-have. For the second reward, he selected Skill Ice Prison 10 Wings upgraded to Holy Radiant 12 Wings, which will significantly enhance flight speed and provide self-healing capabilities to the Hydra and its allies. Upgrading the wings not only significantly enhances the flight speed and light attribute resistance of the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, but also bestows upon it the formidable permanent aura known as the Realm of Light. Whether it be the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent or its allied companions, merely standing beside the serpent for a maximum of 33 seconds will restore them from the brink of death to their peak vitality. This ability is undeniably overpowered. It is an absolute necessity. For the third reward selection, the skill Abyssal Annihilation / shall be upgraded to the Divine Slayer /. The duration of the strike against enemies is extended from 10 seconds to 12 seconds, damage is amplified by 120, and the range of the attack is expanded by 500. This is the pinnacle single-target burst skill of the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent and serves as the core ability for overcoming foes of higher tiers. Without a doubt, it is an essential skill. For the fourth reward selection, a new skill, Shrink, is acquired. Upon activation, the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent will reduce its size by 100 times, albeit at the cost of its health plummeting to 10. While this skill appears to be intriguing, its practical utility is rather limited. Furthermore, its skill rating is merely Stardust level, rendering it somewhat lackluster. Hence, it may be prudent to forego this skill. Chapter 131, Abundant Gains. Fusion with the Queen Medusa. For the fifth reward selection, a new skill, Radiant Doppelganger, is obtained. This skill allows the summoning of a doppelganger identical in appearance to the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, which can utilize all of the serpent's abilities, albeit with only half the attributes of the original. Upon witnessing this skill, Su Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This skill is indeed classified as a Starry Sky level ability. Starry Sky level skills surpass those of the Star Sea level in sophistication. Summoning a doppelganger capable of wielding all the skills of the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, endowed with 50 of the serpent's total attributes, effectively increases the overall damage output by 50. It is undeniably a highly practical skill. Most importantly, this skill possesses tremendous potential for enhancement. If summoning a doppelganger can elevate the total damage output of the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent by 50, then, as this skill's level increases, both the number and attributes of the doppelgangers are bound to rise. If in the future one could summon 20 doppelgangers, it would be akin to augmenting the serpent's prowess by at least tenfold. What if one could summon 100 doppelgangers? 1,000? 1,000,000. The upgrade potential of this skill is beyond Su Ao's imagination. Having contemplated the 5 evolution choices, Su Ao has made his decision. I shall select the first, second, third, and fifth evolution rewards. As Su Ao's voice resonated, four resplendent silver-white rays of holy light erupted from the Super Pet synthesizer, ultimately merging into the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent. Ding! Your pet, the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, has upgraded the skill 8 Extremes Purple Soul Spear to 9 stars Holy Light Arrow. Ding! Your pet, the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, has upgraded the skill Abyssal Wings of 10 to Radiant 12 Wings. Ding! Your pet, the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, has upgraded the skill Abyssal Annihilation / to Divine Slayer /. Ding! Your pet, the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, has acquired a new skill Radiant Doppelganger. Upon completing its transformation, the Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent's skill icons shimmered continuously, reflecting the ongoing upgrades and enhancements. Furthermore, its 4 attributes soared to new heights. Yet, the most striking change was in its appearance. The Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent now radiated a pristine snow-white hue, exuding an enchanting allure and an elevated, sacred elegance. Even its length had considerably increased, growing from an original 3 meters to an impressive 35 meters. Gazing upon the transformed Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, Su Ao's face lit up with satisfaction as he casually opened the pet attribute panel for inspection. Radiant Initial Stage Radiant Nine-Headed Serpent, Growth Phase. Level, 150. Intelligence, 13,269. Strength, 11,681. Constitution, 11,926. Agility, 10,878. Luck, 15. Charm, 2. Mental Resistance, 4. Skills, 9 stars Holy Light Arrow. Eye of Control, Defense Overload, Temporal 3 Flash, Blood Flame Annihilation, Radiant 12 Wings, Berserk Bloodline, Eye of Enslavement, Divine Slayer / Lethal Toxin, Toxic Eruption, Soul Devour. Dragon's Extreme Void / Undying Form, Blood Red Pool, Healing Holy Light, Toxic Forbidden Curse of Pestilence, Frost Breath, Forbidden Curse of Extreme Ice Prison, Radiant Doppelganger. Equipment, Bronze Verdant Crown, Platinum Lightning Monarch's Crown, Platinum Lightning Mage's Necklace, Emerald Sage's Laurel, Diamond Dark Soul Amulet, Diamond Angry Thunder Dragon's Tail, Starry Malicious Cloak, Starry 9-Colored Radiance Crown, Starry Source of Life Beast Armor, Monarch Dragon Spirit Crown, Monarch level Dark Tyrant's Crown. Glory level 9 Colored Immortal Radiance Crown. Perfect level Sea God's Raging Tides Crown. Number of minions, 720 Fiery Serpents, 1,000 Cobras, 280 Deep Sea Venomous Snakes, 1,000 Silver-Ringed Electric Snakes, 880 Gale Tiger Snakes, 676 Black Mamba Snakes, 444 Death Vipers, 3,800 Extreme Ice Crystal Snakes. Contains a hidden Dragon God bloodline, awaiting awakening. Looking at the attribute panel of the radiant nine-headed serpent, a smile of satisfaction graced Su Ao's face as he gently stroked its row of small heads, which felt pleasantly soft to the touch. At that moment, as the serpent minions and summoned creatures tirelessly scoured the area for treasures, after an entire hour, the pirate camp had been thoroughly ransacked by the serpent minions and summoned beings. The extent of their search could only be described as digging 3 feet into the ground. A mountain of treasures now lay before Su Ao, comprising an abundance of glory and monarch-level equipment. Among them, 2 even higher-tier perfect-level items were unearthed: the perfect-level Radiant Magic Blade and the perfect-level Radiant Law Necklace, pet equipment. Upon sighting these 2 perfect-level items, a fervent gleam flashed in Su Ao's eyes. To his delight, one of them was indeed pet equipment, which was simply splendid. Perfect-level Radiant Magic Blade. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 100. Skill, dual cultivation of strength and magic. For every 100 points of strength gained, an additional 30 intelligence will be acquired. For every 100 points of intelligence gained, an additional 30 strength will be acquired. Attributes enhanced by this skill cannot be further augmented. This dual cultivation skill is remarkably practical. With Su Ao's intelligence at a staggering 13,269 points and strength at 11,681 points, he could potentially gain an additional 3,504 points in intelligence and an extra 3,980 points in strength. The enhancement is indeed formidable. Although this Radiant Magic Blade cannot be equipped by pets, Su Ao found it exceptionally comfortable to wield. The blade gleamed with a radiant, colorful shimmer, appearing resplendent and striking. Next, Su Ao turned his attention to the second piece of equipment: Perfect Level Radiant Law Necklace, pet equipment. Intelligence, 100. Light attribute skill damage is increased by an additional 100. Skill, Light's Law. Upon the release of a light-based skill, there exists a probability of triggering the blessing of Light's Law, which causes the damage of said skill to surge 3-fold. The attributes of perfect grade equipment are indeed formidable. Su Ao promptly replaced the perfect grade Light's Law necklace with the Platinum Lightning Law necklace that the nine-headed Hydra originally wore. This time, he was undoubtedly returning with a bounty. Contentedly, Su Ao gathered all the wealth and treasures within the pirate camp. Subsequently, he soared towards the Naga tribe. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the transformation that would occur upon the fusion of Queen Medusa's corporeal form with the soul of the Naga Empress. Chapter 132. Hurry, everyone, join me in welcoming the Master's return. The flight speed of the 12 wings of Holy Radiance was astonishingly swift. In less than 10 minutes, Su Ao had returned to the Naga tribe's encampment. It was a stretch of azure shallow waters. The Naga people, being a hybrid of human and serpent, belonged to an amphibious race. Their dwelling caves were situated along the shoreline. A group of Naga individuals was busily fishing at the water's edge, engaging in animated discussions. Do you think Mr. Su can defeat the pirate chief? Mr. Su is indeed powerful, but the pirate chief's strength is formidable. He is a genuine super strong being at the 10th transformation realm. Indeed, it is said that the pirate camp boasts at least 5,000 pirates, and Mr. Su is going alone. Even if Mr. Su is strong, it is impossible for him to face 1,000 foes alone and conquer the 10th transformation pirate chief along with over 5,000 pirate members. Alas, Mr. Su has already saved our Naga tribe once. We can only pray for his safe return. The elders are truly unreasonable. They insist on placing a wager, demanding that Mr. Su defeat the pirate chief to become the Naga tribe's holy emperor. He has already saved the Naga tribe once. Even if he does not defeat the pirate chief, I would still honor him as our holy emperor. You do not understand. The elders have their own burdens. If Mr. Su possessed the bloodline of our Naga tribe, he could ascend to the throne of the Naga holy emperor merely by demonstrating his strength. However, as he is of human blood, mere approval from you does not suffice. He must earn the respect and acceptance of all Naga people. Only in this way can Mr. Su's position as the Naga holy emperor be truly secured. I feel that the elders are somewhat testing Mr. Su. After all, the pirate chief is immensely powerful, and how could Mr. Su possibly contend against him alone? Alas, given the ferocity of the pirate chief, once Mr. Su ventures into the lion's den, escaping unharmed may prove a formidable challenge. The pirate camp is indeed more perilous than a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Indeed, It is said that the pirate camp is heavily fortified, to the extent that not even a mosquito could escape its confines. As the Naga individuals toiled diligently in their fishing endeavors, they continued their discussions. Among them, a young Naga maiden inadvertently caught sight of a swift figure soaring through the sky. Upon closer inspection, she felt a sense of familiarity with the approaching silhouette. The Naga maiden could not suppress her curiosity as she focused on the figure, and as it drew nearer, she finally discerned its identity. The figure was none other than Sueo. Upon seeing Sueo's return, a glimmer of delight sparkled in the eyes of the Naga maiden, exclaiming, "Heavens! Wonderful! Mr. Su has returned safely." Hearing the maiden's exclamation, the surrounding Naga people looked up and noticed Sueo's return, their faces illuminating with long-lost smiles, expressing, "As long as Mr. Su returns safely, that is a good thing. Excellent. As long as there are green mountains, we need not worry about firewood. I heard from the Naga Empress that Mr. Su is not yet 20 years old. To safely return from the skeleton pirate camp at such a young age is already remarkable. It is all right if we cannot defeat them this time. We must believe in Mr. Su and grant him more time to grow. Let us hasten to report this good news to the Naga Empress and the elders. They will surely be overjoyed to learn of Mr. Su's safe return." At this moment, the group of Naga individuals abandoned their fishing endeavors and swiftly swam towards the core temple of the Naga tribe. The core temple of the Naga tribe, located at the heart of the settlement, was a magnificent structure crafted from celestial gold, resplendent in its glory. The value of this temple was beyond mere monetary estimation. It is said that one of the ancestors of the Naga tribe was a deity, and the core temple was constructed using immense quantities of exquisite celestial gold, a labor of devotion from this deity. It was precisely due to the temple's extraordinary worth that it attracted the envy and invasion of the skeleton pirate camp. As the saying goes, one gets what one pays for. It is rumored that the Naga deity had her own intentions and secrets behind the lavish expenditure on the temple's construction. At this moment, within the Naga temple, ever since Sueo ventured alone to the pirate camp, the Naga Empress had been plagued with unease. She was more acutely aware than any other Naga of the formidable strength of the pirate chief. The Naga Empress deeply regretted not dissuading Sueo from going to the pirate camp, even if it was necessary. It would have been prudent to wait until he had trained for a while longer before embarking on such a perilous journey. As Sueo's servant, she was acutely aware of the alarming pace of his progress. Given a bit more time, Sueo would undoubtedly reach a level of strength that could rival the pirate chief. The Naga Empress cast a resentful glance at the elders below, her voice tinged with anger as she remarked, "You elders have surely experienced the might of the skeleton pirate camp. Knowing full well the terrifying strength of the skeleton pirate chief, you still laid a wager, leading my master into such a perilous place. If anything were to happen to my master, I shall cast you all into the pirate camp to accompany him in death." The Naga Empress's voice was as frigid as ice. The elders understood all too well that the Naga Empress was a woman of her word. They had no doubt that if anything were to happen to Sueo in the pirate camp, the Naga Empress would indeed dare to cast them into the depths of that perilous place. The very thought sent a chill down their spines. They couldn't help but regret their misguided counsel to Sueo to venture into the pirate camp. However, even if they regretted it now, it was too late. They could only silently pray for Sueo's safe and sound return. Just then, several Naga individuals rushed into the Naga encampment. Their reckless intrusion only served to further aggravate the already displeased Naga elders. They admonished, "You reckless young ones. How dare you barge into the Naga temple in such a manner? What kind of decorum is this? You are to be punished by fishing for 300 pounds of fish in the sea. Should you fail to catch enough, do not return." The Naga maidens exchanged glances and quickly responded, "Your Majesty, esteemed elders, we have important news to report. Mr. Su has safely escaped from the skeleton pirate camp." "Mr. Su has returned safely?" As soon as the words were uttered, they instantly evoked expressions of delight from the Naga queen and the Naga elders. The elders were visibly overjoyed, their faces adorned with a sense of relief, as they collectively exhaled in relief. The Naga queen was overwhelmed with joy, her long-hanging heart, burdened with worry, finally at ease. "Quick, everyone, let us go forth to welcome our master's return. As long as our master is safe and sound, it is indeed a momentous occasion." Chapter 133. Sueo ascends as the sovereign of the Naga clan. The Naga queen was in particularly high spirits. The Naga elders and the Naga people were equally ecstatic. They all poured out of the Naga temple, gazing around with eager anticipation, searching for Sueo's figure. At last, they spotted a youthful silhouette, pure as snow, soaring towards them with magnificent white wings. Upon witnessing Sueo's safe return, the long-held anxiety within the Naga queen and the elders finally dissipated completely. The Naga queen stepped forward, kneeling respectfully before Sueo, and spoke, Congratulations, Master, on your successful escape from the clutches of evil. Emerging unscathed from the lair of the skeletal pirates, several Naga elders echoed her sentiments, saying, "It is truly wonderful that Mr. Su has returned safely. It is entirely our fault. I should not have urged Mr. Su to venture alone into the pirate camp. You are a hero of the Naga clan, and we acknowledge our mistakes. Please forgive us." Seeing the Naga queen and the elders displaying such humility left Su Ao somewhat taken aback. Is the pirate chief really that formidable? I thought it was merely a matter of having hands. Upon hearing Su Ao's seemingly nonchalant remarks, the Naga queen and the elders exchanged incredulous glances, their faces betraying disbelief. Just having hands? Even as a jest, such words should not be uttered lightly. We have witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of the pirate chief, who is undoubtedly the most dominant ruler of these waters. The Naga queen sighed softly, "Master, I understand your feelings. You simply do not wish for us to worry for you. But we, the Naga clan, are all too aware of the perils that lie within the skeletal pirate crew." Su Ao felt utterly helpless. He was merely speaking the truth, yet no one believed him. Thankfully, he had brought back tangible evidence. Su Ao reached into his storage ring and retrieved a bloodied head, tossing it before the Naga queen and the elders. Good heavens! Could this be? As the elders beheld the severed head, shock and disbelief washed over their faces. The pirate chief had previously raided the Naga tribe, abducting nearly half of their young maidens. Such deep-seated enmity could never be forgotten, nor could they overlook the terrifying visage of the pirate chief. Even if reduced to ashes, the elders would recognize that head. It belonged to none other than the infamous, malevolent leader of the skeletal pirates. The elders were visibly agitated, their voices trembling as they spoke. Good heavens! The leader of the skeletal pirates is a superlative powerhouse of the 10th transformation realm. How on earth did you accomplish this? It is simply unbelievable. You truly returned bearing the head of the pirate chief. Am I dreaming? The pirate chief will no longer threaten our Naga encampment. How splendid! Our Naga clan can finally thrive in peace. Yet, despite the demise of the pirate chief, they could not afford to be careless. The strength of the pirate's second-in-command was equally formidable. They must remain vigilant against potential retaliation from the pirate's second-in-command and his crew. Indeed, while the chief of the skeletal pirates has met his end, the second-in-command still poses a significant threat. Moreover, there are thousands of pirate minions and several capable pirate lieutenants to contend with. As the Naga elders exchanged worried glances, Su Ao felt a profound sense of exasperation and retrieved several more severed heads from his storage ring. If you can recognize these heads as well, perhaps you will cease your worries. More bloodied heads were cast upon the ground. The elders gazed at the gruesome trophies, and upon recognizing their features, expressions of utter disbelief and shock spread across their faces. Good heavens! Is this not the second-in-command of the skeletal pirates? Mr. Su has indeed slain the second-in-command as well. I recognize the others too. They are all lieutenants of the skeletal pirates. There are only a handful of them, yet they have all perished at Mr. Su's hands. This is simply astonishing. In that moment, the Naga elders and the Naga people directed gazes of profound gratitude and reverence towards Su Ao. Not only had he avenged their clan, but he had also exhibited unparalleled strength. Such an extraordinary talent was undoubtedly worthy of being the holy sovereign of the Naga clan. They firmly believed that Su Ao would soar to great heights, leading the Naga clan to become a formidable power on this continent. As for Su Ao lacking the bloodline of the Naga, it mattered not. If the Naga queen were to unite with him and bear mixed blood offspring, and those offspring continued to intermarry with pure-blooded Naga, Su Ao's descendants would inevitably draw closer to the Naga lineage. His progeny would surely inherit the pure bloodline of the Naga. The elders even hoped that Su Ao would take multiple Naga concubines, allowing his potent and promising bloodline to meld further with the Naga clan, resulting in the birth of even more exceptional offspring. At this moment, all the Naga elders knelt before Su Ao in utmost reverence, adopting the most humble posture to convey their highest form of homage. This gesture signified their complete recognition of Su Ao, wholeheartedly accepting him as their supreme sovereign. The other Naga people had long regarded Su Ao as their great hero. The severed heads of the pirates that Su Ao had just discarded served as irrefutable proof of his extraordinary prowess. How could they not rejoice in following such a gifted young sovereign? Many Naga maidens had already prepared themselves to dedicate their lives to their race, willingly accepting Su Ao's sowing of seeds without any title, merely to allow his exceptional genes to influence the Naga descendants. Ideally, every Naga descendant would carry Su Ao's bloodline, for only in this way could the future of the Naga clan flourish and prosper. Chapter 134, 6th Transformation Profession. The nation collects class change scrolls for me. Ding. The Naga clan has decided to pledge their full strength to you, venerating you as the holy sovereign of the Naga clan. Will you accept? Without a moment's hesitation, Sueo responded affirmatively. He was determined to participate in the great battlefield of myriad races in the future. As the time approaches, one must not only rely on their formidable strength, but also cultivate a powerful faction loyal to oneself. This is the only way to firmly establish oneself on the battlefield of myriad races and gradually grow in strength. Congratulations! You have become the Holy Emperor of the Naga clan. The Naga clan is a branch of the ancient three great elven races, known as the Star Elves. The other two great elven races are the Sun-S Nature Elves and the Moon-S Dark Night Elves. Current population of the clan, 985 individuals. Current faction rating, 1 star. Faction ranking. The strength rating is too low. It has yet to enter the racial leaderboard. Upon observing the faction rating of the Naga clan, Sueo couldn't help but feel a pang of despondency. After all, the Naga clan was once a grand and illustrious race, and it was disheartening to witness its current state of decline. Nevertheless, now that he had ascended to the position of Holy Emperor of the Naga clan, it was imperative for him to guide the clan towards resurgence, step by step. However, at that moment, Sueo had a significant task at hand, to assist the Naga Empress in synthesizing a corporeal form. Without hesitation, Sueo retrieved the Super Pet synthesizer and placed the Naga Empress within, initiating the synthesis process. Ding! The Naga Empress, soul entity, has been confirmed as the evolution subject. Please select synthesis materials. Without a moment's pause, Sueo placed the entire corpse of Queen Medusa into the synthesizer. Ding! 1 evolution subject and 1 material have been confirmed. Synthesis formula: 9-turn Pinnacle Naga Empress, soul entity, with the cosmic level corpse of Queen Medusa. This synthesis will consume 3,000,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Commence synthesis immediately, Sueo resolutely replied. As his words fell, an enigmatic and mysterious force erupted from the Super Pet synthesizer, merging the soul of the Naga Empress with the corporeal form of Queen Medusa. After approximately 30 minutes, the synthesis was finally complete. As the milky white light dissipated, an extraordinarily enchanting woman materialized before him. With a serpent-esque lower body, the woman possessed a captivating grace, a voluptuous figure, and an aura of mature elegance. The Naga Empress had inherited Queen Medusa's stunning beauty and exquisite form, yet her consciousness remained profoundly respectful towards Sueo. After all, the soul and consciousness belonged to the Naga Empress. Following the fusion, Sueo discovered that the Naga Empress had undergone a monumental transformation in strength. She had forcefully broken through from her original 9-turn pinnacle strength to the 10-turn pinnacle realm. Now, the Naga Empress could effortlessly slay the pirate lord with ease. As she sensed her newfound vitality and power, her gaze towards Sueo brimmed with immense gratitude. She understood that all of this was bestowed upon her by her master, Sueo. Without him, her soul would have soon dissipated entirely. It was Master Sueo who had granted her a second chance at life. Henceforth, Sueo would be the most significant person in her life. At this moment, having concluded all matters concerning the Naga clan, Sueo set off to return to Linhai City. With the terrifying flight speed of the 12 wings of sacred radiance, he returned to Linhai No. 1 high school in under 20 minutes. The purpose of his journey was to expedite his 6th transition. Only by completing this transition could he unleash the vast amounts of experience points stored within the experience capsules, allowing for a dramatic enhancement of his strength. However, selecting a powerful class for the transition was of utmost importance. Where could one find the most superior transition resources? Undoubtedly, the resources controlled by the state were far more abundant than those of any private faction. Having chosen to ally with the state, it would be unreasonable not to request some benefits. Upon returning to Linhai City, Sueo promptly arrived at Linhai No. 1 High School, making his way directly to the principal's office. Inside, Principal Li and Sister Dao were engaged in conversation. Sueo entered with a smile, saying, "Principal Li, Sister Dao, you are both here. Just in time. I need a high-quality 6th transition scroll for Beast Tamers. Could you assist me in applying to the state?" Sister Dao's face displayed a hint of surprise. "You've reached level 150 already? So soon?" Sueo chuckled and nodded slightly, revealing his level, which indeed stood at 150. However, he refrained from disclosing that he had several tens of millions of experience points stored in his capsules. Once he completed the transition, his level would surely soar once again. "Please wait a moment. I will contact the relevant state department to swiftly procure a top-quality 6th transition scroll for you." Sister Dao, known for her decisive actions, immediately made a call to the national authorities, explaining Sueo's situation. After hanging up, she patted Sueo on the shoulder, smiling. "The higher-ups have already approved it. The highest quality 6th transition scroll for Beast Tamers will be delivered to you shortly." Barely had Sister Dao finished speaking when there came a series of knocks at the door. A courier in a postal uniform arrived with an exquisitely packaged black box. So quick. What kind of celestial delivery speed is this? Sueo was momentarily taken aback. Sister Dao chuckled, explaining, our state departments have mastered the technology of spatial transportation. Even items from 10,000 miles away can be instantly delivered here if there are pre-established teleportation stations. This is far swifter than human transport. Now, let us see if the 6th transition scroll for Beast Tamers in this black box meets your expectations. A glimmer of fervor sparkled in Sueo's eyes as he opened the black box. A mysterious 6th transition scroll for Beast Tamers appeared before him. Upon seeing the scroll, Sueo's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 135, Subduing the Serpent Infestation. Advancing to the 6th transition. Exclusive 6th transition pinnacle scroll for Beast Tamers. Upon tearing it open, you will receive the 6th transition quest for the Beast Tamer profession. Completing the quest grants you the transition to the Beast Tamer class. There is a 95 probability of obtaining a super hidden class, and a 5 probability of obtaining a pinnacle hidden class. The moment he comprehended the contents of the scroll, Sueo's eyes gleamed with excitement. The 6th transition pinnacle scroll was a tier superior to the 6th transition super scroll. In terms of value, a 6th transition super scroll would cost at least 1 billion, whereas the 6th transition pinnacle scroll would demand a staggering 10 billion. The price discrepancy was a full tenfold. To obtain such a precious 6th transition pinnacle scroll with such ease, one must express gratitude for the support of the state. Without a moment's hesitation, Sueo tore the 6th transition pinnacle scroll open. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from within the scroll. Ding! You have opened the exclusive 6th tier pinnacle scroll for Beast Tamers, and you have received a hidden pinnacle quest, Quelling the Serpent Plague in the Southern Frontier. Quelling the Serpent Plague in the Southern Frontier. Recently, a mysterious secret realm dungeon has emerged in the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom. Strangely, formidable serpentine beasts have been constantly emerging from this dungeon, wreaking havoc in the southern cities, ambushing the populace, and causing incalculable losses. To quell the Serpent Plague, one must conquer this enigmatic dungeon and eliminate all serpentine creatures within. Upon completion, you may transition to a super hidden profession as a Beast Tamer, with the potential to ascend to an even more powerful exclusive pinnacle hidden profession. The more serpentine beasts you vanquish within the dungeon, the greater your chances of transitioning to the exclusive pinnacle hidden profession. A serpentine lair dungeon? Sueo felt a stirring in his heart. He had the capacity to recruit up to 12,000 serpent minions, yet he had only managed to tame 800. There remained a significant vacancy of 200 serpent minions. The more serpent minions he recruited, not only would it substantially enhance Sueo's influence, but it would also reward the sacred 9-headed serpent with augmented attributes. This would further amplify the combat prowess of the sacred 9-headed serpent. This time, by completing the 6th tier transition task, he could also recruit more serpent minions, achieving a dual benefit. How delightful! Time is of the essence. After leaving the principal's office, Sueo unfurled his sacred 12 wings and soared directly towards the location of the task dungeon at the southern border. Watching Sueo depart, Principal Li turned to Blade Sister and said, I just saw Sueo's transition task. It's to quell the Serpent Plague in the southern frontier. You travel frequently across the nation, so you must have some understanding of the Serpent Plague, right? Upon hearing this, Blade Sister was taken aback. What? You mean Sueo's transition task is to quell the Serpent Plague in the southern frontier? How could he possibly accomplish such a task? Fortunately, Sueo is holding the task scroll. Even if he fails, he can still be forcibly teleported back with the scroll, albeit at the cost of this billion-dollar transition scroll being rendered useless. We would have to find him another task scroll afterward, but I fear it would be of a lower tier than this one. Alas, Principal Li's expression changed as he inquired, is it really that severe? Is the task of quelling the Serpent Plague in the southern frontier that terrifying? Blade's sister sighed. The Serpent Plague has plagued the southern cities for many years, with many experts venturing there to assist in eradicating it. Yet the vast majority of skilled individuals dare only to help clear the serpentine beasts from the region. Because every super expert who has entered that mysterious dungeon has invariably perished within, with none returning safely. Consequently, that dungeon is widely regarded as a hellish realm, with a difficulty level rated as nightmarish. No matter how extraordinarily gifted Sueo may be, he is still merely a beast tamer who has yet to reach the 6th tier. Those super experts of the 9th tier have met their demise in this exceedingly challenging dungeon. What difference is there for a 6th tier beast tamer other than offering his head as a sacrifice? Upon hearing this, Principal Li grew increasingly worried. It's truly that serious. I should call him back at once and advise him to abandon this task. However, Blade Sister suddenly interjected. Even if you stop him. Once he tears open that task scroll, it can no longer be reused. It would be better to let him seize this opportunity for self-improvement. Experiencing a failure could teach him the invaluable lesson that there are always greater heights and individuals beyond oneself. I believe that after this experience, Su Ao will mature in his mindset and become more composed. Hearing Blade Sister's perspective, Principal Lee nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Yet, he still felt a twinge of concern for Su Ao, gazing towards the direction he had flown off and murmuring, "You rascal, if it becomes too perilous, do not be reckless. Just return safely." Under the terrifying speed of the sacred 12 wings, Su Ao swiftly arrived at the task location in the southern frontier. This area lies at the border between the Dragon Kingdom and Myanmar, where the continuous rolling hills provide an ideal habitat for serpentine beasts to thrive. As a result, these serpentine creatures regularly emerge, assaulting the citizens of the southern border. Along the way, Su Ao effortlessly dispatched numerous formidable serpentine beasts. These creatures, which frequently preyed upon the populace of the Dragon Kingdom's southern frontier, posed no threat whatsoever to him. He didn't even need to unleash any skills. The radiant blade in his hand not only significantly amplified magical damage, but also served as an incredibly sharp physical weapon. A single slash would cleave a serpentine beast in two. These serpentine beasts were far too weak for Su Ao's standards. He deemed them unworthy of becoming his minions, and instead, they merely served as fodder for his experience points. You have slain a 9th-tier Crimson Viper, earning 7,000 experience points. Defeating an enemy of a higher level grants an additional 50 experience reward, totaling 10,500 experience points. As you have reached the level cap of the 5th tier and possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier Azure Wind Serpent, earning 6,500 experience points. Defeating an enemy of a higher level grants an additional 50 experience reward, totaling 9,750 experience points. As you have reached the level cap of the 5th tier and possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier Withered Wood Serpent, earning 7,500 experience points. Defeating an enemy of a higher level grants an additional 50 experience reward, totaling 11,250 experience points. As you have reached the level cap of the 5th tier and possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule. Just as Su Ao was reveling in his slaughter, a voice filled with urgency and grace suddenly echoed from not far ahead. "Xiaojiang, you must hold on. We will surely escape." Following this, another voice, imbued with desperation and youth, arose. "Auntie, the serpent poison on my chest is worsening. I can hardly move. Do not worry about me. You must escape quickly." Chapter 136. Matters of Devotion. While my aunt is of an age unsuitable for such things, let me take the lead. Hearing the frantic cries of the two women, Su Ao, initially reluctant to intervene, realized that the task of quelling the serpent plague required him to eliminate as many serpentine beasts as possible to increase his chances of transitioning to the exclusive pinnacle hidden profession. Thus, he resolved to take action. Su Ao waved his sacred 12 wings and hurried towards the source of the women's cries. Meanwhile, not far away in a deep pit, a mature woman was desperately attempting to climb out, carrying a young girl on her back. They had initially come to the mountains to gather herbs, but had unexpectedly discovered a century-old spirit mushroom growing in the pit. In their excitement, they had jumped into the pit to harvest the precious mushroom. However, to her astonishment, as soon as she leapt into the abyss, she found herself besieged by a swarm of venomous snakes. The young girl, Xiangliu, was so terrified that she fell to the ground, inadvertently landing atop one of the snakes, which retaliated by sinking its fangs into her chest. Fortunately, Xiangliu's ample development slowed the spread of the venom. Had a man been bitten in the chest, the potent toxin would likely have struck directly at his heart, resulting in immediate demise. Yet, despite this fortunate circumstance, the poison was still insidiously spreading through Xiangliu's internal organs and limbs. Without medical intervention, she would soon succumb to its lethal effects. At this moment, escaping the pit was exceedingly challenging, let alone finding someone to treat the snakebite. If the beautiful woman, Gu Feier, had abandoned Xiangliu in her hour of need and fled, there might still have been a slim chance for survival. However, with the venomous snakes encircling them, their lives had begun a countdown to oblivion. Just as despair enveloped them, Xiangliu suddenly spotted a figure in the distance, a young man in a black cloak, adorned with 12 wings, soaring towards them. Xiangliu's heart leapt with hope, and she exclaimed, "Annie, look, someone is coming to rescue us. We are saved." Gu Feier gazed up at the figure of the young man, but a shadow of concern crossed her features. "Indeed, this youth seems intent on rescuing us. But we cannot endanger him. He appears so young, perhaps even younger than a high school graduate. and he cannot possibly comprehend the ferocity of these serpents. It would be sheer misfortune for us to perish here and drag him into our calamity. Gu Feier's words struck Xiangliu like a bucket of cold water, awakening her to the harsh reality. Indeed, how could she involve a youth, likely less capable than herself, in their dire predicament? She thought, even if she were to perish, at least she would have glimpsed such a handsome young man. Resolutely, Xiangliu lifted her chin and shouted towards the approaching figure, "Young man, please do not come here to meet your end. Our fate is sealed here. Your attempt to save us will only ensnare you in our doom. If your heart is truly in it, come to my grave next year and offer a prayer." Gu Feier was taken aback by Xiangliu's words. While it was true they were near death, such bluntness was uncalled for. Yet, at that moment, she could hardly focus on Xiangliu's ramblings, for she noticed the black-cloaked youth, having heard Xiangliu's desperate plea, continued to advance undeterred. Xiangliu grew anxious and shouted, "You fool, are you impervious to reason? Have you read too many tales of heroes saving damsels in distress? You mustn't come here to die. Even if you save me, I cannot promise my heart to you. At most, my aunt might offer herself, but she is over 30. Surely you wouldn't be interested, so please stay away. Coming here would be a fool's errand, and saving us would be a losing venture." Gu Feier could no longer endure Xiangliu's outrageous words. What wild notions was she conjuring? Yet, beneath their growing apprehension, the black-cloaked youth approached without hesitation. What transpired next left both women utterly astounded. With a mere gesture, the youth unleashed a radiant arrow of divine light, which split into 9 brilliant projectiles, hurtling towards them with the ferocity of a tempest. The two women were so startled they dared not move, their bodies trembling in fear, their hearts racing. They closed their eyes, bracing for the worst. After what felt like an eternity, they cautiously opened their eyes to survey their surroundings. To their astonishment, the venomous snakes had been obliterated, each one vanquished by the overwhelming power of the divine arrows. This was beyond terrifying. Gu Feier's exquisite visage was etched with shock as she stared at the youth, unable to fathom his identity. She murmured in disbelief, "Good heavens, which illustrious family has nurtured such a prodigious talent? He appears barely past his teenage years, yet possesses such formidable strength. He is nothing short of a monster." Xiangliu's gaze towards the youth was filled with admiration as she declared, "Young man, please forgive my earlier ignorance. I wish to retract my previous statements. As for offering myself, it would be more fitting for me to do so, as my aunt is simply too old." The youth, Sueo, was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this girl truly unhinged? Her unabashed proclamations left him speechless. Meanwhile, the slain serpents disintegrated into a torrent of experience points, flooding into Sueo's experience storage capsule. "You have slain a 9th-tier Crimson Gold Serpent, earning 7,000 experience points. Due to a level-up kill bonus of 50. You have gained a total of 10,500 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th-tier cap and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored. You have slain a 9th-tier Ice Demon Cold Serpent, earning 6,500 experience points. Due to a level-up kill bonus of 50. You have gained a total of 9,750 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th-tier cap and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored. You have slain a 9th-tier Thunderfang Demon Serpent, earning 7,500 experience points. Due to a level-up kill bonus of 50. You have gained a total of 11,250 experience points. As your level has reached the 5th-tier cap and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored." The vast influx of experience points illuminated the capsule, signifying a monumental accumulation that would bolster Sueo's future prowess. Yet, at that moment, a distressing sound pierced through the air, a pained gasp from Xiangliu. No, it was a scream of agony. The venom from the snakebite had begun to take its toll. In this desolate wilderness, there was no remedy for the poison. She was on the brink of death. Gu Feier's face was etched with worry as she anxiously exclaimed, Chapter 137. I will not give up. I must find the young man named Sueo. At this juncture, Xiangliu had turned a sickly shade of blue, her face devoid of color, and she was barely conscious. Gu Feier was in a state of panic. Sueo merely cast a casual glance at her, instantly comprehending Xiangliu's dire condition. The venom was wreaking havoc upon her life force, which was plummeting. It was clear that Xiangliu was teetering on the brink of death. Sueo's radiant 12 wings bestowed a field of light, endowed with potent healing properties, capable of saving her life. Light field. The holy 9-headed serpent and nearby allies will recover 3 of their maximum health every second. With a simple act, he could save her life. Accept my party invitation, Sueo said calmly. Xiangliu's consciousness was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet she instinctively formed a team with Sueo. Ding. The team has been established. Your teammate Su Ao has shared the effect of the radiant domain with you. In a nebulous haze, Xiangliu heard a wondrous voice. Immediately, a divine light enveloped her delicate form, and she experienced an unprecedented sensation of comfort. In that moment, her health points surged dramatically. 100 health points restored. 100 health points restored. 100 health points restored. The young girl, Xiangliu, witnessed her health points escalating at an observable rate. After a brief interlude, she finally regained her consciousness and awakened. The first thing she did upon waking was to search for the silhouette of the young man in the black robe who had saved her life. However, after scanning her surroundings, she found no trace of him and hurriedly inquired of the beautiful woman, Gu Feier. Where has that young man gone? I have yet to express my gratitude. Gu Feier, slightly annoyed, tapped Xiangliu on the forehead and replied, "Stop looking. He has already left. A prodigy of his caliber values his training time beyond your imagination. He has no time for romantic entanglements. You should curb your affections." Upon hearing this, Xiangliu's expression dimmed momentarily, yet she remained undeterred. A resolute glimmer appeared in her eyes as she murmured, "When we formed the team, I heard his name, Su Ao. I will not give up. I must find him." Meanwhile, Su Ao had entered the depths of a mysterious dungeon. This was a valley dominated by serpentine beasts. Standing at the pinnacle of the gorge, Su Ao beheld a multitude of serpentine creatures below. These serpents were significantly more formidable than those outside, their numbers so vast that they were beyond counting. If others were to encounter such a terrifying swarm, their instinctive response would undoubtedly be one of fear. Yet, Su Ao was different. Upon witnessing the powerful serpentine beasts, his eyes sparkled with excitement. These serpents were not his foes, but rather a part of the venomous army he envisioned for the future. The serpents, sensing the presence of Su Ao above, fixated their cold, slitted eyes upon him with predatory intent. They began to slither towards Su Ao, perceiving him as a delectable prey. At that moment, Su Ao simply smiled, and an overwhelming draconic aura erupted from him. Under the terrifying pressure of his bloodline, the serpents trembled in fear, bowing their proud heads in submission, willingly acknowledging him as their master. Congratulations! Your pet, the radiant nine-headed serpent, has successfully tamed a splitting gold giant serpent. Current number of serpent minions, 8,801 out of 12,000. Congratulations! Your pet, the radiant nine-headed serpent, has successfully tamed a splitting gold giant serpent. Current number of serpent minions, 8,802 out of 12,000. Congratulations! Your pet, the radiant nine-headed serpent, has successfully tamed a splitting gold giant serpent. Current number of serpent minions, 12,000 out of 12,000. In a matter of moments, Su Ao had filled the remaining quota of 3,200 serpent minions. Furthermore, these serpents were the creme de la creme, the strongest among their kind. However, even the weaker and frail serpents that Su Ao had left behind would pose an unimaginable threat to the populace of the southern region once released from the dungeon. Thus, without hesitation, Su Ao dispatched the remaining weak serpents, gleaning a bountiful amount of experience points from the experience storage capsule. You have slain a 9th-tier peak-splitting gold giant serpent, gaining 10,000 experience points. Due to the level-up kill bonus of 50, you have received a total of 15,000 experience points. Since you have reached the 5th transfer level cap and possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. You have slain an elderly splitting gold giant serpent of the 9th-tier peak, gaining 11,000 experience points. Due to the level-up kill bonus of 50, you have received a total of 16,500 experience points. Since you have reached the 5th transfer level cap and possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. Simultaneously, rewards for taming the serpent minions began to materialize. Due to your pet, the radiant nine-headed serpent, taming 3,200 serpent minions, you have successfully gained 9,600 random attribute points. Ding! The radiant nine-headed serpent has gained 2,880 intelligence points. Ding! The radiant nine-headed serpent has gained 2,620 constitution points. Ding! The radiant nine-headed serpent has gained 2,100 agility points. Ding! The radiant nine-headed serpent has gained 1985 strength points. Ding! The radiant nine-headed serpent has gained 15 luck points. Remarkably, another stroke of luck had blessed him with a reward of 15 luck points. This fortuitous addition elevated the radiant nine-headed serpent's luck to a remarkable 30 points. Moreover, its intelligence, constitution, agility, and strength attributes experienced substantial growth. Yet, in that very moment, before Su Ao could revel in his triumph, a chilling sensation coursed down his spine. Instinctively, he turned to see countless arrows glimmering with a frosty aura hurtling towards him with the ferocity of a tempest. You, human brat, shall perish. Chapter 138, Slaying the Serpent to Ascend. A dominant display of power. Feeling an icy murderous intent bearing down upon him, Su'eo swiftly waved his hand. The skill of absolute defense activated. A pale white light shield enveloped him. The barrage of arrows crashed against the shield with a resounding clang. Clang, 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 clang. The relentless assault of the arrows was effortlessly nullified by Su'eo's light shield. Standing poised in the air, surrounded by a halo of holy light, he resembled a deity of radiance descended upon the mortal realm, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. His gaze fell upon the horizon, where he spotted a most peculiar and fearsome creature, its cold, piercing eyes fixated on him. This beast, half python and half golden dragon, stretched its massive form like a mountain, radiating an oppressive and savage aura that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. At that moment, this half-dragon beast was emanating a dazzling golden light, clearly in the midst of transforming from a python into a dragon, its evolution at a critical juncture. It would not be long before it fully transformed into a golden dragon, at which point its power would surpass that of a 10th transfer. When that time came, Su'eo could not guarantee he would be able to defeat it. Should it escape into the southern region, it would deal a devastating blow to the populace. Even Su'eo's job transition quest would likely be doomed to failure. Su'eo's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the half-dragon beast. For the sake of his transition and the safety of the southern region's people, it must be slain. The skill of dragon activated. A radiant draconic phantom erupted from Su'eo, and he charged towards the half-dragon beast with an unstoppable momentum. In a seamless motion, Su'eo expertly timed the explosion of his absolute defense. At the very moment he collided with the semi-dragon beast, the luminous shield erupted with a sudden brilliance. The explosive force from the absolute defense combined with the impact of the dragon's void slash, delivering a devastating blow to the creature's neck. Roar, roar, roar. The semi-dragon beast bared its teeth, flesh and blood splattering, emitting piercing cries of pain. The excruciating agony completely enraged the beast. In an instant, the semi-dragon beast erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, sacrificing its essence to envelop itself in a layer of golden holy armor. This golden armor continuously mended the creature's wounds, amplifying its momentum to unprecedented heights. The semi-dragon beast's eyes gleamed with a faint gold, and the terrifying spiritual power of the holy dragon suppressed Su'eo, rendering him immobile. A bloodthirsty and ferocious glint appeared in its gaze as it opened its massive maw, swallowing Su'eo whole. Su'eo felt an overwhelming force pulling him into a dark, featureless tunnel. Surrounding him were impenetrably resilient flesh walls, compressing him from all sides. Suddenly, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! You have entered the stomach of the semi-dragon beast. The gastric acid is continuously eroding your body. If you do not escape within 30 seconds, you will be dissolved to nothing. 30 seconds? Not even 3 seconds are required. Su'eo scoffed. Previously, he had willingly entered the beast's body. Now, it dared to forcibly swallow him. With such a massive size, who would perform surgery on it if he burst through its stomach? With a thought, an immense surge of dragon soul power erupted from within him. The second strike of the dragon's void slash initiated. Boom! Su'eo propelled himself like a human cannonball, wielding unmatched authority, forcibly tearing a colossal fissure through the semi-dragon beast's stomach and skin. He burst forth through this gaping wound. While the skin tearing was trivial for the semi-dragon beast, capable of regenerating in an instant, the immense trauma inflicted upon its stomach was a grave internal injury. Suffering excruciating pain, the semi-dragon beast became utterly frenzied. It lashed its great tail towards Su'eo with tremendous force, almost exhausting all its strength in this single blow. Boom! Just as the colossal dragon was about to crash down upon him, Su'eo activated the time-space triple flash skill, vanishing from his original position. The dragon's tail struck the ground, creating a profound chasm 100 meters deep. The surrounding earth trembled under the terrifying force, fracturing into a web of grotesque cracks. The dragon was confident that this strike would be insurmountable for Su'eo. However, the next moment, a mocking voice echoed from behind the semi-dragon beast. Fool! Prepare to meet your demise. Su'eo raised his hand and unleashed a 9-star holy light arrow. Boom, 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 boom. The arrow struck fiercely at the semi-dragon beast's vital point. The beast shrieked in agony, its eyes reflecting disbelief. It could not comprehend how Su'eo had evaded such a lethal blow and appeared behind it. But at that moment, it was all too late. The 9-star holy light arrow triggered the control effect of Frost Breath upon impact. Frost Breath, when your damaging skill strikes an enemy, there is a 15% chance to freeze the enemy, rendering them immobile, unable to cast spells, or perform any actions. The duration of the freeze depends on the enemy's ice resistance. The lower their resistance, the longer the control time. The semi-dragon beast was instantly transformed into a massive ice sculpture, firmly sealed in place. Faced with such a colossal target, Su Ao, adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike, showed no mercy. The ultimate single-target burst skill, Holy Radiance Godslayer Slash, was activated. The 12 Holy Radiance wings behind him morphed into 12 blades of righteous judgment, mercilessly assaulting the semi-dragon beast. Boom, 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 boom. In the face of the relentless onslaught from the 12 radiant blades, the semi-dragon beast's eyes widened in horror, flooding its heart with unparalleled dread. In that moment, it perceived the youth adorned with 12 wings as a far greater terror than the very grim reaper of hell. Yet, Su Ao would not show leniency due to the beast's fear, whether for the sake of his 6th transition quest or the welfare of the people of Nanjing. The semi-dragon beast's demise was an inescapable fate. A silvery blade sliced through the air. Crack. The semi-dragon beast was cleaved in two, its life force extinguished, its soul obliterated. There was no longer any trace of vitality. You have slain the 10 transition intermediate level boss Abyssal Semi-Dragon, earning 150,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating it beyond your level, you gain an additional 100 experience, totaling 300,000 experience points. Since you have reached the 5th transition limit and possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. 300,000 experience points surged rapidly into the capsule, accumulating more and more. However, Su Ao's transition quest had been completed, and once he successfully transitioned, his level would soar. Every serpent-like beast within the dungeon had been vanquished by Su Ao. As he prepared to leave the dungeon, he suddenly noticed that a radiant golden inner core had dropped from the semi-dragon beast. A golden inner core? Su Ao gazed in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a peculiar artifact drop from a beast. He picked up the golden inner core and examined its properties. Inner core of the Abyssal Semi-Dragon, a starlight-level material. This inner core can only be nurtured in the semi-dragon's half-dragon, half-python state, containing nearly all the bloodline power of the Abyssal Semi-Dragon. If this golden inner core is consumed by a serpent-like beast, it may induce mutation, evolving into an unfathomably terrifying existence. It was indeed a top-tier starlight-level material. Su Ao's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Holy Radiance 9-headed serpent was precisely a serpent-like beast. It perfectly met the criteria for consuming the Abyssal Semi-Dragon's inner core. However, Su Ao did not intend to allow the Holy Radiance 9-headed serpent to consume it directly. Such consumption would only allow absorption of a mere 15 of the inner core's bloodline power. Yet, synthesis could absorb a full 100 of the inner core's bloodline power. Undoubtedly, to avoid wasting this incredibly precious starlight-level material, even if it required a significant expenditure of wealth, it would be entirely worthwhile to absorb 100 of the golden inner core's bloodline power. He was curious about what transformations would occur when the Holy Radiance 9-headed serpent and the Abyssal Semi-Dragon's inner core were combined. Su Ao promptly retrieved the Super Pet Synthesizer and decisively placed the Holy Radiance 9-headed serpent within, initiating the synthesis. Ding! The Holy Radiance 9-headed serpent has been confirmed as the evolution subject. Please select the synthesis materials. The inner core of the Abyssal Half-Serpent. Su Ao decisively placed the inner core of the Abyssal Half-Serpent into the Super Pet Synthesizer. Ding! A prototype pet and one material have been confirmed. The synthesis formula is Honorary Primary Holy Radiance 9-headed serpent, growth stage, Starry Sky level material Abyssal Half-Serpent inner core. Ding! Due to the low tier of the prototype pet, direct synthesis with Starry Sky level materials is not possible. An additional Sea of Stars level material must be included in the synthesis process to proceed. Indeed, in order to synthesize the Holy Radiance 9-headed serpent with higher tier materials, it is essential to add an extra Sea of Stars level material. At the very least, Sea of Stars level materials are considerably easier to acquire than Starry Sky level materials. I shall consult Sister Dao upon my return, with her capabilities. Procuring a Sea of Stars level material should pose no challenge. Su Ao mused to himself. The most pressing matter at hand is to expedite my class transition. Su Ao shattered the 6th tier pinnacle class transition scroll, and a teleportation array radiating a cerulean glow suddenly materialized before him. Time is of the essence. Without hesitation, he stepped into the teleportation array. As the cerulean teleportation force enveloped him, he felt as though he were suspended in a weightless void. When Su Ao opened his eyes once more, he found himself back at Linhai City's Linhai No. 1 High School. Observing the bustling playground around him, Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. Had I truly been teleported directly back to school? Nevertheless, this is fortuitous, sparing me the journey back from the southern border. The instant Su Ao appeared on the playground, he garnered the attention of countless classmates, who regarded him with admiration and whispered among themselves. Look, it's the return of Su God. Su God, how utterly absurd. To label a mere student as a deity? Dare to insult my idol, and I shall smite you. Let me tell you, the reason you can study in peace is entirely due to Su God. Had he not single-handedly obliterated the biochemical laboratory established by the Eagle Nation in Linhai City, the entire city would have been engulfed by a horrific toxic plague. You wouldn't even be here to study. Surviving to this day would be a miracle. The contributions of Su God extend far beyond this. It is said that he single-handedly unraveled the Eagle Nation's conspiracy to harm our Dragon Nation, forcing them into a corner, filled with enmity towards Su God, yet unable to lay a finger on him. Just think about how impressive that is. When Su God first awakened his profession, he could take on an entire class alone. Given his meteoric rise in strength, taking on 3 classes simultaneously would likely be child's play. Heavens, how astonishing. No wonder you all refer to him as Su God. I am in awe. Had I known he was this formidable, I would have knelt and called him my adoptive father. All I desire is to be carried to greatness by him. In an instant, the playground erupted into a cacophony of chatter, all revolving around Su Ao. Especially among the female students, whose gazes sparkled with admiration for Su Ao, their hearts brimming with romantic fantasies. I wonder where Xiangliu has gone recently. If she doesn't return soon, I may just take it upon myself to pursue Su Ao. Even Li Yutong has been secluding herself for rigorous training, preparing for the upcoming 8-city United Martial Examination. With both school beauties working so diligently, my mind is consumed solely with thoughts of the magnificent Su Ao. I cannot fathom the sensation of being elevated by the great Su Ao. Li Ruju, you timid soul, I dare to imagine. You daredevil, are you courting death? A group of female students chattered like a swarm of sparrows, their conversation ceaselessly revolving around their affections for Su Ao. However, at this moment, Su Ao had already departed the playground and made his way to the administrative building, arriving at the door of the principal's office. He overheard the principal conversing with Sister Dao about him. The principal expressed his concerns. I fear that sending Su Ao to the southern border for training is rather rash. The snake plague has persisted for many years without resolution, and the mortality rate remains alarmingly high. I worry for Su Ao's safety. Sister Dao retorted with some irritation. Without experiencing life and death trials, Su Ao will never be able to stand on his own. Moreover, I have no intention of asking him to resolve the southern border snake plague. If he can endure some trials, that alone would suffice. The principal scoffed. I will not entertain your justifications. If anything were to happen to Su Ao, I would not hesitate to make a scene within your military. Sister Dao fell silent, recognizing the principal's deep concern for Su Ao. She could only pray for his swift and safe return, as she had already prepared a second Beastmaster class transition scroll for him. This transition scroll would entail a far simpler task. I have returned. Su Ao pushed the door open and entered. The principal and Sister Dao turned their attention to him immediately. Chapter 140. The fortune of Huaxia lies in having such a talented prodigy like Su Ao. Upon entering, the principal promptly approached Su Ao, scrutinizing him with a concerned expression. Su Ao, how are you? Are you injured? How severe is it? I've already contacted the best chief physician at the city hospital. Where are you hurt? I'll take you there for treatment. The principal grasped Su Ao's arm, intent on heading to the hospital. A warm sensation surged within Su Ao. He could genuinely feel the principal's concern, a level of care that was almost meticulous. Noticing Su Ao standing still, seemingly reluctant to accompany him to the hospital, the principal inquired with confusion, Su Ao, what is the matter? Do you not wish to go to the hospital with me? Su Ao smiled and replied, no need. I'm not injured at all. He stretched his body, revealing an extraordinary agility and vitality, devoid of any signs of injury. However, upon witnessing this, Sister Dao furrowed her brow, expressing her displeasure. Su Ao, I hope you understand that the brave prevail when they meet on a narrow path. I recognize the southern border snake plague task is exceedingly challenging. It would be impossible for a high school senior like you to accomplish such a hellishly difficult task, even for a third-year student at a top university. But that does not excuse you from even attempting it. What I seek is your experience of failure after exerting your utmost effort, not your excuses for shying away from challenges. The weight of Sister Dao's words was palpable, reflecting her profound disappointment in Su Ao. Nevertheless, this was her way of sounding the alarm. As long as Su Ao was willing to recognize his misdirection, she would still be inclined to grant him a second chance. The principal shot Sister Dao a glare and said, your words are too harsh. Even if Su Ao is reluctant to attempt it, he has his reasons. What if he were to perish in such a perilous dungeon? To recklessly charge into a life-threatening situation is not courage, it is folly. The principal's remarks only solidified Sister Dao's resolve to swiftly take Su Ao away from here and return him to the war of all races. You are merely shielding Su Ao's cowardice. Li Tianxiong, you have been forged amidst the towering mountains of corpses and rivers of blood on the battlefield of myriad races. Yet you so unreservedly defend Su Ao. If you continue to shield him in this manner, he will undoubtedly become useless. Su Ao, unable to endure any longer, interrupted Sister Dao's words and proclaimed, "Rest assured, I will not be rendered useless. Should I venture to the battlefield of myriad races, you may soon find yourself calling me leader." Upon hearing this, Sister Dao couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh dear, you haven't even entered the military yet, and you cannot distinguish between ranks? What gives you such confidence?" Su Ao remained silent, instead revealing the inner core of the abyssal half-serpent. At the moment they beheld the golden inner core, Sister Dao and Principal Li exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with profound astonishment. Sister Dao's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips trembling as she exclaimed, "Heavens! This is the inner core of the boss from the Serpent Plague dungeon. Have you truly defeated that abyssal giant python boss? This is impossible. The strength of that boss approaches the pinnacle of the 9th tier, while your realm is barely at the 6th tier. How could you possibly have slain a creature of such formidable power?" Principal Li's gaze was fixed intently on the golden inner core as he spoke gravely. "No, Zhao Xiaodao, you are mistaken. Even the mightiest of serpent bosses can only produce an inner core the size of a pigeon egg, and it would invariably be black. Yet this inner core not only glows with a golden hue, but is also the size of an ostrich egg. There is no way it could have originated from a serpent boss." When Sister Dao witnessed Su Ao produce this golden inner core, her worldview and understanding nearly shattered. Although Su Ao had reached the upper limit of the 5th tier in merely a week, it was utterly inconceivable for him to have slain the 9th tier abyssal giant python boss. It was only after Principal Li articulated his thoughts that Sister Dao managed to regain her composure, exhaling in relief as she remarked, "I knew it. There was no way Su Ao could have slain a boss of the 9th tier at the 5th tier. It seems Principal Li also believes that Su Ao is fabricating the truth. Su Ao could not have defeated the abyssal giant python boss, and this golden inner core certainly could not have been dropped by it." Principal Li shook his head, understanding that Sister Dao had misconstrued his intent. Although he did not believe that such a colossal golden inner core could be produced by a serpent boss, he had no doubts about Su Ao's honesty. He turned his gaze towards Su Ao, eager for an explanation. Su Ao, uninterested in further trivialities, promptly unveiled the golden pinnacle class transfer scroll. The scroll shimmered with brilliance, revealing 7 golden characters. "Transfer task has been completed." "What? Su Ao, not only have you slain the abyssal giant python boss, but you have also conquered the Serpent Plague dungeon." Sister Dao's eyes widened, her body trembling in shock as she stared at the 7 characters on the golden scroll. No one understood better than she what those words signified. Principal Li burst into joyous laughter, embracing Su Ao tightly and patting his back, exclaiming, "Ha! Su Ao, you have truly brought honor to our Lehigh High. This is exhilarating. Even in the battlefield of myriad races, I have never felt such thrill." Just yesterday, the principal of the affiliated high school was boasting about his prodigy, who can single-handedly slay beasts of the 6th tier, his pride evident in every word. "Ha! A mere 5th tier boss is nothing. You have slain even a boss of the 10th tier. The joint martial examination of the 8 cities is about to commence. I won't reveal your strength just yet. The day of the examination will be when you gain worldwide fame and astonish the nation." Sister Dao's emotions remained tumultuous. The impact of this revelation was overwhelmingly intense. As a commander within the military, her perspective was already exceedingly high. Yet, surveying the entire human realm, she had never encountered a talent as monstrous as Su Ao. It was likely that only the bloodline aberrations among the 4 great alien races could possess such extraordinary gifts. Sister Dao gazed at Su Ao, her eyes reflecting not only shock, but also excitement. His innate talent and strength surpassed her wildest imaginings. Humanity found itself in a precarious predicament, besieged by countless races, on the brink of collapse and annihilation. Yet now, a talent of Su Ao's caliber had emerged, a veritable blessing for Huaxiao, for humanity, and for Earth itself. At that moment, Sister Dao regarded Su Ao with no lingering doubts, only a profound appreciation for his extraordinary potential. After a moment of silence, she posed a question that had long perplexed her. "Su Ao, you have clearly conquered the Serpent Plague dungeon. Why did you not retrieve the black inner core of the abyssal giant python boss, but instead produced a golden inner core that could not possibly have come from it?" Chapter 141, Successful 6th Tier Transition. Astonishing Principal Li and Sister Dao. Su Ao smiled gently, replying, the abyssal giant python could not possibly yield a golden inner core. But what if this abyssal giant python had begun evolving towards the abyssal dragon? At this revelation, Sister Dao and Principal Li's eyes widened in shock. Their expressions filled with disbelief. What? You mean the abyssal giant python in the Serpent Plague dungeon has begun to evolve? My heavens! No wonder it dropped such a massive golden inner core. I thought it was already incredible that you could defeat a 9th-tier abyssal giant python boss. To think that you actually vanquished a 10th-tier abyssal half-dragon. In that moment, Sister Dao was left speechless, her eyes brimming with admiration for talent. She could hardly contain her desire to bring Su Ao to the battlefield of myriad races immediately, showcasing his brilliance to all. However, she understood a crucial truth. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. Should Su Ao's extraordinary talents be exposed, countless alien races would covet and conspire against him. It would be best to allow Su Ao to grow stronger before sending him forth to suppress the myriad races. Principal Li, his eyes alight with excitement, suddenly declared, Su Ao, since you have completed the 6th-tier task, you should proceed with your 6th-tier class transition as soon as possible. We are eager to witness just how powerful you become. Principal Li was acutely aware that for a prodigy like Su Ao, each small breakthrough in realm would yield a tremendous enhancement in power. Su Ao nodded slightly, directly channeling the power of the 6th-tier pinnacle class transfer scroll in his hand. Ding. Task to pacify the Serpent Plague in the southern region has been completed. All Serpent-type beasts within the Serpent Plague dungeon have been eradicated. A total of 5,000 gold-splitting giant snakes and 1 abyssal half-dragon boss have been eliminated. The success rate for transferring to the exclusive super hidden class has significantly increased. Do you wish to confirm the transfer to the Beastmaster 6th-tier class? Confirm transfer. Su Ao's eyes gleamed with fervor as he decisively responded. As Su Ao's voice faded, a sudden system notification resonated within Su Ao's mind. Due to your flawless completion of the instance task, the success rate for transitioning to a dedicated super hidden profession has increased from 5 to 50. The success rate had soared to 50? This implied that there remained a 50 chance of being relegated to a lower-tier ordinary hidden profession. Should failure occur, it would be utterly disheartening. Yet, Su Ao remained unperturbed. He decisively activated his Beast Companion enhancement. In an instant, he received a boon of 30 points in luck. The next moment, the system's voice echoed once more in Su Ao's mind. Ding. Please select one of the following 3 professions as your 6th-tier vocation. Option 1. Hidden Profession Transition to Beastmaster of Ferocious Beasts, with a 100 boost to all attributes, and gain the skill, Beast Acceleration. Option 2. Hidden Profession Transition to Beastmaster of Raptors, with a 100 boost to all attributes, and gain the skill, Raptor Flight. Option 3. Peak Hidden Profession Transition to King of All Beasts, with a 300 boost to all attributes, and obtain 2 peak skills, Damage Transfer and Beast Mutation Evolution. Su Ao glanced over all the options, and his heart was already made up. The first 2 choices were merely ordinary hidden professions, offering only a 100 boost to all attributes and a single skill. The third option, however, represented a peak hidden profession, providing a staggering 300 boost to all attributes, alongside 2 superior peak skills. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao decisively chose the third exclusive super profession. I select the third profession, Su Ao declared. As his words fell, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupted from the Beastmaster's exclusive 6th-tier scroll. This formidable pressure continued to compress and coalesce, ultimately surging into Su Ao's being. Bathed in golden light, Su Ao radiated an unmatched aura, resembling a supreme sovereign. Ding! Transition successful. Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned to the King of All Beasts. Intelligence permanently increased by an additional 300. Constitution permanently increased by an additional 300. Agility permanently increased by an additional 300. Strength permanently increased by an additional 300. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Damage Transfer. Damage Transfer, Level 1. All damage you would ordinarily receive is entirely borne by your Beast Companion, and your Beast Companion's damage taken is reduced by 10. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Beast Mutation. Beast Mutation Evolution. Level 1 temporarily transform your Beast Companion into an unknown entity. The mutated beast will gain an astonishing appearance and enhanced power. Not only will its strength and attributes see significant enhancement, but it will also acquire an additional new skill. These 2 skills may seem unadorned, yet they are exceedingly practical. With damage transfer, Su Ao could attain an almost immortal self-preservation capability, even without the need for beast enhancement. As long as his beast companion remained alive, he would never perish. The second skill was exceptionally useful as well. It could induce an unknown mutation in his beast companion. Furthermore, the mutated evolution would not only vastly enhance its strength and attributes, but also confer new skills. Su Ao eagerly anticipated what form his illustrious nine-headed serpent would take upon utilizing this skill, gazing at his newly acquired 6th-tier super-hidden profession. A look of delight graced Su Ao's face. He could distinctly sense the monumental transformation of his attributes. Principal Li and Sister Dao, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Su Ao, wore expressions of incredulous shock. After breaking through to the 6th-tier realm, Su Ao's strength had escalated far beyond what Principal Li and Sister Dao had anticipated. At that moment, Su Ao retrieved the experience storage capsule from his storage ring. The capsule contained an almost unfathomable amount of experience. The experience was so abundant that it defied imagination. Without hesitation, Su Ao swallowed the experience storage capsule. Suddenly, an immense tide of experience began to nourish his physical form. At that moment, Su Ao's experience points began to rise at an unprecedented rate. Chapter 142, Synthesis Evolution. Exceptional materials from the battlefield of myriad races. The experience storage capsule contained a staggering 80 million experience points, and as its energy was continuously absorbed by Su Ao, his experience points surged. His level began to soar uncontrollably. At that moment, golden light of leveling up enveloped Su Ao, Sister Dao, and Principal Li. Witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of Su Ao's rapid ascension, exchanged looks of astonishment. Sister Dao remarked in awe, "Is that an experience storage capsule? The drop rate for such capsules is a mere 0.00001, and they can only be obtained by defeating specific monsters. I can hardly believe Su Ao managed to acquire something so rare." Principal Li scrutinized the golden glowing Su Ao and added, "I have heard of this experience storage capsule. It is said to be a bound treasure. Whoever obtains it must use it, as it cannot be bought. This little rascal, Su Ao, is truly a destined fortunate one." Sister Dao nodded in agreement with Principal Li's words, saying, "Su Ao's astonishing speed of breakthrough is not merely luck. It is also a testament to his relentless perseverance. I've heard he trains rigorously from dawn till dusk without a moment's rest. Such tenacity is beyond what ordinary individuals can match." Principal Li's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. "How about we make a wager? Whoever loses shall reward Su Ao with a gift, and it must be a worthy one." Sister Dao had no objections and asked, "Sure. Gifting Su Ao is akin to gifting ourselves. I have no qualms about that. After all, it's only fair that the fruits of labor go to those who toil for them. What do you propose we wager?" Principal Li chuckled. The experience stored in that capsule must have an upper limit, dictated by how much experience Su Ao had stored before. "Let us wager on how many levels Su Ao will gain after consuming this experience storage capsule. What do you think?" Sister Dao pondered. "After level 150. The experience required for leveling up increases significantly. He now requires at least 50,000 experience points for a single level. I estimate he 1T level up more than 10 times. A triumphant smile appeared in Principal Li's eyes. Her perceptive abilities were extraordinary. She foresaw that Su Ao would surely exceed a mere 10 levels. "Then I bet Su Ao will level up between 10 to 20 times. Sister Dao expressed disbelief. "In that case, you are bound to lose. Do you realize how much experience is required to level up by 10 levels? 1 million experience points might not even suffice. I've never seen anyone level up by more than 10 levels using an experience storage capsule." Principal Li, brimming with confidence, replied, "Then let us await the outcome." Both Sister Dao and Principal Li focused their gazes intently on Su Ao. Neither of the two was willing to concede, both eager to discover just how many levels Su Ao could ascend this time. At this moment, Su Ao's attributes were surging dramatically, and his aura was intensifying. A series of crisp and melodious upgrade notifications echoed continuously in Su Ao's mind. "Level has broken through. You have ascended to level 151. Level has broken through. You have ascended to level 152. Level has broken through. You have ascended to level 153. Level has broken through. You have ascended to level 210. Notification. Your level has reached the upper limit of the 6th transition. You must complete the 7th transition to continue leveling up." The sound of the system notification left Su Ao somewhat astonished. This experience storage capsule had allowed him to leap directly to level 210. If it weren't for the level cap, he might have continued to ascend. All attributes had received a substantial boost, granting Su Ao an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. As he gathered his thoughts, Su Ao suddenly felt the gazes of Sister Dao and Principal Li upon him. Sister Dao, Principal Li, why are you staring at me? Su Ao inquired, puzzled. Before Principal Li could respond, Sister Dao interjected, Su Ao, quickly tell me, did you level up by 10 levels? Su Ao nodded. Principal Li burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, it seems I am destined to win. Su Ao, how many levels did you actually gain? 11, 12, 13, or perhaps even higher? Even Principal Li hesitated to conceive of a greater level, for the experience that a single capsule could contain was ultimately limited. Moreover, Su Ao had reached level 150 in merely a week. Principal Li believed there was hardly enough time for Su Ao to amass more experience in the capsule. Su Ao remained silent, merely waving his hand to display his level panel before the two. Su Ao, level 210, Monarch of Beasts. Upon seeing this panel, incredulity washed over Sister Dao and Principal Li, their minds tumultuous with disbelief. Astonishing. It was truly astounding. Neither Sister Dao nor Principal Li had anticipated that Su Ao could ascend a staggering 60 levels using a single experience storage capsule, directly surpassing the upper limit of the 6th transition at level 210. Sister Dao was awash with astonishment, muttering, no, it can't be. The experience storage capsule could not have coincidentally allowed Su Ao to reach exactly level 210. Such a coincidence is implausible. This means that level 210 is merely the cap for the 6th transition profession, not the limit of the experience storage capsule. Principal Li could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, Su Ao, you must tell us, how much experience was stored in that capsule? Su Ao replied candidly, actually, it's not much. Just over 80 million experience points. At this revelation, both Sister Dao and Principal Li fell into a stunned silence. They were baffled by how Su Ao could associate the phrase not much with a figure as colossal as 80 million experience points. Exchanging glances, they sighed in unison, lamenting, alas, it appears neither of us has emerged victorious. Sister Dao, her expression darkened, remarked, but we cannot fault ourselves. This lad is simply outrageous. Principal Li, resigned, said, since we have lost, we must fulfill our wager. We are both reputable individuals. We cannot renege. Sister Dao nodded and turned to Su Ao, asking, earlier, Principal Li and I made a wager regarding how many levels you could ascend, and we both lost. We must honor our bet. From her spatial ring, Sister Dao produced a sphere of dark, primordial demon blood and presented it to Su Ao. Su Ao, I heard you are in search of rare materials. This is something I collected from the battlefield of 10,000 races. I hope it proves useful to you. The mention of materials gathered from the battlefield of 10,000 races made Su Ao's eyes gleam with excitement. The synthesis and evolution of his holy radiance 9-headed serpent seemed promising. As Su Ao accepted the primordial demon blood, it hovered in his palm, pulsating with vitality. This blood was infused with the essence of ages, likely existing for at least tens of thousands of years. Such a prolonged duration had not diminished its potency in the slightest, underscoring its immense power and rarity. Primordial demon blood of the demon god Xiangliu, incomplete. A star sea level material, this drop of primordial blood contains 1/10,000th of the demon god Xiangliu's power. And upon absorption by a serpentine beast, it may induce an extraordinary metamorphosis. 1/10,000th of Xiangliu's demon god power. Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. Sister Dao, noticing his confusion, explained, Xiangliu is one of the pinnacle powers of the battlefield of 10,000 races. It possesses 9 heads and has devoured countless beings, turning all it encounters into swamps. However, it was defeated by the true dragon ancestor 2,000 years ago and subsequently vanished. Some say it perished, while others believe it is in seclusion, striving to surpass its limits before seeking revenge on the true dragon ancestor. Even this drop of primordial blood, containing only 1/10,000th of Xiangliu's power, is equivalent to a super powerhouse of the 10th transition. Hearing this, Su Ao was astonished. He had not anticipated that Xiangliu held such a significant legacy. It was indeed one of the apex powers of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Conveniently, his holy radiance 9-headed serpent not only possessed the bloodline of a dragon god, but also bore a striking resemblance to Xiangliu's 9-headed serpentine form. Should he merge this drop of primordial blood into his holy radiance 9-headed serpent, he could only wonder what extraordinary entity it might evolve into. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Ao's eyes. Seeing Sister Dao's generous offering, Principal Li felt compelled to act similarly. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a dark golden scroll from his pocket and handed it to Su Ao, saying, "This is a treasure map I stumbled upon in the battlefield of 10,000 races, known as the Death Treasure Map. I nearly lost my life to obtain it. This map seems to conceal a monumental secret regarding the myriad races of the heavens. Unfortunately, it is restricted by age. Only those under the age of 25 may enter the realm of the Death Treasure Map. I can assert that this map will undoubtedly yield substantial rewards, but it also harbors immense dangers. Had I not witnessed your prowess in overcoming the Serpent Plague instance, I would never have entrusted this map to you. For I am uncertain of the unknown risks and perils it conceals. This Death Treasure map is now yours. The decision to enter lies entirely with you. As Su Ao grasped the Death Treasure map handed to him by Principal Li, he could feel an overwhelming aura of death emanating from it, sending chills down his spine and compelling him to recoil. Undoubtedly, the name of this Death Treasure map foretold of the perilous risks that awaited within. However, the greater the risks associated with the treasure map, the more bountiful the rewards often become. Su Aoyan, possessing the innate psychology of a gambler, was exceedingly eager to venture forth and uncover its mysteries. Moments later, Su Ao departed from the principal's office. Sister Dao gazed at Su Ao's departing figure, casting a furious glance at Principal Li, and exclaimed with irritation, "The Death Treasure map. Do not presume I am unaware of its origins. How dare any alien genius brave enough to enter this perilous treasure map not be a super talent from the myriad realms? The dangers it harbors far exceed those of the Serpent Plague dungeon. If Su Ao were to enter and not return, I wonder how you would explain this to the military." Upon hearing Sister Dao's words, Principal Li was instantly engulfed in regret. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had recklessly handed the Death Treasure map to Su Ao. Reflecting on it now, he realized how rash he had been. Without a moment's hesitation, Principal Li transformed into a colossal bear, leaping from the 5th-floor window of the principal's office and sprinting furiously into the distance. Sister Dao, perplexed, shouted after him, "Old Li, where are you going?" Principal Li continued his reckless dash, shouting back without looking, "I'm going to retrieve that Death Treasure map from Su Ao. It is far too dangerous for him. If anything were to happen to him within that map, I would be condemned to a lifetime of regret." Meanwhile, Su Ao had already departed from Linhai City, arriving at a desolate and uninhabited forested mountain range. He possessed the ability of a super pet synthesizer and wished to keep it a secret, even from Sister Dao and Principal Li. This was a secret that belonged solely to him. Thus, Su Ao opted for this secluded locale to conduct his pet synthesis. He decisively placed the Holy Radiance Hydra into the super pet synthesizer, initiating the synthesis process. Ding! The Holy Radiance Hydra has been confirmed as the evolution subject. Please select synthesis materials. The inner Dan of the Abyss Half-Serpent. The incomplete demonic blood of the demon god Xiangliu. Without hesitation, Su Ao placed both the inner Dan of the Abyss Half-Serpent and the incomplete demonic blood of the demon god Xiangliu into the super pet synthesizer. Ding! 1 prototype pet and 2 materials have been confirmed. Synthesis formula. Honor level primary Holy Radiance Hydra. Growing stage. Stardust level material. Inner Dan of the Abyss Half-Serpent Star Sea level. Incomplete demonic blood of the demon god Xiangliu. This synthesis requires the consumption of 10,000,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Unsurprisingly, the synthesis cost had escalated. This time, a staggering 10 million wealth points were needed. This was tantamount to generating 1 billion wealth to acquire 10 million wealth points. Fortunately, Su Ao still possessed 30 million wealth points. He could indeed afford this 10 million. He immediately confirmed the synthesis. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao commenced the pet synthesis. The inner Dan of the Abyss Half-Serpent transformed into a dark, sinister glow, surging into the body of the Holy Radiance Hydra. In an instant, the Ice Prison Hydra erupted with an overwhelming dark aura, akin to the supreme monarch of a shadowy realm, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Following this, the second material, the incomplete demonic blood of the demon god Xiangliu, morphed into a dark golden light, flooding into the body of the Holy Radiance Hydra. This caused an ethereal projection of the demon god Xiangliu to manifest behind the Holy Radiance Hydra, towering to an astonishing height. Even though the Holy Radiance Hydra had merely acquired a fraction of the demon's power, its strength was poised for a monumental transformation. In the next moment, a system notification echoed in Su Ao's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Honor Level Intermediate Demon God Hydra. Ding! Due to the additional fusion of the Stardust level material, Inner Dan of the Abyss Half-Serpent, an extraordinary mutation evolution has occurred. At that instant, the demon god Hydra radiated a dazzling, brilliant white light. Most astonishingly, a pair of powerful, sinewy claws sprouted from its lower abdomen. The demon god Hydra's entire form shimmered with a radiant white hue, exuding an air of unparalleled authority, reminiscent of the legendary Nine Heavens divine dragon. Its size had also dramatically increased, now measuring over 5 meters in length, sufficient to be regarded as a juvenile dragon. Yet, curiously, it retained its 9 serpentine heads, which had now transformed into 9 dragon heads. Witnessing this scene, Su Ao's heart soared with joy. The demon god Hydra was no longer merely a serpent. It had transcended to the realm of true dragons. Su Ao was acutely aware that the Stardust-level inner Dan of the Abyss half-serpent contained nearly all of its bloodline power. This time, the transformation of the demon god Hydra into a genuine dragon form was decisively influenced by that inner Dan. Suddenly, a crisp system prompt resonated in Su Ao's mind. Congratulations! Your pet, the demon god Hydra, has evolved into the honor-level high-class Holy Light 9 dragons due to the influence of the inner Dan of the Abyss half-serpent. Please select 4 rewards from the following 5 options as the evolution reward for the Holy Light 9 dragons. Option 1. Stardust level upgrade the skill 9-star Holy Light arrow to the 10 consecutive shots of the sun. After the upgrade, it can unleash 10 sacred arrows imbued with formidable solar power. Each arrow's lethality increased by 200. Option 2. Stardust level upgrade the skill Fierce Dragon Extreme Sky / to the Holy Dragon Sun / The number of charges against enemies increases from 3 to 4. With each charge's damage boosted by 100 and the charge distance extended by an additional 100 meters. Option 3. Star Sea level increase strength by 1,000 points. Agility by 1,000 points. Option 4. Stardust level upgrade the skill Blood Flame Annihilation to Holy Flame Shining World. The damage of Holy Flame Shining World is increased by 100, and the damage range is expanded by 500. Option 5. Stardust level acquire a new skill. White Dragon Holy Body. All your skills carry the might of the dragon, increasing damage dealt to enemies by an additional 30. Due to bloodline suppression, damage inflicted on serpentine and python beasts is increased by 100. Faced with the selection of 4 from 5 for skill evolution, Su Ao stood at a crossroads. For the first reward selection, upgrade the skill 9-star Holy Light arrow to the 10 consecutive shots of the sun. After the upgrade, it can unleash 10 sacred arrows imbued with formidable solar power. Each arrow's lethality increased by 200. This is Su Ao's core output skill. Every level up significantly boosts its damage. A decisive choice. For the second reward selection, upgrade the skill Fierce Dragon Extreme Sky / to the Holy Dragon Sun / The number of charges against the enemy has risen from 3 to 4. With each charge's damage boosted by an additional 100 and the charge distance extended by an extra 100 meters. This skill seamlessly combines the advantages of mobility, control, and explosive damage. Enhancing this skill will provide tremendous assistance to Su Ao and is, therefore, one of the essential rewards. For the third reward selection, an increase of 1,000 points in strength and 1,000 points in agility. However, strength and agility are not the core attributes of the Radiant 9-headed serpent, rendering this option somewhat lackluster. Should better reward options arise later, Su Ao would not hesitate to forego this choice. For the fourth reward selection, the skill Blood Flame Annihilation upgrades to Holy Flame Radiance. The damage of Holy Flame Radiance is further amplified by 100, and its damage range is increased by an astounding 500. This area of effect skill is equally invaluable. A decisive selection. For the fifth reward selection, acquire the new skill White Serpent Sacred Body. All your skills now carry the might of the serpentine, inflicting an additional 30 damage on enemies. Due to bloodline suppression, all damage inflicted upon serpents and pythons is enhanced by 100. This skill is exceptionally practical, elevating the overall damage output of the Radiant 9-headed serpent significantly. It is also a must-have reward option. Ultimately, Su Ao decided on 4 reward options. I choose the first, second, fourth, and fifth rewards. As Su Ao's voice faded, for beams of blinding holy light erupted from the Super Pet synthesizer, ultimately merging into the body of the Radiant 9-headed serpent. Ding! Your pet, the Radiant 9-headed serpent skill, 9-star Holy Light Arrow, has upgraded to Sunstrider 10-fold shot. Ding! Your pet, the Radiant 9-headed serpent skill, Rampaging Sky / has upgraded to Holy Serpent Sunstrider / Ding! Your pet, the Radiant 9-headed serpent skill, Blood Flame Annihilation, has upgraded to Holy Flame Radiance. Ding! Your pet, the Radiant 9-headed serpent has acquired a new skill, White Serpent Sacred Body. At this moment, the skill icons of the Radiant 9-headed serpent shimmered incessantly, signifying the continuous upgrades of its abilities. Furthermore, its attributes soared dramatically. After evolving into the Radiant 9-headed serpent, not only had her power received a monumental enhancement, but her beauty had also ascended to new heights. She was now a flawless vision of snow-white elegance, embodying the essence of an ethereal beauty amongst serpents. Gazing at the evolved Radiant 9-headed serpent, Su Ao's face displayed a sense of satisfaction. He casually opened the pet attribute panel to inspect the details. Radiant High Order 9-headed serpent, growth stage. Level 150. Intelligence 16,269. Strength, 13,681. Constitution, 13,926. Agility, 12,878. Luck, 30. Charm, 2. Mental resistance, 4. Skills, Sunstrider tenfold shot. Eye of control, overload defense, time-space triple flash, holy flame radiance, radiant 12 wings, berserk bloodline, eye of enslavement, radiant godslayer slash, deadly toxin, toxic eruption, soul devour. Holy serpent sunstrider slash, immortal body, blood red pool, healing holy light, poisonous cursed plague, frost breath, forbidden spell, extreme ice prison, light clone. Equipment, bronze emerald crown, platinum thunder king S diadem, platinum thunder mage S necklace, emerald sage S laurel, diamond dark soul amulet, diamond furious thunder serpent S tail, starry malevolent cloak. Starry multicolored radiance crown, starry life source beast armor, king S dragon spirit crown, king S dark tyrant S crown, glory level multicolored celestial hairpin, perfect level sea god S wrath crown. Number of minions, 720 fiery snakes, 1,000 cobras, 280 deep sea poisonous snakes, 1,000 silver-ringed electric snakes, 880 gale tiger snakes, 676 black mamba snakes, 444 death vipers, 3,800 extreme ice crystal snakes. Contains hidden dragon god bloodline, awaiting awakening. Beholding the transformed radiant nine-headed serpent, Su Ao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The power of the radiant nine-headed serpent had received an unprecedented enhancement, and Su Ao could hardly contain his eagerness to test the evolved strength of the radiant nine-headed serpent. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to delve into the depths of the Death Treasure Map. Not only could he experiment with the abilities of the evolved radiant nine-headed serpent, but he could also uncover the extraordinary treasures hidden within the Death Treasure Map. Su Ao retrieved the Death Treasure Map from his possession and decisively crushed it. A dark and eerie force of death enveloped Su Ao, drawing him into the depths of the Death Treasure Map. Chapter 145, The Secret of the Death Key. Strike to annihilate. When Su Ao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a city in ruins. Surrounding him were towering skyscrapers infused with technological allure, interwoven with sprawling circular bridges. As Su Ao surveyed the area, it became evident that this city had endured the ravages of a devastating war, appearing battered and dilapidated. Within this Death Treasure Map lay a forsaken modern city. Wandering through the streets, Su Ao observed the movement around him, only to suddenly overhear a conversation. Strangely, the language spoken was that of the Soul Clan. At any cost, we must acquire the Death Key. This is crucial to the future of the Soul Clan. Once we have the Death Key, obliterating the Dragon Kingdom will be a mere formality. Su Ao concealed himself behind a building, discerning that two young members of the Soul Clan were discussing the whereabouts of the Death Key. He grasped the significance of their words. The city harbored the secrets of the Death Key, and acquiring it would bestow upon them a formidable power, one potent enough to obliterate the entire Dragon Kingdom. Now that Su Ao comprehended the importance of the Death Key, the two young Soul Clan members had become devoid of any value for survival. Except for his servant, Shauna, every member of the Soul Clan was Su Ao's sworn enemy. To show mercy to foes is to be cruel to oneself. Silently, Su Ao summoned the radiant nine-headed serpent. The radiant nine-headed serpent opened her maw wide and unleashed a torrent of 10 blazing holy arrows. The arrows tore through the air, striking with the ferocity of a tempest towards the two young Soul Clan members. Boom, 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 boom. The two young Soul Clan members reacted with remarkable swiftness, sensing the imminent threat of death and hurriedly retreating. Damn it, we've been ambushed. Despite their quick reaction, the Sunstrider tenfold shot was an area of effect attack. While they evaded the core impact, they could not escape the collateral splash damage. The explosions generated formidable splash damage as well. The two young Soul Clan members were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths, their faces pale. They stared incredulously at Su Ao's figure, disbelief etched across their features. A human? How is it possible for a human to be here? The Death Treasure Map was never disseminated to the Earth humans. However, Su Ao had no intention of engaging in idle conversation with them. Under his command, the holy light nine-headed serpent suddenly erupted with an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Accompanied by the dazzling might of sacred light, it surged forward with an unstoppable force, colliding fiercely with the two young members of the Soul Clan. The impact sent the two Soul Clan youths hurtling backwards for over 10 meters, crashing into a massive stone pillar, which shattered into dust upon the collision. This demonstrates just how ferocious this strike was. The two Soul Clan youths found themselves on the brink of death, their eyes fixed on Su Ao as they coldly sneered. Vile human wretch. Do not think that by slaying us you will acquire the Death Key. This city is swarming with our clan's superlative warriors, and the Crown Prince will surely exact vengeance for us. After uttering these words, the two Soul Clan youths resolutely chose to self-destruct. Boom, boom. Two resounding explosions erupted. In an instant, the two youths transformed into clouds of blood mist, utterly obliterated from existence. Indeed, they were controlled by the Soul Clan King. Their willingness to self-destruct with such determination revealed their utter disregard for their own lives, Su Ao mused. Following the demise of the two Soul Clan youths, a purple treasure chest suddenly materialized at the location of their self-destruction. An unexpected boon? Su Ao's eyes brightened as he decisively picked up the purple chest. Soul Clan's Soul Spirit Treasure Chest. Quality: Pinnacle of Glory. Effect: opening this treasure chest grants a random, unexpected treasure. The quality of the treasure is influenced by your luck attribute. A Pinnacle of Glory treasure chest? The quality of this chest is extraordinarily high. Su Ao's gaze ignited with fervor. However, before opening the Soul Spirit Treasure Chest, he did not forget to activate the Beast Companion's blessing. He imbued the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent with 30 points of luck to enhance his chances of obtaining superior treasures from the Soul Chest. Would you like to open the Soul Clan's Soul Spirit Treasure Chest, Pinnacle of Glory? Open the treasure chest. Su Ao did not hesitate for a moment and resolutely opened the Soul Spirit Treasure Chest. As his command echoed, a radiant purple light burst forth from within the Soul Clan's Soul Spirit Treasure Chest. Ding! You have received the treasure chest reward. Experience Storage Capsule, 2 million experience points. Ding! You have additionally received the treasure chest reward, 1 skill promotion Divine Stone. An experience storage capsule containing 2 million experience points. Moreover, an additional 1 skill promotion Divine Stone. A flicker of joy crossed Su Ao's eyes. He was currently at the experience cap of level 210. The experience storage capsule was precisely what he urgently needed. The timing couldn't have been better. As he opened the chest, the 30 points of luck from the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent quietly took effect. With a gentle flicker of the 30 points of luck in Su Ao's attribute panel, a mysterious glow surged into the Soul Spirit Treasure Chest. The previously dormant chest now erupted with a dazzling purple brilliance, like a radiant aurora, noble and resplendent. Ding! Due to the activation of your 30 points of luck, you have received a 300-fold critical reward. Your rewards from the Soul Spirit Treasure Chest have undergone significant enhancement. Chapter 146, Slaying the 13th Prince of the Soul Clan. Bountiful gains. The experience storage capsule, 2 million experience points. Reward has been upgraded to an experience storage capsule, 600 million experience points, after the 300-fold critical reward. The 1 skill promotion Divine Stone reward has been upgraded to 300 skill promotion Divine Stones after the 300-fold critical reward. Gazing at the substantially amplified rewards, Su Ao's eyes radiated with fervor. Although he had hit the level cap of 210, with the 600 million experience points in the capsule, he could grind as many monsters as he wished without wasting a single point of experience. The reward of 300 skill promotion Divine Stones was even more enticing. With such a plethora of skill promotion Divine Stones, no matter which skill he enhanced, it would reach an extraordinarily formidable level. After careful consideration, Su Ao concluded that the most worthwhile skill to elevate was the Beast Control skill. This skill not only allowed him to recruit a vast number of subordinates to aid him in battle, but also provided substantial attribute bonuses to the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent. Upgrading this skill was undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice. 1 skill promotion Divine Stone could enable the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent to recruit an additional 100 snake subordinates, along with a permanent boost to her attributes. With a staggering total of 300 skill promotion Divine Stones, wouldn't that mean she could recruit an additional 30,000 snake subordinates? Most importantly, her attributes would surge 300 times. This would be a qualitative transformation. With this thought, Su Ao's gaze became intensely fervent. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated all 300 skill promotion Divine Stones for skill enhancement. Ding! You have selected 300 skill promotion Divine Stones. Please choose the skill to upgrade. Elevate the Beast Control skill. Su Ao responded decisively. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion Divine Stone, elevating the Beast Control skill to level 112, allowing an increase of 100 subordinates. Current count, 12,000-12100. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion Divine Stone, elevating the Beast Control skill to level 113, allowing an increase of 100 subordinates. Current count, 12,000-12200. Upgrade successful. Consumed 1 skill promotion Divine Stone, elevating the Beast Control skill to level 411, allowing an increase of 100 subordinates. Current count, 12,000-42100. With all 300 skill promotion divine stones expended, Su Ao upgraded the beast control skill directly to level 411. The Holy Light 9-headed serpent could now recruit a total of 30,000 snake subordinates. Once fully recruited, that would amount to over 30,000 venomous serpents obeying Su Ao's commands. Just imagine, with a mere gesture, over 30,000 venomous serpents could surge forward. Each serpent, with a single spit of venom, could drown their enemies. The thought alone was immensely exhilarating. Su Ao continued deeper into the ruins of the city. Along the way, he encountered abandoned vehicles and dilapidated skyscrapers. It seemed the original inhabitants had perished in the ravages of war. Only the remnants of walls and ruins remained, testifying to the once brilliant civilization left behind by the natives. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of clashing weapons resonated, jolting Su Ao's attention. A battle was underway. He swiftly approached the location of the conflict. Upon reaching the rooftop of a towering building, he witnessed two factions engaged in fierce combat. The dominant side was a young Soul Clan warrior with flowing white hair, wielding an otherworldly ability that forced his opponent into a defensive stance. His adversary, clad in red armor, was a mecha warrior, wielding a laser sword to fend off the onslaught of the white-haired Soul Clan youth's energy spheres. If this continues, he would soon be slain by the silver-haired youth of the Soul Clan. Su Ao narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he had stumbled upon this scene, he felt compelled to take action against the forces of the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan is one of humanity's formidable adversaries. Each time a member of the Soul Clan is vanquished, it is tantamount to contributing to the Dragon Kingdom. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. With a mere thought, the Holy Light 9-headed serpent suddenly opened its serpentine jaws and unleashed 10 radiant arrows of the sun. Bang, 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 bang. The sun arrows, seemingly without restraint, rained down upon the silver-haired youth of the Soul Clan, engaged in fierce combat with the Mech warrior. The silver-haired youth was entirely unprepared for a surprise attack. After countless evolutions, the Holy Light 9-headed serpent had mastered the precision of the 10 consecutive sun arrows to an extraordinary degree. Each arrow struck with deadly accuracy at the nape of the silver-haired youth's neck. Just as the sun arrows were about to make contact, a silver-white shield materialized behind the silver-haired youth. The moment the sun arrows collided with the shield, a thunderous roar erupted. Startled, the silver-haired youth turned towards Su Ao. A human? How could a human possibly be here? However, your sins are unforgivable, and you shall perish. The silver-haired youth summoned a silver chain and lunged fiercely at Su Ao. Yet, Su Ao remained unfazed, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. I have control. Activate. His eyes suddenly glowed a deep crimson, unleashing a wave of mental power that surged toward the silver-haired youth. Ding. You have successfully controlled the 13th prince of the Soul Clan. The opponent's mental power is slightly stronger than yours, and you can control them for 10 seconds. To his surprise, the silver-haired youth was none other than the 13th prince of the Soul Clan. Given his royal bloodline, he must be eradicated. 10 seconds? That is ample time. Mech brother, finish him off. Su Ao let out a hearty laugh, directing his shout at the Mech warrior engaged in battle with the 13th prince of the Soul Clan. The Mech warrior, noticing the sudden immobility of the 13th prince, quickly understood. The black-robed youth controlling the 9-headed serpent was aiding him. Although the Mech warrior was unaware of the black-robed youth's identity, it mattered little to him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Annihilating the Soul Clan invaders was his paramount mission. With this thought, the Mech warrior summoned all his strength and charged furiously at the 13th prince. Bang, bang, bang. The Mech warrior's offensive capability was far more terrifying than Su Ao had imagined. In mere moments, he shattered the shield surrounding the 13th prince. With the next strike, he brought his weapon down upon the 13th prince's head. Die! With a fierce battle cry, he aimed to deliver the final blow. Chapter 147. Early Summoning of the Nuclear Fusion Technology Egg. Just as the 13th prince of the Soul Clan was on the brink of being slain by the Mech warrior, Su Ao shouted in alarm. Wait, I only intended for the Mech warrior to assist in the battle, not to claim the kill. If the 13th prince were to be slain by the Mech warrior, Su Ao would lose out on valuable experience points. The Mech warrior, startled by Su Ao's booming voice, halted mid-strike, gazing at Su Ao with a look of confusion. Is there something else you need? Su Ao sighed and replied, to be honest, the 13th prince of the Soul Clan is my fated nemesis. Please allow me to slay him in the name of vengeance. The Mech warrior, recalling that Su Ao had saved his life, nodded in agreement to his request. Under Su Ao's mental command, the Holy Light 9-headed serpent sprang into action. The Holy Radiance Divine Slaughter skill was activated. Its wings flared like a tempest as it descended upon the 13th prince of the Soul Clan with ferocious strikes. In an instant, the 13th prince's health was obliterated. The 13th prince never regained consciousness from the control of the Eye of Control and perished in a deep slumber. You have slain the high-tier, 10 transformation powerhouse, the 13th prince of the Soul Clan, earning 200,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher tier, you receive an additional 100 experience bonus, totaling 4,000,000 experience points. Due to reaching the 6th transformation level cap and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically deposited into the capsule. The portion of experience belonging to Su Ao swiftly merged into the experience storage capsule. However, the other half was absorbed by the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent. The Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent gained a staggering 200,000 experience points. Its level began to rise rapidly. Ding! The Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent has reached level 151. Ding! The Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent has reached level 152. Ding! The Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent has reached level 153. Ding! The Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent has reached level 154. Thus, the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent ascended 4 levels in one go. Its attributes of intelligence, constitution, strength, and agility also experienced corresponding growth. After the 13th prince was slain, Su Ao immediately approached his lifeless body. Without hesitation, he extracted the powerful eyes that wielded extraordinary abilities. Eyes of the 13th prince of the Soul Clan, Crescent Moon Grade. These eyes possess an incredible and terrifying mental energy capable of annihilating formidable foes with ease. If you can harness the power of these eyes, you will gain access to unparalleled divine abilities. The eyes of the 13th prince of the Soul Clan were, astonishingly, of Crescent Moon Grade. Su Ao's eyes lit up with excitement. Crescent Moon Grade materials surpassed the Starry Sky Grade materials entirely. The value of Crescent Moon Grade materials is 10 times that of Starry Sky Grade materials. He wondered what kind of existence would emerge from the fusion of the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent and the eyes of the 13th prince of the Soul Clan. Without delay, Su Ao retrieved the Super Pet Synthesizer. He promptly placed the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent into the synthesizer, eager to attempt a fusion. Ding! The Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent has been confirmed as the evolutionary subject. Please select synthesis materials. The eyes of the 13th prince of the Soul Clan. Su Ao decisively added the material of the eyes of the 13th prince into the Super Pet Synthesizer. Ding! 1 prototype pet and 1 material have been confirmed. The synthesis formula is Honor High-Tier Holy Radiance Nine-Headed Serpent, Growth Stage, Crescent Moon Grade Material, Eyes of the 13th Prince of the Soul Clan. Ding! Due to the prototype pet's tier being too low, direct synthesis with Crescent Moon Grade materials is not possible. An additional Starry Sky Grade material is required during the synthesis process to proceed. Indeed, the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent must incorporate an additional Starry Sky Grade material to fuse with higher-tier materials. At this moment, the immediate priority was to locate a Starry Sky Grade material for the synthesis of the Holy Light Nine-Headed Serpent. Just then, Su Ao noticed a treasure chest hidden beneath the corpse of the 13th Prince of the Soul Clan. His eyes brightened, and he swiftly approached to collect the chest. Could there be an unexpected windfall? Su Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he decisively picked up the purple treasure chest. Soul Tribe 13th Prince's Soul Spirit Treasure Chest. Quality: Pseudo-Perfect Level. Effect: Opening this treasure chest grants a randomly selected unexpected treasure. The quality of the treasure is influenced by your luck value. A Pseudo-Supreme Treasure Chest. The 13th Prince of the Soul Tribe is quite fortunate. The items he drops are all exceptional. Su Ao's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. Yet, before opening the Soul Spirit Treasure Chest, Su Ao remembered to activate his pet's embodiment. He bestowed the 30 points of luck from the Holy Light Nine-Headed Flood Dragon upon himself. This would assist in acquiring even better treasures from the Soul Spirit Treasure Chest. Would you like to open the Soul Tribe 13th Prince's Soul Spirit Treasure Chest, Pseudo-Supreme Level? Open the treasure chest. Su Ao resolutely opened the Soul Spirit Treasure Chest. Suddenly, a dazzling silver-white radiance erupted from within the Soul Tribe's treasure chest. Ding! You have received the treasure chest reward. Perfect Level Wasteland Ring of the Skeleton Lord. Ding! You have additionally received the treasure chest reward. 1 Pet Skill Promotion Divine Stone. Perfect Level Equipment. And there is also 1 Pet Skill Promotion Divine Stone. Su Ao's eyes brightened with astonishment. Just 1 piece of perfect level equipment possesses an extraordinarily terrifying value. Furthermore, his 30 points of luck would elevate the quality of treasures obtained from the chest even further. Without hesitation, as the treasure chest was about to be opened, The 30 points of luck from the Holy Light Nine-Headed Flood Dragon quietly began to take effect, as the 30 points of luck within Su Ao's attribute panel shimmered softly. They surged forth with a mysterious glow into the treasure chest. Ding! Due to the activation of your 30 points of luck attribute, you have gained a 300-fold critical reward. The perfect level Wasteland Ring of the Skeleton Lord, after receiving the 300-fold critical reward, has been upgraded to the Supreme Level Sacrificial Ring of the Undead Monarch. The reward of 1 Pet Skill Promotion Divine Stone, after receiving the 300-fold critical reward, has been upgraded to 300 Skill Promotion Divine Stones. Supreme Level Wasteland Ring of the Skeleton Lord. Intelligence, 150. Skill 1, Skeleton Undead Sea. Each time you cast a skill, you can summon 100 skeleton warriors to fight for you. There is no limit to the number of summoned skeleton warriors. Skill 2, Skeleton Sacrifice. Sacrifice the lives of skeleton warriors to replenish your and your pet's health. Su Ao's eyes lit up as he decisively donned the Wasteland Ring of the Skeleton Lord on his hand. Just then, the nearby mech warrior fixed its gaze upon Su Ao, suddenly exclaiming in astonishment, "Human, I sense an extraordinarily powerful aura of supreme technology emanating from you. It is even a billion times more advanced than the technology one possesses. Do you perhaps control some form of nuclear fusion technology in a biological entity?" Chapter 148. The Holy Light Nine-Headed Flood Dragon can evolve again. A biological entity with nuclear fusion technology? Su Ao's expression grew serious. The only thing related to nuclear fusion technology on him was likely that unhatched second pet egg. Su Ao's mind stirred, and a mech egg brimming with technological aura was summoned from the pet space, appearing in the palm of his hand. Nuclear Fusion AI Mech Egg. 6 days remaining until hatching. The moment the Nuclear Fusion AI Mech Egg was retrieved, the mech warrior's gaze was fixated on it. Clearly exhilarated, there was no doubt. This must be the supreme life form that can only be birthed from legendary nuclear fusion technology. To witness such advanced technological life in my lifetime is a fulfillment of my existence. The mech warrior trembled with excitement, gazing at the nuclear fusion mech egg with a sense of reverence. However, it was no wonder that the mech warrior felt such exhilaration. As a technological life form itself, encountering a life form vastly superior and advanced would naturally evoke a profound sense of awe. This nuclear fusion mech life should be close to hatching, right? The mech warrior inquired. The hatching time is still 6 days, Su Ao replied. 6 days, that time frame should be reducible, the mech warrior pondered aloud. Reducible? Su Ao expressed surprise. It was the first time he had heard that hatching time could be shortened. The mech warrior hesitated for a moment, then produced a regular technological crystal core from its pocket and handed it to Su Ao, saying, "I only have this ordinary technological crystal core. While its effect is minimal, it should still aid in the early hatching." Su Ao accepted the technological crystal core and examined it closely. Technological crystal core, ordinary level, contains energy highly beneficial to technological life. If absorbed by a technological life, it will yield some advantages. It appears that this technological crystal core indeed holds some benefits for technological life. Su Ao gently placed the technological crystal core beside the nuclear fusion AI mech egg, observing as the energy within the core was absorbed by the egg. Perhaps due to the limited energy contained within this ordinary-level technological crystal core, it was fully consumed shortly after coming into proximity with the nuclear fusion AI mech egg. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Su Ao's mind. "Ding, your second pet. The nuclear fusion AI mech egg has absorbed the energy from the ordinary technological crystal core, reducing the hatching time by 1 hour. Remaining hatching time, 6 days 11 hours. The hatching time was only reduced by 1 hour. Su Ao felt a tinge of disappointment. However, given that the ordinary-level technological crystal core was essentially free, he felt it was not a loss. The mech warrior seemed to notice the slight disappointment on Su Ao's face and spoke. "This technological crystal core is merely of the most ordinary quality. If you can find higher quality technological crystal cores, they should significantly reduce the hatching time of this nuclear fusion mech egg." The mech warrior's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Su Ao's eyes. He inquired, "Where can I acquire higher quality technological crystal cores?" The mech warrior replied candidly, "Technological crystal cores are a crucial energy resource. Both the nefarious soul tribe and the fierce beasts here have a high demand for them. You can venture deeper into the city's core area to slay some fierce beasts or soul tribe members. Generally, places where fierce beasts or soul tribe members congregate tend to yield technological crystal cores. The closer you are to the city's core area, the higher the probability of obtaining technological crystal cores from the fierce beasts or soul tribe members." Upon hearing the mech warrior's words, Su Ao's eyes brightened with excitement. Thus, as long as he defeated the soul tribe and fierce beasts encountered along the way, he might just acquire technological crystal cores. After bidding farewell to the Mech warrior, Suao continued deeper into the city. Before long, he stumbled upon a solitary wolf with silver-white fur. However, this lone wolf seemed to be equipped with fearsome laser blades on its claws, making it far more formidable than ordinary wolf-like fierce beasts due to the enhancements of high-tech devices. The laser blade wolf had sensed Suao's presence and turned its head, its cold gaze locking onto him, exuding a fierce and bloodthirsty aura as it emitted a growling sound. Suddenly, the laser blade wolf lunged at Suao with great speed. Its velocity reached an unparalleled zenith. The razor-sharp laser claws, as they traversed the void, tore through layers of fabric, revealing a mottled underbelly. Boom! Faced with the onslaught of the laser claws, Suao remained utterly still. The Holy Light Hydra had already taken the initiative. The Sun Chaser's 10 consecutive shots were unleashed with sudden ferocity. Bang! 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 Before the laser blade wolf could reach Suao, the arrows imbued with potent holy light had already struck the creature's visage. This exemplified the paramount advantage of ranged attacks, a counterstrike that preemptively seized the initiative. The laser blade wolf's head was bombarded relentlessly, with all arrows converging upon a single point. The pitiful creature was caught completely off guard. In an instant, its cranium was obliterated by the Sun Chaser's 10 consecutive shots. Howling in a piercing, mournful wail, it met its demise. Life extinguished. In the next moment, a crisp system notification echoed in Suao's mind. You have slain the advanced 10 transformation beast, Laser Blade Wolf, earning 20,000 experience points. As a reward for slaying beyond your level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 300,000 experience points. Due to reaching the 6th transformation level cap and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be deposited into the capsule. The 300,000 experience points were divided into 2 halves. Suao's share was stored in the experience capsule, while the other half was absorbed by the Holy Light Hydra. Ding! The Holy Light Hydra has reached level 155. Ding! The Holy Light Hydra has reached level 156. Ding! The Holy Light Hydra has reached level 157. With 150,000 experience points, the Holy Light Hydra ascended 3 levels. Suao kicked aside the carcass of the laser blade wolf, discovering beneath it a set of razor claws as materials. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that no technological core was found. Laser Blade Wolf's Claw. A material of stellar grade, the claws of the Laser Blade Wolf possessed terrifying lethality. Gazing at the prized claws, Suao's eyes widened with delight. Although he did not acquire the technological core, these claws were materials he desperately needed. With this item, the Holy Light Hydra would finally be able to synthesize and evolve. Chapter 149. Early Awakening of the Second Pet. Looking at the claws of the Laser Blade Wolf, Suao felt a surge of joy. He decisively retrieved the Super Pet synthesizer from his backpack. He then placed the Holy Light Hydra inside the synthesizer, attempting to initiate the synthesis. Ding! The Holy Light Hydra has been confirmed as the main subject for evolution. Please select synthesis materials. The Soul Clan's 13th Prince's Eye of Psionics. The Laser Blade Wolf's Claw. Suao promptly placed both the Eye of Psionics and the Laser Blade Wolf's Claw into the Super Pet synthesizer. Ding! 1 prototype pet and 1 material have been confirmed. The synthesis formula is Honor High Grade Holy Light Hydra, Growth Stage, Crescent Moon Grade Material. Soul Clan's 13th Prince's Eye of Psionics, Stellar Grade Laser Blade Wolf's Claw. This synthesis requires the expenditure of 15,000,000 wealth points. Do you wish to proceed? Suao's current wealth balance was 30 million points. After deducting the required 15 million for this synthesis, he would have 15 million remaining. However, observing the escalating costs of synthesis, he realized he would need to find ways to earn more wealth swiftly. Without hesitation, he confirmed the synthesis. The Eye of Psionics transformed into a mysterious, malevolent silver energy, surging into the Holy Light Hydra. Suddenly, the Holy Light Hydra erupted with an eerie, formidable aura. She slightly opened her eyes, the silver-white gleam within her slit pupils evoking sheer dread. Immediately afterwards, the second material, the Laser Blade Wolf's Claw, surged into the Holy Light Hydra's body, infusing her claws with a terrifying laser energy. It seemed capable of effortlessly shredding anything. In the next moment, a system voice resounded in Suao's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Honor Pinnacle Blue Electric Hydra. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the Blue Electric Hydra's evolution. Ding! Due to the Blue Electric Hydra's additional fusion of the stellar grade material, Laser Blade Wolf's Claw, The evolution reward options have increased from 3 to 2 to 5 to 4. Please select 4 rewards from the following 5 to serve as the evolution rewards for the Blue Electric Hydra. Option 1. Crescent Moon Grade. Acquire the new skill, Electric Touch. When the Blue Electric Hydra inflicts damage upon enemies, an additional electric effect is applied. Enemies afflicted by the electric effect suffer an extra 50 damage. Option 2. Crescent Moon Grade. Upgrade the skill Holy Light Godslaying Slash to Blue Electric Cataclysm Slash. The duration of the strike against enemies increases from 12 seconds to 15 seconds. Damage is increased by 150, and the striking range is expanded by 600. Option 3. Crescent Moon Grade. Upgrade the skill Sun Chaser's 10 consecutive shots to Blue Electric 12 consecutive shots. After upgrading, it can unleash 12 arrows imbued with potent laser power, with each arrow's lethality increased by 210. Option 4. Stellar Grade. 20,000 health points. 20,000 mana points. Health recovery speed increased by 200. Mana recovery speed increased by 200. Option 5. Dark Moon Grade. Upgrade the skill Holy Light 12 wings to Blue Electric 14 wings. Flight speed is increased by 1,000, and light attribute resistance is enhanced by 1,000 points. Additionally, it grants a Blue Electric field effect, causing enemies near the Holy Light Hydra to lose 10,000 health points every second. The Dark Moon Grade skill quality is 1 tier higher than the Crescent Moon Grade. Possessing a Dark Moon Grade reward option is a significant gain. I choose the first, second, third, and fifth evolution options. As Su Ao's voice fell, for beams of eerie blue electric light erupted from the Super Pet synthesizer, ultimately converging into the body of the Blue Electric Hydra. Ding! Your pet, Blue Electric Hydra, has acquired the new skill, Electric Touch. Ding! Your pet, Blue Electric Hydra's skill, Holy Light Godslaying Slash, has been upgraded to Blue Electric Cataclysm Slash. Ding! Your pet, Blue Electric Hydra's skill, Sun Chaser's 10 consecutive shots, has been upgraded to Blue Electric 12 consecutive shots. Ding! Your pet, Blue Electric Hydra's skill, Holy Light 12 wings, has been upgraded to Blue Electric 14 wings. At that moment, the skill icons of the Blue Electric Hydra flickered incessantly, showcasing the constant upgrading and enhancement of its abilities. Additionally, its attributes were surging to new heights. Su Ao glanced over and noticed that the Blue Electric Hydra had also grown significantly in size following this evolution. At this moment, the Blue Electric 9-headed Serpent has grown to an impressive length of over 7 meters. Su Ao can now stand atop her head, gazing down upon the world below. Feeling a sense of sovereign authority, Holy Radiance Peak Level Blue Electric 9-headed Serpent, Growth Stage. Level, 157. Intelligence, 19,269. Strength, 15,681. Constitution, 15,926. Agility, 15,078. Luck, 30. Charm, 2. Mental Resistance, 4. Skills, Blue Electric 12 Fire, Eye of Control, Defense Overload, Time-Space Triple Flash, Holy Flame Radiance, Blue Electric 14 Wings, Berserk Bloodline, Eye of Enslavement. Blue Electric 10,000 Calamity Slash, Deadly Toxin, Toxic Eruption, Soul Devour, Holy Serpent Pursuing Slash, Undying Body, Blood Red Pool, Healing Holy Light, Toxic Forbidden Spell Plague, Frost Breath. Forbidden Spell Extreme Ice Prison, Light Clone, White Serpent Holy Body, Electric Touch. Equipment, Bronze Verdant Crown, Platinum Thunder King S Crown, Platinum Thunder Mage S Necklace, Emerald Sage S Laurel, Diamond Dark Soul Amulet, Diamond Fury Thunder Serpent S Tail, Starry Demonic Cloak, Starry Multicolored Veil Crown, Starry Life, Source Beast Armor, King S Dragon Spirit Crown, King Level Dark Tyrant S Crown, Glory Level Multicolored Fairy Veil Crown, Perfect Level Sea God S Raging Waves Crown. Number of minions, 720 Flame Snakes, 1,000 Cobras, 280 Deep Sea Venomous Snakes, 1,000 Silver Ringed Electric Snakes, 880 Gale Tiger Snakes, 676 Black Mamba Snakes, 444 Death Vipers, 3,800 Extreme Ice Crystal Snakes. Within lies a hidden dragon god bloodline, awaiting awakening. Observing the evolved Blue Electric 9-headed Serpent, Su Ao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet at that moment, ziz, ziz, ziz. Suddenly, Su Ao heard a violent sound of a laser slicing through the air. He looked up to see a bizarre bird, entirely clad in mechanical armor, soaring through the sky. Su Ao's eyes brightened with excitement. The laser blade wolf merely boasted a hint of mechanical enhancement on its claws. Yet this avian anomaly was fully adorned with mechanical devices. Undoubtedly, This creature concealed a technological crystal core capable of awakening the nuclear fusion technology AI Mech egg prematurely. Su Ao's gaze grew fervent as he beheld this armored bird. Chapter 150. Unexpected Gains. A surge in power. Blue electric nine-headed serpent, attack. With Su Ao's command, the blue electric nine-headed serpent sprang into action, opening her massive jaws and unleashing the blue electric 12-fire skill, spewing forth a barrage of azure-hued laser spheres towards the swiftly approaching mechanical bird. Boom, 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 boom. The torrential onslaught of laser spheres struck the mechanical bird fiercely, causing its health to plummet dramatically, eliciting a bone-chilling shriek. The mechanical bird immediately turned its attention to the blue electric nine-headed serpent, flapping its wings to unleash a series of blazing flame rays, bombarding her with unrelenting fury. Boom, 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 boom. As the fiery rays impacted the blue electric nine-headed serpent, she activated the time-space triple flash skill, her enormous form vanishing from sight. Evading the lethal assault, the blue electric nine-headed serpent, unwilling to concede, suddenly unleashed the holy serpent sun-pursuing slash. A colossal phantom of a serpent emerged behind her, charging with unstoppable force towards the mechanical bird. The mechanical bird was violently struck down, letting out a wretched cry as it plummeted towards the earth. Su Ao, ever the opportunist, adhered to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, a principle that the blue electric nine-headed serpent wholeheartedly embraced. Before the mechanical bird could reach the ground, the holy serpent sun-pursuing slash was unleashed with ferocity. The blue electric nine-headed serpent surged forward again, this time shattering the mechanical bird's armor. Its crimson feathers were laid bare, appearing utterly disheveled and tragic. In the next moment, the blue electric nine-headed serpent activated the toxic eruption skill. The lethal toxins within the mechanical bird erupted violently. As sinister purple gas billowed from the mechanical bird's form, it emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Subsequently, the mechanical bird's body exploded in a cataclysmic burst, meeting its demise, devoid of life. A crisp system notification suddenly echoed in Su Ao's mind. You have slain the 10 transformation high-level boss mechanical flame bird, earning 300,000 experience points. Surpassing level rewards grant an additional 100 experience. You have gained a total of 6,000,000 experience points. Due to reaching the upper limit of the 6th transformation and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. The 600,000 experience points were divided into two portions. One half was stored in Su Ao's experience capsule, while the other half was absorbed by the holy light nine-headed serpent. Ding! The blue electric nine-headed serpent has leveled up to 158. Ding! The blue electric nine-headed serpent has leveled up to 159. Ding! The blue electric nine-headed serpent has leveled up to 160. Ding! The blue electric nine-headed serpent has leveled up to 161. Ding! The blue electric nine-headed serpent has leveled up to 162. 30,000 experience points allowed the blue electric nine-headed serpent to ascend 5 levels in one go. Su Ao examined the corpse of the mechanical flame bird and discovered a translucent crystal nestled beneath it. This crystal bore a striking resemblance to the technological core previously gifted to him by the mechanical warrior, yet it radiated a dazzling white light, far more brilliant than the former. Su Ao's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he decisively approached and retrieved the technological crystal from the ground. Technological crystal, premium grade. Contains energy highly beneficial to technological life forms. If absorbed by a technological being, it will yield significant advantages. Indeed, this technological crystal is of premium quality, more precious than the ordinary grade. Su Ao gently placed the premium technological crystal beside the nuclear fusion AI Mech egg, as the energy within the crystal was steadily absorbed by the egg. However, this time, the energy from the premium technological crystal dissipated at a much slower pace. It took an equivalent of 10 times longer than absorbing a standard technological crystal for the energy to be fully consumed. Su Ao speculated that this could be due to the greater energy reserves within the premium technological crystal. Once the nuclear fusion AI Mech egg had completely absorbed all the energy from the premium technological crystal, a system prompt finally resonated in Su Ao's mind. Ding! Your second pet, the nuclear fusion AI Mech egg, has reduced its incubation time by 24 hours after absorbing the energy from the premium technological crystal. Remaining incubation time, 5 days 10 hours. To Su Ao's surprise, the premium technological crystal had indeed shortened the incubation time of the nuclear fusion AI Mech egg by a full 24 hours. This brought the egg one step closer to hatching. At this moment, Su Ao recalled that he still had a substantial 300 pet skill enhancement stones yet to be utilized in his backpack. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively retrieved the 300 pet skill enhancement divine stones and began to employ them. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ao resolved to continue upgrading the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon skill, the blue electric annihilation slash. This skill constituted the cornerstone of the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon's offensive capabilities, representing its highest single target burst damage without exception. It was precisely due to this skill's existence that Su Ao felt emboldened to challenge bosses beyond his level. Ding! You have selected 3,000 skill enhancement divine stones. Please specify the skill you wish to enhance. The blue electric annihilation slash of the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon. Su Ao responded without a moment's pause. Enhancement successful. Consumed 1 skill enhancement divine stone, elevating the blue electric annihilation slash to level 182, with damage increased by an additional 1 and damage range expanded by an additional 1, allowing for 1 additional instance of damage. Enhancement successful. Consumed 1 skill enhancement divine stone, elevating the blue electric annihilation slash to level 183, with damage increased by an additional 1 and damage range expanded by an additional 1, allowing for 1 additional instance of damage. Enhancement successful. Consumed 1 skill enhancement divine stone, elevating the blue electric annihilation slash to level 481, with damage increased by an additional 1 and damage range expanded by an additional 1, allowing for 1 additional instance of damage. He poured all 300 pet skill enhancement divine stones into the blue electric annihilation slash skill. The blue electric 9-headed flood dragon's blue electric annihilation slash soared to level 481 in one breath. Each instance of damage not only surged by an additional 480, but the damage range also expanded by 480, and it could inflict an additional 480 instances of damage. This represented a monumental enhancement and transformation for the blue electric annihilation slash. Gazing at the dramatically augmented prowess of the blue electric annihilation slash, a satisfied smile graced Su Ao's face. Yet, before he could revel in his achievement, he suddenly noticed an ominous sight not far ahead, a nuclear reactor. It was no wonder the mechanized avian monstrosity was heading in that direction. A nuclear reactor would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for mechanical beings. If my nuclear fusion AI mech egg were to absorb this reactor, the benefits would surely far surpass those gained from absorbing the high-grade technological core of the mechanized flame bird. As he beheld the reactor, an intense fervor flickered in Su Ao's eyes. Chapter 151. I will kill you. I will kill you. Su Ao, quick on the uptake, promptly activated the pet possession skill and soared toward the nuclear reactor. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a group of Soul Tribe elites clad in blood-red robes was encircling the vicinity of the reactor. Su Ao narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to unleash a barrage of blue electric 12 strikes. Bang, 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 bang. The terrifying blue electric damage rained down upon the most densely clustered Soul Tribe elites. It seemed they sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis bearing down upon them, instinctively retreating to the sides. However, the speed of the blue electric 12 strikes was too swift, leaving the Soul Tribe elites no time to evade. The horrific explosion damage splattered across the group of Soul Tribe warriors. Only those of considerable strength could barely withstand Su Ao's devastating assault. While the weaker members of the Soul Tribe were obliterated, their souls scattering in disarray. In an instant, a crisp system notification echoed in Su Ao's mind. You have slain a 10th tier high-level Soul Tribe Mental Master, earning 20,000 experience points. Due to the level up kill bonus of 50, you have gained a total of 30,000 experience points. As your level has reached the 6th tier limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have slain a 10th tier high-level Soul Tribe Mental Master, earning 19,000 experience points. Due to the level up kill bonus of 50, you have gained a total of 28,500 experience points. As your level has reached the 6th tier limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have slain a 10th tier high-level Soul Tribe Mental Master, earning 21,000 experience points. Due to the level up kill bonus of 50, you have gained a total of 31,500 experience points. As your level has reached the 6th tier limit and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. A torrent of experience points surged into both Su Ao and the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon. However, the portion of experience that entered Su Ao's body was stored within the experience capsule, while the experience received by the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon propelled its level to new heights. Ding! The blue electric nine-headed flood dragon has reached level 163. Ding. The blue electric nine-headed flood dragon has reached level 164. Ding. The blue electric nine-headed flood dragon has reached level 165. Ding. The blue electric nine-headed flood dragon has reached level 166. Ding. The blue electric nine-headed flood dragon has reached level 173. This bountiful influx of experience allowed the blue electric nine-headed flood dragon to ascend an astonishing 11 levels, reaching level 173. At that moment, Su Ao noticed a soul tribe man with a human face and spider legs staring at him with a sinister grin. "You're finished, kid. I am the greatest vanguard general of the soul tribe. To perish beneath my spider legs is a grand favor bestowed upon you." He cackled. This soul tribe man, with his grotesque appearance, was the sole survivor of Su Ao's relentless barrage of blue electric 12 strikes. His physique appeared exceedingly bizarre, yet his strength far surpassed that of the other soul tribe warriors. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao activated the light clone skill. A clone, identical in appearance to the blue electric nine-headed flood dragon, materialized beside him. This clone obeyed Su Ao's commands entirely, capable of employing all the skills of the blue electric nine-headed flood dragon, albeit with attributes and damage reduced to half. Su Ao wasted no time and directly unleashed the forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison. The temperature plummeted instantaneously. Countless delicate ice blades danced through the air like a tornado, rushing toward the soul tribe man with the human face and spider legs. Bang, 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 bang. The appalling damage numbers erupted from the soul tribe man, while simultaneously, the clone of the blue electric nine-headed flood dragon unleashed the forbidden spell, Extreme Ice Prison. Although the damage and control effects of the clone's forbidden spell were halved, its impact remained terrifyingly effective. In that moment, the soul tribe man with the human face and spider legs was ensnared by the combined might of two extreme ice prison spells, simultaneously triggering the effects of electric touch and frost breath. Electric touch, when the blue electric nine-headed flood dragon inflicts damage upon an enemy. An additional layer of electric effect is applied. Enemies affected by the electric effect receive an additional 50 damage from all sources. Frost breath, when your damage-dealing skills strike an enemy, there is a 15 chance to freeze the enemy, rendering them immobile, unable to cast spells, or perform any actions. The duration of the freeze is determined by the enemy's ice resistance. The lower the resistance, the longer the control time. Thus, the soul tribe man found himself not only immobilized by the freezing effect, but also subjected to the additional damage inflicted by the electric state. Seizing the opportunity presented by his adversary's ailment, Su Ao resolutely unleashed his most formidable attack, the Blue Lightning 10,000 Calamities Slash. Under his command, the Blue Lightning nine-headed serpent's doppelganger simultaneously executed the same devastating technique. In an instant, the 14 wings of blue lightning behind Su Ao transformed into incredibly sharp blue lightning laser blades, which relentlessly struck towards the man of the Spider-Leg Soul clan, who had been frozen into a solid block of ice. Boom, 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 boom. The laser blades emitted by the blue lightning nine-headed serpent's doppelganger surged forth like a raging tempest, launching a frenzied assault on the back of the Spider-Leg Soul clan man. Boom, 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 boom. Even with a robust vitality, the man could scarcely withstand such a terrifying joint execution of slaughter. His corporeal form shattered continuously, and an expression of excruciating agony twisted his features as he howled in madness. "Damn you, little brat. I will kill you. I will kill you. You shall die." Chapter 152, The Soon-to-Hatch Second Pet. The Secret of the Mecha Beast Tide. The Spider-Leg Soul clan man, covered in bloodstains, was consumed by overwhelming rage. He raised his hand, and a blood-red web shot forth from his palm, hurtling towards Su Ao. The web dripped with a viscous green venom. Even from several meters away, Su Ao could sense the formidable toxicity of the web. Facing the sudden onslaught of the web, a cold smile curled at the corner of Su Ao's lips. "So you wish to play with poison? Allow me to demonstrate who the true master of toxins is." Forbidden spell, Plague of Malediction. With a mere thought, an immensely dreadful purple poisonous gas erupted violently from within him. The terrifying toxin, amplified tenfold by the cursed poison body, collided with the nearly tangible, venom-soaked web. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The web was gradually corroded and devoured by the Plague of Malediction. Ultimately, it was entirely assimilated into the Plague of Malediction, dissipating into the ether. The Spider-Leg Soul clan man beheld this scene with incredulity, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. How is this possible? You have delved so deeply into the mastery of poison. I have suffered tremendous degradation in pursuit of poison mastery. My body corroded to this wretched state, and yet you remain unscathed? Sueo, of course, would not divulge that his poison mastery was derived from the cursed poison body of the blue lightning, nine-headed serpent. The horrific toxin relentlessly invaded the Spider-Legs Soul Clan man. Since you are in such torment, allow me to alleviate your suffering, Sueo said with a smile. Hearing Sueo's words, a flicker of hope reignited within the Spider-Legs Soul Clan man's heart. I was blind to your greatness. Spare me, and I shall comply with your every demand. The Spider-Legs Soul Clan man pleaded pitifully, already scheming how he might deliver a fatal blow to Sueo. He even felt a sense of pride in his cunning stratagem. However, with a mere snap of his fingers, Sueo shattered the man's fantasies, plunging him into an abyss of despair. The toxicity ignited suddenly. The dreadful potency of poison erupted violently from within the Spider-Legs Soul Clan man. I cannot accept this. Damn you, human brat. The mighty prince will surely avenge me, subjecting you to the most excruciating tortures, enduring endless suffering until you perish, never to reincarnate. Both the Spider-Leg Soul Clan man and the white-haired youth of the Soul Clan hoped for vengeance from the Soul Clan's prince in their final moments. This detail piqued Sueo's interest. He was eager to discover the true power of this Soul Clan prince. At that moment, a crisp system notification resonated within Sueo's mind. You have slain the 10-turn pinnacle boss, Spider-Leg Soul Clan Butcher, earning 360,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 7,200,000 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 6th turn limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. A staggering 720,000 experience points. When distributed to the blue lightning nine-headed serpent, equated to 360,000 experience points. This bountiful reward caused the blue lightning nine-headed serpent's level to soar. Ding! The blue lightning nine-headed serpent has reached level 173. Ding! The blue lightning nine-headed serpent has reached level 174. Ding! The blue lightning nine-headed serpent has reached level 175. Ding! The blue lightning nine-headed serpent has reached level 176. Ding! The blue lightning nine-headed serpent has reached level 177. The 360,000 experience points allowed the holy light nine-headed serpent to ascend another 5 levels. Sueo approached the corpse of the Spider-Leg Soul Clan man, discovering that the body had been entirely eroded by toxins, leaving nothing but a skeletal husk that would collapse at the slightest touch. Even the proud eyes of the Soul Clan had been dissolved by the venom. Not a single usable material remained. Sueo felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that the use of the toxicity explosion technique warranted caution. While it made eliminating foes effortless, it could easily ruin the remains of fragile-bodied enemies. Nevertheless, Sueo had come for the small nuclear reactor. As he neared the reactor, he could perceive the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg vibrating vigorously. It appeared that the small nuclear reactor held a significant allure for the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg. Sueo approached and placed the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg beside the small reactor, allowing it to greedily absorb the reactor's energy. After nearly 20 minutes, the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg had completely drained the energy from the small reactor. It seemed that the energy from the small reactor not only significantly shortened the hatching time of the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg, but would also bestow immense benefits upon it once it had hatched. A system prompt echoed suddenly in Sueo's mind. Ding! Your second pet, the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg, has absorbed the energy from the small nuclear reactor, reducing its hatching time by 72 hours. Remaining hatching time, 2 days 9 hours. Only 2 days and 9 hours remained until the hatching of the nuclear fusion AI mecha egg. Next, all that remained was to find additional materials that could further shorten the hatching time. An anticipation welled within Sueo. Time to gather materials. Sueo spread his wings and soared into the sky, quickly ascending to the heavens. From his lofty vantage point, he gazed down upon the ruined city below, feeling akin to a deity overlooking mere ants. Suddenly, Sueo noticed a cacophonous uproar emanating from the northern edge of the ruined city. Throngs of mecha beasts, like an overwhelming tide, were charging towards the heart of the ruined city. Sueo's eyes gleamed with excitement. A tide of mechanized beasts surged forth. Such an overwhelming multitude of these robotic monstrosities could effortlessly trigger the hatching of a nuclear fusion AI mech egg. Most critically, this horde, comprised entirely of mechanized fiends, was relentlessly barreling toward the heart of the ruined city. They must have a purpose. What could that purpose possibly be? Chapter 153. With a casual flick of my fingers, How did you all end up sprawled on the ground? Su Ao's gaze ignited with fervor. Without hesitation, he soared toward the oncoming tide of beasts. He could sense the thrumming roar of countless mechanized creatures charging forward with wild fury. With a powerful flap of his wings, the skill of Sacred Flame erupted into brilliance. A dazzling torrent of radiant flames surged toward the densest cluster of mechanized beasts. The intertwining forces of light and fire coalesced into an incredibly terrifying might. The sheer ferocity unleashed was enough to obliterate the majority of the mechanized beasts in an instant, as the flames spread relentlessly. Innumerable mechanized creatures were consumed by the might of the Sacred Flame. Roar, roar, roar. Countless mechanized beasts, amidst their furious howls, found their vitality scorched away, meeting their demise in bitterness. You have slain the pinnacle-level Mech Blaze Monkey, earning 30,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent beyond your level, you gain an additional 50 experience, totaling 45,000 experience points, due to your level reaching the 6th tier limit and possessing an experience storage capsule. This experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. You have slain the pinnacle-level Mech Rampaging Rhino, earning 30,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent beyond your level, you gain an additional 50 experience, totaling 45,000 experience points, due to your level reaching the 6th tier limit and possessing an experience storage capsule. This experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. You have slain the pinnacle-level Mech Gale Hawk, earning 30,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent beyond your level, you gain an additional 50 experience, totaling 45,000 experience points, due to your level reaching the 6th tier limit and possessing an experience storage capsule. This experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. A deluge of experience points flowed into the experience storage capsule and the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon, causing its experience to surge dramatically. Ding! The blue electric 9-headed flood dragon has reached level 178. Ding! The blue electric 9-headed flood dragon has reached level 179. Ding! The blue electric 9-headed flood dragon has reached level 180. Ding! The blue electric 9-headed flood dragon has reached level 181. Ding! The blue electric 9-headed flood dragon has reached level 188. This bountiful influx of experience allowed the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon to leap an astonishing 11 levels, soaring directly to level 188. Such a remarkable rate of advancement would leave anyone utterly astounded. A multitude of mechanized beasts fell to the might of the Sacred Flame, yielding an unending supply of energy cores. Su Ao's eyes gleamed with excitement. He deftly darted forward and seized a bounty of energy cores, injecting them into the nuclear fusion AI Mech Egg. As the copious nuclear energy was absorbed by the Mech Egg, a cascade of system notifications echoed in Su Ao's mind. Ding! Your second pet, the nuclear fusion AI Mech Egg, has absorbed energy from an ordinary technology crystal core, reducing the hatching time by 24 hours. Remaining hatching time, 2 days 8 hours. Ding! Your second pet, the nuclear fusion AI Mech Egg, has absorbed energy from a premium technology crystal core, reducing the hatching time by 24 hours. Remaining hatching time, 1 day 8 hours. Ding! Your second pet, the nuclear fusion AI Mech Egg, has absorbed energy from a premium technology crystal core, reducing the hatching time by 24 hours. Remaining hatching time, 18 hours. Ding! Your second pet, the nuclear fusion AI Mech Egg, has successfully hatched. Congratulations! You have acquired a second pet, Nuclear Explosion Girl. The initial weapon of Nuclear Explosion Girl is a rusted handgun. Black Iron Tier Nuclear Explosion Girl, Growth Stage. Level 1. Strength, 30,000. Intelligence, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Skills, none. Equipment, none. A rusted handgun? An initial tier of black iron? Su Ao felt a pang of disappointment as he beheld his new pet's weapon and starting tier, for after eagerly anticipating this new companion, he found its initial state to be rather feeble. However, upon glancing at Nuclear Explosion Girl's attributes, his jaw dropped in utter astonishment. Good heavens! Black iron tier. With a staggering strength value of 30,000, all three attributes, agility, constitution, and intelligence, were at a solid 10,000 each. It is worth noting that the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon's attributes hovered merely between 15,000 and 20,000. The base strength value of 30,000 for Nuclear Explosion Girl at Black Iron tier? This was beyond absurd. It was outrageous. Such attributes could not be described as anything less than monstrous. If two words were to encapsulate her essence, they would be a monster. Papa, Papa, hug me. Nuclear Explosion Girl, currently in her infant state, spoke with a lisp and gazed at Su Ao with her innocent, cherubic face, her eyes brimming with trust and reliance. She resembled a fragile human infant. Yet, when Su Ao recalled her formidable attributes, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Who could have imagined that a seemingly harmless infant could possess a terrifying strength far exceeding that of even the blue electric nine-headed flood dragon? Su Ao gently cradled Nuclear Explosion Girl in his arms and softly said, Baba, do you see those mechanical monsters before you? They are the materials you need for your evolution. Attack them, and let me witness your power. Nuclear Explosion Girl widened her eyes, looking up at Su Ao with curiosity. Evolve? Materials? Baba doesn't he understand? Su Ao explained, they are delicious treats. These treats will help you grow stronger. Instantly, Nuclear Explosion Girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her porcelain-like face lighting up with joy. Delicious treats? Baba, I want the delicious treats. With that, Nuclear Explosion Girl picked up her rusted handgun and fired a shot at a mechanized beast. The sharp crack of the gun echoed as the bullet struck a mechanized tortoise, causing it to grimace in pain and glare furiously at Nuclear Explosion Girl. But in the next moment, boom! The bullet detonated upon striking the mechanized tortoise, unleashing an explosion akin to a miniature nuclear bomb. A noxious mushroom cloud billowed into the air amidst the throng of mechanized beasts. The devastating force of the nuclear blast sent the entire horde of mechanized fiends soaring into the sky, flung 100 meters aloft. Countless mechanized beasts were obliterated, their remains reduced to mere pulp. Even some of the boss-level mechanized beasts could not withstand the sheer force of Nuclear Explosion Girl's casual attack. Accompanied by piercing screams of terror and despair, the scene unfolded with a cataclysmic annihilation, resulting in instant demise. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ao was profoundly astonished. This was merely a casual basic attack from the Nuclear Explosion Girl. How had this horde of mechanical beasts been utterly vanquished? Chapter 154, Evolution. A super terrifying 10x attack speed Gatling gun. With a single basic attack, the Nuclear Explosion Girl instantaneously obliterated a vast array of mechanical beasts, causing a torrent of experience points to surge wildly into her experience storage capsule and her very essence. You have slain a pinnacle-level mechanical beast, the 10-turn Fiery Claw Tiger, earning 30,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 45,000 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 6th turn limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within it. You have slain a pinnacle-level mechanical beast, the 10-turn Iron-Shelled Turtle, earning 30,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 45,000 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 6th turn limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within it. You have slain a pinnacle-level mechanical beast, the 10-turn Mighty Ape, earning 30,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an opponent of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 45,000 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 6th turn limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within it. In that moment, the experience points of the Nuclear Explosion Girl surged exponentially, propelling her level upwards. Ding! The Nuclear Explosion Girl has leveled up to level 2. Ding! The Nuclear Explosion Girl has leveled up to level 3. Ding! The Nuclear Explosion Girl has leveled up to level 4. Ding! The Nuclear Explosion Girl has leveled up to level 5. Ding! The Nuclear Explosion Girl has leveled up to level 9. Although the Nuclear Explosion Girl began at level 1, the experience required for leveling up was astonishingly high. Millions of experience points had barely elevated her to level 9. Nevertheless, Su Ao still deemed it exceptionally worthwhile, for the damage output of the Nuclear Explosion Girl was truly terrifying. Despite being of merely black iron rank, she could annihilate a multitude of pinnacle-level mechanical beasts in an instant. The newly born Nuclear Explosion Girl already possessed such formidable strength. Let us not forget that Su Ao also had access to the extraordinary pet synthesis system, the Super Pet Synthesizer. As waves of mechanical beasts fell, they yielded a plethora of energy cores. Given that these energy cores could significantly reduce the incubation time of the Nuclear Explosion Girl, one couldn't help but wonder if they would also benefit her post-birth. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Ao's eyes as he decisively retrieved the Super Pet Synthesizer from his inventory, eager to test whether these energy cores could be integrated into the Nuclear Explosion Girl, enhancing her strength further. He placed the nuclear explosion girl into the super pet synthesizer to initiate the synthesis. Ding! The nuclear explosion girl has been confirmed as the evolutionary subject. Please select synthesis materials. 28 premium energy cores. The mechanical beast wave had collectively yielded 28 energy cores, all of which Su-Ao cast into the super pet synthesizer. Ding! One prototype pet and one material have been confirmed. Synthesis formula: black iron level nuclear explosion girl, infant phase, 28 premium energy cores. This synthesis will require 15,000,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? For the nuclear explosion girl's first synthesis, a staggering 15 million wealth points were indeed required. However, considering the use of 28 stellar-grade materials, the synthesis cost was quite reasonable. Su-Ao glanced at his wealth points panel, finding it to be precisely 15 million wealth points. After this synthesis, all his wealth would be exhausted. Despite this, Su-Ao remained filled with anticipation for the synthesis evolution. Money could be earned again, but the path of synthesis must not be halted. Synthesize. As Su-Ao's voice fell, the 28 premium energy cores transformed into dazzling silver streams of light, soaring through the void before merging into the nuclear explosion girl's being. In that moment, the mechanical armor of the nuclear explosion girl erupted in a brilliant, radiant silver glow. A brand new Gatling weapon materialized in the palm of her hand. The nuclear explosion girl, who initially wielded a worn-out handgun capable of annihilating a vast horde of mechanical beasts, now left Su-Ao in awe. What level of power could she unleash with a strategic weapon like the Gatling? Suddenly, a crisp system notification echoed in Su-Ao's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your pet has evolved into Bronze-level Gatling Girl. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options as Gatling Girl's evolution rewards. Option 1. Stellar-level Gatling weapon damage increases by an additional 30. Option 2. Crescent-level Gatling weapon attack speed increases tenfold. Option 3. Stellar-level Gatling Girl's constitution increases by 30. It was evident that the Gatling would serve as the core weapon for the Gatling Girl post-evolution. Both Option 1 and Option 2 would significantly enhance her damage output, particularly Option 2, which would amplify the Gatling's attack speed by 10 times. Such a transformation could only be described as terrifying. However, Su-Ao remained uncertain about the weapon's efficacy in real combat. I choose the first and second evolution options. As Su-Ao's voice resonated, 2 beams of silver nuclear energy erupted from the super pet synthesizer, ultimately surging into the Gatling Girl's essence. Ding! Your pet Gatling Girl's damage increases by an additional 30 when using the Gatling weapon. Ding! Your pet Gatling Girl's attack speed increases tenfold when using the Gatling weapon. In this evolution, the Gatling Girl did not acquire any new skills, yet her weapon and damage had undergone a monumental transformation. Su-Ao opened the pet attribute panel of the Gatling Girl to inspect her progress. Bronze-level Gatling Girl, infant phase. Level 9. Strength 42,000. Intelligence 16,000. Constitution 16,000. Agility 16,000. Skills none. Equipment none. Following this evolution, the Gatling Girl's strength had astonishingly increased by 12,000 points. All other attributes had also elevated by 6,000 points. This evolution had significantly amplified the Gatling Girl's prowess, 10x attack speed, a 30 boost in damage, an additional 12,000 strength. Su-Ao was eager to engage in battle to ascertain the true strength of the evolved Gatling Girl. A thunderous roar echoed in the distance, prompting Su-Ao to instinctively raise his gaze. A colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, its entire body encased in formidable mechanized armor, charged towards him with alarming ferocity. This mechanical beast, adorned in a deep hue of purple, wielded a powerful energy machine gun upon its forelimbs. The terrifying aura emanating from it was palpable, suggesting that its rank had transcended the 10th transition realm, achieving a terrifying level of strength and profundity. Clearly, this mechanized Tyrannosaurus was also intent on racing towards the heart of the city, with the intent to eliminate Su-Ao in passing. Yet, in the face of such a daunting adversary, Su-Ao exhibited no trepidation whatsoever. The more formidable the opponent, the more the true prowess of the Gatling Girl could be put to the test. Forward, Gatling Girl. Let me witness your true strength. Chapter 155. Damn it. Someone is sabotaging the Soul Clan's endeavors. Confronted by the oncoming mechanized Tyrannosaurus, she raised her Gatling gun and unleashed a torrent of bullets upon it. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets, propelled by an astonishing tenfold rate of fire, rained down like a tempest upon the mechanical beast. The Tyrannosaurus let out a roar, summoning a crimson energy shield to deflect the devastating onslaught of the Gatling bullets. As the bullets collided with the luminous shield, the ensuing force reverberated through the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. Towering skyscrapers crumbled under the pressure. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The splatter damage from the Gatling bullets alone rivaled that of a minor forbidden spell. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of the core damage these bullets inflicted. Had it been any other ferocious beast, it would have been obliterated into oblivion. Yet, even this superlative creature, surpassing the 10th transition realm, struggled against the rapid-fire barrage of the Gatling bullets. Bullets fell like rain upon the Tyrannosaurus's energy shield, which rippled visibly under the relentless assault. Ultimately, the energy shield could no longer withstand the frenzied onslaught of Gatling fire and shattered explosively. Enraged by the destruction of its shield, the mechanized Tyrannosaurus unleashed a wave of crimson energy from its Forla machine gun, aimed directly at Su Ao. In an instant, Su Ao, cradling the Gatling girl, vanished from his original position. The Tyrannosaurus, sensing an icy chill at its back, whirled around in alarm only to discover that the Gatling girl had commenced a fresh barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat, you no longer possess a shield. How will you defend yourself now? She cackled wickedly, her laughter incongruous with her infantile visage. Bullets cascaded like a tempest upon the Tyrannosaurus's head, transforming it into a sieve. Blood erupted from its cranium with each shot. Roar, roar, roar. The mechanical beast emitted an enraged howl. Yet, before the Gatling girl, its fury was ultimately rendered impotent. Until the 99th bullet struck its forehead, the Tyrannosaurus's head exploded in a violent eruption, extinguishing its life in an instant. Suddenly, a crisp system notification resonated within Su Ao's mind. You have slain the pseudo-emperor level boss, the mechanized Tyrannosaurus, earning 500,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher rank, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 1,000,000 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 6th transition cap and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. 1,000,000 experience points, half of which would be awarded to the Gatling girl, propelling her level upward once more. Ding! The Gatling girl has reached level 10. Ding! The Gatling girl has reached level 11. Ding! The Gatling girl has reached level 12. The influx of 500,000 experience points elevated the Gatling girl by 3 levels, bringing her to level 12. Su Ao's gaze lingered upon the massive carcass of the mechanized Tyrannosaurus, pondering the potential treasures this formidable boss might yield. With considerable effort, he managed to shift the gargantuan body aside, revealing a trove of golden, glimmering items beneath. Crimson flame scales of the Tyrannosaurus, a dark moon-gray treasure. These scales boast exceptional defensive capabilities and provide significant enhancements against fire-based spells. Dark moon-grade materials. Su Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dark moon-grade materials far surpassed those of the waning moon-grade, especially since these were dragon scales, perfectly suited for the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon's attributes. They would be ideal for facilitating its synthesis evolution. Yet, Su Ao found himself utterly devoid of wealth. Abundant materials without the means to utilize them left him in a state of frustration. He would have to devise a plan to amass a substantial fortune before he could continue the synthesis evolution for both the blue electric 9-headed flood dragon and the Gatling girl. Having resolved these matters, Su Ao decisively ventured deeper into the heart of the ruined city. He yearned to uncover the secrets hidden within the center, a place towards which countless mechanized beasts relentlessly surged. With this thought, Su Ao summoned the blue electric 14 wings and soared into the air, heading straight for the epicenter of the ruin. 3 minutes later, he swiftly arrived at the heart of the devastated city. Before him lay an immense teleportation array. 3 young members of the Soul Clan radiated a formidable aura, having annihilated all surrounding mechanized warriors. Your Highness, the 3 keys of death have all been secured. We must hasten our return to the Soul Clan planet and relay this good news to our esteemed Soul Clan king, exclaimed a frail young man, barely concealing his excitement. To the regal Soul Clan prince beside him, the Soul Clan prince nodded slightly, acquiescing to the young man's suggestion. The trio promptly stepped into the teleportation array, preparing to depart from the desolate city. Witnessing this scene, a chill swept through Su Ao's eyes. The keys of death they spoke of appeared to hold immense significance. The mechanized warriors were fiercely guarding these keys. It was highly probable that the mechanized beasts had descended upon this place for the same reason. Once the Soul Clan prince acquired the keys of death, he wasted no time in choosing to leave this place. Each event surrounding this situation underscored the notion that the keys of death were intertwined with a monumental occurrence, one that could profoundly affect the destiny of the Soul Clan. Thus, the more pressing the situation became, the less Su Ao could allow the trio to depart unchallenged. Act! Su Ao commanded fiercely. He raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of 12 consecutive shots of blue lightning towards the three individuals stepping into the teleportation array. The Gatling girl also lifted her machine gun, unleashing a relentless assault upon them. Under the onslaught of their combined firepower, the three Soul Clan members sensed an impending crisis, their hearts sinking. Trouble. Damn it. Someone is here to sabotage our Soul Clan's endeavors. Chapter 156. Return to Lehigh City. Engaging in the sixth transmutation. The great prince of the Soul Clan waved his hand, summoning a colossal black shield. Bullets and arrows collided against the shield, yet failed to shatter it. A frail young Soul Clan member exclaimed, "Great Prince, grant me 1 minute. I will dispatch this brat before we depart." The great prince cast a dispassionate glance at Su Ao, commanding, "Swiftly conclude this matter. We shall take our leave first." Subsequently, the great prince, accompanied by another attendant, stepped into the teleportation array, departing from the desolate city. The frail young Soul Clan member's eyes gleamed with fervor as he coldly fixed his gaze on Su Ao, declaring, "Brat, your end is nigh." His eyes erupted with a formidable power, and under its control, 3 sharp shurikens shot forth from behind him, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Su Ao turned his attention to the Gatling girl, saying, "I leave this to you. I am quite famished. Is there anything delectable?" The Gatling girl inquired. "Eliminate him, and there will be sustenance," Su Ao replied. The Gatling girl's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Father, just watch and see." She positioned her machine gun, and with a series of rapid-fire bursts, rat-a-tat-tat, the Gatling gun, emitting a blue glow, unleashed a torrent of terrifying bullets. Each projectile tore through the void, creating thunderous sonic booms. The relentless barrage of bullets collided with the 3 shurikens, obliterating them into dust. The furious hail of bullets continued its relentless assault towards the frail Soul Clan youth. His eyes widened in horror. How can such firearms defeat my mental prowess? This is impossible. Despite his disbelief, the young Soul Clan member had no choice but to flee. Transforming into a streak of light, he aimed for the teleportation array. "Brat, I shall spare your life for now. I have recorded your life essence. The great prince will undoubtedly hunt you down," Su Ao sneered. "Spare me? Yet I have no intention of sparing you." The blue electric 9-headed serpent emitted a crimson glow from its vertical pupils, which swiftly penetrated the frail Soul Clan youth's mind. The youth trembled, his eyes becoming vacant and devoid of spirit. "Ding. You have taken control of the Soul Clan ninja-type mentalist. Your mental resistance is slightly lower than theirs. Control duration, 3 seconds. Ninja type? Isn't this an inheritance from the land of cherry blossoms? How did the Soul Clan acquire this?" Although the frail Soul Clan youth possessed considerable mental resistance, 3 seconds of control was sufficient. "Fire!" Su Ao commanded. The Gatling girl once again set her machine gun into action, spewing forth blue flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets pierced through the void like raindrops, bombarding the frail Soul Clan youth's form. Before he could regain consciousness, his body was riddled with bullets, resembling a beehive. In his dying moments, he finally regained awareness. Yet all he could feel was despair as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Soon after, a crisp system notification resonated in Su Ao's mind. "You have slain a primary Royal Soul Clan ninja-type mentalist, earning 600,000 experience points. Due to an overlevel kill, you receive an additional 100 experience reward, totaling 1,200,000 experience points. As your level has reached the maximum limit of the 6th transmutation and you possess an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored in the capsule." The Gatling girl received 600,000 experience points. Ding. The Gatling girl has reached level 13. Ding. The Gatling girl has reached level 14. Ding. The Gatling girl has reached level 15. Su Ao approached the frail Soul Clan youth's side and extracted his eyes. Ninja-type mentalist's unusual eyes. Dark Moon level material. This pair possesses terrifying object manipulation skills. Yet another Dark Moon level material, along with the Tyrannosaurus's Crimson Flame scales. Su Ao now had 2 pieces of Dark Moon level materials. It was a pity to have materials without wealth. It was utterly futile. At present, he needed to devise a plan to earn money swiftly. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly hinder the evolution speed of his pets, which Su Ao could not tolerate. The blue electric 9-headed serpent presented a black key to Su Ao. "Oh, what is this?" Su Ao examined the black key. "Death key, a ticket for the death trial, to be held in 10 days. This ticket is exceedingly rare." The death key was dropped by the frail Soul Clan youth. According to prior intelligence, the Soul Clan had gone to great lengths to gather the death keys, as it pertained to their future fate. Securing the death key would make annihilating the Earth's Dragon Kingdom a mere formality. The importance of the death key was thus evident. The death key is a ticket for the death trial. Su Ao was still unclear about what the death trial entailed, but it was evidently of utmost significance. He contemplated. The death trial commences in 10 days. First, I must ascertain what the death trial actually is. Second, I must enhance my strength. The Soul Clan's intense focus on the death trial indicates its immense benefits. In 10 days, I must participate in this death trial. With the death key in hand, it is time for me to depart. He activated the power of the scroll and returned to Lehigh City. There are two pressing matters at hand. First, to earn money. Second, to undergo the 7th career transmutation. I must locate Principal Li and Sister Dao first. Sueo hastily made his way back to the school, heading towards the principal's office. Before he could enter, he was met with a cacophony of shouting. Sister Dao stood with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Principal Li. Li Tianxiong, you dare return without finding Sueo? Principal Li's expression was equally grim. I have searched the entirety of Lehigh City. There is no sign of Sueo. He must have entered the death treasure map overnight. Sister Dao slammed her fist on the principal's desk, shattering it into splinters. Yet her fury remained unabated. Li Tianxiong, let me tell you, Sueo has been recruited by the military, and the military leaders hold him in high regard. If anything happens to him in the death treasure map, you should be prepared to present your head to the military leaders. With that, Sister Dao stormed out. As she stepped outside, she collided directly into Sueo. Sister Dao found herself pressed against Sueo's warm chest, her cheeks flushing crimson. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, she stammered, her head bowed as she turned to leave. Having traversed countless battlefields, she had never experienced such an embarrassing moment. Sister Dao? Sueo exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the flustered young woman in his arms. Sister Dao looked up, meeting Sueo's handsome face. Her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Sueo, you didn't go to the death treasure map? This is wonderful. Chapter 157. If you can become an outer disciple, the whole world will reverence you as the sovereign of earth. Upon hearing Sister Dao's exclamation, Principal Li rushed out without hesitation. Upon seeing Sueo standing before him, unscathed, he could not help but exhale in relief and remarked, Where on earth have you been? Fortunately, you did not enter the death treasure map. Had anything happened to you, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Feeling the concerned gazes of both Sister Dao and Principal Li upon him, Sueo smiled gently and replied, Sister Dao, Principal Li, I have returned from the death treasure map. Principal Li nodded, visibly relieved, and said, As long as you're back, that's what matters. Wait a moment. Did you just say you returned from the death treasure map? As realization dawned, Principal Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sueo. Even Sister Dao fixed her gaze intently on him and urged, Sueo, please tell us. What did you discover in the death treasure map? Sueo recounted his experiences within the death treasure map and then produced the death key, looking at Sister Dao and Principal Li as he inquired. The Soul Clan seems to place great importance on this item. Do you know what it is used for? Upon seeing the black key in Sueo's hand, both Sister Dao and Principal Li's eyes widened in astonishment as they exclaimed in unison, the death key. My heavens, you actually acquired a death key, Sister Dao said, her voice tinged with excitement. Sister Dao, could you enlighten me on the purpose of this death key? Sueo asked curiously. Sister Dao paused momentarily before explaining, to understand the origins of this death key, you must listen closely. This universe is home to countless races, rife with chaos. Yet there exist regions where order reigns supreme over myriad races. That is the Cosmic High Martial Base. The Cosmic High Martial Base was established through the collaboration of 9 divine beings, recruiting unparalleled geniuses from various races. Even becoming a mere servant disciple, there is enough to obliterate the entire Soul Clan. Should one attain the status of an outer disciple, over 100 nations across the globe would eagerly revere you as the Lord of Earth. Any command you issue would be treated as a divine decree by all nations. For an outer disciple of the Cosmic High Martial Base can shelter the entire Earth and could easily crush any nation at will. Which nation would dare to slight you? Which would defy your will? Of course, while the title of outer disciple may sound trivial, the difficulty is akin to ascending to the heavens. Even if your talents are prodigious, by my estimation, your chances of becoming a servant disciple are at most 1. Sueo was taken aback. My chances of becoming a servant disciple are only 1. Is it truly that difficult? Principal Li sighed and continued, Zhao Xiaodao speaks the truth. The 1 probability is predicated on your possession of the death key. In 10 days, the Cosmic High Martial Base will accept servant disciples. Only through the death trials can one earn a discipleship qualification. With fervent determination in his eyes, Sueo declared, I shall pass the death trials and become a disciple of the Cosmic High Martial Base. He understood well that all troubles and insurmountable challenges stemmed from insufficient strength. His priority was to elevate his power as swiftly as possible. Once he became a disciple of the Cosmic High Martial Base, all difficulties faced by Longhua would be effortlessly resolved. For the sake of Longhua, for his parents fighting on the front lines, and for himself, he must become a disciple of the Cosmic High Martial Base. Witnessing Su Ao's unwavering resolve to participate in the death trials, both Sister Dao and Principal Li felt a mixture of concern and excitement. The death trials were fraught with peril. A single misstep could result in instant demise. Yet, should Su Ao succeed in becoming a disciple of the Cosmic High Martial Base, the fate of Longhua, and indeed all of humanity, could very well be transformed by his actions. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Sister Dao and Principal Li exchanged glances and said to Su Ao, "There are only 10 days left until the death trials. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. While we cannot assist in other matters, we will do our utmost to support you with resources." Su Ao, without reservation, stated, "I need the 7-turn class transfer scrolls. The higher the quality, the better. I also require a substantial amount of money, as much as possible." Sister Dao nodded slightly, retrieving a golden card from her pocket and handing it to Su Ao. "This card contains 3 billion. It is all my assets. Take it, and do not worry about repayment." Su Ao was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "How can that be? I will repay you for this sum." Sister Dao, with a serious expression, stated, "Su Ao, what you are about to undertake is immensely significant for Longhua, and indeed for all humanity. I am merely wagering my entire fortune, but money can be earned anew. What you are risking is your very life. I salute you with the highest military honor. What you are about to do is of the utmost glory." Sister Dao's gaze was solemn as she rendered a crisp military salute to Su Ao. Before he could respond, Principal Li also presented a black card, saying, "Su Ao, I may be less wealthy than Zhao Xiaodao, but I will not be outdone. This black card contains 23.5 billion. Take it all without any burden, as this money is a personal gift to you." Su Ao was rendered speechless. Although the principal's salary was not insignificant, it was by no means exorbitant. This amount was clearly the entirety of Principal Li's savings. He was essentially gifting his retirement fund to Su Ao. A wave of warmth surged within Su Ao. Moved by their generosity, Sister Dao continued, "As for the Beastmaster's 7-turn scrolls you seek, I will apply to the state on your behalf and report your participation in the death trials. I believe the nation will mobilize all its resources to procure the finest 7-turn scrolls for you." The sky had grown quite dark, the night was deepening, and the stars were sparse. After leaving the principal's office, Su Ao spread his wings and soared into the night. He chose not to return home, but instead made his way to Li Qingzhu's residence. Li Qingzhu had perished, a victim of the plague within the biochemical laboratory. The blame lay with Eagle's sauce, compounded by the interference of the Soul Clan. Su Ao had always kept this matter close to his heart, unable to shake the burden of it. To avenge Li Qingzhu, he must rapidly enhance his power. If he could become a disciple of the Cosmic High Martial Base, both Eagle Sauce and the Soul Clan would kneel before him. No, they must kneel before Sister Qingzhu's grave. All must pay with their lives. A fierce resolve ignited in Su Ao's gaze. Chapter 158. Mr. Su, this is the 7-turn Supreme Scroll approved by the state for you. At this moment the funds have been secured. With an impressive sum of 53.5 billion, Su Ao has acquired a wealth value of 53.5 million. Coupled with the 2 coveted dark moon grade materials, the Yitung of the Ninja class Psychic and the Xiangliu fan of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, everything is now in place. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ao proceeded with the pet synthesis. He decisively retrieved the super pet synthesizer from his inventory and placed the blue electric 9-headed serpent within, initiating the synthesis process. Beep. The blue electric 9-headed serpent has been confirmed as the evolutionary subject. Please select synthesis materials. The Yitung of the Ninja class Psychic and the Xiangliu fan of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Ao promptly placed the Soul Clan's 13th Prince's Spirit Eye and the claws of the Laser Blade Wolf into the Super Pet synthesizer. Beep. 1 prototype pet and 2 materials have been confirmed. Synthesis formula: Glory Peak Level Blue Electric 9-headed Serpent, Growth Stage, with dark moon grade materials. The Yitung of the Ninja class Psychic and the Xiangliu fan of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This synthesis requires a consumption of 20 million wealth value. Do you confirm proceeding with the synthesis? Su Ao's current wealth balance stands at 53.5 million. After deducting the 20 million wealth value for this synthesis, he will have 33.5 million remaining. Indeed, the expenditure flows like water. This super pet synthesizer system is formidable, yet it necessitates relentless earning to unlock its true potential. Without a trace of hesitation, Su Ao confirmed the synthesis. The Yitung of the Ninja class Psychic transformed into an enigmatic dark blue light, surging into the body of the blue electric 9-headed serpent. Suddenly, the blue electric 9-headed serpent opened its eyes, revealing a sinister and chilling gaze that instilled fear at a distance. Subsequently, the second material, the Xiangliu fan of the Tyrannosaurus rex, also morphed into a blazing flame of light, flowing into the blue electric nine-headed serpent. This imbued the serpent's scales with a resplendent and dazzling luster, akin to a blazing sun radiating supreme sanctity. In the next moment, a system notification reverberated in Su Ao's mind. Beep. Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your pet has evolved into Pseudo-Emperor level blue-eyed nine-headed serpent. Please select 2 rewards from the following 3 options to enhance the evolution of the blue-eyed nine-headed serpent. Beep. Due to the additional fusion of the dark moongrade material, the claws of the laser blade wolf, the evolution rewards have increased from 3 options to 5 options, from which you may select 4. Choose 1. Dark moongrade skill Holy Serpent Sun / upgraded to Red Flame Sun / The number of charges against enemies increases from 3 to 4, with each charge's damage enhanced by an additional 100 and the charge distance extended by 100 meters. Choose 2. Dark Moongrade Skill Blue Electric Eternal / upgraded to Red Flame Soul Devouring / The duration of the strike against enemies extends from 15 seconds to 18 seconds. Damage increases by 180, and the strike range expands by 700. Choose 3. Dark Moongrade Skill Blue Electric 12-shot upgraded to Red Flame 14-shot. Upon upgrading, it can unleash 14 arrows imbued with powerful red flame energy, each possessing an additional 270 lethality. Choose 4. Crescent Moongrade Health Points 30,000, Mana Points 30,000. Health Recovery Speed increased by 300, Mana Recovery Speed increased by 300. Choose 5. Half Moongrade Acquire New Skill Illusion Moon Reading. The blue-eyed nine-headed serpent employs powerful eye techniques to forcibly draw enemies into the world of moon reading. Within this realm, factors such as time, location, and mass are entirely under the serpent's control, subjecting enemies to endless torment. An enemy may endure extreme suffering for 3 days in moon reading time, while only a second elapses in the real world. Su Ao decisively locked in the first 3 skill upgrades. The final half moongrade option left him utterly astonished. This illusion moon reading is simply terrifying. It is an absolute weapon for tormenting the enemy's will. The weaker the enemy's resolve, the more devastating the moon reading's impact. Those with fragile wills, once ensnared by the illusion moon reading, would inevitably perish within that realm. I choose the first, second, third, and fifth evolution options. As Su Ao's voice fell, for dazzling dark blue lights erupted from the super pet synthesizer, ultimately coursing into the blue-eyed nine-headed serpent's body. Beep. Your pet, the blue-eyed nine-headed serpent, has acquired a new skill, Illusion Moon Reading. Beep. Your pet's skill Blue Electric Eternal / has upgraded to Red Flame Soul Devouring / Beep. Your pet's skill Blue Electric 12-shot has upgraded to Red Flame 14-shot. Beep. Your pet's skill Holy Serpent Sun / has upgraded to Red Flame Sun / At this moment, the skill icons of the blue-eyed nine-headed serpent flicker continuously, signifying the constant upgrading and enhancement of its abilities. Furthermore, its attributes are soaring to new heights. Su Ao glanced over and noticed the blue-eyed nine-headed serpent had also grown significantly larger following this evolution. Now, it stretched over 9 meters in length, resembling an ancient mythical beast. The aura emanating from it overshadowed the heavens, radiating unparalleled might. Pseudo-Emperor level blue-eyed nine-headed serpent growth stage. Level 188. Intelligence 26, 269. Strength 22, 681. Constitution 22, 926. Agility 22, 078. Luck 30. Charm 2. Mental resistance 4. Skills Red Flame 14-shot, Control Eye, Overload Defense, Temporal Flash, Holy Flame Radiance. Blue Electric 14 Wings, Berserk Bloodline, Enslavement Eye, Red Flame Soul Devouring / Lethal Toxin, Toxic Eruption, Soul Devour, Red Flame Sun / Undying Body, Blood Red Pool. Healing Holy Light, Toxic Bane Curse, Frost Breath, Forbidden Spell Extreme Ice Prison, Light Clone, White Serpent Holy Body, Electric Touch, Illusion Moon Reading. Equipment, Bronze Level Emerald Crown, Platinum Level Thunder King S Crown, Platinum Level Thunder Mage Necklace, Emerald Level Sage S Laurel, Diamond Level Dark Soul Amulet, Diamond Level Wrath of Thunder Serpent S Tail, Stellar Level Venomous Cloak, Stellar Level Rainbow Crown, Stellar Level Source of Life Beast Armor, King Level Dragon Spirit Crown, King Level Dark Tyrant S Crown, Glory Level Rainbow Fairy Crown, Perfect Level Sea God S Wrath Crown. Number of minions, 720 Blaze Serpents, 1,000 Cobras, 280 Deep Sea Venomous Snakes, 1,000 Silver Ring Electric Snakes, 880 Gale Tiger Snakes, 676 Black Mamba Snakes, 444 Death Vipers, 3, 800 Extreme Ice Crystal Serpents. Holds a dormant Dragon God bloodline, awaiting awakening. Beholding the transformed blue-eyed nine-headed serpent, a satisfied smile graced Su Ao's visage. The following morning, a woman clad in standard military attire, exuding elegance and vigor, knocked on Su Ao's door, delivering a finely crafted black box. Mr. Su, here is the Supreme 7 Transition Scroll approved for you by the state. Please take a look. The Supreme 7 Transition Scroll. This is far more precious than any previous transition scroll that Su Ao has ever used. Chapter 159, The 7 Transition Quest. Capture the Flood Dragon Horde. The Supreme 7 Transition Scroll has arrived. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Ao's eyes as he accepted the black box. After the military-clad woman departed, Su Ao decisively opened the black box. Within it lay a black scroll, exuding an aura of nobility. Supreme 7 Transition Scroll. Upon use, it will automatically match you with an appropriate Supreme 7 Transition career task. Upon completion, you may transition to a Supreme profession. Gazing at this Supreme 7 Transition Scroll, Su Ao felt an overwhelming eagerness. He immediately activated the power of the Supreme 7 Transition Scroll. A deep, dark luminescence erupted from the scroll. Beep. Detection indicates you have met the qualifications for the 7 Transition profession. Would you like to open the Supreme 7 Transition Scroll to obtain your task? Obtain the task. Su Ao responded decisively. As his words fell, the Supreme 7 Transition Scroll established an inexplicable connection with Su Ao. This enabled the scroll to automatically match him with the most suitable 7 Transition profession. Beep. Detecting your innate profession as Beastmaster. Now matching you with the most appropriate 7 Transition profession task. Match successful. Your 7 Transition profession task is the Millennium Coral Heart within the Flood Dragon Pool. The Millennium Coral Heart within the Flood Dragon Pool. In the Qing province of Dragon Nation, there exists a vast, deep pool, within which grows a Millennium Coral Heart. Please proceed to the Flood Dragon Pool and retrieve this Millennium Coral Heart. Be advised, a formidable group of flood dragons dwells within this deep pool. Upon completion, you may transition to the supreme profession of Beastmaster. As Su Ao beheld the 7 transition task bestowed by the Supreme 7 Transition Scroll, a fervent light shone in his eyes. The Flood Dragon Pool, the Millennium Coral Heart. Here I come, standing atop the rooftop. Su Ao seamlessly merged with the azure-eyed, 9-headed flood dragon. 14 blue lightning wings suddenly manifested behind him. With a powerful sweep of his wings, he soared into the sky, heading towards the location of the Flood Dragon Pool in Qing Province. The speed of his flight, propelled by the blue lightning 14 wings, was astonishingly swift. In less than 20 minutes, Su Ao successfully arrived above the Flood Dragon Pool. Before entering, he observed a group of monstrous giant crocodiles glaring at him from the pool's edge, their eyes filled with malice. They issued a series of provocative roars. Roar, roar. A playful smile crept across Su Ao's lips. Let me warm up with you first. He waved his hand, summoning forth a radiant light. The Gatling girl was conjured into existence. Cradling the Gatling girl in his arms, he commanded, "Open fire." At Su Ao's order, the Gatling girl readied her machine gun. Bursting forth with blue light, the Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of powerful bullets. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets fell like rain, bombarding the group of giant crocodiles. Instantly, the giant crocodiles were filled with terror. Their initial disdain transformed into disbelief and shock, ultimately giving way to despair and fear. The fearsome Gatling bullets pierced through the tough skin of the giant crocodiles, tearing apart their insides. In an instant, the deep pool was stained crimson with their blood. Wails echoed throughout as the remnants of the giant crocodiles lay scattered about. Their arrogance had cost them their lives. Su Ao, in turn, reaped a substantial amount of experience points. You have slain a pseudo-royal level beast, the deep pool giant crocodile, and gained 50,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of higher level, you receive an additional 50 bonus experience, totaling 75,000 experience points. Due to reaching the level cap for the 6 transitions and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. You have slain a pseudo-royal level beast, the deep pool giant crocodile, and gained 50,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of higher level, you receive an additional 50 bonus experience, totaling 75,000 experience points. Due to reaching the level cap for the 6 transitions and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. You have slain a pseudo-royal level beast, the deep pool giant crocodile, and gained 50,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of higher level, You receive an additional 50 bonus experience, totaling 45,000 experience points. Due to reaching the level cap for the 6 transitions and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored in the capsule. At that moment, a continuous flow of experience points surged into the experience storage capsule and into the Gatling girl. The experience points within her surged dramatically, causing her level to rapidly ascend. Beep. The Gatling girl has reached level 16. Beep. The Gatling girl has reached level 17. Beep. The Gatling girl has reached level 18. Beep. The Gatling girl has reached level 19. Beep. The Gatling girl has reached level 20. This abundant experience propelled the Gatling girl straight to level 20, significantly enhancing all her attributes. A resounding roar of a dragon reverberated through the deep pool. Su Ao gazed intently into the flood dragon pool. He could faintly discern colossal flood dragons spiraling in the depths. Upon witnessing this scene, a bold idea ignited within Su Ao's heart. The azure-eyed 9-headed flood dragon still had nearly 30,000 slots available for new allies. Since it was recruiting kin, it had naturally captured serpent subordinates before. Now that it had evolved into a flood dragon, was it not the perfect opportunity to recruit flood dragon subordinates? With this thought, Su Ao's eyes gleamed with fervor. In terms of strength, flood dragons were generally more formidable than serpents. Without hesitation, he acted. As his thoughts crystallized, an overwhelming surge of flood dragon bloodline power erupted from his being. This overwhelming pressure descended upon the flood dragon pool. The flood dragon within the pool trembled, seemingly frozen in place. Chapter 160. 2 hordes of flood dragons clash, and I, the fisherman, shall reap the benefits. Congratulations. Your pet, the azure-eyed 9-headed flood dragon, has successfully captured a deep-sea giant flood dragon. Current number of serpent subordinates, 12,001 out of 42,000. Due to your pet, the azure-eyed 9-headed flood dragon, capturing a deep-sea giant flood dragon, you have successfully gained 10 random attribute points. Beep. The Sacred Radiance 9-headed serpent has gained 10 points in Constitution. Success. A look of surprise crossed Su Ao's face. Though 10 attribute points may seem modest, the azure-eyed 9-headed flood dragon still had a staggering 30,000 slots available. That amounted to a potential 150,000 attribute points. Currently, the flood dragon's intelligence stood at merely 26,274 points. The thought of an increase of 300,000 attribute points sent shivers down his spine. A colossal deep-sea serpent, measuring over 8 meters in length, bowed reverently before Su Ao. This deep-sea monstrosity could be considered one of the weakest among the serpentine dragons. Nevertheless, Su Ao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For even this feeble dragon possessed strength surpassing the 10th transformation realm. He could simultaneously subdue the dragon while seeking the heart of millennial coral. It was a dual endeavor of gathering allies and enhancing his own power. Su Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fortuitously, the blue lightning 14 wings bestowed upon him the ability to navigate underwater. Without hesitation, he executed a graceful leap and plunged into the dragon's pool. Upon entering, he was astonished to discover that the depths were far more expansive than he had anticipated. It even connected to the subterranean sea beneath the land. This dragon's pool was no mere pond. It could rightfully be termed an ocean. In addition to the dragons, the waters teemed with an abundance of fish, shrimp, turtles, and crabs. However, these creatures were far too weak, relegated to mere sustenance for the serpents. The dragons would often leave their prey partially uneaten, allowing them to proliferate abundantly. Thus, a perpetual cycle ensured a continuous food supply for the serpentine beasts. As Su Ao delved deeper into the dragon's pool, the light diminished further. Fortunately, having activated the beast spirit fusion, he inherited the remarkable eyesight of the azure-eyed 9-headed serpent. Even an ant 100 miles away was crystal clear to him. In the dim, lightless depths, his vision remained unimpeded. While swimming and exploring his surroundings, he maneuvered through swaying, rootless seaweed, clearly hearing the bubbling sounds of fat catfish. Suddenly, he was jolted by the thunderous roar of crashing waves. 3 massive, spiked dragons voraciously devoured the surrounding fish and shrimp. These 3 poison-spiked dragons measured an impressive 10 meters in length, evidently stronger than the deep-sea serpent he had just tamed. Su Ao's eyes gleamed with determination. He resolutely unleashed the might of the dragon's bloodline. A terrifying aura surged toward the trio of poison-spiked dragons. In that instant, the 3 dragons trembled under the weight of his presence. However, it wasn't long before they broke free from the mental grasp. Clearly, their mental fortitude far exceeded that of the earlier deep-sea serpent, making them resistant to easy subjugation. If they refused to toast, They would be forced to drink the bitter cup. Since they were unwilling to submit, he would compel them to yield. A sly smile danced upon Su Ao's lips as he unfurled his wings with a sudden flourish. The skill, Crimson Flame 14 strikes, activated instantaneously. 14 arrows, imbued with blazing crimson flames, hurtled toward the trio of poison-spiked dragons. Boom, 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 boom. The three poison-spiked dragons were caught off guard, their bodies battered and bruised, their vision clouded by the onslaught. Enraged, they glared at Su Ao with a fierce intensity, wielding their whip-like tails to strike at him with ferocity. Su Ao stood undeterred, a smile gracing his features. With a low incantation, he unleashed the Crimson Flame Soul Cleave. From his back, the 14 colossal wings transformed into blades of blazing crimson, cleaving toward the attacking poison-spiked dragons. Boom, 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 boom. The health of the three poison-spiked dragons plummeted dramatically. Their eyes widened in horror, never having anticipated that this cloaked human youth possessed such formidable power. Realizing their precarious predicament, the three poison-spiked dragons understood that unless they surrendered, they faced certain doom. In that moment, they lowered their once proud heads, humbly presenting themselves before Su Ao, signaling their willingness to serve him as their master. Congratulations. Your pet, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, has successfully subdued a poison-spiked dragon. Current number of snake subordinates, 12,002 of 42,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, has successfully subdued another poison-spiked dragon. Current number of snake subordinates, 12,003 of 42,000. Congratulations. Your pet, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, has successfully subdued yet another poison-spiked dragon. Current number of snake subordinates, 12,004 of 42,000. Simultaneously, the rewards for subduing the three poison-spiked dragons were deposited into his account. Due to your pet, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, subduing three snake subordinates, you have successfully gained 45 points of random attribute values. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has gained 15 points in intelligence. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has gained 15 points in constitution. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has gained 15 points in agility. To Su Ao's delight, the attribute rewards acquired from subduing the poison-spiked dragons exceeded those of the deep-sea serpent by 5 points. Indeed, the more formidable the dragon, the more substantial the rewards received. With renewed vigor, Su Ao led the 4 dragons he had tamed deeper into the dragon's pool. Suddenly, he experienced a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. The waters around him surged violently, tumultuous waves crashing about. He focused his gaze and was stunned to see 2 factions of dragons engaged in a fierce battle. One group of dragons was a fiery red, their physiques extraordinarily robust. The other group shimmered a deep azure, exhaling powerful whirlpools of ice. The 2 factions fought relentlessly, seemingly over some coveted prize. As Su Ao scrutinized the chaos, he discerned a magnificent coral tower rising majestically amidst the fray, a gargantuan mass of blood red that exuded opulence and the weight of ages. Instantly recognizing it as the heart of millennial coral required to complete the 7th transformation quest, his eyes lit up with newfound determination. While the 2 factions clashed, Su Ao wore a cold smile. With a sweeping gesture, he activated the holy flame of radiant skill. An unending torrent of divine flames surged forth, engulfing the battleground where the 2 factions clashed. Boom! The fearsome flames scorched the 2 groups of dragons, their already battered bodies writhing in agony. These dragons were evidently far more powerful than the poison-spiked dragons. Forcing them to submit would not be an easy feat. A display of strength was imperative. Su Ao's expression turned icy as he invoked the forbidden curse of venomous plague. A terrifying wave of lethal toxins surged forth in all directions throughout the dragon's pool. The first casualties were a multitude of fish, shrimp, turtles, and crabs. You have slain a pseudo-royal beast, the armored giant crab, earning 50,000 experience points. As you have defeated it at a higher level, you receive an additional 50 bonus experience, totaling 75,000 experience points. Due to reaching the level cap of the 6th transformation and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have slain the pseudo-emperor level beast, the great fat catfish, and earned 50,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy above your level, you receive an additional 50 experience, bringing your total to 75,000 experience points. Due to reaching the level cap of the 6th transformation and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have defeated the pseudo-emperor level beast, the ice giant turtle, and gained 50,000 experience points. With the additional 50 reward for slaying an enemy above your level, your total experience amounts to 75,000 points. Due to reaching the level cap of the 6th transformation and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. A vast influx of experience surged into both the experience storage capsule and the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, causing its experience to soar dramatically. Its level ascended rapidly. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 189. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 190. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 191. After ascending 3 levels in succession, the growth of the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent finally ceased. However, the ordinary sea creatures such as fish, shrimp, turtles, and crabs had not yet been entirely eradicated. When the lethal poison of the plague began to spread to the area where the 2 groups of serpents were engaged in fierce battle, the potency of the toxin was exceedingly formidable. The serpents, having already fought for an extended period, were severely weakened as the virulent poison swept over them. Many of the less powerful serpents succumbed to the onslaught and were gradually slain. You have slain the junior emperor level beast, the crimson battle serpent, and earned 70,000 experience points. With the additional 50 reward for defeating an enemy above your level, your total experience amounts to 105,000 points. Due to reaching the level cap of the 6th transformation and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have vanquished the junior emperor level beast, the deep blue magic serpent, and received 72,000 experience points. With the additional 50 reward for defeating an enemy above your level, your total experience amounts to 108,000 points. Due to reaching the level cap of the 6th transformation and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. You have defeated the junior emperor level beast, the crimson battle serpent, and gained 78,000 experience points. With the additional 50 reward for defeating an enemy above your level, your total experience amounts to 121,000 points. Due to reaching the level cap of the 6th transformation and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will automatically be stored within the capsule. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 192. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 193. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 194. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 195. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 196. The bountiful experience propelled the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent to surpass 5 more levels. At this moment, Su Ao's sudden ambush undoubtedly incited the ire of the 2 battling serpent groups. The serpents ceased their conflict and surged towards Su Ao with ferocity. The collective might of this swarm of serpents was formidable beyond measure. In an instant, the sea surged and a storm erupted. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Su Ao remained utterly unperturbed. His eyes transformed, becoming as crimson as the blood moon. The illusionary technique, moon reading, was activated. The serpents, caught unawares, were forcefully drawn into the illusory realm of moon reading. It was a blood-red, illusionary world. The serpents were tightly bound to wooden stakes. Su Ao summoned countless clones, each wielding a small knife, methodically slicing the scales from the serpents. This was the most excruciating form of torment. With each scale forcibly removed, the serpents experienced pain 1,000-fold. Their wails echoed across the land, yet they could only endure in despair. Each serpent was subjected to this torment, suffering an agony worse than death. This continued unabated for 3 entire days. During this time, the serpents endured endless suffering, their spirits and pride wholly obliterated. They could only pray for release from their torment. The serpents gazed at Su Ao with pleading eyes, willing to do anything if he would spare them. A broad smile spread across Su Ao's face. This was the moment he had awaited. Obey me, or suffer eternal torment. Su Ao's voice resonated like a demon from the depths of the abyss, piercing the very essence of the serpents' minds. To avoid enduring further suffering worse than death, the serpents dared not entertain even a fleeting thought of resistance. They all bowed their heads in supplication, begging Su Ao to cease their torment. Congratulations, your pet, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, has successfully subdued a crimson battle serpent, bringing the current count of snake minions to 12,005, 42,000. Congratulations, your pet, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, has successfully subdued a deep blue magic serpent, bringing the current count of snake minions to 12,006, 42,000. 42000. Congratulations. Your pet, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, has successfully subdued a crimson battle serpent, bringing the current count of snake minions to 12,007, 42,000. Over 300 serpents bowed in submission at Su Ao's feet. These serpents, having endured the plague, were far more robust than the slain weaklings. Because your pet, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent, has subdued 360 snake minions, you have successfully earned 200 random attribute points. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has gained 680 points in intelligence. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has gained 218 points in constitution. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has gained 206 points in agility. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has gained 066 points in strength. Ding. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has gained 30 points in luck. Remarkably, 30 points in luck. Su Ao's eyes sparkled with delight. At this moment, the entire horde of serpents lay in submission at his feet. Su Ao's gaze was fervently fixed upon the ancient coral heart before him. The seventh transformation's supreme task was complete. Chapter 162, Exceptional Materials Acquired. Su Ao's eyes glimmered with intensity as he beheld the ancient coral heart. He flapped his wings, poised to reach out and grasp it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him, akin to a tempestuous upheaval. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the serpent pool. Su Ao turned to behold a colossal serpent, its body adorned with black scales, charging at him with claws bared. Astonishingly, this black-scaled serpent measured over 30 meters in length. It sized several times that of the previous serpents. The black-scaled serpent exhaled plumes of black flames from its nostrils, causing the seawater to boil and emit scalding steam. Even from several meters away, Su Ao could feel the water turning scalding hot. This black-scaled serpent was truly extraordinary. Merely its breath was capable of boiling the sea. Su Ao's expression hardened as he focused intently. He raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Flames of crimson fury rained down like arrows, striking against the ebony-scaled dragon's armor, leaving behind but a mere white mark upon its surface. Not even the dragon's formidable defenses were breached. This clearly showcased the astonishing power of the dragon's magical protection. Observing that Su Ao's attack had inflicted no damage, the black-scaled dragon's eyes glimmered with a mocking smile, silently deriding Su Ao's impotence and frailty. It opened its maw wide, unleashing torrents of black flames towards him. Wherever the black fire swept through, the ocean was evaporated in an instant. The black-scaled dragon brimmed with confidence, believing no one could withstand the terrifying heat of its dark flames. The moment this human boy was touched by the black fire, his demise would be inevitable. As the black flames encircled Su Ao with an unstoppable force, the dragon's expression became increasingly derisive and contemptuous. But at that very moment, Su Ao's figure inexplicably vanished from sight. This surreal scene rendered the black-scaled dragon utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a profound sense of foreboding surged within it. Hastily, it turned to glance behind. Yet before the black-scaled dragon could fully pivot, the soul-devouring flame descended upon its most vulnerable eye with the fury of a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying impact shattered the dragon's eyeball, and torrents of dragon blood gushed forth from its eye sockets. Roar, roar, roar. The black-scaled dragon emitted a furious roar. Su Ao's relentless assault had transformed it into a one-eyed dragon. The black-scaled dragon swung its sharp claws down upon Su Ao with ferocious intent. As the claw descended, it inexplicably grew larger, its width exceeding that of the dragon's own body. The claw loomed like a celestial shadow, bearing down with the power to obliterate everything in its path. Crashing towards Su Ao let out a cold chuckle. The forbidden spell, Extreme Frozen Abyss, was suddenly activated. The surrounding seawater plummeted in temperature. Endless ice blades began to whirl and converge, just as the colossal dragon's claw was about to descend upon his head. Su Ao stood unmoving at the center of the extreme frozen abyss. The dragon's claw drew nearer, but to the black-scaled dragon's astonishment, the closer its claw approached Su Ao, the more it slowed, until, just as the claw was about to touch Su Ao's head, it was abruptly frozen into an ice sculpture. The immense claw, once a harbinger of destruction, was now rendered utterly immobile. This left the black-scaled dragon in a state of utter panic. It thrashed its forelimbs wildly, desperate to break free from the icy prison. Yet, to its horror, no matter how it struggled, the icebound claws remained shackled as if bound by iron chains. Seeing the black-scaled dragon immobilized by the effects of the extreme frozen abyss, Su Ao had no intention of granting it even a moment's respite. Gatling Girl, arise. Bring an end to this great black dragon. With a swift motion, the youthful figure of Gatling Girl appeared on his shoulder, having been summoned from the pet space. She stood there, her eyes ablaze with fervor as she set up her Gatling gun. Daddy, just watch me. Confined in the pet space, she had been bursting with pin-up energy. The Gatling gun erupted with blue flames, producing a thunderous roar as it unleashed a barrage of heavy tungsten steel bullets towards the black-scaled dragon's head. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets struck fiercely against the dragon's skull. The black-scaled dragon howled in agony, its head punctured by the relentless onslaught of tungsten bullets. As the bullets detonated, the dragon's head exploded in a violent eruption. With disbelief and torment etched upon its face, the black-scaled dragon plummeted into the depths, its vitality extinguished. Shortly thereafter, a crisp system notification resonated within Su Ao's mind. You have slain the intermediate boss, the black-scaled giant dragon, gaining 1,000,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating a higher-level foe, you receive an additional 100 experience bonus, totaling 2,000,000 experience points. Due to your level reaching the 6th transition limit and possessing an experience storage capsule, this experience will be automatically stored within the capsule. Since it was Gatling Girl who delivered the final blow, the portion of experience attributed to pets was awarded to her. Gatling Girl received 1,000,000 experience points, causing her level to soar. Ding! Gatling Girl has reached level 21. Ding! Gatling Girl has reached level 22. Ding! Gatling Girl has reached level 23. Ding! Gatling Girl has reached level 24. Ding! Gatling Girl has reached level 25. Having ascended 5 levels, Gatling Girl's progression finally ceased. Curiosity piqued. Su Ao's gaze fell upon the carcass of the black-scaled dragon. He proceeded to dissect the dragon's body. To his astonishment, a meteorite emanating black flames materialized at the site of the dragon's heart. Black flame crystal source stone, a semi-moon grade material, an energy crystal unique to the Titan plane, containing the terrifying black flames that consume all. It was indeed a semi-moon grade material. Su Ao's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the highest tier material he had encountered thus far. Not only had he acquired the treasure for the 7th transition quest, but he had also fortuitously obtained a semi-moon grade material. Truly a double victory. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 163. Completion of the 7th transition. Terrifying power. This semi-moon grade material, the black flame crystal source stone, although dropped by the black-scaled dragon, was a powerful energy crystal. Such crystals were exceedingly rare, and fortuitously, they would be of immense use to Gatling Girl. While there were numerous exquisite materials suitable for synthesizing with the azurite 9-headed dragon, only exceedingly rare energy-type materials were appropriate for Gatling Girl's evolution. Clearly, utilizing this semi-moon grade material for Gatling Girl's synthesis would yield a higher cost-effectiveness. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ao decisively resolved to apply this semi-moon grade material to Gatling Girl. He pondered with fervent curiosity how far this semi-moon grade material would elevate her evolution. A fervent glimmer danced in his eyes as he promptly retrieved the Super Pet synthesizer from his backpack. He placed Gatling Girl inside the synthesizer, preparing for synthesis. Ding! The subject of evolution, Gatling Girl, has been confirmed. Please select the synthesis material. The Black Flame Crystal Source Stone. Su Ao directly cast the Black Flame Crystal Source Stone into the Super Pet synthesizer. Ding! 1 prototype pet and 1 material have been confirmed. The synthesis formula is Bronze Grade Gatling Girl, Infant Stage, Semi-Moon Grade Black Flame Crystal Source Stone. This synthesis will require 16,000,000 wealth points. Do you confirm the synthesis? Su Ao currently possessed 33,500,000 wealth points. With a wealth value of 16 million points, he could indeed afford the synthesis. Commence synthesis. As Su Ao's voice fell, the Black Flame Crystal Source Stone transformed into a dark stream of light, imbued with a terrifying heat, sweeping through the void before ultimately merging into the body of the Gatling Girl. At that moment, the mech armor on the Gatling Girl erupted with a formidable and ominous dark radiance. A high explosive grenade, brimming with devastating power, materialized in the palm of the Gatling Girl's hand. With a high explosive grenade in her left hand and a Gatling gun in her right, she struck a playful pose that exuded an air of innocence, deceptively beguiling. Su Ao was filled with anticipation. How immense would be the power of the high explosive grenade that the Gatling Girl had just acquired through evolution? Suddenly, a crisp system notification echoed in Su Ao's mind. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, your pet has evolved into Silver Grade High Explosive Girl. Ding! High Explosive Girl has acquired the evolution skill, High Explosive Grenade. High Explosive Grenade throws a grenade of immense power, dealing substantial damage to enemies within a 100 square meter radius. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Each grenade consumes 1,000 mana points. Please select 4 rewards from the following 5 options as the evolution rewards for High Explosive Girl. Option 1. Half Moon Grade. The explosion radius of the High Explosive Grenade is increased by 10-fold. Option 2. Half Moon Grade. The damage of the High Explosive Grenade is increased by 5-fold. Option 3. Half Moon Grade. The High Explosive Grenade inflicts a 15-second stun effect on enemies. Option 4. Crescent Moon Grade. The agility attribute of High Explosive Girl is increased by 100. Option 5. Arc Moon Grade. Acquire a new skill, Unlimited Firepower High Explosive Grenade. Once activated, the cooldown of the High Explosive Grenade is reduced to 20 and consumes no mana at all. Undoubtedly, the core focus of this evolution lay in the High Explosive Grenade. The first 3 options would bestow extraordinary enhancements upon the grenade, making them essential choices. While the 4th option offered a significant boost to agility, the High Explosive Girl had little need for heightened agility. Upon glimpsing the 5th reward option, Su Ao was utterly astonished. Selecting the 5th option would elevate the High Explosive Grenade to a divine skill. Though the High Explosive Grenade wielded terrifying power, it was equally daunting in its mana consumption, with each grenade costing 1,000 mana points. However, upon activation of the Unlimited Firepower High Explosive Grenade, the mana consumption would plummet to 0. Moreover, the cooldown of 5 seconds would be reduced to merely 1 second, while Option 3 granted a 15-second stun effect in the state of Unlimited Firepower. The cooldown would only be 1 second, effectively allowing for endless control over enemies, rendering them unable to move and subjecting them to relentless bombardment by the high explosive grenades. It was simply overwhelming. With this in mind, Su Ao's choices for the evolution rewards were determined. He selected the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th options. As his voice fell, 5 beams of dark, ethereal energy erupted from the Super Pet synthesizer, ultimately flowing into the High Explosive Girl's body. Ding! The explosion radius of your pet High Explosive Girl's grenade has increased 10-fold. Ding! The damage of your pet High Explosive Girl's grenade has increased 5-fold. Ding! Your pet High Explosive Girl's grenade now inflicts a 15-second stun effect on enemies. Ding! Your pet High Explosive Girl has acquired the new skill Unlimited Firepower High Explosive Grenade. This evolution not only endowed the High Explosive Girl with a powerful High Explosive Grenade skill, but also provided the grenade with an epic enhancement. Su Ao opened the pet attribute panel for the Gatling Girl to examine. Silver Grade High Explosive Girl, Infant Stage. Level, 25. Strength, 54, 500. Intelligence, 21, 650. Vitality, 28, 606. Agility, 29, 688. Skills, High Explosive Grenade, Unlimited Firepower High Explosive Grenade. Equipment, none. Following this evolution, the High Explosive Girl's strength had remarkably increased by 500 points. All other attributes had also risen by at least 6,000 points. This evolution had granted the High Explosive Girl tremendous growth, even altering her appearance from that of a newborn to resembling an infant of roughly 6 months. Yet, the High Explosive Grenade strapped to her waist instilled a sense of chilling awe. The evolution of the High Explosive Girl was complete. Su Ao then turned his gaze to the Millennial Coral Heart before him. He gently tugged, extracting the Millennial Coral Heart rooted in the earth. The moment the Millennial Coral Heart was in his grasp, a brilliant white light emanated from the 7-turn Supreme Scroll in his backpack, signaling that Su Ao's 7-turn quest had been completed. He was poised to undergo a job change at any moment. A fervent glint flickered in Su Ao's eyes as he activated the power of the 7-turn Supreme Scroll. Ding! The Millennial Coral Heart task within the Dragon's Pool has been completed. Do you wish to confirm the job change to the Beastmaster class, the Supreme 7th turn? Unique Hidden Class. Confirm job change. Su Ao replied decisively, a fierce light gleaming in his gaze. As his voice echoed, a dazzling and resplendent brilliance erupted from the 7-turn Supreme Scroll, akin to the sun descending upon the earth, its might overwhelming. Chapter 164, Awakening the Dragon God Bloodline. At this moment, within the exclusive 6th-turn pinnacle scroll of the Beastmaster, a terrifying pressure that dominated the heavens and earth unleashed itself. This overwhelming force continued to condense and compress, ultimately surging into Su Ao's body. Su Ao was enveloped in a golden light, his aura radiating with unmatched majesty, akin to the Supreme Sovereign. Ding! Job change successful. Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned to the Supreme Beast Sect. Intelligence permanently increased by an additional 500. Vitality permanently increased by an additional 500. Agility permanently increased by an additional 500. Strength permanently increased by an additional 500. Congratulations. You have acquired the new skill, Pet Resurrection. Pet Resurrection, Level 1. You can resurrect a deceased pet, restoring 50 of its health and 50 of its mana upon resurrection. Cooldown, 12 hours. Congratulations. You have acquired the new skill, Combat Together. Combat Together, Level 1. When you have two pets fighting alongside you, both pets' intelligence, strength, vitality, and agility are increased by 30. Upon advancing to the 7th turn, Su Ao felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Not only did his intelligence, agility, strength, and vitality each increase by 50, but he also gained the remarkable skills of Pet Resurrection and Combat Together. One skill allowed for the revival of deceased pets, while the other could significantly amplify their attributes. These two remarkable skills are indeed exceedingly practical. Upon completing the 7th transformation, the experience storage capsules can be effortlessly utilized. Su Ao retrieved the experience storage capsule from his storage ring. The previous capsule had enabled him to surge from level 150 directly to level 210, reaching the pinnacle of his potential. Su Ao felt a surge of anticipation, curious about how much higher this new experience capsule would elevate him. Without further hesitation, he decisively consumed the capsule. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of experience points surged into Su Ao's being. His experience points began to skyrocket. At that moment, a golden radiance of ascending levels enveloped him. The melodious chimes of level-up notifications echoed in his mind. His level ascended rapidly. Level breakthrough. You have risen to level 211. Level breakthrough. You have risen to level 212. Level breakthrough. You have risen to level 213. Level breakthrough. You have risen to level 260. This bountiful influx of experience points allowed Su Ao to leap a staggering 50 levels, jumping directly from level 210 to level 260. To achieve the 8th transformation, he needed to reach level 280, leaving him with a mere 20 levels to gain. However, this was well within Su Ao's expectations, as the experience required for leveling up increases exponentially with higher levels. The fact that he could ascend 50 levels in one go left him quite content. After resolving all matters, Su Ao prepared to return to Linhai City. Yet, the group of newly tamed dragonlings was persistently flicking their tails in his direction. Why was this flamboyant dragon persistently posturing before him? Was it hinting at something? Su Ao's mind sharpened. Instinctively, he followed the dragon that was swinging its tail. The dragon led him to a rather inconspicuous corner at the bottom of a pool, where Su Ao noticed the presence of a hidden portal. What could this portal be? A sense of confusion washed over him. However, faced with the unknown, he dared not recklessly step inside. What if it were a trap? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the skill of his radiant doppelganger. He could send his doppelganger to scout the area first. He could share everything that the doppelganger witnessed in his mind. If the situation turned dire, the loss of the doppelganger would not affect him. Should there be unexpected rewards, he could ensure safety first before entering himself. With this resolve, Su Ao decisively activated the radiant doppelganger skill. A replica, identical in appearance to Su Ao, materialized beside him. Doppelganger, go ahead and scout the way, Su Ao commanded. The doppelganger promptly dove into the portal. Upon crossing through, it found itself in a magnificent and awe-inspiring canyon. The canyon was devoid of human presence, yet teemed with colossal dragons and ancient dinosaurs of various sizes. Pterosaurs, tyrannosaurs, velociraptors, saber-toothed tigers, brachiosaurs, an array of ancient terrors roamed freely. It was as if he had stepped into a Jurassic world. In addition to the dinosaurs, many gargantuan dragons soared through the skies. Among them was even the legendary Chinese dragon, described as having antlers resembling a deer, a head like a camel, eyes akin to a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a giant clam, scales like fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like an ox. Yet, from the continuous roars and sounds of battle, it was evident that the dinosaurs and the Chinese dragons were in a state of hostility. A black-scaled young Chinese dragon was being besieged by a group of fearsome dinosaurs. Clearly, despite the immense strength of the Chinese dragon, this young one was still far too small, measuring merely over 10 meters in length. While 10 meters might seem colossal to a human, it was merely the size of a juvenile dragon in the dragon realm. The dinosaurs attacking the young Chinese dragon were at least 30 meters tall, with the largest towering over 100 meters. They resembled skyscrapers, instilling a sense of awe. Once Su Ao grasped the situation of this world, he instantly recognized that he had arrived at the Dragon Valley he had been seeking. He had previously encountered a true dragon elder who had informed him that his azure-eyed, nine-headed dragon possessed the supreme bloodline of a dragon god. If he journeyed to the Dragon Valley, this elder could help awaken the dragon god bloodline within his azure-eyed, nine-headed dragon. Once awakened, the dragon would undergo an unimaginable transformation. With this thought, Su Ao's gaze ignited with fervor. Dragon Valley, here I come. Without a shred of hesitation, he boldly stepped into the portal, heading towards the Dragon Valley to awaken the dragon god bloodline of his azure-eyed, nine-headed dragon. Chapter 165. Do humble humans dare to tread upon the Dragon Valley? Ding! You are entering the Dragon Valley. This portal is exclusively for those of dragon lineage. Detecting that you harbor the noble bloodline of dragons, you have been granted entry. As the system notifications resonated in Su Ao's mind, a mysterious force enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the Dragon Valley. Meanwhile, after Su Ao's departure, a high-level martial team clad in black divine armor stealthily infiltrated the dragon pool. All members of this team were unmistakably foreigners. Among them were golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals from Eagle Country, as well as short-statured individuals from Cherry Blossom Country. A tall, blonde woman surveyed the empty dragon pool, her expression one of disbelief. How could this be? According to the intel from your Cherry Blossom Country's infiltrators, this dragon pool was supposed to harbor a multitude of dragonlings, and even the legendary thousand-year coral heart. Kumida-san, tell me, where are the dragonlings and the thousand-year coral heart? The blonde woman's eyes were filled with fury as she sensed she had been played for a fool by Kumida Ichiro. She raised a western sword, pressing it against Kumida Ichiro's throat, her voice icy with accusation. Kumida Ichiro felt the cold steel against his skin and could not help but swallow hard. Stammering, Miss Lucy, I was here just last night. How could all the dragonlings and the thousand-year coral heart vanish overnight? Kumida Ichiro's face was a mask of despair. He understood all too well the volatile temperament of Miss Lucy, who would not hesitate to kill at the slightest provocation, her eyes betraying no flicker of mercy. He could scarcely fathom what sort of terrifying figure could annihilate all the dragonlings in a single night and abscond with the thousand-year coral heart. Meanwhile, Su Ao had already entered the Dragon Valley and chanced upon the young Chinese dragon, battered and bruised. The young Huaxia dragon, despite being thoroughly beaten, exhibited an unyielding spirit, vociferously declaring, "A bunch of dim-witted brutes, you can only bully me now. Once I reach maturity, I will surely hang each of you up and deliver a thorough thrashing." Yet, the more fiercely it shouted, the harsher the blows it received. The ferocious dinosaurs showed no mercy, relentlessly biting and trampling the young dragon, inflicting further wounds upon its already battered form, leaving it teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, Su Ao felt a surge of emotion. Not to mention that the Huaxia dragon had historically served as a totem of faith for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The most compelling aspect was that this little dragon bore an astonishing resemblance to the esteemed true dragons of old. Su Ao began to suspect that this young Huaxia dragon might indeed be the offspring of a true dragon ancestor. If that were the case, he felt compelled to intervene and offer his assistance. After all, while the true dragon ancestor had promised to aid his pet in awakening its dragon god bloodline, it would be remiss not to reciprocate the favor in some measure. A brilliant idea sparked in Su Ao's mind as he shouted, "Little dragon, hold on. I am coming to your aid." With a sweeping motion of his hand, a radiant summoning light erupted forth. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent and the explosive girl appeared in unison. The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent opened its formidable jaws, unleashing the powerful skill of the 14 consecutive fiery arrows, launching a barrage of fiery projectiles at the swarming dinosaurs. The explosive girl, meanwhile, brandished a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of blue flames, relentlessly firing into the ranks of the dinosaurs. The attention of the dinosaurs was fixated on the Huaxia young dragon, engrossed in their assault, utterly oblivious to the cunning strategist lurking behind, orchestrating a surprise attack. The arrows, shimmering with crimson flames, and the bullets, radiating blue light, rained down upon the dinosaurs with the ferocity of a tempest. The once formidable group was reduced to chaos, blood spraying forth and anguished cries filling the air. Some of the more resilient ironclad dragons and tyrannosaurs managed to withstand the onslaught, but the velociraptors and pterosaurs were far more fragile, unable to endure the relentless barrage. In a matter of moments, countless velociraptors and pterosaurs fell, their lives extinguished by arrows piercing their skulls or bullets tearing through their bodies. You have slain the monarch-level dragon beast velociraptor, gaining 60,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating a higher-level foe, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 90,000 experience points. You have slain the monarch-level dragon beast pterosaur, gaining 60,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating a higher-level foe, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 90,000 experience points. You have slain the Monarch-level Dragon Beast Pterosaur, gaining 60,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating a higher-level foe, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 90,000 experience points. In that moment, Su Ao's level began to surge dramatically. Congratulations! You have reached level 211. Congratulations! You have reached level 212. Congratulations! You have reached level 213. Congratulations! You have reached level 214. Congratulations! You have reached level 215. With the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent and the explosive girl fighting side by side, both pets benefited from a 30 enhancement to their intelligence, strength, agility, and constitution attributes. Moreover, they accrued a substantial amount of experience points. A deluge of experience flooded into the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent and the explosive girl, propelling their levels to new heights. Ding! The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 197. Ding! The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 198. Ding! The azure-eyed nine-headed serpent has reached level 199. After ascending 3 levels, the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent finally halted its ascent upon reaching level 199. At that moment, the explosive girl was also enveloped in a dazzling glow of advancement. Ding! The explosive girl has reached level 26. Ding! The explosive girl has reached level 27. Ding! The explosive girl has reached level 28. Ding! The explosive girl has reached level 29. The explosive girl's rate of advancement was astounding, jumping 4 levels in one go. However, Su Ao felt a hint of frustration, as the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent remained stuck at level 199, while the explosive girl lingered at level 29. Could they not just reach a round number? Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Although the velociraptors, pterosaurs, and velociraptors had been nearly wiped out by his 2 pets, a considerable number of ironclad dragons and tyrannosaurs still remained. At this juncture, the ironclad dragons and tyrannosaurs finally took note of Su Ao's presence. No longer preoccupied with the Huaxia young dragon, they turned their icy gazes towards Su Ao, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. The Tyrannosaurus, towering at a staggering 100 meters, brought its colossal claws crashing down upon Su Ao. How dare this lowly human intrude upon the Dragon Valley? Death awaited. Chapter 166. The Gratitude of the Dragon King's Son. Awakening the Dragon God Bloodline. As the giant claws of the Tyrannosaurus bore down upon him, Su Ao remained remarkably calm, betraying no hint of panic. He allowed the monstrous talons to descend upon him. The Tyrannosaurus, sensing Su Ao's lack of evasion, displayed a flicker of doubt in its eyes, but mistook Su Ao's stillness for shock, and with renewed determination, pressed down even harder. With a thunderous impact, the Tyrannosaurus struck Su Ao. Unbeknownst to the beast, Su Ao had quietly activated his damage transfer ability, eager to test this skill. Suddenly, the catastrophic damage he endured was redirected onto the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent. In an instant, the serpent's health was obliterated, resulting in its immediate demise. Su Ao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Though he had anticipated the risk, he had not expected the Tyrannosaurus to possess such terrifying power. However, the death of the azure-eyed nine-headed serpent incurred no loss for Su Ao. Otherwise, he would not have dared to withstand the Tyrannosaurus's strike. With a wave of his hand, Su Ao activated the revival skill for his pet. The azure-eyed, nine-headed serpent re-emerged, standing tall once more. Upon its revival, the serpent radiated an intense animosity toward the Tyrannosaurus, determined to exact a heavy toll for the immense suffering it and its master had endured. The azure-eyed, nine-headed serpent's eyes ignited with a fearsome, soul-piercing light as it unleashed its illusionary skill, moon reading. In that instant, not only the Tyrannosaurus before them, but all surrounding dinosaurs were ensnared by the controlling aura of the illusion, forcibly drawn into a realm of torment, where they would endure endless lashes and relentless suffering. Now was the moment to strike. With a command from Su Ao, the azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon and the explosive girl sprang into action. Su Ao, fully aware of the resilience and toughness of these prehistoric behemoths, immediately ordered the azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon and the explosive girl to unleash their full arsenal of skills. The azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of devastating abilities. The Crimson Flame 14-shot, the Holy Flame Radiance, the Crimson Flame Soul-Devouring Slash, the Crimson Flame Sunray Slash, the Forbidden Poisonous Plague, and the Forbidden Absolute Ice Prison. In a single breath, it unleashed every damage-dealing skill at its disposal. Lightning, flames, frost, holy light, darkness. The forces of various elemental laws intertwined chaotically, creating a horrific power that even the notoriously tough Tyrannosaurus Rex found hard to withstand. In an instant, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's health plummeted, emitting a spine-chilling roar. The remaining iron-armored dragon and saber-toothed dragon, with even weaker defenses than the Tyrannosaurus Rex, could scarcely endure the catastrophic forbidden spell damage. They were swiftly obliterated by the barrage of skills, leaving them utterly disoriented. You have slain the Royal High-Level Dragon Beast, Saber-Toothed Dragon, earning 80,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 120,000 experience points. You have slain the Royal High-Level Dragon Beast, Iron-Armored Dragon, earning 80,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 120,000 experience points. You have slain the Royal High-Level Dragon Beast, Thorn Tyrant, earning 80,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 120,000 experience points. A torrent of experience surged into Su Ao and the Azure-eyed Nine-Headed Flood Dragon, causing their experience points to skyrocket. After previously vanquishing a pack of velociraptors, bipedal pterosaurs, and pterosaurs, Su Ao had leveled up 5 times. Yet this time, the bounty of experience was exponentially greater. Su Ao's level soared dramatically. Congratulations. You have reached level 216. Congratulations. You have reached level 217. Congratulations. You have reached level 218. Congratulations. You have reached level 223. Su Ao's level surged an astounding 8 levels, finally pausing at level 223. Meanwhile, the Azure-eyed Nine-Headed Flood Dragon's ascent was even more formidable. Ding. The Azure-eyed Nine-Headed Flood Dragon has reached level 200. Ding. The Azure-eyed Nine-Headed Flood Dragon has reached level 201. Ding. The Azure-eyed Nine-Headed Flood Dragon has reached level 202. Ding. The Azure-eyed Nine-Headed Flood Dragon has reached level 212. The Azure-eyed Nine-Headed Flood Dragon surged an impressive 12 levels, halting at level 212. However, one colossal adversary remained, the fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex. The explosive girl, witnessing the Azure-eyed Flood Dragon's meteoric rise, was filled with envy. She activated her infinite firepower grenade skill. The blast radius of her grenades multiplied tenfold, with damage increasing 5-fold and a stunning effect lasting 15 seconds. At that moment, the explosive girl erupted into maniacal laughter. Enjoy the feast of destruction, you big oaf. Explosions are art. She hurled grenades at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with wild abandon. Boom, 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 boom. Each grenade hit left the Tyrannosaurus Rex dazed for 15 seconds. Under the relentless bombardment of grenades, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was immobilized, unable to move an inch. The catastrophic power of the explosions created craters all around, and this was merely the splash damage. The core explosion radius of all grenades centered on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, shredding it to pieces and filling the air with its anguished cries. Amidst endless suffering and despair, the tyrannical life of the Tyrannosaurus Rex came to a brutal end. You have slain the pinnacle-level boss, Super Tyrannosaurus Rex, earning 3,000,000 experience points. As a reward for defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 100 experience, totaling 6,000,000 experience points. Indeed, the Super Tyrannosaurus Rex lived up to its reputation as a pinnacle-level boss. Defeating it granted a staggering 6 million experience points in one fell swoop. Su Ao and the explosive girl each received 3 million experience points, causing their levels to soar. Congratulations. You have reached level 224. Congratulations. You have reached level 225. Congratulations. You have reached level 226. Congratulations. You have reached level 238. Su Ao's level jumped an astonishing 15 levels, propelling him to level 238. The explosive girl's ascent was even more terrifying, with a dazzling golden glow of upgrades radiating from her. Ding. The explosive girl has reached level 30. Ding. The explosive girl has reached level 31. Ding. The explosive girl has reached level 32. Ding. The explosive girl has reached level 50. She soared an incredible 20 levels in one go, ultimately reaching level 50. At this moment, all the dinosaurs had been utterly annihilated. Su Ao approached the young Huaxia dragon, now on the brink of death. Gently, he stroked its body and summoned the azure-eyed nine-headed flood dragon to cast the healing holy light skill upon the young Huaxia dragon. Its health gradually restored, and it began to awaken from its near-death state. Looking around, it realized that this handsome human boy had saved it. The young Huaxia dragon gazed gratefully at Suao and said, "Kind soul, thank you for saving me. I am the most cherished son of the Dragon King. Please accompany me to the Dragon Valley. My father, the Dragon King, will surely reward you handsomely for your act of salvation." The Dragon King? Suao immediately recalled the promise he made to help the azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon awaken its dragon bloodline. His intuition had proven correct. He had inadvertently rescued the Dragon King's youngest son. A broad smile spread across Suao's face as he replied, "That sounds wonderful. Please take me to the depths of the Dragon Valley. I have important matters to discuss with the Dragon King." The young Huaxia dragon lowered its head, allowing Suao to mount upon its back. With a swift flick of its tail, it soared into the sky. The young Huaxia dragon carried Suao straight into the heart of the Dragon Valley. Chapter 167. I, Suao, am the supreme god of this high martial world. Before long, the young Huaxia dragon brought Suao into the inner sanctum of the Dragon Valley. The first sight that greeted him was a colossal statue of the dragon god. The statue stood with unparalleled majesty and solemnity, presenting an imposing figure that commanded reverence as the supreme deity among the gods. As Suao stepped into the grand hall of the Dragon Valley, his gaze was immediately drawn to the colossal throne, upon which rested a magnificent dragon king adorned with shimmering golden scales. This imposing dragon king was none other than the venerable dragon king Suao had encountered previously. Approaching the dragon king with purposeful strides, Suao slightly bowed, a beaming smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Honorable Dragon King, it is a pleasure to see you again." The Dragon King's expression shifted to one of surprise upon recognizing Suao's presence. "Young one, how did you manage to find your way here?" Before Suao could respond, a young dragon from Huaxiao soared to the side of the Dragon King. The young dragon recounted the harrowing ordeal of being besieged by a horde of dinosaurs led by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and how Suao had timely intervened to save his life. The Dragon King turned his grateful gaze towards Suao and remarked, "Dear child, I am truly thankful for your valor in rescuing my son. Should you desire anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request." Suao replied with a smile, "Honorable Dragon King, rescuing your son was merely the right thing to do. You had previously promised to assist in awakening the divine dragon bloodline of my pet. Do you remember?" With a sweeping gesture, Suao summoned forth a radiant light, revealing the figure of the azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon. The Dragon King gazed in astonishment at the creature before him. "My word, has it truly only been a few days? And your pet has already undergone such tremendous growth? It has transformed from a serpent into a flood dragon. Excellent. Allow me to assist your pet in completing its bloodline awakening and elevate her to the status of a divine dragon. Come, follow me." With a gentle flick of his tail, a massive portal materialized. On the other side of the portal lay a vast awakening pool for dragons. The Dragon King swiftly dove into the portal, beckoning Suao to follow with the azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon. Nodding in agreement, Suao led his pet through the portal and into the awakening pool. Under the Dragon King's guidance, the azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon quickly immersed itself in the pool. At that moment, as it bathed in the mystical waters, it felt its bloodline awakening with fervor. Its attributes surged dramatically, its form expanding, and the emergence of golden dragon scales, horns, claws, might, eyes, and fangs began to manifest, each characteristic of a divine dragon gradually taking shape upon it. Yet, the one constant remained. The azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon still possessed 9 heads. However, during the awakening of the divine dragon bloodline, these 9 heads evolved into those of supreme divine dragons. Congratulations! Your pet, the azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon, has transformed into the 9-headed supreme dragon god. Intelligence of the 9-headed supreme dragon god increased by 999 points. Agility of the 9-headed supreme dragon god increased by 999 points. Constitution of the 9-headed supreme dragon god increased by 999 points. Strength of the 9-headed supreme dragon god increased by 999 points. The 9-headed supreme dragon god has comprehended the supreme dragon god body. Supreme dragon god body, super divine level, immortal and indestructible. A mere thought can shatter the cosmos, leading to the annihilation of countless races. In that moment, the azure-eyed, 9-headed flood dragon had metamorphosed into the 9-headed supreme dragon god, its size expanding from a mere 10 meters to a staggering 10,000 meters. Its form eclipsed the heavens, exuding an unparalleled aura. The nine-headed supreme dragon god lay reverently before Su Ao, humbly stating, "Master, I can feel the unparalleled divine dragon bloodline coursing through me. My power is capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, and my lifespan surpasses even that of the celestial order. I wish to share my longevity with you. My master, from this day forth, you shall truly attain immortality and invincibility. Should you find anyone to your disliking, a mere thought from you will render them to ashes. Their souls scattered, forever barred from reincarnation." Listening to the nine-headed supreme dragon god's declarations, Su Ao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that upon awakening the divine dragon bloodline, the azure-eyed, nine-headed flood dragon would become incredibly formidable. Yet, he had never imagined it would attain such an overwhelming level of power. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ao said, "Then let us first eradicate the Soul Clan, so I may witness your might." Without a hint of hesitation, the nine-headed supreme dragon god unleashed an aura of terrifying power that seemed capable of annihilating the very fabric of reality. This dragon might traverse dimensions, directly reaching the realm of the Soul Clan's king. The Soul Clan king, seated upon his throne and plotting the destruction of the Dragon Kingdom, was abruptly engulfed by the overwhelming dragon might, his body disintegrating in an instant. "What is happening?" he thought, bewildered, as his form erupted into nothingness, followed by the complete dissolution of his soul. Instantly, all members of the Soul Clan were locked within the grip of this unfathomable dragon might, which obliterated the souls of millions. The once mighty empire of the Soul Clan was utterly annihilated in a heartbeat. Thus, Su Ao, accompanied by the nine-headed supreme dragon god, became an unparalleled force in the world. Over the course of eons, he led humanity to unify the entire universe, rising to become the supreme sovereign of all existence. I, Su Ao, am the supreme deity of this martial world. The end. If you enjoyed this tale, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.